Rob, there's a new challenge going around.
What?
To watch and review all 1001 movies you must see before you die.
I'll do anything for views, but I won't do that.
You can do anything you set your mind to, Rob, and I believe in you.
Are you insane? It can't be done. It can't be finished.
Have you forgotten who you are, man? If anyone can complete this challenge, it's you.
Damn it, Chandler! Are you out of your mind? It's 1001 videos. Even if I do one a week, that's 143. That is 2.5 years. I can't even keep a relationship that long.
Damn it, Rob! You're Cinematic Venom, and now you're gonna let a little number tear you away? You can do it, Rob. You can do it. I believe.
The Godfather is no stranger to critical acclaim. Released in 1972, directed by Francis Ford Coppola and produced by Albert S. Ruddy, this American-Italian mafia crime movie based on the Mario Puzo novel of the same name is often regarded as one of the greatest movies to have ever been created. And it not only paved the way for future mafia pieces such as Goodfellas or The Sopranos, but its unique storytelling and direction inspired a ridiculous amount of movies to follow, as well as filmmakers, in addition to a buttload of quotes, impressions, and parodies. The novel by Mario Puzo was almost immediately an instant hit that remained on the New York Times bestseller list for 67 weeks straight and ranked in a whopping 9 million copies in just 2 years. Paramount Pictures discovered the book in 1967 before offering the author $80,000 for a possible film adaptation, which he agreed to as he was rather desperate for cash at the time. In 1969, Paramount confirmed their intent to adapt the book into a motion picture and aimed to release it on Christmas Day in 1971. On March 23, 1970, Albert S. Ruddy was announced as the movie's producer. Allegedly, Paramount wanted a genuine Italian-American to direct the film to make it seem more authentic, and Sergio Leone was first approached but turned down the job in favour of directing his own project, ironically also a gangster flick, Once Upon a Time in America. Peter Bogdanovich was then approached, but he rejected the role as he wasn't interested in the mafia genre. Eventually, Francis Ford Coppola was contacted, but originally also turned it down because he failed to finish the novel. However, his own studio was struggling financially and were $400,000 in debt to Warner Brothers. He was forced to take the job and was announced as the director on September 28, 1970, and agreed to receive $125,000 and 6% of the gross rentals. This film really was a saving grace for the studio. Prior to The Godfather's production, Paramount's last mafia-based film, The Brotherhood, was a box office disaster and they were really starting to struggle. Working with the director seemed difficult as he was a perfectionist and often indecisive, slowing down production and costing more money as the filming days drifted by. He was positive that he was going to lose his job until some reshoots were done and the studio were convinced that he was just too good to lose, in addition to one of the main actors threatening to quit if Coppola was removed from the project. As well as all of that, the studio felt the film wasn't going to be nearly as exciting enough and needed more action. On April 14, 1970, it was revealed that original author Mario Puzo was brought onto the project to help with the screenplay. He and Coppola would write separately, occasionally keeping each other in the loop, and the director would slowly merge the scripts into one. When it came down to casting, Mario Puzo really pushed to have Marlon Brando play Don Vito Corleone. Or Corleone. The pronunciation changes throughout the whole movie.
Why don't you say you work for Corleone, Tom?
I need Don Corleone.
Weird. However, Paramount objected to this due to Brando's poor success and apparent difficulty to work with. Director Coppola himself wanted either Brando or Laurence Olivier. The latter declined as he was sick, but would then star in a movie later that year. I smell fraud. The studio tried their best to push for Ernest Borgnine to receive the role, and others who were also considered consisted of George G. Scott, Richard Conte, Anthony Quinn, Carlo Ponti, and Orson Welles. It ended up coming down to Brando and Borgnine, which led to a screening test. During this, Marlon put cotton balls in his cheeks, rolled up his collar, and put shoe polish in his hair to darken it. he ended up getting the role. Coppola immediately wanted Robert Duvall as the part of Tom Hagen and ended up getting his wish, and even Elvis goddamn Presley auditioned for that role and didn't get it. A nightclub singer, Al Martino, ended up getting the role for Johnny Fontaine, along with some controversy surrounding it, even more so when Frank Sinatra, outraged, thought it was based on him. Due to this, his scenes were cut down, and in addition to Martino's lack of acting experience or ability, the majority of his shots were from behind him. Robert De Niro was approached to play Paulie Gatto, but soon quit to star in The Gang That Couldn't Shoot Straight. Great title. A young Sylvester Stallone even auditioned for the role, but it was then given to Johnny Martino. On March 29, 1971, filming was almost ready to begin, and Michael still had yet to be cast. The studio wanted either Warren Beatty or Robert Redford. Producer Robert Evans wanted Ryan O'Neal, and director Francis Ford Coppola wanted Al Pacino. The studio found Pacino to be too short, and many more were approached, such as Dustin Hoffman, Martin Sheen, James Caan, Tommy Lee Jones, David Carradine, and Dean Stockwell. Eventually, Coppola's wish came true of casting Pacino, but under the one condition that James Caan could play Sonny, a role that was also considered for Anthony Perkins and Burt Reynolds, who Marlon Brando point-blank refused to work with due to some hatred between the two. Before filming began, director Francis Ford Coppola would hold improvised dinners in which the actors would have to remain in character the entire time, allowing them to grow as a genuine family for when shooting would actually begin. It's things like this that separated Coppola from other directors at the time, and why he's regarded as one of the all-time greats. This was also the film that would inspire future director Chris Columbus at the age of 15 to become a filmmaker. In September 1971, the first rough cut of the film was premiered, and many scenes involving Sonny were cut out as they weren't essential to the story. However, this angered actor James Caan, who was not informed beforehand, resulting in him confronting the producer in public. He estimated 45 minutes of his character had been cut out of the picture. Despite being nominated and winning the Oscar, Marlon Brando refused to show up to the ceremony and completely rejected the award, objecting to the depiction of American Indians in movies. Not many people could say they turned down an Academy Award. Bet that pissed off Leonardo DiCaprio. Al Pacino was also nominated for a Best Supporting Actor award, but he too refused to show up to the ceremony, calling it a joke. He was outraged that he was in that category when he had far more screen time than the apparent lead Marlon Brando. I can't say that I disagree. The film is largely based on Pacino's character, and in total, Brando has less than 1 hour of screen time in a 3-hour movie. I'd be pretty pissed off too.
That's a true story.
Only to add to the ongoing controversy even further, the Italian-American Civil Rights League actually started a campaign to prevent the film from ever being released. It was to the point producer Robert Evans was actually phoned up at his home and had himself and his family threatened. Paramount received threats of protests to disrupt the shooting process, and it's amazed that the movie was even finished in the first place. So the movie features Marlon Brando as Vito Corleone, or Corleone, a godfather, the don of a New York crime family. He hears several requests and usually follows through with violence and/or murder. His son Michael, played by Al Pacino, tries to distance himself from that side of his family as he has a girlfriend and doesn't want that life for her. However, after Vito is almost assassinated, he seeks revenge. I never get that with these kind of films, or the logic of the mafia. Like, you go out and put hits on people, you kill people, and then you get angry or confused when they retaliate.
He's still alive. They hit him with 5 shots and he's still alive.
Should have got Donald Pleasance to do it.
I shot him 6 times!
It has its problems, which I'll address momentarily, but I feel I have to acknowledge why exactly this movie still holds up and is an absolutely incredible piece to this day. Not only is the acting all great, clearly supported by the performances of Pacino and Brando, but the subtlety is what carries the film. Francis Ford Coppola didn't need to over-direct. So many filmmakers feel the need to overcomplicate their shots in a desperate attempt to get the viewer to notice their work. Here, Coppola trusted the screenplay. He believed in the story. The story in of itself is what carries the movie to its brilliance. It's 3 hours long, but the slow pacing tells the story magnificently. There's very little music, which at times makes the suspense that more chilling and intense, but when it does kick in, it makes those moments far more impactful. The movie's cinematographer Gordon Willis, who apparently did not get along with Coppola, insisted that every shot of the movie be from a point of view, and it helps the viewer feel involved in the action as if they're actually there, which makes the experience that more enjoyable. It makes it more real, which is what every film should do. The lighting in particular, always dark and gloomy, adds to the chilling atmosphere that the actors and story envelope so well. The only aerial shot in the entire movie is when Brando's character is shot down, and that was intended to signify God's point of view. Speaking of which, that scene was being watched by several members of the public who kept unintentionally ruining the sequence by feeling so overwhelmed by Brando's performance, they felt the need to just burst into applause. It's astonishing furthermore to discover that Brando refused to memorize any of his dialogue, and he was pretty much reading cue cards for the majority of the picture, which is completely unnoticeable. I feel like this is the perfect piece to show any aspiring filmmaker. Anyone who truly wants to learn how to tell a compelling story without the need of over-the-top direction or effects, especially special effects in this are simple but damn impressive and somewhat extreme for its time, and some of the visuals are just bone-chilling. There's a back and forth sequence during the christening in which there's also a shooting action scene taking place. This was incredibly unique and creative for its time, and the opening shot lasts for over 2 minutes and is done so smoothly and subtly you just kind of forget and don't notice the art of it. The amount of improvisation that remained in the final film adds on to the impressive factor. Here, actor Lenny Montana was actually so nervous talking to Marlon Brando that he genuinely kept messing up his lines. However, Coppola thought it came across more legitimate and kept it in. Gabriele Torri, who played Enzo, had never acted in front of a camera before. His shaking here is genuine and not acting whatsoever. Marlon Brando slapping Johnny Fontaine wasn't planned, and nor was James Caan throwing this photographer down and then some money. The reactions from the actors were all real. In addition, a fake horse's head was used in rehearsals, but for the actual scene a real one was, and the actor wasn't informed. This is real.
That man over there is talking to himself.
Hey, it's not that crazy. I agree. Cheers, man. Several times they speak Italian, and I just find it odd that we receive no subtitles. I guess it's up to the viewer's interpretation. So here's mine!
Io ho pensato, oro, parlarne e io e te. A me mi bisogna uno come te, forte. Io capite che non sei contento più con la famiglia Corleone. Capace che vuoi cambiare? Ti vuoi mettere con me?
Basta i soldi sono buoni.
$50.000 da principio.
Michael's character is very unlikable, but I feel like that was intentional. I mean, he lies to his girlfriend, kills 2 people, runs away to another continent, marries someone else, and as soon as she dies, flies back for a year before telling his last girl he's back, marries her, and then lies about his plans. And she believes him, despite this blatantly guilty reaction.
Don't ask me about my business, Kate.
Is it true?
Don't ask me about my business.
No.
But it's a mafia movie, so I can let this slide as he's still an interesting character. It's a slow transition from the start to finish, and I can't fault it for that. The third act, however, does grow to be quite tiresome. The first 2 are thrilling and is paced very well. It has incredible storytelling and then great action and then slows down again, but the third act just seems to come to a complete halt and just drags on too much for my liking. Regardless, this is a gem of a movie, and I'd highly recommend that you all check it out.
Akira Kurosawa was born on March 23, 1910 and passed away on September 6, 1998 at the age of 88. Born in Tokyo, Japan, Kurosawa would go on to direct over 30 motion pictures and become one of the most influential filmmakers of all time, spanning a career of 57 years. On October 9, 1952 came Ikiru, which is literally translated as to live, partly based on the Tolstoy's 1886 novella The Death of Ivan Ilyich, though the stories aren't too similar other than a few familiar plot elements. On September 9th, 2007, the movie was remade into a television drama series, though certain characters and plot points had been altered and updated. The film follows Kanji Watanabe, played by Takashi Shimura, a middle-aged man who has worked in the same lackluster, boring, bureaucratic job for the better part of 30 years. No one around him pays any attention to the guy, including his own son and daughter-in-law who he lives with. Oh, I can relate. Hey Eric, can you get me a drink?
Go to hell!
To make his current situation even worse, he soon discovers he has stomach cancer and has less than a year to live, maybe even as little as just 6 months. Attempting to deal with his inevitable demise, he constantly ditches his job and doesn't tell many people about his condition before meeting a young woman, Toyo, played by Miki Odagiri, who has such a happy and ecstatic thirst for life. Watanabe is intrigued by her happiness and tries desperately to learn from her. Her secret is creating toys, as making so many children happy in turn improves her own life, and she suggests that he too try making something himself. Definitely a line that wouldn't be allowed today. He soon drives Toyo away after growing too attached, but nevertheless overcomes the odds and manages to turn a mosquito-infested cesspool into a children's playground before passing away not too long after. The entire third act takes place during his wake, with occasional flashbacks as various of his colleagues, friends and family figure out the truth behind his life and what he was truly going through and accomplished. I'd just like to start out by saying that Akira Kurosawa was way ahead of his time when it comes to filmmaking, and this picture is a perfect example of that. Coming out in 1952, shots like this that may seem quite basic nowadays were very innovative at such a time, utilising a mirror's reflection as the perspective of the viewer. In addition, actor Takashi Shimura here is singing a depressing song about how his life is almost over, and Kurosawa's direction was literally to sing the song as if he were a stranger in the world when nobody believed he existed. The actor really nails this, in addition to the brilliant camera work closing up on the extras' faces, and the music really complements it perfectly. It creates an ominous and unsettling feeling, as it does later in the film when we see him for the last time, which I feel is exactly what they were going for. The song itself is called the Gondola Song, written in 1915 about women who should find love before their time runs out. Throughout the picture, Takashi Shimura really does a fantastic job, and it's damn near impossible to not have growing sympathy with his character. You really feel his pain, although he just maintains the exact same facial expression for 90% of the film.
お互いにもう話すことなんかないんだもの。またそんな顔して。
Miki Odagiri as Toyo is a thrill to watch, and I won't lie, she is just plain adorable in this role and comes across as extremely likeable. I also love the subtlety in the first two acts of the picture. When Watanabe discovers his cancer, he barely speaks, but we can just feel his pain through his facial and body language alone. Furthermore, he attempts to inform his son and daughter-in-law on his health condition, but he can't seem to bring himself to due to their blatant neglect. There's no exposition for this. It's literally just his facial expressions alone, and it really works. Hideo Oguni, one of the writers, originally wanted Watanabe's character to be a gangster rather than a bureaucrat, and that really wouldn't have worked. Can you imagine that? I've got stomach cancer? Well, say hello to my little friend! The film has very slow pacing, but the storytelling is astounding, although sometimes rather depressing.
語るのは退屈なだけだ。なぜなら、彼は時間を潰しているだけだから。彼には生きた時間がない。
How are you alive? I may very well not be.
The exterior scenes are extremely well lit and add to the eerie and chilling atmosphere. It really sets the tone for the movie, and despite it coming across as dark and gloomy, you can really relate to Watanabe's character, who hasn't felt unappreciated and unloved. I'm so alone. The movie also has some incredibly intelligent, genuine and inspiring messages behind it too.
なるほど。不幸には立派な一面があるっていうのは本当ですな。つまり不幸は人間に真理を教えるんだ。あなたの胃がんはあなたに人生に対する目を開かせた。いや人間は軽薄なもんですな。生命がどんなに美しいものかってことをもう死に直面したという初めて知る。
Anus. What the hell was that noise? Seriously, it's not human. There's a lot of references to Watanabe's hat as well. Like seriously, he gets a new hat and it's mentioned constantly as if it's a huge shocking revelation that a man can purchase a new hat after 30 years. Watanabe also has the absolute weirdest laugh I have ever heard in my life. And I thought mine was bad. So as explained previously, the third act is entirely at his wake, which is a really unique and cool idea for its time, but it by far outstays its welcome. They also give a whole lot of exposition about him building the damn park, and it just really isn't interesting. It goes on for a very long time and just comes across as boring and dull. How the hell is he fat? See, here, even the actors look like they're bored waiting for the credits to roll. This movie is 2.5 hours long, and it really didn't need to be. Everything was resolved long ago, and without the filler, 90 minutes would have been easily accomplishable. But here's the biggest problem. So, the whole message of the movie is that you should act before it's too late. You know, leave your mark. You could die at any time, so seize the moment. A great message, but the film seems to hammer it home as if it wasn't already obvious enough, and they just seem to insult the viewer's intelligence. It just seems like, oh, by the way, in case you didn't get it, act now! And instead of moving on to the credits, they spill it out even more blatantly over and over again. Do they think all of the viewers are idiots? It wouldn't bother me so much if it wasn't for the fact that the film used subtlety so brilliantly earlier on. The last act is literally... No. Before you go home, I'd just like to clarify that, you know, live life to the fullest. Before you die, achieve something. Okay. Roll the credits. No. One more thing, in case we didn't mention. You know, really succeed. Exceed your expectations. Just do that. You'll leave your mark. One more thing, right? Just don't tell anyone. Just live life, man. Live it. And I'm being very subtle here, but live it. Leave your mark. Make something. Go make a park. Oh, by the way. Got nothing really, but I'll sit here for 15 more minutes. Leave your mark, make something. No, that's about it. Bye. Oh, and no, I'm just kidding. But I'm glad I watched it, and I can see why it has such a following. It was way ahead of its time, and as a film fanatic, you should definitely add it to your watch list. The third act I find quite disappointing, but the first two are terrific, and it's a great watch nonetheless. It does make you appreciate life, and it makes you live for the moment, so it does actually accomplish that in that aspect, and I would highly recommend the film. A Fistful of Dollars was the first entry of the spaghetti western trilogy by Italian director Sergio Leone, released in his native country on September 12th, 1964. The second film, For a Few Dollars More, would follow on November 18th, 1965, and a third soon fell into the works. The Good, the Bad and the Ugly was novelised in 1967 by Joe Millard, and then in 2008, The Good, the Bad, the Weird, a South Korean western film, was, if the title didn't make it obvious enough already, inspired by this picture. Stephen King himself also confessed that this movie largely inspired his Dark Tower series as well as the main protagonist. Upon its original release, the film was actually slated by critics mainly for its depiction of violence. Leone defended this and claimed he intentionally exaggerated the deaths for pure satire reasons to parody run-of-the-mill western films at the time. It was around this era when spaghetti westerns were growing tiresome and became widely hated. Orson Welles himself even warned Leone to not make the film because of this. After the success of the second picture, United Artists approached the screenwriter Luciano Vincenzoni to sign off the rights and to give the third one a go-ahead. Leone, Vincenzoni and the producer Albert Grimaldi had no plans for a third film, but regardless, the writer pitched an idea which the studio accepted and asked for a budget which would be agreed on as, at the time, quite an expensive $1.2 million. Once Leone added his own material into the screenplay, some comedic writers were brought on board, but most of their work was unable to be used. Leone claimed it was the grossest deception of his life. Apparently, their only contribution to the final screenplay was the opening, the very first line. The script was completed in just 11 days, but Vincenzoni soon left the project as he and Leone could no longer work together. The three main characters all contain autobiographical elements of the director, and filming began in Rome in the middle of May 1966. Filming would move to Spain and would finish in July that year. Much like his predecessors, Ennio Morricone was brought on to compose the musical score once again, and it's truly a mind-blowing piece of work that helps the viewer really become more engulfed in the action. Although, this sound effect is a little overused. Director Sergio Leone originally wanted Gian Maria Volonté cast as Tuco, but he turned it down to star in A Bullet for the General. Charles Bronson was offered this role also, but he turned it down in favour of The Dirty Dozen, which is when Eli Wallach was selected. Bronson was also considered for the role of Angel Eyes, as was Henry Fonda, Lee Marvin and Enrico Maria Salerno. Clint Eastwood himself was not entirely pleased with the movie as a whole. First, he didn't like the script. In the first film, he was writing the picture solo. In the second, he had a co-star, but here he was one of three. He was concerned that it'd be upstaged by Eli Wallach, who played Tuco and took up a huge chunk of screen time. Furthermore, as production moved on, Eastwood demanded more money, raising his salary to $250,000, 10% of the profits once released in the United States, and another Ferrari. No, that actually happened. He demanded another Ferrari. In addition, Eastwood was a non-smoker and despised having to smoke cigars in the film. Director Sergio Leone was a massive perfectionist who always demanded more takes, and Clint even told him once, "You better make sure you get it this time, or I might actually be sick." By the end of filming, Eastwood had finally had enough of the director and could work with him no longer. Leone would do numerous takes from different angles, even if the tiniest of details ruined the frame, which is weird considering he didn't notice this guy walking in the background of the shot and messing it up. Or this car, and it would only exhaust his actors. Leone would offer Eastwood a role in Once Upon a Time in the West as Harmonica, which he actually personally travelled to Los Angeles to give him the script for, but Clint turned it down and the role went to Charles Bronson. Years later, during filming of Once Upon a Time in America, Sergio Leone finally got his petty revenge by mocking Eastwood's acting and claiming he was inferior to Robert De Niro, stating, "Eastwood movies are like a sleepwalker between explosions and hails of bullets, and he is always the same, a block of marble. They would never end up working together again." Even after the movie was completed and released, Clint Eastwood still wasn't happy with the picture, stating it was bloated rather than expansive, and the only fleshed out character was Tuco. And a fourth film was actually mentioned. The first two took place after the American Civil War, whereas this one is during it in 1862, serving as a prequel. Screenwriter Luciano Vincenzoni had confessed that he had actually written a treatment for The Good, the Bad and the Ugly 2, which would have taken place 20 years after the original, following Tuco and Blondie's grandson finding some gold. Eastwood himself, despite not liking the first one, expressed interest in participating, but Sergio Leone refused to allow it to happen. He didn't want the title or the characters to ever be brought back, nor did he want to direct another Western. The movie follows three main characters known as the Good, Eastwood, the Bad, Lee Van Cleef, and the Ugly, Eli Wallach.
I always wondered how they managed to cast the role of an ugly character.
Taking place during the American Civil War,
how is any war civil?
they're on the hunt for some hidden gold. Eli Wallach's character of Tuco knows the name of the cemetery where it's hidden, but Eastwood's character of Blondie knows the name of the grave. Van Cleef's character of Angel Eyes kinda just tags along for the ride, but the character development really grows and there's a lot to cover, so bear with me here. I must agree with Eastwood that Tuco is the most interesting character by far. At the start of the picture, he's a felon on the run and Eastwood saves him from many hangings to raise the stakes in his head, only to screw him over, which bites him on the tuchus in return when Tuco becomes one of the most evil villains of all time. However, they soon realise that they kind of need each other, and over the course of the 3-hour running time, they have more of an on-again, off-again relationship than me and my father.
I don't want to talk about it.
He constantly screws Eastwood over and then tries to make amends, and he really is the highlight of the film.
I can't while you're watching me.
And he fell for that? He deserved to die.
I had lots of time to learn how to shoot with my left.
Shot to death by a man in a bubble bath. That's gotta be embarrassing.
When you have to shoot, shoot, don't talk.
This line wasn't actually scripted, and as soon as he said it, the entire crew burst into laughter, and Leone just decided to keep it in the film. To be fair, I feel like it's perfectly good advice for any villain ever in movie history. In the gun store, everything actor Eli Wallach does is actually improvised. He didn't know much about guns, so he was directed to just do whatever he wanted, including putting the sign in the guy's mouth, all unplanned. Although the scenery here is incredible, he runs like a girl.
Well, he does.
Here, when Tuco is running through the cemetery, a dog runs into the bottom of the frame. This was improvised by the director who let the animal loose, so Wallach's reaction is genuine shock. The skeleton Tuco discovers in the wrong coffin was actually real. A Spanish actress wrote in her will that she wanted to act even after her death.
To be fair, what better film to star in after you die than this one?
Eastwood is just pure badass and really emanates awesomeness with every single word spoken.
Yeah.
God, you're so cool.
Offset, actors Eastwood and Wallach were actually quite close. So much so, when filming in Madrid, all of the hotels were full, so Clint offered him a place to stay and they ended up sharing a bed. Wallach's wife claimed he can now brag about being the only man who can say that he slept with Clint Eastwood. The film focused more on direction and lighting than dialogue. Sergio Leone himself confessed to not being a huge fan of the talking, which is evident as there is no line of dialogue until 10.5 minutes into the film, which can actually look rather uncomfortable at times. Leone focused a lot on close-ups of people's faces or their weaponry, which is relatively unique at the time, and it really built the tension impeccably well. The musical score is astounding and truly one of the most mind-blowing soundtracks I've ever heard in my entire life. Furthermore, the third act when they close in on the gold is incredibly gripping and you can't help but be on the edge of your seat throughout. It was a huge inspirational sequence which really reminded me a lot of the closing act of Blood Diamond. If it was inspired by it or not, I'm not sure, but the final shootout scene has been mimicked and parodied to death, and its impact in cinema history was obvious. Literally, the third act had my heart racing and I was so engrossed in it. The great direction complemented by the tremendous editing, it really built up the tension and you just can't look away. The epic scene where the bridge explodes,
Huh? I really thought that one was gonna explode.
Although it looked great, it had to be done twice. The first time, some of the crew misunderstood direction and prematurely set off the explosions when the cameras weren't even rolling and it needed to be rebuilt and done again. That same sequence also came very close to ending the career and possibly life of Clint Eastwood himself. As the explosion's made, a huge piece of shrapnel hurls directly towards his head and is only stopped by a lucky sandbag right next to his skull. Also, why is Tuco hiding like this? Isn't that the worst way to die? I don't know about you, but I'd hate to have death by rock up my ass on my gravestone. This actually isn't the only time one of the actors came within inches of death during production of the film. In the scene where Tuco uses a train to detach himself from some handcuffs, the crew were unaware of some heavy iron steps that reached out about a foot from each boxcar. If Eli Wallach would have lifted his head up just a little bit at the wrong time, he would have been decapitated clean off. Wallach insulted Leone for not taking proper precautions for the safety of his actors for instances like this, and another one where Wallach again was supposed to be hanged until the rope was shot and the horse gallops off. However, the animal was scared too much and ran too far, with Eli's arm still bound behind his back. He only managed to survive by holding on with his knees for dear life. And these weren't the only time that Wallach almost died during filming. During a night shoot, a technician had accidentally set down a bottle of acid next to Wallach's bottle of soda. Who the hell would put some acid next to some soda and think that that's a good idea? Naturally, you can guess what happened and Wallach soon fell ill. Audio was also an issue. It was common practice in Italy at the time to film the movie and dub all audio in post, and that's exactly what was done here. Unfortunately, it's very noticeable when the dialogue doesn't match the lips of the actors. Each person spoke in whatever native language they were comfortable in, which caused issues here as Luigi Pistilli, who played Tuco's brother Pablo, couldn't speak English. Leone himself also didn't speak much of it, and Eli Wallach didn't speak much Italian, so they had to communicate in French. This scene where Angel Eyes beats up Maria for information on Bill Carson, actor Lee Van Cleef refused to strike a woman. The actress Rada Rasimov assured him that it was fine and she's an actress, so even if he were to hit her for real, it was fine. He still refused and a stunt double was used. The imagery is just astounding. Not only are the sets incredibly well made, but the scenery is gorgeous, which Leone captures magnificently. It's just beautiful to look at. Some of the visuals are so dark and chilling, but they really capture your attention. The makeup on Eastwood here is incredibly impressive, and I mean that with all sincerity, especially for its time. It's shown later on with gun wound victims as well, and I can't credit them enough. Clint Eastwood, even during his moments of death, is still incredibly badass. However, sometimes his badass-osity comes across as quite silly. I mean, why is everybody in this film incredibly light sleepers?
Sure would like to put your paw on it, huh?
Here, Clint whistles to capture their attention before shooting. Why did he even whistle? Imagine if it backfired. Although, calmly lighting a cannon with his cigar, can you get any more awesome than that? I mean, during the final shootout before it happens, it's clear that they need Clint alive as he's the only one who knows where the gold is. So I don't quite understand why he doesn't just shoot them both and take the money for himself. He clearly doesn't have an issue killing people, so it can't be because he's billed as the good one. But who cares? The ending was awesome. There's a scene where Tuco gets the daylight kicked out of him while an orchestra performs a calm and gentle tune at the same time. It was such a unique sequence for its era and is beautifully edited together. In fact, why doesn't Angel Eyes just kill him? It literally makes no sense to drag him out onto a train for this big Neanderthal to throw him off instead of just shooting him. A lot of stuff seems to happen by chance though. I mean, twice Clint Eastwood's life is saved at the last minute by pure coincidental timing. Later on, he and Tuco mention that they need explosives and then just happen to find some immediately after. What are the odds? Visually and musically entrancing and easily one of the finest pieces of work I have ever seen. If you've not seen it, I'd recommend you do so as soon as you get the chance. Oh boy, this is a weird one. On January 20th, 1920, Federico Fellini was born. He would proceed to live one of the most influential filmmaking lives in Italian or even world cinema history before passing away in 1993 on Halloween itself. With certain films of his being noted as the greatest of all time, he certainly had a unique version, style of direction, combining fantasy and reality seamlessly, if not with the additional elements of completely strange and bizarre imagery. On December 18th, 1973 came Embark, or translated as I Remember, a film I can safely say is definitely one of the strangest and different movies I have ever seen in my entire life. With its self-deprecating humour, semi-biographical elements of Fellini's own lifestyle, graphic visuals, bizarre characters, confusing timeline and rather hard to follow plot, it definitely is an original and one-of-a-kind piece that is worth looking at. As strange as the film is, you can't help but enjoy the scenery, and most of it genuinely looks like an amazingly set up, strange music video. This picture would ultimately end up being Fellini's last major commercial success, as it managed to scoop up an Academy Award for the best foreign film that year. So the main focus of the quote-unquote story is situated around a mid-teen named Tita, who looks like he just came out of Leonardo DiCaprio's ballsack, who grows up in the 1930s in Italy with a very dysfunctional family. I'm sure having Adolf Hitler as a father has something to do with it. So Tita also has his adolescent brother, his mother who is always on his side and supports him in any way she can, his freeloading uncle who I think maybe, possibly wants a woman.
I want a woman! I want a woman! I want a woman!
His grandfather who wants to pork the maid. There's also Grandiska, the town beauty who everybody wants to shag, but she's out of the league and it'll never happen. Volpina, the prostitute. Giudizio, the historian. A blind accordionist, and a very busty tobacconist.
And if that doesn't sound like a soap opera, I don't know what does.
With all of these characters, you probably expect a very definitive storyline, but there genuinely isn't. The concept of the picture is that it is a year in a small northern Italian coastal town in the 1930s. The movie is pretty much vignettes of random events taking place over the course of those 12 months, each one having little to do with the previous. It's hard to describe what the viewing experience is actually like without watching it yourself. It truly is a bizarre time, but I'm glad I subjected myself to it. There's a lot of immaturity in it in regards to school life, and being a giant child, I couldn't help but chuckle to myself at the toilet humour.
An elephant testicle, sir. Bobo cut a real stinker.
Tita, obviously going through adolescence, struggles through changes in his sexuality and new urges, but some of these are just weird.
I got Jean Harlow. I got Siva Play. I got Big Tits. You in the tobacco shop.
I mean, who hasn't had a bash with all of their mates around?
Tita, although going through what all guys go through, comes across as beyond creepy in this. I mean, just listen to some of this.
If I tell you that I touch myself, you'll snitch on me to Dad. Don't tell me you never touch yourself. How can you help it when you see the owner of the tobacco shop stacked like that? I know, what about the math teacher that looks like a tiger? Good God, how can you not touch yourself when she looks at you like that?
He eventually ends up having his way with the tobacconist, but it's just weird. As if anything in this film isn't. She randomly gets her boobs out, shoves them in his face, and then when he starts to suffocate at the sheer size of them, she puts them away and kicks him out like nothing happened.
Well, there's a sentence I didn't think I'd hear today.
The most entertaining character is his father by far. He just has random outbursts of anger and rage, and you can't help but laugh at how ridiculously over the top it is.
But you should have seen the way the Comanches did their bows and arrows. We're knocking them off one by one. And it was... I'll kill you without it. If the one who's fighter. Bunch of no good sons of...
I mean, even check out his mom's eyes when she flips out. She's not human.
99% of our citizens are already subscribed to our cause.
And I can't even get people to subscribe to my YouTube channel.
This face is beyond terrifying and will probably haunt my goddamn dreams tonight. Thanks, Fellini.
And Fascist's daughter, Aldina Codini.
This reaction is 100% accurate.
It's snowing! It's snowing! It's snowing! Come on, let's get out of here!
At least in England.
Towards the end, we find out that Tita's aunt has passed away. Tragic news, but the kid delivers it just so casually.
Aunt Miranda died.
She was also torn apart by bears, and then they defecated all over her corpse.
Despite the frequent "what the hell am I watching" sensation, it's a fascinating watch, and I really do mean that. The fog here gives a really eerie feeling, and it's lit so well. The exterior scenes have a pastel-like filter to them, and it's truly mesmerizing. It's really beautiful to look at, and the cinematography is incredible, backed up by the brilliant musical score. As weird and strange as the movie may be, it lives up to the title by being incredibly memorable. You can't stop looking at it, and I definitely recommend the piece. Major figure in German film history, Wim Wenders, what is up with those glasses? He was born on August 14th, 1945, because we all know that Leos are just the best. Over his ongoing career, Wenders has managed to make many films that gained historical accolades, including 3 Academy Award nominations under the Best Documentary category. On September 23rd, 1987, The Wings of Desire was released in France and later in Germany itself on October 27th that same year. This is a movie that I feel, although itself wasn't entirely original, as the same concept had already been done before in 1946 in A Matter of Life and Death, it definitely adds its own elements to it with its own story, which is told for the most part visually. There's very little dialogue, and the subtlety is the most impressive factor in my mind. The picture was partially inspired by Rainer Marie Rilke's poetry, and even more impressive, the script was actually very short. The majority of the movie is actually improvised, and it's incredibly beneficial thanks to the brilliant actors, great lighting and direction. The movie was even shot by 77-year-old cinematographer Henry Alakan. In 1993, the success of the picture led to an inevitable sequel, Far Away So Close, and it would even lead to a 1998 remake called City of Angels starring Meg Ryan and Nicolas Cage. The film would even gain a stage adaptation in 2003 in the UK before branching out to Germany in 2005. Speaking of which, in 1993, as well as the sequel of the same name, U2 actually released a music video inspired from the picture named Far Away So Close. So the film, like I say, had partially been done before, but I feel like it adds its own innovation and originality to it. The movie follows Damiel and Cassiel, 2 angels played by Bruno Ganz and Otto Sandler respectively, roaming West Berlin, observing the humans around them. The majority of the film is the characters' own inner monologues. The angels are able to hear the humans' thoughts and are only seen by children. There isn't much in the way of a plot, but they observe these creatures trying to learn from them, while American actor Peter Falk, playing himself, visits Berlin to shoot a new picture. It turns out he can somehow sense their presence. He can't see them, but it doesn't stop him from having a full-blown conversation with the guy in public.
I can't see you, but I know you're here. I feel it. You've been hanging around since I got here. I wish I could see your face. Just look into your eyes and tell you how good it is to be here. Just to touch something. See, that's cold. I feel good.
It turns out Peter used to be an angel himself before choosing to become a human. Of course, it all makes sense. No mortal man could be that talented. In addition, the final crumbs of a story, Damiel starts to fall in love with a trapeze artist named Marion, played by Solveig de Martin. Oh, we all know that feeling, don't we? Falling in love and she can't even see you. She doesn't even know you exist. You might as well just not be there. You know, you give her everything. And you're always there, every day, giving her 110%. And then all of a sudden, nah, she doesn't even know you're there. She doesn't even know you're real. You might as well just not exist. It's just, I get it. Not being able to feel human emotions, which contradicts the whole angel falling in love story arc a little bit now that I think about it, further depresses Damiel. Can angels get depressed? I mean, I guess, a soul of somebody is still, some kind of energy, so I guess they might have some kind of emotions, but really, when you really think about it, he soon turns human, not really explaining how, and the movie turns to colour. Before this even happens, the film itself does a terrific job of interlapping between the spirit world, black and white, and the real world of colour to show whose point of view is actually being shown. As explained, it had been done before, but this film tends to add its own style to it. The black and white sequences were actually shot through a rare filter made from the stocking of the cinematographer's grandmother. The filmmakers weren't actually allowed to film the real Berlin Wall, so they needed to build a replica. Unfortunately, the first one was lazily made and got destroyed in the rain. Around this time of filmmaking, it was common to show the humans try to interact with the spirit world. This movie does the complete opposite and really set the boundaries for such films as Ghost or The Sixth Sense. Not only is most of the dialogue people's thoughts, but furthermore, another good chunk of the film isn't even that. It's the angels and just their acting, body language, and the music is so eerie and bone-chilling you can't help but feel so many mixed emotions. I was genuinely devastated when the film ended and I saw it to be continued screen. It's a picture that makes you really think and appreciate your life. Once Damiel becomes human, he is overwhelmed by the ability to see see colour, to bleed, to feel, to drink, to eat. The film ends with him finally finding the woman of his dreams, and they sense a sudden familiarity as if they've known each other for years. While that's going on, Castiel becomes traumatised when he attempts to stop a man from committing suicide but fails. He's left broken because of it, and it really is beautiful storytelling. However, the film was originally supposed to have a very different final product. It was intended to be far less serious, and Castiel would have comedically mocked the human's actions. Other humorous scenes were cut out, including Damio and Marion being met by Castiel at the end for a pie fight. Yeah, I don't think that would have worked. Regardless, it is a movie that is worthy of all of its accolades, and a film definitely worth the watch. Here you go. Batman tells the story of, well, Batman, played by Michael Keaton, a masked vigilante who takes the law into his own hands after his parents are tragically murdered in front of him by a mugger, growing up to become billionaire Bruce Wayne. Word gets out about the anti-hero, most believing it to be a myth, including Harvey Dent, played by Billy D. Williams, and Commissioner Gordon, played by nobody important. The mugger/murderer of Mr. and Mrs. Wayne grows up to become Jack Napier, played by Jack Nicholson, who ends up confronting Batman. Seriously, what are the odds of that ever happening? Before landing in some acid, becoming deformed and turning into the Joker. Because that's how science works.
Shut up.
During all of this, Bruce falls for Vicky Vale, played by Kim Basinger. The film's production actually began in the late 70s, but the original idea was for Batman to be in outer space, because it would work so much better later on with Jason and Leprechaun. The rights to the Batman franchise were bought from DC Comics on October the 3rd, 1979, with the intent to make the definitive, dark and serious version of Batman, which creator Bob Kane himself had wanted in 1939 when he actually came up with the character. Richard Mayborn was approached to screenwrite with Guy Hamilton to direct, but both turned it down, and the space idea was pitched to many studios unsuccessfully, as the producers wanted it similar to the Adam West series. Producer Michael E. Uslan then wrote up a script called Return of the Batman to pitch a much better idea for what they wanted to go with, similar to the dark tone of The Dark Knight Returns, but this was actually written 6 years earlier. They were trying to cash in on the success of Superman just a few years prior, and despite no studio taking it on yet, a budget of $15 million was announced before Warner Brothers agreed to fund it. Tom Mankiewicz came up with a script called The Batman in June of 1983, featuring both Batman and Dick Grayson's Robin, with the Joker and Rupert Thorne as the villains and Silver SoundCloud as the love interest.
They're not bad people.
The film was announced to be released sometime between 1983 and 1985, and they aimed for an unknown actor to play the lead. They also wanted William Holden as Commissioner Gordon, David Niven as Alfred, and Peter O'Toole as the Penguin. Unfortunately, Holden passed away in 1981 and Niven in 83, so it was never meant to be. Many directors were approached, one of which was Ivan Reitman, who wanted Bill Murray in the lead. Yeah, I wouldn't take him seriously. And Eddie Murphy as Robin. Yeah, no.
The search goes on.
Steven Spielberg showed interest in making it, stating that he would have Dennis Quaid as Batman, Harrison Ford as the Joker, Gina Davis as Silver SoundCloud, Dustin Hoffman as the Penguin, Burt Reynolds as Commissioner Gordon, John Pertwee as Alfred, Richard Dreyfuss as Rupert Thorne, and Martin Sheen as Harvey Dent. Richard Donner was approached to direct, but he turned it down, and Alex Cox, fresh off the success of the bizarrely entertaining Repo Man, also rejected an offer. After the success of Pee-wee's Big Adventure, Tim Burton was picked up to direct Batman, who had his girlfriend at the time rewrite the script as it was too similar to the Adam West series. Burton confessed to not being a comic book fan, but liked the dark and serious tone in The Dark Knight Returns and The Killing Joke. Other screenwriters were brought in to fix up the script, and Penguin and Robin were dropped due to the film having far too many characters, and the first treatment was finally finished in May of 1986. Sam Hamm was brought in to finalise the screenplay, and he opted to not use an origin story like in the first Superman film, but rather flashbacks. So therefore, unlocking the mystery would become a part of the storyline, and the audience are taken along on the journey with the characters. He stated, "You totally destroy your credibility if you show the literal process by which Bruce Wayne becomes Batman." Sorry, Nolan.
Don't get personal.
Vicky Vale replaced Silver SoundCloud, Dick Grayson only had a mere cameo, and the script was finished in October of 1986. However, Warner Brothers was suddenly less willing to move forward despite their enthusiasm for the script, which Bob Kane himself even loved. The screenplay was pretty much forgotten about until Burton's iconic Beetlejuice was released, and then it was suddenly brought up again. Michael Keaton was announced as the lead, which caused a huge outrage considering he was a comedic actor, as opposed to Bill Murray and Adam West.
Shut up.
Bob Kane himself was even brought in as a creative consultant for the film to try to reassure fans of their intent, but it really didn't calm their nerves. Before Keaton was named, an insane list of actors were considered for the part of the Caped Crusader. As well as the aforementioned Bill Murray, there was Mel Gibson, who had to turn it down to star on Lethal Weapon 2, Kevin Costner, Charlie Sheen, who was deemed too young for the part, Tom Selleck, Harrison Ford, Dennis Quaid, Alec Baldwin, Al Pacino, John Hurt, Jeff Bridges, Emilio Estevez, Matthew Broderick. Yeah, no.
Really?
Tom Cruise, Michael J. Fox, Chevy Chase. Yeah, bigger no. Robert Downey Jr., Kevin Spacey, Patrick Swayze, Kurt Russell, Dan Aykroyd, Arnold Schwarzenegger. That would have been hilarious.
No.
Rick Moranis. That would have been even funnier.
Why?
Kevin Bacon, James Belushi, John Travolta, Daniel Day-Lewis, Tom Hanks, Sylvester Stallone. Yeah, so we can understand Batman even less.
You're right about that.
Richard Dreyfuss, Sam Neill, Christopher Reeve. That would have been confusing.
How did you figure this out?
Kevin Kline, Bruce Willis, Bruce Payne. Get it?
Oh yeah.
Tommy Lee Jones, Kelsey Grammer, James Caan, Albert Brooks, Chris Cooper and Robbie Benson. Burton was pressured by the studio to cast a big action star, so he even approached Pierce Brosnan, who turned it down. But it's funny that Stallone was considered for this part because he actually went on record to say this about the movie. It was Batman that led to the decline of muscle-bound action stars from the 1980s, and it really changed how action films were made. It was the beginning of a new era. The visuals took over. The special effects became more important than the single person. I wish I had thought of Velcro muscles myself. I didn't have to go to the gym all those years, all those hours wedded to the iron game as we call it.
You must be joking.
The director himself wanted an unknown actor, so he asked Ray Liotta, but he also turned it down to star in Goodfellas, later admitting that he regrets doing so. It's been highly speculated that Willem Dafoe was considered for the part of the Joker, but this was proven to be false. However, he was actually considered for Batman early on. Producer John Peters suggested Keaton had the right edgy, tormented quality after seeing him in Clean and Sober, and Burton agreed. The fans were so against Michael Keaton being cast that 50,000 protest letters were sent to Warner Brothers, which actually made them heavily consider recasting him because of it. Adam West himself was actually really disappointed that he wasn't asked to reprise his role. He did, however, confirm that he was asked to play Bruce's dad, Thomas Wayne, but he turned it down. Fun fact for you, the guy who did play Thomas Wayne played the burglar in Superman the movie.
I didn't ask.
When it came down to choosing the role of the Joker, Brad Dourif, Tim Curry, David Bowie, that would have been amazing.
Dance, magic dance, magic dance, magic dance.
John Lithgow and James Woods were all considered. During his audition, Lithgow actually took Burton out of the room to try to talk him out of casting Keaton. Jesus Christ!
Do I look like I'm joking?
Burton personally wanted Brad Dourif as the Joker, but the studio refused. Others considered were Gene Kelly, Laurence Olivier, Edward James Olmos, Ernest Borgnine, Robert De Niro, Christopher Walken, Richard Gere, John Hurt, George Burns, Jeff Goldblum, Robert Englund, Vincent Price, Jack Nance and Will Sampson.
Jesus!
Robin Williams auditioned for it and basically had the part in the bag. Jack Nicholson had made some insane contractual demands, so the studio led Williams to believe that the role was his, but they specifically told Jack, if you don't do it, Robin Williams will get it, and Nicholson immediately took it. This infuriated Williams, believing that he was used as bait, and he held this grudge against Warner Brothers for years. He was even offered the part of the Riddler in Batman Forever, but he turned it down and refused to work with them again in any movie until they finally apologized. Sean Young was cast as Vicky Vale, but was injured in a horse riding accident and had to be replaced by Kim Kim. Robert Wall was cast as Vicky's colleague Alexander Knox, who gets friend-zoned throughout the film. Though Steve Martin, Gene Wilder, every member of Monty Python, Rowan Atkinson, John Neville, Simon Cowell, Patrick Stewart, Ian McKellen, Dudley Moore, Phil Collins, Nathan Lane, Martin Scorsese, Jeffrey Blake, Woody Allen, Mickey Rooney, Brian Doyle Murray, Charles Nelson Riley, Sterling Holloway, Whit Bizzle, Paul Stewart, Keenan Wynn, Russell Means, Gert Frobe and Daniel Stern were also considered for the part. He was actually supposed to die at the hands of the Joker, but they liked his character so much they spared him. Billy D. Williams was picked as Harvey Dent because Burton wanted an African-American Two-Face in a later film. Yeah, good call on that one.
Shut up.
Kiefer Sutherland was approached to play Robin, but he turned it down, assuming that it was going to be just as campy as the Adam West series. And the aforementioned Michael J. Fox, who would have been perfect by the way, was also considered, but the character was completely cut out when finalising the script. There's a scene where the Joker holds a parade and starts killing people. In the original script, he was going to shoot a float holding the flying Graysons, murdering his family. Robin would then don his costume at the end of the film to lead into the sequel.
What if we say no?
When casting Bruce's butler Alfred, many were considered, including Peter Donat, Leonard Nimoy, Orson Welles, Barry Primus, Bruce Dern, Cesar Romero, Danny Thomas, Dick Van Dyke, George G. Scott, Jim Varney,
know what I mean?
Peter Ustinov, Roy Cornier, Alex Rocco, Rod Steiger, Sterling Hayden, Richard Hayden, and Dick Shaw. Michael Keaton was worried that Batman's secret identity would be too easy to identify, so he included contact lenses and other ideas to hide it. Keaton also came up with the idea to deepen his voice, which is now iconic for the character, and he came up with the famous line,
I'm Batman.
Yep. The original line was, I am the knight. Yeah, that sucks. Sounds like an aggressive game of chess.
I like it a lot.
The original script had the Joker kill Vicky Vale, sending Batman into a vengeful rage, but it was rewritten without Burton's knowledge, though he had no real gripes with it. The film was actually slammed for being too dark. Many criticised Burton for focusing more on the Joker than Batman. Nerdy virgins everywhere slated the fact that the Joker killed Bruce's parents, whereas in the comic books, Joe Chill is the one who did it. It's weird because Batman creator Bob Kane himself not only had no problems with this change, but he admitted that if he had created the Joker at the time that he wrote the death of Bruce's parents, he would have done the exact same thing. It was Burton's idea to have the Joker murder Wayne's parents. The writer's strike was going on and Tim had the other writers do that. I also hold innocent to Alfred letting Vicky Vale into the Batcave. Fans were ticked off with that and I agree. That would have been Alfred's last day of employment at Wayne Manor. Yeah, that's actually ridiculous. Like, Vicky has some suspicions, and then Alfred's just like, come on in, Vicky, look, he's Batman, woohoo! And he does it again. He does it in Batman Forever with Robin. He does it in Batman and Robin with Barbara. Just, Alfred's lonely. He just invites people in. He needs friends. The songs that Prince wrote for the film were slated for being out of place, and even Tim Burton himself stated, I liked parts of it, but the whole movie is mainly boring to me. It's okay, but it was more of a cultural phenomenon than a great movie. The reason I think Batman is better than The Dark Knight is simply because it feels more like a Batman movie. The set designs are gorgeous, the musical score by Danny Elfman captures the feeling of the comic perfectly, but furthermore, Batman actually comes across as this scary as shit anti-hero vigilante. Christian Bale just came across as a dude in a costume, and the film just felt like a generic action movie. Here, he looks like he could actually be supernatural. He's scary as shit. Also, props to Michael Keaton for acting in that costume. Not only could he barely move in the outfit, but he also couldn't hear. He was having to act without hearing.
What?
The fact that Burton wasn't a fan of the comics really does show because he takes everything literally. Oh, he's the Penguin? Give him some penguins. Oh, Catwoman? Here, she's got some cats. Oh, he's Batman? Not only does he have bats, but he hangs upside down as Bruce Wayne with Vicky Vale in the same room. Oh, he's a great job at keeping your secret identity, mate. All acting performances are great. The fact that Keaton didn't look the part only made him more perfect. You wouldn't suspect he's a superhero. That's the whole point. Now, Jack Nicholson, I actually think was a better Joker than Heath Ledger. Just hear me out. Just hear me out.
Wait till they get a load of me.
Now, I think Ledger put forth a better acting performance, but Nicholson was actually better in this particular role. He was a better Joker. He was scary, intimidating, demented, but also funny like the Joker's supposed to be, which I never really got with Ledger. He'd parade around doing psychotic things whilst having the time of his life, and you can't help but laugh along with him. Who else could dance around a museum to Prince whilst ruining art and still come across as menacing? He also has some of the best lines of the entire franchise's history.
I've been dead once already. It's very liberating. You should think of it as therapy.
The direction is great. Some of these shots only make it even scarier and set the dark and uncomfortable tone impeccably well. When Gordon sees that Batman is real, it's such a great moment. It really does have some of the best sets I've ever seen. After Jack gets deformed, he's kept in the dark for a while and is only slowly revealed. It's all so creepy and has you on the edge of your seat. It really does. Even the scenes without the Joker, the comedy throughout is great.
It's Japanese.
How do you know?
Because I bought it in Japan.
The third act is tremendous and continues to have you involved in the action, anticipating every move. It's honestly riveting and exciting stuff. During this mugging, not only is her scream hilariously bad, but Batman just watches it so he can then chase the villains down. Couldn't he have just stopped it? Bruce uses his cameras to spy on Gordon's conversation at one point. I mean, his security cameras can pick up audio that is nowhere near them. Before Jack gets acidified, Batman vanishes and again proceeds to just watch someone get shot instead of jumping in for the save. You know, Batman, you're a bit of a useless hero. Why the hell does Batman use a smoke pellet when we can still clearly see him? It looks so funny. They would never know where I went. Amazingly, we don't even find out about Bruce's parents for over half the film.
There's nothing in these files, no photos, no histories, no nothing. Who is this guy?
The richest guy in Gotham, and nobody knows about his parents. Nobody knows about his past. Right here, Joker and his goons shoot loads of people in public. How does Bruce get missed? I mean, if they stopped firing. Why did they stop firing? They shoot everybody else. And why does he even take back the photos? He wants people to talk about him and tell their friends about him, but he doesn't want any photographic evidence. Now, there's a scene where the Joker goes to Vicky's place while Bruce is there, and he reveals a shocking secret. How does nobody know who he is? He looks exactly the same.
And in fact, there's loads of scenes where he doesn't even have the Joker makeup on and still nobody recognises him. And actually, why does it matter if people know who he is? Why is it, oh, I know who you are, I'm going to tell the police. He's walking around as the Joker killing people anyway. This is completely pointless. It doesn't matter if they know who he is. There's even a scene where he reveals where he's going to be to hand out loads of money at the parade. And the police aren't even there waiting for him, ready to arrest him. Now, there is kind of an explanation for this.
I promised that, remember?
There was actually another scene written where the Joker took out the entire police force with some poison, but it was never filmed. And because it was never filmed, it doesn't count, and this is a valid plot hole. Moments later, though, Michael Keaton suddenly turns into Beetlejuice.
Now you want to get nuts? You bunch of losers!
By the way, Joker going to see Vicky? Completely pointless. Yeah, he shows up, taunts her, bruises her, and gets shot, but somehow blocks it with this tray that would never be able to block a goddamn bullet, by the way. And then he leaves. There was literally no reason for him to have visited this place whatsoever. And here we have a line that is so bad, it is on par with episode 2, Attack of the Clones.
I just gotta know, are we gonna try to love each other?
I thought that we had decided not to fall in love.
And no, you're not going to love each other very well because you're not even going to be in the next film, love. Oh, and for a series that tries to claim Batman never kills people, he drops a grenade thing here, blowing up a warehouse full of people. Also, as great as Keaton is in this film, right here, he just looks like a fat kid who's watching somebody eat their food right in front of him. You want some of these? You want some of this? Can't have them. They're mine.
Smells like gas. He's going to kill everybody!
Yes! Yes, he is. Yeah, he's the Joker. Why are you surprised? He's been killing people this entire movie.
He stole my balloons!
Well, there's a line you wouldn't expect from Batman's most dangerous villain. Oh look, Batman clearly not killing people again right here. Awesome. Despite some silly moments and not following the source material correctly, it's a damn good watch. Memorable performances, even more memorable sets and music. I do actually wish they kept in the Robin cameo and ending, preferably with Michael J. Fox in the role, as I feel it would have added something to the film that was missing. But regardless, it's still an iconic one for the ages and one of the best the franchise has to offer.
Now this is a story all about how a kid called Trey's life was flipped upside down, and I'd like to take a minute, just listen real good. I'll tell you how he became a prince of a town called Inglewood.
You're a prince, you know that? You're a prince. I'm the king.
In South California, born and raised in the hood was where he spent most of his days. Chilling out, smashing and kicking some balls, mouthing off to adults, acting like the fool when a couple of pricks were up in the way. So he gave him a taste and he punched them in the face. He got in one little fight and his mum got scared and said, "You move all Lawrence Fishburne," and I really do not care.
Boys in the Hood is a 1991 gangster crime film directed by John Singleton in pretty much his only huge success. Not only featuring the on-screen movie debut of hip-hop icon Ice Cube as well as Morris Chestnut, but it features Cuba Gooding Jr. in a mind-blowing performance, Lawrence Fishburne, who's always wonderful, and a story that really set the boundary when it came to portraying African-American culture in filmmaking or even showing life in the hood in general. If not for this movie, there would not have been an 8 Mile or a Get Rich or Die Trying. Director John Singleton wrote the screenplay semi-biographically as he grew up in South Central Los Angeles. Shockingly, Columbia Pictures wanted somebody else to direct. Singleton's response was simply, "Hell no, I'm not going to let somebody else from Idaho or Encino direct a movie about living in South Central Los Angeles. They can't come in here and cast it and go through the rewrites and know exactly what aesthetics are unique to this film." So after having his son move in with him, Fishburne now has the duty of teaching him responsibility. We skip 7 years later and I really have to pull the trigger here. Now, how old do you think Cuba Gooding Jr. is supposed to be?
Well, I looked into it. 16. Okay.
Look, this is a great movie, but this is just something I cannot ignore. These kids are supposed to turn into these guys in just 7 years? So, Trey was originally played by Daisy Arnaz Hines II, who was 9 at the time. 7 years later, and he's played by 23-year-old Cuba Gooding Jr. None of these actors are viable to be playing the kids just 7 years later. And of course, Lawrence Fishburne hasn't aged a bit as his father. Why? Because in real life, he was only 6.5 years older than Cuba Gooding Jr. Anyway, Trey's friends consist of Doughboy, played by Ice Cube.
And just how long do you think it's gonna be before Ice Cube says those 2 words that he adores so much?
Domino, motherfuckers.
Never disappoints.
Doughboy's brother Ricky, played by Morris Chestnut, but the main focus is Cuba Gooding Jr. as Trey. He's clearly the outcast and distances himself from the violent side of things until his friend Ricky is brutally shot down. He seeks revenge until his dad talks him down, but he sneaks out anyway before changing his mind once again. Ice Cube follows through and avenges his brother's death, admitting that he knows his time is near, which is evident. Ricky himself seems to amend his past as a thug and applies for college. We don't find out until after his death that he actually passed his SATs and would have been accepted. For the record, this movie, like many others, don't call them SATs, they call them the SAT test.
Which annoys me, because SAT stands for Scholastic Aptitude Test, which means they're saying he took his Scholastic Aptitude Test. That's like saying for your FYI.
Lawrence Fishburne and Cuba Gooding Jr. had great chemistry, and the relationship as father and son is truly beautiful. You can really sense the connection, making this scene that more heartbreaking when he talks him down. This performance is truly incredible. Where the hell was his Oscar nomination? Ice Cube was Singleton's first choice as Doughboy. He approached him at a concert, but the rapper was a little reluctant to pursue acting. Thank God he changed his mind. The filmmaker even wanted members of the rap group, the NWA, to play his gang. But, well, a little beef you might have heard about took place, making it rather difficult. Will Smith was considered for the role of Trey, but turned it down due to his Fresh Prince schedule, but as great as Smith is, I just can't picture anybody nailing this role better than Gooding. Speaking of which, what is Cuba Gooding Jr.'s secret? He looks the same age here in 1991 than he does in Rat Race in 2003.
The dude just stays 16 forever.
Eddie Murphy was also considered for the role of his father, but ultimately didn't get it. To maintain a sense of realism, the director didn't even inform the actors when gunshots were going to sound, which is a really clever way to keep their reactions genuine. The movie, despite being a gangster crime film, really hits home with deep and intense and well thought out messages.
I know every time you turn on the TV, that's what you see. Black people selling the rock, pushing the rock, pushing the rock. Yeah, I know. But that wasn't a problem as long as it was here. Wasn't a problem until it was in Iowa, and it showed up on Wall Street where there are hardly any black people.
There's also a black cop who racially bullies Trey for most of the film. This was to show that black people can actually be prejudiced against their own skin colour, and it really is an eye-opener. I do find it odd that no one, authority-wise, seems to give a damn about people being shot up every week. Unfortunately, I can't rip on the movie for this because it's entirely realistic.
Shit, if you want to get away with murder, all you gotta do is shoot somebody in the head and put a demo tape in their pocket.
Little Chris, tell this fool I ain't gonna take his ball. I got enough money to buy me 100 balls.
Just not enough money to buy a shirt.
This backhand clearly doesn't hit him. Why is this dude sucking on this? Just why? Does he use a stroller as well? I also find it weird that Lawrence Fishburne up front asks his son if he's had any pussy. Who the hell asks their son if they've gotten laid? Furthermore, Cuba goes into detail about the story. Who the hell talks to their parents so openly about sex? He even claims he lost his virginity and lasted over 20 minutes.
Ha! Not possible, okay? It's not possible to last 20 minutes your first time having sex. Ask any guy. As soon as you put it in, sprinkler. Right? Not possible. Can't be done. Can't be done. 20 minutes. Ha! I'm not gonna go 20 minutes now.
It turns out he lied, but his dad doesn't even call him out on that crock.
Never thought I'd be crying in front of a female.
Who cries in front of other people? What a pussy!
I hate myself. This isn't for attention, this is to vent because I have no one else to talk to.
Hey, where'd you get that?
What you did is no different from what mothers have been doing from the beginning of time. It's just too bad more brothers won't do the same. But don't think you're special.
Oh yeah. Single mum raises a kid on her own. Praise! Praise! Father's Day comes along and everyone's like, congratulations, well done to all the single mums who are also a father. But where's all the credit? When a dad does it, does anyone say, oh no, oh credit, happy Mother's Day, father. No credit, because men are all dicks who walk out on the kids, right?
What the hell is this guy wearing? Here, his dad asks him to rake up some leaves on the front lawn, despite other shots showing that there's no trees around their house, so where the hell did they come from?
But who cares when it has amazing lines like this?
Yeah, you act like I ain't never had no barbecue before. The ladies eat. Hoes gotta eat too.
Wait a minute, nigga. Who you calling a hoe? I ain't no hoe.
Oops. I'm sorry, bitch.
And this.
Doughboy.
Got some blow, got some rock?
Get the fuck out my face!
The scene where Ricky gets gunned down is actually beautifully told. There's no audio other than the gunshots, and the slow motion really adds to the drama. It's wonderfully done, and despite some silly lines here or there and unlikely character moments, it made a huge impact in African American cinema, and it's definitely worth checking out. Roald Dahl, British author of Norwegian descent, was born on September 13th, 1916 and passed away on November 23rd, 1990. Throughout his incredible career, he sold over 200 million copies worldwide and created some of the most beloved and successful children's stories of all time. Arguably, his most treasured came into our worlds in 1964, titled Charlie and the Chocolate Factory. The idea for an on-screen adaptation began when director Mel Stewart's 10-year-old daughter loved the novel so much she asked her father to make a movie out of it.
Give it to me. Now.
She also wanted Uncle Dave, David Wolper, to produce it. Wolper just so happened to be in talks with the Quaker Oats Company at the time regarding a method to introduce a new candy bar. He managed to persuade them to buy the rights to the book despite having no previous film experience whatsoever. Mel Stewart originally didn't want it to be a musical until he was convinced by producers pointing out the pure success of Mary Poppins and the Wizard of Oz. It was agreed that it would be a musical and that Roald Dahl himself would even have the power to write the screenplay. At the time of production, the Vietnam War was at its peak and the North Vietnamese were often referred to as Charlies. Because of this, studio executives feared that the title would steer audiences away. Thus, it was renamed Willy Wonka and the Chocolate Factory.
It's a lot of nonsense.
Slugworth was also a very minor character in the book, but was expanded upon in the movie in order to advance the plot. Joel Grey was the first choice for the role of Willy Wonka, but was considered not physically imposing enough. Ron Moody was then approached, and admittedly, I think he would have been absolutely brilliant, but he turned it down. Roald Dahl himself wanted Spike Milligan, and even had Peter Sellers beg for the part. John Pertwee even rejected the offer to star in Doctor Who, and all 6 members of Monty Python had expressed interest, but they were all thought to have not been big enough names for an international audience. Fred Astaire had shown interest in playing Wonka, but it was never brought to the attention of either Mel Stewart or David Wolper. However, it's a good thing because Stewart claims he wouldn't have been able to see Wonka as a 72-year-old man anyway, and even Michael Crawford was considered. Carry On stars Sidney James and Kenneth Williams also showed interest, and Dudley Moore, Don Lane, and Peter Cook were also considered. Frankie Howard was forced to turn it down also due to conflicting schedules from Up Pompeii and The Chastity Belt. Eventually they held auditions, and as soon as Gene Wilder entered the room, before he even spoke a word, Mel Stewart claimed he didn't even need to see anybody else. He knew that he had found his Wonka. However, Gene Wilder said he would only accept the role if he was granted the very first scene that we actually see him in.
You're always making things difficult.
He sports a fake limp, leading to the applause dying down before doing a flip back to his feet. When asked why, Wilder explained, "So from that moment on, nobody will know if I'm ever telling the truth or not." His acting was so convincing that Julie Dawn Cole, who played Veruca, was actually concerned that he had legitimately hurt his leg, possibly postponing filming. When he flips back up, her reaction was as real as the audience's.
But it's the only way if you want it just right.
Sammy Davis Jr. had expressed interest in playing the Candyman.
Surrender to me now.
Not that one, but was rejected because Mel Stewart felt like a major star playing such a minor role would ruin the reality of the film. Regardless, the Candyman song became a frequent in Davis's show for many years to come. Jean Stapleton was the first choice to play the mother of Mike TV, but she turned it down to star in All in the Family. Ryan Murphy was approached for the role of Mr. Salt, and Jim Backus was also a choice but was considered too recognisable. Mark Lester auditioned for the role of Charlie but got turned down because of his high-pitched singing voice. Yeah, well. The film follows Charlie Bucket, played by Peter Ostrom, a poor little child who lives with his mother and 4 grandparents who are incapable of getting off of their arse and leaving the bed. Sounds like my ex. He hears stories about a wonderful candy maker named Willy Wonka who was forced to shut his chocolate factory down due to spies stealing his ideas. However, as luck would have it, just after Charlie hears this story, Wonka comes out of the woodworks and unleashes a brand new competition to the entire world. He has hidden 5 golden tickets inside Wonka bars across the planet. The winners will be granted a tour of his factory as well as a lifetime supply of chocolate. We meet Augustus Gloop, Veruca Salt, Violet Beauregard, and Mike TV, a kid from Arizona who's addicted to television. And his last name is literally TV. It's really odd because everybody seems to marry somebody with almost the exact same names as themselves.
Grandpa George, Grandma Georgina, Grandma Josephine, Grandpa Joe.
You're going to be very unpopular around here, Henry, if you don't deliver soon.
It breaks my heart, Henrietta.
There's a 5th winner, but it turns out to be fake, and Charlie then finds the final one. And of course, this means that Grandpa Joe has miraculously healed and can now walk, run, sing, and dance.
I've got a golden ticket.
No, Charlie does, you selfish cunt. They all then go on the tour, craziness ensues, kids get picked off one by one like a damn horror movie because of their own incompetence before leaving Charlie. There's a very clever twist at the end which we'll get onto in a minute, but the movie really set the standards for not only musicals but book adaptations and children films in general. This response, however, differed from the author Roald Dahl's initial response. He completely loathed the movie and disowned it completely. Allegedly, Dahl himself failed to meet deadlines, so David Seltzer had to make several rewrites and the majority of the screenplay was all on him. The author claimed he was disappointed because the movie placed way too much emphasis on Willy Wonka and not enough on Charlie. He also continued to remain bitter about Gene Wilder being cast instead of Spike Milligan, and he was also infuriated at some of the script edits. He hated the fizzy lifting drink scene, probably because, although it does appear in the book, Charlie never broke the rules and drank them, and was fuming about Slugworth becoming a main character just so they could have a villain. It's fitting because Gene Wilder himself felt the same way about the Tim Burton version and refused to watch it for years. Once he finally did, he called it a disgrace. Roald Dahl was so angry with the picture that he refused the studio to make the second movie. The screenwriter had an idea for a completely original sequel, but copyright issues made it impossible. Dahl apparently refused to ever watch the entire movie. He stayed at a hotel once and claimed that he switched it on by accident on the television before switching over as soon as he realised what he was actually watching. However, in the behind the scenes footage on the DVD, there's photographic proof of a very happy looking Roald Dahl visiting the set and even attending the movie's premiere. There were things put in that weren't from the book, and certain things were dropped just for storytelling purposes and what was felt needed at the time. Without the subplot of Slugworth or the twist at the end, I just feel like the movie would have been missing something. Gene Wilder brought to life one of the most magical and mysterious characters of many of our childhood. I doubt anyone could have performed this role better than him. During the famous boat scene, he was the only one who knew what was going to happen. The actors' reactions are genuine fear, especially Denise Nickerson who played Violet. They genuinely thought that Wilder had actually gone insane from being in the tunnel for so long. His acting was that good. This also possessed the only song lyric from the book. Everything else was written specifically for the movie. Wilder claimed that he had loads of fun working with the child actors, most of which had genuine reactions. For instance, when they first entered the chocolate room, it really was their first glimpse, so their excitement is real. Although he claimed Paris Semen, who played Mike TV, was a handful. Denise Nickerson, who played Violet, and Julie Dawn Cole, Veruca, both had a crush on Peter Ostrom, who played Charlie. During filming, the girls would actually alternate days which they could spend time with him. Gay! I must admit, this movie really shows that minor characters can sure as hell have a huge impact. Charlie's teacher, played by David Batley, is only in 2 scenes and he's incredible.
I don't know, sir.
Of course you don't know. You don't know because only I know. If you knew and I didn't know, then you'd be teaching me instead of me teaching you. And for a student to teach his teacher, it's presumptuous and rude.
If not for Wilder, he would have stolen the show. One thing I much prefer in the original is that the characters are far more interesting. The remake focused too much on giving Wonka a... The comedy is brilliant, and they treat the Wonka search like it's life or death. It's so dramatic, it's hilarious. The kids were also bland and boring and had very little to them. This version, although minor stereotypes, they're a thrill to watch and actually had substance to them. Charlie is a very likeable character, and you really want him to succeed and be able to support his family. You believe in him, and it's a really beautiful message that you can achieve anything if you dream hard enough.
Except for when you dream for YouTube subscribers.
It's your husband's life or your case of Wonka bars.
How long will it give me to think it over?
The pacing is excellent. Twice we see Charlie open a ticket to find nothing, so you expect him to find it the second time around, and it's perfect storytelling. The songs pop up when they're needed, and they don't live out their welcome. They're very well done, very well written, very well sung, and very, very memorable. The Oompa Loompas are timeless and really a highlight, with great messages for kids and catchy songs for everyone to sing along with. However, the actors who played the Oompa Loompas were actually known for hard partying, often taking limousines together to the club. At the end, Wonka refuses the lifetime supply of chocolate because of their misbehaving antics earlier before Grandpa Joe snaps at him. Wonka fights back and loses his shit. The actors of Grandpa Joe and Charlie were not informed of this beforehand. Their reactions are genuine. Wilder and Peter Ostrom had become really good friends during filming, so Gene really wanted to tell him beforehand to let him know that he was just acting, but the director forbade it to maintain his real reaction. However, it was all a test. When everyone won their ticket, Slugworth sends them in to steal his everlasting gobstopper. After Wonka's outburst, Grandpa Joe promises to give it to him, but Charlie refuses and gives it back. It turns out it was all a setup, and Wonka gives Charlie the entire factory as a reward to continue after he's gone. He's such an endearing character, and I really can't understand how Depp perceived it any better, making him mean to children, which wasn't in the book. Willy Wonka was only mean when the kids were little shitbags in an envelope sent by Adam Sandler. Wilder had a certain charm to him. He was so enchanting, and he had so many memorable lines and comedy value.
Don't just stand there, do something!
Help. Police. Murder.
What is this, Wonka? Some kind of fun house?
Why, having fun?
Okay, so here, Charlie pretends that he's won the ticket to excite his family.
I got it!
Where?
told you, didn't I?
Yeah, I would have punched the little shit upside the fucking head.
Okay, so Slugworth seems to just constantly show up whenever a kid wins a ticket and just so happens to know exactly where they are. I always found this weird, but apparently a subplot that was dropped from the film was that Wonka set the entire thing up so he'd know exactly where each ticket would be. Despite this concept being cut, it's viable, especially with hints such as his boat towards the end of the film not having nearly enough seats for all of the kids, so he knew a bunch of them would fuck up. It also explains...
Stop! It says the 1st of October, that's tomorrow.
What are the fucking odds?
It also probably explains how every single kid selected has some kind of connection with every single room they just happen to see on the tour. I do have to agree with Roald Dahl to an extent about one thing. It seems very out of character that Charlie and Grandpa Joe ridicule Violet for not listening to Willy Wonka.
Why doesn't she listen to Mr. Wonka?
Because, Charlie, she's a nitwit.
But moments later, just the very next scene, they don't listen to him and drink the fizzy lifting drinks. It was put in to add more suspense and drama, but it makes no sense from a character's perspective other than to lead into Wonka's outburst later. It is completely nonsensical and things that these characters just would never have done. But like I say, this was a magical gem when I was a child, and it still holds up to this day as one of my all-time favourites and a classic masterpiece. Thank you, Gene Wilder, and rest in peace.
Hello and welcome to another glorious Mother's Day! I'm not confused. In the UK, we have Mother's Day in March because we're not complete weirdos. And I thought it'd be a nice treat to review a classic film about mothers and to review it with my own mum. So here she is. Hi, Mum. You okay?
Pay me back, you pissworm!
Okay. Terms of Endearment tells the story of Aurora Greenway, played by Shirley MacLaine. She sadly loses her husband and becomes a controlling mother to her child Emma, played by Deborah Winger. However, Emma soon wishes to escape her mother's overbearing nature by quickly marrying Flap. No, seriously, that's his real name.
His father says he's a real wart.
What?
A carbuncle, a blister, a festering pustule of malignant ooze.
Played by Jeff Daniels, and they start having babies. The film doesn't really have a very strong narrative. Emma and her family endure issues while her mother is being chased by Danny DeVito and Jack Nicholson, but despite their issues, they always remain close and power through absolutely everything together. Although it's based on the 1975 Larry McMurtry novel of the same name, director James L. Brooks tweaked some of the characters. In the book, Garrett, played by Nicholson, wasn't even in it. Brooks created him, originally with Burt Reynolds in mind for the part, but he turned it down, though Reynolds later admitted that he was a complete idiot for doing so. James Garner was then approached, but also rejected the offer. The role of Emma's best friend Patsy was offered to Kim Basinger, but she turned it down to star in The Man Who Loved Women instead. Oh hey, that film must be about me, The Man Who Loved Women.
Are you a pig?
Well, no, but...
Do I allow pigs in my house?
The character of Emma was originally going to be played by Sissy Spacek, but she turned it down. Real-life mother and daughter Janet Leigh and Jamie Lee Curtis were considered for Aurora and Emma at one point, and Jodie Foster was offered the part of the latter but had to turn it down due to her studies. Ironically, despite the premise of the film being the unity of mother and daughter, Shirley MacLaine and Deborah Winger did not get along during production. They found it a very tough shoot working together and very chaotic with a whole lot of tension. This was also during the time when Deborah Winger was actually fighting a cocaine addiction, and it even led to her and Shirley MacLaine having a shoving match at one point. They did, however, love working with Jack Nicholson, though MacLaine admitted he is very crazy, but it really worked for their performance. In fact, Nicholson and MacLaine would both very often show up to the set almost completely naked as a joke and improvise a lot of their scenes.
Much too good for children.
Mum!
Scrumptious.
But it wasn't just Nicholson. James L. Brooks reportedly liked to play mind games on set to mess with the cast and would terrorise them to keep them on their toes. MacLaine allegedly drove to the airport during production at one point, determined to quit. Right away, Shirley MacLaine's character of Aurora is already a questionable mother.
Rudyard, she's not breathing.
Honey, she's sleeping. The baby's sleeping.
No. Rudyard, it's crib death.
She's very calm considering her baby isn't breathing.
They're all mistakes, children. Filthy, nasty things. Glad I never was one.
And the film doesn't hang around, it immediately gets going. Straight away, Emma is about to get married and her mother waits for the day before the wedding to say that she doesn't like her fiancé and thinks that she's making a terrible mistake. Way to leave it for the last minute. She never says why. I mean, I guess the message is, you know, Mama always knows best. If your mama don't like him, there's something wrong. To be fair, growing up, it's clear that Aurora was lonely after losing her husband, and due to that became overbearing and clingy towards her own child. So it makes sense that she's now terrified of losing her to a man and tries to sabotage him. And then we meet Jeff Daniels, who looks about 10.
I feel so totally good about us. I hope I get pregnant tonight.
That would be nice.
It's your wedding night! Chill out, you've still got time!
My idea of a perfect house is one in which there are no children at all.
So why did you have so many of your own then? Oh, and if my girl made these sounds as I went down on her?
Here comes the bride.
Yeah, I'd be leaving her ass.
You!
What?
Sell me a lemon!
Okay. It's 50p, please.
Who's that short gentleman?
The guy with that stupid haircut!
You know him? DeVito's accent is so southern in this too, so it takes a while to get used to it. But he keeps trying to pork Aurora, which is as cringy as it sounds. But anyway, they move away as Jeff Daniels has a new job, and it's treated all emotionally, despite, at least at this point, us just seeing Aurora being nothing but a complete bitch. I mean, Emma's also leaving her best friend Patsy, who she's always promised to be best friends with and for their children to be best friends, but that's just completely shoved to one side. And they also have no care for seatbelts, yeah, brilliant. But during Emma's absence, Aurora takes a liking to her quite rude neighbor.
You know, there's something about your manner. It's like you're trying to toy with me.
No, that's just Jack Nicholson. Why is everyone trying to bang this woman? Danny DeVito's all over her, and then Jack Nicholson comes along and says, oh yeah, Aurora, you're so sexy. Come here and let me tap your butt.
Butt? Did you say butt?
Yeah.
My butt was the most scrumptious butt in the entire world.
Oh, Mum! But weirdly, their kid has this dramatic moment where he takes off his coat and walks outside with a bit of string and just sits on the porch. Now, I get it, don't get me wrong. It's symbolising his loneliness and his isolation from his parents. But it's built up all dramatic like something horrible is about to happen to him. And then it doesn't. And then it's never mentioned again. It's just bizarre. But Emma starts to fear that her fella is cheating on her and tries to get it out of him. And this acting and dialogue is incredible and deserves all of its recognition.
If you are doing something, and you're trying to make me feel crazy because I'm bearing our child, then you may have just sunk to a point so low that you will never recover.
And the messed up thing is, in the book, it was even worse. Because he cheated with her best friend Patsy. What the hell? The film does do a great job of being relatable, as Emma takes the kids shopping, but unfortunately loads of crazy people bought out all of the toilet paper. I mean, she doesn't have the money to pay. She's anxious and starts taking items off of the bill, hoping people won't notice, until John Lithgow steps in to pay for the rest. Uh-oh everybody, be warned, we have a nice guy on the loose, a nice guy, code red, code red!
Not bad, huh?
For real though, we've all been here and it's heartbreaking to see as we grow to empathise with Emma throughout the entire movie. This is when Aurora gets depressed about her age and decides she wants Jack Nicholson's dick. But the issue is, he hit on her and asked her out years ago in the film's timeline, and they make out like they've not even spoken to each other since. He doesn't even remember it.
I was curious if you still wanted to take me to lunch.
I wasn't aware that I don't know what to...
No, a few years back, you invited me to lunch.
But I must admit, Deborah Winger is absolutely adorable in this. She is so damn cute. Until she begins to cheat with John Lithgow. God damn it, Emma, I had your back. Why would you do that? Why?
Typical slothful cowardice.
But here's a shocker for you. Jack Nicholson plays a crazy, over-the-top wild man. And despite him being an arse, they make out and then he grabs a tit and ruins it. The tit grabbing wasn't scripted. Acting?
Disgusting!
But their back and forth relationship is just hilarious.
Would you like to come in?
I'd rather stick needles in my eyes.
And then they have an emotional moment where he admits he just loves insulting her. Okay. It is nice to see Aurora finally loosen up, though. Not like that!
Disgusting!
What are you talking about?
And start to enjoy herself. She's been lonely since her husband died, and now someone has shown her attention, and she's happy. But they also say that she's not had sex in ages, even though Danny DeVito's been stalking her the entire film. If you're that desperate, just bang the penguin! But it is hilarious how Aurora gets all glamoured up and ready to make love, and calls him over, but Nicholson just shows up from the pool looking like this. No effort whatsoever. All jokes aside, the film does do a great job showing that he's a poor parent and she's practically doing everything single-handedly. It is an inspiring story for mothers.
I'm lying here next to the astronaut.
Are you really? How was it?
Dude, that's your mum! I wouldn't dream of even mentioning sex in front of my mum, let alone what I'm doing in my sex life. But it is nice to see a mum so happy. But Nicholson, I guess, isn't a family man and backs away, ending the relationship. It is really cute and sweet though, as the mother and daughter bond and rekindle their relationship again. But it turns out that Emma gets diagnosed with cancer and now has a limited time left.
Tell them it's okay to talk about the cancer.
Patsy tells us you have cancer.
But how does this movie make cancer funny? You're sick. You are sick, movie. Sick. But why is Danny DeVito there? He's just randomly in the background and is never even acknowledged. I swear, his character is completely pointless in this movie and he's just trying to get some extra scenes. But it is truly heartbreaking to see Emma's health deteriorating. We've seen her character's growth over the whole film. You still love her. You can at least understand her actions and want her to get through this. So, there's just some great moments in this scene. Firstly, I will say this. These two are obviously troubled with issues. But despite their actions, they clearly still love each other.
Speak up!
As warped as that is, just hear me out. It's worth noting that during her entire cancer treatment, Emma's sideman never once visits her in the hospital. We're not even sure she even told him that she was sick, but it shows that she kept things from him. Whereas her husband visited a lot. They moved to Nebraska to, Emma believed, relocate to a new job, but it was actually to be with his new girlfriend. However, he never left Emma over it. Now, I'm not condoning being unfaithful whatsoever. They are both wrong in that aspect completely. But my point is, they both made mistakes, but always stuck together in the end. In this scene, he even wears the tie that she bought him years earlier, and it makes her so happy that he actually made that effort. They even laugh about their own mistakes. It's a nice little reconciliation moment where they just put aside their differences and for one final time resolve their issues. They try to work out where the kids are going to go after she dies, and he reluctantly agrees that her mother should get them, with him having visitation rights. And this only adds to the relationship with Emma and her mother. Her mother stays at the hospital day in and day out. Even when Emma disobeyed her and married the guy anyway, she still called and talked to her on the phone. She helped financially whenever she needed it. And here she is now taking on 3 grandchildren at the age of 50.
She's really 52.
It's just a beautifully written conclusion. And then she has to say goodbye to her kids, but her eldest is reluctant to open up and show feelings. But Emma's dialogue is perfect.
For the last year or 2, you've been pretending like you hate me. I love you very much. I love you as much as I love anybody. As much as I love myself. And in a few years, when I haven't been around to be on your tail about something or irritating you, you're gonna remember. You're gonna remember that time that I bought you the baseball glove when you thought we were too broke. You know? Or when I read you those stories. Or when I let you goof off instead of mowing the lawn. Lots of things like that. And you're gonna realize that you love me.
It's such a gut-wrenching scene, and honestly, if you feel nothing watching it, you are dead inside!
He was telling me that the Cub Scouts in Houston are the best ever.
We were never scouts. Our mother's too lazy to check it out.
Good, little bastard.
Use the rod, beat the child. That's my motto.
And fittingly, Emma takes one final look at her mother before passing away. And this is just heartbreaking. I love you, Mum!
Demented, drooling, slime-breathed little Lilliputian.
Happy Mother's Day! Oh, why is DeVito still hanging around? Someone get him out of there! The acting is on point and the story written perfectly. The characters sell it. Nicholson is hilarious, Emma is strong and independent but sometimes vulnerable and relatable. Aurora is a bit of a bitch, but you can see why. It's over 2 hours long, but to me, it never seems to drag. It meshes comedy with drama perfectly and opens up some very real themes about insecurities and self-esteem. It's just a masterpiece of cinematic brilliance.
Marion Mitchell Morrison was born on May 26, 1907 and passed away on June 11, 1979. Yes, John Wayne was actually a stage name. It does sound a lot more badass than Marion, I must admit. In 1939, Wayne's career was catapulted to fame in the John Ford picture Stagecoach, and would then proceed to star in 142 films, 83 of which were westerns. Good thing he wasn't typecast. One of these beloved westerns came on September 30th, 1948 under the title of Red River, a remake of 1935's Mutiny on the Bounty. John Wayne plays Thomas Dunson, who wants to start up his own successful cattle ranch in Texas. Along his journey he finds Groot, not that one, and Matthew Garth, played by Mickey Cunn, before skipping 14 years later, where Wayne hasn't aged whatsoever, and then played by Montgomery Clift, who looks like Dave Franco had sex with Tom Cruise. The role of Matthew Garth was originally offered to Burt Lancaster, who turned it down as star in The Killers. Montgomery Clift didn't even want to do the film in the first place. He was offered $60,000, but he showed very little interest until finally being talked into it by the director. He wasn't even entirely happy with the finished product either, slating the ending, I'll get to that, and wasn't even entirely happy with his own performance. The role of Thomas Dunson was originally offered to Gary Cooper, who turned it down, stating that the role didn't fit his image. After almost a decade and a half, Dunson and Garth, which sounds like a sequel to Wayne's World, now have a fully operational cattle ranch. The American Civil Wars disallowed their area the money to buy his beef, so they are forced to travel all the way to Missouri to find a good price. There are some subplots regarding the usual love interests, but the main focus is Dunson and Garth's relationship. During the saga, Dunson legally adopts him as his son, but it all starts to diminish until Garth and the rest of the crew cut ties with Dunson and head off on the journey without him. It all leads up to Dunson and Garth's showdown before... well, we'll get to that. The movie was actually shot in 1946, but put on the shelf and not released until 2 years later. This is due to another director, Howard Hughes, claiming it ripped off his movie The Outlaw. Because of this, many scenes were altered, redone, or cut out entirely to avoid copyright issues. The film also bears a similar resemblance to 1936's Come and Get It, so the question remains, was there anything original here? Allegedly, John Wayne and Montgomery Clift did not get along during filming and were always kept apart in between scenes. Clift was contacted later to star in Rio Bravo, but he turned it down as he refused to be reunited with John Wayne. Wayne himself claimed that Montgomery Clift was, and I quote, an arrogant little bastard. Well, do you know why it's called Red River? Because you'd rather drink menstrual blood than watch it again. I think the cinematography is brilliant and the landscape is shot very nicely. It was directed by Howard Hawks, which sounds like a goddamn superhero, and some of the shots are impressive for its time and the stampede sequences really do look beautiful. The weather filters look really nice, and despite the concept of the plot, it doesn't really get boring at any stage, nor do I feel for a 2 hour plus film that it outstayed its welcome. The story itself isn't really my cup of tea, but it still didn't have me constantly checking my watch waiting for the credits. Some of the dialogue is well written, but it doesn't have enough else to hold up the entire picture for me. The main issue is the atrocious acting. Yes, I will go as far as to say atrocious. The fact that John Ford praised John Wayne's performance astounds me, and he's not the only one. Some of the online reviews also compliment his apparent incredible acting, some saying that it holds up the entire movie. Howard Hawks even stated he's a damn good actor. He does everything and he makes you believe it.
Dunson here says he's leaving the train. Is that right, Dunson? Are you leaving?
I am.
You can't do that. You signed on. You agreed with
I signed nothing. If I had, I'd stay.
I don't like to see things go good or bad. I like them in between.
If you think I'm being harsh, John Wayne delivers every single line throughout the entire movie with this exact same manner, the exact same lack of effort or emotion. Every line, every facial expression, every body mannerism, all identical.
We're going to Missouri with 10,000 head. Take them to Missouri, Matt. Well, talk on your own time. Dan should be working. Well, there's water 3 or 4 miles on ahead. Dealer's right over there on that high ground. Well, there's no money and no work because there's no market for beef in the South. Dan was wearing checkered pants, wasn't he?
This movie, he is nothing more than a plank of wood.
I want to go on with you.
That won't do any good. Nothing you can say or do.
But please, I want to go with you.
The only time that he genuinely changes his expression is the scene where he gets a gunshot out of his hand. And even then it's not believable. He fights to the death and he's still a blank sheet of paper. It really is cringy to watch. I want to believe that he half-assed this on purpose. I want to believe that maybe he just didn't like the script and just didn't give a shit. I want to believe he walked on set and had a dozen shots of whiskey before each scene. I refuse to believe that he put forth any effort in this movie. In fact, apparently, John Wayne didn't like Montgomery Clift's performance as he played it more subtly. He thought he underplayed the role, so he decided to compete by working harder at his performance. So apparently, he tried extra hard. This is why aliens won't visit us. When Garth gets rid of him, it's a saving grace as Wayne exits the film for a short time. It's a sigh of relief because he really is that bad. Montgomery Clift as Matthew Garth is fine. He has some bad delivery, but for the most part he's passable. Groot is alright, but it's a sad state of affair when the fucking cattle are the best actors in the film. Seriously, the supporting actors are only sometimes passable, but for the most part, it's just so cringeworthy, so bad, so wooden, carried by one of the worst performances I have ever seen in my entire life. I mean, here, they clearly look like they're reading cue cards.
Hired men don't run away.
You can't keep them this war out all the rest of the tribe.
No, but we can keep this war out until Cherry gets back. Then nobody will want to run away.
Right here, his face looks like the cross between some kind of troll and a fat kid whose parents wouldn't buy him a chocolate bar at the corner store. After watching this movie, I am left with so many unanswered questions. Like, how did this movie make it into the book, and yet it's still missing Green Mile, Eternal Sunshine of the Spotless Mind, Oliver, Good Will Hunting, Misery, The Truman Show, Harry Potter, Adaptation, Face Off, Bigger, Longer and Uncut, all of them. Oh no, they didn't make it, but this pile of shit did. God, even his fucking walk is boring. It's weird that in a film with very little effort on the side of acting, when they finally come to blows, Matt just oversells everything. It looks like a goddamn cartoon. The fight itself is actually quite cool, but guess what? It only lasts 87 seconds. 2 hours of build-up and the climax is 87 seconds long. A woman interrupts the fight and reminds them that they love each other. That's literally the ending. 2 hours of character and story development, then they fight for 87 seconds. A woman shows up. Oh, by the way, you love each other? Oh yeah, so we do. Besties for life. Credits! This is the absolute worst ending to a movie I have ever seen in my entire life, bar none. Seriously, there's no effort here whatsoever, and it is the biggest cop-out in movie history. Thing is, director Howard Hawks has acknowledged public criticism on the ending. Even fans of the film have slated it, but Hawks claims the problem isn't the ending, it's actress Joanne Dru's performance in the ending. Yeah, that was the problem. You may think I'm nitpicking by only bitching about the acting, but when every line of dialogue, some of which is actually quite well written, is delivered like a 3-year-old on heroin after being in the womb of a smoking pregnant woman who prostituted herself on a street corner in Mexico while sacrificing her cervix to a satanic cult, it's quite difficult to ignore. The love stories are so bad, I consider this a more forced and random love story than Edward Scissorhands. This woman meets Matt once, then talks to him again, and now they're in love, yay! The movie was just doomed from the very beginning. During production, director Howard Hawks was hospitalized after he was stung by a centipede, Marion caught a severe case of man flu, and Joanne Dru suffered from influenza. God was trying to warn all of you that this movie was going to be a bad idea. The movie's original budget was $500,000, but ended up costing almost double that. Well, that's no surprise. The amount of sedatives and alcoholic beverages that had to be on set to get through this shit probably cost a bomb. It's a shame because I'm sure the screenplay was actually very good and it was just ruined by the on-screen performances. The film that could have been so much more but is ruined by horrendous acting that makes the Wood Chipper Massacre look like the fucking Godfather, and the first on this list that I would severely recommend you steer well away from. Closely Watched Trains is one of the best known films amidst something called the Czechoslovak New Wave, a specific kind of films from a series of Czech directors in the 1960s. Directed by Dri Menzel, the picture was based on Bohumil Hrabal's 1965 novel, then produced by Barrandov Studios, filmed in central Bohemia. I see a little silhouette. Yes, wonderful. Released on November 18th, 1966, and in the UK retitled Closely Observed Trains. Just to make it sound more British, I guess. It wasn't the first time that director Juri Menzel had adapted some of Bohemio Harabal's work, as he had already begun to do so in 1965 for his short The Death of Mr. Balthazar. The studio originally offered the project to more experienced directors such as Evald Skorm and Vera Kiloval, neither of which could actually think of a way to adapt the book to film. Menzel was then approached to make it his feature-length debut, and he and the original author worked together on the script. The film follows a young man named Miloš, a newly trained station guard during the Second World War and the German occupation of Czechoslovakia. He's a rather honest protagonist, to say the least.
A já jsem udělal dopravní kurz a bude ze mne pan výpravčí a celé město ví, že chci být výpravčím jen proto, abych jako mý předkové nic nedělal, stál s plácačkou na peronu a celý život dával ručičky od práce, zatímco ostatní musí dřít a dřít a dřít.
Miloš is a shy and quiet virgin who doesn't have much luck with the females around him. He works with a man named Hubička who is quite the ladies' man, and Miloš really admires and looks up to him. Hubička does have his way with one woman and weirdly just presses stamps all over her body. I think it's supposed to be some kind of sexual act, but it's just bizarre. Even weirder, when her mother finds out, it's suddenly a vital part of the plot. She literally takes him in front of a court because the evil man dared to put stamps all over her daughter's body. Czechoslovakia is weird. Miloš spends a night with the girl of his dreams, but unfortunately he busts a nut early before penetration and is unable to perform. In a rather dark turn, he then attempts to commit suicide the next day in a truly hard to watch scene.
Jste zdravý jako Bůh. Až moc zdravý. A když je mladý člověk moc zdravý, tak trpívá. Ejakulácio precox.
Ha ha! You hear that? Charlotte and Maxine and Claire and Tanya and Jasmine and Michaela and Katrina? Yeah, you see, it's perfectly normal. Nothing wrong with me. Happens to everyone. See? Mandy. Mandy! The doctor literally advises Miloš to think of other stuff during intercourse, and even to seek help with an experienced older woman. That's what I need to do. Any experienced older women out there who want to help a guy out?
I can teach you my ways, darling.
He finds one, gets rejected, and then finds another, and I guess it's acceptable to cheat on the love of your life if it's to gain sexual experience so you can satisfy her later. Meanwhile, their trains are being attacked, so they set up a plan to bomb the little bastards. Unfortunately, Miloš is a bit shit at hiding and... At least he didn't die a virgin. And that's literally it. He falls on the train, kablooey, credits. No conclusion, no resolution, no aftermath, just kablooey, credits. Eva Jazarova was offered the role for Zdeněka Zavata but turned it down. Karol Hoga was considered for the part of Max, and Rudolf Hrusinski for the part of Hubička. I would have just hired him for the fact that his name is Rudolf. It's a very, very strange experience to sit through, but I won't lie, it's strangely fascinating. Although some of the characters aren't too likeable, they're very, very real and relatable. I mean, who hasn't put rubber stamps on their girl's legs or ass? It has some really intense imagery as well. Miloš's dad was a hypnotist who was convinced that he could stop a tank with his mind. It didn't work. He deserved to die. Although great, the imagery is also incredibly awkward and bizarre, yet strangely entrancing. I mean, what the hell is this guy doing? And this is the most awkward kiss scene I have ever seen in my entire life. Just as you think this film can't possibly get any stranger, well, it really does. Grown adults playing kiss chase in a scene that goes on far too long, to torturing bunnies. Here, they have sex with some really patriotic music playing. God bless Czechoslovakia! The suicide scene is brilliant and so dark, but done so well. Anyone going through a tough time can really relate, but I do find it odd that nobody screams or freaks out when his body is discovered. Oh look, a dead body, oh dear. I really sympathise with this character. Well, until he cheats on his girlfriend, but his acting just leaves a lot to be desired. This train comes by, kidnaps Milosh, and leaves. Somehow, nobody hears the train arrive or leave. Is it a fucking ninja train? The thing is, after they kidnap him, one of them discovers his slit wrists and then lets him go, making it completely pointless. They kidnap him, then they let him go. They're terrorists. They kill people, but apparently terrorists have some kind of sympathy for people who attempt suicide. Like I said, the ending just seems really anticlimactic. It's strange, eerie, unique, creative, ominous, random other adjective, and certainly an entrancing watch if you really want to give it a try. No, or Nogoku, is a classical Japanese musical drama performance that has been practiced ever since the 14th century, making it the oldest major theatre art still regularly performed today. This skill was a huge influence on Onibaba, translated as Demon Hag or just The Demon, a Japanese drama horror movie released on November 21st, 1964. The movie was based on the Shin Buddhist parable Yomodoshi Nomen, translated as Bride Scaring Mask, or Nikuzuki Nomen, translated as Mask with Flesh Attached. In the original story, a mother uses a demonic-looking mask to scare her daughter from going to the temple. Her punishment would be the mask sticking to her face, and when she's finally able to remove it, it tears her flesh off in the process. The director literally made it clear that if any of the cast or crew left the project before completion, they would not be getting paid. But that kept their asses motivated. So the movie takes place shortly after the Battle of Minatoga in the 14th century during a period of civil war. The film focuses around two women, mother and daughter-in-law, played by Naboko Otowa and Jitsuko Yoshimura respectively. They randomly kill samurais and sell their armor, and then throw their bodies down a massive hole. Soon enough, the daughter falls for a man named Hachi, played by Kai Sato, who consistently feeds her his sushi roll, much to the chagrin of her mother-in-law. Meanwhile, the older lady is confronted by a samurai in a demon mask who needs her help finding his way. She wants to know what's under the mask, but he refuses to show her until the bitch tricks him. He falls down the massive hole, she comes down after him, finds the last known audience who ever tried to watch the movie Elephant, unmasks him, and finally sees his discovered grill. She then chooses to wear the mask to scare the shit out of her daughter-in-law to keep her away from Hachi, but soon finds trouble when it's cemented to her face. The younger lady then batters her face with a hammer and is then shocked when she unmasks her to see that she is all disfigured. The fuck did she expect? She then flees from her, thinking that she's a demon, before tricking her to also fall down the hole, which literally ends the entire movie there. Director Kanito Shindo claimed that the effects of the mask on those who choose to wear it are symbolic of the disfigurement of the atomic bombings of Hiroshima and Nagasaki, the film reflecting the traumatic effects of this visitation on post-war Japanese society. The mask itself also inspired William Friedkin to use a similar design for the makeup of a white-faced demon in a little film you may have heard of called The Exorcist. I feel like the movie genuinely does have a really good and solid message and delivers it quite well, that no matter what you do, there's always a consequence, and eventually karma will come back and bite you in the ass. It's a good message with, admittedly, a lot of weird but intense visuals, an astounding musical score, great performances and great shots. This scene seems like it's all choreographed to go along with the beat, and it looks like a very well done sequence. It's kind of a warped message. Hachi is a misogynistic dickweed and he gets to go. In fact, he even gets her mother-in-law after him as well. Don't get me wrong though, he may be an arsehole, but he's a very entertaining arsehole and he is the highlight of the film. The mother-in-law is scary as shit throughout, but they both do fine, but they just don't have a patch on him. Although the lead actors are all quite good, the supporting roles tend to lack. Here, the dude gets stabbed with a spear, but it looks more like he's receiving a hand job. This is the weirdest wave I've ever seen in my entire life. Here, Hachi looks down the massive deep hole and then says, if a hole that large and deep reminds you of any woman, I think you're better off single, mate. So the scene where the mother-in-law meets Hachi, it just drags on for forever. It's not even necessarily that bothers me. It is the sheer lazy writing. The entire scene is literally, please leave her alone, I need her to kill people, she'll desert me. No, we'll just be friends. I'm begging you, please, have your way with me instead. No, I'm not interested. Please, if you take her, then I'll have no one to kill with me and she'll desert me. No, we'll just be friends. I'm begging you, please, have your way with me instead. No, I'm not interested. Please, if you leave with her, then I'll have no one to kill with me and she'll desert me. Shut up! They just tiptoe around the same point and hammer it home for no reason other than to maybe pad out the running time a bit more. But the biggest travesty of all kill a dog? I had an awful dream that America remade The Grudge. It's fucking awful. Here, the audio is just so weird because it genuinely sounds like they just meshed together 3 recordings of separate screams at once. Here, the demon, I guess, chases her, but come on, is this also supposed to be taken seriously? All in all, it has some eerie moments, it causes a really chilling atmosphere, the music is very well done and adds to the drama. An interesting watch, despite some scenes that go on too long, but it's one I'd recommend checking out if you want to see a simple love story expanded upon with the addition of horror. I wrote love in quote marks in this script because, well, they even fuck in the middle of a store. Who does that? Although I enjoyed the movie, I just can't help but feel like it would have been better kept as a short film rather than a feature length. But regardless, it's an interesting viewing experience and another one I'd recommend you add to your own watch list. Faster Pussycat Kill Kill, which surprisingly is not a snuff movie or a porno, was released on August the 6th, 1965, written and directed by Russ Meyer. It follows 3 crazy go-go dancers whose names really don't matter, so we'll just call them Mrs. Tits.
Out of the way, here comes Mrs. Tits.
Blondie and Accent Lady. They start racing their cars around the California desert, as you do, until a young couple, Seth MacFarlane's father here and Linda, who was actually 16 in real life at the time, so most of her scenes in this movie are really awkward and uncomfortable to watch. They end up having harmless races against one another until Mrs. Tits gets into a fight with MacFarlane and ends up killing him. The trio then kidnap Linda and are now on the run, planning to stage her boyfriend's death, her disappearance, and then her demise as well. They come across an old man and his bodybuilder son and overhear that they have muchos money hidden away and decide to find the cash for themselves. Linda manages to escape and get a lift, but oh, what a twist. Kirk here turns out to be the old man's other son and drives her back there despite her pleas against it, although he seems different to the others. The rest of the film is her trying to get help. While Mrs. Tits tries seducing Kirk for the money, Linda escapes again, people get killed, and we get an ending that comes very close to being worse than Red River. Close, but no cigar. Susan Bernard, who played Linda, often felt friction between herself, her co-stars, and even the director. Possibly because her mother was often present on set due to her being a minor, but she was also terrified of Tura Santana, who played Mrs. Tits. The movie premiered in Los Angeles on August the 6th, 1965, and became a box office failure on first release. It was dismissed as an exploitive skin flick by the few critics who actually acknowledged its existence at all. John L. Wasserman of the San Francisco Chronicle stated, "Faster Pussycat Kill Kill has the worst script ever written." Over the years, it gained a rather decent cult following, Roger Ebert even giving it 3 out of 4 stars. See, at first glance, I was hoping that maybe I just missed something. I thought perhaps this could have been a parody of some kind, and I was just missing the humour. Maybe the acting was supposed to be bad, or the fights were supposed to be awkward, but no, the director and writers actually went out of their way to say that it is a completely original piece. They actually tried with this. The cinematography. It's done really well. The music is actually quite good. And sometimes you do genuinely feel sorry for Linda and actually want her to escape. Everything else is just so cringeworthy. The acting, the writing, even the editing.
What's your hurry, honey? He's not gonna run away.
Let's have it.
Why do you bother with her? She's a nothing but trouble. The murderers! They kidnapped me! They killed my boyfriend!
You don't have to believe it, honey. Just act it.
Jesus Christ, the acting is bad in this one. There is not a single person that I can credit for a thoroughly decent performance.
We can tell when we're not wanted.
I mean, the old man has his moments, but he's still bad overall. You only feel bad for Linda because everyone in the world seems to want her dead, except Kirk, who redeems himself at the end. Everybody else she comes across are psychotic murderers. Why does the old man and his butch son want her dead anyway? He catches Mrs. Tits eavesdropping about the money, so fuck knows why he doesn't just get Brock Lesnar here to send the bitches to Suplex City. But maybe he thinks Linda is one of them? Fair enough, but if that's the case, why does Linda not tell him? She is alone with him and says nothing. She doesn't ask for help. She's in public and doesn't try running and screaming for help. You're in public. It's not like they can do anything, you stupid bacon sandwich. In fact, now that I think about it, I'm starting to realize, no, actually, I don't feel bad for Linda because she's so fucking stupid. Her acting is bad. Everyone's acting is bad. The lead star, Mrs. Tits, who's been credited for her performance, just yells every line. It's like she thinks intensity is automatically inserted just from raising your volume.
I am tied to this chair for life.
Better you should be nailed to it! How long has she been gone? How long? One more Slider flake and it's wipeout!
Stop fucking yelling! Wait, irony. Just yelling does not make you intense or emotional. Just yelling doesn't make you a good actor. Did you take acting lessons from Will Ferrell? The editing is also so weird. They have the weirdest transitions ever.
She might just gentle down real nice with the right halter.
Like, they'll even cut to shots that seem entirely out of context and just out of place.
I'll buy you one!
Come on, or even just forced.
I'm not for talking anymore. I'm for eating. If you don't see it, we ain't got it.
These transitions are so random, they make no sense. They just come out of nowhere. The music is alright, but it just feels like a cheesy Bond movie. Except there, it's supposed to be cheesy. This wasn't a spoof of anything or deliberately hammered in. It's a genuine attempt at a good movie, and it's just strange. I mean, look at this fight choreography. There's actually a reason behind this. The director had asked his actors to not rehearse the fight sequences beforehand so it comes across more real. Did it though? Did it really? There's a reason why you need choreography, Myers, and this is it. This should be shown at film schools to show how not to shoot fight scenes. I feel awkward watching this. It's like those public pranks you see on YouTube of people doing awkward things in front of strangers to get a reaction, except they're supposed to be awkward. Therefore, you can see the humor, but they're still uncomfortable to watch. It's the awkward humor that's the charm of them. But this is like those try not to cringe challenge videos. With the exception of Linda, this film portrays females as psychotic killers. Yes, we get a bunch of movies about male murderers, but there's usually some kind of backstory or plot around it. This movie is literally just, we have a uterus and we're fucking evil. They use their tits to try to get their way, and it's completely portraying women in such a negative fashion. Mrs. Tits tries to use sex to get what she wants, and it's the guy who says no and walks off. The same happens with Blondie. What kind of universe is this? And guess how long this scene lasts? This scene that has one purpose and one purpose alone, and that is to race and have Linda's boyfriend killed and then her kidnapped. How long do you think it takes for them to wrap up that simple message? 18 minutes. I'm not even joking. They talk, they race, they talk, they race, they dance, they talk, they race, they kill, they talk for 18 motherfucking minutes! Linda's boyfriend even has a car crash and is presumed dead. And what do? Well, they fight over Linda's stopwatch, of course. And once that crap's out the way, she simply calls him and he immediately wakes up unharmed. I'll give it credit. It has the balls to put a man fighting a woman. It's probably Chris Brown's favorite movie.
You see anything interesting?
Not in this movie.
And here's where our screenplay starts to unfold right now.
Did she just accidentally read out her direction instead of a dialogue? Several times they just refer to each other as brother as well. Like, unless you're Hulk Hogan, who does that?
He was big then, even then. And he killed his mother, and he doesn't even know it. And I can't tell him or explain it.
I'll just say it directly in front of him instead. I know he's supposed to be mentally handicapped, but throughout the entire movie he understands people perfectly fine, so this makes no goddamn sense! Now, this is one of the most unintentionally hilarious scenes of all time, so brace yourself. Best movie ever. So here, Blondie dies and it's treated so emotionally. This scene gets so much screen time, it goes on for forever and it's treated like such a sad thing, but she's one of the villains. A massive bitch face, and now we're meant to feel bad? Her mate dies right after, but obviously not enough considering she fucking blinks right here. So here, she's driving a car against him and he somehow is stopping it. There's no way that he'd be able to do that. There's only one man on Earth who could possibly pull that off.
And his name is John Cena! He's gonna get in the ring and put boots to asses!
It's not even like she's toying with him. She is accelerating full force and he's still holding it back. Run left. Or right. Or any direction other than straight on. The fuck is this guy doing here? Looks like he's about to take a shit on the screenplay.
Well, she's not going anywhere.
And that's the ending, folks. That's it. Do they get out okay? Is the villain dead? Do these get together? Who cares? It's finally over.
I think there's been some mistake.
Dead Man shows the story of William Blake, played by Johnny Depp. He's an accountant from Cleveland, Ohio, who travels on a train to a new job, but it turns out that John Hurt here has replaced him already. He confronts the owner of the joint, John Dickinson, played by Robert Mitchum, who has him at gunpoint and threatens him to leave. We also find out that Blake has lost his parents recently, and this further adds to his depression as he heads off miserable. He then bumps into a woman and they instantly fall in love. Like, immediately. What the hell is it with Johnny Depp just falling head over heels in love with a woman in like a split second?
Shut up!
It was the most expensive film directed by Jim Jarmusch at the time, due to making the time period as accurate as possible, and critics responded with mixed thoughts or favourably. It's okay, I guess.
Stupid fucking white man.
I mean, the first 4 minutes are just Johnny Depp falling asleep or looking bored. Over and over and over. What's he doing? Listening to Tim Burton pitch him his new movie ideas? Weirdly, I think Crispin Glover is actually the highlight of the movie, and he's only in it for like 2 minutes. Right at the start of the film, when Johnny Depp is on the train, Glover shows up and just has this one conversation with him, and he's so creepy and menacing, I genuinely want to see more of this character.
Look out the window. And doesn't it remind you of when you were in the boat? And then later that night you were lying, looking up at the ceiling, and the water in your head was not dissimilar from the landscape. And you think to yourself, why is it that the landscape is moving, but the boat is still?
But oh no, he's not exactly welcomed to town too warmly. He's the one who's gonna ruin Willy Wonka. Oh, and John Hurt isn't in the film much either, but he is hilarious. Watch his first line in the entire movie.
Excuse me. How do you do, sir? I'm Bill Blake, your new accountant from Cleveland.
What the heck are you doing here?
You got any tobacco anywhere?
No, I don't smoke.
Oh yes, I forgot. This is a running gag for the entire movie. The entire movie.
Do you have any tobacco?
I don't smoke.
Have you got any tobacco?
Sorry, I don't smoke.
Are you sure you have no tobacco?
I've already told you I don't smoke.
That tobacco is for your wage.
I don't smoke.
What's the joke? I don't get it. I mean, it's never funny. I'm constantly waiting for a punchline to happen. It never comes. It just ends. It's just this reference and they keep bringing it up. I don't get it. What's the joke? What's the funny?
Jackass.
When the hitmen are waiting here, they just start practice pulling their guns out on a painting. Is this what cowboys do in their spare time? The Native American also just isn't interesting. You'd think for the character who saves Depp and spends most of the time with the audience, they'd make him interesting, but he is so boring. We get all of this exposition about him, but his boring monotone voice is so bland, and no movie, the guitar riffs aren't gonna get me invested no matter how hard they try.
As a small boy, I was often left to myself. So I spent many months stalking the elk people to prove I would soon become a good hunter.
I do like Johnny Depp in this though. It's a role you really wouldn't expect him in. He's a pushover, a bit of a wimp, but it works and he plays it so well.
All right, I'll go. I'd rather not, but I'll go. Beer's got. Somebody here ate all our porridge. What's the best way to get down there?
These two are arguing and I don't know why. I genuinely have no idea why. They're not talking about anything of relevance, but I find it absolutely hilarious.
If I want this one, I'll have him too, by God.
Fine. What happens if I just shoot you then, eh? What do you think about that?
You gonna shoot me?
That's right, I'm gonna shoot you.
Well, why don't you shoot me then, goddammit?
I will, I'll shoot you right now.
Come on, shoot me.
I will.
Well, quit talking about it and do it, by God.
I will.
I feel very weak.
Ah, you mean like the plot? Yeah, they clearly ran out of ideas ages ago. It's a survival revenge plot, but there is so much filler, it's unreal. Look! He steals Johnny Depp's glasses. And this guy stepping on his head looks so painfully bad. What the hell is his skull made out of? Jelly? He crushes it with no effort. Is he Thor? And I hold this movie for having one of the longest and most unnecessarily dragged out endings in history. We just get spinning shots of trees. This guy gets hit by an arrow. They randomly fade to black for no reason. Then Johnny Depp interrupts the Native American boinking. Wait, what?
Nature moss.
She's upset.
And despite Depp being an awful aim earlier, now after being shot himself, he still manages to turn around and still nail a bullet on this dude perfectly. And don't you tell me he's improved. He went from being an absolutely awful aim to Jason Statham. He hasn't had time to practice. He's an accountant. And it just keeps going. Everything's been resolved and it continues. Depp is wounded. They sail over to meet the Native Americans people. Who cares?
Who's Jack? Who tick? Who's took? What's kid?
And even Johnny Depp dying is boring. He just stares around at everything, losing life. For a long-ass time. Over and over. For crying out loud, we get it. He's dying. He's gonna croak. He's gonna be pushing up daisies. He's losing life. Get to the credits. And even when that ends, it continues. And even after he dies, we just focus on the sea with that damn guitar riff still playing. Okay, I'm wrapping up. Screw this ending.
Shut up.
It's not really bad. It just starts to disappoint majorly after the hour mark, but the first part is pretty decent. Do I think it should be in the book? No, not really. It's just sort of there, but it does have some great performances. So if you're a die-hard fan and wish to check out every Johnny Depp movie, I guess check it off your list. Other than that, I'd skip it.
Chinatown, released on June the 20th, 1974, sees private investigator Jake Gittes, played by young Jack Nicholson, being contacted by a lady claiming to be Evelyn Mulwray, wanting him to spy on her husband, suspicious that he's being unfaithful. Gittes then follows her husband and finds valid proof of an affair taking place. Once published to the papers, he is contacted by the real Evelyn Mulwray, played by Faye Dunaway, threatening a lawsuit for slander. Gittes, infuriated that it was set up by an imposter, assumes that her husband Horace Mulwray is targeted and wants to get to the bottom of it before he's found dead in a nearby reservoir. The concept of this picture began in 1971 when Robert Evans offered Robert Towne $175,000 to write a screenplay for The Great Gatsby. Towne refused, feeling like he wouldn't be able to top the brilliant novel. Instead, he asked for a mere $25,000 for his own story, Chinatown, which Evans agreed to. In the original script, no scene took place in Chinatown at all, and Gittes had several generic voiceover narrations which were all cut out, so the viewer would discover the clues at the same time as him. The film is set in 1937 and was supposed to be the first of a trilogy. The first film focused on the manipulation of a critical municipal resource, water. The sequel, which was released in 1990 under the title The Two Jakes, which sounds like a Nickelodeon sitcom, directed its attention to the natural resource of oil in the 1940s, again starring Nicholson, who even directed, but the second movie was such a commercial disaster. The third film, entitled Gittes vs. Gittes, which sounds like a shitty crossover movie, focusing on the third resource of land to be based in 1968, was ultimately cancelled and never took place.
I'm not going to make the same mistake twice.
Due to his commitment to the trilogy, however, Nicholson turned down any detective role so that Jake Gittes would be the only one he would ever portray. Although not much of the film was actually as fictional as you think. The character of Horace Mulwray was loosely based on Irish immigrant William Mulholland, the superintendent and chief engineer of the Los Angeles Department of Water and Power.
They're calling it an accident.
In the movie, Mulwray opposes the dam that John Huston's character and the city wanted for safety purposes, claiming he didn't want to repeat his previous mistake. This is referring to the real-life disaster of the St. Francis Dam, inspected by Mulholland himself on the day of its failure before midnight on March the 12th, 1928. Up to 600 people died, including at least 42 school-aged children, which ultimately ended Mulholland's career.
Give me a break, will ya?
The screenplay was specifically written with Jack Nicholson in mind, as he was a good friend with the writer at the time. The character of Gittes was named after his real-life buddy Harry Gittes. Producer Robert Evans wanted a European vision of the United States, so therefore selected Roman Polanski.
You're insane.
Peter Bogdanovich was offered the place in the director's chair but turned it down, later regretting the decision, and Mike Nichols and even Jack Nicholson himself were also offered the job before it went to Roman Polanski. Robert Evans really pushed for for him to get the position, as his last two projects, Macbeth and What? Were major disasters. He claimed that he knew Polanski would be very keen to impress and would make every effort to ensure that it was a hit, which it ended up being. However, Polanski was rather reluctant to work on this film. Just a few years earlier, his wife and unborn child were both tragically murdered in Los Angeles. He felt returning there would be a very bad decision, but he was, at the time, persuaded by the decency of the screenplay. The original ending saw John Huston's character die and Evelyn survive. The producer and director argued over it, but Polanski insisted on a tragic ending, stating, "I knew that if Chinatown was to be special and not just another thriller where the good guys triumph in the final reel, she had to die." Robert Towne later admitted that he was wrong disagreeing with Polanski, and the sad ending was the right thing to do. The character of Evelyn was possibly going to Jane Fonda or Julie Christie, but Polanski insisted on Faye Dunaway getting the part. The role was also very close to going to the producer's wife, Ali McGraw, but she lost her chance when she ended up divorcing him for Steve McQueen. However, as it seems to be the case for most masterpieces, there was a lot of drama behind the scenes. Just to run down a few, this scene was shot several times, but they just couldn't seem to get it right. Dunaway got very angry and demanded Nicholson slap her for realsies, which he did, as seen in the final film, but felt very bad doing so. Dunaway also had a lot of arguments with director Roman Polanski, so much so Polanski even ended up pulling out some strands of her hair. Another time she asked what her character's motivations were for a scene. He completely flipped and said, and I quote, "Just say the fucking words, your salary is your motivation." She wasn't the only one, however, to not get along with the director. In between scenes, Jack Nicholson liked to chillax and watch some basketball games on his television. During a heated argument with Polanski, the director decided to smash up Jack's TV set with a mop. Delightful man to work for.
Relax and I'll tell you.
In fact, he also didn't get along with screenwriter Robert Towne. He was furious when he received back the first set of scenes of the movie. Due to the success of The Godfather and I guess Polanski's own competitive nature, he wanted to give the movie a more reddish look and had it all redone. Polanski even went as far as to forcing him to sit down and make rewrites with him, and Towne was so opposed to it, arguments were constant. However, he wasn't the only pain in the ass. Allegedly, Faye Dunaway was such a diva she refused to flush her own toilet, expecting assistants to do it all for her. Polanski even once refused to allow her to go to urinate so she could finish up a scene first. She responded by pissing in a cup and throwing it in his face. Also in the film, Evelyn has a flawed iris. She even ends up getting shot in that exact same eye later on in the movie. This was in reference to the story of Oedipus, who blinded himself upon realizing his marriage was incestuous. However, this idea was almost scrapped, but Dunaway fought to keep it in the film. The difficulty arose when they struggled getting the right makeup and prosthetics to make it work. John Huston as Noah Cross was, as Robert Towne stated, after Nicholson, the second best cast actor in the film, and he made the character menacing through his courtly performance. The role was also offered to Ralph Bellamy, who turned it down, but it's fitting since Huston had already played Noah in the Bible in the beginning. Okay, so who the hell has sex like this in public? What's with this neck joke?
Who is this bimbo, Barney?
Nicholson is tremendous throughout, I can't lie. He's fantastic.
I'm doing the best I can.
He even sends in an early audition for the Joker. But he really has some amazing lines and delivery, but also some really bad ones.
I goddamn near lost my nose, and I like it. I like breathing through it. Okay, pal, let's have us a big smile. You'll love it.
I feel really uncomfortable watching this. Just look at his smile. The bad thing is, he does this for the entire movie.
Sue people like that, they're liable to be having dinner with the judge who's trying to suit.
So how does this woman not even react when she clearly catches Giddis reaching into her pond? Insert innuendo about reaching into her pond here. So John Huston as the rapist father is okay. I mean, he can be quite menacing, but he barely reacts to anything. Like, even when he's shot. Ow, I guess. He's confronted by Giddis about being a murderer and barely bats an eye. Here, when he first meets Giddis, he just casually asks,
"Are you, sleeping with her?"
And guess what? Yes. Yes, he was. It was around this time Jack Nicholson was actually dating Angelica Huston in real life. One of the only times she actually visited the set was when they filmed this scene. Now watch it again and try not to cringe knowing the circumstances. I do like Faye Dunaway's performance in this. She's a very mysterious character and you really can't wait to get to the bottom of whatever it is that she's hiding, despite her constant bizarre choice of hats. She's very human, and although she's a bitch to Giddis sometimes, it's believable, and when the reveal comes you can understand exactly why, leading you to want to watch the film again to spot all of the clues and details. Also, talk about art imitating life. life. In an eerie coincidence, due to the film's whole incest mother-sister angle, in reality, Jack Nicholson was raised with the sister until discovering at aged 8 that she was actually his mother. I do find it odd that Giddis knows that Evelyn cheats a lot, or so she claims, and still wants her anyway. It's also a good thing the house that he spies on has everything important occur on the ground floor in perfect view of every window with no curtains drawn. So later in the film, Giddis sees whatever that thing was in the pond earlier and finally retrieves it, but my question is, how the hell did no one else spot it when they're constantly around it? So basically, Giddis is captured by police and he claims he's taken them to wherever Evelyn is hiding out. He asks for just a few minutes to say his goodbye to her and a family, in which he and Paulie from Rocky here sneak out the back and drive off. Nice and clever getaway, but didn't he just lead the police to the house of a poor innocent family? I do feel like the movie's third act slows down a bit too much. The pacing of the whole film tells the story in a way that really gets you invested, but the third act just comes to a stop and panders around exposition on the water issue, which isn't particularly interesting. Just thank God the ending saves it.
You're a disturbed woman,
says the incestuous rapist. This dude clearly stops himself before Giddis even gets a chance to grab him. A little premature on the acting there, mate, but the ending is quite heartbreaking to see the only witness die, no one listens to Giddis, and Catherine gets taken away by a rapist father/grandfather. It's a very memorable climax, and I feel like it does separate it from others of its genre with a more negative ending than the norm. Jack Nicholson, however, hated the ending. I feel like the movie is actually a really interesting and compelling story. I think it's well acted, well put together, it keeps your interest, and in my opinion, for a genre that I'm not particularly keen on myself, I found it very enjoyable, and I definitely recommend it.
Star Wars, later retitled to Star Wars Episode 4 A New Hope because George Lucas changes his mind more than a pregnant woman, shows the story of Princess Leia. Or Leia. They can't make up their mind about that either.
Princess Leia.
Weird. Played by the late great Carrie Fisher, leader of the Rebel Alliance, who has stolen plans for the Death Star, an evil space station with the capabilities of absolute destruction, but is soon kidnapped by the infamous Darth Vader, played by David Prowse, but voiced by Simba's dad. She luckily hid the plans in this annoying beeping prick droid R2-D2, who escapes with his even more annoying robot mate C-3PO. They end up being purchased by the family of Luke Skywalker, played by Mark Hamill, who discovers Princess Leia on a recording on R2 and seeks help by his original owner, Obi-Wan Kenobi, played by Alec Guinness. The original idea for the film, you know, back when he expected nothing to ever come of it, so it was literally just called Star Wars. The original idea was a space western, and Lucas was gathering ideas as early as 1971. He even wanted to adapt the Flash Gordon serials into this picture. At the Cannes Film Festival, he was given a 2-film deal with United Artists. One was American Graffiti, and the other was this Flash Gordon space fantasy. He really pushed for the latter, but unfortunately failed to obtain the rights to the characters. He then decided to just invent his own here instead.
Don't everybody thank me at once.
Lucas had this idea of a space opera entitled The Star Wars, but he did present a script to the studio for American Graffiti, which they passed on, before Universal picked it up instead. United Artists also rejected his screenplay for The Star Wars, and the project was temporarily cancelled. George Lucas spent 2 years on American Graffiti and then began work on this space flick, beginning writing as early as January 1973, 8 hours a day for 5 days a week. He would make small notes, come up with bizarre names, and writing possible characterizations. Most of these were actually discarded, however, one of which did include Han Solo being a huge green monster with no nose and gills. Yes, really.
What?
But some of his scrapped ideas were then used in the sequels and then later the prequels. United Artists again declined to give him the money for the film until turning to Universal once more, but they too turned it down, calling the concept a little strange. Lucas stated in an interview, "I've always been an outsider to Hollywood types. They think I do weirdo films." You do?
I see your point, sir.
The studio, however, simply stated, "We just didn't think much of science fiction at the time. We didn't think it had much of a future then with that particular audience. Science fiction wasn't popular in the mid-70s. What seems to be the case generally is that the studio executives look for what was popular last year rather than try to look forward to what might be popular next year."
I find your lack of faith disturbing.
Lucas stated, "The film isn't about the future. My main reason for making it was to give young people an honest, wholesome fantasy life, the kind my generation had. We had westerns, pirate movies, all kinds of great things. Now they have the $6 million Man and Kojak. Where are the romance, the adventure, and the fun that used to be in practically every movie made?"
I wasn't notified.
Walt Disney Productions, who ironically purchased the rights to the franchise in 2012, rejected the original project, but Lucas persevered, adamant it would work and that people would like it. By January 1975, he had a second draft and a third by August the 1st that same year, titled The Star Wars, From the Adventures of Luke Starkiller. Sounds like a Scooby-Doo episode.
What makes you think so?
During production, the title was finally changed, and Obi-Wan's death included, which originally wasn't in the script. The original opening was actually a lot longer also, but Lucas's good friend Brian De Palma told him, the crawl at the beginning looks like it was written on a driveway. It goes on forever. It's gibberish. George, you're out of your mind. Let me sit down and write this for you. When it came to creating the design and look of the picture, Colin Cantwell was brought on, having previously worked on 2001: A Space Odyssey. Many more were hired, including some of Lucas's colleagues, but they didn't have much money to make the sets needed. They ended up using scrap. The designers began work even before it was approved by 20th Century Fox in Elstree Studios, England. The Millennium Falcon was the hardest to build, but we found scrap airplane metal that no one wanted in those days and bought them. Many props malfunctioned, electronics broke down, and George Lucas soon fell behind on schedule. In addition, the country's first rainstorm in 50 years struck on the first day of filming, delaying things further. Lucas wanted to continue shooting using nets and other items to simmer the rain, but it failed.
We seem to be made to suffer.
Despite the director's enthusiasm, even his own crew showed little interest and refused to take the project seriously at all. He even called it a children's film and found the picture unintentionally hilarious. Well, maybe this scene. Was that supposed to be funny? I'm not entirely sure. Even some of the actors admitted they expected it to be a bomb. Harrison Ford called Princess Leia a strange character for having weird buns in her hair, and Chewbacca a giant in a monkey suit. And the crew took their job so seriously they would actually let locals watch over the camera equipment, simply paying them with beer.
No reward is worth this.
George Lucas himself rarely communicated with his actors, admitting he expected too much from them but had little direction, usually just saying faster or more intense. Sounds like my girlfriend last night. The actors even did their best to try to cheer him up and make him smile or laugh, as he often seemed depressed on set. Unfortunately, editor John Gibson's first cut of the film was, in Lucas's own words, a complete disaster. He then replaced him with a new editor and even allowed his wife Marcia to overlook the entire process. When it came to special effects, Industrial Light and Magic had the damn near impossible task of finishing a year's work in just 6 months.
I think you overestimate their chances.
In February 1977, an early cut was screened for the studio. Most special effects were missing. Vader's voice was the original actor's and much less threatening.
I'm a member of the Imperial Senate on a diplomatic...
You are part of the Rebel Alliance and a traitor. Take her away.
Oh, be afraid of him. The original actor was David Prowse, and he was furious even 2 decades later about his voice being replaced. I guess he thought his voice was intimidating enough.
Start tearing this ship apart piece by piece until you find those tapes. Find the passengers of this vessel. I want them alive!
Orson Welles was almost dubbed in, but Lucas went against it, deciding he'd be too recognisable. Brian De Palma, John Milius and Steven Spielberg, who were present, were all disappointed with the screening. Spielberg, however, claimed he liked the film, but he lacked enthusiasm because of the unfinished special effects. Some studio executives liked it, and Gareth Wigan even cried during the screening, saying, "This is the greatest film I've ever seen." Lucas himself did not expect the sheer success of the franchise, admitting he visited the set of Close Encounters of the Third Kind and was positive that that would by far outperform Star Wars. Lucas was so sure that it was going to fail, he even went on holiday to Hawaii with his wife, completely forgetting that his film was premiering on that exact same day. He saw huge lines of people going to see Star Wars, but it wasn't until he watched the CBS Evening News and saw the massive crowds that he realised he's done something extraordinary. The original trilogy is often regarded as one of the best of all time, and Lucas confessed that it was originally supposed to be just one movie, but it would have been far too long. Even if you don't like the movie, there's just no denying the incredible impact they've made in cinema history. This is easily one of the most quotable films ever, the most famous movie franchise of all time, and it's inspired so many filmmakers, movies themselves, actors, and opened the doors to so many other talents everywhere. This one does have a lot of problems, but you can't deny its impact, and you have to respect what it's done. Visually, it's breathtaking and has some revolutionary effects for its time. The action is incredibly intense to the point you're on the edge of your seat. The cinematography looks gorgeous, the scenery is outstanding, the acting performances are mostly great, the music is insane, but as for Luke Skywalker, our hero, I truly don't understand how so many people slate Hayden Christensen in the prequels, don't worry, we'll get to that, for being a whiny bitch when you got to listen to this for 2 hours.
But I was going into Toshi Station to pick up some power converters.
I want to go with you.
This R2 unit has a bad motivator, look!
It just isn't fair.
Wait a minute, where'd she go? Bring her back. Play back the entire message.
He's like an annoying 10-year-old kid who just won't leave you alone. He's so annoying, and he's supposed to be the hero? He was like this in reality as well. I'm not even joking. According to Carrie Fisher in 2009, Alec Guinness once gave Mark Hamill £20 just to go away. He was asking him all these questions about his career, and it quickly got on his nerves. Art imitating life, I guess.
I don't know what you're talking about.
When he finds out that his aunt and uncle have been murdered, it's not Hamill's fault, but wow, the writing is bad.
I want to come with you to Alder. There's nothing for me here now. I want to learn the ways of the Force and become a Jedi like my father.
That's it. Like, your entire life has just been crushed. It's literally, they're dead. Oh well, we need a way to further the plot, let's go. It's so rushed and forced. In fact, Obi-Wan is a complete douche because he doesn't even care. He doesn't console him, he's just happy he's finally manipulated Luke to see things his way and agrees to go along with him. He shows no sympathy for his loss whatsoever. Harrison Ford is highly entertaining as the douchebag and really pulls it off well.
Marching into the detention area is not what I had in mind.
But they're gonna kill her!
Better her than me.
I think Leia is by far the most interesting character. Don't get me wrong, Darth Vader has such an awesome presence every time he's on the screen, and although others are entertaining, it's really refreshing to see a princess not be a damsel in distress for once. This one doesn't need any man, shoots stormtroopers, bosses people around, and is so independent and badass, I genuinely want to know more about her. Carrie Fisher also adds an incredible amount of charm to the role, and in my opinion she owns this performance and really steals the show. Ready to find out who also was considered for the role of Princess Leia? Karen Allen, Nancy Ellen, Christine Baranski, Kim Basinger, Bonnie Bedelia, Glenn Close, Gina Davis, Melanie Griffith, Barbara Hershey, Farrah Fawcett, Terry Lynn, Cindy Williams, Catherine Hicks, Angelica Houston, Margot Kidder, Christine Larty, Jessica Lange, Kay Lenz, Bernadette Peters, Jane Seymour, Sybil Shepherd, PJ Soul, Sissy Spacek, Meryl Streep, Kathleen Turner, Sigourney Weaver, Diane Weiss, Deborah Vinger, Linda Blair, Pamela Sue Martin, Teresa Russell, and Jill Clayburgh. And breathe.
You know, sometimes I amaze even myself.
Personally, I like Alec Guinness as Obi-Wan, but have you noticed he just has two faces for the entire film and says every line exactly the same?
You're fortunate to be all in one piece, and people. He was the best star pilot in the galaxy. For over 1,000 generations, Vader was seduced. Only passengers. These tracks are side by sides. These aren't the droids you're looking for.
He does make the character that more mysterious and eerie, and I feel like he captures the role well despite this. However, it's highly speculated about what he personally thinks of the film. Stories constantly varying. He did admit his time making the movie was a bad experience, and it was claimed he took credit for wanting his character to be killed off so he didn't have to, and I quote, continue saying these rubbish lines. Lucas disputes this, saying it was his decision, but Guinness confessed to shriveling up each time anyone even mentions the film, and there were rumours he even threw away any Star Wars related fan mail without reading it, though these claims are heavily disputed. Lucas claimed he seemed to enjoy his time on set, but Guinness did admit he hated the dialogue, but went on record in regards to the final film to state, it's staggering a spectacle and technically brilliant, exciting, very noisy and warm-hearted. The battle scenes at the end go on for 5 minutes too long, and some of the dialogue is excruciating and much of it is lost in noise, but it remains a vivid experience. However, in his 2003 biography, written letters from the man himself to his good friend Anne Kaufman were released. Letters written during production. New rubbish dialogue reaches me every other day on wads of pink paper, and none of it makes my character clear or even bearable. I just think, thankfully, of the lovely bread which will help me keep going until next April. I must go off to the studio and work with the dwarf. Very sweet, and he has to wash in a bidet. And your fellow countrymen Mark Hamill and Tennyson? That can't be right. Ford. Ellison? No. Well, a rangy, languid young man who is probably intelligent and amusing, but oh god, they make me feel 90 and treat me as if I'm 106. Oh, the actor's name is Harrison Ford. Ever heard of him? Ouch.
I'm going to regret this.
The cast even acknowledged Lucas's poor dialogue skills, leading to the director actually allowing them to improvise the vital plot point expositions. This line was also improvised.
I can't see a thing in this helmet.
Mark Hamill thought the camera had stopped rolling and genuinely said it to Harrison Ford, but Lucas decided to keep it in. Hamill himself isn't terrible.
You know of the rebellion against the Empire?
Okay, he is. But he does have some quite good moments in there as well. Except for this one.
Can you stand? We've got to get out of here before the Sand People return.
No. You're in a rush. They're coming back to kill you. Hurry your ass up. Weirdly, Robert Englund actually auditioned for this role as well, but he was rejected. He then suggested his roommate try out and, yep, you guessed it. Freddy Krueger's roommate was Luke Skywalker. That needs to be a sitcom.
Leave that to me.
Why is Han Solo surprised to hear that a princess is rich? Isn't it self-explanatory? I don't get why the stormtroopers discover the droids and they know that they're looking for droids that match their description, and they just let them go. All of these stormtroopers and not a single one manages to hit Han Solo. I know they're world renowned for being bad aims, but this is ridiculous.
Creepy. This is so creepy. This is so creepy. She's your sister.
Not on your life. That little droid and I have been through a lot together. You okay, R2?
What? We've seen him interact with C-3PO far more than R2-D2. This is just random, but yeah, okay, I'll buy it. The final lightsaber fight also seems quite anticlimactic, and just judging by his performance, you can see that Alec Guinness just doesn't want to be there. It's like he's literally waiting to finish filming so he can go grab the paycheck from George Lucas behind the camera. R2-D2 gets his goddamn head blown off and Leia doesn't even react. Look, just a normal day in the office. She's such a badass, she doesn't even care.
I lost our kill.
Meh, it happens. In 1997, the film was re-released with new and enhanced special effects, and by God, they suck. These are just awful. Do any of these look real to you? I'm watching a Star Wars movie that makes Jurassic World special effects look somewhat reasonable. How is it possible that the 1977 version looks more legit?
What a piece of junk.
Not only do they look terrible, but they're just not needed. What are they even adding to the scene? All they do is draw your attention away from what's going on because of how fake and out of place they look. The original looked fine. It didn't need this. They were a complete waste of time, effort, and money. This scene was originally cut out because they couldn't do the effects in 1977. Well, you couldn't do them in 1997 either, so why do it at all? This looks awful. The movie itself, I believe, has some sloppy writing and performances, but all in all, it's a decent flick. Not great, but I could see why it was such a hit back then. It's a good and entertaining action sci-fi film, and it's definitely worth the watch. The film took a lot of risks, broke so many records and boundaries, and it was just the beginning of an incredible journey. Let's continue it. After a tiny little film that you may have heard of called Star Wars, it wasn't that big a deal, but for some reason George Lucas thought that it was at least successful enough for him to self-fund the sequel, The Empire Strikes Back, using loans and the previous film's profits, which was unheard of with Hollywood filmmakers at the time, and quite a daring move. This meant that Lucas was now in full command of the Star Wars series, but he did refuse to direct it, focusing more on producing and overlooking the special effects as well as funding. He hired one of his former professors to take over directorial duties, Irvin Kershner, who had a few films to his name, and originally turned George down, claiming they'd never be able to match the success of the original. However, when Kershner informed his agent, he forced him to take the job, saying that he would have to be a complete moron to pass up directing a sequel to one of the most famous movies of all time.
He has foreseen this.
The film takes place 3 years after the first movie. The crew have a new base on Vanilla Ice's home planet, while Darth Vader is hell-bent on hunting down Mark Hamill and tying him down, forcing him to talk as the Joker for countless hours for his enjoyment. The Empire learn of their location, causing an attack. Han Solo and Princess Leia, or Leia, C-3PO even pronounces it two completely different ways in 10 seconds.
It's Princess Leia, sir. She's been trying to get you on the communicator.
I turned it off. I don't want to talk to her.
Well, Princess Leia is wondering about...
Make up your mind, guys.
Leia.
Ah, that's better.
We understand, don't we, Chief?
Anyway, Han Solo and Princess Leia kinda have a thing going on now. Luke gets visions from a ghostly Alec Guinness who's come back for another paycheck, advising him to go find a Jedi Master called Yoda, voiced by Frank Oz, master of the Muppets and Sesame Street, who then trains him to become stronger before realising his friends were in trouble. When it came to writing the screenplay, Lucas brought on Lee Brackett to write the originally titled Star Wars 2, holding story conferences and a treatment under the title The Empire Strikes Back was finished by late November 1977. Yep, the very same year the first movie came out.
I haven't got time for anything else.
The treatment was actually very similar to the final product, except we don't get that brilliant twist at the end. Instead, Luke's father appears as a ghost to instruct him. Why do that when you could just bribe Alec Guinness to do more cameos he hated?
I'm beginning to agree with you.
In fact, it's a surprise to no one that Guinness himself wasn't too fond of returning, but finally agreed, only working one day and only being paid 1/4% of the film's gross. It was still millions of dollars though. But hey, it's good to know that Obi-Wan Kenobi is still a douchebag, literally telling Luke to abandon all of his friends that are all in impending danger. But credit to Alec Guinness, here he actually attempts a different facial expression. Look at that effort.
I must raise my eyebrows. Just a bit more. Oh, I am exhausted.
Don't do that.
Lee Brackett completed the first draft of the screenplay in early 1978, but George Lucas was very disappointed with it. However, before he was able to talk things over with her, she sadly passed away from cancer. Lucas continued writing, including the episode numbering that would be used for the future of the series, though this was originally called Episode 2. Allegedly, Lucas's disappointment with Brackett's first draft made him indecisive in the direction to take the story. He soon inserted the most famous plot twist in movie history, and George confessed this was a script he really enjoyed to write, as opposed to previous screenplays where he struggled, and he finished up 2 more drafts by April of 1978. He also aimed to take this film in a more dark and sinister direction, including Han Solo's imprisonment and unseen fate at the end.
Who'd have thought that, huh?
Lucas admits in the DVD commentary that Obi-Wan Kenobi was originally supposed to live throughout the entire trilogy, and then he died in the very first one. It was only after writing this important plot point he decided to make it a trilogy and then changed it to episode 5. Lawrence Kasdan had just finished writing Raiders of the Lost Ark, and Lucas loved it so much he hired him to finish up work on Empire's screenplay, with director Hirschner also contributing. Filming began on March the 5th, 1979 in Norway, and much like the first movie, the weather was unkind to the cast and crew, the country suffering the worst winter storm in 50 years. Like before, Lucas allowed his actors to improvise where they felt necessary. Most famous is originally Leia confesses her love to Han and he just reciprocated the feelings. Another line considered was, just remember that, Leia, because I'll be back. Because, you know, Terminator also ripped a lot of stuff off from this film, so why not give them another line they could have stole? This was a bit weary because Harrison Ford wasn't sure he even wanted to come back for a third film to begin with, hence this unknown outcome at the end. Ford wanted his character to be killed off, but Lucas insisted on the cliffhanger that Terminator 2 ripped off many years later in case he changed his mind. But anyway, sidetracked. Harrison Ford also felt like these weren't anything that his character would realistically say and changed it to the much better response.
I love you.
I know.
He also kept the famous twist secret as possible during filming. So much so, the actor of Darth Vader, David Prowse, again being redubbed by James L. Jones later, spoke a different line on set.
Obi-Wan destroyed your father.
And it was even done so secretly, Mark Hamill himself did not even know until the cameras were all set up for his close-up shot. That's how you surprise a motherfucker.
Well, that was a long time ago. I'm sure he's forgotten about that.
But because David Prowse has to bitch about everything, it seems, he was furious at George Lucas for not informing him of the twist beforehand, saying that his acting and body language would have been completely different if he had known the actual line. Unfortunately, however, the secret wasn't 100% covered, as the novelization released a month before the film didn't even try to hide the twist. James L. Jones, who even said the damn line, refused to believe this as a genuine plot point, convinced Darth Vader was lying to Luke until he saw the third movie.
I want proof, not leads.
Despite this film's fame, known as being the best one, Vincent Canby from the New York Times slated it. When I went to see The Empire Strikes Back, I found myself glancing at my watch, almost as often as I did when I was sitting through a truly terrible movie called The Island. Lucas actually spent thousands of dollars on advertising campaigns to try to get Frank Oz's performance as Yoda an Oscar nomination for Best Supporting Actor. He was declined because apparently a puppeteer does not count as an actor. Oh, but this does! But amazingly, despite this success, despite its accolades, despite its world-renowned glory as the greatest Star Wars movie to have ever existed, George Lucas originally hated it, called it the worst one of the series, and even apologized for its entire existence.
Apology accepted.
It wasn't until it was highly praised years later as the greatest one he suddenly changed his mind. Maybe it's because out of all of the films, George Lucas had the least involvement with this one and he just didn't want to admit that maybe someone else had made a better one than him. Ego is a hell of a drug.
But I've learned so much since then.
Honestly, yeah, A New Hope had issues, but the action saved it, and I thoroughly enjoyed the film, but this one is a vast improvement. A New Hope felt like Lucas played it safe. There's nothing wrong with that, he didn't expect it to be such a big hit, but he kept the plot simple and didn't focus too much on character or story arcs. This one, not only does the production value look a lot better, but it's a much more bold, strong, inventive, and creative premise. Director Irvin Kershner admitted that George Lucas wasn't too strong on writing characters, and he wanted to focus more on that for this film. And it worked. Mark Hamill wasn't whiny like the original movie, and his acting vastly improved. He felt like an actual relatable and real person. I enjoyed this journey with Yoda, and when he finally meets Darth Vader, the culmination was well deserved and very satisfying to see.
I understand.
C-3PO and R2-D2 are still very much the comic value, and
Oh, nice to see a familiar face. Ichuta. How rude.
Harrison Ford's character of Han Solo actually felt like he had some substance here. So in the first one, he was this loner, this money-grabbing, arrogant douche nozzle who only looked out for himself. He had to learn to trust others and actually have compassion. He had to actually allow himself to gain friends. It was subtle and not shown or developed as much as it could have been, but it was there. So then in this one, we see him treat Leia, yes, a bit shitty. It makes sense because it's all a front and deep down he's just scared to allow someone in. To allow someone to be that close to him as he's never done that before. It's a very real and very human emotion, and the character really grows because of it.
I feel terrible.
Princess Leia, on the other hand, is a complete bitch. So the movie starts, and literally all of Han Solo's dialogue towards Leia is him hitting on her. But not even in a charming way, just misogynistic, dick-headed, oh, she totally loves me way. Again, this makes sense because of his defensive personality, that's not the issue. Leia naturally rejects him constantly and hates his ego, much like in the original film. That makes sense, but where I draw the line is where she, as a form of revenge, sticks her tongue in her brother's throat, which, by the way, ew, right in front of him. That's just nasty for so many reasons. Yeah, she doesn't know it's her brother yet, whatever. But the first film clearly established Luke as the love interest. There's a brief exchange where Han mentions liking her and Skywalker tells him to piss off and star in Indiana Jones instead of porking his sister, but that's it. So Leia knows that Luke has a thing for her, and she even knows that Han Solo has a thing for her. So as a petty form of revenge, she screws with both men's feelings at the same time, giving Luke false hope and breaking Han's heart all at once.
Alright, don't lose your temper.
It's just so nasty, and even later on when Luke is fatally wounded, she kisses him again. So even after she's with Han Solo, oh, it's okay because he's frozen and it's okay because Luke's hurt? What? It's okay to cheat on your incapacitated boyfriend with your brother because he's injured. And the messed up thing is, she then goes about the rest of the film acting normal like nothing happened. And then she says,
You think that after what you did to Han,
she's calling out them for how they're treating Han Solo.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Despite this, the story unfolds really well. The action picks up a lot faster in this one, and the special effects look even more stunning than in the first. George Lucas demanded they set this one on a snowy ice planet because in space scenes it's easier to hide your mistakes. He purposely put this one in a wintry wonderland to test the set designers and producers.
Steady, girl. Hey, what's the matter? You smell something?
Welcome to the Himalayas!
They look so good. Yoda looks incredibly real. The fight scenes are just amazing. All performances nail it, including Harvey Dent here. Some of the chase scenes are intense as hell and have your butt cheeks flinch at every passing second. The sets are absolutely impeccable. Everything looks extraordinary in this film. Darth Vader continues to be more badass than ever, having some of the coolest scenes ever shot. But I must admit, it does seem quite forced, the love story between Han and Leia. I mean, bear in mind all the events in the first film, and then this is at the 6-minute mark.
Come on. You want me to stay because of the way you feel about me?
What? When? Why? Who? Although it's surprising, I feel like it's a cool idea to have their relationship kind of begin off-screen, considering it's 3 years after the first one. It's a nice touch and we join in on the story halfway through, so I kind of like that. Although when you really think about it, Han just bullies Leia into going out with him until she finally gives in and says yes just to shut him up. Even some of the dialogue just seems so forced, like they realised, wait, they're not developing, let's hurry this up.
Come on, admit it, sometimes you think I'm alright.
Occasionally, maybe.
I mean, really think about it. What kind of message is this? Treat each other like shit and then you're the perfect couple? I mean, remember when he said,
But they're gonna kill her!
Better her than me.
They really shouldn't have shown this tiny Darth Vader hologram. It looks hilarious. Who's gonna take this seriously? When we finally see Luke and Darth Vader face off, I feel like it's a little underwhelming, like...
Obi-Wan is talking well.
Never mind. Okay, I just feel like it should have music to make it even more intense. Yes! This movie just delivered one of the greatest third acts of all time. The action is insane, the effects, the sheer storytelling, all combined makes this just pure gold, and I cannot credit this sequence enough. Most issues of this movie are nitpicks. The only one that was a really major problem was Leia, but it's nowhere near enough to bring down this entire masterpiece of a film. Honestly, it's easily one of the greatest sequels ever made. And we're only just getting started. The movie features Luke and his droids along with Princess Leia visiting the home of my ex-wife to rescue their friend Han Solo, eventually doing so, but he's a little disoriented and blind.
Who are you?
Someone who loves you.
George Lucas! After the rescue scene, loads of bad guys fall down in Miley Cyrus's vagina and the heroes soon escape. The Emperor and the rest of the Galactic Empire are constructing a second Death Star to destroy the Rebel Alliance once and for all, while the good guys prepare for battle, leading a strike team but failing, having incredible chase scenes through the set of Blair Witch and succeeding, and Luke finally revealing a secret to Leia.
My father has it. I have it. My sister has it. It's you, Leia.
I know. Somehow. I've always known. I've always known. I've always known. I've always known. I've always known.
You
dirty bitch. Much like its predecessor, Lucas self-funded Return of the Jedi and again opted to not direct, quickly searching for someone, soon approaching David Lynch for his work on The Elephant Man, but he turned him down. David Cronenberg was then contacted, but he also rejected the offer before Lucas finally settled on Richard Marquand. Despite not being the primary director, Lucas did confess to being a frequent B-camera operator on set, as Marquand wasn't experienced in special effects, but in regards to the director, he did call him a very nice person who worked well with the actors. You should try it, George. Co-writer Lawrence Kasdan had originally told Lucas that Return of the Jedi was a really weak title, so it was later changed to Revenge.
Revenge!
It didn't last long, as we'll get onto, but it was later used for another film of the series instead. The question if Harrison Ford was going to return or not was still present during pre-production due to the success of Raiders of the Lost Ark. Producer Howard Kazanjian claimed, "I played a very important part in bringing Harrison Ford back for Return of the Jedi." Harrison, unlike Carrie Fisher and Mark Hamill, signed only a 2-picture contract, which is why he was frozen in carbonite in The Empire Strikes Back. When I suggested to George we should bring him back, I distinctly remember him saying that Harrison would never return. I had just recently negotiated his deal for Raiders of the Lost Ark with Phil Gersh of the Gersh Agency. I called Phil, who said he would speak to Harrison for me. When I called back again, Phil was on vacation. David, his son, took the call and we negotiated Harrison's deal. When Phil returned to the office several weeks later, he called me back and said I had taken advantage of his son during the negotiations. I had not, but agents are agents.
My mistake.
Harrison Ford even wanted his character to be killed through self-sacrifice, which the writers agreed with, saying it should happen right at the start of the film to doubt whether or not the others would actually make it out alive, but George Lucas is always heavily against good ideas and rejected it completely. He literally said he wanted a happier ending just to encourage higher merchandise sales. Yoda originally wasn't going to be in the film at all, which would have made no sense, and Obi-Wan Kenobi was almost even brought back to life using the Force. Return of the Jedi was released on May the 25th, 1983, exactly 6 years to the day of the first movie, originally teased as Revenge of the Jedi.
Revenge!
Until Lucas decided that a Jedi should not be seeking revenge at all and quickly changed it back. I like how the guy who supposedly created this entire saga and characters didn't realise what a Jedi was all about until the movie was being fucking released.
You're gravely mistaken.
Now, I'll say that it continues the excitement from the very beginning, and I can really sense the closeness of the characters in this one. I really feel like we've joined them along this epic journey, and that they're a real family by this point. Sometimes literally, but we'll get onto that in a second. Oh dear. Mark Hamill really comes out of his shell here. He was great in Empire, but he surpassed his own performance and became such a badass and a really iconic character. At this point, we've really grown to love and sympathise with him. He's had such an emotional roller coaster, so when he fights his father again, it's so different to the first time because the circumstances have dramatically changed. The confrontation does kind of drag a bit though. I'm sorry, I just feel like it takes a little while to... Oh yeah. Oh. Oh. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Oh. Oh. Oh, yeah. Wow, I'm not even exaggerating here. In Empire, sure the fight was epic and so climactic, but here, knowing he's his father, knowing he murdered his mentor Obi-Wan Kenobi, knowing he's tried killing his friends, knowing he's trying to turn him to the dark side, and then he even brings his sister into the mix, the emotional flip out is astounding. You really feel the sense of emotion coming from Luke, and Mark Hamill nails it perfectly. This is honestly the best fight sequence so far, the best climax so far, and it's 100% perfect. Well, it was in the original release. Until Lucas went back and made some re-edits. Oh, of course he did. And he dubbed this in. No! You had a great scene there that didn't make the audience burst out laughing. You just couldn't let it slide, could you? Darth saves his son and kills the Emperor, which is a great moment, but that dub was just so unnecessary and it kinda kills the momentum of the scene with unintentional humour.
Come on, let's keep a little optimism.
The touching moment where Luke unmasks his father is also really emotional, and the whole party at the end feels earned. It feels like all three movies finally culminated here, and it's really well deserved. It did seem at one point like the third act was dragging a bit, but it soon picked right back up and delivered the greatest third act yet just for that one saber fight. It does have problems, but much more enjoyable and a much more solid script, really investing its time on the audience growing to care for these characters dearly.
He agrees!
But does this actually say fuck you? Sure sounds like it. And this one sounds like he just said he caught him wanking.
Caught you wanking?
You crafty bastard, Lucas.
I know that you are powerful, mighty Jabba, and that your anger with Solo must be equally powerful.
which is exactly why I sent these two pathetic droids ahead of me to try to stop you. I mean, I know R2-D2's a badass, but C-3PO's a bit of a pussy. What the hell?
Luke's crazy. He can't even take care of himself, much less rescue anybody.
What? Fuck you! How many times has he saved your asses? Hell, in the first movie, he destroys the fucking Death Star, you arsehole, and you got your ass kidnapped how many times? I'd just like to point out here that Jabba the Hutt, whose special effects, by the way, have vastly improved since the first movie, which is weird considering all the redone CGI and all three films were done at the exact same fucking time, Jabba the Hutt actually has Princess Leia on his crotch. I mean, I don't blame him, I'm just saying. And now, for one of the dumbest moments in movie history. There is no words for how truly moronic this is. Honestly, there should be an award ceremony for this. So much stupidity in one tiny piece of dialogue. It's quite extraordinary. Ladies and gentlemen, here's the clip.
You told me Vader betrayed and murdered my father.
Your father was seduced by the dark side of the Force. He ceased to be Anakin Skywalker and became Darth Vader. When that happened, the good man who was your father was destroyed. So what I told you was true, from a certain point of view.
And there we have it. The very moment George Lucas lost all credibility as a writer. I say George Lucas because he's the only one on earth who'd be stupid enough to write something like that. And even if he didn't, somebody else wrote it and he allowed it to be put in the film, so I'm going to blame him anyway.
Don't be so sure.
Okay, so yeah, it's clearly a plot hole that Obi-Wan never told Luke that Darth Vader was his dad. I get that, but this is the thing. You don't need to call attention to your own plot hole, Lucas. This isn't even like as a fourth wall, self-aware jab at its own stupid logic. This is a serious sequence. I mean, there's other bullshit you don't acknowledge. I'll get to that in a second. But if you're happy to ignore and refuse to even mention that shit, why do you need to bring this one up? What you're ultimately saying is, nuh-uh. I said Darth Vader killed your dad. Technically, I'm right. Technically, I didn't lie. So there's a sequence where the heroes get kidnapped by some Ewoks and they're all tied up, but apparently they believe C-3PO is a god of some kind and worship him. But for some reason, he doesn't tell them to let his friends go until Leia tells him to. Hey! That actually worked. Something a 6-year-old would try. And it worked on a stormtrooper.
He's my brother.
But didn't you make out with him? Yeah, it's a big turn on when we share a chromosome. To be fair, Han Solo kind of redeems any douchebag moments he's ever had by assuming Luke and Leia are an item before he finds out their relations and offers to step to one side so that she can be happy. That's a really nice and sweet sentiment, so he's really evolved over the 3 films and I like that. But the problem is, Harrison Ford clearly gave no shits about this film whatsoever.
Second thought, let's pass on that, huh?
Despite how much of an arsehole his character may have been, he was always great in the role, but here, he's fucking awful! I mean, don't get me wrong, when he first appears as blind and really shaken up, his acting is tremendous. But after that, he was past caring and half-arsed everything. No, actually, he quarter-arsed it. Nope, screw that. He 1/100th of a 100th arsed it.
I hope she's alright.
What did he say?
Come on, tell me, what's going on?
Well, why don't you use your divine influence and get us out of this?
The special effects have also dropped. You can tell they lowered the budget here. Some are decent, but for the most part, it's like a bad scene from Ants, not fucking Star Wars. The money would have been worth it, George, honestly, it would have been. But like A New Hope, all the redone CGI are also blatantly obvious and look horrendous. Apparently they were also done for The Empire Strikes Back, but not once did I ever notice any of them. None of them were bad or stood out, and they just looked like the original film. Here in the first one, they're so fake and blatant and ruin the whole look of the picture. This looks like a bad Final Fantasy game. Like I say, the action and characters outweigh the negatives, and the last act really saves the film and surpasses A New Hope. The second best of the original trilogy in my mind, and a damn good watch. But the series didn't end there.
The 1948 British movie follows Vicky Page, played by Maura Sharir, a young ballet dancer trying to make a name for herself. She soon meets a ballet writer, Boris Lermontov, played by Anton Walbrook, fresh out of Harvey Keitel's vagina, who wants to take her under his wing. He sees her potential as a dancer and decides to take her along with his company to Paris and Monte Carlo as she meets other dancers like this dude who just crept out of Hank Azaria's arse crack, but the main ballerina decides to leave the art to go and get married. Selfish bitch. And he wants Vicky to be the next big star and therefore puts her in his new ballet called What Else? The Red Shoes. The screenplay was written by Emmerich Pressburger, loosely based on the Hans Christian Andersen story. It was originally intended to be a catapult for Alexander Corday's future wife at the time, Merle Braun. Many years passed without the script being produced, leading to Pressburger and director Michael Powell rewriting the screenplay and adding more emphasis on the actual dancing before finally beginning production themselves. The filmmakers opted to use dancers who could act rather than actors who could dance. In order to prepare for a massive ballet sequence, into the middle of the picture, they even created their own ballet company entitled Royal Ballet. The movie inspired other films to take ballet a lot more seriously. It was this that led to Gene Kelly including ballet in An American in Paris. The movie itself cost a lot more to make than expected, but the company had no faith in it whatsoever. They tried to bury the movie completely by giving it absolutely no premiere at all, just showing it at late screenings in London cinemas. Slowly but surely, it started to gain a following, and the studio thought maybe it had potential after all. The movie even sat on a shelf for nearly a year after completion, even before giving it a chance. The original story follows a woman who purchases some, well, red shoes, and the shoemaker who sells them is actually rather demonic. They end up controlling her to dance against her will, leave her boyfriend, and ultimately ends in her untimely death. Unfortunately, that actually sounds really cool. Sad thing is, none of that's in the movie. Unless they were trying to be subtle and not show a lot of it, but there's literally no indication of it whatsoever. It's just a movie about a ballet with red shoes everywhere. Okay, now don't get me wrong. Technically, it's not a badly made film. It's a really cool idea and has some unique and damn impressive visuals for its time, and even transitions. Look at that. The director utilizes really clever point of view shots during intense moments, and it's so inventive for its time. It was also really admirable to try to get the art of ballet to be taken a lot more seriously. You know, before Hulk Hogan butchered that later on, but the problem here lies within the delivery. Let me put it this way. Rocky can be enjoyed by people even if they're not a boxing fan. Copying Beethoven I absolutely love despite not being too keen on classical music. 8 Mile roped in fans around the world who weren't even big on hip-hop. When you make a film that, yes, is clearly aimed at a particular demographic, boxing fans, classical music, hip-hop, comic book, you need to produce the content with additional material as well so you can expand your audience. The aforementioned films had subplots and other material that was able to branch out to its audiences. People paid more attention to boxing or rap music or comic books because of Rocky or 8 Mile or Batman. They knew what audience they were targeting towards, but they were able to tell a compelling story without just focusing on that one subject matter. The Red Shoes is all about the ballet, entirely. The love story just revolves around the ballet as well, and it's even told within the ballet. It's a cool way to develop a romance in mid-performance, but when you're not giving anyone outside of just ballet fans a reason to care, it just falls flat. I know nothing about ballet dancing, so for the most part I found myself incredibly bored. The characters have nothing to them, and every single scene is ballet this, ballet that. There's no other context. It's shoved down your throat, so I can see ballet fans loving the picture, but those who, like me, have no clue or no interest in it, it's just not going to work. I appreciate the art form because it does take a whole lot of talent to tell a story entirely through dance alone without any dialogue, but it's not my particular thing, thus making my interest in this 2-hour-plus movie diminish rapidly. They constantly blurt out nonsense about the musical score in the ballet as well, and it's just not interesting. It's boring, and I'd find drinking my own urine whilst juggling stillborn babies more exciting.
I've asked my niece to dance with us tonight.
I've asked myself to not open my mouth so much when I talk tonight. He doesn't even look like the love of his life just died right in front of him. It looks more like he's inconvenienced and annoyed at the situation. Oh, come on, how can I go to the coroner's? Fuck's sake. The character of Julian actually isn't too bad. At the start, nobody knows who he is, so you do kind of sympathise with the dude. Literally, the editor even wants this over with just as quickly as he fades out in mid-conversation. I don't blame you, dude.
You know, at parties, everybody's supposed to be very happy.
Not when we're watching this shit. Okay, so admittedly, this scene, Julian gets to the building and tries to find out who's in charge, and it's a little bit funny.
Excuse me, can you tell me who's in charge?
Don't ask me anything, young man. I'm just somebody's mother, and that doesn't mean much around here, I can tell you.
Only a little. The ballet sequence, I shit you not, lasts around 15 minutes. Just 15 minutes of no dialogue and just ballet. They throw in bizarre and dark visuals that are actually quite well done, but it's still ballet, and for someone who doesn't care for it, I just can't get into it. And they just tease you as well, just when you think it's over. There we go. Julian cuts this nice little speech about his love for her, and it's delivered and written quite well. It gets darker towards the end, but it's all just edited so sloppily and lazily. None of the cuts that they make any sense, and it's completely out of context from the previous ones.
Put on the red shoes, Vicky, and dance for us again.
Quite dramatic for a fucking ballet. Put on the tutu, Vicky. Get in touch with your inner princess, Swan. The movie even has silent closing credits. Seriously, watch! It's like they're holding their own moment of silence for all the deaths that they inevitably caused beforehand. So we see Vicky preparing for the play and she's already wearing the red shoes. However, when the play begins, she's not wearing them and doesn't put them on until midway through. This was apparently intentional. The director wanted people to notice but overlook it as symbolism for Vicky not being able to stop dancing or something. Not only was the movie a pain in the ass to watch, but it was also a pain in the ass to make. Just on the first day of shooting, lead Maura Sharir got bad sunburn and developed blisters on her back. She'd also end up wrenching her neck, getting a scratch that turned into abscess, all from being suspended in a harness for up to as long as 8 hours while being bombarded with wind machines. She didn't even want to do the film in the first place. Michael Powell tried to get her to say yes for an entire year before she finally agreed. I think that's called harassment, dude. After the film's release, Maura Sharir, who did not get along with the director, claimed making the film was a terrible ordeal. She called Powell distant, aloof, and never gave much direction to his actors. He made his dancers perform for hours on end on hard concrete floor, and many had their legs swell up from the pain. I guess actresses who were also considered and therefore dodged a bullet of traumatic experiences consisted of Ann Todd and Hazel Court. The film is so sloppy, and in my opinion, it just caters towards a certain demographic that's realistically quite minuscule in comparison. It doesn't give you any other entertainment value other than that. So, unless you're a hardcore ballet fan, I'd recommend you steer well away from it.
Goodfellas tells the story of Henry Hill, played by Ray Liotta, who drops out of school and joins a mob who raises him in a gangster life. There's the main man, Jimmy, played by Robert De Niro, the awesome Tommy DeVito, played by Joe Pesci, Paulie, played by Paul Sorvino. We see many a death as the film shows Henry aging and falling for a woman named Karen, played by Lorraine Bracco. They have many kids together as the relationship is constantly tested as he leads a double life whilst having an affair, becoming addicted to drugs, but when she finds out she helps him in his ways, goes to prison, out of prison, goes to prison, and finally leaves that life behind him.
I'm ashamed now.
Though based on a true story, Nicholas Pileggi's book Wise Guy was the inspiration. Scorsese was on set of Color of Money in 1986 when he read it, but he had no interest in making another mob film. He did, however, have some second thoughts reading the book and thinking it was the most honest portrayal of gangsters that he had ever read. He knew exactly what style to go with. To begin Goodfellas like a gunshot and have it get faster from there, almost like a 2.5-hour trailer. I think it's the only way you can really sense the exhilaration of the lifestyle and get a sense of why a lot of people are attracted to it. The director allegedly called up the author and said, "I've been waiting for this book my entire life." Pileggi then replied, "I've been waiting for this phone call my entire life."
It's a celebration, fellas.
Scorsese and Pileggi worked together on the screenplay, and it took 12 drafts to come to a script that they actually felt was right. They decided which sections they liked and put them together like building blocks. Scorsese had to persuade Pileggi to not follow a traditional narrative structure. He wanted to take the film and deal with it episode by episode, but start in the middle and move backwards and forwards. He wanted to compact scenes, and if he kept them short, the impact after an hour and a half or so would be terrific. They changed the title from Wise Guys to Goodfellas to separate themselves from the 1986 film and the TV series that was going on at the time. John Malkovich was considered for the role of Jimmy, and it was even offered to Al Pacino, who turned it down, worrying that it'd be typecast. But yet, that exact same year, he'd go on to star in Dick Tracy, and he'd be even more typecast. Robert De Niro was approached and quickly accepted, taking his role so seriously, he would constantly phone up the real-life Henry to ask really detailed questions like how the real Jimmy held his cigarette or even poured his ketchup. Sean Penn was considered for the part of Henry, and Alec Baldwin even auditioned before it went to Ray Liotta. He would constantly listen to FBI audio tapes so he could sound as precise as his real-life counterpart as possible. The real Henry was paid $480,000 for the film and ended up loving the final result. For $480,000, I'd love barbed wire up my ass!
Are you nuts? Are you fucking nuts? What's your problem?
Scorsese did, however, forbid Liotta to meet the real Henry because it was the first time he had ever directed him and he didn't want his actor being influenced by somebody else. Sadly, his mother actually passed away during production, but he powered through and used it as motivation for his more angry and intense sequences. Ellen Barkin was considered for the role of Karen before Lorraine Bracco got it. She actually refused to meet the real Karen, thinking it would be better if the creation of the character came from herself instead. Frank Vincent wanted to play Paulie, but Scorsese convinced him to play Billy. William Peterson was offered an unknown part in the film but turned it down, and Marlon Brando himself even tried his best to persuade the director to not make this movie. I wanted lots of movement, and I wanted it to be throughout the whole picture, and I wanted the style to kind of break down by the end so that by Henry's last day as a wise guy, it's as if the whole picture would be out of control. Give the impression he's just going to spin off the edge and fly out. He took inspirations from 1962's Jules and Jim and often used freeze frames throughout the film. He wanted images to stop because a point was being reached in Henry's life.
This was really a touchy thing.
Many lines were ad-libbed as Scorsese allowed his actors to improvise and kept in his favourite ones. The famous exchange where Pesci asks why he's so funny was entirely improvised by him, as was the dinner with his mum, played by Scorsese's real-life mother. In the first screening, amazingly, 40 people walked out within the first 10 minutes.
If only they knew.
What's the world coming to?
Joe Pesci actually holds the record for the 6th shortest Academy Award acceptance speech in history.
Well, it's my privilege, thank you.
He claimed he didn't say much because he genuinely had absolutely no hope whatsoever of actually winning.
Who could believe it?
In fact, Joe Pesci's real-life mother saw the movie and said to her son, "I really liked it, but did you really have to curse so much?"
Get the fuck out of here!
The real Henry claimed Pesci was 99% accurate to the real-life guy, with the only difference being the real dude was actually really built. Oh, and in the film they said it was shot in the face so his mother can't have an open casket funeral, but in real life his body was never recovered. They weren't kidding when they said the film would start off fast. This is the very first scene. No bullshit in here. As much as I love The Godfather, it slowed down a bit too much in the third act, whereas this film constantly kept going and the story was told so well. Robert De Niro was fantastic as always.
I thought you'd be mad.
Man, I'm not mad. I'm proud of you. You took your first place like a man, and you learned the two greatest things in life.
Well, look at me.
Never rat on your friends, and always keep your mouth shut.
Well, what can I say about Joe Pesci? He definitely deserved that Oscar.
What the fuck are you looking at?
But I actually think Ray Liotta outshines them both completely. He starts off playing it cool but subtle. He finds out some dude tried it on with his girl and just his subtle facial expression shows his anger enough. Now this is a time when music wasn't needed and he pummels the dude. You can really feel his emotion. Although the emotion is slightly ruined by this crap acting.
Don't shoot!
Only slightly.
Are you gonna keep your mouth shut, or what?
The third act, his final day as a wise guy, it is actually riveting stuff. I was on the edge of my seat throughout the entire sequence. It's constantly moving and his acting is incredible with a great additional job from the makeup team. Ray Liotta had actually never been under the influence before, which makes his acting performance that more impressive. Now he'd save that stuff for Vice City.
There goes my careful planning blown to shit, thanks to you!
The violence all looks so real and so nasty. They actually had to remove 10 frames of blood to approve an R rating from the MPAA. The effects are great and so's the direction. Even simple conversations are shot rapidly, never stopping, and it adds to the tone set by the rest of the film. There's long sequences that are so impressive for its time, and this one was actually done by accident. The filmmakers weren't given permission to enter the building the short way around, so Scorsese had to improvise. This took 8 attempts, but it looks incredible.
Too good to be true.
The music is also amazing and one of the best soundtracks I've heard for a while. The chemistry between Liotta and Lorraine is great, backed up by 2 incredible and intense acting performances that you can truly believe is real. You really feel their strength as a couple during their hardships, despite their differences, and the realism is definitely there. It's 2.5 hours long, but it really does fly by, never dragging at all.
That's how fast it takes for a guy to get whacked.
This film was the inspiration for the hit show The Sopranos, and in 2012, a TV series of Goodfellas was even greenlit. It never happened. I also gotta mention this jackass. Yeah, he's pretty much famous now as being an extra who ruins an entire scene. Throughout this whole exchange, the guy just cannot look natural to save his life. He's constantly looking over at the main actors, trying to avoid looking at the camera, and once you notice it, you just can't stop looking and it distracts you from the rest of the scene, which is a shame because it's awesome otherwise. Goodfellas is a masterpiece in my mind, and I feel like it set the standard for mob films to come even more than Godfather already did. And I'd highly recommend that you check it out, if you haven't already for some reason. Whiplash is a truly inspiring story of a young drummer called Andrew Neiman, played by Miles Teller, who quickly, literally, the very first scene.
You know who I am?
Yes, sir.
The man who shall expose Spider-Man! Gets discovered by Terrence Fletcher, played by J.K. Simmons, who brings him into a studio band. The movie itself is pretty much based and exaggerated from true events. The director who also wrote the picture, Damien Chazelle, who attended Princeton High School, was in an extremely competitive jazz band and used the dread and depression he felt during those years in his screenplay. Fletcher's obscenely antagonistic character was actually based on his former band instructor, but vastly exaggerated, and the director confessed to writing the movie in frustration while he was trying to get his other picture, La La Land, to take off. Both films have a jazz theme to them and similar aspects in direction. Chazelle struggled for funding, so this whole project began as a short film with Johnny Simmons as the drummer. Fletcher was played by the same actor, and no, there's no relation. The short was around 18 minutes long, but gained attention at the 2013 Sundance Film Festival, gathering investors' interests, and Bold Film stepped in with $3.3 million to finance the picture.
That shit?
Dane DeHaan was offered the role of Andrew in the feature film, but turned it down before Miles Teller landed the part in August 2013. Filming took place a month later in Los Angeles, each shoot lasting around 14 hours per day, Teller doing all of his own intense drum work, which, by the way, the director wouldn't yell cut, intentionally allowing Miles to exhaust himself out. Hey Satan, you made a movie! The director actually told Simmons from the very beginning, I want you to take it past what you think the normal limit would be. I don't want to see a human being on screen anymore. I want to see a monster, a gargoyle, an animal. Between takes, Simmons was allegedly as nice as can be, which Chazelle claimed made the shoot not so nightmarish for the other actors, as opposed to Pam Ferris, who, as Miss Trunchbull, stayed in character between scenes just to scare the shit out of all of the kids.
What the fuck is wrong with you?
It's a fucking masterpiece.
What the fuck did you just say to me?
Right, I will start off by saying, every human being alive needs to watch this movie. I've not said this about any other film on this list yet, but I am begging you to go out, find a copy and watch it. Anyone who has any kind of dream, music or otherwise, which is pretty much everyone alive, Whiplash is a must-see, and I'm being deadly serious. You owe it to yourself, and you can thank me later. This is currently the greatest movie I've reviewed in this book thus far.
Catch on quick, you model unit.
Music is a universal language. Everyone likes music in one way or another, and the film doesn't generalize the plot around jazz. It doesn't focus on just fans of that particular genre, it's a character piece, and the main focus is Andrew, who you can't help but feel sorry for throughout the entire story. He's always being treated like shit, which is a cliche, yes, but this is on a whole nother level, and unlike other films that have tried to do this, it doesn't come across as cartoony, which I'll explain more in a bit. His journey is very, very real. So he joins this band and it seems to be his big break. He gets the first piece of abuse, but after the success starts to rise, it goes to his head a little bit, talking to his family like dirt, but it also helps his anxiety, allowing him to confidently pick up a girl for a date. Every single person alive has been talked down upon when trying to achieve their dream. There's no exception, which is exactly why this movie works so well. Everybody alive can relate to it. He's this ridiculously talented musician who just sits on the sidelines while others get preferential treatment, and he's completely underused and talked to like shit. Once he gets the abuse, he trains harder and for longer, gaining blisters, but he trains through the pain, and it's so inspiring. I'm sorry, I keep using that word, but it's all I can use to describe this film. Wait, let me check thesaurus.com real quick. Encouraging, uplifting, motivating. Motivating! Yes, motivating! That's the one, motivating.
You got plenty of options still.
Even as a human being, I find this character so relatable in almost every way. Hell, there's a part where they lose the music sheets, but Andrew knows it off by heart, goes out, performs the track list, and saves the show. And everyone still talks to him like shit. It's the perfect underdog story, and you can really feel like he'll sacrifice anything for music. Hell, he breaks up with his girlfriend to pursue it, which may seem douchey at first, but again, it's very, very human. Oh, that's another one I keep using, hold on. Individual, humanistic, civilized, vulnerable. Vulnerable, yes, vulnerable! No, that's stupid. Inspiring. And his acting is incredible. After all the abuse that he puts up with, when he finally stands up to Fletcher, you actually feel proud of this character and you are really invested in the growth of his personality. However, okay, let's just get this out the way.
It's the dick.
Oh. No big deal.
Right, so Fletcher reveals a former student of his was killed in a car crash. We later find out that he was actually just depressed from working with the guy and hanged himself, but it's clever foreshadowing as later, whilst rushing to get his drumsticks, Andrew gets into a car crash. He literally climbs out of the wreckage and goes to the show anyway. Yeah, no. Look, I get what they were going for here, that it will sacrifice anything for music, but why couldn't he have just been hit by a normal car? A truck this size would put his ass in a coma. He won't be able to walk, let alone rush to this show, and no one bats an eye. I mean, yeah, they realise something's wrong and look around and everything, but they still continue to play, and even Fletcher just simply gets rid of him instead of, hey dude, you're covered in blood, what's going on? I mean, I know he's an arsehole, but Jesus! Oh, speaking of which, Fletcher's character, one of the greatest villains of all time.
I think he likes me more now.
Like, Jesus Christ, he is the most evil and vile human being ever put to screen. I mean, I know Miss Trunchbull was bad, but that was very cartoony, whereas this guy looks genuinely real. Just look at how he speaks to these kids.
There's no fucking Mars bar down there. What are you looking at?
Parker, that is not your boyfriend's dick. Do not come early.
Do you think you're out of tune?
Yes.
Then why the fuck didn't you say so?
Carried your fat ass for too long, Mets. I'm not gonna have you cost us a competition because your mind's on a fucking Happy Meal instead of on pitch.
Not only does he scream obscenities,
and I am not gonna have my reputation in that department tarnished by a bunch of fucking limp dick, sour note, flattered on their girlfriend's flexible tempo dipshits. Got it?
slap Andrew in the face in front of the entire class, causing him to cry.
Jesus fucking Christ! I didn't know they allowed retards into Schaefer. Am I to understand that you cannot read tempo? Can you even fucking read music?
Not only does he make fun of his absentee mother,
you are a worthless, friendless, faggot-lipped little piece of shit whose mommy left daddy when she figured out he wasn't Eugene O'Neill, and who is now weeping and slobbering all over my drum set like a fucking 9-year-old girl. So for the final father-fucking time, say it louder! I'm upset!
Not only does he throw shit around and curse at them every waking minute,
Why do you suppose I just hurled a chair at your head, Neiman?
Because I refused to spoon with you last night?
not only does he force them all to stay at the studio playing until 2 AM despite bleeding all over the drum set. I'm pretty sure this is a deleted scene from Saw 6.
Seriously, isn't this technically torture?
Are you upset? Yes or fucking no?
But when he's eventually reported and fired, he pretends to befriend Andrew, gains his trust, invites him to a gig to perform in front of a crowd that could literally make or break his entire career, only to then give him a song he's never heard of and doesn't know, publicly humiliating him in front of everybody.
The folder is your fucking responsibility, Tanner. Why would you give it to Neiman? Right? You give a calculator to a fucking retard, he's gonna try to turn on a TV with it.
But the reconciliation scene between the two, Fletcher turns more human and we actually hear his very real explanation. I mean, it doesn't condone his actions by any means, but a lot of people do think this way, and strangely, it's really quite inspiring. A bit demented, warped and fucked in the head, but also inspiring.
I was there to push people beyond what's expected of them. Otherwise, we're depriving the world of the next Louis Armstrong, the next Charlie Parker.
But is there a line? You know, maybe you go too far and you discourage the next Charlie Parker from ever becoming Charlie Parker.
No, man, no. Because the next Charlie Parker would never be discouraged.
Yeah.
It took a warped, demented serial killer to inspire me to continue pursuing my dreams. Wow. He definitely deserves that Academy Award, and I also feel like he and Miles Teller have so much chemistry together. The latter is tremendous throughout the entire film and really grabs you by the feels many times. The last sequence? Oh my, the last sequence. So after he's publicly humiliated, he storms off the stage to hug his dad, and then he returns to the stage and performs the song he knows, improvising with the band who help him out and go along with it, and wow. Honestly, this is one of the, if not the, greatest scenes in movie history that I've ever seen, honestly. Fletcher risks his own band just for his own personal enjoyment of embarrassing Andrew and possibly ruining his entire future music career. That's so cold, but instead of being disheartened and giving up, Andrew returns with a big middle finger to prove him wrong, much to Fletcher's chagrin. And then, this final performance lasts just a little less than 9 minutes, and there's hardly any dialogue. The only spoken words is Andrew telling his nearby musician that he'll cue him in, Fletcher asking what the hell he's doing, but other than those throwaway, unnecessary filler lines, nothing is spoken, and yet there's more character development in this one sequence than in most movies today in their entirety. The scene begins with Andrew and Fletcher hating each other. At first, the latter just goes along with the performance, but once it's finished, Andrew continues drumming and he can't believe it, playing a tempo he was completely incapable of doing earlier on in the film. But through the power of music and facial acting, the art form brings them both together. Fletcher notices Andrew's talent, realizes he's something special and is going to be something huge, and reverts back to being his mentor. It's absolutely beautiful storytelling, and the dialogue just wasn't even needed. This easily makes Chazelle one of the finest directors of the entire last decade. The director stated he made this ending to inspire discussion and debate and not decide, are we happy for Andrew or are we lamenting his loss of humanity? The debate I love is how far too far? How much is too much? Is it worth it? This kind of relentless abuse might be necessary and appropriate if you're training Navy SEALs, but I don't know if it's appropriate in a music school. But it's there and it can be productive, there's no denying that. From my own perspective, I'd rather have a pretty girlfriend than go work with this guy and have my hands bleed all the time. I would have made a different choice. I actually like the open ending now that I put it into perspective a bit more, but I would like to see a follow-up and see how these characters develop more, and there's even more possibilities where they could take the story further and expand upon it. The movie itself is honestly phenomenal, with so many inspiring and uplifting messages.
Dying broke and drunk and full of heroin at the age of 34 is not exactly my idea of success.
I'd rather die drunk, broke at 34 and have people at a dinner table talk about me than live to be rich and sober at 90 and nobody remember who I was.
And literally, the only complaint I can actually come up with is that car crash sequence. That's it. The film is, sorry, one last time, inspiring as hell. It hits you in all the right feels, the direction brings forth the emotion, the character is beyond likable and endearing, and the story is so well written, backed up by two of the greatest acting performances in recent years. This is one of the greatest movies I've ever seen. And if you have not seen it, please do yourself a favor and go and check it out ASAP. Although real events, The Social Network was actually based on Ben Mesrich's 2009 book entitled The Accidental Billionaires, the founding of Facebook, a tale of sex, money, genius, and betrayal. I don't think the title was long enough.
I do.
Eduardo Saverin helped with the research and consultations behind the book, but Mark Zuckerberg himself had no communications with him during the process and had no involvement whatsoever.
It's not a coincidence.
The movie stars everybody's favourite Lex Luthor as Mark Zuckerberg, a 19-year-old Harvard student who gets his ass dumped before proceeding to plaster the internet with hate about the person who's upset him. I can't relate. He then hacks the university servers to create a website allowing students to rate the hotness of female classmates. You know, Facebook is kind of creepy now that they're explaining it like this. He gets disciplined, but the site attracts the attention of these two twin UFC fighters, the Winklevosses. Sound like German sex offenders.
It's good, funny.
heard that before. Who asked for his help to develop a new social networking website exclusive to students based around dating and will definitely not be anything like MySpace. Remember MySpace?
What's that?
Mark agrees, but then has a better idea, eventually leading to the Facebook we all know and love, dragging his best friend Eduardo, played by everybody's favourite Spider-Man, in as co-founder. At a conference on June the 2nd, 2010, the host, Kara Swisher, actually expressed her unhappiness with the film being based on Zuckerberg, and she said this straight to his face. Mark himself actually replied, "I just wish that nobody made a movie on me while I was still alive. The film is mostly fiction. This is my life, so I know it's not so dramatic." He also claimed the picture portrayed his motivations inaccurately. It was never about meeting girls, he just enjoyed building things, but he did confess, "The movie did correctly depict my real life wardrobe. It's interesting the stuff they focused on getting right, like every single shirt and fleece that they had in the movie is actually a shirt or fleece that I own. It's a dramatization of history. It's interesting to see my past rewritten in a way that emphasizes things that didn't matter, like the Winklevosses, who I've still never even met and had no part in the work that we did to create the site over the past 6 years, and it leaves out things that really did, like the many other people in our lives at the time who supported us in innumerable ways. A lot of exciting things happened in 2004, but mostly we just worked a lot and stressed out about things. The version in the trailer seems a lot more exciting, so I'm just going to choose to remember that we drank ourselves silly and had a lot of sex with co-eds. The plot of the book and script unabashedly attacked Zuckerberg, but I actually felt like a lot of his positive qualities come out truthfully in the trailer. At the end of the day, they cannot help but portray him as the driven, forward-thinking genius that he is.
I do remember you saying that.
Facebook's chief operating officer Sheryl Sandberg saw the film and said it was very Hollywood, mainly fiction, and stated, "In real life, Mark was just sitting around with his friends in front of his computer ordering pizza. Who wants to go see that for 2 hours?"
I doubt it.
A movie about how Facebook was made sounds pretty fucking boring. Like, how do you make an interesting feature-length movie based on that? But thankfully, I was pleasantly surprised. This movie took a concept that sounds extremely dull on paper and apparently would have been incredibly dull if they stuck to the actual real-life events, and dramatized it to create an, in my opinion, interesting piece of cinema. I found the story fascinating, and not once in its 120-minute running time did I find myself ever growing bored. Although Zuckerberg comes across as an arsehole during the movie, I like that it's always left up to the viewer's interpretation. Sure, he screwed Eduardo over, but Eduardo did close the bank accounts. But then again, Mark and Sean were getting closer. Was he wrong in closing them before speaking to Mark about it first? Was Mark wrong in retaliating before discussing it with Eduardo first? There's no concrete answer and it's left open, which I really like. There's no black and white, right and wrong in this story.
You write your snide bullshit from a dark room because that's what the angry do nowadays.
But he's very, very real. Despite some of his actions, he defends Eduardo even when he's being sued by the guy. He always sticks up for him. He always persists on keeping Facebook free and not monetizing it no matter how successful it becomes. So he's an asshole, but he's a humble asshole.
Sean Parker says, "Fuck you."
The movie does a great job showing the pure genius of Mark Zuckerberg, and Jesse Eisenberg nails this performance perfectly. Every time he has to be cocky and shows off his intellect, it's hilarious and delivered magnificently.
You don't think I deserve your attention?
I think if your clients want to sit on my shoulders and call themselves tall, they have a right to give it a try, but there's no requirement that I enjoy sitting here listening to people lie. You have part of my attention. You have the minimum amount. The rest of my attention is back at the offices of Facebook, where my colleagues and I are doing things that no one in this room, including and especially your clients, are intellectually or creatively capable of doing. Did I adequately answer your condescending question?
You know Shia LaBeouf was originally offered the part, and he turned it down? That's one way to ruin your movie. But it's weird, for a movie that focuses so much on showing genius intellect.
How many shares of stock will I own?
1,328,334. That represents a 34.4% ownership share.
34.4.
You should know that Mark has already taken his percentage from 60 down to 51.
Oh.
51.
Dustin Moskowitz owns 6.81%.
6.81.
Sean Parker, 6.47%.
6.47.
And Peter Thiel, 7%.
7. That's 105.68%. And at the end, they claim Mark Zuckerberg was the youngest billionaire in the world, but that title actually belongs to
Dustin Moskowitz,
who is 8 days younger.
That's good. You should be proud of that right there.
Jesse Eisenberg claimed that he has OCD in real life, so learning to talk and act in this manner, going against all of his natural instincts, was the absolute hardest thing he's ever had to do as an actor, but boy does it pay off. This, in my mind, is his greatest performance. It's so good, and if you did not know any better, you'd think he was the real Mark Zuckerberg.
You ever end up seeing the film, the Social Network?
Yeah, I did.
Cool. Oh, thanks. What did you think?
It was interesting.
He did, however, have an issue with the swimming pool scene where he films his mates jumping in. Apparently, in real life, Mark actually joined in, but Jesse Eisenberg admitted he couldn't imagine Zuckerberg having that much fun. Luckily, that part was scrapped from the script anyway, and he just watched. The dialogue is so well written, human, intelligent, and incredibly well structured on all fronts, not just Mark's, and the screenplay is astoundingly good. Armie Hammer actually played both twins, with Josh Pence as a body double at times, with CGI playing a big part. Andrew Garfield is always incredible and nails this performance. He originally auditioned for the role of Mark, but the director felt he would have been much better suited for Eduardo, looking and coming across much more vulnerable.
He's wired in.
Is he?
Yes.
About now, he's still wired in?
And Justin Timberlake, I think, doesn't get nearly enough credit as a tremendous actor. He is fantastic and is the only one who actually met his real-life counterpart in real life before shooting, which the director actually forbade, but he did so years earlier before the film's production even began. The movie does show just how weird Facebook can be sometimes and portrays just how much it's really consumed our lives.
Why does your status say single on your Facebook page? What? Why does your relationship status say single on your Facebook page?
I was single when I set up the page.
And you just never bothered to change it?
The picture shows every part of Facebook's creation, from the pictures, the wall, the relationship status, and it gives such a great and inspirational message. The movie takes place during the lawsuits with fast-paced editing from flashbacks to the present day, and I really like that style, and I feel it benefits the film more to go that route. I think it's a great story that molds the overall narrative with the subplots of drama, love, jealousy, betrayal all together perfectly. Sure, they changed and skewed facts from real-life events, but that happens when adapting to a movie. You need to dramatize them, or you'll just be watching a teenager at a laptop for 2 hours, and the movie did a great job exaggerating and expanding real-life events to make them more cinematic. The film ends with Mark refreshing the page, and I like that it shows, despite all of his success and fame, he still hung up on that one girl he let go. And it shows, has Facebook really connected us all together, or has it just made us all even more alone? Honestly, an amazing movie that I expected to really suck. A great film with lots of twists and turns, and definitely worth your time. Hello and welcome back to Cinematic Venom, and happy Father's Day! And we celebrated Mother's Day by looking at the miserably depressing terms of endearment with my beloved mother. She was delightful, wasn't she? So it's only right we now spend Father's Day looking at a classic father-son story, Kramer vs. Kramer. And like before, I'm reviewing it with my dear old dad. Hi, Dad!
Bang bang, skeet skeet.
No, you can't say that! Kramer vs. Kramer tells the story of not John from the Saw movies, but Ted, played by Dustin Hoffman, a stereotypical workaholic father to his son Billy, played by Justin Henry, but his absentee tendencies lead to his wife Joanna, played by Meryl Streep, leaving him and literally walking out on their child in the process. I mean, I hate to say that I can relate to this story.
You say my wife is dead?
No, she's right there.
Shut your hole! Don't look at me like that, I will eat your Hey, you my mother!
The movie is based on the Avery Corman novel of the same name. French director Francois Truffaut was offered the job of directing but had to turn it down for other projects before Robert Benton got the job. Originally, Kate Jackson was offered the part of Joanna but had to turn it down due to her commitment to Charlie's Angels, and it was then offered to Faye Dunaway, Goldie Hawn, Jane Fonda and Ali MacGraw, all of which turned it down. And Susan Sarandon and Diane Keaton were also both considered. Al Pacino rejected an offer to play Ted, as did Jon Voight and James Caan, and George Hamilton and Roy Scheider were both also considered for the part. The role of Phyllis, a one-night stand that Hoffman's character has in the movie, was originally offered to news reporter Joan London, but she turned it down as it required nudity. Meryl Streep was then picked for that part despite her only being in 2 scenes. However, she was able to convince the producers to let her audition for the motherly role instead. At the time, Streep had sadly lost her fiancé, John Cazale, to cancer just a few months prior, and Hoffman believed this would help with her performance and give her an emotional edge. She was only contracted to work just 12 days. But Streep wasn't the only one, as Hoffman was going through a real-life divorce at the time, so he was literally experiencing the same thing as his character. There's a character called Margaret who's the neighbour of Hoffman's character and also good friends with Streep's counterpart. Originally, Gail Strickland was given the part, but she left after just a week of filming. It was originally believed to have been artistic differences, but later revealed that she was just so intimidated working alongside Dustin Hoffman, which damaged her performance.
performance, as she could barely even say any of her lines, though she claims that she just wasn't able to memorize the lines that Hoffman would improvise for her, which annoyed her greatly, leading to her being fired and replaced by Jane Alexander. However, filming wasn't wine and roses for Meryl Streep either. This was her first ever film and she didn't have the greatest introduction to the world of Hollywood. Dustin Hoffman harassed her on the set, even grabbing her breast during their first encounter, though he has since apologized for this. Why would you even do it in the first place?
Very nice. How much?
Oh, Dad!
I like sex.
I don't remember the last time I ever had such a good time.
They also conflicted when it came to the movie, as Streep wanted her character to be more sympathetic and vulnerable than in the script, which Hoffman was against. Furthermore, he's known for being a method actor and would often yell insults and obscenities at her on set, even mocking her with the name of her recently deceased fiancé, John Cazale, to increase her performance. Dude, is Dustin Hoffman related to Stanley Kubrick? What on earth?
It is not a joke.
Exactly! There's also a scene where they have an argument, and in the very first take, Hoffman really slapped her across the face without warning. Furthermore, Hoffman wanted to add more anger to the scene, so he warned the cameraman but nobody else, as he violently threw the glass into the wall without warning the actress. This is Meryl Streep's genuine reaction, and it was a real glass. Some shards even ended up in her hair. Hoffman later admitted that he was the star of the film, and despite it being Streep's first movie, a lot of publicity was being made about her, which made him grow very angry, worried that he would become upstaged by a newbie. He hated her guts, which made her never want to work with him again. Kramer vs. Kramer had a huge impact in the 1970s. Around this time, mothers were always looked at as the superior parent, and this movie came around the time things were changing. But the movie doesn't even portray the mother as a bad parent. It balances them both out, which makes it even more impressive.
I've taken $2,000 out of our savings account because that's what I had in the bank when we first got married.
Was this some kind of joke?
Here's the cleaning, here's the laundry ticket. You can pick them both up on Saturday.
Man, she seems to be taking this breakup pretty damn well, doesn't she? Joanna even threatens suicide if Ted doesn't do as she says, and the acting on both parts is amazing. She doesn't feel like she's good enough for their son Billy, so she leaves. Ted does finally vent to Margaret about it all. Hey, he does care!
Joanna and I talk a great deal, yes. And Joanna's a very, very unhappy woman. And you may not want to hear this, but it took a lot of courage for her to walk out of here.
How much courage does it take to walk out on your kid?
Oh, my man, yes! Okay, for those unaware, when my son was just shy of turning 5, his mother walked out of his life and hasn't returned since. So this movie is that more real for me. Almost everything portrayed in this film, I've lived, and it's gut-wrenching to have to relive. This movie is like one massive punch to the stomach.
Where's Mommy? Okay, what? Where's Mommy?
But Ted does his absolute best to distract Billy and just change the subject. He does handle it really well. But of course he's a useless father because Hollywood loves to portray dads as being awful. Apparently only mothers know how to look after their kids.
Miss, can you help me? What grade are you in?
Oh, come on. He doesn't even know what grade he is in. What's your name again, son?
Borat. You do have a problem, Ted. Yeah, what's that? What are you gonna do about Billy?
Raise him? Okay, so his boss actually suggests that he sends his son away to live with relatives in case Joanna doesn't come back. Because, remember, dads are useless and he's completely incapable. But isn't this illegal? A company not catering towards childcare? Not even considering it? They're just trying to force him to work instead? Now forget your kid, just come to work, mate. And also, he's clearly successful. Why doesn't he just hire a babysitter? Seriously, the next portion of the movie is Ted struggling as he tries to balance work and home. Just hire a nanny while you work. They go shopping and Billy wants to get certain things that his mum always gets, and Ted doesn't want to upset him, nor does he want to say anything bad about her in front of him. It's subtle, but he just caves and gets what Billy wants to be the bigger man. But then, my God, this scene, I can't make jokes here. Joanna writes a letter to Billy and for some reason Ted reads it out to him without checking it first.
Being your mommy was one thing, but there are other things too. And this is what I have to do. I did not get a chance to tell you this, and that is why I'm writing you now. I will always be your mommy, and I will always love you.
This scene made me cry like a p***.
I don't understand why he'd read it straight to him. My ex-wife sent many letters and I'm not showing my son until he's older and can understand a bit better. But regardless, this scene is so gut-wrenchingly powerful. To the point he starts leaving work early to get Billy and he begins to change. But then he's the last one there to collect him at a party, so naturally Billy feels abandoned and convinced that his dad is going to walk out on him as well. I've been here and it's awful.
I like Boston.
Boston? Why do you like Boston?
Because Mommy's from Boston.
The feels, man. The feels! And he can't even say anything bad about her. He's such a nice guy, he just has to put up with it. It's impossible to not feel for him. He even puts his own feelings aside to leave a picture of Joanna on Billy's desk. It's a really sweet sentiment. One complaint I do have though is that Ted and Margaret are suddenly now best friends. Yeah, she's had a bad breakup and then they take their kids to the park and they're just really close all of a sudden, even though earlier she was clearly more Joanna's friend. They do state that 8 months have passed, but I just think it's a transition that could have been shown a lot more instead of, oh, look, now they're friends.
Look, I can't let your family problems interfere with my responsibilities. I got a shop to run.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure this is how companies get lawsuits. I mean, I've no idea if this really happens in the States or back in the 70s, but from my own personal experience, companies can't really say or do anything when it's childcare related. My company, for one, have always been so accommodating when things like this has happened, but even if it does, why doesn't he just quit and sue them? But I'm confused. Is he literally leaving his son alone at home all day? I mean, this sounds like a stretch, but we never see a babysitter. Obviously, he's at a party and then he goes to collect him, sure, but that's it. Every other time he just goes to work. And right here, Billy rings him up.
Oh, hi, Billy. What's up? No, 1 hour of television a day. That's the rule.
So surely if he had a babysitter, it wouldn't be Billy ringing him up, it would be the babysitter. But even then, Billy asks for more time watching television. If Billy's on his own, surely he would just watch more television and not tell his dad. So either way, this makes no sense.
Yes.
So in the scene that was completely improvised, Billy refuses to eat dinner, so Ted says he's not allowed ice cream afterwards. But his son deliberately ignores him and goes to get the dessert just to spite him. Okay, this is actually hilarious. This is 100% accurate. Hey Dad, what was I like when I was that age?
Golden hairs and the of a 7-year-old.
Oh, Dad!
It's nice.
No!
Alright, may sound a little rough.
But it is really relatable as Ted feels like his son now hates him. I've lived this and it's heartbreaking, and then he watches him sleep and you can tell that he regrets it before they both apologise and reconcile. This is amazing, and it genuinely tears me up during the whole viewing experience.
It's where Mommy left, isn't it? Because I was bad.
The film is so well written, and this kid deserved that Oscar nomination, man. He blames himself, but Ted says, no, it was my fault. But Ted, no, that would explain why she left you, not her kid. Don't defend her. But it's sweet how Ted is literally the only dad in the audience. The bond between them does grow gradually and naturally throughout the whole film. Before he sleeps with some random woman from work. Seriously, this comes right out of nowhere. I get that you want to show he's over his ex-wife, but okay. But uh-oh, Billy falls off some monkey bars and cuts his face open. Jesus Christ, look at it. I do like how Margaret has stayed in touch this entire time though. She's basically an aunt figure to Billy, and for some reason the doctor doesn't want Ted in the room as they give him stitches, but he argues his way in anyway, which is really sweet. And he even asks Margaret to have custody of Billy if anything were to ever happen to him, like he gets arrested for sexual harassment claims or something. So Joanna randomly gets back in touch 18 months after disappearing and wants to meet for a drink. Yeah, you better tell her to right off me. So Ted gives her an earful of facts, but now they have to go to court to fight for custody, and his own lawyer admits they normally rule in favour of the mother and they have to literally prove she's an unfit parent. There is a really sweet moment that follows where he just holds Billy and it shows how much he means to him and how he doesn't want to ever lose him. I swear to God, he better end up with the kid or this movie can suck my balls. He even tells funny stories about his son to his boss. You can tell he's his entire world, but the boss clearly does not give a flying shit and even fires him! Yeah, I'm pretty sure this is unfair dismissal. Great, now he needs another lawyer. But the truth is, he doesn't stand a chance in the custody battle unless he has a job. Come on, this dude can't catch a break. The guy even offers him some cash, but he refuses and just leaves. But Ted promises his attorney to get a job in 24 hours because it's just that easy. I don't even get it. Surely he could just go to the court case and be like, yeah, I got fired, but here's my boss. He'll explain why. His boss will come on the stand and be like, oh yeah, I fired him because he was spending all his time with the son. This would have been resolved in like 5 minutes.
I love you, you b****.
But Ted refuses to leave unless he gets an answer and puts himself in the driver's seat, making them wish they could hire him. And of course he manages to get the job. But things start to get more complicated as Joanna wants to see Billy, and naturally Ted is reluctant, fearing that she might kidnap him, but soon agrees. It's just so heartbreaking as Billy runs back into his mum's arms. He's so young he doesn't quite understand. She hasn't been there. Ted has. She's f***ed off and now wants to come back and pretend she's a good mother. Man, screw this b****.
And I really needed somebody to help me. But when I turned to Ted, he just wasn't there for me.
What does that have to do with the child? Furthermore, she admits to having numerous lovers after she left, whereas Ted hasn't. So Margaret is questioned and she defends Ted as a father, but has to reveal what Joanna said about him as a husband, which again should be irrelevant. But she tries to plead that he's a changed man, but keeps getting interrupted.
What law is it that says that a woman is a better parent simply by virtue of her sex?
Thank you! But this dialogue is beautifully written.
You know, I had a lot of time to think about what does it make somebody a good parent. You know, it has to do with constancy. It has to do with patience. It has to do with listening to him. It has to do with pretending to listen to him when you can't even listen anymore. It has to do with love, like she was saying. And I don't know where it's written that says that a woman has a corner on that market, that a man has any less of those emotions than a woman does. Billy has a home with me. I've made it the best I could. It's not perfect. I'm not a perfect parent. Sometimes I don't have enough patience, and I forget that he's a little kid. But I'm there. I get up in the morning, and then we eat breakfast, and he talks to me, and then we go to school, and at night we have dinner together, and we talk then, and I read to him, and we built a life together, and we love each other. If you destroy that, it may be irreparable.
But you can see in slight facial expressions that she can tell that he's changed since they separated.
Mr. Kramer, isn't it true that you were fired from your previous job? I was let go.
Because of childcare.
Mr. Kramer, isn't it true that your agency lost a major advertising account due to your negligence?
Objection.
He was looking after his son. Why doesn't Ted ever point that out? Where's his boss? He was neglecting work because he was looking after his son. They do list all the work stuff he's missed since, which actually should work in his favour, but oh well. Joanna starts to notice that he's not a workaholic anymore and actually has changed. But he even points out Billy's injury and points the blame to Ted, since earlier he blamed himself. And Joanna seems guilty for having told him. Good, you b****. You're a horrible, horrible person. Even if this was a mistake and you're done f***ed up, you've come back and have now literally used your son as a pawn against your ex-husband to ruin his life and paint him as Satan. F*** you to hell, you b****. She even tries to apologise for telling her attorney that information, but he walks away. Good. She deserves nothing. This woman is a horrible person who then tiptoes around the point, bullshit, and refused to take responsibility for her own horrific actions. But the time is now. We find out who wins the court case.
All right. I lost it.
I can't tell you how sorry I am.
What? Nah. This movie. F you. No, f it. F you, you f***ing bitch, you f***ing little motherfucking piece of shit. So he wants to appeal the decision, but the lawyer claims they'd have to put Billy on the stand, but Ted refuses. Even though an appeal requires no new evidence, so Billy wouldn't be on the stand at all, but... Lies! Amazingly, Ted still praises Joanna to Billy. He still doesn't say a bad word about her. But Billy doesn't like these changes, and it's just heartbreaking to see all of this happen to the poor kid. And for a nice transition from earlier, they made French toast at the start of the film and they were happy, but Ted messed it all up. But now they're quiet and serious, but Ted does it all fine. It's a nice subtle touch to show that he's finally sorted his life out. But your anxiety is so high as the film reaches the end, wanting to know what's going down. Come on, do the right thing, Joanna.
Yes?
Ted, it's Joanna. I'm downstairs in the lobby. Can you come down here and meet me alone?
She still has time! Come on, Joanna, don't let us down, please!
I came here to take my son home. And I realize he already is home.
Okay, she is redeemed. This movie is amazing. Well done, movie. Well, Kramer vs. Kramer is a masterpiece. It is a roller coaster of emotions. It raises important issues of paternal rights versus maternal rights, and it's a beautifully told story. She's a who messes up but learns, and the ending redeems it all. Ted changes from his workaholic ways, and I could relate to so much of it. It was hard to relive these events, but I'm glad I did. It's definitely a powerful and effective film. It's honestly a beautiful story of father and son, and an excellent way to celebrate Father's Day.
And now, Rob, this is the question for £1 million.
Okay, I'm ready.
Which of these feature films won an Academy Award? Is it A, The Shawshank Redemption, B, The Green Mile, C, It's a Wonderful Life, or D, Slumdog Millionaire?
Well, it's not gonna be Slumdog, is it? Like compared to the other three. I'm gonna have to go with, in my opinion, the greatest movie of all time, Chris. A, Shawshank Redemption.
I'm sorry, that's the wrong answer. The answer was D, Slumdog Millionaire.
Fuck off! Slumdog Millionaire follows Jamal, an 18-year-old Indian from the slums who appears on their version of Who Wants to Be a Millionaire. The basic premise of the film follows him seemingly breezing through the questions, interspersed with flashbacks to how he knew said answers until he is suspected of cheating. He wins the prize, gets the girl, and this won a whopping 8 Academy Awards, which nobody can still quite comprehend. All the great movies that couldn't even win one, and Slumdog Millionaire has 8. For God's sake! The picture was originally based off of the novel Q&A by Vika Swara. The screenwriter Simon Beaufoy then visited India to meet street children and get more of an idea for the script. I want to get across the sense of this huge amount of fun, laughter, chat, and sense of community that is in these slums. What you pick up on is this massive energy. In 2006, Danny Boyle was approached to direct, but he was hesitant at first, showing no interest in making a movie based on the popular game show, but one of his favourite films was The Full Monty, which was written by the same guy, leading to Boyle giving it a second chance. He checked over the script and was really impressed before committing to the picture. One of the casting directors also brought it to Boyle and Beaufoy's attention that some of the film should be spoken in Hindi to bring it more alive. The writer and director credited many other films as being inspirations for certain sequences. The first choice to play the host was an established Bollywood actor called Shah Rukh Khan, who turned down the role as he didn't want the audience to believe the real show was a fraud. Despite turning it down, he later claimed that he did not regret it and he still supports the film regardless. Slumdog Millionaire is only the second film ever to win Best Picture, Best Director, and Best Screenplay at the Golden Globes, BAFTAs, and the Academy Awards, only alongside Schindler's List. Slumdog Millionaire is now alongside Schindler's fucking List. I guess you could also put them side by side to show them completely ripping off this scene from Schindler's List as well, but yeah, this film is genius and so original.
You're absolutely right!
The movie has even been highly debated ever since its release. Many in Indian culture praised the movie, but others have objected to it, criticizing Jamal for his English. Yes, really. I don't personally understand this because, the actor who played Jamal is English. Was that what they were complaining about? I mean, his accent slips in this scene.
There was no message.
So was that the problem, that they cast a British Indian as an Indian? I don't know.
They didn't ask me that question. I don't know why.
Others bitching that similar movies by Indian filmmakers didn't get nearly as much acknowledgement. Filmmakers Amir Khan and Priya Dashan slated it. Author and fellow critic Salman Rushdie called it a patently ridiculous conceit. Adore Gopalakrishnan, who is possibly the most acclaimed filmmaker in all of India, who won the Best Director Award of the Indian National Film Awards 5 times, completely slated it. It's a very anti-Indian film. All the bad elements of Mumbai commercial cinema are put together and in a very slick way, and it underlines and endorses what the West think about us. It's falsehood built upon falsehood, and at every turn it's fabricated. At every turn, it's built on falsehood. I was ashamed to see it was being appreciated wisely in the West. Fortunately, Indians are turning it down. Meeta Sengupta said the movie puts doubt to realism in the film's portrayal of urban poverty in India, and he questioned whether or not the film will actually assist those arguing for the poor, claiming the movie's reductive view of such slums is more likely to reinforce negative attitudes to those who live there. This is one of the worst scripts I've ever had the misfortune of ever coming into contact with. And you're telling me that they truly believe this was a better picture that year than The Dark Knight, than Wall-E, than The Wrestler, hell, than Eagle Eye! Right, the thing is, I actually quite enjoyed the cinematography and directing style. for maybe 10 minutes or so. There's a couple of chase scenes throughout with the editing and direction I thought worked really well. This movie is 90% Dutch angle shots. These shots are usually used to show uncomfortable situations, check Matilda. But here, almost every shot is at an angle for no reason. There's nothing even going on most of the time. Was the cameraman drunk and he just left the camera on a tilt? It wouldn't bother me so much if it wasn't nearly every single shot of the film for no reason. There are some interesting choices, like some of the transitions I think are kind of cool, but then some are really weirdly timed and just random. I will credit the lighting and the overall look of the film. I don't think it's necessarily Oscar worthy, but it gives the movie its own unique image as well as the cool take on subtitles. It's different and I'll definitely give it credit for that. However, there's horrible decisions here, like the kids rolling down a hill and it's clearly sped up in post. You couldn't have done a better job covering that up. This simple conversation scene is over-directed like hell. Look how many unnecessary cuts there are. This is more cuts than an emo. I think my main issue is that there's a really cool idea here buried beneath the bullshit. I think a film about a cheater on Who Wants to Be a Millionaire would be really cool. Technically, there is one in documentary form, which by the way is a lot better, but this is one of the biggest missed opportunities I've ever seen. So the basic idea is they believe he's cheating because he's from the slums. Doctors and wealthy people can't get past a few thousand, but here is Jamal acing the game show. He can't possibly know anything. That's fair enough. I get the underdog judgmental asshole premise, but then he's arrested and tortured for answers. Because that's how you handle a cheater on a game show. I get that they're trying to show India as this lower class, less fortunate country, but apparently it's not even accurate. I have never stepped foot in India, but all of these Indian filmmakers who have said it's giving a bad and inaccurate image gives me enough confidence to say that this is not how India is. And the screenwriter claims he visited the place 3 times before finishing the script. Are you sure you actually went to India, not just the satanic basement where Elephant was written? I can often let inaccuracies go, see my social network review, but it's the fact that this film is so praised for being accurate that annoys me. This movie really is promoting a bad name for India. Furthermore, they don't think this guy is cheating by having someone in the audience cough the answers. Nah, don't be silly. They think he's embedded a microchip under his fucking skin. Yeah, he can't possibly know who's on the American $100 bill, but he's smart enough to embed a microchip under his fucking skin. And the guy literally admits they have rapists and killers to deal with, but they instead are focusing on someone who they have no evidence cheated on a fucking game show. Yeah, fuck the Virginia Tech murderer. Billy is cheating on a science test. Let's go get his ass. The characters have no personalities. I have no idea why I'm supposed to want Jamal to win this money. The whole thing about his supposed character is that money means nothing to him, which is why he's so miserable and emotionless when he actually wins it. Okay, that's nice. Money doesn't matter to him. That's a good characterization, but that's it. And he's trying to win the cash. For a woman! The whole premise for the story is to win a woman over because I guess women only want you for your money? Or is it to escape the slums? Yeah, fuck all you other lonely slum dogs back there who are still trapped. I'm free, whoopee! This is Annie all over again!
I don't see what else I can do.
The host, who looks like Oliver Platt, is the only character I like, but that's for all the wrong reasons. He acts like a complete prick the entire movie, for no reason. He makes fun of Jamal constantly, acts like a dick on TV, talks to him like shit, and he's so cartoony, he's entertaining as hell. He's a real-life animated character, but the movie can't even get him right. There's a part where they take a commercial break. During that time, the host and Jamal go to have a piss, which would never happen on the real show, by the way, as it would allow Jamal time to actually cheat, but whatever. And the host admits he used to live in the slums and is rooting for Jamal to win. He tells him an answer, which is completely bullshit. This is a really interesting scene. There's tension, there's suspense. Is he telling the truth or is he just testing Jamal to see if he's a good person? Regardless, Jamal chooses against the host's answer and gets it right. A really interesting scene until it turns out the host is just pure evil and he's the one who passes him over to the torture police in the first place.
Just because.
That's what the film is. They're either good or evil. There's no in between.
There's right and there's wrong.
His brother Salim has the most inconsistent character I have ever seen. 1 minute he's good, then he's an arsehole, then he's good, then he's an arsehole. Everybody praises the scene where he shoots someone and calls it the turning point of the story where he finally turns evil. Finally turns evil? He already locked his brother in the shitter, ditched their friend Nikita, dropped her off a fucking train for no reason by the way, told Jamal he doesn't give a shit about her. He was always an arsehole. Jamal even tells Nikita they can believe in Salim, but then when he shows up, no, be careful, that brother I said we like, he's a douche again now. I don't know why, but he is. Then after years of no contact, they talk like nothing happened. Salim threatened to kill him, but now they're buddy-buddy. Then they meet back up and they hate each other again. Jamal literally says he can never trust him again, and then we cut to them chatting as mates again. What is going on? And then he's evil again at the end. None of these characters change. The entire purpose of a movie is that the situation has changed from start to finish. Otherwise, nothing's been established. Well, what's changed? Salim is dead, yeah, but that's it. There's no transformation start to end. Salim was a cunt at the start, he was a cunt at the end. Jamal and Nikita never changed, the host is still a douche, no one's learned any lesson. People haven't even learned that slums can be intelligent and not to judge a book by its cover because Jamal doesn't get any fame or anything from this win. This movie is entirely pointless.
No! No! No!
The love story is non-existent. Literally, we see Jamal and his brother Salim growing up and they have a friend Nikita. Salim intentionally ditches her, they lose contact, they meet back up, we see no signs of any romantic connection taking place, they lose contact, they meet back up, and now they're in love. There's nothing there! They're only in love because he's got a dick and she's got a vagina and the director thinks that means they have to get together, but that's it! The actors also have no chemistry together, which blows my fucking mind because they were dating in real life! Yeah, these were a couple in real life and they have about as much chemistry on screen as Rihanna and Chris Brown's fists! Look, even the actors look confused by it. Now, when he gets these questions and breezes through them, we get flashbacks through his difficult childhood and upbringing, showing the audience just how he knew the answers, and this is where it becomes the most contrived and forced script I have ever fucking heard of. And the only comeback is, it's Destiny! No, Destiny is a fucking awesome video game, and this movie is nothing close to awesome. That's just a cop-out, it's not an excuse. Destiny, no, it's a fucking forced, unrealistic, contrived bullshit script. I can usually let believability go to an extent, but this film constantly tests it, and it is filled with a billion coincidences based on chance, none of which I could just shrug off since it's every 20 seconds or so. It's just filled with inconsistencies and doesn't have the entertainment value to back it up. It is so bad. Literally, he gets a question about God Rama or something and what he holds in his right hand. We then get a flashback to his village being slaughtered where his mother dies. Really emotional, and to be fair, quite well done and strong scene, until he literally sees a little girl or boy, I don't know, dressed as him, holding a bow and arrow. Yes! Yeah, that really happened. That's how we knew. That really happened in the best adapted screenplay of 2008.
Now, why would you do that?
Are you fucking kidding me? And this is every question. He gets asked some question about cricket and we get a flashback to Nikita's forced husband watching cricket and that's how he knew. He gets a question about who's on the American $100 bill. We get a flashback to him receiving one from a tourist despite no one being nice enough to hand out $100 bills. And then a blind, homeless kid somehow happens to know who the fuck Benjamin Franklin is. Oh, better check to see if there's a microchip under his fucking skin. He gets a question about who invented the revolver. We get a flashback to literally Salim using a revolver. Yeah, he knows who invented one because his brother used one. What did he say? This was invented by Samuel Colt.
The man with the Colt 45 says shut up.
But who would remember that? Who would remember that? And that wasn't even in that flashback. That was in a flashback later on. He gets asked who wrote this poem, and we get a flashback where he sings it, but we don't see how he knows who wrote it. We just see him sing it. So the flashbacks don't even answer their own bullshit. And even worse, they put the wrong answer in the movie. The author of the poem is Gopal Singh Nepali. Why make a movie based on general knowledge questions if you can't be bothered to research your own general knowledge questions? In fact, the children of Gopal Singh Nepali actually filed a complaint for the misrepresentation in this movie. Fuck this film! And the most embarrassing part is this question. Really? Look at these choices. Is this even a question? Never in my life have I ever seen the emblem of India, and yet the choices make it blatantly obvious, and it uses a lifeline on this shit. It's so obvious the host and the audience all laugh at the three bullshit options. No one wanted to be associated with this film, and I don't blame them. Mercedes-Benz requested for all of their logos to be removed from the picture. Drink companies wanted their branding taken out. I'm not even joking, they wanted nothing to do with it. The movie clearly has no idea how the game show works at all. Firstly, throughout the entire show, the host constantly says if he gets the question wrong, he will lose everything. Now, on the UK version of the show, there's a milestone for £1,000 and £32,000. If you get a question wrong after reaching those, you'll still walk away with said amount. And from our research, the amounts may differ, but the Indian version still has the same milestone formula, so no, you jackass, if he gets it wrong, he won't be walking away with nothing. The movie portrays the game show as being live, which it isn't. Being live would allow phone a friends to read the question and research it before being called. It's not a live broadcast. His phone a friend goes to a mobile phone, which the show does not allow because of connection issues. Why make a movie based on Who Wants to Be a Millionaire when you have no idea how Who Wants to Be a Millionaire actually works? And why would his phone a friend lifeline be his brother who he hates and has treated him like shit since birth anyway? Hell, the movie states it takes place in 2006, but yet Jamal's check at the end clearly says 2005. He can't even get the simplest of things right. Like when Jamal is on the final question, everyone in town is watching him since it's live. But yet at the end, when he runs to meet Nikita at the train station, nobody recognizes him. Bull fucking shit. I mean, I'll give it credit for a few funny lines.
How did she die? A road traffic accident. Really? Maximum pileup.
I thought she died in childbirth.
Exactly, sir. She was on the way to hospital when it happened.
The movie is just boring, which is the worst thing in my opinion that a film can be. It drags more than my dead grandmother's saggy tits on a hot summer's day. Nothing of relevance happening. The flashbacks do nothing to further the plot other than give a weak-ass example for how he knew the answers, which sometimes it doesn't even do that. I have no idea why we're supposed to even care for these people. The only reason is because they're kids being hurt, but that is it. It is the cheapest and laziest sympathy writing technique ever. Just have kids in pain. Of course people will feel bad, but there's no other substance whatsoever. And it sickens me that people call this a feel-good film, which it isn't. It's rated R, motherfuckers! It has prostitution, it has abuse, guns, torture. Even the teacher beats the hell out of the students with books. How is any of this feel good? It's depressing as shit. The screenwriter said it shows fun. Where the hell is the fun? Did I miss it? Was it hidden in the torture scenes? Was it hidden in the subtlety that this movie refuses to have? Yeah, there's no subtlety here whatsoever. Everyone treats Jamal like shit and there's nothing but forced dialogue here. The drug lords too. Everyone is just the most evil person in all of existence. There's nothing more to them, just pure satanic evil. And people have the balls to compare this to the great story of Oliver Twist and the drug lord to Fagin. No, Fagin actually had charm. The kids in that story were actually good kids. I'm sorry, I know they pickpocketed, but they were just trying to survive. Yes, like these kids were, but not once did I ever think in Oliver that those kids were arseholes. With this I did. I grew to give a shit about the kids in Oliver. Fagin was a charming guy who took the kids under his wing, never abused them. Yes, he flipped out occasionally to keep them in line, but he was a charming character, not an abusive fuckwad. Some fuck all comparisons to that classic story. Even worse, after he's been horribly tortured, they still let him back on the show the next day. Yeah, apparently it took just 24 hours to realize that he did cheat, and he goes back to normal like nothing happened. And the so brilliant screenplay, best of the year, can't even spell an author's name correctly. This brilliant genius picture that had the best adapted screenplay that year couldn't even correctly spell a first name. And what are the odds that it's a question he's wondered all of his life and we saw throughout all of his flashbacks, and he still wins it? A movie that constantly shoves it in our faces that money is evil, and he wins it. He won it. He got the money and the girl. He's got both. He learned nothing. At the end, Jamal wins the jackpot and we cut back and forth to Salim bathing in money for no reason. The drug lord and Nikita's husband she was forced to marry walks in and he shoots him for no reason. The rest of the gang come in and shoot Salim. I mean, I guess they had a reason, but the whole thing makes no reason. All of this happens for no reason. It's like the screenwriter thought, shit, Jamal and Nikita can't run away together because the drug lord's still alive. Okay, shit. So they run in a room, he's in a bath with money, and then he shoots them. The end. Okay, so I guess it does have a reason. No, it doesn't have a reason, because they could just run away together. They're at a train station. The script is the only reason this happens, but storytelling-wise, it's entirely pointless. There's no reason for this imagery. Apparently, this was supposed to mirror Mahatma Gandhi's death, Salim even uttering the exact same last words. But for what reason? Because it was mentioned briefly earlier? What was the point? This kid is clearly thinking, don't look at the camera, whatever you do. Don't look at the camera. The dialogue is also such a big issue.
Well, the slumdog barks.
Who talks like this? It's something out of Batman and Robin.
But you are not a liar, Mr. Malik, that's for sure. You're too truthful.
Well, yes, that's what it means. That's like saying, you're not a thief. You don't steal stuff.
Come on, I'm hungry. Make me a sandwich.
This is the most generic, overly done, cliche, misogynistic line in movie history, and it's in the best adapted screenplay of 2008. But I will give it credit for one good line. That's it. The only good, serious line. And the dance sequence during the credits is entirely pointless and it doesn't even fit the feel for the rest of the movie. We see 2 hours of horrible depression and mood-crushing misery and then it ends with this happy-go-lucky dance number? Fuck my ass. You have no idea what you're doing. This is a film that, in my mind, tries to pretend it's saying more than it really is. It's trying to be this intelligent, edgy drama, but it makes no sense, has no characters, no story structure, no heart, and comes across as utilizing India to portray a bad image in poor taste. Stay well away from this one. Go watch Who Wants to Be a Millionaire instead. 32 years after Return of the Jedi, we have Star Wars Episode 7, The Force Awakens.
See what you got.
After the incidents in Return, the last Jedi in the galaxy, Luke Skywalker, has vanished because Disney doesn't know how to write characters. Anymore, okay? Anymore. But we'll get to that.
Oh, great.
The Galactic Empire are no more since the death of the Emperor and Darth Vader, but now we have to deal with the First Order, which is basically the Galactic Empire in the original. An old guy who is literally never mentioned, seen, or even acknowledged ever again meets with a dude called Poe, which just reminds me of Legend of Zelda, and he hides vital information in a droid, like in the original. The info reveals Luke's whereabouts, but Poe is soon kidnapped and our hero is captured by a dark and mysterious masked villain with an evil booming voice like in the original. A stormtrooper decides killing isn't for him and turns good, rescues Poe, and they escape before crushing on a a planet for a young future Jedi to discover said droid, like in the original. She and Finn board the original ship before Han Solo and Chewbacca return for him to become their elderly mentor, like in the original. We get a completely pointless scene with Han owing money and we have a fight sequence. Seriously, it's entirely pointless. Stop it! Carrie Fisher shows up, big fight, the masked guy's controlled by a dark ominous looking fucker like in the original, the mentor dies like in the original. Shocker. Han's son loses but survives. Who cares?
You got a lot to learn.
They save the world against a giant round Death Star weapon like in the original. They even acknowledge it!
It's another Death Star.
Luke gets his lightsaber returned and the Jedi is left superior at the end. Like in the original.
This is very complicated.
The idea for a sequel trilogy had actually been lingering for a while, but George Lucas always denied intentions to actually produce it. In October 2012 though, he sold his company along with the rights to the series to Walt Disney. I swear to God, if the villain starts to sing Hannah Montana,
I'm never going back.
Kathleen Kennedy was the new president of Lucasfilms, and George even went on record by saying, I always said I wasn't going to do any more, and that's true because I'm not going to do any more. But that doesn't mean I'm unwilling to turn it over to Kathy to do more. George did stay in touch during the production of the picture, acting as creative consultant. He attended story meetings and gave advice on the details of the whole Star Wars universe. He even provided rough story treatments he had for episodes 7, 8, and 9. However, Disney completely discarded all of his story ideas and he no longer had anything to do with the movie or any of the sequels to follow. According to his son, George Lucas was very torn about having sold the rights to the franchise, but he did handpick J.J. Abrams to direct. He said George was there to guide them and he wants to let it go and become its new generation. Other directors were considered, including, interestingly, David Fincher, Brad Bird, Ben Affleck, and Guillermo del Toro, before Abrams was confirmed in January of 2013. Michael Arndt was originally working on the screenplay and did so for 8 months before requesting an extraordinary 18 further, which the studio rightfully refused and allowed Abrams himself and original screenwriter Lawrence Kasdan to return to scripting duties.
You are right back in the mess.
J.J. Abrams stated, the key for the film was to return to the roots of the first Star Wars film, but be based more on emotion than explanation. Like in the original.
You are so right.
The script was finished by January 2014, but they confessed that they left out certain plot elements because they had yet to prepare everything for the entire trilogy quite yet. In November 2015, George Lucas opened up and was brutally honest, admitting Disney did not want him involved. If I get in there, I'm just going to cause trouble because they're not going to do what I want them to do and I don't have the control to do that anymore, and all it would do is just muck everything up. They want to do a retro movie and I don't like that. Every movie I worked very hard to make them different. I made them completely different planets, different spaceships to make it new. Abrams did however confess that since it's the first of a new trilogy, the film needed to take a couple of steps backwards in a very familiar terrain and use plot elements from previous Star Wars films. You think?
You know it's true.
Simon Jurek, who was one of the artists working on the storyboard, said, the security on the film was a challenge. The script was locked in a safe. Most of the time on a film, you could sit at your desk with a copy of the script next to you. On this, you couldn't. That's fine, but it was tricky in places. We had people flying drones over Pinewood Studios trying to take photographs. It was nuts. If a prop was moved, we had to have them covered in a big black sheet. Unlike the prequels previously, this one was highly praised. The Associated Press admitted it's basically the same as the original, but isn't that what we all wanted anyway? No. It is a complete rehash of the original trilogy, mainly A New Hope. Is that the main problem I have with it? No, I have a lot of other issues as well, but why promote this as being a fresh new look and something different when it's not? How even George Lucas, who said he wanted to make each film different, came out and said he likes this one? How? Well, of course he liked it. It was a complete reenactment scene by scene of his movie. And no one sucks George Lucas's dick more than George Lucas.
Who is the greatest director who's ever lived in the history of the galaxy? You are George Lucas, you are! What was that?
I've also heard it's a clever homage, but there's a vast difference between homage and a rip-off. Lost Boys The Thirst came out 23 years after the original, had an entirely different plot, but also paid great tributes to the previous film. Halloween H2O, 20 years later, came out 20 years after the original, similar plot, but made it its own, whilst adding in subtle homages. This just reenacts almost every single scene and plot point from the original without adding anything new except better effects. This is the Home Alone 2 of the Star Wars franchise.
I can fix this!
Okay, the story of a stormtrooper who turns good is new and creative, and I really dig that. It's a great concept, but if you take that part out, this film literally adds nothing to the Star Wars story whatsoever. It establishes nothing new at all. BB-8? It's just R2-D2, but with a cuter design. It's like if R2-D2 had sex with Wally. He has great comedic moments and does fine as an R2-D2 replacement, so I'll give him that.
Actually, the droids are not for sale.
She refuses to sell a droid she's only just met. Like, at this point, she has no reason to believe anyone's after it, or it holds vital information. So this doesn't make any sense, especially for a character as a loner who gets rid of scrap.
Apparently he has a map that leads to Luke Skywalker, and everyone's after it.
Luke Skywalker.
Isn't he the one who fucks his sister?
I never asked that question until after I've done it.
The movie adds nothing new, but yes, the set, cinematography, and actors really help carry it. Despite its lack of originality, John Boyega as Finn steals the show, and it's actually a thrill to watch. His dramatic moments are delivered impeccably well. He's a genuinely likable character, which he always is, even when he's defending his block against aliens, and also he really hits hard on the comedy moments.
He almost killed me 6 times! Which is fine.
Daisy Ridley as Rey does a fine job, though Elizabeth Olsen, Jennifer Lawrence, and Shailene Woodley were all considered. Lawrence would have been better, just saying. But the character is just so boring. We could get behind Luke or Anakin because they had struggles behind them. In a weird comparison, Batman and Spider-Man are more interesting than Superman because he's a fucking god, whereas they have constant battles to maintain their identities or to defeat the bad guys. Superman is just unstoppable unless you dangle a rock in front of his face.
I leave that to you.
Rey is perfect at literally everything. She's the perfect pilot, she's perfect in hand-to-hand combat, she can speak any fucking language, she uses the Force instantly, and she even defeats the bad guy of the movie single-handedly with the Force with no prior training whatsoever without a single scratch on her. Now, I know Luke destroyed the Death Star his first try, but there was a huge battle beforehand, there was a struggle. Rey literally has a scene where she realizes she has the Force, and she's like, cool, I'll use it.
That's not how the Force works.
This character isn't interesting. How can we possibly rally behind her when she could defeat Darth Vader, Darth Maul, the Emperor, Count Dooku, Kylo Ren, a T-Rex, the Terminator, Freddy Krueger, Godzilla, the Cloverfield Monster, Jason Voorhees, Frankenstein, Super Mecha Death Christ, and Carrie White, whilst blindfolded with her arms tied behind her back as she balances on one leg in the air with no harness, surrounded by lava as sharks swim around her as zombies fire flaming arrows at her face. Now, remember how Harrison Ford clearly didn't give a shit in Return of the Jedi, wanted to die, in the movie and in real life, and then showed no effort throughout the entire film? Well, picture 32 years later, Harrison Ford is a lot richer, is paid $25 million, which is 5 times the amount the director was paid, and $24 million more than Carrie Fisher. $25 million is the amount of some films' budgets, and yes, he again gave no shits.
Nima Outpost.
Jakku, that junkyard, people are counting on us. The galaxy is counting on us.
That's what Snoke wants you to believe.
$25 million, and you really think after years of being sick of this character that he tried? There is not one scene in this entire film where he shows any sign of even remotely any kind of attempt of an effort. Oh, except maybe here.
We won't leave here without her.
See that? Raise him a cheek. That means I'm showing effort. It's also quite depressing watching 1,284-year-old Harrison Ford trying to recreate his Indiana Jones days. And it's not just his performance that blows. I'm thinking Disney clearly missed the last 2 films.
Are you offering me a job?
I wouldn't be nice to you.
He's a prick again. You know Disney? Han Solo was a prick in episode 4. Right? And then through this magical creation called character development, in episodes 5 and 6, he learned to allow himself to have friends. He was a loner and he had to trust people and love them. And he accomplished that. So throughout those 3 movies, he became a completely different person. So by episode 6, he was a caring person. So what the fuck did you just do?
A good question for another time.
He's a complete douche to her for most of the movie, and his character has literally reverted back to his dickhead ways in A New Hope, making the last 2 films completely pointless. Oh, and why the fuck did he and Leia split up? There is no reason. How most people's favourite thing about the original trilogy was Han and Leia. No one saw Return of the Jedi wanting them to split up. There is legitimately no reason, because when their son turns evil, wouldn't it have been far more emotional for them as a couple still to go through this pain together? It makes no sense.
The droid we seek is aboard the Millennium Falcon, in the hands of your father, Han Solo.
No, that's not new. That's plagiarism! Despite previously eating the crew members instantly, this monster decides to attack Finn and just drag him around for a bit instead. Do you know what else makes no sense? Luke abandoning everyone? Apparently it was because his nephew turned to the dark side. First of all, what the fuck's it got to do with you? Sure, it's your nephew, but you didn't go running to the other side of the galaxy when it was your dad.
Something far worse has happened to you.
Second, why would he run away? This goes completely against his entire character. Oh, I'm the last Jedi alive. What's that? A badass evil guy has turned? Oh well, I can't handle this. I'm gonna leave all of my friends, family, and the entire galaxy in complete danger while I go on vacation in Cuba. What the hell is wrong with you?
If I told you, you wouldn't like it.
As for Kylo Ren, I actually loved him at first. The costume is incredible and the voice is even more badass than Darth Vader's. Yeah, I said it.
Girl knows her stuff.
He tortures this dude and it's so dark and his presence is awesome. Honestly, he has such an eerie image and I really love it, but then whenever he doesn't get his way, he literally throws a temper tantrum like a fucking 6-year-old boy. This is the guy we're supposed to believe could destroy the whole galaxy? Are you shitting me? When we see his face, he looks like a pretty boy vampire from Twilight. He doesn't look scary, he looks about 12. He's still got the awesome voice, so my question is, why couldn't you have got an actor to be in the suit and dub his voice like you did with David Prowse in the original? You steal everything else from that movie. And the scene with Han Solo at the end, the emotional conflict is non-existent. The fact he looks so young and non-threatening could have actually worked. It could have. We hear this threatening voice booming over and we're genuinely afraid of him until we see that he's just a scared and insecure kid. The problem? He showed his face earlier! Like, good God, why did he unmask so early and for no reason? It ruined the whole climax, and look, even when Harrison Ford gets stabbed, he's emotionless. Oh well, better go get my paycheck.
Do it.
It looks like Han Solo took away his favorite Xbox game and he turned to the dark side to spite him in protest.
Your son, he's gone. He was weak and foolish like his father. So I destroyed him.
That's the villain. So I destroyed him.
So I destroyed him.
We went shopping, went bowling, so I destroyed him. He said it so casually.
You're afraid that you will never be as strong as Darth Vader.
Oh shit, man! Oh fuck! Wait, she thinks Luke Skywalker's just a myth.
Luke Skywalker? I thought he was a myth.
But yet she knows who Darth Vader is. His father who fought him to the death. The saber fight between Kylo and Rey, I just can't get invested in because it doesn't have the emotion behind it like an Empire, Jedi or Sith.
You're a monster.
Okay. Who the hell says that in a serious way? You are reciting comedic lines from a scene in Shrek, which was making fun of cliches in 2001! And this is 2015! Luke appearing right at the end, I'm on the fence about. Mark Hamill himself was unsure about it, but apparently changed his mind after the film came out. I felt like it would have been a much better idea if Rey started struggling against Kylo Ren and then Luke surprisingly showed up to make the save.
You're right. That's a better idea.
Apparently they wanted Skywalker to only turn up at the end so he wouldn't steal the spotlight from the new stars. That's understandable, but the problem is, that's what mentors do. Those rookies are supposed to be weak. They're supposed to be saved by the older veterans. It would have made perfect sense and made it a much more impactful moment in my mind. Owen Poe, his character, yeah, entirely pointless. Escapes with Finn, crashes, can't see his body. Apparently he was sent flying away from the wreck, but look, there's nowhere he could have been. And then later on turns up again like, hey, yeah, I survived. Don't be surprised it was actually in the trailer, but yeah, I'm here. He had no purpose except Luke's whereabouts in BB-8, but Finn and Rey could have discovered that easily anyway. He's entirely pointless.
That's the only name they ever gave me.
The movie's effects, character of Finn, the musical score, BB-8, action scenes, and yes, nostalgia all make up for it. There's great ideas in here, but they obviously played it safe and just hid behind the past storylines, which is a weak move, and the script truly suffers from it. It's not bad by any means, it just could have been a lot better. But no matter what you think of these films, you can't deny the success of the franchise or the impact that they've made. There's so much passion behind these films, which is a great thing, but far too often I see negativity about people's opinions. People who love the originals hate the prequels, and people who love the prequels hate the originals. The series continues to grow more and more, and instead of throwing hate about the films, why can't we all just enjoy them and spread the love? Independence Day features an alien invasion attacking the world, while the president, played by Bill Pullman, a marine pilot, played by Will Smith, a scientist, played by Jeff Goldblum, and a Randy Quaid, played by Randy Quaid, along with help from Area 51, set out to take down the mothership and save the world. The idea came to Emmerich when he was working on Stargate. He was asked why he made such a picture despite himself not actually believing in aliens, but he admitted he still finds the idea fascinating. He actually said to the reporter, "Can you imagine just what it would be like to wake up one morning and to discover 15-mile-wide spaceships hovering over the world's largest cities?" He then turned to producer Dean Devlin. "I think I have an idea for our next film."
Let's do it.
The problem with previous invasion movies was that most of the time they'd just arrive in Earth and they remain hidden in a field, or they arrive gradually, injecting themselves into the back of somebody's head. They wanted an invasion on a much grander scale, saying, why would you arrive from across the galaxy only to hide on a farm rather than making a big entrance?
He didn't have any other choice.
The duo wrote the screenplay in just a month whilst visiting Mexico, and immediately, just a day after sending it to 20th Century Fox, the picture was greenlit and pre-production began 3 days later in February of 1995. The US military were originally going to help with the film, providing
regarding vehicles, costumes, and personnel, but requested they remove all references to Area 51, which the writers refused. The military then backed out.
Do you have any clue where Area 51 even is?
Between Area 50 and 52?
The movie broke the record at the time for having over 3,000 special effects shots. Upon release, the film has, to this day, received mixed thoughts. Many call the movie cardboard with stereotypical characters and weak dialogue, but the White House exploding was always considered one of the most memorable scenes of the 1990s. The main issue is that the characters were archetypes, bland cardboard stereotypes, and I don't really see it that way. I mean, sure, you can label them as nerd, badass, military, drunk, but you could do that with any film. Star Wars, young rookie, old mentor, badass, strong female, annoying sidekick. There we go, easy.
I wouldn't say that, sir.
The thing is, I feel like if you replaced any of these actors with somebody else, they just would not be the same character. The characters may have little to no development, but the actors sell the performances. If you replace Jeff Goldblum with Dennis Quaid, it'd be a completely different character. The actor would change it entirely, so I don't see the writing as cliche or stereotypical.
And what happens if they do become hostile? And God help us.
Except for that line.
We did it! The son of a bitch did it!
Yeah, and that one.
Tell my children I love them very much.
And that one too. And this opening shot. And this zoom in about coming in peace for all mankind. Subtle. But that's it.
Trust me, it's there.
The film is 2.5 hours long, and I wasn't bored once throughout the whole thing, which must say something. The story kicks off quite quickly with the invasion, and we spend a lot of time with these characters. Granted, not a great deal is learning more about their personal lives, but the main focus is the invasion, and I actually wanted these people to survive. Well, most of them. And no, it's not because I just like the actors. Smith could have died in After Earth and I wouldn't have given a shit. But Will is charming here and a goofball, but he has a heart of gold and a decent role model and stepdad to his girl's kid. And the wedding may seem random and out of nowhere, but it makes sense that he wanted to make it official in case they didn't make it out alive. He's risking his life and he's still putting her first over all of the madness that's taken place. Jeff Goldblum is a nobody who discovers something that, yes, it's unrealistic that the government and military did not spot, and he just wants to help despite his original disliking of the president and can overlook his past with his ex. See, right there, I just explained more character in those two than just generic archetypes. The president himself actually comes across really likable. He's not George Bush, he's right up there fighting with his men. His character goes out of his way to protect, and I want him to make it out okay. People have mocked the fact that he's up there fighting, but you'd soon complain if he was just like, nah, fuck it, you can all do it, I'll stay down here.
Absolutely.
This actually gives him redeeming qualities as a character. He's actually willing to put his neck on the line to save his country and the rest of the world. The military want to nuke the mothership, but he's reluctant in fear of killing nearby civilians. This is actually a decent human being. His wife is dying and, okay, yeah, no feels, we barely knew her, but the three main ones I really liked. Goldblum and Smith have great chemistry together, and by the way, I like the fact that Goldblum didn't play Goldblum. I thought he played this differently to his other roles. The comedy is great between the two, but Smith really does steal the entire show with every scene and every line.
No, sir. Just a little anxious to get up there and whoop E.T.'s ass, that's all.
Oh, no, you did not shoot that green shit at me.
You got me out here dragging your heavy ass through the burning desert with your dreadlocks sticking out the back of my parachute.
Hold that. Don't do that.
Just trying to get a feel for a girl, that's all.
Oh, no, don't leave her alone. Really.
Look, man.
Steve!
I mean, here, he punches an alien with his bare hands and he has not one, but two awesome one-liners.
Welcome to Earth. That's what I call a close encounter.
But in a more serious scene, he shows with no dialogue, without even talking. For just a few subtle seconds, just pure facial expressions, Will Smith shows exactly why he's one of Hollywood's greatest actors and deserves an Academy Award. The special effects are absolutely incredible. Our first glimpse at the ships is spectacular, as is Smith's introduction to them. The scenery is all so good. I like the design of the alien in the ships, and this is beautiful, but I was really caught up with the story. Some parts are predictable, but they didn't bother me, and I was thoroughly entertained throughout the entire movie, which is the entire point of a film. Yeah, there's a lot of coincidences about people meeting each other and unlikely issues in the plot that would never happen with the military, but I feel like it's entertaining enough to divert you from that, which a lot of other action films fail at doing.
I want you to get the vice president, the whole cabinet, and the joint chiefs and take them to a secured location. I'm staying. I don't want to add to a public hysteria that's going to cost lives.
So he doesn't want to leave in fear of spreading panic, but he's going to send everybody else away. And it's stupid that they don't mention Area 51 exists, to the president, by the way, until after they've lost a shitload of soldiers.
Once again, things that could have been brought to my attention yesterday!
This dude even brings it up too.
You should have warned us before we launched a counterattack that cost us the lives of hundreds of American pilots.
I don't quite understand though, when Goldblum and the others are telling everyone to hurry up and leave town. The issue is worldwide!
They acknowledge it's in Russia. Everywhere. It's an alien invasion.
Time's up.
Thanks for that, Jeff. Are you going to narrate the fucking attack next? Why did Randy Quaid have a career? Like, I've never met anyone who actually liked him. But yet, he just kept getting cast.
Ever since I was kidnapped by aliens 10 years ago, I've been dying for some payback.
He's not funny. He's annoying. When people pick on him, I don't feel sad. I'm glad. Bully him more. In fact, he's entirely pointless in this film. He only shows up to save the day at the end, but before that, he's not needed. Why not just have the president save the day? He just wanders around drunk and then does annoying things. They're all getting geared up to fight, and he only shows up and offers to fly so he can remain in the movie. As for his kids, his son, who looks like Keanu Reeves, but with even less emotion, he is horrible. He literally hears that his father is seconds away from committing suicide, and this is his reaction.
Dad, what's he doing?
Dad.
You should be proud of him. I am.
Are you kidding me? Your dad is dead! We also meet Will Smith's best friend Jimmy randomly before their first big fight. He just comes out of nowhere and we're rushed this big backstory like, yeah, we are good friends, and you're watching just like, you are so dead. See? This guy is beyond annoying, but also kind of intriguing.
Everybody, head down to the basement. Take it slow, don't run.
Is that really his voice?
Get your stuff together and head for anesthesia.
Really? Did his mother throat fuck a banded bullfrog? Oh my god. The movie's effects are phenomenal, but at the start we get these flash transitions with this annoying sound effect, which is cool once, but they keep doing it for no reason. The weird thing is, after maybe 20 minutes or so, they just stop. The film, I really do think, has some great suspenseful and intense moments, like when they're operating on an alien and we see its arm move. It's tense as hell, and it's actually quite scary.
What is it you want us to do?
That is terrifying. As for the greatest movie speech ever, it still gives me goosebumps to this day, and I absolutely love it.
I had a feeling you would.
This was a huge turning point for summer blockbusters, and if not for this film, there wouldn't have been such movies like Armageddon, Deep Impact, The Avengers, and many, many more. Author Stephen Molstad also wrote a novelization shortly before the film came out, developing more details of the characters, and includes the original ending, which the movie changed. Originally, Randy Quaid was to steal a missile and rope it to his biplane. As long as Randy Quaid still dies, I'm happy. His films have an extraordinary force and purity. They shake and move the viewer by the power, refinement, and compassion with which they confront human suffering. This was used to describe the late great Japanese director Kenji Mitsuguchi, a revolutionary filmmaker in his home country. One of his most beloved and renowned pictures being Sancho the Bailiff, released on March the 31st, 1954. The film, based on a short story of the same name by Morio Gai, takes place in medieval Japan. The wife and children of a governor are sent away to live with their brother, but they soon get separated, the mother being sold to a brothel and the children are slaves. A big chunk of the movie is the kids aging and trying to escape over the years, but being physically tortured when attempting to do so. As the years progress, the brother Zushio joins them, torturing others as he believes it's the only means of survival, until a dying woman and his sister Anju convince him otherwise and he flees. Sancho the Bailiff was the last movie of Mitsuguchi's that went on to win at the Venice Film Festival, further promoting his name to worldwide critics and filmmakers. This is one of those movies that really hits you hard. It may be depressing, but it's extremely powerful. It reminds me a lot of Schindler's List in the way that these things actually happened, and although it's quite difficult to watch at times, it leaves an imprint in your memory, and it really breaks your heart to see these events take place right in front of your very eyes in such a graphic but not over-the-top manner. The original idea was to focus the story on Sancho, the slave lord, instead, but I feel focusing on the children is a lot more beneficial and gut-wrenching. All of the torture scenes are kept subtle and don't overdo it. Some of the slaves, when failing to escape, get burned by metal put on a scalding fire, including, by the way, a 70-year-old man. It's all off-screen, but it doesn't dent the emotion whatsoever. This is proof that less is better. I mean, there's a part where a woman gets dragged out of frame and we just hear screams. We don't know if she's being beaten up, burned, raped. It's left up to the viewer's interpretation. We don't need to see anything to feel these emotions. The directing style of Mitsuguchi was really revolutionary for his time. He often held a shot for quite a while, especially for back then, and I think it complements the storytelling perfectly. The shots aren't overly complex, they're kept still, occasionally panning. They're simple but effective. They show the story, often relying on the background more than the foreground, and it's the story itself that carries the picture. The thing is, I can't necessarily put this down to Mitsuguchi. Every camera shot in this picture was actually planned out and prepared by the cameraman himself, Kazuo Miyagawa. Mitsuguchi gave him control to plan and shoot it however he wanted, so sorry Mitsuguchi, you lost a point for this one. Good job Miyagawa. The characters are really likable and you genuinely want them to survive. Anju sacrifices herself for her brother, Zushio tries to save his family. Even right at the start, their father is completely and brutally honest. I mean, as if Anju wasn't selfless and fearless enough already. Check out this line! That this movie has a tendency to not only tug on your heartstrings, but it raises a lot of important issues as well as telling a fantastic story. I did feel at times it dragged a tiny bit. Not too much for me to be yelling at the screen to hurry the hell up and end, but I think maybe 10 or 15 minutes or so could have been shaved off to keep the pacing as crisp as possible. You have a fire. They also use this really bizarre and annoying whistle sound effect that just makes you want to claw out your eardrums. What does that do exactly? The thing is, I guess maybe this could have worked for creepy moments, but it plays during intense and emotional scenes. They get kidnapped and the emotion and heartfelt storytelling takes a hit because of this really stupid whistling sound effect that plays over it. Yeah, can you shut up? I'm supposed to be crying over here. The fight and chase scenes towards the end when they're fighting for freedom come across as really awkward because now there's no music at all. I really don't want the whistling back, but it's so cringy to watch. In all fairness, when he reunites with his mother at the end, it's a beautiful moment. Direction and acting is fantastic and it's so emotional. Easily the greatest sequence, but guess what comes back to ruin it? Oh, of course! It doesn't even make any sense. This scene already has subtle music in the background, so the whistling is completely pointless. It was only put in to get on my nerves, and get on my nerves it did. This film is a damn good one, and it really caused a buzz back in its day. I'd highly recommend it, but I'd suggest you have a box of tissues with you just in case, because it's not an easy one to sit through. Birdman, or The Unexpected Virtue of Ignorance, but that title sucks, so Birdman is a really intense drama directed by Alejandro G. Inarritu, starring Michael Keaton as Regan Thompson. So Regan used to play a bizarre superhero called Birdman. Look at him, he looks like a Power Ranger villain. Anyway, throughout the film, he shows some supernatural powers whilst being hounded by his Birdman alter ego Subconscious, which I'll get onto later. He's directing and starring in his own play and manages to get a hold of Mike Shiner, played by Edward Norton, an arsehole but a damn good actor. Originally, director Alejandro G. Inarritu wanted to film the entire movie in just a single shot and completely set in a theatre. He wanted to challenge himself and take a different approach from his previous work. We live our lives with no editing. By presenting the film as a continuous shot, I can submerge the protagonist in an inescapable reality and take the audience with him. Once he pitched this idea to his screenwriters, they said it simply could not work, and many others told the director to not even bother attempting it. Inarritu himself called the move almost suicidal and worried that the concept may be more distracting for the viewer rather than immersive. We wrote everything thinking of this one shot, and a lot of decisions that would mostly be taken in the editing room were taken before shooting. The one-shot approach meant the scenes couldn't be removed or reordered in post-production, so we needed to be very, very sure about what was on the page.
Of course we can do that.
You have to be an idiot to do it all in one shot. You have to be an idiot to attempt it. It takes a great deal of ignorance to not pay attention to the difficulties, and I think you're gonna do this. Birdman looks like a good idea now, but at the time of production, we didn't know how it would land. When it came to casting, despite Michael Keaton fitting the part perfectly, they didn't actually have him in mind, and they were looking elsewhere. However, he was picked up for his depth and variety of acting styles. Michael had heard about this project beforehand and quickly made contact to find more details. He and the director went out to dinner to discuss the screenplay, and Michael Keaton literally asked him, "Are you making fun of me for my role in the Batman films?" Yes! Once the director explained the role's technicalities and everything behind it, he agreed to play the part. Michael Keaton called it the most challenging film he's ever done, and weirdly said the character he played was actually the least like himself he's ever performed as. Really?
He was fucking drunk, man.
It's okay, Michael, because Edward Norton's character was also based on himself and satirically making fun of how difficult he is known to work with. He was literally adding his own interpretations and ideas to the screenplay whilst his character in the film was doing the exact same thing.
However, Josh Brolin was originally selected for the role of Mike, but they had to recast due to scheduling conflicts. The role of Sam was originally offered to Margot Robbie, who turned it down. Lily James, Emilia Clarke, and Blake Lively were all considered until Emma Stone won the part.
Are you fucking kidding me?
No. To prepare for this incredibly daunting task, they built a proxy stage in Sony Studios in LA, used a camera and some stand-ins, and practiced the shots themselves just to see if this could actually be done. There was no room to improvise at all. Every movement, every line, every door opening, absolutely everything was rehearsed.
This took balls.
I know Alejandro was very adamant about kind of keeping the rabbit in the hat and not being super specific about how it was shot, but I will say it took a lot of rehearsal and it was all very specific. There was no luxury of cutting away or editing around anything. You knew that every scene was staying in the movie, and like theatre, this was it. This was your chance to live this scene. Eventually, they worked out every aspect, including designing stairs wide enough for the Steadicam operator's feet, and once everything was timed, filming finally began in Kaufman Studios in New York in the spring of 2013. Everyday shooting would start with rehearsals, which would usually last the majority of the morning before actual filming would finally start, and a scene would literally have to be cancelled and start from scratch for even the tiniest of mistakes. Emma Stone admitted there was a 6-minute take where Michael Keaton first meets Mike, and the scene was ruined and had to be started over, only because Emma walked around the corner too quickly. They were started over if the rhythm didn't feel right or the director wasn't happy with the framing. Normally in a movie production, half the people could check out due to repetitive aspects, but during the shooting of Birdman, everybody's on, the whole thing, and you're all on pins and needles because you're all relying on 40 other people to not drop the ball. Michael Keaton and Edward Norton actually kept track of who would mess up scenes the most. My beloved Emma Stone made the most mistakes, and Zach Galifianakis, playing Birdman's manager, made the least, but even when he did mess up, he managed to play it off so well that it was actually kept in the final film.
How's that feel for truth, you dick?
The whole process was wonderful. It was possible to hear the filming of a sequence from far away before the camera even arrived, and then the magic happens with you, and then everything leaves you and everything's silent. Once we successfully completed a take, I've never ever been on a set where every day ended with an enormous, authentic sort of cheer at having made it. You're waiting for the scream from Inuyasha, and everybody was incredibly excited.
It's intimidating, isn't it?
Editing of the film only took 2 weeks due to the long takes, but there's actually visual effects for 90% of the picture, but most are subtle, stitching shots together so well you can't see the cuts. Now, I'll be honest, I first watched this film and I didn't really like it. The cinematography impressed me, but I found the story so dull and boring, but I wanted to see just why it is so loved, so I watched it again and I liked it a whole lot more the second time around. Now, this one-shot concept was done before in 2002 with Russian Ark, a movie that utilized a Steadicam for a single 96-minute shot, so it's not necessarily new, but this movie has a lot more going for it than just that. This isn't a gimmick for the sake of a gimmick, this fits with the whole play story arc and it fits the style of the movie so well. I spent the majority of the film trying to spot a cut and I couldn't see any. Like right here, a vase hits a wall and there's no cut or transition, and yet how'd they do that? This movie messed with my mind trying to find some kind of directorial mistake and I just couldn't find any. The sheer precision in visual storytelling, choreography and preparation is just incredible, and it's some of the best cinematography I've ever seen.
And I didn't want to tell you this, but Martin Scorsese is casting his new film.
He mispronounced Scorsese though. It's ironic that all the preparation, all the rehearsals, and it's a name he messes up on. Even more embarrassing when his co-star correctly says it just seconds later.
Is it true? Scorsese?
Now, I do see the connection to Keaton's character. He mentions not playing Birdman since 1992, the year Batman Returns came out. Emma Stone says he's had no career since the third comic book film, and he also says he turned down the part for Birdman 4. Okay, change that to second comic book film, and he turned down Batman 3. And yes, I know Keaton has done big films since, but Batman is arguably his biggest. Shut up, the connection's there, alright?
Why do you act like a dick all the time?
Kind of fitting though, since Edward Norton was the Hulk, Emma Stone was in Spider-Man, and Naomi Watts was in Tank Girl. Just a big group of superhero affiliates bonding together to make a great film. The dialogue I think is great. Some lines are so well written, whereas others are just hilarious, poking fun at other actors. And they also deliver some really simple but true and effective messages.
We gross billions. What are you, ashamed of that? Billions!
Get billions of flies eat shit every day. So what? Does that make it good?
And there's also a scene that a lot of Hollywood screenwriters really should pay attention to.
And here's the thing, you've got 4 lines after that all say the same thing. I didn't even know the man. I only heard his name mentioned in passing. I wouldn't know. You'd have to know the particulars. And the particulars, I mean, it sounds like my grandmother, but the point is, you don't know the guy. Right. We fucking get it.
Yeah. Are you listening? The characters, I think, are very well rounded. Now, Sam literally calls Mike an arsehole who intentionally antagonizes people for sport and then later asks for some sexy fun. At first, I hated this message, but the movie shows us that she's neglected from her dad and has serious father issues. He treats her like garbage and ignores her whilst giving her shitty jobs to do and treating her like a colleague more than an actual daughter. It's not an excuse, but it's common human behavior that this Mike arsehole is the only guy in this damn studio that pays any attention to Sam. Regardless of how much he's a prick-faced bellend, she likes the attention and it's a very, very real reaction. Or she's just just doing it to piss off her dad. Either way is logical.
You're not funny.
The Mike character is also quite human. He gets drunk, causes scenes, has arsehole moments, but when Sam asks for sex, he actually turns it down and doesn't take advantage of her loneliness and clinginess. He has his limits and even starts to transform by the end of it. Honestly, both actors do a tremendous job throughout, and I kind of wish we had more time with them. Although, the agent clearly says that Mike sells tickets and will make the play a huge success, but not once is he ever used as a selling point or the marketing campaign, and he's never once recognized in public, but Michael Keaton is. That doesn't make sense.
You know I'm right.
Now, Birdman's powers have been highly discussed, and this, I think, is the film's best quality. There's nothing concrete, it's left up to the viewer's interpretation, which some people seem to hate for some reason. Damn Inception for having an open ending, now we're gonna have to think for ourselves. I mean, does he actually have powers? This all leads up to the ending, but just to give you some context. Throughout the film, he moves things telepathically. One scene shows him wrecking his room with his mind, but when the agent enters, he's physically throwing them. This implies that it's all in his head, further shown later when he flies around New York, by the way, one of the funniest things I've ever seen, and when he lands, nobody reacts and a taxi driver demands the fare. The powers are in his subconscious. He feels deep down that he really is this great talent, this great hero, this great unappreciated artist, this great Birdman wanting to fly again. When he first takes flight, everyone reacts, and this is a clever visual metaphor of everyone being blown away by his inevitable success.
That was kind of sweet.
And now, the ending. Right, so the opening day of the play, Keaton takes a real gun on stage, and to make it more real, a lesson delivered earlier by Norton, he shoots himself for realsies. He gets some mind-trippy visuals and he wakes up in hospital having shot his nose off. How? This gun is clearly pointing to his temple. No way did he shoot his nose off.
It's pathetic.
Anyway, the play was a success, he's all over the news, the room clears, Keaton says goodbye to Birdman before leaping out the window. We don't see what happened, but Emma Stone enters, assuming he's jumped, but then looks up and smiles. And that's it. You cock-teasing motherfuckers.
Is that too much?
The ending, which is one of the most highly speculated in film history, was originally vastly different. After he shot himself, we then get Johnny Depp in a dressing room in his outfit for a cheap plug for Pirates of the Caribbean 5.
That makes no sense.
I'm sorry, what was the question?
Luckily, the director admitted that this ending was complete dog shit and it was changed. At the ending of the film, it can be interpreted as many ways as there are seats in the theatre. He did admit, however, that this ending came to him in a dream. There's many interpretations, that his powers were real all along, so Sam is watching him physically flying, but I'm pretty sure you wouldn't smile, you'd be more like, holy shit, my dad is flying! Guys, look at this, Instagram this, holy fuck, my dad's look at him, he's like 60, he's fucking flying, man, look!
Are you drunk?
Others think it might be a dream or fantasy of Sam's, or that the powers were a part of his imagination, but Sam has the same, schizophrenia as him, and is therefore able to see it too? And then we get to the most, in my mind, logical idea.
What is that?
He actually killed himself on stage. The final scene is a hallucination by either him or Sam, take your pick, of his success. It's the only one that makes sense to me, but interpret it however you like, there's no real answer. I think this film was really good, incredible to look at, the acting is all around amazing. Michael Keaton completely steals the show, and I'm really behind this character's journey. I really sympathise with him, I really feel accomplished when we get to the end. Honestly, it's a really heartwarming story that keeps you engrossed throughout, and it really feels beneficial when he finally makes it. However, there are some plot points that are entirely pointless. Norton makes the moves on Naomi Watts during the play, and when this woman is consoling her, they make out. For no reason. It goes nowhere, and it leads to nothing. It is completely pointless.
That wasn't an accident.
Later on, Keaton compliments Naomi Watts, and then the other woman feels left out and says that he's never been that sweet to her. Again, this leads nowhere. It looks like it's set up for a plot device later, but it doesn't. It doesn't come. They're just randomly put in for no reason. I also feel like a lot of scenes outlived their welcome and could have been trimmed. It's a 2-hour film that I think could have dropped 15 minutes, or even could have spent those 15 minutes on developing more time on those scenes you put in for no reason. I do think a film that handles the whole struggling artist style a lot better is Charlie Kaufman's adaptation. But this is still a really good movie and definitely worth your time. The movie shows Michael Moore trying to get to the root of the problem of the 1999 Columbine High School massacre, though that specific event is only really discussed briefly. The main focus of the film is gun control. Moore tries to uncover exactly why America has the highest murder rate from firearms in the world, covering many statistics, theories, visiting Canada, among other things. Michael Moore's a well-respected documentarian, but I felt like he came across as a bully, someone who didn't do any research, a liar who skewed facts. A lot of people who were interviewed in this film were unhappy with how they were put across. They were unhappy with the final movie. The film is all over the place. Inaccuracies. You're not sure what message they're actually trying to get across.
And out in a little town in Colorado, 2 boys went bowling at 6 in the morning.
No, they didn't. 90 seconds into the film and he's already wrong.
I know it's kind of silly.
The title of the film refers to a bowling class that Columbine students took for an extra PE credit, which the shooters were a part of. However, Eric and Dylan were completely absent from school that day and did not attend any bowling class. I'd kinda let this slide because it may have been confirmed later, but this film came out in 2002. 9/11 is even referenced at many points, so Michael Moore had plenty of time to do some research and he didn't. This is just where one issue lies, and it would only get worse. The film starts with Michael trying to prove a point by going into a bank that offers a free hunting rifle if you open up an account.
Well, here's my first question. Do you think it's a little dangerous handing out guns in a bank?
This was later proven to be bogus.
Is that true?
It's true.
Yep, this was complete horseshit. The bank always had the firearms, which were always miles away, shipped to the person, but Michael specifically requested that they hand him the rifle on camera for the sake of the film. This is what the film is. Michael Moore misleading people and making up lies.
Michael Moore is a fat, horrid filmmaker who hates his audience, and he makes up nasty lies.
There's also a recurring theme in the film where Americans try to justify their use of guns, claiming,
If you're not armed, you're not responsible. Who's going to defend your kids? The cops? The federal government?
No, none of them.
It's your job to defend you and yours.
If you're not going to protect your family, who is?
but if guns were illegal, you wouldn't need to protect your family.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, don't get me wrong, I know that criminals would still find a way to get hold of them, but they're less likely. It's common sense. Can't get guns? You won't get someone attacking you with a gun. What is so challenging? If I don't give you a stick of dynamite, you can't blow me up.
Well, why not use Gandhi's way? He didn't have any guns and he beat the British Empire.
Wow, Michael Moore had a smart moment. I love how he completely flattens the dude's entire argument as well, and he doesn't even know how to respond.
He didn't have any guns and he beat the British Empire.
I'm not familiar with that.
But this is the problem. Michael Moore brags about his success at shooting ranges and stuff, but here he is saying guns aren't needed. I mean, is he saying they're only decent for hunting? It's never made clear, and I don't agree with hunting for sport either. It's just as bad as shooting a human for a sport. It just doesn't add up. Michael Moore just seems to attack people and bully them with these interviews. I understand that he has to interview them, but these just come across as him picking apart every single word they say and jumping all over them.
Would call in a bomb threat after
Yes.
Columbine, and you were number 2 on the list?
I was pretty much, I was like second or third on the list, yeah.
Why is that?
Because the whole fact is, like I said, it just, this town really gets people down.
Yeah, but why'd they single you out?
Because I was a troubled kid. And, you
Were
know.
you in trouble in school?
Oh, yeah.
But why did they put you, number 2, on their list after Columbine of the students that could be a threat? There must be a reason. Do you believe it was right to blow up the building in Oklahoma City? I'm not saying they did it. I'm just saying, was it right?
Why was it blown up? That's a good question. Why was that building blown up? And who blew it up?
But if someone did it, it would be wrong.
Yeah.
It is wrong to take the lives of those people.
I mean, sometimes he does catch someone out on a contradiction.
Where does it say a handgun is protected?
No, gun. We should, every
It doesn't
citizen
say gun. It says arms.
What is arms?
It could be a nuclear weapon.
That's right. Could be a nuclear weapon.
Do you think you should have the right to have weapons-grade plutonium here on the farm?
We should be able to have anything.
Should you have weapons-grade plutonium?
I don't want it.
But should you have the right to have it if you did want it?
That should be restricted.
Oh, so you do believe in some restrictions.
And if I didn't like Michael Moore beforehand, he just comes across as a massive cock in serious situations like this.
This house is pretty much your average middle-class suburban home. The burglar, the rapist is still here in the neighborhood somewhere. And so citizens sometimes think that I have people tell me all the time, well,
Where exactly is the burglar or rapist right now?
The guy is talking about a serious situation and Michael Moore's just dicking about making awful jokes. And he can't be funny. He just can't be. I mean, look at this hilarious comedy sketch.
Do a show called not Cops, but Corporate Cops.
Oh, corporation man, hey, corporate man, we're coming out to get you, better run while you can. We're coming out to get you, better run while you can.
And it takes 24 minutes before we even begin to touch on the Columbine tragedy.
Why would kids do this? Some of the root of that probably has to do with their anger about various issues.
Oh yeah, that's another issue with this film. Throughout the entire movie, people constantly question, why did Eric and Dylan shoot up their school?
I guess we'll never know why they did it, but...
They question rock music, which we'll get onto later, the parents, violent video games.
Violent movies.
South Park.
Video games.
Bullying.
Television. Entertainment. Satan.
Cartoons.
Bullying.
Doom. Society.
Toy guns. Drugs.
Shock rocker.
Bullying.
Marilyn Manson.
Marilyn Manson.
Marilyn Manson.
Marilyn Manson.
Marilyn Manson.
But if only there was a way where we could find out why they did what they did.
Yes. Yes.
The two gunmen documented all of their planning constantly for a year before the shooting, explaining why they did it. Why, to this day, do people question it still? It makes no sense. Close friends of the killers have said it. Home videos of the killers themselves have said it. If people would give me more compliments, all of this might still be avoidable, but probably not. Whatever I do, people make fun of me, and sometimes directly to my face. I'll get revenge soon enough. Fuckers shouldn't have ripped on me so much, huh? I hate you people for leaving me out of so many fun things. And no, don't fucking say, well, that's your fault, because it isn't. You people had my phone number and I asked and all, but no. No, don't let the weird looking Eric kid come along. Oh, fucking no.
What were Eric Harris and Dylan Klebold like?
Weird.
Gee, I wonder why they did it.
How do you explain this?
Now, before you all jump down my throat, I'm not defending this. It was a tragedy, it really was, and it's no excuse. I was bullied all my life. I wanted to kill myself when I was 13 because of it, but I never once did this. My point is, he made it clear the reason, which everybody chooses to ignore. There's a difference between a reason and an excuse. It's the reason, but it's definitely not an excuse. They were spineless cowards and this shouldn't have happened, but to ignore the reason is just ignorant and asinine. The movie covers gun control and America reinforcing fear and schools not responding to students' needs correctly, but completely ignore bullying. None of the movie at any point covers bullying, so why are you even titled after Columbine? They even blame a rocket missile technology building near the Columbine. Are you seriously kidding me?
They don't stop and think.
Right, so legendary actor and fellow gun enthusiast Charlton Heston hosts a pro-gun rally just 10 days after Columbine in Colorado. Bit of a dick move.
Something is wrong in this country when a child can grab a gun so easily.
And nothing has changed. The thing about this film is, at least I can see what Michael Moore was trying to do. I just hate the delivery of it. But this movie completely failed. 5 years after this film came out, Virginia Tech happened, where even more murders took place.
A Tech 9 semi-automatic 30-bullet weapon like that killed my son is not used to kill deer. It has no useful purpose.
And that's a very good point. I mean, I still don't agree with hunting, but it's a very valid point. And this valid point is completely eradicated when just a minute later, Charlton Heston attempts to make this speech sound like a positive, supportive message for the Columbine victims. But it's a pro-gun rally. Yay guns. We do get a scary montage of kids being suspended as young as primary school age for hand gestures resembling guns, and then we see a kid proving how easy it is to hide firearms undetected. But, he'd clearly never be able to walk with all of that stuff in his pockets and up his trouser leg and everything, so, that's kind of pointless.
After Columbine, it seemed that the entire focus on why the shootings occurred was because the killers listened to Marilyn Manson.
No, they didn't. Marilyn Manson was blamed. People said, oh, his angry and violent music was the cause, but then it turned out they didn't even listen to his music. Didn't look that one up, did you? They listened to Rammstein. Why weren't Rammstein blamed?
Sorry about that, sorry.
So he gives this famous interview with Marilyn Manson, who really shows his intelligence and makes so many great points.
The president was shooting bombs overseas, yet I'm a bad guy.
If you were to talk directly to the kids at Columbine or the people in that community, what would you say to them if they were here right now?
I wouldn't say a single word to them. I would listen to what they have to say, and that's what no one did.
However, what a surprise! Michael Moore twisted Marilyn Manson's words, and the singer himself wasn't too happy with this.
But when I did that interview, there wasn't really a name for the documentary. It wasn't really there. I feel a little bit, I don't know, I wouldn't say used or anything like that, but when he did the interview, I talked to him for about 2.5 hours. And a lot of the stuff that he went on to say in the second half of the documentary was stuff that I said to him, but it opened a window that kind of reintroduced me to the world. I appreciate it, and at the same time, it's kind of my criticism for the film because people ask me what I think about it, and I of course like how I came across in it, but I think that a lot of it didn't really deliver. I think there was a lot of stuff in there that I wanted that movie to answer, and it didn't.
So did Dylan and Eric show up that morning and bowl 2 games before moving on to shoot up the school?
No. No, they didn't.
Why wasn't anyone blaming bowling for warping the minds of Eric and Dylan to commit their evil deeds? Was it not just as plausible as blaming Marilyn Manson?
You know, I don't agree with blaming violent video games, movies, or music on shooting. But if you seriously believe all of those medias are exactly the same as bowling, you shouldn't be making films. Now, right here, Moore debunks the video games, movies, music theory by claiming countries such as England, Canada, Japan, Germany all have access to the exact same ones. Fair point. But then he proceeds to list all of the massacres that take place over there. So what's your point? Oh yes, it can't be violent video games because they have violent video games in Japan. But then here's all the massacres that happen in Japan. Like, what is the point that you're trying to make? You just kind of contradicted your own argument. That's the problem with this film. It's a jumbled mess. What's he trying to say?
In the United States, 11,127.
Although statistics would have been much different at the time of the film's release, as of 2017, from my research, America's the 11th most behind Uruguay, Panama, Brazil, Colombia, El Salvador, Jamaica, Guatemala, Swaziland, Venezuela, and Honduras. So what's your point? It can change that rapidly. Maybe, right? Just think, maybe it's not based on the country. Maybe it's based on the person or the people. In fact, the American prospect writer Garance Francaruta claimed the movie completely ignored the role that municipal governance plays in crime in the US and ignored the African-American urban victims of violence while just focusing on the unusual events of Columbine. A decline in murders in New York City alone from 1,927 in 1993 to just 643 in 2001, for example, had a considerable impact on the declining national rate. Not a lot of those killers or victims were the sorts of sport hunters or militiamen Moore goes out of his way to interview and make fun of.
Is it real? Looks like real.
Maybe it's because you hold pro-gun rallies.
I loves my gun.
Nah. By the way, this animated sequence infuriated South Park creators Matt Stone and Trey Parker. The former was interviewed earlier in the film and they both felt like the movie led the audience to believe the animation was from them. Michael Moore misleading people.
We don't forget.
They did, however, get their revenge by spoofing him in their film, Team America. Fuck yeah.
If you have to choose between a guy with a gun and a near drowning of a baby, and you can only be one place at one time, which way the gun? You go with the gun always. Go with the gun.
Why isn't he arrested? Right, at one point he heads to Canada to try to seek more answers. He suggests that maybe they have less shootings because they have fewer guns, before showing that guns are actually quite popular over there as well, and he, as a US citizen, can even buy one legally. My problem is, in the UK we don't have guns. Our police don't have guns. And there's hardly any shootings here. I can't answer why Canada have just as many guns and there's less shootings. I can't answer that. But logic dictates you don't give people guns, they can't shoot people. It's common sense. If I don't give you a frying pan, you can't hit me in the face with a frying pan. If I don't give Michael Moore a camera, he can't make a shitty movie.
What kind of crime?
I've had people walk in while I've been sleeping and vandalize my home and steal from me.
And Dad didn't want to make you lock your doors at night?
Nope.
So, she's a fucking moron. And then Michael literally starts opening people's front doors. Why stop at bullying when you can go to breaking and entering? I know that he's trying to make a point, but is this really the way to go about it?
Not really.
He also covers a tragic story where a 6-year-old boy took his uncle's gun to school and shot a girl the exact same age as him.
No one knew why the little boy wanted to shoot the little girl.
He was 6? He thought it was a toy? What? He's fucking 6! He probably thought it was a toy. Why are you trying to fucking Christopher Nolan someone? It's a child's brain and you're trying to analyze it.
What you don't know may kill you.
And somehow, despite coming across as a closed-minded, hypocritical, bullying douchebag for the entire film, he then tries to be sympathetic for a few seconds.
I know. I don't want it to happen to anybody else either.
I thought I would,
It's okay. It's okay.
See, I'm nice. Feel sorry for me. I'm a wonderful man. Michael Moore, buy my films.
He was a nice guy.
And amazingly, Charlton Heston is shown again holding a pro-gun rally not long after the shooting. But guess what? It wasn't a pro-gun rally. Nope. This was actually for an election coming up, and Michael Moore himself even spoke at it. Oh, look at this context. Let me just twist that.
Even though Tamarla worked up to 70 hours a week at these 2 jobs in the mall, she did not earn enough to pay her rent.
How the fucking much was her rent? 10 grand a week? So he goes to see Dick Clark.
I'm sorry, we're really late.
Anyways, but the mother of the kid who did the shooting,
works at Dick Clark's All-American Grill in Oakland County. And it's a welfare to work program. And these people are forced to, Dick, no. Come on, I want you to help me to convince the governor of Michigan.
Feel bad for me, I'm the nice guy, I'm nice, I'm the hero, so Michael will buy the DVD. Michael meets up with some of the Columbine survivors. Oh yeah, it's supposed to be about shootings.
It isn't, it's the opposite.
And they decide to attack Kmart for selling the bullets that Eric and Dylan purchased. Actually, they didn't. They had their overage friend buy them, but you know, well, fuck it.
If you would like to leave your card and I can get those answers.
No, we don't want to leave a card. Let me just be blunt. The reason why we can't take a card and come back is because Mark here, he's got a Kmart bullet just an inch away, right?
Yeah.
From your aorta.
We can't leave a card because he's got bullets in his body. That may be the most random segue I have ever heard.
I don't think that's the part they're going to be worried about.
He bullies this poor woman who admits she has no power, so they're harassing her for no reason. Kmart executives don't listen, so they decide to give them loads of money and buy all of their ammunition. That'll show them.
Tease them, maybe. Make fun of them, ridicule them. Throw eggs at them.
They take him back with the media, demand they stop selling the bullets, which they agree to. I mean, I'm glad Kmart obliged to the request, but was attacking these random people really the way to go about it?
I don't know. I have no idea.
And before we end the film, he pays a visit to Charlton Heston himself for one last interview. And this whole thing just seems like an attack rather than an interview, but they're both at fault, really.
I'm exercising one of the rights passed on down to me from those wise old dead white guys that invented this country.
Invented. Moore confronts him about doing these rallies so soon after the shootings. He denies knowledge about them beforehand, but admits he's unsure if it would have changed anything before he walks out. After shooting, as Moore and his crew were leaving, the gates to the estate were locked, so Michael was worried Heston had called security to have the footage confiscated, passing the tapes through the gate to his outside crew, but they managed to leave without incident. It's 2 hours about gun control, and I'm still unsure what the hell the message was. Are guns bad, or are they good? Were guns to blame, or weren't they? Was the country to blame, or wasn't it? The only real message this film gets across is Michael Moore is Jesus and everyone else is an asshole. The movie shows very little research went into it, filled with inaccuracies, and just twists context and misleads the entire audience. The movie is just all over the place. It doesn't know what message it's trying to get across. It's filled with lies, inaccuracies, has very little research, but it does have some interesting angles, so I can kind of see why it's so successful. And I will credit Michael Moore for having the balls to do and say some controversial things throughout it. Reservoir Dogs was the feature film debut of legendary director Quentin Tarantino. It features 8 men calmly enjoying a nice breakfast before robbing a bank for some diamonds. 6 of them under code names consist of Mr. White, played by Harvey Keitel, Mr. Orange, played by Tim Roth, Mr. Blonde, played by Michael Madsen, who isn't actually blonde. That really annoyed me for the entire film for some reason.
It's against the rules!
Mr. Pink, played by Steve Buscemi, Mr. Brown, played by Quentin Tarantino himself, Mr. Blue, played by Edward Bunker, then there's Joe, played by Lawrence Tierney, and Nice Guy Eddie, played by Chris Penn. The movie immediately starts with Mr. Orange being shot after the heist has already taken place and dragged into an abandoned warehouse by Mr. White as they're too afraid to go to a hospital. The others show up, but then the movie cuts back and forth to the past, showing the actual heist before and after events or even previous story elements, and then back to the warehouse because Tarantino has a huge fetish for time travel for some reason.
Correct!
It's slowly revealed that Mr. Orange is an undercover cop who tries to manipulate everyone and turn them against each other before basically everybody dies, except Mr. Pink, who takes off with the diamonds. Although, Tarantino claimed that he was caught, but survived. If you turn your volume up and listen really closely, after he walks outside, you can hear officers actually tell him to put his hands up and then fire, but then they successfully arrest him.
Yeah, and that was a miracle.
The film's production began when Quentin Tarantino was working in a video store in California. He intended to shoot a film with some friends on just a $30,000 budget with a black and white camera and had producer Lawrence Bender as a cop chasing Mr. Pink. Bender gave the script to his acting teacher, whose wife passed it on to Harvey Keitel himself. He liked it so much he signed on as a co-producer and helped with funding, successfully raising the budget to $1.5 million. With the cash, they held casting sessions in New York, successfully scooping up Steve Buscemi, Michael Madsen, and Tim Roth. Originally, Tarantino was to play Mr. Pink, and when Buscemi showed interest in that role, Quentin actually told him they'd have to really impress him in order for him to hand over the part, and he did.
What the f*** was I supposed to do?
In addition, Tom Sizemore auditioned for the role of Mr. Pink, and Dennis Hopper was also considered but was unavailable to try out. John Cryer was also approached but turned it down, admitting that he didn't understand the script. Oh, but he saw the cinematic genius of Superman 4.
What the f*** are you talking about?
Vincent Gallo turned down the role of Mr. Pink, George Clooney and Christopher Walken auditioned for Mr. Blonde but both didn't get it, Samuel L. Jackson tried out for Mr. Orange but was also rejected. Can you imagine saying no to Samuel L. Jackson?
You maniac!
Seymour Cassel and Robert Forster both tried out for the role of Joe. Ving Rhames was considered for Holdaway, a guy who has a meal with Mr. Orange. Matt Dillon was considered for Mr. Blonde, who also isn't blonde.
I know, mother.
I just heard it.
Viggo Mortensen auditioned for an unknown role, and so did David Duchovny, who was told by Tarantino, "I like what you do, I just don't know if I want you to do it in my movie." Interestingly, James Woods was offered the part of Mr. Orange, but his agent turned it down because of the budget, claiming that Woods usually gets paid a lot more, but he never actually told the actor that he was offered it. Years later, when James himself found out about the part by Tarantino, he was so angry he fired his agent on the spot.
I mean, everybody panics. Everybody.
Tony Scott showed interest in directing, but Tarantino had his heart set on doing it himself, instead allowing him to do True Romance instead, and Monty Hellman also came close to being in the director's chair for Reservoir Dogs, but Quentin refused to let anybody else do the job. Tarantino also credited Stanley Kubrick's The Killing as inspiration, stating, "I didn't go out of my way to do a rip-off of The Killing, but I did think of it as my killing, my take on that kind of heist movie."
Nobody tells me what to do.
He admitted that he paid homages to other works like Kansas City Confidential, The Big Combo, City on Fire, The Taking of Pelham 1, 2, 3, and Django, but denied ever ripping any of them off. The idea to not show the heist itself began because they simply didn't have the budget, but then it became the entire premise of the story, which intrigued Tarantino further. He said this technique allowed the picture to focus on other things, and the plot is based on something that we don't even see, and he also wanted to play with a real-time clock as opposed to a movie clock ticking. And for those wondering about the title, what it means, what it's referring to, when Tarantino worked in that video store, he had a tendency to point customers towards lesser known films. And one of the films that he pointed them towards, he pointed a man towards Au revoir les enfants. And the man replied and mispronounced it as, "I don't want to watch no Reservoir Dogs." It doesn't really make much sense to why he called this Reservoir Dogs, but a little bit of trivia for you.
I guess you can say that again.
Au revoir les enfants struggled at first. When trying to find funding, many studios showed interest, but they all had a catch which Tarantino refused to oblige to. One insisted on everybody coming back to life at the end and having the entire thing being a hoax or something. That makes no sense. Another would only fund it if his girlfriend could play Mr. Blonde. And apparently that idea was so stupid that they actually considered it for a laugh.
Is that supposed to be funny?
Filming wasn't easy, especially for its low budget. Literally, Mr. Orange's apartment was the room directly above the warehouse. They were that limited. But furthermore, Lawrence Tierney was a constant nuisance. First, he was actually arrested in real life for pulling a gun on his own nephew during production. The actor was literally bailed out and then went straight to the movie set. In addition, on set, he constantly got distracted easily and always forgot his lines, which annoyed the entire cast and crew. He was so aggravating, he was fired on the 3rd day of shooting.
Dick, 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 dick.
However, the use of violence and language was a huge problem with audiences, especially the scene where Mr. Blonde, "Look at his hair! He is not blonde! Why is he Mr. Blonde?" cuts off the ear of a tied-up police officer, even after the actor ad-libs this line.
Please, look, I got a little kid going now, please.
There's actually alternate cuts of the film where Madsen, who was a new father at this point, paused because he didn't know how to react and it was kept in. And Tarantino can also be heard whispering, "Oh no."
Nobody says after that.
Michael Madsen also struggled during the torture scene to begin with, and when that line was improvised, he could barely finish it, but somehow managed to power through. The scene was almost cut as Harvey Weinstein, the owner of Miramax, felt it would really upset audiences. However, Tarantino fought tooth and nail to keep it in and eventually won.
Because it's so much fun, Jan. Get it?
Many people walked out of screenings. At the Sick Just Film Festival, 15 people walked out, including Wes Craven. Special makeup effects artist Rick Baker told Tarantino to take it as a compliment, considering the sense of realism was clearly heightened. It happens at every single screening. For some people, the violence or the rudeness of the language is a mountain they just can't climb. That's okay, it's not their cup of tea, but I'm affecting them. I wanted that scene to be disturbing. I really do like this film, and it's definitely an inspiration to any aspiring filmmaker.
My hero.
Such a great looking picture with such a unique image with inventive storytelling techniques on such a low budget is incredibly inspiring. Tarantino goes for some long takes which work really well and a lot of far away shots that just allow you to lean forward and wish you were more involved. It kind of makes you want to be involved in the film more. During the torture scene, Mr. Blonde puts on some music to psychotically dance to before heading outside into the nice peaceful calm neighborhood to retrieve the gasoline and then back to the warehouse with the music. All one take, and it's beautifully done, really adding to the demented nature of the scene, and it makes it that more disturbing. In addition, he has some genius subtle touches throughout, so let's go through a few. There's this scene. Now there's coloured shirts and a rag and everything in the background, and the colours correspond to the characters. White and pink are close to one another, and the rag in the distance is orange, and Mr. Orange is in the next room. This may seem like a throwaway thing, but it's all the way through the whole film. Here they're having a conversation about Mr. Blonde and whether or not he's still alive. The sink is yellow, hinting that he is. Weirdly, there's a scene where an orange balloon appears, and many believed it was a hint about Mr. Orange being a snitch, but Tarantino confessed it was just a lucky coincidence and completely accidental. There is, however, intentional foreshadowing throughout the film in regards to Mr. Orange. My personal favourite being...
Wait a minute. Who didn't throw in?
Mr. Pink.
Mr. Pink.
Nice touch. Although there's some really forced ones too.
You shoot me in a dream, you better wake up and apologize.
Shoot this piece of
Subtle. In addition to his clever foreshadowing, he also makes connections to his other movies. It's revealed that Mr. Blonde's real name is Vic Vega, which is very similar to John Travolta's character Vincent Vega in Pulp Fiction. Tarantino claims that the characters are actually brothers, and he did plan a prequel for both films based on those two siblings, but it was scrapped over the years when the actors grew too old for the parts. Furthermore, Steve Buscemi says,
I used to work minimum wage, and when I did, I wasn't lucky enough to have a job that society deemed tip-worthy.
This is a nod to Pulp Fiction where the actor plays a waiter. Obviously this was made beforehand, but I just love Tarantino's clever writing and linking his films together in such a subtle yet genius manner. Speaking of which, Buscemi in my mind steals the entire show. His character is such a smooth talking son of a bitch, and his brutal and blunt honesty is so true and accurate.
You don't care they're counting on your tips to live? You know what this is? It's the world's smallest violin playing just for the waitresses.
This is a hard job.
So is working at McDonald's, but you don't feel the need to tip them, do you? Well, why not? They're serving you food. But no, society says, don't tip these guys over here, but tip these guys over here. That's bullshit.
Tarantino also utilizes his long takes to either slowly reveal something, or the opposite, panning away to leave it all to our imagination. He plays with the audience's perception so well, and he's definitely one of the most creative directors I've ever seen. There's also a scene where Mr. Orange is telling a story about when he was selling some drugs and he went to the bathroom and spotted some cops. As the story pans out, he's saying this dialogue to his friends in the bar, but then we're seeing him physically speak them to the cops in the bathroom as the camera rotates around him. It's really mesmerizing, and then when he dries his hands, the suspense is built as we shift into slow motion mode as the sounds of the dryer takes over. It's really intense, and I don't think anyone could ever see Tarantino as a dull or simple filmmaker. This is artistically gold. I love that the majority of the film is set in one location. I dig that format, and it adds to the creativity to maintain the audience's attention despite its limitations. The whole time-lapse stuff is kind of overdone now, but back then it was so new and creative, and Tarantino really knew how to mess with that kind of stuff, which we'll get onto another time. The scene where they all assign their code names is also probably my favorite scene in the entire movie. The chemistry the actors all have together is fire, and the dialogue is hilarious.
Why am I Mr. Pink?
Because you're a all right?
The ending, however, caused many a confusion. So Mr. I'm Not Blonde is about to kill the cop.
All you can do is pray for a quick death, which you ain't gonna get.
But then he pulls out a gun to shoot him in the face, which would be a quick death. Anyway, he's about to set him on fire, but Mr. Orange shoots him dead instead. The others show up, he lies about Blonde's plans to set him up, but Rush Hour Man here doesn't buy it, and we get a three-way shootout.
I ignored her before, but no more. You lost your mind.
What a predicament.
They all shoot each other. Mr. White consoles Mr. Orange, who then confesses to being a cop the whole time, and White then has the world's biggest dump. Oh, you need a laxative. And then he kills him and he shot himself by cops to end the film. Many people didn't understand the logic and asked Tarantino why he would confess right then and there instead of simply waiting 60 seconds and getting away completely scot-free. Who's Scott? Why is he always free?
Hardy hard.
You did not truly understand the movie if you're asking this question. In all the Asian countries that this movie was released in, this question was never once asked. In Japan, they have a word for this called jingi. Without an English equivalent, it basically means that this was something that Mr. Orange had to do as a man, something that he owed Mr. White. Furthermore, he could only do it in those 60 seconds when Mr. White would have the opportunity to do whatever he deemed necessary. When Mr. White first drags Mr. Orange into the warehouse, he does absolutely nothing to try to stop the bleeding. He would be dead in minutes. This extra clearly walks out, realizes they're in the shot, and then hides. Nice one, ruined it for everybody.
We were set up. The cops were there waiting for us. What? Nobody set anybody up.
He's the only bad actor in the entire film. Honestly, don't believe me?
Why don't you tell me what really happened?
The rest of the acting is tremendous, but Kai Tao does have one bad read.
God damn you, Joe. Don't make me do this.
God damn you, Joe. And I'm not sure if it was the intent, but I can't help but laugh at these lines and the overacting.
And he cuts my ear off. I'm deformed. You! You! I'm dying here! I'm dying!
Oh, you're so dramatic.
What the hell is up with this music?
Ooga chaka, ooga, ooga, ooga chaka, ooga, ooga, ooga chaka.
You get this really, really intense and eerie scene of them following the car, And then that music plays. I mean, could you do that with any other suspenseful scene?
Somebody help me, please! Somebody help!
At one point, Mr. White says,
Man, could you believe Mr. Blonde? That was the most insane thing I've ever seen. Why the would Joe hire a guy like that? We're awful goddamn lucky he didn't tag us when he shot the place up. I came this close to taking his ass out myself.
But yet later on...
You said yourself you thought about taking him out.
No he didn't, you did.
Yeah, I did, okay?
Unfortunately, Edward Bunker, who played Mr. Blue, slated the film's realism, calling it incredibly unrealistic. I would never consider committing a robbery with 5 people I don't know and therefore can't trust, and it would be extremely foolhardy for a distinctively dressed gang to publicly have breakfast together beforehand, so when the news of the robbery broke, witnesses would obviously be able to remember us. Reservoir Dogs is really well directed, it's shot really well, it's edited immensely well, the acting is tremendous, the dialogue is incredibly well written, it's well put together, it's very, very creative on such a low budget, it's definitely worth checking out.
Because it's so much fun, Chan! Get it?
You fancy yourself as a runner, eh? He's more than a runner. He's top bloody athlete. Girls run. Men box.
You what? Only girls run? Based on the Gallipoli campaign during the First World War, which cost the lives of over 8,500, the movie focuses on Archie Hamilton, played by Mark Lee, living in Australia. He's a decent runner who starts to become quite successful. Meanwhile, Frank Dunn, played by Mel Gibson, is a bum who's flat broke, but also an experienced runner, and enters a race to win some cash, but he can't believe it when he's actually defeated by Hamilton. They soon strike up a friendship. Archie wants to enlist in the war, but is deemed too young at just 18. Yeah, apparently in this movie you have to be 21 to enlist in the army. Although in Australia in 1914, the age requirements were between 18 and 35. I mean, if you were younger than 21, you still need parental permission, so I guess the movie's right.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
So he instead decides to leave town, hop a freight train to Perth, ditching his running, changing his identity, and re-enlists, taking a reluctant Frank with him. Frank fails at just riding a horse, so settles for the infantry, separating the duo, but reuniting months later in Egypt. Archie's identity is soon discovered, but instead of being snitched on, they're in need of a message runner, but he declines and offers Frank instead. In the trenches, the famous Gallipoli attack begins, where the troops are gunned down by Turks with machine guns. The commander, well, commands that they continue the attack, and the same thing happens again. Allegedly, some of their marker flags were spotted in the Turkish trenches, so they're led to believe that they've been partially successful. While the attacks go on, Frank is running between people to deliver messages, and finally gets word to end the attack, but by the time he gets back, well, it's too late.
No, mate, not quite.
This did skew historical facts, however. The film depicts the English commander as the one issuing the attacks, whereas in reality there were many Australian commanders, and 2 in particular called Hughes and Antill who were left to blame. Bastards. I guess it was to take some blame off the Aussies, you know, Michael Bay, self-fornication for my country kind of thing, so let's blame the British. The director Peter Ware actually admitted that he deeply regretted the decision. Never actually explained why he changed historical facts though, we'll just assume that he hates us. Furthermore, at the end, Gibson's about to call off the attack and it's too late, but this again wasn't how the real-life events actually took place. In reality, the 4th wave of soldiers actually just charged without orders, leading to their deaths. Their own fault really then.
No.
Peter Ware had actually visited Gallipoli as early as 1976, where he discovered an empty No bottle on the beach and wanted to make a film about the campaign ever since. He quickly wrote out an outline and passed it to David Williamson to turn it into a screenplay, but it went through many different variations. Williamson also took parts from Bill Gamage's book The Broken Years, which holds a collection of diary excerpts from around 1,000 or so soldiers that actually fought in Gallipoli. Originally, the South Australian Film Corporation didn't like the first draft and refused to fund the $4.5 million budget requested. In May 1979, Peter Ware asked Patricia Lavelle to produce, and the writing of the final script began as Lavelle successfully raised $850,000, but it was just too low.
That's not good enough.
In May 1980, Rupert Murdoch and Robert Stigwood formed a film company called Associated R&R Films. Patricia Lavelle approached them with the script and they agreed to fund it, but only if the budget would remain under $3 million. It came out around $2.8 million, which was the highest budgeted Australian film in history at the time. Fittingly, Rupert Murdoch's father, Keith, was a journalist during World War I and had visited Gallipoli in September of 1915. It was meant to be.
God bless you, boy.
I'd auditioned for an earlier film and he told me right up front, I'm not going to cast you for this part. You're not old enough, but thanks for coming in. I just wanted to meet you. He told me he wanted me for Gallipoli a couple of years later because I wasn't the archetypal Australian. He had Mark Lee, the angelic looking ideal Australian kid, and he wanted something of a modern sensibility. He thought the audience needed someone to relate to of their own time. Weirdly, Peter Ware actually admitted that he thought Mel Gibson was full of himself and had no grand career ambitions whatsoever.
Okay.
You're on.
The whole theme of the picture is the loss of innocence, Archie being only 18 years old. And an early scene has his uncle Jack read the Jungle Book, explaining how Mowgli reached manhood and must now leave the family of wolves that raised him. Gallipoli was the birth of a nation. It was the shattering of a dream for Australia. They had banded together to fight the Hun and died by the thousands in a dirty little trench war. Gibson also described Gallipoli as not really a war movie. That's just the backdrop. It's the story of two young men. Despite not being that successful internationally, it helped promote Australian cinema and the overseas career of Mel Gibson, who you may have heard of. I mean, he went on to do a few films here or there.
Pretty enthusiastic.
Despite not being entirely historically accurate, I really enjoyed this movie. It's not one I'd rush out to watch again and again, but it's still a decent watch. As Mel Gibson said, the story is about the friendship. The war is merely a subplot. This is basically what Pearl Harbor should have been. In this, I was actually invested in the story and the characters, so when it got to that dreaded moment, I actually felt sympathy. Archie was a really likable character, and Mark Lee brought him to life perfectly. I do think, though, that Mel Gibson is the best part of the film, and the main reason is because it's so unlike any role you'd ever expect from him. You'd usually expect him to be Archie, dragging the other person to war. He and Mark Lee have great chemistry together, and I think their styles bounce off each other really well. The change of Gibson's pace complements it all so seamlessly.
Thank you.
I love that they merge two plots together at once. We get the running thing and then the war issue, and they both culminate together perfectly. Many other films try this, and sometimes it feels cluttered and overcrowded, but here, Gibson starts using his running to even dodge bullets. Unlikely, but it looks awesome. And to pass on messages between people. At the end, Archie realises that he doesn't really stand a chance and ditches his gun and tries to sprint to freedom and unfortunately fails, but it all comes together and I think it's done to a T. The comedy is great, even if a lot of it is unintentional.
Men, box.
Fly out, please.
He can run faster than you can ride.
In fact, I want to see more of this character. He's completely insane.
Let's what happened? Let's fell down. Actually, my friend, you win.
Get him his own movie.
Come on. Time. Starts. Teeth aren't all that good.
You're supposed to shoot the enemy, mate, not bite him.
That line is gold.
Teeth aren't all that good.
You're supposed to shoot the enemy, mate, not bite him.
You're supposed to shoot the enemy, not bite them. There's a weird segue where they get ripped off by a gypsy and get their revenge.
Revenge!
By trashing his shop to get their money back. Only for...
Hi, fellas. That wasn't the shop. This is it here. Hi, fellas. It was the wrong shop.
That is hilarious. I also have to compliment the musical score. This doesn't have much music, but when it does, it is so unique. Honestly, you've never heard a score so original before. It's usually during running scenes we get this electronic music, and it is awesome.
Guy like a witch. Deeper. Come on, deeper. Come on, deeper. From here, boy, here. That's it. Now, loosen up.
This isn't PG. So Frank leaves Arch, and you can immediately tell that he is so dead.
Oh. See you when I see you.
Not if I see you first.
Oh, dude, it was nice knowing you. He even writes a farewell letter. It is so obvious. Doesn't take away the feels, though. Really unique film. Really enjoyed it. I'd say check it out, but it doesn't have as much replay value there for me. Citizen Kane follows the story of Charles, or Charlie Foster Kane, played by the film's own writer and director Orson Welles himself, who quickly says Rosebud before dying. A reporter seeks answers in regards to his strange final word, and then we flash back and forth through time before Tarantino made it cool. We see him interviewing family and friends, showing incredible events that happened during his life. Kane was quickly sent away from his parents at a young age to get a better education after a gold mine was discovered on his parents' property. He then grew up to become a journalist who manipulated the truth in order to sell papers. Just like any news outlet then, really. Hollywood had actually shown interest in Orson Welles as early as 1936, where he turned down 3 scripts from Warner Brothers, and a year later he turned down offers, one of which was a role in Wuthering Heights. Although the possibility of making huge amounts of money in Hollywood greatly attracted him, he was still totally, hopelessly, insanely in love with the theatre, and it is there that he had every intention of remaining to make his mark.
You're right, Mr. Thatcher. I did lose $1 million last year. I expect to lose $1 million this year.
But then this film will become the greatest ever and will be sorted for life.
Isn't it wonderful?
After CBS aired a War of the Worlds broadcast on Wells' own show, the Mercury Theatre on the Air, he was convinced to go over to Hollywood with a really generous contract. The studio, RKO Pictures, believing that he would attract mass attention. Fortunately, this was absolute perfect timing because Wells hit a financial slump after his two plays, Five Kings and The Green Goddess, were complete disasters. Originally, he just wanted to spend 3 months in Hollywood to pay off his debts and fund his next season, but upon arriving on July the 20th, 1939, he called the movie studio the greatest electric train set a boy could ever have.
I was just joking.
The contract given, which is now historically famous in the world of film, meant Orson Welles would act in, direct, produce and write 2 feature films, and he also had complete artistic control of both movies as long as the budget did not exceed $500,000. The studio could not use any footage until Welles showed it to them himself, and they could make no cuts without his permission either. So basically, they were his bitch.
You better go down and tell them.
He could develop the story himself without any interference, hand-pick his own cast and crew, and have the rights to the final cut. It was a dream come true. However, the first 5 months were just spent trying to get the project underway, but failing. They were laying bets over on the RKO lot that the Orson Welles deal would end up without Orson ever even doing a picture there. The first picture was to be Heart of the Darkness, shot entirely in first person with a handheld camera, a concept completely alien at the time, but it never reached production as it cost 50 grand too much. Welles would then begin working on what is supposedly the greatest movie of all time, Citizen Kane.
With great difficulty.
In February of 1940, Welles finished 300 pages of notes for the script, passing it to Herman J. Mankiewicz to make the first draft screenplay with John Houseman supervising. They were basing the lead character on the life of William Randolph Hearst, who he knew and hated in real life, but other elements were based on Welles' own experiences and others were just completely made up out of the blue. I left him on his own finally because we'd started to waste too much time haggling.
What? Yeah. This bloke won't haggle. Won't haggle?
So after mutual agreements on storyline and character, Mac went off with Houseman and did his version, while I stayed in Hollywood and wrote mine. Orson combined the ideas, rearranging them, adding scenes of his own, but he was constantly accused of underplaying just how much Mankiewicz contributed to the script. At the end, naturally, I was the one making the picture. After all, who had to make the decisions? I used what I wanted of Manx, and rightly or wrongly, I kept what I liked of my own.
I'm not sorry.
In fact, in that same contract, it even stated that Mankiewicz would go uncredited, which he was okay with until the film was about to be released. He suddenly fired back at Orson Welles demanding to be credited, even threatening to, ironically, get the papers involved, and even possibly going to the Screenwriters Guild to claim full credit for writing the entire screenplay himself. I don't think he knows how contracts work. What? After a long process, it was resolved and he received credit. It's always been disputed though just who wrote how much of the screenplay, the case being revived in 1971 and then again in 78. After reviewing all 7 drafts of the script, film scholar Robert L. Carringer stated, the full evidence reveals that Welles' contribution to the Citizen Kane script was not only substantial but definitive. To be fair, Welles did credit Mankiewicz for coming up with the now famous Rosebud angle. Sort of. I mean, some claim it was the name of Mankiewicz's bike when he was a kid, others claim it was the name of Orson Welles' ex-girlfriend's dog, and I swear, I am not joking here. Some even claim it was the name William Randolph Hearst gave to his mistress Marion Davis's clitoris. I'm not joking. Cinematic Venom, ruining everybody's favourite movies, one film fact at a time.
I thought maybe somebody ought to.
When it came down to casting, most of the actors were new to films, total unknowns. Welles insisted on the rehearsing beforehand, but surprisingly, this actually was not common practice at the time. He was about to change the course of film history forever. He trained us for films at the same time that he was training himself. Orson believed in good acting, and he realised that rehearsals were needed to get the most from his actors. That was something new in Hollywood. Nobody seemed interested in bringing in a group to rehearse before scenes were shot, but Orson knew it was necessary, and we rehearsed every sequence before it was filmed. When it came down to shooting, a film textbook was compiled for Orson Welles to study, but he was basically self-taught, just studying films like The Cabernet and Dr. Caligari and Stagecoach, which he admitted he watched 40 times.
Does he have to?
As it turned out, the first day I ever walked onto a set was my first day as a director. I'd learned whatever I knew in the projection room from John Ford. After dinner, every night for about a month, I'd run Stagecoach, often with some different technician or department head from the studio, and ask questions. How was this done? Why was this done? It was like going to school. Filming began on June the 29th, 1940, but that dastardly director tricked the studio executives, making them believe this day was actually spent on just camera tests, when in actuality he was shooting the movie early so they could get a head start. It wasn't until the end of July, the next month, when RKO greenlit the picture to officially begin production, despite Wells having already started shooting weeks earlier. Clever bastard.
I guess he's fixing it up.
He saved money by having so many rehearsals early that it needed less takes during the actual filming period. Many shoots would span up to 18 hours a day, starting at 4 AM, with Orson's makeup taking possibly 4 or so hours just to apply. The contacts he had to wear were incredibly painful, denting his vision, causing him to accidentally hurt himself when he wrecks the room, which he did in one take, by the way, making his hands bleed. But I just have to say, this is unintentionally hilarious. No, I'm sorry, okay? This film is great and Orson Welles' acting is great, but for these few seconds, he looks like some fat greedy kid trying to get a chocolate bar. The trailer was quite unique in the sense that none of the actual movie was shown, which was so new at the time. Just a documentary-like look at the film's production, the only behind-the-scenes footage that ever existed of this picture. For a film that's so unique, different, original, and yet so highly praised, historic, and magnificent, many asked Orson Welles what gave him the confidence for his first film to try something so radically out of the norm. He replied, ignorance, ignorance, sheer ignorance. You know there's no confidence to equal. It's only when you know something about a profession, I think, that you're timid or careful.
I knew it all the time.
While they waited for the musical score to be composed, a rough cut of the film was previewed on January the 3rd, 1941, where most enjoyed it, but columnist Hedda Hopper called it a vicious and irresponsible attack on a great man, slating its corny writing and old-fashioned photography. Well, I bet she feels silly now.
I guess that'll show you.
Controversy sparked up further when William Randolph Hearst learned that the film was in part about him, leading to RKO Pictures receiving a lawsuit if they released the movie. Hearst made up accusations of Orson Welles being a communist to try to prevent its release further, and it was even threatened, eerily similar to the film's events, with the exposure of his love with actress Dolores Del Rio, who wanted this kept secret until her divorce was final. Orson publicly denied that this film was actually about him, but RKO was even given $805,000 just to destroy all copies of the movie. Ouch!
No thanks.
Despite this, it was announced on January the 21st that this picture would still be released, though more obvious references to Hearst were removed or softened, scraping 3 minutes off the running time, and the case was settled. But to further prove he's nothing like Kane in the film whatsoever, Hearst banned every newspaper and station from reviewing or even mentioning the film, and even banned movie theatres from playing it. It wasn't that successful financially, and most of that blame was sent to Hearst himself for his boycotting and threats towards it. It was even to the point, and I swear to God, I wish I was joking here, Orson Welles was at a lecture when a police officer approached him at a restaurant and advised him to not go back to his hotel room. Hearst had allegedly hid a 14-year-old girl in his closet with 2 photographers waiting for him to walk in so they could frame him publicly. Welles himself denied this being from Hearst, but rather someone working for him.
It was his idea.
They did, however, meet face-to-face in an elevator where Welles offered him to come and watch the film, but Hearst refused. In response, Orson said, Charles Foster Kane would have accepted. Oh, ban?
I can't accept it.
However, in 2012, Hearst's estate eventually agreed to screen the picture, finally breaking the ban. I mean, he did die 61 years before that, but still.
That man was the biggest darn fool I ever met.
Radio City Music Hall refused to premiere Citizen Kane, but that may have been because of a threat to run a defamatory story about the grandfather of an RKO stockholder. Jesus Christ! Many others refused to show it until Welles threatened to sue RKO himself if they did not release it, which finally happened on May the 1st, 1941. Amazingly, at the Oscar ceremony, it was heavily booed every single time the film's title was simply spoken for a nomination. Jesus Christ, how things change!
Oh no, that's all gone.
Despite its fame today though, originally it seemed to vanish into nothingness and became completely forgotten. However, it was brought back into the focus of film in the mid-50s. Around the same time Hearst died. What a coincidence! Hearst was in a hearse.
You make a joke out of everything.
It appeared frequently on television and began to gain quite a huge following, often dubbed as the greatest film ever made.
You know, if you could give Charles Foster Kane advice, what would you say to him?
Get yourself a different woman. A lot of people don't really understand the significance of it. I'm not sure if anybody understands the significance.
We do know what it means. It appears at the end of the film. The film that you say is your favourite film, you jackass! I just like how he tries to talk about the symbolism too and trying to understand what it represents, despite the fact that, no, Donald, we all know the significance, you fucking moron.
The word rosebud, for whatever reason, has captivated moviegoers and movie watchers for so many years, and to this day is perhaps the single word. And perhaps if they came up with another word that meant the same thing, it wouldn't have worked. But rosebud works.
What the hell is he even talking about?
Rosebud works.
Citizen Kane is amazing.
I absolutely adore you.
Yeah, I can't fault this movie for much at all. I mean, I truly believe Citizen Kane is completely worthy of every one of its accolades and definitely deserves to be called one of the greatest films ever made. The direction is astounding, and although some of the films may have used these techniques first, Orson Welles brought it to the public eye and popularized it way more than its predecessors. Welles, specifically for the sake of the film's story, had the camera always look up at Kane and his best friend Jedediah whilst looking down at others. Clever, but furthermore, most of his shots are so entrancing he uses every inch of the frame to show something of worth. He keeps everything in focus at the same time, using the background and foreground simultaneously to show something of importance. They look great and so well planned out. He even uses the reflection of windows or mirrors, and it's so spectacular to look at.
Yes.
Here, this is actually a still photograph of the audience with holes poked into it, with lights being shone through. Who else would have thought to do something like that? It goes pretty much unnoticed. Is that convincing? You can tell the amount of rehearsals that took place with the long takes, and considering this was the 40s, this was so daring, but it really pays off. The comedy is also great, especially this old guy, Mr. Carter. He is hilarious.
Welcome to the Enquirer, Mr. Kane. I'm Herbert Carter, the editor-in-chief.
Thank you, Mr. Carter, but this is Mr. Leland.
How do you do, Mr. Leland? How do you do, Mr. Carter?
Carter?
Yes?
Mr. Carter.
How do you do?
Mr. Carter.
Yes, how do you do?
Mr. Carter.
Yes, Mr. Bernstein.
Mr. Carter.
Dean Kane.
It's a film where you really can't tell which way it's going to go. The first time we really spend time with Kane, you like him. He's actually really cool and really easygoing.
I felt like a kid in front of a candy store. Well, tonight, 6 years later, I got my candy. All of it.
He even gets a fucking song about how awesome he is. Is he related to Chuck Norris? But as the film progresses, he slowly transitions into a douchebag, and you really don't expect it. Many people throughout the film also give Kane these heartfelt lectures, and it's so true and so well written, even quite inspiring.
He had a generous mind. I don't suppose anybody ever had so many opinions. But he never believed in anything except Charlie Kane. He never had a conviction except Charlie Kane in his life. You don't care about anything except you. You just want to persuade people that you love them so much that they ought to love you back. Only you want love on your own terms.
You don't love me. You want me to love you. Sure. I'm Charles Foster Kane. Whatever you want, just name it and it's yours. But you gotta love me.
Welles, much like most geniuses, was a little hard to work with, however. He treated actress Dorothy Comingore, who played his wife Susan, like complete shit so she could use that anger and distress on the screen for the sake of the movie's realism. Wow, what a nice guy! Is he related to Stanley Kubrick as well?
No.
However, he couldn't have been too bad because this guy playing drunk had a genuine blooper on set. It wasn't planned, but they both stayed in character and saved it. Orson loved it so much, he kept it in.
Well, you said yourself you were looking for someone to do dramatic criticism. I am drunk.
However, he actually hated the whole Rosebud twist ending. Yeah, the most famous line of the movie and one of the most famous ever, and he hated it, calling it a fraud. But it was your film that you had complete control over. So why'd you keep it in?
That's the way they want it. The people have made that choice.
The thing is, when Kane says Rosebud, nobody is actually in the room at the time, so it's often viewed as a massive plot hole. How can anybody know it was his last word when no one was there? The nurse doesn't run in until after he said it and dies. Some have defended this, saying during an interview somebody claims he heard Kane say it another time, but this still doesn't debunk how everyone knew it was his last word. This is such a blatant plot hole in the greatest movie of all time that people brought it to Orson Welles' attention. He just stared at them for a long time, obviously stumped, before replying, "Don't you ever tell anyone of this." So he basically admitted that he had a giant plot hole that he just couldn't talk his way out of. I don't even understand. I mean, it could have easily been saved by just having her be in the room when he says it and dies. The main premise of the film, and it makes no sense.
I can remember absolutely everything, young man.
His acting is incredible though, with the exception of those few seconds from earlier. When his wife leaves him, the subtlety and seemingly lost and awkward expression in his face is mind-blowing.
Goodbye, Charlie.
Cheer up, Charlie.
Listen to the narrator. His voice stays exactly the same tone and pitch for everything he says. He even does it when he's saying really sad news.
Emily Norton, who left him in 1916, died 1918 in a motor accident with their son.
I saw a baby get hit by a train this morning. I stopped to have a look, but blood splattered all over my face.
A little newspaper I understand we acquired in a foreclosure proceeding. Please don't sell it. I'm coming back to America to take charge. I think it would be fun to run a newspaper. I think it would be fun to run a newspaper.
What a fucking madman! So here, this guy suggests that Rosebud may have just been a girl that Kane used to date. When suggested that no guy would ever go decades without ever talking about this girl before suddenly mentioning her again on his deathbed, he comes up with this.
A fella will remember a lot of things you wouldn't think he'd remember. You take me. One day back in 1896, I was crossing over to Jersey on the ferry. And as we pulled out, there was another ferry pulling in. And on it, there was a girl waiting to get off. A white dress she had on. She was carrying a white parasol. And I only saw her for 1 second. She didn't see me at all. But I'll bet a month hasn't gone by since that I haven't thought of that girl.
This is why the sex offenders list was created.
These are my last few moments of love.
But if you have to go, do you have any last words before you do?
I do have just one thing I do really need to say.
Okay. Blonde woman I saw on a train one time, oh my god, it was about 15 years ago, but she had really nice brown eyes, really nice bum, really nice boobs, absolutely gorgeous. She had a wedding ring on, but it didn't really bother me, and I just really wanted to take her home that night, but I didn't have the confidence to even talk to her. Now what the fuck could that mean?
Get yourself a different woman.
Hey! Hey, everybody! Looky out here!
Let's go to the window.
Was there any need for that line? Oh, let's go to the toilet. Kane's lips here aren't even moving when he speaks.
That's the kind of thing we are going to be interested in from now on.
Awesome work for such a perfectionist.
Do you know how long you kept me waiting last night while you went to the newspaper for 10 minutes?
10 minutes? When he first meets his wife, she offers him some water to clean mud off himself, but she says it in the most slutty and seductive way ever.
Said if you wanted some hot water, could get you some.
I can also get you some tea.
You're awful funny, aren't you?
And towards the end, his wife's voice just gets so annoying. I mean, she's great for the first 90 minutes, but then, Jesus Christ!
I'm not going to stop it.
Right now.
You never gave me anything in your whole life.
Shut up! Like, shut up, you bitch! I'm surprised he didn't leave you!
Can't imagine how Mrs. Kane came to make such a foolish mistake.
Why does he call his own wife Mrs. Kane? Anyway, then there's... Jesus Christ, the fuck, Wells? Just blast my fucking eardrums.
Minding my own business, you mind yours.
The film has amazing sets and the musical choir is incredible. It sets a really eerie and uncomfortable tone with its tremendously dark imagery and equally ominous dark lighting, utilising wide-angle lenses to show off the gothic sets, which fits the rest of the film perfectly. This really is an inspirational piece, and it's easy to see why it's arguably the most influential movie to have ever hit the big screen.
My mom always said life was like a box of chocolates. You never know what you're gonna get.
Yeah, you do. You're gonna get a fucking chocolate! Forrest Gump tells the story of... well, Forrest Gump.
I'm Forrest Gump.
Played by Tom Hanks, who sits at a bus stop talking to strangers that realistically would have obviously called the police at some point, telling them all of his life story through constant flashback mode.
Those must be comfortable shoes.
What are those? He grows up with some dodgy legs before breaking out of his braces and overcoming the bullies who make fun of his handicaps, calling him stupid. He aces football. No, actually, this is football. Notice how they use their fucking feet. Teaches Elvis Presley himself to dance, comes up with famous slogans and even iconic t-shirts.
I thought you might be able to help me jump into... Whoa, man, you just ran through a big pile of dog shit.
It happens.
What, shit?
Sometimes.
He joins the army, becomes a hero, losing his best friend Bubba in the process, befriending the lieutenant called Dan, played by Gary Sinise, who loses his legs in the war, becomes a ping pong champion using a CGI ping pong ball. Yeah, he actually is just acting here. There's no ball there whatsoever. He runs across the country becoming famous on television with the help of Tom Hanks' younger brother Jim playing his running double, by the way. He loses his mother, played by Sally Field, becomes a father at Haley Joel Osment in his first ever movie role, and you can't help but just love the lead character and the movie. The film was based on the 1986 Winston Groom novel of the same name, though it skips out a lot of details from the book and includes many new aspects that weren't originally there, such as his leg braces and running across the country. The film also added to Forrest's mental deficiency, whereas he was actually a lot brighter in the book. Terry Gilliam was approached to direct but turned it down, and Barry Sonnenfeld agreed before leaving to instead direct Adam's Family Values, which is when Robert Zemeckis picked up the opportunity. Which is a very wise choice because it ended up being his highest grossing movie ever to this day.
Can you believe that?
Although Tom Hanks is now iconic for this role, it wasn't always the case. The author of the book thought that John Goodman would be the perfect Forrest Gump, but Harry Anderson was actually the director's first choice. Unfortunately, he had other commitments to the likes of Dave's World, which sounds like a really bad spin-off to Wayne's World. And other actors approached to star in the lead before turning it down include Bill Murray, Chevy Chase, and John Travolta, who did acknowledge that it was a huge mistake. No, John, that wouldn't come until 2000.
I remember when that happened.
Tom Hanks was approached and only agreed to do it if the film was historically accurate. You know, so when Forrest teaches Elvis Presley to dance, came up with Shit Happens and that smiley face shirt, and there was actually a scene that was dropped where he even saves Martin Luther King from a dog attack. He gets a letter from Apple, which is dated 1975, but they didn't go public until 1981. Forrest drinks a Dr. Pepper in 72 with a logo not created until the mid-80s. During his epic running sequence, Jimmy Carter was announced as president, but this was set in July and he wouldn't become president until September. On Independence Day in 76, the Statue of Liberty is shown being restored, even though that wasn't done until 1986. You get the general idea. It wasn't historically accurate, Tom. It wasn't.
Tom Hanks, you've been very selfish.
Well, when it came down to casting the biggest bitch queen that we're supposed to like ever, Jenny, Nicole Kidman, Jodie Foster, and Demi Moore all rejected the offer, and even Tupac Shakur auditioned for the part of Bubba, but was turned down. I want to see that version.
I hear Orch's got a baby, but Orch's barely got a brain. A damn shame, the Orch can hardly spell Orch's name.
Furthermore, in regards to the role of Bubba, David Alan Grier, Ice Cube, and Dave Chappelle were all approached, but all rejected. Chappelle predicted that the movie would bomb, but did confess that he regretted turning it down, and Ice Cube just refused to play an idiot. Winston Groom was given $350,000 for the screenplay rights to his book, and 3% of the film's profits. However, the studio, Paramount, refused to pay him, claiming that the film lost money, despite Tom Hanks and Robert Zemeckis each receiving $40 million. 40 fucking million?!
Jesus H. Christ!
And Winston Groom was never once even mentioned in any of the movie's Academy Awards speeches. This was laid to rest, however, when Groom eventually claimed to be happy with their accounting issue, but he would also be given a 7-figure contract for film rights for another one of his books, Gump & Co. Yes, a sequel to Forrest Gump. Which never happened. Originally, Tom Hanks refused to star in a sequel and the studio just would not recast him. However, after time went on, he became more open to the idea and a screenplay was written in 2001, but production was delayed due to 9/11. The director claimed after the attacks, the story just was no longer relevant. The fuck was the story gonna be?
You wouldn't believe it if I told you.
Forrest Gump is such a big film, it's one of the ones you kind of need to have watched. Not only is it one of the most quotable movies ever made, but in my opinion it solidified Tom Hanks as one of the best actors in Hollywood. And I mean, it spawned over 30 different places of Bubba Gump shrimp all across America. So that's got to account for something.
That was my destiny!
There's nobody who could have performed this role better than Tom Hanks. He was perfect in every aspect. In fact, he was so into the character, he even improvised gold.
My given name is Benjamin Buford Blue. People call me Bubba. Just like one of them old redneck boys. Can you believe that?
My name's Forrest Gump. People call me Forrest Gump.
Yep, that wasn't scripted. The character is so likable, his sheer innocence makes everything he says that much more charming, adorable, and hilarious.
What's your sole purpose in this army?
To do whatever you tell me, drill sergeant.
God damn it, Gump! You're a goddamn genius.
I got to see a lot of the countryside. We would take these real long walks, and we were always looking for this guy named Charlie. Yeah, sir. You might want to send a maintenance man over to that office across the way. The lights are off and they must be looking for a fuse box or something because them flashlights, they're keeping me awake.
He even runs for over 3 years straight, gaining a following. See what I did there? And then
quiet, he's gonna say something.
I'm pretty tired. Think I'll go home now.
That is brilliant. And I truly believe that this scene where he discovers that he's a father is to this day Tom Hanks' greatest acting performance. The sheer subtle facial twitches, the fact that he doesn't need much dialogue, he doesn't need to overact, just with such soft motions in his face, he conveys every feel within you and puts you on the verge of tears with these techniques alone.
Is he smart?
He's very smart. He's one of the smartest in his class.
He has a heart of gold and you really enjoy going on this journey with him. It's an inspiring story to show that against all odds, no matter what people say or think of you, you can always persevere and achieve your dreams. There's not a single bad acting performance anywhere in the entire film. Everyone does a tremendous job, but that doesn't mean I like everything. Bubba unfortunately suffers from I am so gonna die syndrome. Now don't get me wrong, he is really likable, but then we get this scene.
You know why we a good partnership for us? Because we be watching out for one another. Like brothers and stuff.
Bye, Bubba. It was nice knowing ya. Also, how badass does this look when they're running away from the explosions and they're all taking place around them and they don't even flinch?
Oh, it's good. How do they walk away in movies without flinching when it explodes behind them? There's no way. I call bullshit on that.
The special effects are terrific during the war scene, like really good. And maybe it's just me, but you kind of don't expect them to be this good considering the goofy nature of the rest of the film. I mean, it is nearly perfect. I'd say the ending drags a tiny bit and they could have scraped off only like 5 minutes or so, but that's just a personal preference. What else? How about here? Wouldn't the logical solution be turn left or right, doesn't really matter, or maybe even run back in the opposite direction because the car would then take forever to do a U-turn. The dubbing and sometimes blue screen special effects of Tom Hanks in the flashback sequences are a little bad. I'm being nice because I love the film, they fucking suck.
I was a national celebrity.
Just not enough to get recognised anywhere else in the entire movie. Yeah, despite all of this, the running, the army, ping pong, football, becoming a hugely successful shrimp man, worst superhero name ever. Forrest is still never recognised anywhere, not once, and they even make fun of it.
Are you telling me you're the owner of the Bubba Gump Shrimp Corporation?
Yes, sir. We got more money than Davy Crockett.
And I must say, Haley Joel Osment is creepy as hell, even when he's not talking to any ghosts.
I'm gonna serve that for show and tell because Grandma used to read it to you.
She also used to read me sacrifices of babies to summon Satan. Now let's get rid of the elephant in the room and talk about, in my opinion, the most unlikable character that we're supposed to like in movie history, Jenny. Now I've heard the defense that she was sexually abused by her father, and although I could easily say, I've known people who have been sexually assaulted or raped and they didn't act like a total arsehole like Jenny does, but I won't. I mean, it's a valid point, and I don't think you should use these horrific things as an excuse to be an arsehole, but everyone does deal with these terrible experiences differently.
Okay.
My issue is the fact that these things aren't even developed upon. I realise that this is Forrest's story, but how many scenes do we actually get about her terrible childhood? 3. And that's it, and they're all so vague. We don't truly feel this is what's caused her to act this way. There's no actual story-driven plot to show this. It's a weak excuse like, yeah, she was abused and molested, and then it's dropped, and we're just supposed to buy it? So we meet Jenny as a kid. We find out quickly about her father, but then she takes her liking to Forrest, and they become really close. She defends him against the bullies, but then as they grow up, we quickly see Jenny making out with another dude in a car. Now, her and Forrest aren't actually officially an item, so I can let this go. He clearly loves her, and she doesn't feel the same way. That's fair enough. If it wasn't for the fact that later that same night, the whore goes back to her dorm room and puts his hand on her tits, causing him to nut all over her fucking bed sheets! Like, Jesus Christ, make out with a guy in a car, go back and get another dude off in about 10 minutes! Then he discovers that she's in Playboy, whatever, no problem with that. Then he just so happens to find her in a club singing butt-ass naked, and when the audience start attacking her, he sticks up for her and she gets angry! She fucking gets angry at him protecting her from abusive drunks!
I love you.
Forrest, you don't know what love is.
Wow, you're a piece of shit. So after she tells him to piss off and stay away from her, remember this, he sends her 1,000,000 letters which is then intercut with a montage of her being a whore and doing drugs. Then he gets all of his letters returned, but I guess she just kept changing addresses as much as she kept changing condoms. And after he becomes a war hero and a success, suddenly she's interested again, and she shows up at the speech, and it's all lovely again, like nothing happened. Oh, now he's a success, you want him again? Fuck you!
Are you stupid or something?
She even gets applause and it's treated like this big emotional reunion, and then minutes later some Johnny Depp lookalike douchebag hits her, he defends her, and she fucking yells at him again! This doesn't even have anything to do with her being abused by her dad. It's not like Forrest is making a sexual move and she freaks out. He's protecting her from bastards who hit her, and she always takes the douchebag side.
I would never hurt you, Jenny.
I know you wouldn't, Forrest.
That's why it's best that we stay friends. Then she takes more drugs. You know, I just have to say, she must have an amazing dating profile.
My name's Jenny. My husband Forrest Gump and I separated after he treated me far too nicely for my liking. I got really bored and missed the abuse, so I just had to get out of that loving relationship. Currently I'm snorting some cocaine in Vegas and I'm about to head off to a strip club for my usual shift. It very often leads to me being punched and raped, but that's all a part of the job really. I enjoy it and it's totally worth it. What am I looking for in a man? Well, you have to be an arsehole. I can't stomach being with a nice guy again. You have to also be understanding of my drug, alcohol and sex addictions, and you must allow me to manipulate you whenever I want and toy around with your feelings every chance possible. Also, if we have a child, I'm not going to tell you.
Why are you so good to me?
I'm asking him the same fucking thing.
You're my girl.
I'll always be your girl.
One scene later.
I am not your girl! You don't have a soul. There is nothing good or clean in you. You are dead inside. You can't feel anything real. I could never be your girl.
Because then she leaves again! She becomes a prostitute! Oh, sorry, I just gotta update it real quick.
P.S. I sometimes charge for sex.
And despite all of this, Forrest still remains loyal. All he ever thinks or talks about is Jenny, no matter how the fuckwad cunt bitch treats him. Why would any woman want to date a loser like that? He even names his boat after her, and then we cut back to her in a club doing drugs with guys. Are you kidding me? And then she suddenly comes back, and Forrest even admits his own words that she has nowhere else to go, and that's the reason she came back. She's using him, and to make matters worse, she takes his virginity and then leaves the next fucking day! Are you fucking kidding me? And everyone tries to defend it. If it was a fucking bloke, if it was a man who took a girl's virginity and then pissed off, everyone would lose their shit. This is fucking disgusting. Oh, it's a charming love story. Suck our fucking dick!
Why don't you love me, Jenny?
Because you treat me right. Why would it go like that? Also, credit to the best line in the entire movie.
I'm not a smart man, but I know what love is.
And in present day, he meets back up with her only after he was seen on TV running. Noticing a pattern yet? 3 years later, she only gets back in touch because he's famous. She tells him that he has a son, but she only does this because she's dying. She fucking falls pregnant, never tells him, has a kid, never tells him, waits 3 fucking years, and then she only does it when she's about to croak. They get married quickly. Oh, thank God she's fucking dead. Oh, fuck's sake. Okay, now she is sweet. At least it's a happy ending. Beloved my ass.
I wish I could have been there with you.
Well, if you weren't out there being a fucking whore.
Sometimes we all do things that, well, just don't make no sense.
And the whole abuse thing is pushed further by people actually claiming that they believe Jenny does love Forrest, but she just doesn't know how to handle these feelings and pushes him away. But my problem is, not once throughout this entire 2-hour-plus movie does she ever show any signs of genuine love. Not once! Where was the love? Please tell me. Give me a time code so I can rewind that shit again. She only ever shows up whenever he's famous or successful. She only shows affection when he says he loves her, and you know, he actually proves it. I specifically rewatched this entire movie to try to find any signs for her actually loving him, and I couldn't find any anywhere. Lieutenant Dan loves him more than she does, and he treats Forrest like shit for most of the fucking film.
Everybody gets a second chance.
I would let this go, I really would, if she redeems herself like Lieutenant Dan does, but she doesn't. She shows up, treats him like shit, vanishes, comes back, acts nice, vanishes, comes back, treats him like shit. It's an endless cycle. And then because she shows up at the end, 3 years down the line, oh, by the way, you've got a kid, and apologizes, it's supposed to be okay? No, fuck you, fuck that, no, Jenny deserved to die. In fact, her death should have been dragged out more so the worthless cunt scumbag could go through even more pain. I hope the sequel does get made so Haley Joel Osment can personally see her ghost be destroyed by the new Ghostbusters. I'll even take one for the team and top myself just so I can ghost fight the bitch and drag her to hell. So as you can probably tell, I'm not particularly keen on Jenny's character. But other than that, Forrest Gump is a masterpiece.
Hello, Rob. You don't know me, but I know you.
Yes, I do know you. You're serial killer Jigsaw, also known as John Kramer.
Shut up.
Sorry.
I'd like to play a game. You must remain here and watch and review the next movie in the 1001. And if you can survive its awful acting, stupid premise, and plotless boredom, you are free to go.
Well, that's it. I mean, what's the movie?
Will you continue to be unappreciative to unnecessary sequels, or will you finally learn the worth of good cinema? Live or die, make the choice.
What's the goddamn movie?
Good luck.
Boyhood follows a boy called Mason, played by Ella Coltrane. He grows up with his mother, played by Patricia Arquette, his father, played by Ethan Hawke, and we see the real-life actor start out as a child and age throughout the years with very little interesting things happening, but somehow Watch Mojo still called it a better film than Whiplash and Birdman, and I've completely lost faith in all of humanity.
You did that?
Yeah. It was in May of 2002 when director Richard Linklater decided to shoot an untitled movie in his home city of Houston that summer, planning to film annually for the course of 12 years. I've long wanted to tell the story of a parent-child relationship that follows a boy from the 1st through to the 12th grade and ends with him going off to college, but the dilemma is that kids change so much that it is impossible to cover that much ground, and I'm totally ready to adapt the story to whatever he is going through. He picked up the 6-year-old Ella Coltrane, but none of the cast were actually allowed to sign contracts for the film, as the de Havilland law makes it illegal for any contract to give someone more than 7 years of work. The director actually told Ethan Hawke that he would have to finish the film for him if he died before it came out. We weren't that lucky.
Jesus Christ.
Seriously though, this was a massive risk. What if after 7 years one of the actors backed out or something? I mean, I could bitch about the film all I want, but I will give it credit for taking such a massive risk like this. The film started principal photography without a finished script. Writing would continue as they watched the previous year's footage, but apparently a scene where Hawke and Coltrane talk about the Star Wars movies was actually the only improvised moment in the entire film.
Oh, bullshit.
Eventually the movie was named Boyhood, but then in 2013 it was changed to 12 Years, but had to be changed back due to the release of 12 Years a Slave. Which is ironic because you feel like a slave watching this, tied down, forced against your will to endure the complete boredom, trying desperately to find the artistic merit hidden beneath the camel feces.
Very nice.
Despite filming beginning in May of 2002 and ending in August of 2013, spanning a whopping 4,000 days, which is around the same length of an Undertaker entrance, there was only around 45 days of actual filming taking place over the span of those 12 years. Impressively, by the time the film took to be released, Patricia Arquette was actually able to shoot all 7 seasons of Medium. Amazingly, not only does it hold a 98% on Rotten Tomatoes, but Metacritic has it at 100 out of 100. This means it is on par with the likes of the goddamn Godfather. Yeah, you like the film? That's fine, but on par with the Godfather, put your genitals in a wood chipper.
I tried.
Firstly, let's address the obvious selling point, the 12 years thing. This is nothing new. Let's ignore the fact that sitcoms such as Roseanne, Full House, Home Improvement, The Wonder Years, or Boy Meets World clearly show kids aging in front of your very eyes over the course of however many years. There's also Harry Potter, which spanned 10 years, Married with Children, which spanned 11, and how about Up series, a series of documentaries that followed 14 British children ever since 1964. But the difference is they all had a story and this doesn't. The fact that it spanned over a decade isn't impressive when nothing of note takes place during that time. I can film my son in my living room once a week for 15 years just eating cereal. Would that then qualify as Academy Award material? Well, compared to this shit, yes!
And if that doesn't happen, we're pretty much doomed.
Now, I can let films with no plot go sometimes if there's compelling characters or it works for the overall film style, but here it doesn't. The movie tries to be realistic, and therefore a common defense is that it wants to be exactly like normal life. Well, normal life is boring. But superstardom's close to postmortem. Shut up.
Hell yeah.
We don't want to see someone going about their normal lives. It's like playing The Sims. I don't get it. Why make yourself do boring everyday things instead of just doing those boring everyday things in real life? Why watch some kid doing boring everyday things? I don't get it. This defense makes even less sense because the film shows him having abusive alcoholic stepfathers. So the film clearly isn't opposed to stepping outside of just boring, tedious events. It does have some of note in there, but for whatever reason it neglects them and just shows him go fishing, go to a baseball game, watch his dad play the guitar, play golf, go to a Harry Potter convention to remind us how much better that franchise is.
Has he ever gotten this bad before?
No, but he's yelled a lot.
But don't worry, because just when you think the film might get a little bit boring, it picks up with a seriously intense action scene. Mason gets a haircut. Oh, the excitement! Then when he goes back to school, the writers are so fucking evolved and unique, everyone picks on him for his hair, which is weird because his hair was long like a girl, so naturally they would have picked on him for having the long hair. But clearly this director has no clue about how bullying works, and one girl called Nicole sends him a note saying that she likes it. Aww, that's so cute. She's never seen again. Or is she? The ending, which we'll get to in a sec, he meets up with a couple of friends and one of them is called Nicole, but it's never actually specified whether or not it is the same one. But it probably is because these fuckers have not an ounce of originality.
These questions are kind of hard to answer.
The thing is, the gimmick is all it has going for itself. Is it kind of cool to see him age throughout the film? Yeah, of course it is, but it's been done before, and if you really want to try this style, it's not difficult to also insert a story. The film focuses on giving Mason a shit upbringing, so logically you are then handed a premise for him to grow up as a hoodlum. But he doesn't. I mean, sure, he's pressured into drinking and smoking some weed, but nobody cares. Seriously, his own mother finds out and she doesn't give a shit.
Have you been drinking?
Have you?
Yeah, a little. Have you?
A little bit.
Have you been?
A little bit.
Oh.
And it doesn't even change his personality. He doesn't vandalize anything. He doesn't turn to proper crime. He's just the same kid who happens to drink and do weed. There's so many chances for this film to go a certain direction and it just doesn't. It avoids every possible chance to adapt a story arc or a character, every possibility to create a conflict or problem, and it specifically avoids it because apparently they thought, oh no, we can't entertain the audience, nah, I can't do any of that. This entire movie is a missed opportunity. The ending is the epitome of this. He's hanging out with the aforementioned Nicole and we get this speech about how every moment matters to meet your destiny. That's the whole point of the film. Even tiny moments in your life matter. But the problem is, how about showing the fucking interesting ones? I mean, I've gone through shit. I was bullied, really dramatic stuff. I've been cheated on. If I made a movie about my life, I'd show that stuff. I wouldn't show you me walking to a fucking post office to put a stamp on a goddamn envelope. And then the film just ends. That's it. There's no ending. It just kind of stops. They just ran out of ideas. No, actually, they ran out of ideas before filming even began.
So what's the point?
Or what?
I don't know any of this.
The running time is fucking mental. This film is 2 hours and 45 minutes and there is no reason for it to be 2 hours and 45 minutes. The thing is, there is some good things in it which I'll get onto with time, so if the film was a mere hour and a half, I'd call it okay. It'd be alright, but the fact it's an obscene 2 hours and 45 minutes, it's ridiculous. You have no plot and you want to stretch it that long? You have a whole lot of balls, good sir. You're literally watching a kid walking around, talking, doing things, and none of it is interesting. This is arguably one of the laziest, uncreative, boring movies ever created, and yet it took one of the longest times to make. Mason's sister, played by the director's real-life daughter Laura Linklater, is so annoying.
Oops, I did it again. I played with your heart, got lost in the game. Oh, baby, baby, whoops. No, Mother, we're not moving. Nope, nope. Sorry, Mom. Nope, nope.
Samantha, I have to go back to college so I can make us a better living. With this.
The fuck is she doing with her mouth? Shut the fuck up! Are you a fucking fish?
You know, he's a little slow in the head. He did officially flunk first grade.
Sit your butt down.
Yes, sir, Mother, sir.
Yeah, your mother almost aborting you is funnier. Shut the fuck up. There's a scene where all the kids are walking around, and is this seriously what the director thinks kids talk about?
Grievous is the best, man.
Yoda, man. Just Yoda.
He has 4 arms.
Yoda, represent. I hate Miss Billingsley. Everybody's been saying she's lesbian. She is, but she hit on Stacy. Man, that's gross. Think it's true? She's always walking in the locker room. I think I saw a couple of those.
Hey, Paul, tell us a joke.
Damn, fuck, go to hell, ass.
Yeah, boys argue about Yoda, girls talk about lesbians, random strangers have Tourette's, and are really bad actors.
Well, you nailed it, didn't you?
This scene actually fascinates me by how unrealistic it actually is. Just in these few seconds, there's no actual reality present whatsoever for a film that tries so desperately to show real life.
The Astros could just get a few runs, maybe we'd win again.
Dad, do you have a job?
Why would you ask me that?
Wait, so does he have no job? I mean, they hint that he has no job, but then how did he take them bowling, get them food, or take them to a baseball game? And the thing is, they don't actually acknowledge this for the rest of the movie. It looks like they're going to revisit it, but no, it's never touched upon again.
Randy, Mason, Dad wants you guys downstairs. Why?
Your acting lessons, I decided to skip mine.
You think they ever will make another Star Wars?
I don't know. I mean, I think if they were to make another one, that the period where this game is set is where it would have to be, because there's nothing after, really.
Yeah. No, Return of the
At
Jedi,
the
it's
end.
over. There's nothing.
Yeah, there's nothing else to do there.
How wrong they were.
Many people say they should never make another Saw film.
Yeah, they shouldn't.
Oh, man, have a beer, man. That was awesome.
Oh my god. Okay, already.
Man, if you're too chicken shit to even have a beer, I know for a fact that you have never gotten any pussy.
You guys have.
Son, blind me so I cannot see the acting anymore. Please, my god.
Chase went down Easy Street and fucked this whore Nancy. At least that's what he said.
I did. Would I lie?
Bullshit. Quick, where were you?
Jesus Christ, best movie of the year, and it's got this? Oh my god.
Jennifer doesn't live here, though. It's back in Houston.
You're fucking lying.
Just kill me, dude. Just kill. I'd rather you kill me.
Let me guess, you're pulling all kinds of ass back home, but once you got down here, lefty.
Hey, fuck you. I would, but none of the girls here want to.
Dude, it's not what they want, man. It's what you want.
True dat.
Great, convincing minors to rape. This is not how teenagers talk. I don't even think this is how Jeffrey Dahmer fucking talked. Jigsaw, do you talk this way?
Dude, I kill people, but I'm not for rape. That's fucked up.
Nah, but we don't have whores coming over. We were just fucking with you to see what you'd say.
Fucking hell, and the scene's still going. It never fucking ends. So Mason gets a Bible for his birthday. Oh, one of those relatives. We all have one. eBay, kid, eBay. And a suit. It's his 15th birthday, you fucking morons. But sure, I want to give the shit like a rifle as well. Ethan Hawke is actually great in this. I'll get on to Patricia Arquette in a second, but he doesn't play the generic douchebag father that we always see in films. He's quite a cool dad who's very human and makes mistakes, like when he snaps at his son.
Looks like he used the bumpers.
Bumpers are for kids. You know, what are you, 2 years old? You don't want the bumpers. Life doesn't give you bumpers.
But then he makes amends for it. There's a whole sequence with terrific dialogue, by the way, where he refuses to allow his kids to bypass conversations with short, brief answers. He just wants to get to know them. It's very genuine and likable.
I will not be that guy. You cannot put me in that category, all right? The biological father I spend every other week with and I make polite conversation, you know, while he drives me places and buys me shit. No. Talk to me.
Towards the end, he sells a car that he promised Mason, but genuinely seems to have just made a mistake, and then he makes up for it for his birthday anyway. His bonding with them actually hits close to home for me, since I'm not close with either of my parents, but particularly my dad, so it kind of got me jealous and emotional watching it. Yeah, I'll have a heart. Shut the fuck up.
3 best movies this summer.
Right.
Tropic Thunder, Dark Knight, and Pineapple Express.
Yeah, what about
She
him?
said they all sucked.
Yeah, dumper. Mason himself, a lot of people have praised his acting, and he's not terrible by any means, but he just always seems like he doesn't want to be there. I mean, obviously he did, nobody forced him to make this, there was no contract, but I can't help but feel he was influenced at the age of 6 and was just never that into it. Later on he meets a girl and finally talks more and opens up to her, but that's it. He just always seems miserable, which I would be too if I was in this shit fest, I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah, she said I can stay at her dorm, which is cool. And I guess her roommate's out of town, so it's no big deal.
I'm totally cool being filmed for 12 years.
That's the thing though, I'm not doing it for attention. I just want to try and not live my life through a screen. I want...
Huh! Get it? Hardy! Fucking her! A lot of people slammed him for growing up to be an arsehole, but I never really got that impression. Not once did he come across as unlikable to me personally. In fact, at some points he was actually really relatable.
Mister, I don't care what anyone else thinks of me.
Fuck anyone else. I care what I think of me, which isn't much right now.
I want to talk about Patricia Arquette. Now, she's actually one of my favourite actresses, and I think she's a great talent. She's probably the best performance in the whole film other than Hawk, but her character is fucking disgraceful. So many people have said, oh, she's such an inspiring character. She sets the standards for single mums everywhere. Get the fuck out of here!
Oh, come on, man, turn this shit off.
At first, she actually is very relatable to me. In her first scene, she tries to go out on a date, but she has no childcare, and the guy gets angry about it. But the dialogue here is also really well written and relatable.
I would love to have some time to myself. I would love to just go to a fucking movie. You don't think I'd like that? Go have some dinner, go to a bar. I don't even know what that's like. I was someone's daughter, then I was somebody's fucking mother. Okay, I don't know what that's like.
As explained, Mason gets an abusive stepdad who forces him to shave his head against his will. And when he tells his mum about this is her reaction.
Well, no wonder you were angry. I'd be angry too.
Are you kidding me? Your fucking husband forced your child to shave his head against his will, and your reaction is, what's he like? That's just Jeffrey being him. The stuff where she gets beaten by the arsehole is actually quite well done. I mean, it's dark, it's difficult to watch, well acted, so this is a decent sequence.
What happened?
No, go in the house. Go in the house. Go in the house.
Your mother had a little accident. Now she's being dramatic.
However, at the dinner table, he literally rubs it in her face that he's having a drink, and he's like a goddamn child.
I'm having a drink with my dinner.
I'm having a drink, nah, 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 nah.
I just don't get why you're being so fucking childish.
But then we get this.
I hate squash!
Odd line. But the biggest kick in the balls is, bear in mind, everybody praises this character, and this is a woman who abandons her children. She is married to an abusive alcoholic who beats the shit out of her and throws glasses at her children, and she fucking runs away, takes out all the money and leaves them in his motherfucking care. She comes back for them, but the point is, why would you ever leave them with him in the first place? How is this a role model? This bitch makes Casey Anthony look like fucking Mother Teresa.
I'm sorry.
She moves and transfers their schools, and Sam gets annoyed when her mother drops her off at a new place. Oh yeah, she's fine with the mother abandoning her with an abusive drunk who's going to beat the crap out of her. Yeah, but drop her off a new school? No, that is out of order.
Nobody's perfect.
And despite all of this, Ethan Hawke becomes even more likeable by stating that he wasn't the best parent and he wishes that he could have done better. Him? And in fact, why does Patricia Arquette not just get back with him? She's dating all these abusive douchebags, and then there's this nice guy hanging around who still loves her, and she says at one point she still loves him, and no, I can't be with him, no, he might buy me flowers or something, no, can't be putting up with that. When Mason graduates, there is a nice reconciliation moment between the two parents where he thanks her for doing such a great job with it. Her for doing such a great job with it? The fuck is wrong with you writers?
You know, Jim, you're not my dad.
No, I'm not your dad. You know how I know that? Because I'm actually here.
But he is there. He does a lot more for him than any of you other cunts do.
Is that odd? Is that unusual?
Throughout the film, Mason gets treated like dirt for no reason. Literally, he moves schools and then gets constant bullying for no reason whatsoever and no build-up.
Don't bump into me, little bitch.
I didn't.
Call me a liar?
I don't think Pretty Boy's hair is good enough. Hey, don't touch me, faggot.
You're a fucking asshole.
Whereas Sam is praised constantly. He does poorly and gets criticised, she does great and gets endless praise. She gets contacted by her mum after she abandons them, but Mason doesn't. She didn't do a great job with him at all. This scene does actually get quite emotional where she rants about her kids moving on without her and talks about how her funeral is next. And then it just ends. I mean, Mason sees her breaking down like this, and then he just leaves. Alright, I'll take you back, he is an asshole! There are some long takes which are quite nice, and as I said, if this was a lot shorter, it'd probably pass for mediocre. But the huge hype of being so original, which it isn't, or so motivational and inspiring, which it isn't, he doesn't even succeed at anything, so where the fuck is the inspiration? I personally do not get it one bit. It's a terrible, terrible movie with awful acting, shitty dialogue, no story, no interesting aspects, and a film I want to erase from my goddamn memory.
Thanks for saying that. I never thought I'd hear you say that.
Natural Born Killers is the story of Mickey Knox, played by Woody Harrelson, and his wife Mallory, played by Juliette Lewis. Mass murderers who go on a killing spree across America, including Mallory's own mother and sexually abusive father, played by Rodney Dangerfield of all people, and they always leave one victim alive to spread their fame.
I want you to tell all your friends about me.
They get captured a couple of times, but always get a way out of it, and amidst this madness, you've also got Wayne Gale, played by Robert Downey Jr., who hosts a TV show based on serial killers, creating a cult following for the couple before joining them and losing his mind towards the end. Detective Jack Scagnetti, played by Tom Sizemore, who's obsessed with them despite his own dark past, and Warden Dwight McCluskey, played by Tommy Lee Jones, who is determined to kill the duo himself. The movie was, of course, based on a screenplay written by Quentin Tarantino about a murderous married couple.
Because it's so much fun, Jan! Get it!
He attempted to direct it himself but failed, so he sold it to some producers who then sold it again to Warner Brothers, which sparked up the interest of Oliver Stone. He and producer Richard Ratowski rewrote the screenplay, which was originally focused on Wayne Gale, and changed it to focus on the couple instead, and the script was changed so much Tarantino only got credit for the overall story.
Oh my god!
It's not going to be my movie, it's going to be Oliver Stone's, and God bless him. I hope he does a good job with it. If I wasn't emotionally attached to it, I'm sure I would find it very interesting. If you like my stuff, you might not like this movie, but if you like his stuff, you're probably going to love it. It might be the best thing he's ever done, but not because of anything to do with me. I actually can't wait to see it, to tell you the truth. Unfortunately, after the film's release, Tarantino allegedly hated the movie until one day bumping into Johnny Cash in an elevator, who claimed, "Me and my wife are huge fans of yours, especially Natural Born Killers."
Shut the fuck up!
The original ending was to actually have the duo get killed, but Stone changed it, stating that the 90s were a time when the bad guys always got away with it. Initially, he wanted it as an action movie that, in his own words, Arnold Schwarzenegger would be proud of. As production began development, the O.J. Simpson case, among others, became public, and the director felt like the media was heavily involved in the outcome of these cases and manipulated violence and suffering for the sake of ratings. Michael Madsen was considered for the lead role, but Warner Brothers wanted somebody less intimidating with a softer personality. A pussy. They wanted a pussy. So then they cast Woody Harrelson. What? Steve Buscemi and Tim Roth were both offered the part of Wayne Gale but turned it down, and rumour has it that Quentin Tarantino said he would never cast them in another one of his films ever again if they took the part. Wow! Just a bit of a dick there, Quentin.
I don't think so, but maybe you're right.
John Cusack was offered the part but turned it down. Chris Penn rejected an offer to play Jack Scagnetti so he could film True Romance instead. Gary Oldman and James Woods were also considered, and Jack Palance was offered the part of the Warden but said no due to the amount of violence in the script, and Oliver Stone wanted singer Tori Amos as Mallory. She was actually interested, with the music also being utilised, but then Stone asked to use her song Me and a Gun for when she murders someone. This is a track about her real-life rape.
Fuck you!
She slapped him across the face, stormed out, and even wrote a song about him.
Feel better with Oliver Stone till I almost smacked him soon right that night.
Rosanna Arquette was then considered before it went to Juliette Lewis. Oliver Stone originally wanted her to bulk up for the role, but she refused, saying Mallory should be a pushover and not a bodybuilder. He agreed, but he did insist on her taking kickboxing lessons so she would at least look credible for when she fights, and I guess it worked, because here she actually broke Tom Sizemore's nose for real. Originally the movie was given a higher rating, forcing the director to tone down the violence, scraping 4 minutes off of the running time. The movie was banned in Ireland, mainly because of some characters having Irish names, but the ban was lifted shortly after. To add to the controversy, there were many killings that took place copying the movie's events, most famously the Heath and Columbine high school shootings. Even more closely, in March of 1995, 18-year-old Sarah Edmondson and her boyfriend Benjamin Darras took acid and watched this movie. Later that night, Sarah shot a store clerk while Benjamin killed a manager. Film producer John Grisham was a close friend of that manager and personally accused Oliver Stone of being irresponsible when making the movie and that the filmmakers should be held accountable for their actions. They actually filed a lawsuit against him stating that he incited the teenagers to do these acts. Originally, this was dismissed in January of 1997 under the First Amendment Act, but in May the next year, the decision was overturned and the case resumed. The case claimed that they intentionally invited violence by distributing a film that they knew or should have known would cause and inspire people to commit crimes. Everyone in Hollywood were on their toes for this case because if Oliver Stone was found guilty, the entire film industry would be changed forever regarding the content filmmakers can and can't produce. However, the case was finally dismissed in March of 2001 and finally laid to rest. The movie is simply a satire on how serial killers are adored by the media for their horrific actions. Anyone who claims the violence in the movie itself is a cause of societal violence have missed the point of the movie entirely.
Now shut up!
I will say this. You will be hard-pressed to find a film as unique and different as Natural Born Killers. Throughout the film, everything is shot on a tilted angle. There's not a single straight shot in the entire movie, and there's also so much frantic editing which may take a few scenes to get used to, but once you do, it's quite refreshing to see such a unique style. It often cuts to black and white, back to colour, showing cartoons, comic books, commercials, etc. Stone claimed that the coloured shots are what's happening in reality, the outer world, whereas black and white is what's happening on the inside, the inner world. The commercial shots were to show how comforting commercials can be. He plays one after every horrific moment to show that they work to soothe people after being shown something so extreme. These are clever and unique ideas, and I feel like it gives the movie its own identity despite obviously being inspired by Bonnie and Clyde. It's its own film. It has so much dark imagery, bizarre cutting but entrancing shots. It's truly mesmerising. It has an amazing musical score for all of the intense action scenes. It's fast-paced, it's exciting. Woody Harrelson is perfect for this role. He brings a cocky edge to the character, but also an endearing and interesting aspect rather than just an arrogant, murdering douchebag. You want to get to know what goes on in his mind and find out how his brain works. The dialogue is also written perfectly.
It's just murder, man. All God's creatures do it in some form or another. I mean, you look in the forest. You got species killing other species, our species killing all species, including the forest, and we just call it industry, not murder. But I know a lot of people who deserve to die.
We all deserve to die.
A lot of this dialogue was inspired from the real-life interviews with Charles Manson, but Harrison makes it his own entirely. Robert Downey Jr. is great, even with an Australian accent.
Do you think that those nitwits out there in the zombie land remember anything?
It's quite weird seeing him in such a bizarre, campy role like this.
These prison boys thrown the Constitution straight out the fucking window. You and Mallory may be killers, but nuts? Insane?
One of the coolest superheroes of all time, folks.
Tomorrow they won't claim my mind of dumping the fucking syndication because they feel what I say is dangerous. Where does it all end?
Thank God he got better. As the movie progresses, Downey does get an awful lot better though. When he sides with the killers, he gets caught up in the action and he's having a blast. His acting is tremendous at that point. Juliette Lewis as Mallory is great. She shifts from a sweet innocent look to psychotic murderer so naturally. In my opinion, even better than Kathy Bates in Misery, and I love her in that. Juliette Lewis gave this role her all and made it her own, even with her ad-libs.
Kiss me, squeeze my nipple.
You're so specific.
Yep, not written. By the way, what dude wants his nipple squeezed? What? Also, this guy falling under a horse and almost dying? Completely real as well and unplanned.
That's a fucking joke, right?
She is so badass the amount of time she kicks people's asses. Although she often does it after turning them on only to cockblock them. Worst way to die. With a boner. And the comedy is few and far between, but when it hits, it is hilarious.
Drop it! The gun, goddammit!
The movie had a lot of balls to tackle this subject matter, even more so because the extras were real inmates given rubber weapons. This scene with this black guy attacks this bald dude. The bald dude was a real inmate who murdered his wife and children. Damn, you got a lot of balls! Is this really how you seduce a woman? Damn. I've been doing it wrong all this time.
The way you love me got to suit my style. Oh, little baby, I will say goodbye.
That's some sweet piece of meat, ain't it?
Now, I love Rodney Dangerfield. His stand-up was hilarious, but here, he is so painfully unfunny, and the astonishing thing is, he wrote all of the material himself. I mean, he was playing a prick who molested and raped his daughter, but it's perceived as dark humour, but none of it is funny.
You're a f***ing idiot. What am I, a bad guy? Did I ever ask you to f*** my friends? Huh?
and don't tell me what to do. If it wasn't for me, you'd still be slinging hash in that shithouse and fucking your boss.
Why do they censor some swear words but not others?
You watch your language.
And this whole sequence is shot like a sitcom, but I don't really get the joke, and I'm not alone. Rodney Dangerfield himself didn't understand the humour, and Oliver Stone just wouldn't explain it to him either. So basically, Stone said, right, we're doing a sitcom angle, and if you don't understand it, we're doing a sitcom angle.
My name is Mallory. This is Mickey.
Why do they tell people their real names when they're on the run? I mean, I know they want to be famous, but they're already on TV. And, you know, you're supposed to just say your name before you kill someone or spare them. They freak out other times when people recognise them, and then they're just like, yeah, I'm Mickey, this is Mallory, yeah, these are our address, come find us, we're the serial killers, woohoo!
You ain't seen nothing yet.
There's a part where this Indian gives them shelter for the night, but during a bad dream where the Indian also tries to kill the demon inside of Mickey, just go with it. He wakes up and shoots him dead. They then freak out and show remorse for this. Why?
He fed us! He took us in there!
So? I mean, loads of people have done things for you and you didn't feel bad when you offed them. You're serial killers. You killed a guy during sex. They even freak out over this one particular death as if it's something much worse than any of the others they've caused for the rest of the film. Tommy Lee Jones is absolutely atrocious in this, and I mean really bad. You take his Two-Face performance and picture one 1,000,000 times worse, and you got this.
Oh, never God! Stick your ass in your block for a month and dream to see me! Don't fuck you! Fuck you! Asshole! You're trying to tell me what I'm gonna do in my jail! I don't care what your fucking name is! You got shit! These are the ones that die today, you hear me, Sparky? I'm gonna wipe that fucking scum off the face of the fucking earth! This is the last fucking thing I do! How far do you think you're gonna get? Right out the front door. That will never happen!
It is happening.
This man has an Academy Award. Jones did, however, state that his over-the-top performance was inspired by Molière's play Le Bourgeois Gentilhomme, which is a satirical look at social climbing and the bizarre things people will do to achieve fame. You know, it's funny. I didn't hear anything there that explained or excused fucking awful acting.
I've been waiting for you to say that for so long.
The famous scene where Mickey gets interviewed. Yeah, why the hell was he not handcuffed? I don't care if he's surrounded by armed cops. You interview a serial killer and you don't bother to put handcuffs on him. There is literally no reason to not handcuff him. Oh, what a surprise, he escapes and kills people. Wow, didn't see that coming. Director Oliver Stone actually hated this scene because basically Mickey tells this long joke to distract the cops before he takes them out and escapes, and Stone called it so unrealistic. So, why'd you write it then? In fact, there's loads of sequences that weren't realistic. Mickey and Mallory get bit by a snake and still somehow walk around the store perfectly fine. The prison locks come undone by themselves despite the cops always checking them. And the director excuses all of these by saying the film's supposed to be unrealistic. That's literally his defense for all of the plot holes. But if that's the case, Stone, why is it an issue here?
Thought you'd be more creative than that.
During the escape, Mickey and his crew become mates with this random dude called Owen and even trusts him with guns. You've just met him, how the hell do you know he's not going to turn around and shoot you in the face? So at the end, they turn on Robert Downey Jr. and Mallory has no problem killing him. But yet the Indian guy earlier...
What did you do that for?
In fact, they even bring it up!
Wait a minute, you fucking hypocrite! What about the Indian? You said that you were done with killing, you said love beats the demon!
And he claims they vowed to stop killing after the Indian despite just murdering how many people on their way out of prison? Are you even paying attention?
What do you mean by that?
During the scene, Downey begs his way out of it and tries to talk them out of shooting him, and it just gets so repetitive. No, don't kill me, Coxgun talks a bit more. No, don't kill me, Coxgun. End the damn movie! All in all, I love this film. I don't think it promotes murder at all. I think it's more raising awareness in the media, promoting it if anything. It shows how the media can publicise and unintentionally support killers, and real life events prove this. The Columbine killers copied this movie because they wanted to be famous, and the media gave them exactly what they wanted. This film taught them nothing.
It's all pride, it's arrogance, it's bullshit.
Natural Born Killers is a well-shot, well-edited, well-acted, well-composed, unique, intelligent film that dives into the human psyche of serial killers, and I think it's a damn good watch.
The Wizard of Oz was determined to statistically be the single most viewed film that has ever been created in the entire history of this planet's existence. Wow. The Wizard of Oz follows Dorothy, a young girl played by a blatantly older 16-year-old Judy Garland with her tits taped down to look younger, who is pretty much an emo who hates her life because some old bitch wants to dognap her little mutt Toto, so she runs away from home until she's attacked by Hurricane Sandy and flies off to a wonderful land called Oz, where she performs first-class murder on a witch. She's then approached by a good witch who informs her that there's no way home other than the Wizard of Oz granting her that wish. The aforementioned dead witch's sister then shows up and promises revenge, just as Dorothy then performs first-class theft and steals some magical ruby slippers. The evil witch then vanishes, promising to return as Dorothy heads off to find the wizard, bumping into Dick Van Dyke's dad here, the Scarecrow, the Tin Man, and a really annoying cowardly lion.
Some people without brains do an awful lot of talking.
We get the classical songs we all know and love as the extra characters seek out a brain, a heart, and some courage from the wizard, as well as sending Dorothy home. They follow up with the second murder, now making Dorothy an official serial killer before getting their wishes granted. Kind of. And Dorothy returning home only to find out that it was all a dream. How come this is the only movie that gets away with that ending? Any other film does that cop-out ending, it was just a dream, and people rip it to shreds. Okay, the sequel proved it wasn't a dream, but that was decades later.
Why didn't you say that in the first place?
The original ending was to actually have the camera pan down to show that Dorothy was still wearing the ruby slippers to prove that it was all real. However, it was cut out thinking the audience would be too sophisticated to have such a hammered in-your-face ending and kept it subtle and left to your interpretation. I always find it weird though that she wakes up and no one seems to remember or care that the old bitch is still coming back to steal her dog.
For 23 years I've been dying to tell you what I thought of you. And now, well, being a Christian woman, I can't say it.
Cunt. She thinks you're a cunt.
Yes.
The movie was based on the L. Frank Baum novel released in the year 1900 and became an incredible success. In 1898, Frank's wife Maud became an aunt to a girl called Dorothy, but she unfortunately passed away just 5 months later. Coming up to finishing his Oz novel, he decided to honor his wife's family by naming his protagonist the exact same name and even giving her the surname of Gale, his wife's maiden name almost identical as Gage. The real Dorothy's grave was actually forgotten about for almost an entire century until 1996 when it was finally rediscovered. Mickey Carroll, one of the only munchkins from the film still alive, learned about it. He replaced her grave with a monument, and the real Dorothy even has her own memorial garden.
Well, that makes a difference.
Development of the film itself, however, began when Snow White and the Seven Dwarfs. Does it bother nobody else that they misspelled that title? The plural of dwarf is dwarves. Oh, well, fuck you.
It's all right now.
When Snow White and the Seven Dwarfs proved that feature-length adaptations of children's stories or fairy tales can actually work. Speaking of which, Snow White was, at the time, the most successful movie ever made, and therefore the screenwriters wanted to surpass it. And, you know, the shitty adaptations that came before it and failed, like my Viagra last night with your mum.
That's true.
In January 1938, Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer purchased the rights to the book, but the script itself went through dozens of rewrites. Many writers simultaneously worked on the script on their own, unknowing that others were doing the same, but this was actually quite common practice at the time. In total, the movie was technically written by William H. Cannon, Herman J. Mankiewicz, Noel Langley, Ogden Nash, Harold Arian, Yip Harburg, Florence Ryerson, Edgar Allan Wolfe, Victor Fleming, John Lee Martin, Jack Haley, Burt Lahr, Irving Brecker, Herbert Fields, Arthur Freed, Samuel Hoffenstein, Jack Mint, Sid Silvers, Richard Thorpe, George Cukor, and King Vidor. Judy Garland was quickly selected to play Dorothy, but producer Mervyn Leroy tried his best to get Shirley Temple, who was at the time the biggest child actor around. The producers heard her singing voice and felt like they needed a different style. Deanne Durbin was also considered and had far more acting experience than Garland, and Betty James was also a possibility. Ray Bolger was cast as the Tin Man and Buddy Ebsen as the Scarecrow. Not that one. Bolger wasn't happy with this, however, as he looked up to Fred Stone, who portrayed a Scarecrow performance on stage in 1902, and he wanted to copy his idol. Weirdly, Stone himself actually showed interest in reprising his role for the big screen, and he was actually considered, but then turned down, believing that at age 65, he wouldn't have been as mobile or energetic enough for the part. Ray Bolger did manage to convince Leroy to recast him, and Bolger and Ebsen basically ended up switching roles as the Tin Man and Scarecrow. Ed Wynn was considered for the part of the Wizard. Not that one. But he turned it down as the role was too small for such an incredible actor. The studio ran out of patience negotiating his salary and cast Frank Morgan. W.C. Fields was also another consideration. Fanny Bryce was considered for the part of the Good Witch, as was Beatrice Lilly, but it ended up going to Billy Burke. Gail Sondergaard was originally cast as the Wicked Witch, but soon became unhappy with how horrible she was perceived. Didn't the title of The Wicked Witch kind of give the game away? This was because the character was originally going to be quite sexy. Their words, not mine.
Very good, but very mysterious.
before they realised that made about as much sense as Lil Wayne continuing his music career and changed it to the evil cow we all love to hate. In fact, Margaret Hamilton was actually so good at the job, her scenes were often cut down because she was far too scary for child audiences. However, Judy Garland came right out and said that she found it damn near impossible to be afraid of Margaret Hamilton because off-set she was one of the nicest women you could ever meet. Just 10 days into filming, and Buddy Ebsen suffered a negative reaction to the aluminium makeup he wore as the Tin Man. Breathing it in daily ended up causing some serious damage to his lungs, and he ended up in critical condition in hospital, forcing him to leave the project altogether. No full footage of him as the Tin Man was ever released, but there were some photographs during filming and test pictures of different makeups used. Jack Haley, who took over the role, just naturally assumed that he had been fired. Over the years, Jack Haley has admitted, "People always tell me it must have been fun making The Wizard of Oz. It was not fun. Like hell it was fun. It was a lot of hard work. It was not fun at all." But I guess he should consider himself lucky though. Buddy Ebsen revealed on the Jerry Springer Show many years later that the Tin Man suit almost caused him to cut off his testicles.
This is terrible.
Filming was tedious, most of the actors working 6 days a week and as early as 4 and 5 in the morning, not leaving the set until 7 or 8 at night. In addition, the strenuous costumes and makeup sessions caused constant stress. On the set, they would be heated by the studio lights to reach temperatures to over 100 degrees Fahrenheit. Burt Lahr, who played the Cowardly Lion, had it the worst. It was the heaviest and hottest of all the outfits, and it would be drenched in sweat by the end of the shoot. Crew members were needed to wash it all night, and they confessed that it absolutely reeked. They also learned very quickly the difficulty of working with animals, taking many takes for Toto the dog to follow direction. Awkward little shit. Amazingly, producer Mervyn Leroy actually considered having a human man play Toto. Yeah, that's an idea, mate. That would have been good. The studio also struggled to find many little people to play the Munchkins, and they were each paid over $50 a week, whereas Toto received $125. They were actually a performing group literally called the Singer Midgets. So it's only offensive when I say midgets, right? Filming proved very difficult though, as many of them couldn't sing, and the only ones who could actually speak English are the ones who gave Dorothy flowers. Although, is there any excuses for these nail-on-a-chalkboard voices? On June 22nd, 1969, Judy Garland sadly passed away at the age of just 47. On that exact same day, Kansas was disrupted by a tornado. Damn. Filming itself never got any easier, as Margaret Hamilton was severely burned during her very first scene. A hidden elevator was supposed to take a down-out shot to portray her dramatic exit. She claimed it would either go down slowly or really quickly. The first take went fine, but the second one, the timing was inaccurate and she was exposed to the flames. Her makeup caught fire and she was rushed off for medical care. She spent 6 weeks in hospital before returning to filming. Judy Garland seemed to have a lot of fun making the picture, but she did have a conflict with director Victor Fleming, who, by her own admission, she actually had a huge crush on at the time. There's a scene where Dorothy slaps the Cowardly Lion, but Judy kept cracking up laughing take after take after take. Fleming got so frustrated he actually slapped the 16-year-old actress in the face. She then returned to the set and nailed the scene in one take, though you can still see her kind of holding back laughter. Fleming was so ashamed of himself, he confided in crew members about how bad he felt for doing so, which Garland overheard. She reassured him that there was no hard feelings and she was fine with what he did, before giving him a kiss on the nose for good measure. The movie was originally 2 hours long but needed to be trimmed down. The general runtime of a film back then was an hour and a half, so a few scenes were snipped shorter or cut out altogether. Some of which leave many lines of dialogue in the final film confusing and nonsensical, since they're referring to a sequence that no longer exists.
I've stuck a little insect on the head to take the fight out of them.
The famous Over the Rainbow sequence was also originally cut out, as the studio thought it made the Kansas scene too long and would bore the children viewers. They also found it to be too degrading for Judy Garland to sing in a barnyard. Hey, if it's good enough for Jesus! Victor Fleming fought to keep it in and they won, eventually leading to the song winning an Academy Award, and in 2004 would even be ranked #1 by the AFI for the best movie song of all time. Other content that was deleted involved a love story blossoming between Dorothy and Scarecrow. How old she's supposed to be? I'm not even joking. That's what this line refers to.
I think I'll miss you most of all.
Okay, please? It's quite ironic because Judy Garland's real-life daughter would actually end up marrying Jack Haley's real-life son in 1974. An even earlier version of the script even showed Aunt Eminem wanting to murder Toto to punish Dorothy. Bye-bye, childhood. Bye-bye. Yeah, you just go down there. In a genius method of marketing, none of the Kansas scenes were shown in any of the trailers, only the Oz scenes. The beautiful Technicolor landscapes were very new and inventive back then, so the trailers led audiences to believe the entire movie was done that way. The Wizard of Oz actually made a huge impact in the lesbian, gay, bisexual, and transgender community. The movie is highly perceived as a metaphor for coming out of the closet. I can actually see it. It actually does make a lot of sense. Think about it. Dorothy is ridiculed by her family, leading to her running away from home in shame. She then ends up in a very homoerotic and camp landscape, meeting up with many bizarre camp characters and dodgy costumes, where she feels more at home, more comfortable, and she can finally be herself. I can't unsee it now. And if you really want to go the extra mile, the evil witch is an uptight conservative woman who bends the law to get her own way. Just stay down there, childhood. Don't even bother trying. Premiere put it on their list for the 20 most overrated movies of all time, and even Judy Garland herself was disappointed with the film upon release due to the poor commercial success. The original book was actually a lot darker than the first movie, even having the Tin Man decapitate people with his axe. Oh, and the slippers were originally silver. Oh, that's it. Film sucks. It didn't follow the book. I mean, to its credit, the film was quite dark in the sense that Scarecrow is holding a fucking revolver. A Wizard of Oz character is packing heat. He's holding a goddamn gun. Stay down there. I love this movie. The songs are memorable and we still sing them to this day, from Yellow Brick Road to Over the Rainbow to Ding Dong My Wife Is Dead, Off to See the Wizard, If Only I Had a Heart, If Only I Had a Brain, If Only We Had Bugs Life 2. We've all sang them and it's such an impressive piece for its time. This was 1939. This movie was created when my father was a sperm in my grandfather's nutsack, and it looks more real and magical than some films nowadays. The movie, not my grandfather's nutsack. The sets are gorgeous, the landscape is beautiful to look at, the music is enchanting, and the characters are likeable, but I do feel like because of people's love for the film, they turn a blind eye to its problems. For instance, the acting. Hear me out! Right here, Judy Garland is amazing, but this is at the 78-minute mark. She's not unbearable throughout, but she does have some really bad reads, as do the other cast members.
I have so got brain. What's she doing now? We've got to get away.
Don't you think the wizard could help him too?
I can't run anymore. That's our farm.
I'd turn back if I were you. Why? Don't you see? He's come to take us to Dorothy.
All of this build-up, this intense tornado scene, this absolutely fantastic sequence, and after all of this... Oh. Brilliant.
Do you think if I went with you, this wizard would give me some brains? Do you think if I went with you, this wizard would give me some brains?
How the hell did they not see the witch here? She is easier to see than the irate gamer's boner for James Rolfe. Allow me to ruin this scene for you.
Oh, oil my arms, please. Oil my elbows.
Did that hurt?
No, it feels wonderful.
The Lion's second solo is entirely pointless. No, like, they literally needed to kill time, so I guess it does have a point, but it does absolutely nothing to add to the plot whatsoever. The Tin Man here legit looks absolutely petrifying. Imagine this guy coming after you. Forget Michael Myers, this is the true horror movie villain.
Oh, hurry, please, hurry! The hourglass is almost empty!
But they don't know about the hourglass, so it was completely pointless telling them that. Why would the witch even have her own weakness inside her castle? It makes no sense. There's a nice crew member's hand here as well, pouring the water on her. What a nice guy.
You've always had the power to go back to Kansas.
I have.
Then why didn't you tell her before?
Because she wouldn't have believed me.
Yes, she would. It would have taken 2 seconds to test it, and oh, she's back home. There's literally no reason why she couldn't have just told her that from the start. She would have avoided a life-endangering experience, traumatizing her for life.
What makes the Sphinx the seventh wonder? Courage.
So he knows what the seventh wonder of the world is, but he doesn't know where Kansas is. Also, the seventh wonder of the world is not the Sphinx, it's actually the Great Pyramid.
Scarface is a 1932 crime drama portraying Tony, played by Paul Muni, rising through the ranks of some gang warfare while his best mate tries to bang his sister.
That's a fine idea.
Howard Hughes was in the big leagues after his film the year prior, The Front Page, and gangster movies were becoming more and more popular. He wanted to make a movie based on Al Capone, but he was warned not to, as the genre was just becoming overcrowded. He ignored all warnings and bought the rights to the novel of the same name, screen, but he wanted Howard Hawks to direct, despite previously suing him for plagiarism in 1930. Regardless, he agreed to do it during a game of golf with the man, because nothing quite brings mortal enemies together than having to spend an eternity finishing a damn game.
Glad you like it.
The book itself is only loosely based on the life of Al Capone. In fact, Capone himself actually sent people to Hollywood to spy on the production to make sure that it wasn't actually based on his real life. The producers advised him that it was a parody of several different people and not just him, so that makes it okay.
Get me?
Despite the film trying to tiptoe around it being directly based on the gangster, Al Capone actually loved it and owned a print of the film. The movie took 6 months to shoot, which was actually a ridiculous amount of time back in 1932. In early screenings, it was already feared that the movie would negatively influence audiences. Studio executives hated any moment where the gangster or the crime itself was shown sympathetically. They demanded the criminals get immediately punished for the crime, or at least learn the error of their ways. The studio demanded for scenes to be removed completely, which were adhered to. Some violence was toned down and a whole new ending written, but Hawks refused to shoot it. They had to hire a new director to film the new scenes. The original ending, which has now been restored, is Tony being caught and shot until he dies. Eventually. Seriously, dude takes more bullets than 50 Cent.
That's ridiculous.
But the new ending was Tony actually handing himself over to the police like a little bitch, and then he's hanged like an even bigger bitch. So they cut out the ending of him being shot because it was too graphic, and then they hanged him.
Never mind the jokes.
It didn't make that much money at the box office, but Capone wasn't the only fan of the film. The world loved it, despite some little pussies who found it too graphic, as it was glorifying violence and gangster life. But honestly, I feel like this is a forgotten gem because of the more known remake that came out decades later. For 1932, it has an amazing vision and was definitely way ahead of its time. Just look at the opening monologue. 90 years have passed and nothing has changed. We have failed as a species. But it hasn't all aged well.
Even our police force can't stop it. Don't blame the police. These gangsters don't belong in this country. Half of them aren't even citizens.
This is worse than being in love with a grasshopper.
What? I mean, don't get me wrong, I know that it's a slur and she means a Mexican, but I've just got this image of her being seduced by a literal grasshopper. Kevin Spacey's at it again! The opening shot is a long take, and for 1932 standards, it's incredibly revolutionary. It's really entrancing and brilliantly filmed. It clearly inspired so many movies in years to come. They used some nice silhouettes to cover up the financial limitations back then, and it looks great. It has a nice old school style. It's simple but damn effective. The cinematography is astounding. Its innovation was way ahead of its time. I can tell why it's in the 1001. It is amazing. But they sure as hell do love their dissolve transitions. But then they make up for it with some really creative ones. And then this poor guy finds the script for Dracula's daughter.
That's rotten.
I mean, yeah, sometimes the fight scenes are a bit outdated and cheesy, but that's gonna happen when you're watching an old film. It's not really the movie's fault. But seriously, he couldn't make himself sound more guilty if he tried.
Costello hired you for a bodyguard. Where were you at the shooting? I was having my beauty sleep. Where? In the lady's house. You want her name?
But I have to ask one question. Why are guys in old movies such fucking creeps?
Listen, I don't want anybody kissing my sister, understand?
You're in my arm!
I don't want anybody putting their hands on you.
What do you think you're doing?
Well, I'm your brother.
You don't act it.
At least they don't look like they're gonna pork like in the remake. The issue is, the romance is so rushed in this version. She hates him, and then within 0.5 seconds, she suddenly likes him.
You're just gonna drive the women mad, aren't you?
Yeah. One of them.
Meaning me, I suppose.
Well, yeah. Did he not make that obvious? This guy, who kind of reminds me of Lee Evans with his facial expressions, is hilarious. He needs to be in more of this movie. Hell, he needs his own spin-off.
Shut up, you what's the matter with you? You crazy?
And the movie does a great job portraying Christmas Day in an American's house.
300 slugs a minute. With the rest of them unpacked.
And then Boxing Day. I don't think it's supposed to be funny, but only in America can you treat a shooting so casually. They just continue like nothing happened. The film does an amazing job showing the graphic reality of this, and the effects look great. It's incredibly graphic, but it's not too much. It all looks fantastic.
What is this, a pinch? No, just bringing you a Valentine. Don't you know it's Valentine's Day?
So is Scarface technically a Valentine's Day movie? Oh, well, who cares? This dialogue is brilliant and so accurate.
Did you read what happened the other day? Car full of them chasing another down the street, broad daylight. 3 kiddies playing hopscotch on the sidewalk, get lead poured in their little bellies. When I think what goes on in the minds of these lice, I want to vomit.
But it doesn't all quite add up.
Want to dance with me?
Listen, you're Tony's sister, see? And besides, you're only a kid.
I'm 18.
No, you're not. And 18 is still a kid.
You're gonna stay home, understand?
I'm no baby.
You're 18, yes you are. Shut up and watch Peppa Pig. They do have such clever ways to get around the graphic nature without shoving it down our throats, and the acting is what sells it. The final shootout is amazing as he turns into the Joker.
You and me, huh? We go. We lick them all. It's north side, it's south side. We lick the whole world.
The production side of things is great. I think the only real criticism I have is that the characters themselves aren't really as fleshed out or memorable like in the remake. They're still entertaining to watch, but you don't really remember a whole lot from them. Scarface 1932 is revolutionary for its time. It's overshadowed because of the more popular Pacino film, but honestly, give it another watch and you'll forget just how mind-blowingly impressive it truly is. It's filmed great, but it's also a harsh slap in the face of what was, and still is, to this day, our reality. Scarface tells the story of an ex-convicted refugee called Antonio, or Tony Montana, played by Al Pacino, who travels to Miami.
So where's your old man now?
He dead. He died. Sometime. Somewhere.
Mother?
She dead too.
I am completely alone.
The movie came to fruition after Al Pacino saw the 1932 version of the film with the same name, causing him to contact his manager to possibly remake it. The original idea was to keep it set in the same time period, but due to the budget it just wouldn't be possible, and Sidney Lumet actually came on board to direct. Pacino's manager Martin Bregman, however, constantly had conflicts with the director. Lumet wanted the story to be more political, focusing on the current presidential administration causing the drug smuggling, but Bregman refused to go this route, which is when Brian De Palma came on to direct, dropping work on Flashdance to do so with Oliver Stone to write. However, originally the latter refused to do it as he hated the original film. However, it apparently only took 4 phone calls to convince him otherwise.
My opinion has drastically changed.
Ironically, Stone himself was actually battling a cocaine addiction in real life as he wrote the script, which helped him get into the right mindset he needed. Regardless, he actually flew to Paris, as far away from the cocaine as possible, to try to write the screenplay coherently. Originally, despite Pacino insisting on playing the lead role, Robert De Niro was first approached, but he turned it down. Christy McNichol auditioned for the part of Elvira but got turned down. Pacino wanted Glenn Close, but the producers refused, calling her not sexy enough. How rude! Others considered were Gina Davis, Carrie Fisher, Kelly McGillis, Sharon Stone, and Sigourney Weaver. And since Michelle Pfeiffer was still an unknown actress at the time, Pacino and De Palma both did not want her, but Bregman fought to get her cast. John Travolta actually met with Pacino several times about starring as Tony's best friend Manny, but it never materialized, and Edward James Olmos reportedly turned down an unknown role. Much like Pacino's other flick, The Godfather, filming had a few issues along the way. Pacino was actually severely injured when he grabbed the barrel of a gun which had been used to fire many blanks earlier, but it was still incredibly hot and it stuck to his hand. He was out of action for 2 weeks. Furthermore, many Cuban Americans objected to the production, not being satisfied with how they were being depicted, especially by non-Cuban American actors. It received a lot of backlash at first, Liza Minnelli even asking Pacino what he had done to leave the insiders subdued. It's worth noting that she had not even seen the film at this point, but Eddie Murphy claimed that he absolutely adored it. And as Pacino was mostly praised for his performance, it's worth noting that this hilarious moment where he puts on Elvira's hat when she isn't looking wasn't part of the script. Her reaction of holding back laughter is completely genuine, but Pfeiffer shows her true acting talent by remaining in character, and the conversation thereafter is mostly improvised.
I was in that movie, Burn. You ever see it? You saw me with Marlon Brando?
Hey, screw that guy. He stole my thunder in The Godfather, the piece of crap.
Just shut up. I'm doing the talking here.
Now, originally, the MPAA gave the film an X rating, which at the time was only really given to pornography films. This would damage the movie's success greatly, as so many cinemas would refuse to show a picture with such a rating. Because of this, De Palma made a lot of cuts and resubmitted, but again, the MPAA gave it an X rating for very petty reasons, like someone being shot too many times. The director made yet more cuts, submitted it a third time, and yet again, another X rating was given. Understandably frustrated, De Palma refused to make any more cuts and demanded to meet with the MPAA, bringing an entire panel of experts and real narcotics officers who confirmed that the film was an accurate portrayal of real life in the underworld and it was an anti-drug film that should be widely seen. Finally, they agreed to give it an R rating, but De Palma still wasn't satisfied. He insisted that if the third version was an R, the original cut should have been as well, but they disagreed and still refused to allow it. However, they didn't really understand the differences between each version, so De Palma craftily released his original cut to cinemas anyway, and the MPAA had no idea. It wouldn't be revealed until months later when it was out on video that the director admitted what he had done. That's genius. This guy's my hero.
I guess so.
Cher loved it, Lucille Ball hated it for its strong language and graphic violence, Dustin Hoffman reportedly fell asleep during it, and writers Kurt Vonnegut and John Irving walked out in disgust after a certain chainsaw scene that we'll talk about later. At the premiere, filmmaker Martin Scorsese actually turned to Stephen Bauer, who played Manny, and said, "You guys are great, but be prepared because they're going to hate it in Hollywood because it's about them." But amazingly, believe it or not, Scarface was actually nominated for a goddamn Razzie for Worst Director. How?
What you talking crazy for?
And amazingly, it was this movie that actually blew up hip-hop music. Nas often compared himself to Tony Montana, Jay-Z often cited it. It inspired the amazing video game GTA Vice City, even being voiced by Goodfellas star Ray Liotta, and it even got its own video game in 2006. Although I don't think Scarface is as good as other gangster films I've covered in the past, like The Godfather or Goodfellas, it's definitely a damn good film, and honestly one of the best lead performances in history. Al Pacino continues to impress me, from the incredibly convincing Cuban accent to the intensity to the subtlety. Honestly, he's unbelievable in this.
How do you like it? They tell you all the time what to do, what to think, what to feel.
Charlie Chaplin, is that you?
Tell you what to do, what to think, and what to feel.
The aforementioned chainsaw scene is awesome. His mate gets tied upside down and massacred, and it's horrific to see, but we don't even see anything. It's damn memorable and graphic, and will always stick with you. The cavalry break in for the rescue, and it's one of the most exciting sequences in the entire movie. It really is thrilling. The gore isn't overkill. It's well done and not too much, with Pacino killing in the middle of the road in front of everyone because America's gun laws work so gosh darn well. Much like watching a guy getting hanged from an airborne helicopter. Jesus Christ, that imagery is incredible.
You know something about cocaine?
It's a hell of a drug.
Hello. This is Marta.
Why did you say that name?
Also, she looks like Rufio.
Why don't you try sticking your head up your ass? See if it fits.
What is it with these awesome films having terrible comebacks? You're Al Pacino, for crying out loud!
Go on, you stone.
I'm not stoned. You're stoned.
Even worse when he starts sounding like a 15-year-old kid trying to sound tough.
The last time you're gonna see a bad guy like this again, let me tell you. Come on. Back away from the bad guy. There's a bad guy coming through.
By the way, am I the only one who thinks this house looks amazing? Seriously, I want to live here. But I have to say, for a film with 90% of its acting being gold, does this guy just laugh at anything?
Not the best time.
What to do with all the fucking cash?
I hope I have that problem someday.
You're gonna have that problem, don't worry. Get that over here.
You hungry? Hey, go to your horse. Okay, they're gonna cook you a horse.
Hey Justin, check this out. And look at how close they're both sitting to him. It's very uncomfortable. It looks like they're about to take serious advantage of the guy. Didn't realize it was that kind of movie. But this guy clearly looks directly into the camera many times. Why did nobody notice? And why is the second take so damn difficult? And Michelle Pfeiffer may give an amazing and underrated performance, but She is doing the worst dance moves in history. Look at her. This isn't even dancing. There's no investment. There's no effort. This is just terrible. I'm having such a great time. I'm giving all of my effort for this dance. I do love her character though. She's the only one who doesn't take Pacino's crap, and she is a complete savage.
Even if I were blind, desperate, starved and begging for it on a desert island, you'd be the last thing I'd ever fuck.
And the comedy works really well too. Pacino's buddy has this really long sequence trying to arrogantly pick up a woman but fails, and when she slaps him he says, "Lesbian."
If a girl won't come round, she must be a lesbian. What turns me down, she must be a lesbian.
But the love story is completely warped. Al Pacino made stalking and harassing a woman cool way before Edward Cullen did it. And despite barely knowing each other, he literally says he needs her to be a success.
With the right woman, there's no stopping me. I could go right to the top.
He literally says that he owns her.
I like you the first time, and later I say, she's a tiger. She belongs to me.
And then he even proposes and mentions kids.
What about Frank?
She's not running away screaming at this point. What is going on?
I don't give a shit.
And then in the very next scene, despite stalking and harassing Pfeiffer, he loses it because his sister goes off with a guy. There's even dramatic music and close-ups as he watches them leave together. Yeah, only I'm allowed to stalk and get pussy. And then he slaps his sister anyway. He went to protect his sister. And then he slapped his sister. Hell, he even shows up at Pfeiffer's bedroom while she's sleeping and she's still not disturbed by this. And that is literally what transitions to them getting married. Jesus Christ, it's more of a rushed engagement than mine. But then, what a shocker, the marriage starts to fail.
Can't you stop talking about money? It's boring, Tony.
Where is this going from, man? Boring? What's boring?
You're boring.
I expected more excitement when I decided to marry my stalker.
How dare you talk to me like that?
I expected more manners from a creepy, harassing stalker. But at least Pacino actually has a realistic reaction to his best friend banging his sister, unlike Ron Weasley. But why does his sister have this really smug grin on her face, as if she's loving the fact that her brother just found out this way? It's like she has some sick pleasure, like she just did all of this just to upset him. So in a way, she's the reason the dude gets killed, the selfish cow.
We got married just yesterday.
Why does everyone in this film get married so quickly?
We were gonna surprise you.
Because you reacted so well the last time I got with a guy, let alone your best friend.
Is this what you want, Tony?
You can't stand for another man to be touching me. So you want me, Tony, huh? Huh?
Ew, stop that!
I'm all yours now.
Gina.
You better come and get me now, Tony.
Well, he has to either bang his sister or die. It's a tough call.
I buried those cockroaches. What'd they ever do for us?
The aqueduct? What? The aqueduct?
But look, despite his issues, at least Pacino still remembers to visit his mum and give her a grand. What a nice guy helping her out. Seriously, just seconds later, she calls him a worthless bum who she wishes wasn't her son. What an ungrateful cow. I do think the movie is far too long though. Despite how great it is, some scenes drag or go nowhere, grow tedious and don't really build on the story or characters. They're just there. The film is nearly 3 hours long and it didn't need to be. But the shootout scenes are amazing. So much is going on at once and the effects are so good. These save the film from being tedious and overly boring. It does grow dull at points, but then picks right back up with scenes like this.
A man ain't got his word. It's a cockroach.
Wait, what the hell is this? What? And this? What the hell? These are some of the weirdest decorations I have ever seen in my life. What? Where did you get these? But in addition to the length, I guess one flaw is that I don't really feel connected to these characters. Here, Pacino has a gun on a man begging for his life, and I just don't really care that much. It's not really boring, there's just no emotional investment. It's when the film hits the 2-hour mark where it does start to get a bit boring, and it just drags. We're discussing Al Pacino's tax problems. This truly is the pinnacle of entertainment, ladies and gents. But who cares? The final shootout is so badass with the famous line, "Say hello to my little friend!" By the way, how is that not on any of the top best movie quotes ever lists? And all around an incredible sequence. Scarface may grow a bit tedious at points, but it's still some of the most iconic action scenes ever put on the screen with one of the best performances ever as well. It's a must-see and a damn good watch.
Dracula follows Renfield, played by Dwight Frye, travelling to the castle of Count Dracula, played by Bela Lugosi, in Transylvania. He's warned by locals about vampires, but he dismisses these absurd allegations and heads there anyway to meet the man himself. Renfield gets hypnotised and becomes Dracula's sex slave, escorting him to London. Once there, they meet some humans, one of which, played by Helen Chandler, gains the eye of the Count, and the rest of the film is the Happy Meals on legs, trying to figure out who or what Dracula really is, until discovering the truth, and he meets his final demise, when he realises that the stakes are high.
Excellent.
The movie is based on the 1924 stage play of the same name by Hamilton Dean and John L. Balderston, which in turn is based on the novel by Bram Stoker, published in 1897. Weirdly, Stoker's novel was already adapted in 1922 with Nosferatu without permission, to the point Stoker's widow actually sued for copyright infringement and won the case, ordering for all of the copies of the film to be destroyed. Yeah, that worked.
What are you trying to say?
Carl Laemmle Jr., a Hollywood producer at the time, saw the potential in the story and legally bought the book's rights, wanting it to be on the same level as silent films such as The Hunchback of Notre Dame and The Phantom of the Opera, with the exact same eerie feel. Bela Lugosi had already portrayed the lead role in the stage play and was so determined to land the same part in the feature film, he worked unpaid to try to persuade Bram Stoker's widow to lower the price for the film's rights, truly showing how eager he was to reprise the performance. The filmmakers did actually study Nosferatu and used one of the scenes not in the original book, where Renfield accidentally cuts himself and bleeds in front of Dracula.
You're so romantic.
Despite being well respected and previously playing the part on Broadway so well, Laemmle did not want Bela Lugosi, instead favouring Paul Muni, Chester Morris, Ian Keith, John Ray, Joseph Scaldcrow, Arthur Edmund Carey, John Carradine and William Courtney. Allegedly, legendary Lon Chaney was actually their first choice, but he sadly passed away in 1930 and it just wasn't to be. Lugosi happened to be in town during the casting period and tried out, ultimately winning him his most iconic role, accepting a mere $500 per week for 7 weeks, which was an absurdly low price at the time for such a big film.
Why, the man's gone crazy.
Betty Davis was considered for the part of the love interest Mina, but Laemmle did not think she had much sex appeal and went in a completely different direction with Helen Chandler instead. It was originally intended to be a much bigger production, but in 1929 the stock market crashed at the start of the Great Depression and Universal did not want to risk an investment on such an already daring film, thus cutting the budget down immensely. Due to the time era and lack of funds, the film's special effects were limited to fog, lighting, obvious fake bats, but leaving much to the audience's imagination. Dracula's transformations always take place off screen. The movie also had very little dialogue, almost a silent film in its own right. The director, Todd Browning, was known to make silent movies and he admittedly was never really comfortable with sound films. In his entire career, he only directed a few more after this. Back then, adding a musical score was actually quite limited, so much so this film's opening credits theme was actually used previously in Swan Lake and then used again in 1932 with The Mummy, but in 1998, 67 years after the film's release, a musical score was finally composed by Philip Glass. Better late than never.
I hope you will like it.
Not only did they borrow music, but they also borrowed footage from The Stormbreaker. This image of the castle is just painting on some glass in front of the camera. The original cut actually gave Carl Laemmle Jr. the heebie-jeebies. His words, I would never actually say that.
What are you talking about?
And wanted a re-edit, which infuriated director Todd Browning, claiming that some of his best work was lost in the editing room and it caused a bunch of continuity errors in the final cut. This was, however, until fans generously put together a much more consistent version themselves to solve these issues. The movie premiered at the Roxy Theatre in New York on February the 12th, 1931, 2 days before its release, and audiences actually fainted in shock at the horror that they were witnessing on the screen. This was even used as a marketing ploy to get people to come and see the film, but the movie was such a big gamble for a major Hollywood studio. It was a risk making a serious full-length supernatural thriller at the time. No comedy, no false ending that disregarded the supernatural aspect, and it paid off, becoming a box office success, selling 50,000 tickets in its first 2 days alone and going on to gross $700,000, which was Universal's highest that year.
What on earth caused that?
Astonishingly, David Manners, who played Mina's fiancé John, who looks like Billy Zane before Billy Zane was Billy Zane, lived 67 years after the film's release and claimed to have never watched it. He said that he had absolutely no interest in sitting through it whatsoever and insisted on nobody sending him any videos of it.
Wow.
He's crazy.
The movie originally was only 85 minutes long, but in 1936 some scenes had to be dropped further due to censorship issues with the production code. The film originally ended with an epilogue, which is still missing and presumed lost forever, but it stated,
"Just a moment, ladies and gentlemen, a word before you go. We hope that the story of Renfield and Dracula won't give you bad dreams, so just a word of reassurance. When you get home tonight and all the lights are out, and you're too afraid to check behind your curtains and you dread to see a face in the window, just pull yourself together and know that there are such things as vampires."
Bad dream. There was also a scene with Van Helsing having to kill a family friend of Mina and John called Lucy, who's turned into a vampire, which was also deleted. This was also the picture that inspired Richard Matheson to write the critically acclaimed novel I Am Legend. Whilst watching it, my mind drifted off and I thought, if one vampire is scary, what if the whole world is full of vampires? Well, then you get a less adequate film adaptation.
Sometimes I have me doubts about you.
Even to this day, this film is looked at as the definitive horror movie and Lugosi as the definitive Dracula, which would ultimately result in the downfall of his career as he was always typecast to this role. He delivered each line scarily, but it didn't even need dialogue, often just looking down the camera or at an actor with an icy dead stare that gave you chills. He never once blinks throughout the entire film. In fact, Bela Lugosi passed away in 1956 and he was actually buried wearing his silk Dracula cape. That may be the most awesome thing I have ever heard.
I hope you haven't taken my stories too seriously.
It's still evident how much of an impact it had in the decades to follow. Despite its cheap props, the sets still look eerie as hell and fantastic. Lugosi is still extremely chilling, and when he has to lie to get himself out of situations, he really nails the charming, suave, smooth talker perfectly as well. The lighting really does give off an ominous feeling, but I do think sometimes it really does need the music. So many times you expect music to kick in, and when it doesn't, it's just funny. I realised they couldn't because of money back then, but it just looks silly now.
Indeed.
And even funnier is his face here when he smacks a mirror away. But very often, the lack of music adds to the realism. As realistic as a vampire film can be anyway. And it makes it even more creepy. Other than Lugosi, Renfield is easily the best performance. He is amazing and a completely forgotten talent.
Who wants to eat flies? You do, ya loony.
Not when I can get nice fat spiders. Master, the sun is gone.
You know, I'd just be a total dick in this situation. Master, the sun is gone! Just kidding, I totally gotcha.
You mustn't go there.
I dig films that do leave things to the viewer's imagination, and this kind of revolutionised that. Originally, Dracula was going to be shown killing Renfield, but the director decided that it would have created an unintentional homosexual subtext, so he wanted Dracula to only kill women. And then we skip to the 21st century, where Hollywood basically thrives on making vampires gay. For a film that's so short, it is definitely rushed at the beginning. This is literally at the 100 seconds mark. Less than 2 minutes in and we get...
It is Valpurgis night, the night of evil, Nosferatu.
Boy, that escalated quickly.
Which is weird because later it kind of drags. The humans stand around debating the concept of vampires and honestly, it's not that interesting. There's a creepy sequence where they notice that he has no reflection, but other than that it's just kind of dull and I just wish it would hurry up.
I trust you have kept your coming here a secret.
I followed your instructions implicitly.
No you didn't. You told everyone in the village where you were going. Here, she resists his spell, but for some reason Renfield can't. When rushing back to save Mina, everyone somehow gets back to Transylvania incredibly quickly. This is a really weird timed transition.
On the throat of each victim, the same 2 marks.
But I think that's all the bad I can really say about it. There's so many creepy and eerie shots, it's easy to see why it was so terrifying in 1931 when they weren't used to such graphic imagery on this level. To this day, it has incredibly intense moments and some beautifully written dialogue.
To die, to be really dead, that must be glorious.
The original, though, is a cornerstone in horror filmmaking and will always be one of the best. It's a classic and a must-see for any film buffs or horror fanatics out there. Who else can't help but love this film? Jaws follows Police Chief Martin, played by Roy Scheider, who takes on a case after a woman is mysteriously killed in the ocean, believing it to be a shark attack, but the mayor dismisses this idea and keeps the beach open until a child is killed in broad daylight right in front of everybody. The beach is closed as a bunch of schmucks go out shark hunting and actually bring one back, but it's not the right one, which isn't enough to convince the mayor, who reopens the beach despite Martin and shark expert Matt, played by Richard Dreyfuss, pleading otherwise. More deaths take place because the mayor still refuses to close the beach, and even when it's open, he begs people to go in the ocean, which makes no sense.
Nobody's going in. Please, gentlemen.
His argument is that the town's losing money by the beach being closed, but what is not going in the water going to do? Nothing. That's what.
Absolutely nothing.
So he forces people to go swimming, despite admitting his own kids were even there.
Martin, my kids were on that beach too.
So that means you're a bigger dick. Eventually, Martin and Matt join forces with shark hunting professional Quint, played by Robert Shaw, and the trio head out on a mission to kill the Great White and save the town. Some producers at Universal originally heard of the Peter Benchley novel of the same name and actually read it all in one night, calling it the most exciting thing they had ever read, and immediately wanted a film adaptation but weren't sure how it could be done. In 1973, they successfully acquired the movie's rights and considered John Sturges to direct, before instead offering it to Dick Richards. Dick Richards. So his name is technically Dick.
That's not funny. That's not funny at all.
However, the producers were annoyed at the director constantly confusing sharks for whales and dropped him from the project. Meanwhile, Steven Spielberg was really keen to take on the job after he also read the novel, and he was hired in June of 1973. However, he started to have second thoughts, worrying that he'd be typecast as a truck and shark director. He was going to move on to Lucky Lady instead, but Universal used a contract to force him to continue, promising him that he can make whatever he wants afterwards. The film was given a budget of $3.5 million and would have 55 days to shoot, beginning in May of 1974. The director wanted to stick with the novel's plot and erase many of the subplots, as his favourite part was the shark hunt at the end. However, when purchasing the book rights, they promised the author the power to write the first draft of the screenplay. He came up with 3 before it was passed on to more writers, which were then passed on to Spielberg. The author admitted, based on the finished film, that his contribution was only the storyline and the ocean stuff, confessing that he did not know how to put the character texture into a screenplay. In the original novel, Martin's wife was actually to have an affair with Matt, but Spielberg removed it, worrying that it would make the characters more unlikable. You think?
No.
During rewrites, Spielberg, with the help from some additional writers, came up with Martin's character also having a fear of the water. Rewrites pretty much took place during shooting, each scene being finished the night before it was filmed, and many actors had the ability to improvise, including the famous line itself, which we'll get onto later. Spielberg also avoided casting big-known actors so the film would be more relatable, making the audience truly believe these things could happen to normal people like you or me. It could happen to anyone. Shooting began on May 2nd, 1974 on the island of Martha's Vineyard, Massachusetts, and the models of the famous sharks actually required 14 operators to control the entire thing. The movie went a whopping $5 million over budget due to issues with the mechanics, though Spielberg took the blame himself, calling it his own perfectionism and inexperience's fault. He insisted on filming at sea and nowhere else, which caused problems as many sailboats often came in at the shot or the cameras got soaked. Their own boat actually began to sink at one point with the actors on board. The mechanical sharks often malfunctioned, there was bad weather. Spielberg estimated during their 12-hour shoots, on average, only about 4 were spent actually filming.
That's just great!
One of the writers was nearly decapitated by the boat's propellers at one point. Richard Dreyfuss was almost trapped inside the cage. Cast and crew were often very seasick. Robert Shaw had to return to Canada constantly because of tax problems in addition to his alcohol issues. It was a nightmare production, to the point the crew nicknamed the film Flaws. However, due to mechanical issues, Spielberg often improvised and ended up not showing the shark and only hinting at it, showing the barrels tied to it instead, a clever way to build suspense. The film went from a Japanese Saturday matinee horror flick to more of a Hitchcock the less you see the more you get thriller. The shark not working was a godsend. It made me become more like Alfred Hitchcock than like Ray Harryhausen. The acting became more crucial for making audiences believe in such a big shark. The more fake the shark looked in the water, the more my anxiety told me to heighten the naturalism of the performances.
That makes a lot of sense.
The movie had a rough cut shown on April the 24th, 1975, and when Universal chairman Lou Wasserman saw it, he instantly demanded its release. I want this picture to run all summer long. I don't want people in Palm Springs to see the picture in Palm Springs. I want them to have to get in their cars and drive to see it in Hollywood.
I didn't agree to that.
Wait, Jaws was PG? Seriously, this was actually PG. How the hell was this ever considered PG worthy?
What are you talking about?
Marcia McGill also slated how fake the shark looked and the fact that we only see it close up once. Maybe because it looked fake, that's the reason we only got one really close up shot. Except for, all these other times. Spielberg was furious at not even being nominated for Best Director, and even filmed this video watching the nominations. Yeah, Steven Spielberg filmed the first ever reaction video.
Oh, I didn't get it. I didn't get it. I wasn't nominated. I got beaten out by Fellini.
That's
Fellini,
first of
he's
all,
not in the same league.
I can't believe this. This is bad.
The Godfather was nominated for the Best Picture and won, but the director, Bob Fosse of Cabaret, won. That's bullshit. You cannot have the Best Picture unless the director is also nominated. Who made the picture? Somebody's mother?
The director.
This man made yours. Are you kidding? Who's kidding who around here?
This is a dark day in Hollywood.
Absolutely.
Sun is shining, but this is a very dark
day for our pal.
The greatest picture of all time was made, and they haven't recognized the director.
Who made it? The shark?
Jaws, in my mind, is easily one of the scariest horror movies ever made.
Thank you very much.
This is, in my mind, the film that shows Spielberg's true genius. With intense POV shots of the shark to the fact we don't see the actual thing until over an hour in, to the point we mostly just get implications of the monster rather than see it itself. It took the less you see aspect, which had been done before, we'll get to that, and revolutionized it on a much grander scale. It's a horror film that didn't care about killing kids, it goes all out and massacres them, but unlike so many horror slashers where the deaths take place in a secluded area cut away from civilization, this one is smack dab in front of everybody. It does not care. The cutting to and away from the monster adds to the suspense, and I will happily say, this film is purely terrifying. Maybe it's because I myself have a phobia of the water, so add a shark to the mix and it horrifies me even more, but it plays on your fears. It has you on the edge of your seat as you root for these characters to rush to get to safety. Not only is it a damn scary film, but it has great character development for the three protagonists, so you care more. Martin is really likeable, you want him to come out on top, and the final showdown is so intense, and he is so badass.
Because I haven't fixed the flu yet. Tell him I'm going fishing.
Matt has a heart of gold, and you really feel like he just wants to help, but is quite short-tempered when people don't cooperate. Although, sometimes he's a bit strange.
Proves that you wealthy college boys don't have the education enough to admit when you're wrong.
And Quint is a bit of a dick at first, but is a very real person. He's very human and shows some likability towards the end, even resulting in him and Matt becoming friends after clashing earlier on. Side note, the actors actually hated each other in real life. And this speech, which apparently is somewhat improvised, is amazing. Although here he turns into Tommy Lee Jones.
Head up! Infected! I bring the insulin I'm gonna wipe that fucking scalp off the face of the fucking earth. This is the last fucking thing I do.
There's a scene where the plot comes to a complete halt and they sit and chat for a while, but this actually does have a purpose. All in one sequence as they drink and bond and have a laugh, Matt and Quint become close. They all share their previous shark experiences, they all have one last moment of happiness before everything goes crazy, and it gives the audience a breather before the insane third act that follows. It's beautiful storytelling which Spielberg excels at. It also distracts you for a moment from the main plot, so when the shark attacks the ship, you get right back into the fear mode again. The film was such a big impact in Hollywood, it even created the cliche fake out with not one, not two, but 3 variations of it. No, and speaking of invented cliches.
Smile, you son of a...
Just waiting for everybody to steal and butcher it.
The shark is so strong it rips off parts of a pier, and then we see it just following the man swimming back to shore. It's things like this that in my mind make it one of the scariest films ever, especially because it's a movie that could actually be real. These things could actually happen. When Matt is in the cage, the shark originally goes past and ignores him, only to come back and surprise him. It's completely realistic, intelligent predatory behaviour, and it's so well written. The musical score is amazing, but very often they fight the shark with none at all, adding to the realism and the sheer terror of what's taking place on the screen. There's a sequence where they've sent a reel out to sea and it starts being tugged on. Quint notices but doesn't tell anyone, and it's intense as hell. You really get caught up in it. When he's about to say the famous line, Martin's reaction is so good. He sees the huge shark but nobody else does, and it's so tense. But despite how awesome and scary Jaws is, it still does have some very stupid moments.
What do you say, Chief?
In the very first scene at a beach party, a guy and girl who've barely met exchange a look and a small smile. Then she runs off, he gives chase, and she asks to go skinny dipping immediately. The shark attacks her, but weirdly she's flinging around panicking for quite a while before it even does anything. I mean, is the shark just toying around with her? No, look, legs. Just tickle him, I'm not really gonna do anything. I swear to God, if this dog gets eaten, I will pull a complete 180 and crap all over this movie. Actually, we never see the dog again, and it's never acknowledged or answered what the hell happened to it, so we can just assume that yes, the dog was eaten. Screw you, Spielberg.
I'm sorry, I'm truly sorry.
When they close the beach because of shark attacks, for some reason the families are angry about this. How dare you protect us from becoming shark chow? The mayor even says they'll only close it for 24 hours, and somebody actually says,
24 hours is like 3 weeks!
Are these people seriously that obsessed with the ocean that they can't go a single day without it? For the sake of surviving. And Martin's wife knows the shark is around and still lets the son out on a boat in the ocean. What kind of mother are you?
Martin, it's his birthday tomorrow.
Which means it's okay for him to be eaten?
Did you hear your father? Out of the water now!
Hey, Logic, glad you could make it. The weird thing is, Martin is blamed and not the mayor. And even worse, he takes the blame for the beach not being closed and says it was his fault. What the hell were these writers on when they came up with this scene? It makes no sense. Matt is also completely insane. They come across an abandoned boat in the area where they know the shark likes to hunt, and he dives beneath the water there. Oh my god, it's a head! In an area where we know the shark hunted. An abandoned boat, which mysteriously has no crew aboard it. So we shouldn't really be shocked. But by the way, why didn't the shark eat the head? He even goes in a cage under the water to confront the shark, and when attacked, he's still stabbing at the prick. Badass. But he somehow manages to swim away, and only then do they pull the cage up. What took him so long? Hey, do you wonder what Matt's doing down there? I mean, he could be doing anything, you know, this is just... Hey, look at the clouds. The clouds look really nice today. So are you going to watch Oprah later? Yeah, you got any plans for the weekend? I can't help but find the mayor's character completely over the top. As explained, no matter what happens, he still wants the beach open, even when his own kids are in danger. I know politicians can be greedy, self-centered douchebags, but this is beyond ridiculous. They even try to make out like the mayor had the town's best interest at heart, which Martin even reiterates, but no he didn't, not once. Why do they constantly go out shark hunting on really small boats, knowing damn well the shark can easily destroy small boats? When the kids fake out with a plastic fin, why didn't they shoot it since they assumed it was the real one? I must say though, yes the shark looks fake, but the blood effects and the sounds of the bones crunching, Quint and Martin's acting, this scene is absolutely petrifying to witness, and I honestly love it. However, the film does completely misrepresent sharks altogether. From what I know, and please correct me if I'm wrong, but sharks aren't malicious killers. They feel the vibrations from the splashes and believe it to be sea life when they attack. Now, the film does fine not showing them as particularly malicious, cold-blooded killers at the start, but even if I'm wrong, they're not goddamn serial killers like the third act depicts. As exciting and heart-pounding as it is not accurate to the shark's behaviour. I mean, he hunts these humans down like there's no tomorrow and takes them out like he's Jason goddamn Voorhees. He just won't give up on these guys. Yeah, Sharky!
And somehow Matt survives and he decided to just chill out while Martin took on the shark single-handedly like a lazy, selfish, cowardly douchebag. Loads of people died and we're stranded at sea. Seriously, there is no way they paddled all the way back to shore. Especially without being attacked again. I mean, they caught 2 sharks in that ocean, so what's stopping them from being attacked one more time?
It's happened before.
Not only did Jaws pave the way for monster films, water-based movies, and many other rip-offs, but it was also the beginning of summer blockbusters becoming a thing as well as Star Wars. And it also spawned 3 horrendous sequels that made the original effects look like goddamn Jurassic Park in comparison. With stupid characters, retreading plot points, awful 3D effects, no decent scares, and a complete waste of time. Just stick to the original, enjoy the great tension, compelling story, terrifying horror, and don't go back in the water. A movie which completely revolutionized filmmaking entirely and paved the way for a completely overused and overabused genre of monster movies. Before King Kong was even in the works, a long list of jungle films already existed, usually with explorers or scientists visiting a jungle to discover a monster, pretty basic. In the early 20th century, primates were rarely shown in zoos, so it was actually demanded to be seen in movies. After companies began to learn the art of trick photography, the jungle genre was launched in the United States in 1913 with Beasts in the Jungle. So we have that to thank for this giant steaming pile of goat splooge. The movie mixed live actors with lions, tigers, amongst other creatures. The film gathered a lot of popularity, which led to Tarzan of the Apes in 1918, Monkey Stuff and Jazz Monkey in 1919, Prohibition Monkey in 1920, The Lost World, not that one, in 1925, Chang, A Drama of the Wilderness in 1927, Igajai in 1930, and Rango in 1931. The majority of these pictures would be a major influence in 1933's King Kong feature film. The movie follows New York filmmaker Carl Denham, who is famous for making wildlife films in exotic locations. He reluctantly includes a female lead in his new picture, but struggles to find an actress until he literally runs up to Marilyn Monroe here, calls for a taxi, and runs off with her. And she has no objections to this. So Anne gets the part and they head off on a ship for this new mysterious film. On board, Denham informs her and his mate Jack Driscoll, who for some reason causes confusion by being credited as John Driscoll on several websites. In fact, Denham even calls him John by accident towards the end of the film.
Mr. John Driscoll.
Maybe it's because John Driscoll is actually a dude from Dawson's Creek, I don't know. Yes, I know that the name John can also be used for a guy named Jack. I know. But it's stupid, fuck you. Anyway, Denham informs them that they're travelling to film on Skull Island. Subtle. Are they shooting Dracula in Death Canyon next? He also informs them that there's a myth of a monstrous creature living on said island. They find some natives who should be Asian. They're located in the South Pacific, north of Java and Sumatra. Therefore, they should be Asian, not African. I so didn't need to look that up. Hey, shut up! Who are performing some kind of ritual before spotting the evil white people. They offer 6 of their ladies in exchange for Anne. Not racist or sexist at all. Neither's having the Asian guy called Charlie, but oh well.
Never mind, Charlie.
As a gift for some creature called Kong. They don't particularly handle rejection very well and soon kidnap her before presenting her to the monster himself. The rest of the movie is the humans basically trying to save her, clueless to the fact that Kong is actually protecting Anne as he fights off several animals and dinosaurs, including a brontosaurus, which isn't even a carnivore but still attacks for some reason. Research, guys. Research. Just try it sometime. And Anne too starts to sympathise and feel for the ape. While all of this is going on, another love affair begins to blossom between Anne and Jack, who, by the way, is fucking hilarious.
I think this is awfully exciting. I've never been on a ship before.
Well, I've never been on one with a woman before.
I guess you don't think much of women on ships, do you?
No, they're a nuisance.
Well, I'll try not to be.
You've been on the way already.
All right, but isn't it exciting?
Sure. I wish we'd left you on the ship.
Eventually, Denham takes the big bastard down and brings him back to New York as a freak show, but oh, what a shock. He breaks free, scales the Empire State Building, even though he couldn't scale the wall of his own enclosure, and getting shot down to meet his demise in a totally not emotional moment. I'm not crying. You're crying.
The original inspiration for this movie was when director Merian C. Cooper read the 1861 Paul de Chaillu's Exploration and Adventures in Equatorial Africa. In addition, he would study a baboon tribe whilst filming The Four Feathers in 1929. After reading W. Douglas Burden's The Dragon Lists of Komodo, he came up with several of the fight scenes that we actually see in the finished movie. He then started to mould the famous love story and pitched his idea to Paramount Studio within the first few years of the Great Depression, but got rejected because of the immense funding it would cost to shoot in Africa and Komodo. In 1931, David O. Selznick brought Cooper along to RKO.
Same thing you did
Not that one, as his executive assistant, and promised him the ability to make his own movies. He began working on The Most Dangerous Game, in which a huge jungle stage set was built. Once the picture was underway, Cooper focused more on the studio's fantasy creation, which included dinosaurs and incredible special effects by Willis O'Brien. Cooper soon screened O'Brien's creation footage, but wasn't too fond of it himself, and decided that it would make the most financial sense by simply shooting O'Brien's animated dinosaurs and using the already existing jungle set for the movie he really wanted to make, King Kong. He started to plan a giant gorilla as well as the famous Empire State Building scene. The studio weren't actually too sure of the project, but greenlit it anyway and production soon began. Cooper quickly scooped up best-selling British writer Edgar Wallace to write the film's screenplay, as well as a novel based on the picture. The director knew just how big Wallace's name was and decided to publicise the movie as being based on a novel by Edgar Wallace. Writing soon began on January the 1st, 1932, and a rough draft entitled The Beast was completed just a few days later on January the 5th. Cooper was unhappy with the script, but Wallace sadly passed away not too long after on February the 10th, 1932, making it rather difficult to amend the screenplay. Not impossible, just difficult. According to Cooper's own exact words, however, Wallace passed away without writing a single bloody word. He merely gave him a screen credit because he had promised him to do so. Cooper then turned to James Ashmore Crillman, who was in the production of The Most Dangerous Game at the time, and they worked together on the script under the title of The Eighth Wonder. Allegedly, Wallace originally wanted a boatload of escaped convicts in the film, and understandably, this idea was dropped. The script went through different variations, most notably Kong's escape originally being Madison Square Garden, to Yankee Stadium, and then finally a Broadway theatre. That's boring. Wallace's script also originally had a lot more cute moments involving the animal, but these were cut out because Cooper wanted Kong hard and tough, so his death would be that more awesome and tragic at the end. As time passed, Crillman had to back away from the script for the time being and focus more on his screenplay for Game. During his absence, Horace McCoy was brought on, who included the island natives, the giant wall, and the maidens. Once Crillman returned to the project, he despised what McCoy had done to the plot and thought the script already had too many over-the-top concepts as it was. Much to his dismay, Cooper demanded they keep them all in. The studio wanted Kong to be introduced early in the film, believing that the audience would just grow bored waiting for him to show up, but Cooper insisted that the suspense and build-up would make his appearance that more exciting. Once Crillman finished the final draft, Cooper was still unhappy with it. He thought that it was slow-paced, the dialogue was flowery, whatever the hell that means, and weighed down with long scenes of boring exposition. He also thought that it was written on too big a scale that would have been ridiculously expensive to shoot. Ruth Rose was then brought on board to help make some rewrites. Shit has more writers than a Justin Bieber album. She cut scenes short and to the point, which helped the film's pacing incredibly well, and even wrote the opening sequence. Cooper finally loved the script and retitled the movie Kong. It was at this point that Cooper and Chodasak, Rose's husband, decided to co-direct the film, which was a big risk as they had much different styles. Cooper would monitor O'Brien's special effects work, and Chodasak would direct the dialogue scenes. Fay Wray met with the directors after starring in such films as The Wedding March, and they would then cast her in The Four Feathers and The Most Dangerous Game. Take a shot every single time I've mentioned that movie in this review. When working on Kong, Cooper was adamant on casting a blonde as Anne. Dorothy Jordan, Jean Harlow, Frances Lee, and Ginger Roberts were all considered until Fay Wray got the part and they just threw on a blonde wig. So basically, all the actresses who were naturally blonde, they were just shit. Instead, they decided to cast a redhead, just throw a wig on her. Pretty harsh, actually. Faye apparently took the role more because of how enthusiastic Cooper was about the script rather than her own interest in the project. She was actually promised by the director that she would be starring against the tallest, darkest leading man in Hollywood. She was expecting Clark Gable or Cary Grant. But that was a disappointment. Probably just as hairy though. In a touching tribute, just 2 days after Faye's passing on August the 8th, 2004, the lights of the Empire State Building were dimmed for 15 minutes in her memory. Eerily, as she passed away, this movie was actually playing in the emergency room completely by coincidence. It wasn't until after her body was discovered that they realised the eerie occurrence. Robert Armstrong played alongside Fay Wray in The Most Dangerous Game. Oh!
and was quickly given the role of Denham in this picture. In the early months of 1933, animal movies began to suffer poorly at the box office, which is why the romantic angle was added in to set it apart and try something new. Bruce Cabot auditioned for the role of Jack, not John Driscoll, but almost walked out and blew his chance completely, mistakenly assuming that he was trying out for a stunt double part instead. He had no prior experience, and by his own admission claims he just got lucky standing in the right place and doing what he was told. The model of Kong was made out of 4 2-joint 18-inch aluminium, or aluminum for you Americans, whatever. Foam, rubber, latex and rabbit fur models to be rotated during filming, 1-joined 24-inch model of the same materials for the New York scenes, and a smaller model of lead and fur for the epic falling scene. The torso was streamlined to reduce the hilarious appearance of a real gorilla's belly and arse. His lips, eyebrows and nose were rubber, his eyes glass, and facial expressions controlled by thin, bendable wires threaded through holes drilled in the aluminium skull. It was a bit of a disaster, however, as the rubber skin would constantly dry out under the studio lights, leading to many replacements and having to rebuild the facial features. A massive bust of the head, neck and upper chest were made of wood, cloth, rubber and bearskin, and on the inside there were metal levers, hinges and an air compressor operated by 3 men to control the mouth and facial expressions. If the model were to have stood at full height, it would have reached 30 to 40 feet tall. 2 versions of the right hand and arm were made of steel, sponge rubber, regular rubber and bearskin, non-articulated, mounted on a crane and operated by grips. The other had articulated fingers and was mounted on a lever to elevate it. A non-articulated leg was also created of similar materials and mounted on a crane to stomp on the people who preferred Godzilla. The models literally needed to be shot 1 frame at a time, with tiny adjustments altered between each shot. It often took an entire afternoon just to fill 1 second of screen time. The fight between Kong and the pterodactyl took 7 weeks. And I can't be bothered to do the washing up. I'll always credit this picture as the film that proves without a shadow of a doubt that special effects do not mean anything. It's the story that a film is all about. Now don't get me wrong, this movie was way ahead of its time. In 1933, this astounded audiences. The stop motion and including live action with them was completely new, and this looked incredible back then. The amount of work that went into such models is so inspiring, and it's easy to see why it's noted as one of the greatest movies of all time. It has intensely dark imagery that was so gory and graphic for its era, and it's definitely ballsy. Some of the camera shots were incredibly inventive back then, and it's truly a masterpiece.
What queer-looking boats!
Well, there's a line you won't be able to get away with today. Yeah, I like this film, but a lot of the sets look queer.
He's offering to trade 6 of his women for Anne.
I'd sell my wife for a packet of peanuts. I do find it weird that Jack John treats Anne like shit, and then they just get together. Our hero? Here, Anne escapes very quickly all of a sudden. Why didn't she do that before? What, she just needed extra motivation? Like the angry tribes yelling at her with spears wasn't enough? Hey look, it's my penis! A lot of the dubbing sounds like they were the screams of a little girl. No, seriously, and they all sound identical. Did one small girl do all of the dubbing?
I didn't get you, huh? No, I got the cover same as you. Think we're safe now? There are only 2 of us left alive to save that girl.
And we're the 2 main characters. What are the fucking odds? Oh, this is a convenient place for a rope. These also look like action figures falling.
We're millionaires, boys! I'll share it with all of you!
Oh, thanks. That actually is really generous of you, and I really do appreciate it. And you name the entire show after you. Thanks. Yeah, I've had worse looking things in my bed.
Attention all stations. Kong is going west. He is making for the Empire State Building. Stand by for further reports.
He goes up there, what can we do?
Airplanes.
We won't be able to get near him.
Airplanes.
There's one thing we haven't thought of. What? Airplanes.
There you go. The film took 8 months to shoot, and many of the actors were actually able to complete other movies during the time it took to finish this one. Original filming wrapped up in October 1932, though many actors were called back for some reshoots between December that year and January 1933. The movie was soon retitled to King Kong and was cut down from 125 minutes to just 100, ridding the picture of scenes that slowed down the pace of the film. The most famous of these was a spider pit sequence where many sailors fall into a ravine and are attacked by many large spiders, insects and other creatures. Cooper claimed that he cut it out because it stopped the story. There are some still photographs and pre-production artwork, but no trace of the original sequence has ever been recovered. One person claimed that the scene was actually previewed at a screening, but the wide bug eyes on the spiders caused an unintentional laugh from the audience, which is another reason why it was scrapped. It would, however, be later recreated in the 2005 remake. The studio originally felt like the movie didn't need an original score and asked Max Steiner, who I don't think is related to Scott, to simply reuse music from other films. Cooper, however, insisted on an original one and paid Steiner $50,000
years to compose one. He did so in just 6 weeks using a 46-piece orchestra, and it was a score that had never really been done before, changing the history of film music forever. In fact, King Kong was the first feature-length musical score written for an American film with actual dialogue. A talkie. It's called a talkie, it's just... that makes me sound like I'm talking to a child. Oh, do you like a talkie? Is this a talkie? You talkie? Yeah, you's a good boy. It's a child or a dog. It was also the first major Hollywood film to have a thematic score rather than background music, the first to use a 46-piece orchestra, and the first to be recorded on 3 separate tracks: sound effects, dialogue, and music. In the London premiere, 12,000 people had to be turned away due to over-attendance. It has been noted many times that it was this movie that single-handedly saved RKO Pictures from complete bankruptcy. During its re-releases, the world of film began to get more and more strict with censorship, which is weird looking at what would soon follow, and many scenes had to be trimmed or cut out completely. It is also highly believed that this and Snow White and the Seven Dwarfs were the 2 favourite movies of Adolf Hitler. Can't you just picture Hitler chilling out watching Snow White? Personally, I love the film. Not only does it look stunning for its time, it deserves a hell of a lot of respect for having so much heart and shocking the world with effects that had never been seen before, but the script was seriously solid too. The relationship between Anne and Kong was done incredibly well, and it didn't even need dialogue for most of it. The score captures the emotions perfectly, and yes, the final moments are truly heartbreaking. I'll always have a soft spot for the original, and despite the improvements that followed, I can't help but look back at this classic masterpiece and enjoy every single frame involved. If you've somehow not checked it out, I'd highly recommend you do so.
Based on real tapes handed into the police. Yeah, despite 2 alternate endings and 5 sequels. Real tapes.
You're sweet.
Paranormal Activity follows a young couple called Katie and Mika. They're played by a young couple called Katie and Mika. Quite a stretch.
You've heard this too, Mika?
Mika has purchased a new camera and decides to vlog around the house before famous YouTubers even made it a trend to record themselves doing pointless, boring, normal day-to-day routines and for some reason earning millions of views off of it.
Hey, you be sweet.
Katie has been harassed by some kind of unseen paranormal force since she was around 8 years old, and they begin to document it, slowly showing the phenomena growing worse and worse, even having Katie being possessed at one point and ultimately ending with her killing Mika off screen and throwing his ass at the camera. For some reason.
Absolutely.
However, Paramount Pictures actually ended up buying the rights to the film and the ending was changed. The original ending was only ever shown in 1 viewing, whereas the newer one showed Katie returning without Mika, but she's covered in blood holding a large knife. She then sits beside the bed and rocks back and forth for hours. The next day, her friend leaves a voicemail message worried about her because she hasn't heard from her for a while. What, she didn't post anything on Instagram for 2 hours? My god.
I'm so creeped out.
That night, Katie is still rocking back and forth. We hear her friend enter the house, find Mika's body, scream and run away. The police later show up. Katie finally awakens from her catatonic state, approaches them still wielding the knife. A nearby door slams, startling the cops, who then shoot her dead. The second alternate ending that Paramount produced, available on the DVD extras, the exact same thing happens, except when she returns with the knife, she slits her own throat on camera. There's also a third alternate ending which never got to the filming stage, but Katie was supposed to corner Mika and beat him to death with the camera as we watch from the camera's point of view. This was scrapped as it was deemed too complicated and far too brutal to film. But then they were going to show an extended version of the exorcism scene. Yeah, that makes sense.
That makes no sense at all.
I mean, originally Katie Gallagher from Survivor was going to play Katie, but the director felt she was too well known and the film just wouldn't be believable otherwise. So if they took the precautions there, why all of the alternate endings? Why not go all out to make it look as legit as possible?
Could, but no.
Director Oren Peli got the idea for this movie from every other horror movie ever, but other than that, from a real personal experience. He was asleep one night when a box of detergent fell off of the shelf and it was apparently pushed far too back for it to have just fell on its own. Oh, he's one of those who instantly rules everything down to ghosts. He'd get along well with Jimmy. Ghost or no ghost?
Well, I don't see why it would be a person.
Weirdly, he wanted to focus this film on believability rather than action and gore, shooting the movie on a home video camera, usually on a tripod for most of the film, reducing the need for a camera crew. He wanted the audience to be more invested in the story and characters. Well, you failed, Peli.
Sure.
And he confessed that the dialogue was all natural because there was no script.
Then maybe you're right, which is bad, because demons suck.
It shows. Before each scene, the actors were given an outline of the story and situation, allowing them to improvise. Pelli auditioned hundreds of people before meeting Katie and Mika, who tried out separately but were then brought back together, showing decent chemistry. He said you would have thought that they had known each other for years, and they were both only paid a mere $500 for the movie.
Look, I know you're pissed.
The film was shot out of sequence, day and night, editing taking place at the same time, and it was screened at the 2007 Screamfest Horror Film Festival. It impressed some agents, but Pelli needed to find a distributor, sending DVDs out to as many people as he could, gaining the attention of Miramax Films. Senior executive Jason Blum worked with him to re-edit it and sent it to the Sundance Film Festival, but it got turned down before even gaining the eye of Steven Spielberg. Along with Steven and some DreamWorks executives, the plan was to remake it with a much bigger budget and the original cut being an extra on the DVD. The first version was actually screened, but people started walking out. They believed it was a bomb, but it turned out that they actually walked because they were so terrified.
No, it was a bomb.
Let it all out. Don't be shy.
Because of this, it was decided to not remake it and keep the original cut after all. Even Spielberg struggled to watch the film. He had to stop halfway through because he was so scared and continued it the next day when it was light out.
The guy who made Jaws found this pile of crap scary.
Not at all.
Paramount ended up with the rights to the film and any sequels for $350,000, and more changes were made.
It sucks. It really does.
Sorry.
In fact, it surpassed Saw 6 at the box office, and it was believed that this film was the cause of that franchise's end, until 2017 when it came back after this franchise ended.
Just another reason to hate the Paranormal Activity series even more.
I don't want it to happen at all.
Let's get this out of the way right now. It does have a couple of creepy moments, I'll give it that.
Katie gets possessed at one point and watches Mika sleep for hours on end. I mean, that's a bit creepy. There's a part where Mika is investigating the attic and uses the camera to check up there, and to its credit, it's eerie and tense as hell as you're expecting a lazy jump scare, but nothing comes of it. But that's it. I'm all for the less you see, but this is just boring. The Blair Witch Project, you saw nothing and it was scary. The Haunting, you saw nothing and it was terrifying. Paranormal Activity, you see nothing and you're just bored senseless. You get the riveting excitement of watching them have lunch, play the guitar, go to bed, sleep, 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 go downstairs, go upstairs, sleep and more sleep. It would be fine if they built character development like the director claims, but they don't. Other than annoying douchebag boyfriend and hot chick I want a bone in the ass, they have no personalities. Bear in mind, these are supposed to be real tapes. If your selling point is that they're real tapes despite your own credits saying otherwise, realistically, why would the police release all of the pointless and unnecessary garbage? Why show them hearing a noise and checking it out only to discover that it's the stupid ice machine? It's just not scary. Aside from the few creepy parts, this film goes through all of the cliched horror movie ghost tropes in the book, and I am amazed at the critics who say that it avoided them. They hear creepy footsteps in the house, a door slightly moves by itself, there's loud banging noises, a light turns itself on, we hear a breath. It's all been done before. They rip off The Haunting with the huge bangs on the doors, they rip off Book of Shadows Blair Witch 2 with Katie becoming possessed, walking around, and then she looks at the footage and has no memory of it whatsoever.
Why would anyone want to rip off Blair Witch 2? If you're going to steal material, at least pick a good film.
That makes no sense.
The Ouija board moves by itself and sets itself on fire, which somehow doesn't burn the table below it or the rug underneath that. Oh, woogity boogity flying sheet. It's scary, be afraid. They discover the hatch to the attic is open. These are the scares, ladies and gentlemen. I'm sorry, but you're going through all of the horror movie tropes that's been done before, and I just can't comprehend how they can be considered scary in a film that is trying so desperately to be unique, original, and creative. You can take other people's ideas, sure, but you're doing nothing new with them.
How can this be considered scary when everything in it has been done before? Predictable scream in 3, 2, 1. There we go.
The famous scene where Katie gets dragged down the hall is absolutely hilarious. I'm sorry, but it is. Also, how come Mika doesn't notice when she's pulled off the bed, yet earlier he budges if just a breath is heard? And the unintentional humour is only added onto just how bad the acting is. It is horrendous. Everything just sounds so rehearsed.
I'm going by the evidence, and I'm doing my research, and I'm gonna find out what it is.
Well, whatever it is that's following me, it doesn't feel human. It feels like a monster.
Oh my god, I had a terrible nightmare that I was in an awful found footage film.
And I went inside to bring you a blanket because you refused to leave in this catatonic, weird state you were in. I don't.
Wait, did I talk to you?
It's trying to scare us.
Well, it's working. I'm scared.
Well, someone has to be. Also, she doesn't even sound convincing.
I'm scared.
I'm terrified.
Found this up there.
No. Let me see it.
What are you talking about?
This is our old house. What in the hell is this doing in the attic?
No, you'd be more like, what the hell is this doing in my house? Let's move in with my sister.
Here, the acting is so bad, it genuinely looks like it's a parody movie. It does.
In this family,
Who's the cutest baby in the world? Little baby Aiden. Oh, jeez.
something paranormal is happening.
Please.
Scary movie.
It's here.
What's here? What? What are you talking about?
I don't know. Feel it.
I'm supposed to act?
I can feel it watching me.
Who wants to give me acting lessons?
Fuck, freak me out, babe.
How did Blair Witch get a Razzie, but I didn't?
I think the frustrating part is that this film had so much potential. If they focused more on their relationship, it could have been a fantastic story. If the movie showed Katie's mental state slowly deteriorating, with Mika trying his best to be there for her, showing the couple going through this traumatic experience, having to stick together throughout it, showing the sheer strength of their relationship, it would have been such a great film. But none of that is done.
In fact, Mika's a total cock for the entire film.
I mean, at the start, he's this arrogant skeptic, so it's kind of funny.
Yes, I don't leave you in the same spot next to your wallet.
Well, obviously this is incontrovertible evidence that evil forces came from beyond the grave to move your keys.
Make your breakfast.
Maybe I'll play this when he gets here. I think I'll make him feel at home.
You are totally not taking this seriously, are you?
So you think a psychic would be on time?
But then he just becomes a horrible, horrible person. I mean, he tries to secretly have sex with Katie on camera against her will.
You're the best boyfriend in the whole world.
In our very first jump scare, she screams for help and he takes the time to go and grab his camera first. I mean, it's just a spider, but he'd sooner grab his video equipment than help his girlfriend, and she even acknowledges it.
You're the best boyfriend in the whole world.
She yells and swears at Mika, angry at him for filming everything and apparently making things worse, and he continues filming her.
You're the best boyfriend in the whole world.
He remains recording her, still in the kitchen after that.
You're the best boyfriend in the whole world.
He even continues recording his girlfriend when she's crying her eyes out in fear.
You're the best boyfriend in the whole world.
But in addition to not being scary, not being original, and having unlikable characters, the movie makes no sense.
What is that?
Hello, baby.
Hi. Is that what you think it is?
Well, it's a camera. What the hell else did you think it was?
Look, completely unrealistic. She's not hogging the covers all night long. I must say, how on earth can a student and a day trader even afford a house like this? In fact, they claim that's what they do, but they never seem to actually go out and do these things at all. The only other acknowledgement is...
Could you please just get away from me with that camera? I'm trying to study.
I suddenly remembered I'm supposed to have a character, so here I am, studying. I'm a student, yes, what I do.
The entity will sense that you're trying to communicate with it, and that's opening the door, inviting it in. Do you understand me?
Yeah, I'm with you.
I hope so. You're gonna be fine. Okay?
The psychic literally tells her, oh, you'll be fine, just moments after telling her the demon will never leave you alone and will continue hunting you down until you're dead. but you'll be fine, you'll be fine.
And Mika, who, as explained, was this arrogant little skeptic, becomes a believer in like 2.5 seconds flat. The door moves a smidge and oh, that's it, ghosts are 100% real now. And most of the movie is Katie begging Mika to stop recording, blaming him for it all. She even makes him apologize and vow to abide by her rules, claiming that the camera made things worse, despite her saying that the ghost has been harassing her since she was 8 years old. The movie constantly shows Mika yelling at the spirit as if that's going to make any difference, and when they return home after the Ouija board set itself on fire, Katie says,
What did you do, Mika? Look at me.
You stupid cow, he's been with you the entire time. How could it be him?
He then somehow expects to figure out what the spirit said on the Ouija board based on this horrendous camera angle. They set their alarm every single night, and yet when Katie is possessed and walks out of the house, she triggers no alarm whatsoever.
I'm sorry, but I just can't imagine a ghost being like...
You know, I should really use my manners. I don't want to wake anybody up. There we go. Much better. Time to summon Satan.
Katie's friend offers them a place to stay, but they refuse because the demon will only follow them. Yeah, that may be true, but safety in numbers, you dumb cow. Better to have 3 of you than 2. It's basic math.
You can have your powder. You can do your little experiment. If it doesn't work, if it doesn't help us, I'm calling the demonologist and we're getting this taken care of.
Why aren't they calling him already? They've got proof of a demon there. Katie's even been possessed. What does it take?
Hell, Mika decides to set out some powder on the floor to catch footprints, but they already know something is there, and Katie even acknowledges it.
Hey, tell me what the point of this was.
Yeah, what is the point of this?
I've been doing my research. I'm taking care of this. Nobody comes to my house, fucks with my girlfriend.
I'm the only one who's allowed to make her miserable and treat her like dirt.
And then they find footprints in the powder and for some reason are surprised by this, and now Katie wants to leave. But they already knew something was there. They knew something was there. They did a test. They got proof that something was there. Nothing has changed. This was entirely pointless. In the attic, Mika finds a photo of Katie as a child, which was in an old house that burned down. Now, the first one can't be blamed for this, but the second film is a prequel that shows her sister Christy discovering this picture. So my question is, why didn't Christy contact Katie to tell her that she found it? And yet they still remain inside the house. In fact, why not just go and live with her sister in her big ass place?
God, I'm so tired. Mika, why are you filming me? I'm just making coffee.
See, even they know.
And they look over the footage and see the prints literally being made. Again. So what? What the hell did you expect? You saw them when you woke up.
Mika, don't. Come on.
Show yourself.
It's a ghost. Even if it does appear, what the hell are you gonna do?
Considering that these are supposed to be real tapes, it's bizarre that there's this weird transition where Mika doesn't even budge.
Our picture.
What picture?
No, look.
She was on the stairs, nowhere near the picture. How the hell did she know that?
And why is Mika's face smashed in when it wants to kill Katie? The psychic returns, but literally abandons them with the demon because he's too afraid. What a cock.
Disturbing.
Mika also claims that one possible word the Ouija board spelled out was Diane, and he found a woman online by that name who's experienced all of the same things as Katie. The issues are, 1, how the hell did he realise that it spelled out Diane? 2, did he just Google Diane ghosts? 3, why would the board spell out a woman just like Katie? What purpose would it serve?
Okay, Mika, you and your stupid camera are the problem.
Except for the 15 years that it stalked you beforehand.
You stop following me with the camera.
I'm trying to solve the problem here. I didn't bring that thing into the house.
Don't do me.
You did.
Oh.
Classy boyfriend. Ironically, this is actually the only scene in the entire movie that looks like it could be legit, with solid acting and dialogue.
And the movie's last act just seems really rushed. I mean, I'm not complaining by any means, but like the transitions are just weirdly cut between shots so quickly. Katie gets this nasty ass looking bruise on her back and they're still inside the goddamn house. Why? There's no purpose. More rushed transitions to Katie, who I think stabbed herself with a crucifix. It's not really made clear.
Hit it with the shit.
Can we take any of this seriously?
Again, they'll show unnecessary spider catching, but not vital plot points like this. And then randomly, Katie, in a creepy voice, decides that she suddenly wants to stay in the house, and Mika lets her. No, how about I'm gonna drag your ass out whether you like it or not, you crazy weirdo?
You're clever.
As poor as I claim the original is, which it is, it did blow up the genre, but that's not necessarily a good thing. Great films like Blair Witch and Wreck came out before it, so it didn't really start anything here. If anything, it just spawned a crapload of awful films. It's just an unscary, unoriginal, lazy, overrated snore fest.
M. Night Shyamalan is a weird creation sent to us from the heaven above, isn't he? On one hand, he has an incredible talent for writing brilliantly thought out dialogue, shooting scenes with intense vision, and truly capturing the emotions and feelings in a film with simple and subtle colour indicators. On the other hand, he created an entire gimmick of plot twists that a million other movies have tried to copy since then and miserably failed.
Oh my god. Maybe this is like The Sixth Sense and we're the ones who are really dead.
Although a plot twist can be dealt with nicely like the others, very often a twist can be perceived as good just because it was unforeseeable. Just because you didn't see it coming, does that really make it good? In regards to Shyamalan's constant plot twists, Michael Agar from Slate magazine claimed, M. Night is following an uncomfortable pattern of making fragile, sealed-off movies that fell apart when exposed to outside logic. I can't really argue with that. So that brings us on to the movie that made M. Night Shyamalan a worldwide name. The Sixth Sense is a supernatural horror thriller film released on August the 6th, 1999, which just so happens to be M. Night Shyamalan's birthday. Coincidence, I'm sure. It follows a child psychologist in Philadelphia called Malcolm Crowe, played by Bruce Willis, who's about to get some nookie until he gets shot by one of his patients and quite literally has to die hard. The patient, called Vincent, played by an unrecognisable Donnie Wahlberg, follows up by shooting himself afterwards. A year later, Malcolm begins to work with a boy named Cole, played by Haley Joel Osment. The relationship grows with time before Cole confides in Malcolm that he can actually see spirits. I don't get what the big deal is. I see spirits all the time. See? A little reluctant to believe him, however, Malcolm is soon convinced otherwise and tries to help the boy. Cole is sought help by one particular girl who wants to show her father that she was poisoned by her own mother before she could pass on to the other side.
I don't belong on the other side. Jesus Christ, I'm only 29.
During all of this, Cole is obviously the outcast at school and thought of as the weirdo. He's heavily bullied, including by teachers, whilst putting up with torment from the afterlife, and Malcolm's marriage is also slowly deteriorating as well. Eventually, we get to the famous plot twist that we all know and love, where it turns out that Malcolm was actually killed at the start of the film and he's been a ghost this entire time.
I can't believe it. Bruce Willis is a ghost. I'm shocked. Did you see that coming?
No, not a clue. Doctor's help.
He lets his sleeping wife know that he loves her before finally moving on. Which is ironic because Bruce Willis was offered the lead role in the movie Ghost and he turned it down because, and I quote, "Nobody's gonna want to watch a movie where the main character is dead for half the film." Shyamalan pitched the movie as a cross between The Exorcist and Ordinary People. He also confesses that it was inspired by an episode of Are You Afraid of the Dark called The Tale of the Dream Girl. When David Vogel, who was president of Walt Disney Studio Production at the time, read M. Night's initial script, he loved it immediately. He didn't even legally obtain approval before buying the rights to the screenplay for $3 million under the agreement that Shyamalan could direct. Disney would later fire David Vogel not too long after. Disney themselves had no confidence in the project and quickly sold the production to Spyglass Entertainment. They did, however, retain the rights to 12.5% of the box office revenue. M. Night had actually written the character of Malcolm specifically with Bruce Willis in mind and got his wish. Bruce was actually in debt to Disney at the time after shutting down another production by firing the director, so this was a favour to them, as well as him taking half of his usual salary for doing so, which was $10 million. $10 million was half of his usual salary. Michael Cera had his first ever film audition for the part of Cole but didn't get it. Liam Aiken was offered it but turned it down. Haley Joel Osment got the role because Shyamalan asked him, "Have you read your part?" "I read it 3 times. "Wow, you read your part 3 times? "No, I read the script 3 times. In the early drafts, Malcolm was actually a crime scene photographer rather than a child psychologist, and I think I speak for all of us when I say, thank God it was changed. When preparing for the opening role of Vincent Gray, Donnie Wahlberg had to lose 43 pounds, and he really nails the performance, although he kinda looks like a reject extra from Gummo. But what really annoys me, when this film came out, everyone went crazy for the plot twist. Nobody saw it coming, great twist, greatest movie twist of all time. But I guarantee, now, if you ask anybody about The Sixth Sense, everybody will always say, yeah, I saw it coming, I called it in the cinema, I predicted it before it happened. No, you didn't. I hear it all the time. Everyone I know, I ask about the movie, yeah, I saw it coming. No, you didn't. If you saw it coming, the movie would not have been such a success based on the plot twist alone. But regardless, ignoring the ending for the time being, let's just look at the film itself beforehand. Personally, I think the film is very good. It features some of the best acting I've ever seen, especially from Osment, who is one of the greatest child actors I have ever watched in my life. Don't get me wrong, Bruce Willis's Malcolm is tremendous, with some bad delivery here and there.
Vincent, I'm sorry if I didn't help you. But if you just let me try.
but he does a good job anyway and keeps it subtle. There's also a scene where Malcolm is circling notes in his files. In reality, Bruce Willis is actually left-handed, but he had to learn to write with his right hand so that the audience wouldn't notice that he wasn't wearing his wedding ring anymore.
Clever bastard! Yeah. Why didn't we think of that one?
I do find it weird though how, even when he meets Cole for the very first time, he attends it unsupervised. Parenting! Regardless, they have so much chemistry together and the relationship is really well developed. Toni Collette as Osmond's mother is fantastic, and I have to say it, this, in my opinion, is the best scene of the entire movie. This is towards the end of the film when she finds out that he can actually see the dead, and its pacing is absolutely perfect. It's a touching moment and really heartfelt. To this day, it still gives me goosebumps, and I'll just have to show you it out of respect for the incredible amount of talent behind it.
Grandma comes to visit me sometimes.
Cole, that's very wrong. Grandma's gone, you know that.
I know. She wanted me to tell you.
Cole, please
she wanted me to tell you she saw you dance.
The film does a great job building the tension and suspense, so when the creepy moments happen, it really hits hard and works so well. Tiny little details like Cole seeing his breath to indicate the cold is very cleverly done. M. Night also used the colour red to signify whenever the dead was crossing over with the living. Any scene where there's red in is when there's a ghost around or about to show up. It's subtle, but it's there. The imagery grows slowly but really strongly, and it's so dark and graphic but so good. People can mock Shyamalan all they want, but the dialogue in this film is impeccable and so well thought out. It's all very human but so detailed and really effective at the same time.
You ever feel the prickly things on the back of your neck?
Yes.
And the tiny hairs on your arm, you know, when they stand up?
Yes.
That's them.
You really feel sorry for Cole. The bullies, one of which is the little shitbag who brought us Jurassic Park 3,
Fuck you!
locks him in a cupboard with a ghost and traumatizes him further. It's difficult to watch, but you really sympathize with this character.
If you're not very mad, can I sleep in your bed tonight?
I do find some moments genuinely scary, especially to witness from a child's point of view, in this case Cole, going through such a difficult time. Apparently when Cole says that he sees dead people and we see a close-up of Malcolm's face, producer Frank Marshall was worried that it would give the game away. Luckily it still tricked our asses, but it doesn't excuse how awful the damn thing is. So what exactly is my beef with this twist? Other than the fact that it makes no sense, do you need any more? Okay, so like I said, just because a twist is unpredictable doesn't automatically make it good. I mean, if it turned out that Bruce Willis was actually a secret Mothman Tyrannosaurus insect ninja turtle hybrid from Jerusalem ready to kidnap Egyptian mummies and crossbreed them with swans and kill the elderly on pogo sticks before taking over the world, would that have been a good twist? I mean, you wouldn't have seen it coming. The problem here is, with a twist like this, you need to start writing at the end. You need to begin your screenplay with this twist and write backwards, ensuring that absolutely everything makes sense, making sure that everything is fluent and consistent for that climactic reveal, and this film doesn't have that. M. Night threw together this twist thinking that it was clever without thoroughly thinking it through. Well done, Shyamalan, you tricked us all, but at what cost? You seem to have a knack for making scenes or movies that pretend to say something more than they actually are. Right, let's just go down the list. Okay, so are you telling me that Malcolm got shot and didn't upfront see his wife holding his corpse like in the movie Ghost? Are you telling me that he didn't see her call for an ambulance? Are you telling me that he didn't see her go to the hospital or the morgue? And I know you're all gonna use this as a defense.
They don't see each other. They only see what they want to see.
Well, first of all, how the hell does he know that? He hasn't talked to them. The movie even makes a point to actually have Malcolm say,
They just want help, even the scary ones. I think I might know a way to make them go away.
How?
Listen to them.
Cole refuses at first and he has to be convinced to talk to the ghosts. So how does he know what the fuck they see? But I'll be willing to let that one go. If you want to go by that logic, let's let that one go because it's not the crap he wanted to see. But are you telling me that he has gone a year without talking to a single fucking human being besides Cole and he hasn't noticed that anything's up? He lives with his wife. Oh, a lot of married couples don't communicate. For a year? And hell, they were all loved up when he died. Except for whatever this dance is. She looks more like she has epilepsy than doing a sexy dance. So what, did he think, we were all romantic the other day, and now we haven't talked for no reason ever since I got shot. Maybe something's wrong. Nah. No friends? No family? He's not noticed? Right here, he sat in Cole's house with his mum. Just watch this. What were they doing? Are you telling me Malcolm just sat there in complete silence with her the entire time just waiting? Or that maybe he tried to talk to her, got no response or even acknowledgement of existence, and he didn't even question it? He's working with a child and he hasn't even tried to talk to his fucking mother? In fact, wait a minute. Later that very same scene, Cole's mother leaves them both alone together. Now, this is a very, very long scene, and I'm not insulting the pacing whatsoever. It's paced incredibly well. I'm just saying, well, first of all, she never comes back in during this insanely long sequence, and even then, she doesn't once hear Cole talking to himself. In fact, wait, how come during the entire movie, Cole doesn't see his own breath? He's hanging around Bruce Willis like shit on a blanket. He doesn't see his breath. Oh, I know what you're gonna say.
They get mad. It gets cold.
Okay, well then what about this scene? When Bruce Willis's character is clearly getting agitated and yelling. Why is he not seeing his breath then? There's so much in this that makes no sense. I mean, you should have known something was up right here because a woman actually paid for the bill. Ridiculous. It would have been better if she didn't actually look directly at him. Hang on, he even receives more work. Look, he gets paperwork for a new job. Who's hiring him, Casper? Who's giving him work if he's dead, Bill Murray? All the other ghosts that Cole sees, they bear the wounds they received when they died. So how come Malcolm doesn't have his until after he finds out that he's a fucking ghost? That has nothing to do with what he sees, it's Cole's perception. And Cole sees the blood and guts and wounds on all of them, so why not him? They're also usually in the same clothes that they die in, yet Malcolm is able to change his. In fact, good job, M. Night. Many people had to watch the film a second time to catch all of the hints, and some have said, oh yes, if you notice, Malcolm doesn't actually interact with anything. But yes, he does! Yes, he does! He interacts with his paperwork, he sits down, he interacts with doors, he interacts with pens and paper, his bag, he interacts with his voice recorder in a vital part of the plot. How can he interact with a recorder if he's dead? Up until the twist, this movie is brilliant. I'd recommend checking it out because I think there's still enjoyment factor in there. It's a twist that could have been resolved by going back to the drawing board and just making some rewrites. It's a twist that people seem to think it's intelligent, but if you actually analyze it, it doesn't make a lick of goddamn sense. Regardless, check out the film and hopefully the ending doesn't bother you too much. A Nightmare on Elm Street follows Nancy, played by Heather Langenkamp, a teenage girl whose friends start experiencing the exact same nightmares of a weird, scary fella in a stripy jumper and knives for hands, played by Robert Englund, who they later discovered to be called Freddy Krueger.
Fred Krueger, Mom. Fred Krueger.
No, it's Freddy. Okay, I don't care if your opening title says Fred, I don't care if the characters say Fred, the nursery rhyme says Freddy. Even he says Freddy! Freddy. It's Freddy. Side note, Heather Langenkamp's boyfriend at the time actually came up with the Freddy nursery rhyme.
He used to be a child killer before the parents in the neighbourhood burned him alive. However, now he is back tormenting their children before murdering them in their dreams, in turn butchering them in reality, baffling police before a really weird ending which we'll get onto later.
Oh, for Pete's sakes.
Wes Craven got the idea for the film when he read some newspaper articles in the Los Angeles Times from the 1970s where some Southeast Asian refugees fled to the States to escape the Vietnam War and began suffering disturbing nightmares, thus refusing to sleep, before dying in their unconscious state not long after. Other inspirations were from Craven's own students at Clarkson University who parodied horror movies, actually filming on Elm Street in Potsdam, New York, as well as Craven once spotting an elderly man walking past the window of his home when he was a small child. The man glanced at him before walking away silently. The original concept was for Freddy to be a child molester, but he decided to change it to just a murderer as he didn't want to publicise child molestation cases that were present at the time of production.
And then the remake happened and they said, nah, he's a paedophile now.
How do you believe me?
The name of the character was even based on Wes Craven's school bully, literally named Fred Krueger. The coloured jumper based on DC Comics' Plastic Man, and the specific colours of red and green were due to human retinas supposedly finding these to be the most clashing colours in existence. A lot of the killers at the time were wearing masks: Leatherface, Michael Myers, Jason. I wanted my villain to have a mask, but to be able to talk and taunt and threaten, so I thought of him being burned and scarred. I also felt like the killer should have something other than just a knife, that's too common. So I thought, how about a glove himself with steak knives. Craven also found that most people feared being scratched by animal claws. It wasn't until his cat unsheathed its claws that he got the idea of the infamous glove and began writing the screenplay in 1981 after finishing up Swamp Thing before pitching it to several studios that all rejected it. Weirdly, it was Walt Disney Productions who first showed interest but wanted him to tone down the content to make it suitable for children and preteens, which Wes refused to do.
Freddy Krueger. Suitable for kids.
Some dream, judging from that.
Paramount Pictures then showed interest before passing on it, calling it too similar to Dreamscape, which they were then producing. Eventually, New Line agreed to distribute it and gave it the green light that Wes Craven, who was in deep financial and personal crisis at the time, desperately needed. However, some of the funding fell through, and for 2 weeks the cast and crew worked without being paid, but they were about to seriously cash out on it. This film literally saved the studio from complete bankruptcy. Originally, Craven wanted a stuntman to play the killer, but after trying out a few of them, he realised that he really needed an actor instead. There was speculation that David Warner was lined up to play Freddy before backing out due to scheduling conflicts, but many dispute this, including Warner himself in his own book. I couldn't find an actor to play Freddy Krueger with the sense of ferocity I was seeking. Everyone was too quiet, too compassionate towards children. And then Robert Englund auditioned. He wasn't as tall as I'd hoped and he had baby fat on his face, but he impressed me with his willingness to go to the dark places in his mind. Robert understood Freddy.
Because he was scary, that's why.
For the audition, Englund actually darkened his eyelids with cigarette ash and slicked his hair back. I looked strange. I sat there and I just listened to Wes talk. He was tall and preppy and erudite. I posed a little like Klaus Kinski and that was the audition. To be honest, I only took the part because it was the only project that fit my schedule during the hiatus between the V miniseries and series. For the role of Nancy, Craven wanted someone very non-Hollywood, which Heather Langenkamp fit perfectly, but others considered were Demi Moore, Courtney Cox, Tracy Gold and Jennifer Grey. Johnny Depp, who looks about 12 in this, didn't even audition to be in the film. He was unknown and actually a musician at the time, but his friend Jackie Earle Haley, side note, he'd go on to play Freddy in the remake. Small world.
I think that kid is some kind of lunatic or something.
And Demp went with him for support before landing himself the role of Glenn.
Glenn? What kind of name is that for a girl?
In fact, it was Wes Craven's daughters who selected Depp based on headshots of all the actors he showed them, calling him dreamy. What others considered were Charlie Sheen, who demanded more money, John Cusack, Kiefer Sutherland, C. Thomas Howell, Brad Pitt, and even Nicolas Cage.
That would have been amazing.
Meanwhile,
whatever you do, don't fall asleep.
That's all you have to do!
The ending was originally vastly different. So in the ending we all saw, Nancy brings Freddy back into the real world where she sets him on fire. He then attacks her mother, she knocks him out, and he then vanishes as her mum lowers into the bed of hell.
Trust us.
Before he returns, but Nancy then realises fear gives him power and is no longer afraid of him, which makes him vanish before all of her friends are alive again, but then the car gets taken over by Freddy and the film ends.
Never explained in any of the sequels, by the way, even when Nancy does come back.
That's enough.
Anyway, the original ending was to have Nancy defeat Freddy in the exact same way by not believing in him before waking up to realise that the entire movie was a nightmare. However, the studio wanted a twist ending, so both were shot and we got the dream within a dream within a dream crap, which Craven hated as he never wanted the film to be a continuing franchise and instantly dropped out of the sequel. It does have chilling moments. I mean, this is absolutely mortifying and I firmly believe one of the scariest sequences ever put to film, and just the concept alone is really terrifying. It's scary for a masked killer to come after you with a knife, sure, but for a killer to prey on your basic human need of sleep so you have to fight to stay awake, that's horrifying. There's a scene when Nancy has a bad nightmare, but we don't even see it, just her reactions. That's really cleverly done and plays on your mind, much like most of the film. There's iconic shots where you really root for the heroes to take the bastard down. Despite my issues with some of the screenplay's logic, the characters are really likable and you really want to root for them.
I had a heart on this morning when I woke up, Tina. Had your name written all over it.
There's 4 letters in my name, Rod. How could there be room on your joint for 4 letters?
There's great imagery for films like The Frighteners to completely rip off later, and it really does frighten you at points with the visuals that stick with you forever.
But it makes no sense. I'm sorry, but it's true.
don't be such a smart guy.
Like, people slate the second one for making no sense, which it does, by the way. It's like the Terminator franchise. The first one makes no sense, and the sequels just make it worse and pile even more lack of logic on top. But it's true. A Nightmare on Elm Street Part 1 is completely illogical, makes no sense, but unlike its sequels, this one is entertaining despite how little sense it makes. I mean, firstly, it's later revealed in the sequels that this was actually Freddy Krueger's house.
Why would people who killed Freddy then move into his house?
Why does Nancy carry a crucifix to fend off Freddy?
Mike said, dude, why are you bringing all this crap?
Barney Kruger is not a vampire. Put that stuff back.
This girl Tina hears a voice calling her and decides to follow it on her own in the middle of the night, half naked.
Watch this.
Why did he cut his finger? This was just goofy, like some kid trying to show off. I mean, people bitch that he's silly and goofy in the later sequels, but here he's doing things like this.
Hey, Nancy. No running in the hallway.
Yeah, he was so goofy and silly in the sequels. Here, he was serious.
Oh no, it's the guys from Halloween 3. I will not let them mess up this franchise as well.
Oh, what's that?
Intense, huh?
Why would he bring that? He didn't know about their dreams, so he wouldn't know that it would scare them. It's just forced foreshadowing. Why is Freddy stretching his arms? Not only is it completely pointless, but it's not scary. It looks more goofy than anything. So Freddy kills their friend Tina, and her boyfriend Rod is obviously framed, despite telling everyone that he's innocent. Now Nancy knows Freddy is real at this point and knows the dreams are coming true, and yet she still disputes his story. It makes no sense.
What, Mother? Don't fall asleep in there. You could drown, you know.
Okay, I've fallen asleep in the bath several times and never once have I drowned. And surely you just get a little bit under the water and then that would wake you up. This whole myth is stupid. Or that happens.
Glenn? Are you still watching?
Yeah, so?
I'm just checking.
Wait, so she can talk in her dream and he can respond without waking her up and they can communicate. That she can sleep talk. But then how come that doesn't happen anywhere else in the entire movie? Several other times when they're sleeping and dreaming that they talk and scream and no one is able to communicate with them.
Wait, so Nancy is having the same dream as Rod? How is she seeing this? Wait, if she could just set her alarm, why is Johnny Depp even there watching her and keeping guard? Oh, and she was clearly holding Freddy here, so why wasn't he brought back into the real world with her? There's a part where Nancy has her nightmares monitored and somehow brings Freddy's hat into the real world, and her mum still doesn't believe her stories. There's literally no other way for her to have had this hat, and she still refuses to believe her. Booby traps. Seriously, you're gonna trap one of the most iconic serial killers in horror history by going Kevin McAllister on him? Why the hell would you keep the knives of a child murderer, you weird woman?
Glenn?
Wait, Freddy calls her up? But she's awake! No, it's later revealed she's awake. So, what?
And then he calls back and his tongue comes out of the phone while she's awake. And when he kills Johnny Depp in the most famous scene, Nancy can see it somehow.
Also, this is the original cut of his death. Try not to laugh. I wonder why they changed it.
And break the door down in exactly 20 minutes. Dumb enough for me to fall asleep and find him.
She can fall asleep in 20 minutes. Lucky bitch.
Also, 20 minutes. Yet she goes to talk to her mum, strings up all these booby traps, and then goes to sleep all within 20 minutes.
I'm gonna say no.
What the hell did that, Lieutenant?
I don't know. What's the coroner got to say? He's in the jaw and puking since he saw it.
Since when do coroners visit the crime scene right away?
Alright, now why didn't that wake her up? I mean, earlier she puts her arm on a boiling hot pipe which scalds her for realsies and wakes her up, so how come jumping off of a balcony doesn't do it? When she brings him into reality, she doesn't spot him for a while, and is he just waiting, hiding under a bed like a sissy? And then Freddy just looks like a complete joke. Forget part 6, this has Freddy get hit by a cartoon hammer, fall over a balcony, and even down the stairs like a bitch.
It's too late, Kruger. I know the secret now. This is just a dream.
What was? The whole movie? The last third act? I mean, she's awake now and he just vanishes and... I mean, this speech is awesome and everything.
I want my mother and friend again.
What?
I take back every bit of energy I gave you. You're nothing.
But it just doesn't add up. What was a dream? Because she's awake. And then we get the bullshit car thing that makes even less sense. This is one of the most entertaining films that makes no sense whatsoever. And I also have issues with the acting. Just let go of the fact that this is one of the greatest horrors ever. The acting is pretty bad.
Hey, up yours with a twirling lawnmower.
I'm gonna punch out your ugly lights, whoever you are.
Glenn was just leaving.
You see his face? You see his face?
Rod is not a lunatic, Dad. How can you say I don't take her death seriously?
Don't look at me like I'm some fucking fruitcake or something.
What if they meet a monster in their dreams? Then what?
Yeah, you definitely sound threatened. Damn, I'm screwed.
Please, God.
Even that sounds unconvincing. And as scary as this scene is... Acting! Seriously, here he looks like he's about to laugh.
Tina!
Who did this?
Tina!
I'll kill you!
Who's acting? I'll beat you! How Nancy looks like she's on the verge of laughter as well. These are sick people. FYI, the actor who played Rod suffered severe depression during filming and often snorted heroin in between scenes. For this one, he was actually off his head on drugs, but Heather just believed he was that good an actor and was blown away by his performance. Apparently heroin makes you a really good actor. I'm gonna go get some.
Did you have any weird dreams last night?
Yeah, I dreamt the director of Pee-wee was going to dress me up in all sorts of gothic costumes.
And if he gets me, I'm pretty sure you're next.
Me? Why would anybody want to kill me?
They saw Charlie in the chocolate factory?
Also, I love how he doesn't even question why anyone would want to kill Nancy. They want to kill you. Yeah, I understand. That's perfectly understandable. But why would they want to kill me?
I grabbed the guy in my dream. You see me struggling, so you wake me up. We both come out, you whack the fucker, and we got him.
Are you crazy? Hit him with what?
You're Oscar. Oh, wait.
But at other times, it can be really good. This looks amazing, by the way. It makes no sense, but the entertainment value by far outweighs the lack of logic, and that's what movies are all about anyway. It may be silly and nonsensical, but it's scary, it has likable characters, it tells a decent story, and I'd recommend A Nightmare on Elm Street.
Seven is a psychological thriller about a serial killer named John Doe who believes he is doing the Lord's work by murdering those guilty of the 7 deadly sins, while soon-to-retire Detective Somerset, played by Morgan Freeman, and his partner Mills, played by Brad Pitt, try desperately to solve the case. The movie came to life when screenwriter Andrew Kevin Walker was living in New York City. He hated the experience but admitted that if it wasn't for that, he probably would not have written this film. It was offered to Guillermo del Toro to direct, but he turned it down, finding the subject matter far too dark. You have seen your movies, right?
I don't follow.
There's a famous twist at the end that was actually rejected by the studio, so it had to be rewritten to be more traditional and, you know, boring. But when David Fincher was approached to direct, he was accidentally sent the original ending instead, and he agreed to do the job. Now this was quite the achievement, because Fincher had an awful experience making Alien 3 years prior and actually said, "I thought I'd rather die of colon cancer than do another movie."
Who gives a fuck?
Once Brad Pitt was signed on to star, he actually refused to do the film if they changed the ending. So the studio agreed that they would only keep it if Fincher stayed as director. The likes of Denzel Washington, Nicolas Cage, Kevin Costner, Christina Applegate, Gene Hackman, Robert Duvall, Val Kilmer, Sylvester Stallone and Al Pacino all turned down roles in the film. Denzel and Stallone in particular both regretted it, and it's easy to see why. The movie was a massive success and critically acclaimed the world over, before unintentionally inspiring a much gorier, less loved franchise years later.
I understand that.
The movie does have a very cool cinematic style. It's dark and gloomy with a bluey-green tint to it, and it fits the tone of the film. The cast pointed out that it isn't until the serial killer is actually revealed when the sun finally comes out, but David Fincher admitted this was just a mistake, and if he could have found a way to completely coat the climax scene with rain, he would have done so. Seriously, the entire movie is in rain. It looks like it was filmed in the UK. It's quite unique to have this style of cinematography, even when they're discussing a crime scene. And the musical score by Howard Shore, who is always amazing, really complements it well. It's such a creepy film. It even works for the chase scenes. The music is great and it just remains consistently chilling for the entire movie with really creative camera movements. It's brilliant. Sometimes it is a little tricky to see what's going on, but it doesn't happen too often for it to be overwhelmingly distracting. But hey, it turns out the first murder scene takes place in Eminem's house, that's nice. Brad Pitt and Morgan Freeman do have great chemistry together, and this movie has an amazing talent for somehow making Brad Pitt look like a complete loser. For the most part, it looks like Morgan Freeman is just a cool guy and he's just having to drag along his annoying little brother the entire time.
You've seen my files, right? You've seen the things I've done.
Nope.
Hey man, you know, I'm right here. You can say that shit to my face, Captain.
It's too soon for you.
Captain, if we could just talk in private. Obviously, this isn't working. It's a personal thing. Maybe it'd be better.
Shut up, Mills.
The idea of the killer is pretty cool. He's not just a murderer, but he takes great pleasure in it.
You want somebody dead, you drive by and shoot him. You don't risk the time it takes to do this.
We later find out that he believes he's doing it in the Lord's name, but clearly he's having a blast. He tortures these guys for quite a while. It also turns out that Brad Pitt is married to Gwyneth Paltrow. Damn, they're going to have some great looking kids. Imagine their genes. Anyway, she decides to randomly call up Somerset and invite him to dinner. Never met him before, but sure, why not? And tell me this doesn't look like she's trying to seduce the poor man.
Why aren't you married, William?
Dude, your husband is right there! Control yourself, woman! I'll give the film this. It's very good at keeping you guessing. It tricked my ass. To me, it looked an awful lot like they were building up to one of them dying. Probably Somerset.
You ever take a bullet?
Never in my 34 years.
Riding in that ambulance. Well, he died right there. You know...
Yeah.
Then Paltrow randomly calls him at night to meet up without her husband's knowledge. Yeah, pretty sure this violates the bro code. But she lets him know that she is pregnant but is scared as she's unhappy in her marriage and current living situation. Basically, Brad Pitt forced them to relocate, and this is actually never explained why. We don't know why she's unhappy. We don't know why they moved there. We assume she's unhappy in the marriage. She just says she hates the city. And she decides to tell all of this to a complete stranger and not her husband.
All right. I'm confused.
I mean, I'd understand if Brad Pitt was portrayed as a douchebag. I guess he kind of is at the start, but that's it. Why exactly can't she talk to him? But then she vanishes into the abyss except for one tiny scene right before the climax, so it's pretty obvious that she is going to die. Sorry, movie. You are almost unpredictable. Although I expected it to be the sin of lust, and it isn't, but shut up, it still counts.
That is ridiculous to the point of being offensive.
They even find one of the victims is still alive after being tied down and tortured for an entire year. Jesus Christ, it's demented. And I love it. It's an interesting angle because the victim was also a criminal, but where exactly do you draw the line? Did he deserve this much abuse and pain? It's a nice way to take it and make you think. And hey, credit to them for having a weird sex death scene and still taking it seriously. The actors deserve all the awards for being able to deliver lines like this with a straight face.
He put that thing on me. And he made me wear it.
And then the John Doe hands himself in, and it's Kevin Spacey. Yeah, this aged well. They actually decided to do no publicity for Spacey being in the film. He wasn't announced beforehand, he's not in the opening credits, so it is a nice surprise. Unless you're under the age of 16. Although if you pay attention and pause, he does actually appear earlier on in the movie. Look, there he is!
I'd like to speak to my lawyer, please.
As long as it's not Amber Heard's, I'm sure you'll be fine. And it goes without saying, Kevin Spacey plays creepy really well. He nails this role.
Wanting people to listen, you can't just tap them on the shoulder anymore. You have to hit them with a sledgehammer. And then you'll notice you've got their strict attention. Allowing 5 innocent people to die until you felt like springing your trap? Tell me, what was the indisputable evidence you were going to use on me right before I walked up to you and put my hands in the air? John. So, I took a souvenir. Her pretty head.
And after him, I picked the lawyer, and you both must have secretly been thanking me for that one. This is a man who dedicated his life to making money by lying.
I mean, one was just fat. You're really comparing him to murderers and rapists? In fact, how do you even know about him? You make it pretty clear that he never left the house.
If you were chosen, that is, by a higher power, if your hand was forced, it seems strange to me that you would get such enjoyment out of it. You enjoyed torturing those people. This doesn't seem in keeping with martyrdom, does it?
I doubt I enjoyed it any more than Detective Mills would enjoy time alone with me in a room without windows.
He's too old for you, Kev. Admittedly, Spacey is also quite funny.
What do you got?
Dead dog.
I didn't do that.
And so is Brad Pitt.
Do you know that you're insane? Maybe you're just sitting around reading Guns and Ammo, masturbating in your own feces. Do you just stop and go, wow, it is amazing how fucking crazy I really am?
Sometimes.
You're no messiah. You're a movie of the week. You're a fucking t-shirt at best.
Oh, burn. So Spacey claims there are 2 more bodies, but he'll only take our heroes there on a condition that he'll plead guilty. The movie does a great job keeping you guessing. You have no idea where the hell it's gonna go, except that Gwyneth Paltrow is going to die. It has one of the best third acts I have ever seen. It is so well paced you'll be on the edge of your seat to find out what the hell happens. David Arquette's brother, no, it's really him, look it up, shows up to deliver a package, and they call in the bomb squad, but Somerset, for some reason, decides to open it. And what a shock, it's Gwyneth Paltrow's head. This whole sequence is amazing. The acting, the direction. Spacey isn't afraid to die and antagonizes him. It's phenomenal. Somerset begs Mills to kill him, but he eventually does it anyway, making Spacey the 7th sin, which admittedly I didn't see coming. Originally, Morgan Freeman wanted him to step in and kill him for his partner to spare him taking a life as he's young, but it was changed as he'd need to avenge his wife. But honestly, I think I prefer Freeman's way a lot more. I just think it makes Brad Pitt look a lot better, and Freeman's job as a cop is pretty much done. I would have liked to see him do it for him instead. The movie is incredible. David Fincher really shines here. There's never a dull moment. Even the opening credits are some of the best opening credits I have ever seen. The acting performances are perfect, the writing is on point, there's so many twists and turns you'll get whiplash, and 7 is most definitely one to be added to your watch list.
You know, horror movies really do get a bad rep. They're often constantly stereotyped with all of the bad cliches and horror movie tropes that we've seen over and over again and have really grown to hate over the years. Why not take a look at the movie that pretty much created all of those? John Carpenter's Halloween, released on October 25th, 1978, literally begins with our killer, 6-year-old Michael Myers, inexplicably grabbing a kitchen knife, going upstairs just after his older sister Judith has had the world's fastest quickie. No, like, they go upstairs, 20 seconds later he comes back down and just leaves. Michael then butchers his sister before returning downstairs to his parents, who just conveniently returned home, and realistically just stare at the 6-year-old son covered in blood holding a knife instead of, you know, hey you little shit, what have you done? Is your sister okay? We then skip 15 years later when Michael's psychiatrist, Dr. Loomis, played by the late great Donald Pleasance, is mortified to discover Myers has escaped from the sanitarium he's been imprisoned in for a decade and a half. Figuring he'll return, Loomis heads back to Michael's hometown of Haddonfield, Illinois, where we get several suspenseful teasers of the killer stalking teenage virgin babysitter cliché Laurie Strode, played by movie debuting Jamie Lee Curtis. You know the drill, he kills off her mates in the process until the virgin survives and Loomis shoots his ass to death before he escapes for a cliffhanger ending. After John Carpenter's previous work, film producer Erwin Yablans and financer Mustafa Akkad contacted him to direct a movie about a psychotic killer that stalks babysitters. Yablans stated, "I was thinking what would make sense in the horror genre, and I wanted to make a picture that had the same impact as The Exorcist." Carpenter and his girlfriend at the time, Deborah Hill, wrote a story originally titled The Babysitter Murders, but Yablans suggested setting it on Halloween night, hence the title change. Mustafa Akkad put up $300,000 to the budget, which was actually really low at the time. Akkad was quite fearful about the project too, but claimed 2 things made me decide to go for it. 1, Carpenter told me the story verbally and in a suspenseful way, almost frame for frame. 2nd, he told me he didn't want to take any fees for it, and that showed that he had confidence in the project. Carpenter only received $10,000 for the picture, which he directed, wrote, and composed the score for, and retained only 10% of the movie's profits. Mustafa Akkad was actually very disinterested in the movie and only went along with it because of the enthusiasm of the director. However, once it became a box office success, he went on to be a part of every single sequel of the franchise before passing away in 2005. The script took approximately 3 weeks to write, and Carpenter based a lot of it around the Celtic traditions of Samhain. This wasn't mentioned until the sequel, but Deborah Hill claimed the idea was that you couldn't kill evil, and that was how we came about the story. We went back to the old idea of Samhain, that Halloween was the night where all the souls are let out to wreak havoc on the living, and then came up with a story about the most evil kid who's ever lived. And when John came up with this fable of a town with a dark secret of someone who once lived there, and now that evil has came back, that's what made Halloween work. Their goal was to treat the movie as a radio play, with a scare only happening every 10 minutes. Hill wrote most of the female dialogue, while Carpenter drafted Donald Pleasance's famous speeches about Myers. Many of the script elements were based on their adolescence and early careers. Haddonfield, Illinois doesn't actually exist, but it was based on Hill's hometown of Haddonfield, New Jersey. Laurie Strode was the name of Carpenter's first girlfriend. Laurie's crush is called Ben Tramer, named after an old college friend of Carpenter's called Bennett Tramer. Michael Myers was the name of, no, not that one, an English producer. The director also pays tribute many times to Alfred Hitchcock throughout the film. One of the kids Laurie babysits is called Tommy Doyle, named after Lieutenant Detective Thomas Doyle from Rear Window. Dr. Loomis was named after Sam Loomis in Psycho, and Sheriff Lee Brackett is the same name of a Hollywood screenwriter. Due to the budget, Carpenter struggled to get many big names involved. Donald Pleasance was paid the most, but it was just $20,000. Curtis was $8,000, and Nick Castle, who played the adult Michael Myers, earned only $25 a day. Peter Cushing and Christopher Lee were both offered the role of Dr. Loomis, but both declined because of the low pay. Christopher Lee later claimed it was the biggest mistake of his entire career. Donald Pleasance was Carpenter's third choice and accepted. American audiences already familiar with him from the James Bond movie You Only Live Twice. He claimed he only took the role because his daughter, who was a musician, loved the score for Carpenter's previous film Assault on Precinct 13. Others considered for the part included Peter O'Toole, Mel Brooks, Stephen Hill, Walter Matthau, Jerry Van Dyke, Lawrence Tierney, Kirk Douglas, John Belushi, Lloyd Bridges, Abe Vigoda, Chris Christopherson, Sterling Hayden, David Carradine, Dennis Hopper, Charles Napier, Yul Brynner, and Edward Bunker. Originally, the character was even supposed to have a phone call interaction with his wife. Donald Pleasance refused to do it, stating the character should remain mysterious and not have a family or a past. Carpenter confessed that Jamie Lee Curtis was not his first choice for Laurie, stating, "I had no idea who she was. She was 19 and in a TV show at the time, but I didn't watch TV." He originally wanted Anne Lockhart, the daughter of June from Lassie. However, she had commitments to other projects. It wasn't until Deborah Hill and John Carpenter learned that Jamie Lee Curtis was the daughter of Janet Leigh from that brilliant Hitchcock movie. Hill stated, "I knew casting Jamie would be great publicity for the film because her mother was in Psycho. PJ Soles was also picked up after her work in Carrie. She was dating Dennis Quaid at the time, so the writers wanted to get him to play her boyfriend in the movie, but he was preoccupied with other projects and couldn't commit." He also cast Nick Castle as Michael, who was a good friend of Carpenter's at the time. Castle soon, however, converted to directing and ended up making The Last Starfighter, The Boy Who Could Fly, Dennis the Menace, and Major Payne. Michael Myers made Dennis the Menace. Actually, that does make sense when you really think about it. You think that's bad? Will Sandon, who played the 6-year-old Michael Myers, ended up becoming a police officer in Los Angeles. Way to turn your life at killing around, Michael. Good for you. Due to the obscenely low budget, the wardrobe and props were made as cheaply as possible. The famous Michael Myers mask was a Captain Kirk model that cost $1.98. Production designer Tommy Lee Wallace simply widened the eye holes, removed the sideburns and eyebrows, and spray painted it white. John Carpenter claimed the mask had the pale features of a human face and it truly was spooky looking. He continued to say, "I can only imagine the result if they hadn't painted the mask white. Children will be checking their closet for William Shatner." Other masks that were considered included Richard Nixon, Spock, and even Emmett Kelly. Doesn't really have the same impact. Deborah Hill stated the idea was to make the killer almost humorless, faceless, this sort of pale visage that could resemble a human or not. Many of the actors simply wore their own clothes, and Jamie Lee Curtis purchased her outfit at JCPenney for less than $100. The movie was originally supposed to take place over the course of several days, but the Halloween concept really helped the budget, cutting down on costume and location changes. Furthermore, many of the trick-or-treaters were actual locals and not really actors. Upon release, Halloween did poorly at first. The movie had little advertising and mostly relied on word of mouth, most critics seeming uninterested or dismissive. Many critics who were originally dismissive suddenly praised and were impressed by John Carpenter's choice of camera angles and simple music, and surprised by the lack of blood, gore, and graphic violence. Many critics blamed the movie specifically for spawning the slasher subgenre, which they felt had descended into sadism and misogyny. Decades after its release, Mick Martin and Marsha Porter ripped apart the film's first-person camera shots that previous critics had praised and many other directors utilized, such as Friday the 13th. Their problem was that it encouraged audiences to identify more with the killer, with the way the camera would move in on the screaming or the weapon or the pain. Amazingly, many feminist critics have ridiculed the movie for its sexism and for catering towards the male demographic. Aviva Briefel actually claims when Michael's face is temporarily revealed, it was supposed to give pleasure to the male viewers. She claims these moments are so masochistic in nature and give pleasure to men because they are willingly submitting themselves to the women in the film. They submit themselves temporarily because it will make their return to authority even more powerful. You hear that, guys? Michael Myers' face gives you pleasure. I mean, talk about clutching at straws. There's even feminist theories that Carpenter and Hill deliberately killed off anyone who had the nookie to show that promiscuous sex is wrong and the virgin survives but only by pure luck because she's a female. Did they even watch the same movie I did? Carpenter's actually responded to this and claimed that it was never intentional. He stated the teenagers who had sex died only because they were too preoccupied trying to get laid to notice a killer on the loose. Laurie survived because she was alone that night and therefore that more alert. He also explained that she is a virgin and therefore more sexually frustrated. She stabs Michael frequently to take out all of her stress and frustration, and it's supposed to be phallic imagery. I never once noticed that, so thanks John for ruining Halloween for me. Over the years, fans would actually tell John Carpenter that they were horrified at the disfigured face of Michael Myers when his mask is temporarily removed. However, it was just the actor's normal face. Carpenter stated this is evidence of the power of suggestion. The audience saw a monster on the screen and naturally assumed he was a monster underneath the mask, seeing a disfigured face that wasn't there. It's kind of mean though, thinking the actor's normal face is horrifying. The movie had a budget of just $300,000 and went on to gross $47 million in the United States, making it, at the time, the most successful independent movie ever made. Although admittedly the film hasn't aged particularly well, I do still consider it one of the greatest of all time. It popularized the slasher film genre and is responsible for so many other classics. It didn't rely on cheap scares or gore, just a genuinely eerie and chilling story. You can call it cliche, but this film kind of invented the tropes before they were tropes. If not for this film, we wouldn't get Friday the 13th or Nightmare on Elm Street. Or When a Stranger Calls, but that was an unfortunate mistake. It has been compared to other slasher films before it, such as the Texas Chainsaw Massacre and Black Christmas, but there's actually a reason for the latter. Halloween was originally intended to be a sequel. Carpenter loved Black Christmas so much he wanted to make a second film for it, and even gained permission from the director himself. However, as writing continued, it became a completely separate movie altogether. The film, like all movies, has problems no doubt. Obviously nowadays, the horror genre tends to add overly done special effects or gore, so to today's standards, this film you'd probably grow bored with the suspense and storytelling. However, the final act when Myers chases Laurie is absolutely terrifying. Before release, Carpenter showed this sequence to a critic and she laughed at how unscary it was. It originally had no music whatsoever. Because of this reaction, John quickly threw together the amazing score, and the same critic suddenly found it horrifying. The musical score is incredible, and Carpenter composed it in just 4 days. It's one of my favorite scores of all time and really adds to the tension of the picture. The first-person POV shots really help you get involved in the action, even if Myers was surgically transplanted with a grown woman's arm at such a young age. Poor guy. There's long shots like this that really help build the suspense well. If I were to find faults, it would mostly be the acting performances. Annie, played by Nancy Kyes, is dreadful, and I mean dreadful, which serves a problem as she's in the majority of the movie.
I hate a guy with a car and no sense of humor.
My dad!
What would you say if I told you that you were going to the homecoming dance tomorrow night?
Jamie Lee Curtis was actually positive that she was going to lose her job. After her first day of shooting, she hated her own performance and thought that she was terrible. John Carpenter phoned her up and she was sure that she was about to be fired. Instead, he congratulated her on doing such a good job. It's ironic because Curtis herself has admitted, "I loathe horror movies. I don't like to be surprised." She's great throughout the film. The movie was also shot out of sequence, and Carpenter created a fear meter in order to help Curtis understand how hysterical she'd need to be. Some days she'd be at a 4, but that night could be a 9, a clever way to keep his actors in character. The kids give bad performances also, but they're not in the film too much to phase it a great deal. I've heard some state that the movie should have introduced Michael Myers even slower than they did. Like, not even show him until the climax. Show him in stages behind his back, which they do, but not do the big reveal until the final act. The movie shows him at the 15-minute mark. I can understand this argument, and I can see where it's coming from, but I feel like the movie does a brilliant job playing on the paranoia angle. Laurie feels like she's being followed, but it's Halloween, people are in costumes, and us, the viewer, knowing otherwise, it just adds to the suspense. I feel like they did a good job building it, and one thing I'll always credit the movie majorly for is the pacing. Carpenter's whole intent for the Michael Myers character was to make him so nobody could ever relate to him. In the script and the credits, he's always referred to as the Shape. This is a reference to the Salem witch trials, which used the term to describe specters of the accused doing mischief or harming another person. Carpenter based the Myers character on an experience he had in college when he had a tour of a psychiatric hospital. He met a child who just stared at him with a look of evil, and it really terrified him. Little did he know that that kid would end up growing up to be film brain. He also took inspiration for Myers from 1973's Westworld, in which there's a robotic assassin character. A robotic assassin Michael Myers. Make that happen, Hollywood, please. How come not once do any kids come trick-or-treating at any of the houses Michael is visiting? Like, it's Halloween. No one comes by, not once. The credits claim Michael is 23 years old. He killed Judith when he was 6. 15 years passed. 15 plus 6 is 21. But you know, let's just check the sequel just to make sure.
Michael Myers is 21.
Yep, I was right. Why would anyone stop having sex to answer the phone? Seriously, I don't give a shit if there's a thunderstorm or an earthquake all happening and everyone on the street is being drowned while raccoons are attacking. The apocalypse is starting. I need to ejaculate first. The tombstone of Michael's sister claims that she was 16 years old when she died, yet everyone says that she was 17. Does John Carpenter just struggle with maths or something?
And that's why he's in retard math.
There's no way Michael could transport this goddamn gravestone across town without anybody noticing. For the longest time, people criticized the film for Michael somehow knowing how to drive despite being locked up for 15 years. To be fair, the movie itself acknowledges it.
Sam Haddonfield is 150 miles away from here. Now, for God's sakes, he can't drive a car. He was doing very well last night. Maybe someone around here gave him lessons.
But Carpenter has actually debunked this, simply explaining that for 15 years, Michael would have been sat in the back seat watching Loomis drive them around. Serial killers are known to be highly intelligent. It's pretty feasible that he could have simply watched and monitored Loomis operating the car. No one questions how his niece knows how to drive in part 6, and there's no explanation there. Also, I find it ridiculously difficult to believe that his doctor of 15 years doesn't know Laurie Strode is his sister. We don't find this out until the sequel, but he's been his shrink since the first murder, and no one kept him informed. The movie kills a dog. Why? Why do that? Just stick to the humans. Humans suck. Don't kill a dog. This knife would not be able to reach all the way through his body, let alone sustain his entire weight. But who gives a shit? That shot looks awesome. However, it features this stupid line.
Well, kiddo, I thought you outgrew superstition.
What does that even mean? Even John Carpenter himself has admitted on the audio commentary of the film that Deborah Hill wrote this line, and even he doesn't know what it means. Sort your shit out, Deborah. Regardless of its issues, the film plays with your mind and utilizes the subtle storytelling and tension-building style impeccably well. Carpenter utilizes the background of shots as the main focus, which really separates him from other filmmakers, and it really works and draws you in further, building the suspense so well. Set your mindset to the time it came out and you will enjoy it a lot more. In my mind, one of the greatest horror thrillers of all time, and better than most who imitated its style.
Cute, Bob, real cute.
On November 3rd, 1976, a feature film called Carrie was released based on the novel of the same name by Stephen King. Ah, Stephen King. A very bizarre mind, and one of which I will be visiting again later on down this list. The story follows a young girl called Casey.
It's Carrie White.
Who is heavily bullied amongst her peers at school. Now, I mean the worst case of bullying of all time. To the point everybody hates this girl. From generic bullies to teachers to her own religious mother. Her mum has taught her Jack and shit, and Jack left town to visit a fairground whilst banging your grandma, causing Casey to freak out in the school showers when she hits her first red river. The girls then abuse her and throw tampons at her. I did originally ridicule this for how silly and over the top and unrealistic it is. But my best friend, who's a female, has confirmed that the women's locker room is actually a very sick and dangerous place. This scene is apparently very believable and very realistic. Wow. Her mother preaches fake quotes from the Bible and claims a red river is a sign of sin. So she's never had one?
They're all mistakes, children. Filthy, nasty things. Glad I never was one.
The main bully is a bitch queen called Chris, but amongst her clan of evil tampon monsters is a girl called Sue who starts to feel bad and sympathise with Casey.
It's Carrie.
So much so, she asks her boyfriend to take her to the prom instead, as she deserves a night of pure happiness. Her mum tries to disallow her this because boys are evil. So how was she even conceived? It doesn't make much. And her mum later reveals that she was raped. Oh. Moving on. But Casey...
It's Carrie!
reveals that she has telekinetic powers and takes charge. Meanwhile, Chris no-shows detention and gets suspended and banned from the prom despite her lawyer father's best efforts to get it overturned. Hell-bent on revenge, however, Chris now has other plans for prom and along with John Travolta here, slaughters some pigs. Did they mention they're evil? Ooh. They dump a bucket of blood on her, humiliating the poor girl before she goes crazy apeshit.
Trust me, Carrie. You can trust me. Trust me, Carrie. You can
stop making fun of me.
He then returns home, consoles her mother who then tries to kill her before she suddenly remembers that she has superhuman powers and literally crucifies her. Casey
Carrie?
Then suddenly and cleverly and metaphorically sends her house crumbling to the ground. Sue visits her grave before they decide to inspire Friday the 13th just a few years later with a fake-out cliffhanger dream ending that they can completely rip off. The very first novel to be published from the genius author with a boner for his home state of Maine was Carrie, released in 1974. It was his first published, but his fourth written. He was actually so broke, he wrote this book whilst he was working in a $1.60 an hour job in an industrial laundrette and living in a trailer using a portable typewriter. It started as a short story, and he originally threw the first 3 pages in the garbage. King claimed at the time, "Some woman said, you write all those macho things, but you can't write about women." I said, "I'm not scared of women. I could write about them if I wanted to." So I got an idea for a story about this incident in a girl's shower room, and the girl would be telekinetic. I did the shower scene, but I hated it and threw it away. His wife Tabitha actually got the pages out of the garbage and encouraged him to continue, which he did. King admitted he only persisted because he had no better ideas at the time. He actually thought that he had written the world's all-time loser. Little did he know that Shia LaBeouf wouldn't actually be born for another 12 years. He wasn't even sure if he should publish the book in the first place. It felt like out of all of his manuscripts it was the least marketable. He literally finished the novel and then put it on the shelf before beginning work on Salem's Lot. However, after the success of The Exorcist and Rosemary's Baby in previous years, he decided to go for it and send Carrie away for publishing. He received a telegram in March or April 1973 offering publication, and he immediately bought a new car. On May the 13th, 1973, Mother's Day, New American Library bought the paperback rights for $400,000. The hardback sold a mere 13,000 copies, but the paperback released a year later sold 1 million in just its first 12 months alone. King was offered a tiny $2,500 for the film rights. A friend of his passed the novel on to director Brian De Palma, who loved the story and wanted to find out more. Upon research, he discovered that nobody had actually purchased the rights to the book yet. Several studios were considering it, but nothing was concrete. De Palma showed great interest, but nothing will happen for a further 6 months or so. Stephen King was very happy about the choice of De Palma, however, as he loved his 1972 picture Sisters. Lawrence D. Cohen was brought on as the screenwriter and, with his first draft, produced a script very close to the novel's original material. United Artists accepted his second draft, but only with a $1.6 million budget, which was actually quite low, considering this was around the time when horror movies were becoming a huge thing, and the book itself was quite popular as well. The budget did increase, but only to a slightly more $1.8 million. Art director Jack Fisk was working on the movie, and he convinced De Palma to let his wife Sissy Spacek audition for the lead role. The director's first choice was Betsy Slade, based on her film Our Time, and Melanie Griffith was also considered, but Spacek was so determined to land the part, she backed out of a TV commercial she was due to shoot, rubbed Vaseline in her hair, didn't wash her face, and arrived in a sailor dress with the hem cut off that her mother had made for her in the 7th grade. This got her the part. Amy Irving, who played Sue, was lucky enough, or unlucky enough, depending on how you look at it, to be cast alongside her real-life mother Priscilla Pointer as, here's a stretch, mother and daughter. Nancy Allen, who played Chris, was the last to audition just as she was on the verge of leaving the land of Hollywood altogether. She would end up marrying director Brian De Palma. Isidore Mankowski was brought on as the director of photography, but drama began between him and De Palma, that rhymed, leading to Mario Tosi taking his place. Weirdly enough, the school that they used to shoot in, the land that it was built on, was originally owned by a couple called Debbie Reynolds and Eddie Fisher. Ryan Reynolds' parents? No, Carrie Fisher's parents. There was originally an opening and closing sequence of the house being bombarded with stones hailed from the sky. However, there were constant mechanical problems and they had to cut it out, replacing it with a fire at the end instead. The closing scene that, Friday the 13th clearly stole, was actually inspired by Deliverance, and it was shot backwards to make it more dreamlike. Now, Sissy Spacek had insisted on it being her real hand coming out from below. De Palma wanted to use a stunt person because it would have literally involved burying her underground. Sissy didn't care, so she was actually buried alive for that sequence and did so without any complaints. The film was very well received and widely considered one of the best movies out in 1976. Stephen King himself loved the movie upon release. The film changed the ending to the book dramatically, but King admitted that he actually preferred the movie's ending to his own. But then he gets pissed off when the movies change the details from the book. In fact, he also went on to say the entire movie is much better than his novel. The first one is a classic and focuses on being a lot more subtle, which I'll always respect more. Sissy Spacek was the best interpretation of the character in my mind. Although she's cute and innocent, seriously, she's freaking adorable. You can buy her in this role as a shy, bullied loner. Although it's true that they didn't dive into the bullying aspect of the plot as much as the 2013 version, that's exactly why it's more effective. I'm just gonna be honest with you. I was bullied every day at school, and it was a difficult period of my life. From nursery up to when I left education, I was heavily picked on. I tried to kill myself when I was 13 years old. That's how bad it was, but of course I put on a smile and nobody knew just how difficult it was for me. I even confronted some of the bullies years later, and they have said that they didn't mean anything by it and didn't think of it as that much of a big deal. My point is, although the film is based on her, with the exception of the sequences with her abusive mother, it's mostly told from the point of view of the school, the bullies, the teachers. We see the shower incident, but we don't see how truly psychologically scarred this girl really is. That's what bullying is all about. They don't actually see how much they're hurting her. Sissy Spacek SpaceX performance carries, no pun intended, this movie with her subtlety alone, and it's incredibly well done. The 2013 version shoved it down our throats that she was bullied to the point it was laughable. It was a constant reminder, whereas here in 1976 it was kept simple and therefore that much more shocking, heartbreaking and impactful when she snaps at the end. It's done incredibly well, and yes, in my opinion, the story is told much more cleverly because of this approach. It's a weird one because the original film had Chris the bully be absolutely sadistic and evil. She really hated the poor girl with very little reason and was hell-bent on revenge. In 2002, it was actually her boyfriend manipulating the situation. Chris just goes along with it out of fear, but you can tell that she doesn't want to do it. She actually feels bad, and it's a weird take on the character, but it's quite refreshing rather than just having her be this cold-blooded bitch queen. The teacher, Miss Desjardins, though her name changed in the first movie for some reason, is a strange character that often grows difficult to like. Even when she's seemingly the only person other than Sue to stick up for Casey, Carrie, she then has random bitch moments where she too insults her.
I knew how they felt. See, the whole thing just made me want to take her and shake her too.
Stick to the slow songs. She'll look stupid dancing to anything fast.
When you show up to prom with Carrie White on your arm, don't you think you're gonna look the tiniest bit ridiculous?
Bitch. Carrie's mother was always a batshit insane psychopath, and I believe that nobody captures it quite like Piper Laurie in 1976. Piper Laurie is incredibly deranged. It's like if Miss Trunchbull had a daughter. Although this came out first, so maybe she's Miss Trunchbull's mum? It's weird because Piper Laurie was convinced that she was starring in a dark comedy. She found her lines and the direction she was given to be so over the top and ridiculous that to this day she is convinced it's still a dark comedy. I felt like it really worked, and she's one of my favourite villains of all time. The principal was a minor role, but none can top the O2 version. I mean, don't get me wrong, he's a massive bollock face, no doubt. He purposely mispronounces her name constantly throughout just to be a prick. Now, there's only really two more characters to discuss, and that's Billy, Chris's boyfriend who helps her plan the whole prank, and Tommy, Sue's boyfriend who takes Carrie to the prom. In the original, Billy was played by John Travolta in an early role, and he sucks. No, really, like, really bad.
Don't be in such a hurry. I'm hurrying away from you, you know that? I thought I told you never to call me that. Yes, ma'am. We's doing the best we can. We really are, boss.
He is so bad, but to his credit, it was years before he actually learned how to play the villain. He wouldn't learn that for
the next 100 years.
In the original, he was just kind of there. Even right here, he doesn't even look like he's supposed to be here. And now for Tommy, who was originally played by William Katz, who looks like Heath Ledger before Heath Ledger was Heath Ledger. Despite the ridiculous 1970s hairstyle, not even the 70s should have allowed that. This is my favourite interpretation of the character easily, and here's why. So many high school films constantly turn to cliches, and if the original film was made nowadays, Tommy and Carrie would have fallen in love and gotten together. Here, it's nothing more than a nice deed from Sue and Tommy. Granted, the 2013 film had Carrie openly admit that she knows he doesn't feel that way about her, and she's okay with it and grateful. That was a beautiful new addition, but I love the fact that they're just at prom, nothing more. It's just a nice act from one friend to another. In the original though, what separates it is that Tommy actually wants to be there. In the other two versions, he's pressured into it, like constantly. Jesus Christ, just let him take her out because he wants to. Why remind us constantly that he doesn't? In the original, he's talked into asking her out, but that's it. He takes her out, and then, I won't lie, these two are completely adorable together. He's a gentleman and is incredibly sweet and treats her the way she deserves, so when we finally see her smile, it's really nice to see. They share a kiss, but it's between friends for a good night and nothing romantic. It's beautifully done and made perfect sense. He was treating her nice because he was just a nice guy. He didn't need any further motivation. He didn't need to be forced to do it, and it really helped her build her confidence and finally smile for the first time. The other actors weren't bad, and nor was the script, but I feel this was again more subtle and more reassuring because of his genuine likability. And now the prom scene. You know, it's amazing that with 3 on-screen adaptations of the novel, not a single one actually follows the book. In fact, in the book, not only does she gain telekinesis, but she also gains telepathy. She's able to read minds and send her own thoughts into other people's heads. So for films that are so accurate to the book, how come none of these included any of that? Anyway, in the novel, after the prank, Carrie leaves the prom completely humiliated. Once outside, she remembers her powers and locks the doors. She then messes with the sprinklers and causes chaos whilst watching from outside the windows. I get why they all opted to keep her inside during it, but it's weird for each one claiming they were following the book more closely. I mean, everyone hates the 2002 version, but it was the only one who actually kept the novel's ending of Carrie stopping her mother's heart with her powers. Which, by the way, is so much cooler than just throwing knives at her. All in all, the original's prom scene built up the suspense before the prank so well that when it actually happened, it was far more devastating and heartbreaking, and you know, she wasn't a cold-blooded killer. Now on to overall thoughts and summaries of all 3 films, including any final criticisms.
You're a woman now.
Why didn't you tell me, Mama?
I thought the tits would have been a bit of a giveaway. Why is this girl dressed up like Mario? Seriously, I need to know.
Now I want you all to know that you did a really shitty thing yesterday, a really shitty thing.
You said you wanted to join in. Okay, so once the shower incident happens, everyone's punishment is literally a week's detention. A week's detention? They deserve a longer sentence than Hitler for that shit. I do feel in this one, it often hits unrealistic mode by having everyone being stupidly evil.
And spit out that gum.
Where'll I put it, Miss Collins?
You can choke on it for all I care. Just get it out of your mouth.
Billy. Billy. Billy.
Just gonna say it. He must have a ridiculously small cock if she's able to say his name that clearly with it in her mouth.
You know you can't go without a date.
Wow, way to make people feel like utter shits.
I've been invited to the prom.
Prom?
Dad, I'm going to school.
School? This guy clearly misses his cue on delivering his line.
Ernest. Listen, tonight's prom night and everything.
This dude looks like a paedophile uncle in that suit. The hell is this woman doing? This shot is done so well, but unfortunately I feel like it tends to go on a little too long and it makes the viewer feel dizzy. So Sue spots the bucket, and bear in mind this footage is sped up. It takes her forever to do anything about it. Look at it. Jesus Christ, tell her! Tell someone! Even worse, the teacher sees Sue and can clearly spot her looking at something. Instead of glancing up to see the bucket or anything, she just kicks her out for, I guess, I don't know, having no date, and doesn't listen to her pleas of Carrie is in danger. The visuals are insane during the massacre and the editing is flawless.
Release the evil. Too much evil.
The bullies do, however, shift into maniac mode and go from stupid high school prank to flat out murder. I also feel like this version lacked development on the telekinesis. I think they could have expanded more on that, which the others did better. All in all, this is my favourite of the three. It has problems, sure, but it has an intense feel to it, the music and final editing especially. I'd recommend all three, not that one. But my personal favourite is the original and definitely a horror classic.
The Haunting tells the story of a haunting. Sorry, I'll elaborate. The Haunting tells the story of Hill House, a manor built by a man called Hugh Crane, whose wife tragically died in a carriage crash just outside it. Upon remarrying, his second wife also died in the house, and then his daughter followed. Jesus, wouldn't want to live with this guy, would you?
How dare you! How dare you!
The next owner hanged herself from a spiral staircase in the library, which we'll get onto later, but now it's empty. Dr. John Markway, played by Richard Johnson, wants to investigate the paranormal and gathers up some help, which consists of Eleanor, played by Julie Harris, Theo, played by Claire Bloom, and Luke, played by Russ Tamblyn. Eleanor basically runs away from home for this investigation, feeling neglected from her family and feels drawn to the house, a sense of being there before. The paranormal then start making their presence known as Eleanor feels targeted, but the spirits seem to take control of her until John's wife shows up to join, and she too gets possessed. Or something. Director Robert Wise was just finishing up work on West Side Story when he had read a review of the Shirley Jackson novel from 1959, The Haunting of Hill House. He read it and was terrified before passing it on to screenwriters who agreed to work on a film adaptation. They realised it's not necessarily a ghost story, but rather a trip through the insane thoughts of the lead character, Eleanor. Yep, this is The Shining's inspiration.
Well, that's a depressing thought.
In an interesting theory, screenwriter Nelson Giddings suggests that Eleanor was just having a nervous breakdown and wasn't actually at the house. The hill is the hospital, John is her psychiatrist, the cold temperatures, the doors banging and whatnot are the results of her shock treatment, and the doors opening and closing are just from the hospital doors. Mind blown. The author liked this theory, but promised that it was in fact about the supernatural after all. Oh!
The world is full of inconsistencies.
Regardless, they kept the insanity angle in the script so the audience could try to decide if the ghosts were real or not. They wanted a different title from the book, and the author suggested The Haunting, which they accepted. Writing of the screenplay took 6 months or so, characters being cut down, exposition shortened, most of the paranormal events in the book were all off-screen, and most of the film set inside the house to make the viewer feel that more claustrophobic. Theo was made more cruel to add to the sympathy for Eleanor. Didn't work, but we'll get to that.
Please be happy.
Luke was made more sarcastic and Dr. Markway more confident, and the script was finished just after Robert Wise had completed West Side Story. He approached United Artists with the feature, but they turned him down before Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer accepted with a $1 million budget. Robert Wise actually insisted on keeping track of haunted locations in England and filmed at one. The place was actually haunted. The Ettington Park Hotel in Warwickshire, England. But the exterior shots were a haunted location. The interior was a set. Due to his contract, Wise was only able to shoot the film in black and white, but he preferred that for the movie's genre and style. He also felt like people were more afraid of the unknown, things they can't see, so he wanted to show as little as possible. Hey, a director who understands how fear works!
Oh, thank goodness.
To add to the actors' performances, Wise actually played pre-scored sounds of voices or noises, unbeknownst to the actors to add to the realism of their fear. The Haunting was released on September the 18th, 1963, and it caused a huge buzz, terrifying audiences everywhere. Film critic Dora Jane Hamblin stated her and her friends were all jumping out of their seats, losing their items. In Houston, Texas, a cinema actually promoted it as a film that is so chilling there was a contest to see which of 4 patrons could sit all the way through it, with the winner earning $100. Over the decades, the film has a huge cult following. Director Martin Scorsese listed it as one of his top 11 scariest horrors he's ever seen.
Why top 11? Because I like to go one step beyond.
This is one of my favourite films. I've said it before and I'll say it again. This really did emphasise the less you see the better. You see not a goddamn thing, and yet it's one of the scariest movies I've ever seen. I think the music helps majorly, and the tension, claustrophobia, it's all built up perfectly.
We live over in town, miles away.
Yes.
So there won't be anyone around if you need help.
I understand.
We couldn't hear you. In the night.
Well, I'm not sleeping tonight. They have some really dark imagery as well, especially for its time, and amazingly built sets. They're creepy as hell, and the film leaves everything to your imagination. The most famous scene is when Eleanor is hearing noises and voices and believes that she's holding Theo's hand, but the grip gets stronger and stronger. We hear her in a monologue until she screams, turns on the light, and Theo is nowhere near her. You don't see anything, and yet it's scary as hell. This really did set the standards for haunted house films and paved the way for the likes of Paranormal Activity to steal from, but it has its problems. Oh, a lot.
I don't like the sound of that.
Firstly, Eleanor. Now, many slam The Shining for Jack being weird at the start and not really going through a transformation, but here, it's the same thing again. Eleanor is weird and annoying immediately too, but I never got the impression we took a trip through her mind, through this psyche to the point she was going insane because she was crazy from the get-go. In addition, she is annoying as shit. All she does in this film is whine and bitch, even when there's no reason to whine and bitch.
Mother says they were always against us because she wouldn't mix with them. If you can't find your way around, how will we ever? Oh, I just thought of something. Nobody locked the front door. To my new companion. Except I don't drink. I think I like the idea I'm the center of attention. Oh, but that's my room, my very own room. Wasn't fair. We could have afforded a laundress. If you can hear me from anywhere, I'm telling you to your face, I hope you spend eternity in that foul, rotten book. But why do you all pick on me?
Because you're whiny and talk to everyone like crap? Oh yes, I forgot to mention, Eleanor's a bitch who talks to everyone like dirt.
Let's discuss me some other time. I'm tired. Turn out the light. No, I'd like it on. Have you seen this? I told you I just want to go to sleep. Good night.
Well, why be mad at me? I don't think you killed your mother.
And then she gets pissed off when people retaliate.
Silly. You haven't been through it.
I have no sympathy for this woman. Somebody kill her. Apparently, Julie Harris actually suffered severe depression during filming of the movie, paranoid that her co-stars weren't taking the film as seriously as she was and worried that they all hated her. Oh, so she was exactly the same in real life, no acting involved.
Here you are. Okay, Isolde. Tristan wants you inside. Leave me alone. Stop trying to be the center of attention, Nell. Come inside. You revolt me.
I'm on Theo's side. Theo I quite liked. I mean, she was rude to Eleanor sometimes, which she deserved, but I feel it was warranted and it was more banter than anything. It was also quite daring. It's hinted that she might be bisexual or even gay, but they specifically made sure she never confirms nor denies it for the entire film, and it's quite a ballsy move. The character of Dr. Markway is quite intelligent. He has some really well-written pieces of dialogue.
You know, not so long ago, scientists laughed at the idea of magnetic attraction. They couldn't explain it, so they refused to admit it existed.
When people believed the Earth was flat, the idea of a round world scared them silly. Then they found out how the round world works. It's the same with the world of the supernatural.
Luke is also the comic value, and he is hilarious.
Well, about this ghost I can expect in my room tonight. Tell me, is it male or female?
But it's crazy. Why?
Why all the fuss? It spelled her name right, didn't it? Ouch! She stepped on my toe.
The acting is tremendous by everyone, especially during the intense scary moments. They really do capture the fear perfectly.
It was an evil house from the beginning. A house that was born bad.
That's a terrible line. Oh, look at this house. Oh, it's just bad.
Nothing.
Auntie Nell is blinking. Auntie Nell is blinking.
I am totally acting. I am totally acting.
You happen to be in my living room. I happen to be in my bedroom, and I pay a good part of your rent for it. Now get out before I show you what my nerves can really do.
Dora.
I just love how it's this really heated argument, but they're having the happiest, jauntiest music ever playing in the background.
What did you say your name was?
Eleanor Lance, and I am expected in Hill House. Unlock those gates at once.
Remember, everybody, she's supposed to be the hero.
Talk about being scared of your own shadow.
That's a reflection. Also, throughout the entire movie, we hear Eleanor's inner thoughts, but the problem is they are entirely pointless and so annoying. It's irritating enough hearing her whine in her actual voice, but to have to put up with her inner one as well. The voiceovers just do nothing but tell us what her basic acting is already telling us, like here.
It's not at all like Mother knocking on the wall. It's only a noise. The room is terribly cold. Terribly, terribly cold.
Gee, thanks for that.
It's found us. Now I know why people scream, because I think I'm going to.
So do it then. You don't need to announce it to us beforehand.
Yes, she does it that. A natural beauty, I'd call it.
What does he think of me, really? Am I being a fool? Don't let me know too surely what he thinks of me.
Her acting tells me this already. Or even then, you can leave it up to the audience to try to guess what she's feeling. These voiceovers are pointless and unnecessary.
God help you if you use voiceover in your work, my friends. God help you. It's flaccid, sloppy writing.
There's even an intense and really scary scene of the wall being banged on, and it's completely ruined with...
It knows my name.
Shut the fuck up!
On and come back again until it finds me.
It's not about you! Just give us the goddamn ghost, you whore! Even in a moment of sheer terror, it pops up!
The house is coming down around me. The house is destroying itself.
No shit! The character just isn't subtle. The voiceovers literally spell out everything for you.
Well, if we don't find her, the police will be around quick enough, and then there'll be trouble.
I'm coming apart a little at a time.
There's nothing to this character. They clearly didn't think much of the actress, assuming she couldn't portray these emotions herself and needed blatant voiceovers to point it all out.
I will not look back, because then they will know what I'm thinking.
Here, there's immense banging that sounds like cannonballs hitting the door, and when they find the guys, it turns out they didn't hear it, and the girls find this hilarious for some reason.
Nothing in particular. Just something knocking on the door with a cannonball.
How do you manage to look so pretty after last night?
Well, that was last night. There may have been a little noise.
A little noise? It sounded like a goddamn earthquake!
Writing. Chalk.
Or something like chalk.
Definitely cocaine. Why would a ghost use chalk anyway? Are we supposed to believe it was a ghost? And why doesn't the doctor take pictures of it before wiping it off? Isn't that the whole reason they're there?
You wouldn't leave me behind, would you?
I would.
You realize, don't you, that if even one event is proved to be an hallucination, then this whole experiment will be questioned.
I'm not crazy, you know.
You know, I hate to defend her, but she's right. I mean, Theo was a witness to all of the loud banging on the walls and everything and the doors. And yet, everyone's calling her crazy. I mean, she is crazy, but this isn't an instance of it.
A genuine cold spot. I guarantee it won't register on any thermometer.
Oh, bunk. It's just a draft, that's all. Coming from somewhere.
Draft in Hill House? Not unless you can make one of the doors stay open.
If there's a draft, then the door is more likely to close itself because of the air vacuum. That's how wind works. Dumbass.
You insult my intelligence. You don't think I'd believe anything you ghost hunters might tell me.
Well, you married one, so yes.
What if he does have a wife? I still have a place in this house.
Why would him having a wife mean you can't stay there? Okay, this looks hilarious. The doctor's wife goes missing at one point and not a single person thinks to maybe turn on a light.
I'm the one it really wants. Can't you feel it? It's alive. Watching.
You know, I'm pretty sure Eleanor is related to that woman in America who married a train station.
I woke up and I was frightened, so I tried to find your room, but I got lost, almost as though the house was doing it on purpose. And I ended up in the attic. I was only trying to find a way out when I opened the trap door. I wasn't trying to frighten her.
But you closed the trap door. And you didn't even look like you were lost. You looked angry. You know, who cares?
Looked to me anyway like she deliberately aimed the car at this tree.
How the hell would you know? You weren't there! Despite its problems, The Haunting is still a relatively scary, creative, funny, charming, and historic horror film for the ages. Ring follows two friends having a sleepover, as one of them, Tomoko, explains that she saw a weird VHS tape. Remember VHS tapes? A week ago, and after it finished, she received a strange phone call saying that she would die in 7 days. And for some reason, her friend finds this hilarious. Sick bitch.
この間さ、変なビデオ見ちゃって。
Oh, don't worry, that was just Chris Stuckman. And what a surprise, she dies. No, you're supposed to laugh, remember? News of this phenomena spreads throughout the town as Reiko, a news reporter, tries to investigate what's going on before watching it herself. Why would you watch it yourself when at this point it's established that quite a few people have died from it, not just Tomoko? Like, other people have died and you're like, yeah, let's just put it in and watch it for myself. We're gonna make a crap American version. So the same thing happens to her as she tries to get help from her ex-husband Ryoji, who she then forces to watch the tape. Okay, so she knows she's gonna die, she watches it voluntarily, and then she's like, well, you know what, if I'm going down, I'm taking all of you with me.
全部私のせいよね。
Well, yes. You knew people died from watching it, you watched it yourself, and then you got someone else to watch it, you selfish cow. But strangely, he doesn't get a phone call for some reason.
大島、私はあと3日しかないのよ。
分かってるよ。俺はあと4日だ。
Well, no, because you didn't get the phone call saying that you were going to die in 7 days. They find out that some psychic, Shizuko, was slandered for being a fraud and thus committed suicide, and the tape was made by her daughter, Sadako, another outcast with the exact same abilities.
智子と一緒にいた子が気が触れちまったんだろ。俺だってどうなるかわからない。
リュウジさんなら大丈夫よ。
俺がまともじゃないからか。
No, because you didn't get the phone call. During all of this, their son Yoichi ends up watching it, making their race against time that more urgent.
貞子の怨念そのものだ。
Well, no, just her. Because she actually got the phone call. I think this guy's just trying to steal her thunder. Oh, no, I'm dying too. And why didn't he get the phone call? Did the ghost run out of minutes?
They acknowledge it at one point, and by acknowledge I mean she says, hey, the phone only rang at the cabin but not at my place.
That doesn't explain why.
Anyway, they head off to find Sadako's body to break the curse, and they succeed.
Okay, that didn't happen, but they were saved. Well, she was. He was always safe because he didn't get the phone call. Oh, never mind.
She then realises that she was saved because she copied the tape and spread its name, so she sets off to continue to do so to save her son in an endless cycle of copying the VHS tape each time within a week until the end of time, I guess.
No, just let your son die and then destroy the videotape. Then it's done for good. Simple.
Work on the film began not long after the novel was published in 1991 by Koji Suzuki. Screenwriter Hiroshi Takahashi and director Hideo Nakata worked together to bring it to life, especially after checking out the TV movie Ring Kanzenban, which is based off the same book but more accurately depicted than the other versions. In this adaptation, the gender of the protagonist was changed, names were altered, marital statuses switched.
Basically everything was changed except the main premise.
Ring was released in Japan on January the 31st, 1998 and ended up becoming the highest grossing horror film in the country's entire history. You can definitely see the influence it had on films to come. I mean, this predates the Blair Witch Project and shows some really freaky stuff with nothing more than a cheap video camera. Yeah, it has slow pacing as a lot of Japanese horror films do, but the suspense is great. You don't get the big scare until the very last moment and it's absolutely petrifying. And just when you think the film can't freak you out enough, the UK version of the DVD itself has this on its back cover. The distributor accepts no responsibility for any injuries or fatalities that may occur during or after the viewing of this video cassette.
Thanks for that.
It also doesn't rely on cheap jump scares.
Okay, that's the only one.
But for the most part you expect a jump scare, but it doesn't come. Hell, at the end she's down in the well reaching around for the corpse and you're on the edge of your seat expecting it, and instead it's this emotional hugging moment. The third act is really tense. She realises she watched the tape sometime shortly after 7 PM, so it's a race against time and it's really riveting stuff. The two leads do have touching moments together where you think they might reconcile, and it's a great unit bonding together to try to beat this thing. But this goes to show romance isn't needed one bit. The opening with the young girls is also a lot of fun. It's really charming and you don't want to see any harm come to either of them. They even fake it out with 2 scares, and then when she dies, we don't even see it, just freeze frame. It's simple, but it's effective as hell. It leaves it all to your imagination. But in addition to laughing at death, she finds this note saying that her mum was fat, her dad was fat, so she is too. And she laughs at that. That's horrible. Yeah, laugh at someone's depression and self-esteem. Stop laughing at evil things, you weirdo.
Take 2. Take 2.
You're a fraud, Spider-Man!
I do see the critics' point about the over-complexity of the plot. Maybe they could have toned that down a tiny bit because, I mean, you've already got a demon devil thing coming out of TV. Did you really need to overcomplicate it? But regardless, it has great imagery, great suspense, tremendous acting, is very imaginative with its scares.
And I would highly recommend it.
The Wolfman follows Larry, played by Lon Chaney Jr., though the studio originally wanted their boy Boris Karloff, who returns home to reunite with his father before falling for a girl called Gwen, played by Evelyn Ankers. One night he rescues her from a wolf attack but is bitten by Bela Lugosi, who, by the way, what a surprise, wanted the lead role for this as well.
Stop being an arrogant cock then.
What did you see?
My career going down the toilet after Dracula. Before long, it's told by a fortune teller that he'll become a werewolf. The villagers hunt for the creature while Larry kills in wolf form before being eliminated by his own father to make the village safe again. Due to the limitations of special effects back then, the original film didn't have the abilities to do a proper transformation sequence, just his legs appear almost as hairy as my ex-wife's vagina.
Almost.
that's funny.
And Chaney claimed he had to literally sit completely still for hours on end as they were shot frame by frame. He even had to remain there while the rest of the cast and crew left for lunch, not even being allowed to go to the toilet, though some producers dispute this, claiming that he exaggerated and had 2-hour breaks a lot of the time. This is actually the only Universal monster that was played by the same actor in every appearance, and although it wasn't the first werewolf picture that belongs to Werewolf of London 6 years earlier, it really set the standards for the genre today and was such a huge impact. Unfortunately back then, however, it wasn't a big box office success as people found it too similar to the story of Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde, but today it still remains one of the most iconic and legendary pieces of cinema. Originally, he wasn't even going to be a werewolf to begin with. The original concept was to have the Wolfman never appear and leave it up to interpretation whether or not he truly did transform into a wolf, or if it was all just in his mind. That's dumb.
What a lie.
This dude is the happiest driver I have ever seen. He is beyond creepy. He's creepier than the werewolf. I like and respect this film, but my god, Larry is creepy as hell. I mean, he literally first meets Gwen by staring at her through a telescope.
What I'm really looking for is something half-moon shaped with spangles on it, golden.
Oh, I'm sorry. We haven't any like that just now.
Oh, yes, you have. Don't you remember? On your dressing table up in your room.
In my room?
Yes. Would you mind getting them for me?
But were they not for sale?
How does she not freak out about this? Call the police! They're not for sale. No, how about, like, stop looking in my room, you weirdo?
How? He literally asks her out and she says no, over and over.
How about tonight?
No.
Fine, I'll be here at 8.
And he still insists on coming back for her. This isn't a love story. This is a hostage situation. This is the true horror of the movie.
And yet it works so well. He stalks and harasses her and he ends up with 2 women. Blow me!
A telescope?
Sure. And it does the same thing to people in their rooms. That is, if you point it in the right direction.
Oh, you wouldn't.
Well, now, I was only testing the refractor. I didn't know about you, and all of a sudden, there you were.
Well, from now on, I'll be sure to draw the curtains.
Oh, don't do that.
He literally just told you he watches you through his telescope and you're still charmed by this. Look, she's loving it.
But to be fair, Chaney is fantastic for what he's given. His acting is great and he does his best to bring out the sympathy for the character.
It doesn't work because he's a crazy weird stalker, but the point is, he tried.
Yeah, anytime he's in danger, I just don't care. He has no personality other than being this creepy stalker man. He probably mates with Anakin and Hal from a snow day who need a restraining order. They probably all get together and have Stalkers Anonymous meetings.
Where am I? What happened?
You're caught in the trap.
Yeah, I don't care if you're in a trap. I hope it tears your leg off, you weirdo.
Gwen, I'm going away.
Away? But why?
Who's gonna harass me and steal strands of my DNA now?
Oh look, he's dead and I don't care.
Just means women are safer on the streets now.
And it reflected behind the scenes too. The actress hated working with him because Chaney would constantly sneak up and scare her whilst he's in the wolf makeup. To be fair, Lugosi only has one major scene, and in those few minutes he shows he was actually really good at drama and quite an underrated actor. I don't think he gets nearly enough credit. I mean, this is great. Obviously the effects, like most of this era, won't have aged well. This looks decent enough and it's cleverly concealed using trees and smoke to cover up the cheap makeup, which still looks impressive by the way, although sometimes it looks like he's from Planet of the Apes. And a lot of the deaths are kept off screen, which I like. It also has some fantastic dialogue.
Now you ask me if I believe a man can become a wolf. If you mean can he take on the physical characteristics of an animal, no, it's fantastic. However, I do believe that most anything can happen to a man in his own mind.
Although...
She didn't do anything wrong.
Anything wrong? It's because of her that my little Jenny was killed.
Now, that's enough.
They believe Gwen is the reason she died. How?
As for the transformation scene...
That's hilarious. Obviously the effects won't have aged well, but it's just the way he casually walks off afterwards.
Ah, there we are. Done. Time to go to the pub. Also, they wake up fully clothed except
shoes and socks. Why? At least in the remake their clothes were torn to shreds. Here it's just shoes and socks gone. Sorry, but I just can't picture a werewolf, politely removing his shoes and socks after slaughtering an entire village.
He seems to be able to handle a rifle.
Well, he is American. Yeah, because a werewolf who can tear through human bones and flesh can't possibly get through these restraints. At least use chains, guys, for God's sake! I do actually like how the film ends and they still aren't convinced that werewolves are real. They just believe Larry died protecting Gwen from a wolf.
The wolf must have attacked her and Larry came to the rescue. I'm sorry, Sir John.
Larry.
Bit of an abrupt ending. What, they just ran out of time? What the hell?
Oh, nonsense.
The original, I feel, is okay. Not great, not bad. It has creepy moments from the protagonist, but amazing lighting and music that really set the tone for the eerie atmosphere they were going for, and it paved the way for werewolf movies of the future. Wow. No one ever rings me. Hello?
Hi, is this Rob from Cinematic Venom?
Yeah, who's this?
Where are my manners? I'm Lolly Mundy. I'm a subscriber of yours.
Oh, hey!
I'm also a subscriber of Cinematic Excrement.
Oh, hey. You okay?
Well, not really.
What's up?
You see, Sean's gone missing, and, well, it's been a few days, and I just can't seem to find him.
Has anyone else seen him?
I don't think so, but I heard a rumor. I heard John tell Vera, tell Janet, tell Pat, tell Alfred, tell Anthony, tell Alma that there's a maniac breaking into the houses of the neighborhood and stealing people. Which sounds a bit far-fetched, I know.
You really know all these people?
I'm just trying to find someone who might know where he is. And I hear tell that's you.
Gee, I don't know. I don't really know where he could be. Want to watch a movie instead?
Excuse me, a movie? Did you say a movie? So you're expecting me to just drop everything and watch a movie with you? He could be dead, he could be eaten by bears, he could be shot, he could be, I don't know, maybe Raging California Wildfire?
It's an Alfred Hitchcock movie.
Alright, sounds good.
Psycho is a 1960s horror film directed by legendary Alfred Hitchcock. Psycho tells the story of Marion Crane, played by Janet Leigh. She's dating Sam Loomis, not that one, and they're in a lot of debt, but Marion, whilst at work, has a client drop off $40,000 which she decides to steal and take off with her until she decides to stop at a random little motel run by Norman Bates, played by Anthony Perkins, but then she gets brutally attacked and murdered in the shower that night. This leads to an entire investigation on Norman and his motel. The movie was based off of Robert Bloch's 1959 novel of the same name, which in turn was loosely inspired by Wisconsin convicted murderer Ed Gein. Alfred Hitchcock's assistant had read a review of the novel and showed it to him, despite the studio also rejecting his idea for a feature film. It didn't deter the filmmaker, however, who purchased the rights for $9,500, and he even asked his assistant to buy up as many copies of the book as possible to keep things in it a surprise for the movie. The studio was still against it and refused to give him the budget he was used to. He did try to compromise, however, and offered to shoot it quickly and cheaply in black and white, using his crew from his Alfred Hitchcock Presents TV series. Despite this, the studio still refused, claiming the sound stages were all booked up. Alfred insisted and even offered to fund the movie himself and find his own locations, as long as they at least distribute it. And they finally greenlit it. One of his writers, James P. Kavanagh, wrote the original script, but Hitchcock felt like it dragged and it was more like a TV short horror story. He met with another writer, Joseph Stefano, who quickly got the job. The script was really close to the novel with only a few slight changes. In the book, Norman Bates is middle-aged, overweight and more unstable and unsympathetic. Bates also had a drinking problem which was erased. He was also heavily into spiritualism, the occult and pornography, and unlike the book where it opens with Bates, they don't introduce him until 20 minutes into the film. In the book, Marion only covers 2 chapters. They wanted to expand it so it's half of the story. In the book, Marion's sister investigates Norman's house and finds a book of pornographic illustrations. In the film, we don't actually see what's there, it's left to your own imagination. There was also a romance between Sam and her sister Lila, which was cut out to focus more on the murder mystery instead, as they also thought it would make Sam look unlikable.
The casting was done by Hitchcock himself. He handpicked the actors and actresses that he felt would make the characters more alive. In fact, Anthony Perkins was picked because of his real-life maternal issues and sexuality issues. I don't suppose anyone else could have done better than Anthony Perkins. I mean, look at that face. Look at him.
The novel is also a lot more violent, as the famous shower scene, she's actually decapitated and not stabbed. During the entire production, the studio was against this picture being made. They had their money on No Bail for the Judge starring Audrey Hepburn to be a hit, but she fell pregnant and had to bow out, cancelling. They felt like the Psycho book was too repulsive and impossible for movies to get away with. They didn't like a single part of the idea or script. Ironically, Hitchcock didn't want the shower scene to be too gory, which is another reason that it was shot in black and white as well as to save money.
There was a popular rumor that Janet Leigh screamed so loud because Hitch used ice cold water to make her scream as realistic as possible, but Janet Leigh debunked this claim. She said that the crew was very accommodating and always used hot water throughout the entire shoot. Regardless of that, Janet Leigh was so affected by this scene that she refused to take showers unless she absolutely had to. And even then, she'd still have to lock all the doors and windows. Until watching the film, she didn't realize just how vulnerable and defenseless you are in that situation that she was in.
Hitchcock even once received a letter from an angry father who claimed his daughter refused to have a bath after seeing Diabolique in 1955, and thanks to him she also wouldn't shower. Hitchcock replied and said, "Send her to the dry cleaners."
Nice.
The actors were given free range to improvise as long as it didn't involve moving the camera, and during production Hitchcock actually hid versions of the mother's corpse in Janet Leigh's dressing room, which she did genuinely find funny. Yeah, everyone always gives Hitchcock a bad rep, but it seemed like he really did have a good sense of humour here. I mean, on set he always referred to Anthony Perkins as none other than Master Bates.
When the film was first released, Mr. Hitchcock asked cinemas and their staff to start the movie at a specific time. He also asked them not to let people in or out of the movie while it was playing. He always wanted to keep people on their toes. Little did he know, this little film that he produced himself would become one of the most influential whodunit horror films in history.
At first, the theatres hated the idea, worried that they would lose business, but after the film gained a following, there were lines of people to see it. He promoted the movie entirely on his own, and he wouldn't let the lead stars do any interviews, worried that they would reveal too much. In fact, on set, he made every crew member promise to not reveal a single word of the story to anyone, and he wouldn't let any of them even know the ending until it was time to shoot. Critics weren't allowed to get advanced private screenings either. The trailer simply has the director taking us on a tour of the set and almost spoiling the plot himself before stopping. The movie obviously caused controversy, but not for reasons you might think. Back then, it was unheard of to show such sexuality, but the movie opens with two lovers in a bed, one wearing a bra, and during this time, unmarried couples shown in the same bed together was just outrageous. It was further pushed as Perkins, who was allegedly a homosexual, cross-dressed, and a cop insensitively says,
"Why was he dressed like that?"
Well, I mean, it's a psychological thing. He thinks that he's his mother.
He's a transvestite.
All that. And this will sound strange, but Marion is shown flushing a toilet at one point, and this was a big deal. This was the first mainstream film to have ever shown a flushing toilet before, and this was actually really ballsy for its time. But strangely, Hitchcock himself was actually unhappy with the film. He even hated the shower scene and thought the movie would bomb. It was to the point he wanted to edit it down for his TV show, but it wasn't until the music was added that he realised it would work. He admitted much of the film's tension is the score, which he was so happy with he actually increased composer Bernard Herrmann's salary. British critic C.A. Lejeune was actually so offended that she not only walked out before the end of the movie, but she even permanently resigned as film critic for The Observer. Some people need to get laid. Some called it a blot on Hitchcock's honourable career. Others called it a gimmicky movie. Some said it was one of his TV shows just padded out to 2 hours. But on the other side, most called it the best performance of Perkins' career and claimed that Janet Leigh had never been better. Others calling it the first American movie since Touch of Evil to stand in the same creative rank as the great European films. Others said it would inspire other directors to just show more gore, and some critics bitched that it was impossible to get tickets, so they had to rush their reviews out. So they're moaning at Hitchcock for being successful.
Yes. And no.
The public loved it, and as the box office numbers grew, a lot of critics changed their tune, becoming the most successful black and white movie ever made. The film blew up the thriller and horror genre forever, becoming Hitchcock's most known movie to date. In the book, the author introduced sympathetic protagonists, but then shockingly killed them off early. Hitchcock realised how well this worked, and used it in his film, adding on to the fact that the character was played by one of the biggest names back then. It was a huge deal. The shower scene went down in horror history as one of the most terrifying scenes ever made, especially with the lack of budget. But thanks to the rapid editing, it was still horrifying enough. Many even dubbed this as the first ever film in the entire slasher genre, and it kick-started Anthony Perkins' career, though he would often get typecast. But he also claimed he would have taken on the role even if he knew in advance that that would have happened. He and Janet Leigh both didn't mind and said they would rather be stereotyped and remembered for this classic than not to be remembered at all. However, it wasn't without a price. Janet Leigh received threatening calls, letters, and even tapes explaining graphically what they wanted to do to her character Marion. One was so grotesque it was passed on to the FBI, though the culprit was eventually caught. The Psycho theme is one of the greatest ever composed. It's just amazing and gets you pumped instantly. As much as I love it though, it works here because she's worried that the cop is following her. It serves its purpose to build suspense and tension to add to the paranoia. But 3 minutes earlier, all she's doing is just driving normally and it's playing anyway. Why? She's just driving! So we start the film right after Marion and her boyfriend had it off with each other.
Since Sam is a cheater pumpkin eater, they meet in secret.
When I send my ex-wife for alimony, you can lick the stamps.
I'll lick the stamps.
It's terrifying that she finds stamps sexy. Next, she'll be finding shoes a turn on.
I wasn't doing anything. Oh my gosh, it's Alfred Hitchcock! There he is in the hat!
The music is often very subtle but is utilised expertly. I mean, here, she's just simply packing her bag to leave, and yet you're on the edge of your seat thanks to the amazing score. She sucks at hiding a crime though. I mean, she wakes up to see a cop and her immediate instinct is to try and drive off at high speed. Yeah, stealthy. But her reg nearly says anal. As Marion returns to the office, she's greeted by her friend, played by the late Pat Hitchcock. She proceeds to explain why the boss is late, and is then interrupted by said boss walking in with the most howdy-looking man in the world.
Wow, as hot as fresh milk.
He proceeds to chat up Marion and drops the bomb that he has.
I'm buying this house for my baby's wedding present.
And something about that causes Marion to become randomly interested. So Marion then goes to the bank.
I guess I'll go put this money in the bank.
But actually goes home and changes underpants.
Alfred Hitchcock decided that this here would be used as a form of symbolism. He wanted to symbolize the good girl going bad.
He definitely was thinking with this Hitchcock. And I get why the cop followed her, but hey, she sucks at hiding a crime, and he sucks at hiding the fact that he's following her. Jeez, he just stands and stares. How much more obvious could you get? And she's followed all the way to Bakersfield. She's going to be in some kind of hell.
Definitely. Especially if she's going out of her way to get to Bakersfield. Oof.
Is there something wrong with Bakersfield?
Yeah, I think it's better if we skip over the topic of Bakersfield, even though I'm the one that brought it up, because it is a bit touchy, so let's just move along and see what we can... Just a second, Rob. I have another call. Hello?
Good afternoon, miss. Are you an associate of Mr. Head?
Yeah, my name's Wally Mundy. I'm a friend of his. How can I help you?
Oh, well, actually, I'm here to help you. I'm Detective Persons, and I've been instructed to speak to the last person that Mr. Head saw before he disappeared.
Really? Just a second, okay? Hey, Rob, so there's a detective on the other line says he knows where Sean went, so I'm just gonna go ahead and talk to him for a while, see what happens, so, fingers crossed.
Oh, shit. I hope he finds him.
Oh. Hey.
Hi, Loli. Did that detective find anything in the end?
Nope, not even a lead.
Maybe you get another call if we just carry on the movie where we left off.
Yeah, good idea. Where were we?
There's an old saying, the first customer of the day is always the most trouble.
I don't think I've ever heard anyone say that. As she drives down the road, she hears the voices of her boss and a friend, and the rain begins to come down hard. In California, nowadays this is a rarity. God, I wish it still rained. And there it is, the Bates... hang on a second, I think I'm getting another call.
Pick it up!
Okay, easy. I never thought you'd be that excited about finding Sean.
I'm not. just pick up the phone.
Alrighty, get back to you in just a second. Hello?
Hi, Lily, this is Detective Persons. We've found a lead.
Really?
Why, yes, we found someone who claims to have seen him outside of a church.
Funny, I didn't think you'd be all that religious, though.
If you have the time, it's in your area. Maybe you'd like to check it out.
Sure thing, will do.
So, what's going on?
So the detective just called. He said that he saw somebody that looked like Sean entering and exiting his church.
Better be saying his prayers.
Boy, if you don't. Sorry. Alright, I'm gonna go check, but we're gonna have to walk and talk, alright?
Here he comes, the most awkward guy in movie history. Norman Bates, played by the legendary Anthony Perkins.
It's raining, and he didn't even open up his umbrella? I guess he got too excited about the fact that there was customers. He kinda opens it up here. Perhaps Anthony Perkins assumed that they'd do another take.
Anyway, Norman invites Marion up for dinner, but his mother isn't having it. He goes to Marion with the food instead, but look at him here. He looks so scared. It's like he feels that she truly is a threat, but that's just for a short moment.
Marion enters the office and signs in, then she asks about vacancies, and that's where Norman delivers this line.
We have 12 vacancies. 12 cabins, 12 vacancies.
A pretty good hint, if I may say so.
Perkins is amazing in this. He's creepy and yet acts so normal and sympathetic. When Marion meets with him, you actually feel really sorry for him as he explains his mother issues. And as he meets others, the way he just sounds so casual and normal despite his split personalities, it's creepy as hell. However, when questioned, he is a terrible liar.
You want to check the picture again? Look, I wasn't lying to you, mister.
Oh, I know that. I know you wouldn't lie.
You know, it's tough keeping track of the time around.
Oh, I know.
Oh, yeah. Well, it was raining, and, her hair was all wet.
Anyway, they head to his parlor where— Ugh! Is that alive?
Aren't you supposed to be driving?
I am. Just need to focus on the road. He explains that his mother is kind of fruity in the loops and delivers this line fabulously.
It's not as if she were a maniac, a raving thing. She just goes a little mad sometimes.
Notice how he takes a piece of candy corn from his pocket? Alfred Hitchcock thought this would be funny for him to eat it on camera, since he thought Tony Perkins' neck looked gangly like a chicken's neck. He does it throughout the film.
Oh look, she's flushing the script for the remake. And here it is, one of the most gripping and often imitated scenes in cinema history. This scene without the music would be like a sandwich without butter.
You butter your sandwiches?
Yes, I do! Do you?
No, I don't even like mayonnaise on mine.
You're a monster! And honestly, this shot is bone-chilling as the door opens in the background. An amazing beginning to an iconic scene. But the water continues after she dies. I'd hate to be the dude who pays the water bill.
So, after a while, Norman discovers Marion's dead body, and he's genuinely horrified. After composing himself, he does what a good son does, and disposes of her body and cleans up the scene of the crime.
And even a simple montage of Norman disposing of the body is creepy. There's this ominous music as he covers his tracks. It's awesome!
He drives off with her and shoves her car in the lake. Wait. That smirk. You're starting to become kinda sus, Norman.
This is Lila Crane, played by Vera Miles, who according to a few people was contractually obligated to play Lila since she was supposed to play the lead in Vertigo, but became pregnant and couldn't take on the role. Psycho is the last film she ever made with Alfred Hitchcock.
Another interesting fact is that she is the last surviving member of the Psycho cast. Mrs. Miles, we salute you. While that goes on, we are introduced to Detective Arbogast, played by Martin Balsam, who has been assigned to look for Marianne by the lascivious old cowboy. Arbogast looks all over town to see if anyone has seen her, but nobody has. He looks all over town until— Aha! There it is!
What? Where is what?
The church. He has to be in there.
No, don't you hang up on me!
I won't. Oh my god. It's worse than I thought.
What?
The culprit likes candy corn.
Oh.
Oh, and he left a note. Hold on.
Read it!
The maniac is still at large. Your sources, clues are sketchy. If you want to find him, go to the dock. Here are the coordinates. Yours in B.
Weird.
What are you doing?
Sorry, I was just leaving, excuse me.
Okay, that was scary.
Look on his face when Arbogast is talking to him. He looks definitely scared and very confused at the same time. Apparently Anthony Perkins did feel a bit frightened by Martin Balsam's performance. The emotions of fear that come from him are absolutely genuine.
This private investigator breaks into Norman's home. Yeah, what a great detective. But honestly, the suspense is built so well as he roams the house. Jesus Christ! I can't even lie. To this day, that scene scares the hell out of me. The music, the camera angle, it is so creepy looking. This is incredible.
Wait a minute, did she just go for his chest and stab him in the face instead? The hell?
I was going to mention that the falling effect was shot with Martin Balsam tilted on a chair using a rear screen projection with a 32mm lens, but that works too.
Lila becomes impatient since she was told by Arbogast that he'd be back in an hour or less. When somebody says that, it's time to worry.
Speaking of time to worry, there's the doc, come on!
Do you see anything?
Not yet. God, I'm getting nervous. This maniac really knows his way around a crime. Ooh, I found another note!
Well, I hope this one says don't blame Rob. He totally didn't break into his house yesterday.
I think my connection just cut out for a second because it kinda sounded like you just admitted to committing the crime.
Yeah, should get your connection sorted.
There's a door that leads to an empty room on this dock. Enter and you'll be home free. Yours, NB. P.S. Your clue hides outside.
We're getting closer, I can feel it.
Oh. A key? Might come in handy.
What in the... Whoa!
Whoa! Ah! Man, my keys were in there. Yeah, I think I'm gonna have to see the medic later.
Come on, pick up!
Hey, Rob.
What happened?
I'm not really sure.
You just hung up. I just assumed you fell into the sea.
I didn't fall into the sea. I fell. I've got to come clean to you about something. Let me show you.
Oh my God, it's worse than I thought. You're a character from some kind of game.
I am. When the note said home free, I didn't think it was being literal.
That explains why you're so weird, but never mind that now. What is that place behind you?
It looks like the Bates Motel. Maybe he's in one of the cabins. Maybe this key I found will help me find him.
This guy's a massive asshole, though. Since Marion and the investigator have both vanished, they contact this guy for help, but he dismisses absolutely everything.
Norman Bates's mother has been dead and buried in Green Lawn Cemetery for the past 10 years.
And I didn't mention this before calling Norman because I'm an asshole. Seriously, Norman didn't have the time to randomly tell him that on the phone. And why would he anyway?
If the woman up there is Mrs. Bates, who's that woman buried out in Green Lawn Cemetery?
No, seriously, that's genuinely creepy as hell.
Jeanette Nolan also voiced her. You might notice that Mother's voice changes from time to time. Voice actors Virginia Gregg and artist Paul Jasmine also voiced Mother.
And they basically refuse to get the police involved because they know about Marion stealing the money and don't want to get her in trouble. But come on! 2 people have gone to this place and 2 people have gone missing. Take a hint and stop sending people there.
The moment they walk in, you can see that Norman doesn't trust these 2 any farther than he can. Ugh!
What? What happened?
I just found some sort of body by this door. Never mind, just a Halloween prop. I haven't even found a trace of him. In fact, this place is eerily alone. This car right here, completely busted.
Why do you keep punching things? Be careful in there. Doesn't look clean.
Oh, I will. Norman! Coast is clear. I'm in.
I'll show you the room then.
First time I've ever seen it happen. You check in any other place in this country without bags and you have to pay in advance.
Is that really a rule? I mean, I've never heard of it. Maybe in America, maybe in the 60s, maybe it makes no sense and is just stupid. Okay, so why do they even need keys? Norman gives out the keys to cabins, but they clearly walk into random ones to investigate without one. In fact, he seems to leave every damn door unlocked in this place. And wouldn't his mum's body have to have weighed a ton to leave an imprint in the bed like that? I don't care how long she was there for. She couldn't have been there that long because the investigator spotted her at the window earlier. Even though she's clearly standing on her own, which ruins the twist, really. Alright, it is creepy as hell when she finds the skeleton and Norman runs in dressed as his mother. But when the hell did he find the time to do that? And in fact, how did he even manage to mimic her voice so perfectly so many times? I mean, in reality, the voice was done by several women, so it's just stupid.
If you listen closely, you can hear him say, there's that picture from the beginning recreated with Sam and Norman. The silent scream Norman has is just chilling. In the end, Norman is arrested, and a shrink explains that Norman has a form of multiple personality disorder.
There's a whole lot of exposition about Norman's backstory to end the film, which I feel is unneeded. I mean, they explain everything about his psychosis and mother issues, and it's stuff that the viewer could easily figure out themselves just by watching the damn film. And it lasts forever. We get it, you can end now. Although it's creepy as hell as Norman speaks inside his head, but with his mother's voice. The whole movie is creepy, chilling, and eerie. It's a great story that does actually hold up this many years later, and I still find genuinely scary. The whole movie is creepy, chilling, and eerie. Psycho is a masterpiece.
I absolutely agree. The film is one of the greatest pieces of cinema history I can think of to date. In fact, it's so iconic that many films try to emulate it. If I were to nitpick at something, it would be the acting at times, but then again, this was a small production paid for out of pocket by Alfred Hitchcock after the studio refused to fund him. All in all, if you have the chance to watch it, I would highly recommend it, and in fact, it will give you chills.
The Exorcist is often regarded as the scariest movie ever made, and based on the sheer impact it made on the horror genre, it's not particularly hard to see why. It was the first ever horror movie to be nominated for Best Picture, and when adjusted for inflation, it is the highest grossing R-rated movie in history. But it was also banned in several countries across the world, to the point people would have to travel across towns just to be able to see it. One fan actually passed out from shock in the cinema and broke his jaw on the seat in front and sued the filmmakers. I feel like they should sue him for being a dumbass.
I didn't know that.
Based on the William Peter Blatty novel of the same name, who also wrote the screenplay, the story was inspired by the supposed real-life exorcism of a boy in Missouri called Roland, or as we'd later find out, he was really called Ronald, a young child who showed signs of aggression and extremely alarming behaviour. He was genuinely believed to have been possessed by a demon, to the point an actual exorcism was administered, with many witnesses testifying that he showed signs of supernatural possession.
As to how or why, we really don't know.
Originally, Arthur Penn, Stanley Kubrick and Mike Nichols were all approached to direct, but they all turned it down, leading to William Friedkin taking on the job. He had dinner plans one day when he was presented with the novel. He flicked through a couple of pages and ended up missing the entire dinner as he was far too engrossed in the book. The book changed the child's age and gender, but director Friedkin wanted to actually keep the movie as close to the real life events of Roland as possible and not necessarily the book, only using parts that were verified by those actually involved in the case, despite not fully believing the entire story himself.
I beg your pardon?
Though William Blatty believed Friedkin misunderstood the most famous part of the book. Some accounts do actually state Roland's head twisted all the way around, but when writing the novel, Blatty implied it nearly spun the entire 180 degrees, while Friedkin went all out because, man, it looks sick!
That's important.
Blatty also made many other changes to his original work. Several characters such as Burke Dennings, a director who Reagan yeets down the stairs in the film's first act, had their screen time significantly cut down. This fella should definitely be in more of the movie. He's so creepy just following people around, little creepo.
There seems to be an alien pubic hair in my gin. Bloody damn buttering Nazi pig. And you never went bowling with Goebbels either, I suppose, eh?
And there was originally a lot more build-up to Reagan's possession, which didn't actually happen until a good way into the book. The studio originally wanted Marlon Brando as the part of Father Merrin, but Friedkin refused, claiming that the film would then become all about him. Audrey Hepburn was then considered for the part of the child's mother, but she was living in Italy at the time with her husband and would only agree if it could be shot there, but it would have proven to have been far too expensive. But Friedkin deliberately tormented the cast to get the best reactions out of them. He would yank them around in harnesses and sometimes slapped cast members to garner the correct emotion, or fire guns on set to get a true sense of shock. Ellen Burstyn, who played Reagan's mother Chris, actually suffered a permanent spinal injury because of this treatment.
I see.
Linda Blair was cast as the Demon Girl, as she was the only one they found who was old enough to handle the graphic material, but also looked younger than she actually was for the part. She was nominated for an Oscar for her performance, but after she was nominated, it was revealed that the voice of the demon wasn't actually her. It was voiced by Mercedes McCambridge, and a prosthetic head was used instead of the actress for a lot of it, causing a bit of an uproar over her nomination. However, at that point, it couldn't be retracted, though it may have been a contributing factor to her not winning. In fact, the movie was so controversial, director George Cukor threatened to resign from working for the Academy if it won Best Picture.
Oh, I heard differently.
In fact, initially Mercedes McCambridge didn't want to be credited, but once the film came out and Linda Blair was praised for her portrayal, she changed her mind and sued them for not giving her the correct recognition. Linda Blair even received death threats as the public believed this movie was glorifying the devil.
Jesus Christ!
It certainly worked, as the movie was a massive hit, causing huge controversy considering its subject matter, especially for its time. Many calling it disgusting filth, while others considered it an original scary story, and The Exorcist solidified itself in the history of horror. The movie has this creepy atmospheric opening in Iraq, and don't get me wrong, it's creepy and sets the tone really well. Even when nothing of note is being shown or said, it's mesmerizing to look at, and the cinematography is great.
Look, I won a coin, a gold coin.
How did he not hear that horse coming? And why does the old lady look like she enjoyed nearly killing a person? Sick bitch.
Oh, is that funny?
Anyway, what exactly is the point of this entire sequence? If you remove it from the film, nothing changes. Father Merrin, played by Max von Sydow, discovers an ancient relic of the demon Pazuzu. Even though Pazuzu is a real mythological creature and the statue is him, the movie doesn't actually outright say its name. The screenplay does, but it's never spoken out loud by a character until the sequel. That's supposedly the demon that's possessing Reagan, which is very weird because it also claims to be the devil.
And I'm the devil.
Your daughter doesn't say she's a demon, she says she's the devil himself.
But Pazuzu and the devil are two different entities.
Try not to worry.
But after this big opening, it cuts to Reagan and her mum in the United States, and it's never mentioned again. We're to assume the Pazuzu relic somehow ends up in Reagan's house, but it's never acknowledged. She just finds a Ouija board.
You been playing with it? Yep. You know how? I'll show you.
The 70s. When a demonic game for possessing demons is considered a fun family board game.
I'm afraid so.
And all of a sudden, weird demonic shit starts to happen. Then Father Merrin shows up at the end to help the other priest out, Father Karras, played by Jason Miller, but that could have been achieved without the opening. Just have him appear as the older veteran to help the case. The entire Iraq sequence is pointless.
Oh, that's about half an hour.
So nice. Oh, I loved it.
But hey, let's give John Carpenter some more material to completely rip off and try to take credit for. And they kind of created the cliche of the child having an imaginary ghost friend.
Captain Howdy said no.
It's never mentioned again though. One thing is, this film has a lot going on. We have the opening with Iraq. Reagan's dad has done a runner. Her mum is an actress. She likes a guy. And that's just in the first 25 minutes! Father Karras has an old mum who kicks the bucket. He also used to be a boxer. Then Reagan goes on the rag and becomes a demon, so he has to sort her out. A lot happens in this movie. And somehow it still works! Reagan's mum thinks she hears rats in the attic. You know what, there's a very effective jump scare, I can't lie. No sound effects, no music, just boom! It's quite realistic. Though she never questions, well, if you don't have rats, what the fuck was that noise then?
Can you feel this?
I don't feel anything.
Oh hey, it's me to my therapist!
You just take your pills and you'll be fine, really.
Hey, it is my therapist! The transition of Reagan is really slow and smooth. It's not rushed, it takes its time, and it's so creepy. In fact, when Linda Blair first cursed in front of the other actors, they actually forgot their lines because they were so disturbed by her performance.
She advised me to keep my fingers away from her. Goddamn cunt.
She said the word cunt and you're laughing? What kind of mother is this? There's a scene where her mum is having a get-together and everyone is all happy and singing, but Reagan shows up and urinates on the floor. The thing is, it is so uncomfortable and uneasy. It is really creepy. One part dropped from the book is that the demon actually shit itself and had to wear diapers. I am not kidding. Yeah, such a shame that was cut out. That might make it look a bit silly.
What for?
The movie is great at showing the realism of the situation. It very rarely has music. It just lets the scene itself captivate you without the need of a score. And now I see how annoying it is in real life when I deny supposed evidence.
I got on the bed. The whole bed was thumping and rising off the floor and shaking. The whole thing. With me on it.
Mrs. McNeil, the problem with your daughter is not her bed.
The whole bed was shaking! What do you mean?
Pathological states can induce abnormal strength, accelerated motor performance. For example, say a 90-pound woman sees her child pinned under the wheel of a truck, runs out and lifts the wheels a half a foot up off the ground. You've heard the story. Same thing here.
But she was on the bed! What are you on about?
It just doesn't happen anymore, Miss McNeil.
Oh, yes? Since when?
Well, since we learned about mental illness, paranoia, schizophrenia, all those things they taught me at Harvard.
Yeah, he's right. Ghosts aren't real. I mean, this looks a bit silly, and her reactions are kind of funny. You can't win them all. But then it is immediately followed with... Jesus Christ!
Fuck me! Fuck me!
And we're back. It goes back and forth between terrifying and ridiculous in a nanosecond. I mean, she grabs his dick, and it's really creepy, and then we get this close-up of his mug. Looks like something out of Monty Python. There are some weird and lazy edits that look like they were just thrown in at the last minute. They don't really add anything and just look cheap. When Burke ends up dead, for some reason the police never turn up to investigate or anything. But this is terrifying. The movie is great at giving us calm and peaceful moments before saying, ah, no, fuck you, have some evil.
Too much evil.
Is there someone inside you?
Sometimes.
Who is it?
Jimmy Savile. Weirdly, the book actually left it open to interpretation whether Reagan is actually possessed or not. Though many of the same grotesque actions take place, it's never confirmed whether or not she's really possessed by the devil or is simply suffering from a severe mental illness. In fact, the final showdown between Father Karras and Reagan happened off-screen in the book, as that scene was shown from Chris's point of view, who was listening in from outside the bedroom door, adding to the speculation of whether or not she was actually under the devil's influence.
Excuse me, madam.
What?
I meant to see you.
The door literally knocked 0.2 seconds ago. How did you open it and talk to him in that time? It gets so intense and so disturbing. I can't even show the full scene on YouTube, but she fucks herself with a crucifix and then teabags her mum. There's no music and it is so messed up. And surprisingly, this was the toned down version from the book.
You want to loosen the straps, huh?
Yeah, she can levitate the bed and move furniture around the room, but she can't unstrap herself.
If you're the devil, why not make the straps disappear?
That's much too vulgar a display of power, Karras.
Not really explaining it, but alright.
Your mother's in here with us, Karras. Would you like to leave a message?
Satan's turned into a 10-year-old boy, even when he vomits on him.
Then you must know my mother's maiden name. What is it?
But why doesn't the devil know his mum's maiden name? He knows everything else.
Look, I'm only against the possibility of doing your daughter more harm than good.
Nothing you could do could make it any worse.
Just wait for the sequels. Ellen Burstyn does a great job in this film as Reagan's mum. You really do feel her mental breakdown throughout the movie, and you truly sense her struggle. There is a clever moment where Father Karras pretends some water is holy and the demon gets hurt to prove it's a hoax, which is why he can't exorcise her. But he clearly has enough evidence without that, so he could still do it. And why does the demon fall for the fake holy water anyway? This fake out is never explained. Mercedes McGainbridge does an amazing job with the voice. It is eerie as hell. Initially it was going to be Linda Blair's voice enhanced, but it didn't really work for the more dramatic scenes, so it was changed, and I am so glad it was. She has some seriously chilling vocal cords. She also supposedly speaks Latin, but it turns out she's actually just speaking English backwards. They really do lean into her faking the entire thing. This is really creepy as to see a message from Reagan, but how the fuck does the devil himself not know when someone else is in the room? Why does the devil need sleep? The exorcism is so messed up and I love it. And now she decides she can unstrap herself before entering a Michael Jackson music video. The makeup and whole design of this demon is incredible. They outdid themselves here. And she even uses the voice of the priest's mother. Jesus Christ. I love Father Karras' arc too. He's lost his mum and feels completely misguided. It's like this exorcism is all he has left. He owes it to this woman to save her child. But the other fella, considering he's the older one, is a bit of a dumbass who continues the exorcism alone. Why does this evil demon look like a dog who's just wrecked a room and is trying to act innocent? You just killed a man! Father Karras sacrifices himself, allows the demon to take him over so he can jump out the window and die, which somehow kills the demon. And that epic and serious moment is completely ruined by...
Do you want to make a confession?
That really just happened.
She doesn't remember any of it.
Until the sequel. There's also this guy who's in some desperate need of friendship. He just keeps going around begging people to go to the cinema with him.
I get passes to the best shows in town. I got a pass to the Crest tomorrow night. Would you like to go? I hate to go alone. You know, I love to talk, film.
Will someone give this poor man a hug? The Exorcist is absolutely incredible. Yes, some parts I don't think have aged very well and come across more goofy than scary, but for the most part, it is absolutely terrifying. Brilliantly acted and written, tremendously shot, it is a chilling story for sure. Ben-Hur takes place in 26 AD with Judah, Ben-Hur, played by Charlton Heston, in Jerusalem living with his mother and sister. During his travel, he falls for a woman called Esther, who's unfortunately taken, but it doesn't seem to stop her.
Move on, move on.
He also becomes close with the new Roman commander, Messala. Probably a bit too close. Wow, complete Romosexuals. Huh? Yeah?
There's no truth in the charge.
But apparently this was actually intentional. Or was it? There's actually a lot of speculation. One of the writers, Gore Vidal, claimed that he persuaded the director to have Stephen Boyd play his role as a spurned homosexual lover, with his vindictiveness being only motivated by the feeling of rejection that a lover would feel, and he also said that Charlton Heston should not be informed of this. It's never been confirmed whether Vidal actually wrote this scene or not, but the director did say that he never once had this conversation with him whatsoever.
Do you mean you'll give me this? Shoot it. You are good.
Can you just imagine, right, if the gay undertones were even more blatant and Charlton Heston still didn't catch on? Why are you putting your hand up my tunic? We're friends, aren't we, Judah? Anyway, back to the plot.
Oh, we've got a plot this year, have we?
During an accident causing a near-death experience, Judah is captured and becomes a slave for many years before escaping, saving a man on his way, becoming a hero. He gets adopted by the Emperor. Judah becomes a champion charioteer, but soon returns home, reconciles with Esther, discovers his dying mother and sister, and when attempting to visit Jesus to save them, he witnesses the famous crucifixion before they are somehow healed.
You say nothing to this?
The production of the film was announced in December of 1952, remaking the 1925 silent movie of the same name. Stuart Granger and Robert Taylor were considered for the lead, and shooting was planned to start in 1954. Sidney Franklin was lined up to direct, and Marlon Brando became the new lead. The script was estimated to be around $7 million, with the shoot starting in April of '56 in either Israel or Egypt, and taking up to 6 or 7 months. Unfortunately, Franklin fell ill and soon backed out and production was postponed. Furthermore, financial difficulties held off production of the film further. However, Joseph Vogel, who was responsible for the 1956 film The Ten Commandments, heard of their troubles and again pushed forward Ben-Hur's production. Filming finally began in May 1958 and ended in January of 59, costing and exceeding $15.175 million, making it the most expensive movie ever made at the time.
And the rumors are true.
Based on Lew Wallace's novel from 1880, Ben-Hur, A Tale of the Christ, the book was 500 pages and the screenwriters decided to cut the story down a great deal. This was the story cut down? Around 12 different versions of the screenplay had been written and loads of big plot points were erased from the source material. In the novel, there's events after Jesus' crucifixion. Ben-Hur fakes his death and raises a Jewish army to take out the Romans, and the way the lepers were healed was also very different. The script was however deemed too pedestrian and unshootable.
In every way.
When director William Wyler was first approached to take on the film, he originally turned it down, calling the quality of the script primitive, elementary, and no better than the work of a hack. After being shown storyboards of the chariot race, he started to come around, and Cesare De Nova was then considered for the lead. Burt Lancaster was approached but turned it down, finding the script completely boring. He was also an atheist and said he just did not want to promote Christianity whatsoever, and he didn't like the violent morals within the story.
Tell me more about it.
Paul Newman turned it down because he didn't have the legs to wear a tunic. Bizarre reason. Actually, it was because he had already done a biblical film in 1954 called The Silver Chalice. But he also did say that that film was what made him realise he didn't have the legs to wear a tunic.
Why did he do that?
I don't know.
Rock Hudson, Jeffrey Horn and Leslie Nielsen were all offered it but said no, and Kirk Douglas showed interest but he was rejected in favour of Charlton Heston. Douglas was however offered the part of his bitch Masala, not that one, but he turned it down not wanting to be somebody's sidekick. Others considered for the lead also consisted of Montgomery Clift, Tony Kurtzon, Van Johnson, Edmund Purdom and Videro Gassman. Director William Wyler also went on to say that one thing he couldn't seem to get Heston to do was cry on cue, so in every scene where this is required, he simply has to cover his face. I like it! To an extent.
We had given up all hope for you.
The first hour and a half is fantastic. The musical score is really strong, memorable and sets the tone, easily deserving the Academy Award. The music is so good and really complements the incredibly dark and graphic imagery that we see. The special effects are perfect and some of these scenes are really difficult to watch and see these people go through this much pain. Except, hi obvious blue screen! I personally thought that Charlton Heston was fantastic. Except for...
Don't be a fool, look to Rome! I would rather be a fool than a traitor or a killer. I am a soldier. Yes, who kills for Rome, and Rome is evil. I warn you! No!
No! I will do dramatic spins for the entire movie! No! 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 For every intense moment, he really nails it, especially here, and just look how casual the bad guy is.
You are evil. Oh, Judah, I am not evil.
Oh, Judah, I just murder children. And here he is such a badass. I mean, he fights a dude with fire and then he jumps overboard into a ring of fire. No messing with the Heston. Yep. Copyrighted. Put that on a t-shirt. Send me the royalties.
You have no other choice.
The acting is all around fantastic. Except for this extra who can't even pass out properly. Oh, I'm falling. Oh, I'm about to fall. Oh, I'm weak. Oh, and this.
Is there a way down here?
Are you a madman? Keep well out of this place.
Are you an actor? Keep well out of the Oscars. The movie's strongest point in my view is the dialogue. I mean, it is incredibly well written and intelligent.
To persuade your people that their resistance to Rome is stupid. It is worse than stupid, futile. For it can end in only one way, extinction for your people.
The scenery and sets are also so gorgeous to look at, but unfortunately, after the first 90 minutes, the film just gets incredibly difficult to sit through. I mean, this seems like a movie that was 3.5 hours long just for the sake of being 3.5 hours long. There's been many long films that required 3 hours, but after the first hour and a half, the plot here just sits still. There's constant scenes where nothing is being established. The characters don't learn anything new or face any conflicts, they don't make any changes, the story isn't moving forward, they're entirely pointless, it's just filler. I might have overlooked this if it wasn't for the fact that the scenes themselves I find painstakingly boring as well. And also, what the hell's with this?
What drove it out of you?
What was with that cut? They literally cut to the exact same shot. Speaking of transitions, they go all Return of the King with fake out endings too. Tell me this doesn't look like the movie's about to come to a close. end! This film took me 3 sittings to get through because it does grow so tedious. However, the famous chariot scene is phenomenal and worth the watch alone. Sergio Leone did some second unit work behind the scenes, and he actually claimed that he was the uncredited director behind this sequence, which was later proven to be nonsense, and he was exaggerating as he's known for doing so very often in the past.
Most of the men I talk to agree with me.
Honestly, these shots are terrific. The music, the lack of dialogue, this scene is fantastic, and you can see the influence it would have had on so many other sequences for the years to come. The film gets quite emotional in regards to Ben-Hur's family and the slaves, and even Jesus' crucifixion is difficult to watch. It's seriously disturbed.
See, not so bad once you're up. Always look on the bright side of life.
Jesus never speaks, and we're only ever shown him from behind, but it's always so memorable.
You! I said no water for him!
Step to me, and I will turn your blood into cat's urine. Although the audio sounds like blatantly dubbed for the whole film.
They've talked of nothing but you for days, ever since we knew you were coming.
Here's a marriage yet.
Suitors come and go, but she dreams.
And some of the fight scenes just really have not aged very well. They just come across as really awkward. This movie is definitely worth checking out for the chariot scene in the first hour and a half, but after that it just grows incredibly dull and boring for me. A decent film that could have easily snipped off an hour of its running time to go from decent to amazing.
Thank you.
The Princess Bride shows a young boy in bed, sick, played by the lesser awesome savage brother Fred, being told a story by his grandfather, played by Peter Falk. The story is then shown in a fantasy world with a young hot woman called Buttercup, played by Robin Wright. Oh, it's this bitch again! Don't get me started, I'll kill him, I swear to God! I apologise for that.
Do you always begin conversations this way?
She falls for a guy called Wesley, played by a young Cary Elwes, but as a pirate, his ship is attacked and he's presumed dead. Buttercup is then forced to marry a douchebag, yeah, she'll probably love that,
You'd like to think that, wouldn't you?
called Prince Humperdinck, played by Susan Sarandon's ex-husband, Chris. But before they can tie the knot, she is kidnapped by 3 villains: Rex from Toy Story, professional wrestling legend Andre the Giant, and Inigo Montoya, played by Mandy Patinkin. Oh, and there's also unrecognisable cameos from Carol Kane and Billy Crystal. Sweet!
Well, one thing I will say, this one certainly does keep you on your toes.
Director Rob Reiner had been a massive fan of the book of the same name ever since his father gave it to him as a child. Well, he said he was given it as a child, but the book came out in 1973 and Rob Reiner was born in 1947.
I'm telling you, you're messing up the story. Now get it right.
After coming out with a groundbreaking This Is Spinal Tap, he knew he was capable of making a film adaptation. During production of Stand By Me in 1986, he contacted Paramount Pictures and pitched the idea but got rejected. It turns out that many studios had previously tried to adapt it over the years to no avail. 20th Century Fox had actually paid author William Goldman $500,000 for a screenplay in 1973. Richard Lester was signed on to direct, but the head of the studio was fired and thus the project was postponed. During this time, Goldman actually purchased the book rights back with his own money. The likes of Francois Truffaut, Robert Redford and Norman Jewison also tried to adapt it, and Christopher Reeve even showed interest in playing the part of Wesley. But now, in the late 80s, Reiner had enough funding to bring it to fruition, working with the author to finally bring the book to life. The director always wanted Cary Elwes for Wesley, but during casting he was in Germany shooting another film. Reiner actually flew there specifically to confirm that he was perfect for the part. Furthermore, the actor himself was actually familiar with the book from his childhood. Right, the book came out in 1973 and Cary Elwes was actually born in 1962, so this one actually works.
How can you be sure?
Many actresses tried out for the part of Buttercup, including Whoopi Goldberg, Courtney Cox and Meg Ryan. Uma Thurman auditioned but was considered far too exotic for the part, and the author allegedly thought that Carrie Fisher was the ideal choice. It was Robin Wright's manager who heard of the role and convinced her to go for it, despite being really shy about it. As soon as they met her, they knew they had the ideal Buttercup. Danny DeVito was supposedly the first choice for the small villain, but Wallace Shawn was selected as the director felt like he had the right voice they needed, in addition to the sheer size difference between him and the giant character. Speaking of which, Richard Kiel, Lou Ferrigno and Carol Strachan all auditioned for that part, and Kareem Abdul-Jabbar was also considered and was actually very interested in doing it, but unfortunately his NBA schedule prevented him from doing so. Humorously, Liam Neeson actually auditioned, but Rob Reiner scoffed at him considering he was only 6'4". When the film was first planned in the late 70s, they wanted then unknown Arnold Schwarzenegger to play the part, but by the time it actually came to production, he was far too expensive. But some of the production crew were wrestling fans and had noticed Andre the Giant. They contacted the WWF to ask about hiring him, but filming was going to conflict with a wrestling match in Tokyo that was worth $5 million. Luckily, this match ended up being cancelled and Andre was now free to film. Cary Elwes and Mandy Patinkin actually spent weeks learning to fence, so all of their sword fighting scenes were done completely by themselves. And if you want to talk art imitating life, Patinkin actually lost his father to cancer, so he used this as motivation for the part. When he finally avenges his death, he claimed that he felt like he had just killed the cancer that took his father away from him. Weirdly, in the book, it was actually a whole lot more graphic, as Montoya actually cut out his entire heart from his body.
It's not that bad.
On a lighter note, he has claimed still, to this day, he gets around 2 to 3 strangers repeating the famous line,
My name is Inigo Montoya. You killed my father. Prepare to die.
To him on the street, but he absolutely loves it. Cary Elwes even said as recent as 2017 that people still quote the movie to him randomly, but admitted that Wallace Shawn gets it the worst, as he'd only have to drop his keys before someone yells, Inconceivable! Billy Crystal was also an incredible hoot during filming. Mandy Patinkin claimed he suffered no injuries due to stunts, but he genuinely suffered a bruised rib from laughing so hard at Billy Crystal. To the point the director had to leave the set anytime he was shooting a scene, as he would just laugh so much he would feel sick. Over to Cary Elwes trivia though, he and Robin Wright actually fancied each other during filming. Elwes actually claimed it was hard to concentrate on acting a lot of the time. In fact, on their last scene where they finally kiss, they both kept asking for more takes or kept messing up on purpose, as they just didn't want this experience to end.
Alright, gay.
But it's not all wine and roses. This was a real hit. He actually hit him so hard he was in hospital for an entire day postponing filming. Andre the Giant actually claimed that his favourite part of shooting the movie was that nobody glared at him or treated him differently because of his size. Everyone treated him completely equal, so much so he actually referred to everyone as boss, not feeling better or bigger than anybody around him. To give you an idea of just how sweet the big guy really was, Robin Wright would often get extremely cold on set. Because Andre's hands were so massive, he would literally put one hand over her entire head and it would keep her warm.
Why do you do this?
However, his back problems were very severe during this point of his career, so despite his size, he wasn't able to do any heavy lifting. Anything done in the film is with harnesses. Mel Smith, who looks like Riff Raff from Rocky Horror, actually refused to ever watch the final film. He had to wear contacts for the movie, but he was unaware that he was actually allergic to them. It was one of the most painful experiences of his entire life, and he just wanted to never relive that agony again. But credit to him and his acting, you genuinely can't tell. Despite not being a huge financial success on first release, over the years, the movie became a cult favorite. This is a great fantasy film. It really is.
I think you're bluffing.
This has the 80s all over it, and I really mean that as a compliment. It truly is a charming and magical story. I've never really cared for Cary Elwes, but he is fantastic in this. This role was meant for him. He always delivers lines so calmly, yet so cool and badass. He has such a smug style to him, it's awesome.
You seem a decent fellow. I hate to kill you. You seem a decent fellow. I hate to die.
Oh, and the best line of the movie.
We'll never survive.
Nonsense. You're only saying that because no one ever has.
And the imagery is scary as hell. Look at this.
Those are the shrieking eels. If you don't believe me, just wait. They always grow louder when they're about to feed on human flesh.
I absolutely love the comedy. This is a film that switches from drama to comedy so quickly but smoothly. I mean, right here, they're on the run from Elwes, who's clearly way behind them, and yet there's intense and dramatic music playing. And then the scene just looks like a Monty Python sketch.
Look, I don't mean to be rude, but this is not as easy as it looks, so I'd appreciate it if you wouldn't distract me. Sorry. Thank you.
How about here? Wright pushes Elwes down a hill, but then she feels bad. So she too goes down the hill. I guess you could say she fell for him. Or random little silly moments like this.
The bit of despair. Don't even think.
They casually have friendly chats even when they're fighting to the death. Or even how about all of the build up to the famous line and then... dark humour. Just check this out.
What was that for?
Because you've always been so kind to me. And I won't be seeing you again. Since I'm killing myself once we reach the honeymoon suite.
Wouldn't that be nice?
And the fight scenes are amazing. The stunts, the choreography, the music, it is brilliant. The sets look tremendous and really capture the fantasy feel really well. This dungeon, the castle, it's really ominous looking. And Inigo Montoya gets so badass at the end. He gets stabbed and apologizes to his father for letting him down, but fights through the pain. Despite the agony and stumbling around, he still gets back up and avenges him like a true badass. Yeah, if you get stabbed and you just die, you're a wimp. Wrong! The thing is, up until this point, I didn't really care for Montoya's character or story arc. I'm invested in Cary Elwes' story, he's much more interesting, but this guy trying to avenge his father's death, which should be really cool, just wasn't really gripping until now.
Offer me everything I ask for.
Anything you want.
I want my father back, you son of a bitch.
Wait, isn't this a grandfather reading a bedtime story to his grandson? So why would he curse? Oh god, old school video games, how I miss thee.
That's right. When I was your age, television was called books.
What's a book?
That day, she was amazed to discover that when he was saying as you wish, what he meant was, I love you.
So, you're basically saying she loves him because he does everything for her. What the hell? Robin Wright always plays a bitch! What kind of typecasting is this? She loves him because he's her slave! You all thought I was exaggerating, didn't you? She literally only loves him because he does things for her at will! This is a horrible message!
I will never love again.
Until I find another man to be my slave and obey my every command.
You never say anything about killing anyone.
You never said anything about acting convincingly.
You were not hired for your brains, you hippopotamic landmass!
That's true, he wasn't hired for his acting, he was hired for his size. And my god, the biggest problem with the film by far is Wallace Shawn. He is so annoying! You notice he always springs up in movies randomly, but usually in small doses? Do you know why that is? Because he's only entertaining in small doses, and this movie proves that! The director wanted this voice over DeVito's? The hell is in your pipe, man?
That would be inconceivable. Inconceivable. Inconceivable!
Shut the hell up! This isn't charming or endearing or funny. My eardrums have just burst! Shut up! How the awesome sword fight even ends, and then we cut back to this dickhead.
Inconceivable!
Shut your cock-sucking mouth!
I'm waiting!
And I'm waiting for your vocal cords to be ripped out!
The irresistible force meeting the immovable object.
In that case, I challenge you to a battle of wits.
For the princess? To the death? I accept.
Good. Then pour the wine.
Can't he just attack him now and take Buttercup and leave? He's put the knife down! There's literally no reason to continue this long, dragged-out scene that is worse than cancer!
You guessed wrong.
You only think I guessed wrong. That's what's so funny. I switched glasses when your back was turned. Ha ha, you fool. You fell victim to one of the classic blunders. The most famous is never get involved in a land war in Asia, but only slightly less well known is this. Never go in against a Sicilian when death is on the line.
Shut up! How can anyone find this entertaining? Jesus Christ on a chocolate sundae! What are you doing? Okay, I guess that was a little funny. And he's dead now, so that's good. He's gone from the movie now. He's only in it for 34 minutes, but still, it's 34 minutes too long.
Another prince like this one? Ugly, rich, and scabby?
No. A farm boy. Poor.
He was my little slave bitch boy. And he looked an awful lot like you, but I'm a complete moron.
I don't like sand.
Splinter's dad here looks terrible, but I guess it works for the fantasy style they were going for, I suppose. There's also a scene where Buttercup tells Humperdinck, seriously, these names make it sound like a Nickelodeon show.
We can stop now if you want.
that she wants to marry Elwes instead, and he cancels their wedding really damn quickly. I mean, obviously we know he's going to torture and try to kill him, but my issue is, why doesn't she question how easily he takes the news? This looks like it's about to turn into a very different movie.
It's you.
Oh, thank God.
True love is the greatest thing in the world. Except for a nice MLT, a mutton, lettuce, and tomato sandwich.
Oh, and don't forget the time where you go to a vending machine and you just press for like one snack, but it actually gives you two. Isn't that great? That's like the best feeling in the world. You get sex and love and all that, and when you get two treats in one, that is just amazing. Jesus, it's like your birthday. There's also a cameo from Peter Cook, who you obviously know from the critically acclaimed Supergirl movie, but there just seems to be one joke, and I don't really get it.
Marriage. Marriage is what brings us together today. Marriage, that blessed arrangement, that dream within a dream.
Ha ha. He can't pronounce his R's.
Okay. Okay. All right. Shalom.
What the hell was that? Why did he act like he just forgot something? Did he literally just mess up on set and they kept it in? Like I say, it's a flawed movie, but it's a damn good film with a lot of charm and a whole lot of fun to watch and quote along to. If for some reason you haven't, I would highly recommend you check it out. On the Waterfront shows Terry, played by Marlon Brando, a former boxer who previously threw out a fight to win some money for a protege of his brother's. Terry is used by the mob, unbeknownst to him, to cause the death of a dock worker called Joey. He was informed that they were going to bribe him, not harm him, and the rest of the film is a murder mystery mob flick trying to find the culprit, with Terry falling for the late Joey's sister Edie. Wow, it didn't take him very long to pork the family of the deceased.
You know, you're not too funny today, fat man.
Played by Eva Maria Saint. The first version of the script was written by Arthur Miller, who was good friends with director Ilya Kazan at the time, who signed on for the screenplay in 1951. They met with Harry Conn from Columbia Pictures, who agreed to greenlight the film, which was then called The Hook, but other producers were concerned about the portrayal of the Union officials in the movie. He requested that the antagonists be changed to communists instead, but Miller flat out refused. As a form of emotional blackmail, Conn actually claimed he found it amazing that he refused to make the movie pro-American. What? Was this guy related to Trump?
Yes, I am.
Wrong. Kazan himself even asked him to rewrite the script, but he refused, causing him to be booted off the project altogether and replaced with Bud Schulberg. The script was changed, and they then approached studio executive Darryl F. Zanuck, who admitted he didn't like a single solitary thing about the entire screenplay.
Are you kidding?
They then contacted Sam Spiegel, who signed a deal with Columbia, but again insisted on more script changes. A novel was even published called Waterfront, which even had the character of Terry brutally killed off. The story was loosely based on longshoreman Anthony DiVincenzo, who had to testify against a real-life waterfront commission about the Hoboken docks, and because of this, DiVincenzo himself sued the film and actually settled, but it was never confirmed how much for. He even claims as much as meeting with screenwriter Bud Schulberg and telling him his story in great detail before the film's production. So it's basically like copying somebody else's homework, but you just make a few, subtle changes to make it not too obvious. It never works.
How would you have done it?
The part of Terry was actually written with John Garfield in mind, but he sadly passed away before filming began, and it just wasn't meant to be. Originally, Marlon Brando refused to play the part, and Frank Sinatra agreed but never signed a contract. The director was eager to get Brando, but he was so stubborn, even refusing to let his own agent talk him into it, so Kazan instead approached Carl Malden to shoot a screen test for an actor more Brando-like to try to talk him round instead of Sinatra. In fact, the director had inserted small pieces of paper in between each page which remained untouched, proving that Brando didn't even read the script he had turned down. Paul Newman and Joanne Woodward attended, performing a love scene as Terry and Edie, and eventually Brando was talked into taking on the part. Sinatra was understandably furious and demanded to play the role of the priest instead, but he was already cast with the aforementioned Carl Malden. Grace Kelly turned down the part for Edie to star in Rear Window instead, and Elizabeth Montgomery was also considered. Terry's brother Charlie was offered to Lawrence Tierney, who demanded more money, so it went to Rod Steiger, who's meant to be the older sibling, but in reality is just 1 year younger than Brando, and he actually actually hated working with Marlon. You see, Brando only worked until 4 p.m. each day because he had recently lost his mother and he was seeing a therapist to deal with his issues. There's a scene with Steiger and Brando in the back of a cab, and Steiger's close-ups were shot with Brando not even being present, and he always remained bitter about this for years. Selfish prick having issues after his mother died. What kind of lame excuse is that?
Okay, forget it, Einstein.
However, Kazan had conflicts with him also, as Marlon constantly improvised and interfered with the film's script, causing the director much frustration. I did refer to him once as a hummingbird, because you just felt his sensitivity to life, I guess, and certainly to the other actors and to the material and to the moment at hand. A hummingbird you're in awe of, and you can't really catch it, but every time I see one, I wish I could get even closer. And so Brando in that sense is humming with all that sensitivity, and in the beginning to put me off a bit. It felt like he understood me more than I understood myself, knew more about me than I felt I knew myself. And after a while I just relaxed, and I'd come home from the actor's studio, we all had, so I just relaxed and used that. I've never been intimidated by other actors because I am an actor. I'm not in awe, but I certainly have respect for other wonderful actors. People ask me, weren't you nervous opposite Marlon Brando? But no, I was at the studio and he was a member and a fine, fine actor.
Now that's a fact!
Marlon Brando broke the record for the youngest man to ever win a Best Actor Academy Award at the age of just 30. A record that would stand for 23 years until Richard Dreyfuss in Goodbye Girl. Extra fact for you, the current record holder is 29-year-old Adrian Brody for The Pianist. It's alright. It's fine. Nothing spectacular, but it's a solid film.
You really believe that, Drew?
Brando is actually great in this, but what do you expect? It's Marlon Brando. He really nails the dramatic moments, and it's a beautifully done performance, which Eva Marie Saint also complements really well. The cinematography is simple but effective. Nice sets, and the musical score is tremendous. It's really strong and innovative, really sets the tone and just gets you invested. The movie has some really dark imagery at points. Seriously, Joey's body falls off the roof just 3 minutes in. There's also really creative directorial choices. There's a scene at the 63-minute mark where Brando breaks it to Edie that he had some involvement with her brother's death, and obviously she doesn't want to hear it, and as this emotional scene plays, a foghorn bellows over the both of their voices. It's really creative and it works so well. And honestly, I don't think my issues with the film is a reflection of the movie itself, more just my own personal taste. I enjoy certain mob films, but this one kind of dragged for me. It's more than just a simple whodunit plot, there's a bunch of subplots, and honestly I didn't particularly care for many of them. Maybe they should have kept it more simple, but then it probably wouldn't have really been anything unique. It makes it its own. I just found myself bored a lot. That being said, the love story is handled really well. The dialogue is genuine and real, the director knew how to develop an actual relationship and not just have them together for the sake of it. It builds, and you also really feel for Brando's character, as he doesn't want to be just like everybody else. He doesn't want to be a bum.
Don't call me a bum. I'm not a bum.
You almost kiss but get interrupted. It's a slow process, but it's done really well. You also have some tremendous dialogue that is really motivating and inspiring.
What do you really care, am I right?
Shouldn't everybody care about everybody else?
Oh, what a fruitcake you are.
I mean, isn't everybody a part of everybody else?
It's alright. I mean, I'm glad I saw it, and it's definitely ahead of its time for the 50s, with great techniques in film you'd expect from the likes of the 70s, but the story itself just gets me bored a lot of the time.
I've taken over this local took a little doing. There's some pretty rough fellas in the way. They give me this to remember them by.
A hickey? Scary gangsters.
Not one of you has a line on who killed Joey Doyle?
Why is it impossible to believe that it was suicide? I mean, no one considers this.
Well, I just want to ask you a few questions. You see, we're getting ready to hold public hearings on waterfront crime and underworld infiltration of Longshore Union.
I don't know nothing.
Haven't heard the questions yet.
What did you say?
He's great at being subtle and not making anything obvious.
I wouldn't have thought you'd be so interested in pigeons.
They poo on our windows.
Yes, I forgot to mention, the movie has this really weird obsession with pigeons. They constantly refer to for the entire film. Don't get me wrong, sometimes it works, like when he uses them as a metaphor to smoothly reveal that he fancies Edie.
You know, one thing about them, though, they're very faithful. They get married just like people.
Berta.
And they stay that way till one of them dies.
It's not too forced, it's handled really well, but then it's littered throughout the entire movie. This was supposed to be symbolism of hawks versus pigeons. You know, Johnny Friendly's gangs are the hawks and the dock workers are the pigeons, but no, it's just weird.
Steady job, a couple extra potatoes, that's all I want.
Oh, sure, that's great when you're a kid, but...
What would you like for Christmas?
Potatoes!
Potatoes? Are you sure you don't want a toy car?
No, I want potatoes.
Maybe a fire truck.
No, I want potatoes.
An Xbox game?
No, I want potatoes.
Okay, I'll get some potatoes. You're weird.
Yes, I'm definitely weird.
So what? Now, as much as I like the love story, there's the sequence not long after Edie finds out the truth where she yells at Brando and is furious at him. Then he forces a kiss on her and... now she instantly cares again and tells him to be careful. The ending also drags so much. There's all this exposition about the murder and it's not needed. Just get to the credits.
Your guts is all in your wallet and your trigger finger, you know that?
You ratted on us, Terry.
From where you stand, maybe, but I'm standing over here now.
That line is terrible. I'm starting to notice a pattern here. I think George Lucas just watches these classic movies and then pinpoints all of the awful lines of dialogue and then steals them.
From where you stand, maybe, but I'm standing over here now.
So what I told you was true, from a certain point of view.
I just gotta know, are we gonna try to love each other?
I thought that we had decided not to fall in love.
From where you stand, maybe, but I'm standing over here now.
From my point of view, the Jedi are evil.
Anakin, you get to say it this time. Come on, Anakin. Horse genius, I'm George Lucas.
But you can't do that.
Like I say, I don't think it's a bad film. It's just an acquired taste, but it's worth watching for Brando's performance alone. Monty Python and the Holy Grail features all of Monty Python, mainly King Arthur trying to find the Holy Grail after given instructions by God, and the rest of the film is the quest of Camelot with the usual hilarious Monty Python sketches. The first draft of the script came together in 1973, and originally was going to have half the film set in the Middle Ages and half in the present day, but this was scrapped. As they got to the fourth draft of the screenplay, the guys thought it would just be hilarious if they don't even manage to retrieve the Holy Grail. It'd make the ending a huge letdown and a massive anti-climax. Oh, like my ex-wife.
No. Oh, no.
The movie was shot mostly in Scotland and it was pretty much a nightmare. The outfits were mostly made out of wool, and filming in the cold land of Scotland, most of the actors were freezing cold and wet. To add on to it, the hotel had a limited amount of baths and hot water, so after each shoot, the actors would rush back to try to get there first. The cast hated producing this movie and have always said they think the second film was way better.
I can understand that.
Furthermore, Graham Chapman was fighting a severe alcohol addiction. So when he got to set, he was shocked to discover that there was none on set, and it was too far to get some. Very often he kept forgetting lines or was constantly shaking, but he would however end up beating the addiction around 3 years after this film's release.
This is supposed to be a happy occasion.
Originally, Terry Gilliam showed the film at some advanced screenings, but he realised some scenes got less of a laugh with the music, so he edited them out. And then, without the score, they came across a lot funnier. So he did the same for most of the picture. Funding was also a huge issue. Pink Floyd were big fans of the show, so they actually helped fund it with the money they made from their album The Dark Side of the Moon, but there were still issues. Originally they were going to be riding real horses, but they couldn't afford them, so they instead mimicked the action with someone behind them clapping coconuts together. The ending was also done that way because they genuinely couldn't afford a big battle scene, but honestly it only adds to the charm of the film.
That's awfully nice of you.
I mean, what other movie could have such entertaining opening credits? These are hilarious, and they're only the opening titles. I mean, apparently this film, including this opening, contains 527 jokes, which is on average one joke every 10.5 seconds. It features the same long dragged out gags that Monty Python are known for, but like usual, they don't outstay their welcome.
Make sure the prince doesn't leave this room until I come and get him.
Not to leave the room, even if you come and get him.
No, until I come and get him.
Until you come and get him, we're not to enter the room.
No. You stay in the room and make sure he doesn't leave.
And you'll come and get him.
Right.
We don't need to do anything apart from just stop him entering the room.
No. Leaving the room.
Leaving the room, yes.
Obviously there's the famous flesh wound scene, which is beyond hysterical, and the gore for such a low budget comedy is actually really impressive. Hell, only Monty Python could make a massacre at a goddamn wedding funny. And for a film that's clearly just a spoof, it actually is quite historically accurate.
Who'd you know
know she is a witch. She looks like one.
Yeah, she looks like one.
And I love that there's a quotable line in almost every scene. I found it difficult to choose which ones to show you in this video because I can't show you all of them, but so many are so good. There's also great fourth wall jokes. As well as a storybook, a random historian starts being the narrator and then randomly gets killed off before his wife runs on set. It makes no sense and is so random, which is when Monty Python best shines.
Do you think the scene should have been cut? We were so worried when the boys were writing it, but now we're glad.
They also constantly make fourth wall jokes about their own music. It's just pure comedy genius, and I wish they made them like this today. I love the self-deprecating humour. It's one of my favourite kinds of comedy, and Monty Python pioneered that.
Camelot. 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 It's only a model. Shh.
They have obviously fake-looking animals to save money, and they also make excuses for their own random cheap animation.
When suddenly, the animator suffered a fatal heart attack. The cartoon peril was no more.
They do this huge build-up to this genius plan of building this wooden obstruction to sneak inside their castle, Troy style, but then they forget to put themselves in. This is hilarious. There's even a cop car in medieval times. This is brilliant. In fact, John Cleese said one thing he regrets is that one unused scene had a coat that clearly was from modern times and it was accidentally left in the frame. He wished they kept it in. Also, because there were so many talented comedians involved, of course ad-libs were going to happen. Most famously, John Cleese, when pressed for his name, was supposed to come out with this long, complicated one, but completely forgot it, so he came up with this instead.
Tim?
So much so, Eric Idle had to bite his scythe here to stop himself from laughing at John Cleese and ruining the entire shot. And what I love is, even when the film has flaws, it kind of embraces them. The film has a few songs, which for the most part are funny, but this one is just really random and out of place. I mean, I know that's Monty Python's whole shtick, but I just think this is the only one that doesn't really work.
Can we come up and have a look? Of course not! You are English type, sir. Well, what are you then? I'm French! Why do you think I have this outrageous accent, you silly king?
Still better than Ewan McGregor's accent. So here, some nurses start removing his trousers and he resists. It looks like it's turned into a goddamn porno, but why does he run out? Because moments later, the others insist on him spanking and having sex with them all, and he's really into the idea all of a sudden. And it's not common for Monty Python to miss a great joke opportunity, but they do. Yeah, I'm critiquing Monty Python and giving them tips on comedy. Don't unsubscribe.
Mind your own business!
As shown earlier, the guards are given this long explanation to not let this guy out of the door. After all that build-up, wouldn't it have been just hilarious if he simply leapt out the window and it's revealed it's only 1 floor high or something? Tell me that wouldn't have been hilarious. Instead, he writes something down and clearly only writes for like 5 seconds, and yet when his letter arrives, it's a full description of where he is. And then when his rescuer shows up, he climbs out the window slowly. Why didn't he do this before? So they come across some knights who can't stand the word it.
No, far from it.
Is that the word again?
I was looking for it. Here in this forest.
No, it is far from this house.
I guess they saw the future, saw Stephen King's work, and shuddered at the thought. Also, how do people describe the monster if nobody ever lives to tell the tale? They walk through the ocean from the castle despite previously sailing to it. He gives this big speech to the castle as if they can hear him from that distance. And the ending is terribly awesome. Like I say, the film embraces these flaws. Every inconsistency is dealt with perfectly and seems fully self-aware. And the ending is no exception. They're all charging for battle and then modern day police show up, arrest everyone and shut the cameras off. And that's it! The ending is so bad, it's brilliant. I think the reason I find Life of Brian better is because that one was hilarious start to finish. Now, not to say this one isn't, I just feel like the overall joke of this film kind of ran dry. After a while, the joke dragged, whereas Life of Brian had enough material to continue for the entire movie. Regardless, Monty Python and the Holy Grail still remains a comedy classic and one for any comedy fan to add to their collection. The Lives of Others takes place in Germany in 1984, where the Minister of State Security Gart, who looks an awful lot like a German Kevin Spacey, is given the job to spy on a playwright called Georg. Sounds like a homosexual creature from Lord of the Rings. who has previously escaped their scrutiny many times before. They bug his apartment and document his every move. However, he soon learns more truths as he discovers the Minister of Culture, Bruno, is bedding Georg's bird and wants him out of the picture. Gart's higher up is fine with this, what can only be described as a hit, but Gard himself is rather opposed. Georg's friends get involved, worried that their apartments are also being bugged. Some typewriters are brought in, the mistress cheating bag lady tops herself, the Berlin Wall was torn down, Gard loses his job but buys Georg's book years later, and director Florian Henkel von Donnersmarck, God, his other million subscribers just for pronouncing that, visited the Berlin Wall as a child, and he claimed just being there with his parents he could sense their fear as they were actually from Poland. He was actually in film class when he came up with the idea for the movie. I suddenly had this image in my mind of a person sitting in a depressing room with earphones on his head and listening in to what he supposes is the enemy of the state and the enemy of his ideas. And what he is really hearing is beautiful music that touches him. I sat down and in a couple of hours had written a treatment. The movie's opening, set in Hohenschönhausen prison, was actually supposed to be shot at the location, though it's now the site of a memorial, but the director of said memorial refused to give permission as he did not want to make a Stasi man a hero and even attempted to get Donnersmarck to change the entire film. However, Donnersmarck insisted that it will work, citing Schindler's List as a perfect example. However, the man replied, but that's exactly the difference. There was a Schindler. There was no Weisler. 43 members of the Israeli elite clandestine unit 8200 wrote to their prime minister claiming Israel made no distinction between Palestinians who are and are not involved in violence, and that kind of information harms innocent people. One of these 43 claimed the lives of others made them realize this.
Hunter, what did he just say?
Something about Israel?
The film has also been used as examples in many political protests, which I have absolutely no interest in, and I'm already bored, so let's skip this part. The director and the lead star Ulrich Mühlhauer were actually sued for an interview where the actor claimed his second wife was an unofficial agent for the Secret Service while they were citizens of East Germany through all 6 years of their marriage. His ex-wife denied these claims despite many pages of government records proving otherwise. However, her partner admitted that he made up many details in the file, but she was unaware that she was talking to a Stasi agent anyway. As this guy gets questioned at the start of the movie, his acting is tremendous. It really brings out the sympathy to the point you truly believe he's in agony and has been deprived of sleep. You genuinely believe his innocence despite later being proven wrong. It keeps you guessing. This is actually a really clever scene where Gart teaches his students how to decipher whether or not somebody is telling the truth. It's really well put together and an all-around interesting segment which Gart sells perfectly. His acting is just amazing, and he's definitely the highlight of the entire film. The music at times is really creepy and builds the tension really well. There's a nice scene where this dude finds out someone hanged themselves, and then it cuts to him playing this nice soft piano tune. It's mesmerising and really chilling. There's a nice subtle moment where he's going to punish this kid's father, but at the last minute has a sign of conscience and backs out. It's a nice touch.
Wie heißt denn dein?
Mein was?
Ball. Wie heißt denn dein Ball?
Du bist aber komisch. Bälle haben doch keinen Namen.
Well, actually, they do. Mine are called Rocky and Bullwinkle. I guess this is a nice little speech.
Aber du legst dich doch genauso mit denen ins Bett. Warum tust du es denn? Weil sie dich genauso zerstören können. Trotz deines Talents, an dem du noch nicht mal zweifelst. Weil sie bestimmen, wer gespielt wird, wer spielen darf und wer inszeniert.
There's a scene where a woman gets confronted and asked to go with them. I guess that's quite ominous and creepy. There's some decent camera work and direction, nothing too extreme, but it does its job well. A woman gets hit by a truck and it is edited together so graphically. This is actually horrific. Well done, movie. But that's about it. The movie is just okay. It's got some really good stuff in it, and I guess it's only 2 hours and 17 minutes, so it's not as long as it could have been. But it's just so boring. The story just isn't for me. It's definitely an acquired taste. It's a bit too political, which sometimes I can tolerate, but this idea just sounds good on paper, but bored me on delivery. The events aren't interesting to me. It's just a whole lot of talking, which I get it, that's the whole premise, but the intense scenes are too few and far between for me to even remotely get interested. It had me at the start, but then it just dragged and I realised my eyelids can actually heavily bleed even after I've fallen asleep. Why is everyone just staring at this couple and not joining in? They're acting like they just invented the moonwalk. They're doing the most basic ass dance in history. There's this scene where we spot someone spying on him, but my question is, can you actually tell if someone is looking at you from the other side of a peephole? Well, only one way to find out. Let's experiment. Okay, I was wrong.
Albert, auf der Premierenfeier war auch der Minister Hempf. Ich habe mit ihm über dein Verbot gesprochen. Es sieht gut aus. Also er hat mir Hoffnung gemacht, ganz wörtlich, ganz konkret.
Literally. He gave you concrete hope. Literally. He gave you a literal piece of concrete, and that was your hope. But the weird thing is, he hides the fact that he can't tie a tie like it's such a big deal. He doesn't even want his wife to know. This woman helps him out and even makes her the promise to not tell anyone. Why is it such a big deal? And then when his wife sees it, she's actually impressed. What the hell?
Hey, honey. You ready for bed?
Oh, you in the mood?
I don't know.
You know what's going to get you more in the mood? You didn't know this about me, right? But I could put on my own shoes.
Oh my god.
Oh, yeah, I knew you'd like that, you filthy
rascal.
cow, yeah! Okay, but just watch. Just look. Oh, look at that!
Oh yeah, now put on the other one. Yes, that's perfect! Oh my god! Do what you usually do with the laces.
And for some reason, the subtitles keep having this weird error where they insert a space between numbers. I know it's just a nitpick, but what's the purpose? Sounds like me and my girlfriend. It's over so quick, I presume we had intercourse.
Honecker, also der Genosse Generalsekretär, sieht die Sonne und sagt, Guten Morgen, liebe Sonne.
Guten Morgen, liebe Sonne.
So. Und die Sonne antwortet, Guten Morgen, lieber Erich. Und am Mittag geht Erich wieder zum Fenster, macht es auf, sieht die Sonne und sagt, Guten Tag, liebe Sonne. Und die Sonne sagt, Guten Tag, lieber Erich. Und abends nach Feierabend geht Honecker wieder ans Fenster und sagt, Guten Abend, liebe Sonne. Und die Sonne sagt nichts. Also fragt er nochmal, Guten Abend, liebe Sonne. Was hast du? Und dann sagt die Sonne, ach, leck mich doch am Arsch, ich bin jetzt im Westen.
Really? They laughed at that? Then he pretends to be offended and threatens his job and reveals that he was joking. Yeah, that was actually funnier than the original one.
Kennen wir uns?
Sie kennen mich nicht, aber ich kenne Sie.
Ich wusste nicht, dass so schlimm um ihn steht. Ich ja auch nicht.
Oh, you mean like Chester Bennington? Even though he told people, everyone's like, you gotta speak out, even though Chester Bennington actually told friends, I'm thinking of killing myself, and they didn't do anything. Maybe it's not the telling people that's the problem. Maybe it's the listening.
Die staatliche Zentralverwaltung für Statistik in der Hans-Beimler-Straße zählt alles, weiß alles. Wie viel Schuhe ich pro Jahr kaufe, 2,3.
How can you buy 3 shoes a year? Oh, I love my shoes. Just bought this one for giggles. There's this clever scene where they realise the apartment is bugged, so they blast music and whisper, even writing on paper, but it kind of defeats the purpose, considering he says this very loudly as soon as he enters through the door.
Ich habe versucht, Statistiken zu bekommen, die zeigen...
Die zeigen, wie viel erfolgreicher unsere Stadtsicherheit arbeitet, als wir so allgemein glauben.
This dude, who kind of looks like Harvey Bullock from Gotham, starts loudly proclaiming about how stupid the state security is or whatever, and are you a damn moron? Okay, he doesn't know it's bugged, but why would you risk it? It'd be fine if it were one throwaway statement, but no, he goes so over the top with it, it's ridiculous. You are so screwed. And I mean, this also means he listens in when they have sex, the dirty git.
Es ist kein Theaterstück, was wir schreiben, Christa.
Du brauchst es mir nicht zu erzählen.
Ich möchte es dir aber erzählen. Das sind Texte,
Sag es mir nicht. Vielleicht bin ich ja wirklich so unzuverlässig, wie deine Freunde sagen.
She just admitted she's useless, like all of his friends say. This chick is interrogated and even offers sex to get out of it. Oh, but if a guy did that, it'd be slapped, it'd be called a pig, and it'd be given a life sentence. And the ending drags so much. The dude finds out he's been bugged the entire time, checks out his house to find them, and it's treated like this huge revelation, but then the film just keeps on going.
Mein liebes Kind, was hast du? Dein Arthur lebt nicht mehr.
He is? He is, yeah. The movie, I guess, isn't terrible. It's okay, but just a lackluster story that doesn't really interest me in the slightest. And overrated, in my mind, snooze fest.
Merry Christmas!
It's a Wonderful Life begins with a conversation between two angels, neither of which are David Boreanaz or John Travolta, so I am very sad.
That man will be thinking seriously of throwing away God's greatest gift.
He has to give up his Boy Meets World DVD collection?
That's right.
No, they are discussing someone called George Bailey, a very troubled little bastard, and this leads to a flashback of his childhood. He saves his brother Harry from drowning in a lake, he prevents an old man who beats the shit out of him from almost accidentally poisoning a child. Do you know, normal childhood stuff.
But I have to slap you my lip for a convincer.
The actor, H.B. Warner, who played the old guy, was actually drunk during filming when they shot this, and these slaps and blood are actually real. Damn.
Why do they need gin?
Thankfully, he hugged and comforted the child afterwards, so that makes it okay.
Well, shut up! Cut it out!
He then grows up to become James Stewart, who then meets back up with his childhood crush Mary, played by Donna Reed in her first motion picture role, and they quickly get together. No idea what the hell this dude is doing in front of the camera, but the important thing is they quickly get together.
Did you know there's a swimming pool under this floor? And did you know that button behind you causes this floor to open up? And did you further know that George Bailey is dancing right over that crack?
What are the odds?
You don't have to make all that fuss about it.
It's such a forced joke that they can't see the floor opening up behind them and carry on dancing, thinking that the cheers are about their moves, but you know what? It's still hilarious, even with James Stewart's toupee clearly falling off here.
Forgot my hat.
Throughout the film, George is this optimistic, adventurous guy who wants to go out and see the world, become an architect, and really make a difference. However, he's always forced to stay behind and help others instead, and allow his own dreams to slowly fade away.
Are you afraid of success?
He takes over his father's banking business and becomes quite loved in his community, helping locals afford roofs over their head and lending money when and where he can. He and Mary then get married. No idea what the hell this chick is doing, but the important thing is he and Mary get married. They have even more kids than my parents because I guess the cable was broken, but George's business hits a problem on Christmas Eve when $8,000 goes missing and ends up in the hands of the evil competitor douchebag Mr. Potter, played by Lionel Barrymore, who you can tell is a bastard immediately. Just look at those eyebrows.
I can't do that. These families have children.
Not my children.
Potter does try to bribe George into joining his company, promising him riches for him and his family, but simultaneously buying his own company out from under him. Momentarily tempting the man, but his pride gets the better of him before he tells him where to stick it.
George, it's a miracle.
George worries about his future and then takes it out on his entire family. You know, for a movie so loved for giving such a positive message, people sure are quick to overlook just how much of a douchebag George actually is. I mean, sure, here he's stressed and for good reason, and it's never an excuse to take it out on others, but you can at least consider it a very human thing to do. It's wrong, but we make mistakes, and he apologizes for it afterwards.
You call this a happy family? Why do we have to have all these kids?
But the issue is that George was a douchebag for most of the film beforehand. Like right here, when he reunites with Mary after years of not seeing each other, just watch what happens.
This is Mary. Well, I'll be seeing you.
Well. Now, to get back to my story, see? Hey, this is my dance.
Oh, why don't you stop annoying me?
Dude, what a dick.
Well, then you could swallow it.
And furthermore, even after the date, Mary's robe accidentally falls off. Does he give it back to her? No! He bribes her and walks around making fun of her for ages while she remains butt-ass naked in a bush. This is our hero.
How old are you anyway?
18.
18?
Too young or too old?
Oh, no. Just right. Your age fits you.
It won't get me thrown in jail, at least.
We better keep our eye on this guy. He's bets.
At least in A Christmas Carol, Scrooge was consistent. He was a douchebag, but he was portrayed as a douchebag. Here, George is supposed to be this brilliant, almighty hero, but he's actually a cockface.
How do I exaggerate?
He even checks to see if she's under the robe when it falls to the ground. So he's a douchebag and a moron. Quite the combination.
I'm going to tell your mother on you.
Anyway, he begs for financial help from Mr. Potter, who gives him a taste of karma and refuses. Rightfully so. Douche.
Yeah.
He also informs the police of George's antics and apparent illegal embezzling before he runs off. Our hero then heads to a bar for a few drinks, which he somehow can afford. How?
You tell me!
Before getting into a punch-up leading to a suicide attempt. However, an angel called Clarence, played by Henry Travers, then dives into the lake first, leading to George saving him, which in turn means the angel did that to save George, but George saving him. Well played, movie. Well played.
Oh, well, I'm very glad to hear that.
Basically, Clarence is there to try to save George and earn his wings, pointing out every time a bell sounds, an angel just earned theirs, which is fitting as it's the very last thing we see in the film.
Get me! I'm giving out wings!
George also seems to take this news extremely well. Sure, he doesn't believe him, but he's not even that freaked out that this random guy knows all his details and he just simply blames the drink. He had like one shot. He even wishes that he was never born, believing that everybody would be better off without him, leading to Clarence changing reality and showing him a world if he had never existed to begin with. Naturally, his brother is dead, even though Clarence can't seem to count.
Your brother, Harry Bailey, broke through the ice and was drowned at the age of 9. You see, George...
8. He would be 8.
Oh, shut up, will you?
His mum doesn't recognize him. Mary is forever alone as an old maid, but I guess when Clarence said old maid, he meant the same age, clearly still attractive, but she just put glasses on.
You look wonderful!
He soon realizes his life's worth and begs to return to reality, where he finally embraces his existence and takes responsibility for his actions. He returns home knowing that he's going to be arrested, not giving a damn, finds his kids alone because Mary has abandoned them to go out because nothing screams happy holidays like neglectful parenting. Merry Christmas!
And that goes for you, too.
Before he can get carted away to prison for his deeds, the neighborhood have all rallied up enough money to actually save the day. I always wondered, what would have actually happened if they didn't make up enough money to pay the debt? Oh yeah, $7,900. Sorry, George, it's not enough. To the slammer you go.
This is what I wished for.
It also seems like Potter gets to keep the $8,000. Yeah, Eyebrows McGee here is the douche who ends up with the money, and he gets away with it. This caused controversy for the message it was delivering, but it was so daring for its time, and I like the realism. The fact that, yeah, sometimes the bad guy does get away with it.
That's a lie!
Despite the initial douchiness of George, he does help get people back on their feet, and you really do sympathize with the character. Right before he yells at his family, he has a truly gut-wrenching moment with his son. He cries real tears in the bar scene, and the acting from James Stewart is incredible. He really is the highlight of the film for me. It's so memorable and relatable.
I'm not a praying man, but if you're up there...
Despite being an atheist, I've done this in the past, and it's really touching and relatable to me, backed up by Stewart's outstanding talent.
Comes in pretty handy down here, bub.
Donna Reed as Mary gives forth a tremendous performance also, and after everything they both go through, the ending is really uplifting, inspiring, and welcoming. It's such a nice feeling to see them finally get their happiness. I guess you could say she just broke a new record.
What does that get us?
The love story, although rushed at the beginning, is quite well paced and builds gradually. They have their rocky patches, but this scene, for instance, they're both listening on the phone and therefore really close. As the guy in the receiver spews exposition, they have this awkward moment which lasts quite a while, but it doesn't outlive its welcome. And it's leading up to a kiss, and it's just done really well. It was shot in one take, and it's one of my favorite sequences in the entire movie.
I think you're a great guy.
Henry Travers as Clarence is easily the co-star as well as Mr. Potter. He is hilarious. He doesn't have much screen time, but the goddamn angel doesn't even hide the fact that he is an angel and openly confesses it in public.
I jumped in the river to save you so I could get my wing. I didn't have time to get some stylish underwear. Wife gave me this on my last birthday. I passed away in it.
How old are you anyway, Clarence?
293.
But it does still have some poor delivery. I said some.
He's not a fairy. You can't say that about my father.
Some writing. I said some.
What boat are you sailing on? Well, I'm working across on a cattle boat. A cattle boat? Okay, I like cows.
That's stupid.
It's against the law to commit suicide around here.
What?
It's against the law to commit suicide around here.
Just let that line sink in. Just think about it before you realize how fucking dumb it is.
It's against the law to commit suicide around here.
So, if you commit suicide and, you know, kill yourself, you're going to get arrested and thrown in jail.
The answer's no, no!
And some really bizarre and strange moments. I said some. Like here, George is doing the absolute worst dance moves ever known to man, but look at his face. He is so confident, like he just invented the fucking moonwalk or something.
Either I'm off my nut or he is.
Here, George runs off and this other cop just molests these branches instead of going after him. Do your job, you asshole. He just stands there.
He did!
The movie uses the exact same swipe transition throughout, which for its time is isn't that big an issue, but the problem arises when it's just randomly and poorly timed. It's just so out of place.
Okay, just forget about the whole thing.
The editing suffers here as well. Just watch this cut.
Good morning, Mr. Potter. What's the news?
Oh, well. What was that? They couldn't have redone the whole take again? Or just cut to a close-up of one of the actors instead, as opposed to cutting to the exact same shot again?
After that, who cares?
Is this dude barking Miss Trunchbull's brother? Also, check this out.
Watch him, Bert.
Bernie! That's right, their names are Bert and Ernie. This predated Sesame Street, but Jim Henson, the creator, claimed it was unintentional. He stated he was a fan of the film, but the movie legitimately never entered his mind when he was naming the characters, and it was purely coincidental. That's like Dido saying that she named her son Stan and her most successful song of all time never entered her... Wait, that actually happened.
I'm not sure of anything anymore.
Regardless, it has some really emotional moments, and you can't help but get invested in the story and really feel for George.
Harry Bailey went to war. He got the Congressional Medal of Honor. He saved the lives of every man on that transport.
Every man on that transport died. Harry wasn't there to save them because you weren't there to save Harry.
It's a terrific message that not only are you more important than you think, not only that you can touch so many people's lives without ever realizing it, not only that you should learn to appreciate your life more as it could be a lot worse, but the fact that when you're depressed or even suicidal, there is always a solution. There's always a way around the issue, which George finds, and that's what makes the film so clever and well made.
Thanks.
It's a Christmas classic and a definite must-see, despite this awful grammar from the angel of all people, and this guy saying stop after each sentence when reading a letter.
Mr. Gower cabled you need cash. Stop.
Who does that?
What's the matter with you?
The movie was based on a short story written by Philip Van Dorenstern in November of 1939. He failed to get it published before turning it into a Christmas card in December 1943 and sending it out to family and friends. That's right, this is the only movie to date that originated from a greeting card. I wouldn't put that on the poster though.
I want a big one!
It was brought to the attention of an RKO producer who then passed it on to the agent of Cary Grant, a man who almost landed the role of George Bailey himself, and in April 1944, RKO Pictures purchased the rights for $10,000. The studio created scripts that they weren't too happy with, and the project was shelved as Grant went on to make The Bishop's Wife, another Christmas flick instead.
It's no skin off my nose.
Director Frank Capra read the short story and immediately thought that it could be done and bought the rights for his own company Liberty Films, even purchasing 3 of the rejected scripts as well. Howard Hughes was another director who showed interest but lost out on the project.
I may lose a fortune.
Capra brought in many writers to polish up the screenplay and renamed it It's a Wonderful Life. Rewrites would, however, continue during pre-production and even filming. The movie is set in fictitious Bedford Falls based on Seneca Falls, New York, and thus the town now holds an annual It's a Wonderful Life festival in December every year.
If I didn't get away, I'd bust.
In the middle of 2009, the Hotel Clarence was opened, named after the Guardian Angel, and on December the 10th, 2010, a museum based on the movie was opened with Caroline Grimes, who played one of the children, cutting the ribbon.
Well, of course I like her. She's a peach.
Originally, it was claimed that James Stewart was the only choice to play the role of George Bailey, but it's been heavily disputed ever since. Other than the aforementioned Cary Grant, Henry Fonda was also considered. Stewart had to be convinced, though, by co-star Lionel Barrymore to take the part, as James feared he wouldn't be able to go ahead with it so soon after World War II.
I just came in to get warm.
The role of Mary was offered to Jean Arthur, who had to turn it down to star in the Broadway play Born Yesterday, and Olivia de Havilland, Martha Scott, Lorraine Day, Anne Dvorak and Ginger Roberts were also considered before casting Donna Reed.
Yes.
The role of evil eyebrows man Potter was considered for Edward Arnold, Charles Bickford, Edgar Buchanan, Lewis Cowhern, Victor Jory, Raymond Massey, Vincent Price and Thomas Mitchell before Lionel Barrymore won the part, due to playing Ebenezer Scrooge in many radio dramas of A Christmas Carol, a story very often this movie is compared to for similarities.
I don't see a thing.
Living proof that two movies can be very similar but add their own twist to it, making it not a rip-off. You know, unlike how Click didn't do that and it was just a lazy cash grab rip-off piece of shit.
We've got to find that money!
The famous swimming pool that our heroes fall in is actually still operational to this day and is located in Beverly Hills High School.
You're crazy, that's what I think. You're screwy!
There were many disputes during production of the film. After music was composed for certain sequences, Capra decided to have them with no score, enraging Dmitry Tiomkin, who felt like his work was a mere suggestion and nothing else. Capra also got into altercations with cinematographer Victor Milner, leading to him being replaced, and furthermore, writers Francis Goodrich and Albert Hackett were infuriated when Capra had rewritten the entire script. They were so angry they called the finished project horrid and refused to watch it when it was released. So how do they know it's horrid?
A man down on Earth needs our help.
They even went as far as to file an arbitration with the Writers Guild to have Capra's name removed, but it was declined. More controversy followed in 1986 when Capra wanted the film to be colorized. He put his money forth in exchange for creative control and part ownership, but due to the film going through further copyright controversy over the years, Colorization Inc. realized the picture was now public domain and they didn't actually need Capra. This caused an uproar amongst filmmakers and their supports, as it seemed they no longer had control over their own projects. Fortunately, in 1993, the copyright issue was resolved without further incident.
Where's that money, you silly, stupid old fool?
It did win a Technical Achievement Award for being the first movie ever to create a new method of making fake snow. Before this film, it was cornflakes painted white that was always used. However, it would prove to be far too noisy with the actors stepping on them, and the audio would always have to be dubbed. This film used water, soap flakes, foamite, and sugar. It was then pumped at high pressure through a wind machine, and 6,000 gallons of the stuff was created.
I want to do something big and something important.
It's a Wonderful Life is a classic, and it always will be. And it's always going to be a repeat every Christmas at my house. In this version of A Tale as Old as Time, a film that is so shite. Sorry. So, Belle friend-zones her brother's friend, Avenant, as she wishes to remain home to take care of her father. He soon, however, enters debt, and on a journey through the forest gets lost and bumps into this Furby-looking gremlins creature. I mean, this terrifying, horrifying monster. The Beast threatens to murder him. I guess it's supposed to be a threat, but he says it also calmly and there's no intimidation whatsoever. Try watching this and taking it seriously.
La bête vous ordonne de vous taire. Vous avez volé mes roses et vous mourrez.
No. The Beast offers a trade and to have one of his daughters instead. Yes, Belle has two horrible sisters who treat her like shit in this one, and he doesn't choose either of them. I don't even understand. The Beast allows him to ride off to make the trade, so why can't he just, you know, not go back? You've got a horse. He tells everyone what he saw, and unlike the more realistic version of the story, everyone here believes him. They believe him right away, and Belle offers to take his place, which he agrees to. Who the hell would agree to their daughter being held captive by this apparent scary beast? So Belle takes his place, which would logically mean that she'd be killed instead of her father, but instead just, nope, magical shit happens, they inspire scenes for paranormal activity, and after about 12 seconds together, the Beast proposes to her. Yes, really. She declines, but for some reason starts to gain feelings. No, there's like no development here, and we'll get to that. The villagers want to kill him, he has a secret treasure that they try to steal, and then the Beast turns back into a human, which is her brother's friend from the start of the movie. Think it makes no sense? You're right. Jean Moret, who played the Beast, was so nervous at the movie's first screening that he actually took his good friend Marlene Dietrich with him. As the film played, he held her hand so tightly, terrified of the feedback the picture would get, but luckily for him, the response was very enthusiastic. And I think this film is poop. Like really bad poop. You know when you got diarrhea and it's not really solid, it's just liquidy, your butt just opens up like a crater, it just goes gushing out and you feel really sick. Just don't get me wrong. For its time, the cinematography is astoundingly impressive. The movie relies solely on tremendous visuals, a whimsical musical score, and really revolutionary for its time filmmaking techniques rather than the script itself, and many minutes pass without any dialogue whatsoever, but even that stops in the third act. The cool imagery completely disappears and then they suddenly try to deliver a story, but it's far too late and you've already lost interest.
Vous ne vous ennuyez pas trop.
Minor. I mean, it seems like it was doomed from the very beginning. This is the very first thing that we see.
Moteur. La tour. La belle et la belle. En première fois. Coupé. Une minute.
What was that? What was the point of that? Was it symbolism? Because the movie is basically a 90-minute blooper?
Le diable vous éclabousse et vous couvre de crottes.
How old are you? Hey, Eric, give me that.
I hate you!
I hope the devil throws his poo on you.
Grow up!
I also love how confidently he says it too, like he's just said the greatest Schwarzenegger one-liner ever recorded. This is a prime example of the film shining. The lighting, the set, the shots, and the dark imagery is also impressive and really gives off this creepy atmosphere. The music complements it all so well, and some shots are terrific. And just when you think Belle's father is about to be confronted by the Beast, he doesn't. He goes outside and explores some more. It builds suspense and tension really well, but all of that is destroyed when you actually see the monster. I'm not even just talking about how unscary he looks either. Look at how they reveal him.
Alors, cher monsieur.
Really? That was it? That was the big dramatic reveal of this supposed scary creature?
Alors?
Like, let's ignore him jumping out like a schoolchild hiding in a bush trying to startle his friends. But his line as well?
Hello! Il se trouve que ce simple vol mérite la mort.
What, from laughter? When he lets Belle's dad run off to retrieve his daughter, which still makes no sense, he follows to keep an eye on him. Still, he's outnumbered. Belle's dad could just not go back. But anyway, I don't like this. It ruins the mystery of the character, and I can't take him seriously hiding in a bush like a child trying to find out what his parents bought him for Christmas. And when Belle finally meets the Beast, this is fucking hilarious!
Où allez-vous?
The gasp, his face, the unconvincing feint, and no, the year isn't an excuse, because the Wolfman, Dracula, these all came out before it, and they look fucking amazing. The Beast doesn't look scary, and I'm baffled as to how many films have failed to do this right. The animated version is the only one that's managed to nail it.
She's the daughter of a common thief.
Yes, Belle, how about a spot of tea before I rip out your father's spinal cord? And in 2014, there was another French remake, and again, he looked like a cute, fuzzy, wuzzy gerbil. But the makeup here, which amazingly took 5 hours to apply, it just looks funny. They originally were going to go for a deer design before deciding on the more predatory look instead. Oh dear. But I can't take this character seriously whatsoever. Not only does he look hilarious, but whenever he has this symbolic scene, I'm still laughing. And how can we take him seriously when he's drinking from a fucking lake like a dog? Even worse when he drinks from Belle's hands, but at least it can't get any more creepy.
Cela ne vous répugne pas de me donner à boire.
Non, la bête. Cela me plaît.
Okay. Oh, come on! How is this scary? It's hilarious!
Il me donne quelquefois l'envie d'éclater de rire.
I'm glad you agree. And somehow, actress Greta Garbo at the premiere found the Beast so convincing and so appealing when he transformed at the end, she actually screamed out, "Give me back my Beast." I want the guy who kidnapped and psychologically destroyed that poor woman, forcing her to marry him against her will. I miss that guy, he was lovely. To be fair, we get great imagery of him holding a body, but then we get this. Get this away from me! What the hell am I watching? He even storms out and tells her to never look in his eyes. Wouldn't that make you want to look in his eyes more? Surely if you didn't want someone to do something, you just wouldn't mention it at all. Yeah, I should mention, there's no subtlety whatsoever anywhere in this film. He quickly asks her to marry him, which he declines, but very quickly she starts to feel for him, and there's little to no transition, and even when he transforms, he's played by the same guy who played Avenant, the friend-zone dude from the start. That's fine, but they upright mention it just in case people didn't get it, but even if they did, what does it mean? What does it have to do with anything? What, she was destined to marry the nice guy all along? But she didn't, because he was the Beast and not that guy. And they acknowledge that he's the Beast and not the same guy. So she didn't even marry the nice guy in the end. Stop promoting a message that you're not saying! How even when she's falling for him, you know, in this story that's entire moral is that beauty is on the inside and that's what matters, she still calls him an ugly monster. The fuck is wrong with you? You love him and you still find him to be an ugly beast? You missed the entire point of this whole fucking story.
Je connais votre âme.
Yeah, no you don't. Here, she literally shows up, gets captured, next scene he proposes. Then they have a walk or two and suddenly she feels for him for no reason. Here, he proposes quickly because he's using her to escape the curse and that's it. In the animated one, he never did that. He never manipulated her. He knew it would be possible to break the curse, but he didn't use Belle to do so. It just naturally happened. In this one, he even blackmails her and offers to let her go see her father if she marries him. This version's message is fucked up.
Bien, Adélaïde, allons nous vêtir. De quoi aurions-nous l'air?
Try looking like a decent movie.
Et si je ne rentrais pas, elle en mourrait de douleur.
Vous l'aimez?
Acting? Alright, to be fair, the acting is one thing I'll credit the film for. Oh, except for that and Belle's fainting.
Regarde-toi, tu es verte.
That'd be really cool if the film wasn't in black and white. Firstly, you didn't need to shoot the movie in black and white. Secondly, if you really wanted to, you didn't have to have her be green. Have her covered in warts or something. This was pointless. And the most insulting part of it all is that the villagers go to kill the Beast, And we don't even see it. No, Belle just shows up and he's injured. What the hell happened? Did the swan kill him? I had to look it up to see what's going on. And apparently no, they didn't attack him. He was dying from a broken heart because Belle didn't return when she said she would. Wow. Like, this is a film that tries so desperately to be dark and edgy, and they literally have a character die from a broken heart. Like, even kids' movies would cringe at that. But my problem is then, what happened to the villagers? They said they were going to kill the beast, and then they just decided not to? What, they just went home to watch Coronation Street instead? And this emotional moment between them means nothing. There's no transition, there's no emotional connection between the two, so why should I feel sad? He's dying, and I don't give a shit. Oh, and the great transformation...
Tu me lâcheras quand je te le dirai.
Où est la bête?
La bête n'est plus. C'était moi, Belle.
Wow. That just sums up this entire movie. Just wow. Where do I start? I mean, it makes no sense. Why does him turning into a beast make the beast turn into a brother's friend who isn't really her brother's friend, who then just hilariously rolls over and is like, hello, I'm the beast, what's up, hip hip, and then they fly off because the beast can fly now, I guess? The film shows some great filmmaking techniques, so despite how bad a movie I believe it is, if you're into this art, I'd recommend checking it out and paying attention to the style, and it does have one really tremendous line.
Mais je suis un monstre. Il y a bien des hommes qui sont plus monstrueux que vous et qui le cachent.
But other than that, just stick to the much better versions of the story, because this one is a pain to sit through. Monty Python truly was groundbreaking and really cemented itself in the history books, paving the way for future comedians, especially within the United Kingdom, becoming one of the, if not the, most influential English shows in history.
You do a lot of this then? What? That's crazy!
Debuting in early October 1969, Monty Python featuring Graham Chapman, John Cleese, Terry Gilliam, Eric Idle, Terry Jones and Michael Palin, they always pushed the boundaries of satirical comedy, really testing the waters of controversial humour and what could and couldn't be deemed acceptable at the time.
You mean you were raped? Oh, at first, yes.
Considering the actors themselves also wrote and produced the show, it allowed them to maintain full creative control of the humour and completely neglect any television rules provided.
What's the point?
Due to their success, a movie was obviously in the works, even though it was more so a collection of previously done skits, though reshot and improved, under the title of And Now for Something Completely Different, released in 1971, but it flopped big time. It was intended to break their way into showbiz in the States, but it was a commercial failure overseas entirely.
I'll cut your balls off.
During the third and fourth series production, the group wanted to make a real feature film and came out with Monty Python and the Holy Grail, released in 1975, and was a much bigger success, extremely well received.
Look at that! Bloody favoritism!
But since it's Christmas, today we're going to be looking at Monty Python's third movie. Because what screams Christmas more than the birth of our Lord and Saviour? Our Messiah, our Holy Spirit. Brian.
The bastard!
After the success of the Holy Grail, when asked about the next film, the group found it annoying and just generally replied with, Jesus Christ, lust for glory, as a way to sidestep reporters and shut them up. However, it soon became a reality. They wanted to lampoon the New Testament of the Bible, but all agreed to not directly make fun of Jesus or his teachings.
Who's that?
They did admit that they honestly couldn't even think of anything to mock him for anyway, so they instead opted to write a satire on credulity and hypocrisy among followers who mistakenly think he's the Messiah, but he refuses to leave them.
Is this some kind of joke?
Jesus appears only briefly through the film, but he is played completely straight and portrayed with genuine respect. An early idea was to have Jesus' cross falling apart because of the carpenters being morons who messed it up, so the Messiah angrily corrects them, but despite being atheists, the group agreed that Jesus was definitely the good guy and they should really respect that.
Blasphemy! He said it again!
John Cleese actually really wanted to cast George Lazenby as Jesus Christ, thinking it'd be hilarious to even use the tagline, George Lazenby is Jesus Christ. Unfortunately, he was working overseas at the time and was on reachable. The role ended up going to Kenneth Colley instead.
Is he Jewish?
A direct quote from the Python group stated, "Jesus isn't particularly funny. What he's saying isn't mockable, it's very decent stuff." Another early script idea was that Brian would be the 13th disciple who's an idiot that misses all of the vital points of Jesus' life, but that was soon dropped. The film follows Brian, played by Graham Chapman, some poor bastard born in a stable next to the one Jesus was queefed out in, and is accidentally mistaken for the Son of God, being visited by the three wise men.
What star sign is he?
Capricorn.
Capricorn, eh? What are they like?
He is the Son of God, our Messiah, King of the Jews.
That's Capricorn, is it?
As an adult, Brian is a bit of a pussy, being bossed around by his mum, played by Terry Jones, and soon joins the People's Front of Judea, who are hell-bent on destroying the Romans. A lot of mishaps take place until Brian is on the run from the Roman bastards and plagiarises some of Jesus' speeches to escape.
Don't pass judgment on other people, or you might get judged yourself.
However, this now leads everyone to believe that he's the Messiah and follows him around, thinking any tiny coincidence is a miracle, but he's unfortunately sentenced to crucifixion with a surprisingly happy-ish ending that you all know anyway.
Always look on the bright side of life. You're all drunk!
Writing of the film began in December 1976 and the final script not finished until January 1978. The film's saving grace was former Beatle and Monty Python fanatic George Harrison, founder of Handmade Films, funding the movie with £3 million. He literally pawned his home in London and his office building to raise the money. I guess you could say they really got a hold of him.
Nah, piss off.
EMI Films were originally supposed to support the picture, but backed out at the last minute because of the controversial script. Their exact words were, "They will never make their money back on this one." You sure showed them. Terry Gilliam claimed they backed out on the Thursday. The crew was supposed to be leaving on the Saturday. Disastrous. It was all because they only just read the script.
I think it's a joke, sir.
Because of his incredible help, George Harrison even has a cameo in the picture. Terry Gilliam and Terry Jones often came to blows when working together, conflicting on agreements, so Jones directed solo, Gilliam telling him he needs to focus more on the cinematography. Gilliam was, however, responsible for the batshit insane and ultimately pointless UFO scene in the middle of the film.
Silence! What is all this insolence?
Brian is on the run from Romans, leaps off a temple, is saved by a spaceship, they have a shootout in space before crashing back to Earth, and then the chase continues like nothing happened. It's entirely pointless, but awesome. Terry Gilliam's mind is a scary place.
Oh well, one born every minute.
In 1990, author Richard Webster claimed internalized censorship played a significant role in the handling of Monty Python's Life of Brian. As a satire on religion, this film might well be considered a rather slight production. As blasphemy as it was, even in its original version, extremely mild. Yet the film was surrounded from its inception by intense anxiety in some quarters of the establishment about the offence it might cause. As a result, it gained a certificate for general release only after some cuts had been made. Perhaps more importantly still, the film was shunned by the BBC and ITV, who declined to show it for fear of offending Christians in the UK. The fact that it drops that dreaded C word, that's nothing.
You can't!
I mean, that was cut out of some versions, but, you know, the harmless jabs at Christianity, that's where the controversy lies. The fact that the religion itself is never actually directly insulted, it's just satirical. Damn you, Pythons!
They are a gift from God!
On its initial release in the United Kingdom, the movie was banned by several town councils, some of which didn't even have any cinema to begin with or hadn't even seen the film. Even in the 21st century, bans still remain. In 2008, Torbay Council in Devon only just agreed to show it after it won a vote at the English Riviera International Comedy Film Festival. In 2009, a 39-year-old ban of the movie in Aberystwyth, Wales had finally been lifted. In 2013, a German official in North Rhine-Westphalia considered the picture to be possibly offensive to Christians and therefore refused to show it on Good Friday despite protests by local atheists. And the English town of Bournemouth had the movie banned until 2015. Can it interest you in a sense of humour? No, here you go, like, you can have mine. Here you go, guys.
That'll teach you a lesson.
In New York, after its release, screenings were picketed by rabbis and nuns. It was banned for 8 years in Ireland and 1 year in Norway. The latter even used as a method of marketing, using the tagline, "The film was so funny, it was banned in Norway."
You bastards!
Mary Whitehouse and other Christians often picketed locations wherever the film was being shown, and there were leaflets handed out arguing about the movie's representation of the New Testament. The ending caused the most uproar, as characters throughout the entire film claim that crucifixion isn't as bad as it seems.
Crucifixion? Oh. Nasty, eh?
Could be worse.
What you mean, could be worse?
Well, you could be stabbed.
Many Christian protesters claimed it was mocking Jesus' suffering by turning it into a Jolly Boys outing, saying,
See, not so bad, watch your up.
before breaking into song.
We gotta get up off our asses and stop just talking about it.
Director Terry Jones responded to this hate by saying, any religion that makes a form of torture into an icon that they worship seems to me a pretty sick sort of religion, quite honestly.
It is symbolic.
Many religious folk fought back, claiming Jones didn't understand the meaning of the crucifix symbol or its significance to Christians as a reminder of the suffering and death Jesus endured for their benefit. The Pythons again fought back, claiming that crucifixion was a standard form of execution in ancient times and not just specifically for Jesus alone.
An unbeliever! Persecute! Kill the heretic!
The group also admitted that they did a lot of historical research beforehand, and the movie portrays the 1st century Judea more accurately than the Bible itself. They admitted that they never wanted to destroy people's faith. They said the film is heretical because it lampoons the practices of modern organized religion, but it does not blasphemy lampoon the God that Christians and Jews worship. In 1998, John Cleese simply said, it's not blasphemy, it's making fun of the way that people misunderstand the teachings.
How much more personal can you get?
Terry Jones even claimed it isn't blasphemous because it doesn't touch on belief at all. It's heretical because it touches on dogma and the interpretation of belief rather than belief itself. In 2007, however, the Church of St. Thomas the Martyr in Newcastle actually screened the film with costumes and all sorts. It sold out, but many Christian groups were outraged by the decision, and Stephen Green, head of the Christian Voice, insisted you don't promote Christ to the community by taking the mick out of him.
Just some, Jewish jokes, sir?
However, Reverend Jonathan Adams said it didn't mock Jesus, it raised important issues about the hypocrisy and stupidity that can affect religion. Many Christians have actually approached John Cleese over the years and congratulated him and his colleagues on the film for highlighting the double standards among purported followers of their own faith.
You silly sods.
Cleese also went on to say, in regards to the Christian haters, we've managed to bring them all together for the first time in 2,000 years.
You ought to be ashamed of yourself!
The BFI called it the 28th best British film in history, and the famous line,
He's not the Messiah, he's a very naughty boy!
was voted by BOL.com as the funniest line in film history. Personally, I prefer,
Alright, I am the Messiah! He is! He is the Messiah! Now, fuck off!
This was easily one of my main comedic influences, and I don't just mean Life of Brian, I mean Monty Python as a whole, and just watching the humour, you can really see the impact that it made in comedy for the years that followed.
Are you sure?
They show that you really do not need a huge cast to have an amazing show. This movie features 6 actors playing a total of 40 characters. Don't you hate it when actors play like numerous different characters at the same time? So lazy.
We thought of it first. Oh, yeah.
I can see some of the jokes going on too long, but sometimes it really works as genuinely hilarious banter.
Do you mind? I can't hear a word he's saying.
Don't you mind me? I was talking to my husband.
Well, try and talk to him somewhere else. I can't hear a bloody thing.
Don't you swear, my wife.
I was only asking her to shut up so he can hear what he's saying, big nose.
Don't you call my husband Big Nose?
Well, he has got a big nose. Could you be quiet, please? What's that? I don't know. It's too busy talking a big nose.
Some of them do drag a bit though and aren't actually as funny as they could be, but you can't help but smile and laugh at the sheer creativity and ballsy humour. Eric Idle, in my mind, steals the show in every single frame or character that he's involved with.
Crucifixion? Good. Out of the door, line on the left, 1 cross each. Next. Crucifixion?
No, freedom.
What?
Freedom for me. They said I hadn't done anything so I could go free and live on an island somewhere.
Oh, well, that's jolly good. Well, off you go then.
Nah, man, you're pulling your leg. It's crucifixion, really.
Oh, I see. Very good, very good. Well, out of the door.
Yeah, I know the way. Out the door, 1 cross each, line on the left.
The opening credits sequence is catchy as hell and really well edited and really grabs your attention from the very beginning. But despite being a controversial, hilarious, side-splitting comedy, it actually does raise some great points about religion. And before I get a huge amount of Christians attacking me in the comments, I mean the ones who blindly follow the religion, thinking every coincidence or tiny incident is an act of God, or the ones who ignore consistency issues, or they just shove the religion down other people's throats.
Look, there was this man, and he had 2 servants. What were they called? What were their names?
I don't know. And he gave them some talents.
You don't know?
Well, it doesn't matter.
He doesn't know what they were called.
Oh, they were called Simon and Adrian. Now...
Oh, you said you didn't know.
It really doesn't matter. The point is, there were these 2 servants.
He's making it up as he goes along.
No, I'm not.
You don't need to follow me. You don't need to follow anybody. You've got to think for yourselves. You're all individuals.
But it does have some problems. Not a lot though, because come on, it's Monty Python. This donkey looks so fake, and yet still better effects than Jurassic World.
Are you the Judean People's Front?
Are you the ones holding my cue cards?
Can't you understand? Ow!
Yep. Hello. Another little ego trip from the feminists. What? Oh, sorry, Loretta.
Oops, I'm breaking the fourth wall.
I guess this guy just felt like wandering in and messing up the entire shot. Told you there wasn't a lot. I really had to scrape the bottom on the barrel for those ones. Regardless, I love the edgy humour. I love that they're not afraid to take risks, and I can easily see why it's noted as one of the best comedies of all time. It's one of my favourite films, and if you want to give British humour a chance, then this is definitely a great place to start. Merry Christmas, everybody! It's the second greatest time of year behind Halloween, of course, so what better way to celebrate it than looking at the greatest Christmas movie ever made? Hey, it's Die Hard, it counts. Look, Christmas, 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 Christmas.
It's Christmas, Theo.
See, it's a Christmas movie, it counts. John McClane, played by Bruce Willis, is a police officer who visits his wife in Los Angeles for the holidays, but shit gets real when a group of terrorists take over the office building, led by Hans Gruber, played by the late great Alan Rickman in his feature film debut. There's not really much else to explain, plot-wise, really.
I'm telling you, you're just gonna have to kill me. Okay.
Avada Kedavra.
In 1968, directed by Gordon Douglas, we got The Detective, a neo-noir crime movie starring Frank Sinatra based on the 1966 Richard Thorpe novel of the same name.
Aren't you forgetting something?
Due to its success, well, compared to this movie, the term success now seems somewhat dire.
Go fuck yourself.
Thorpe then wrote a sequel novel in 1979 entitled Nothing Lasts Forever. Another film adaptation was soon in the works, and since he appeared in the first one, the studio were under contract to cast Sinatra again, but he actually turned down the role.
You listen to me, you little asshole.
Arnold Schwarzenegger was then approached to make it a sequel to Commando, though those latter claims according to writer Stephen E. D'Souza were bogus, but Arnold also turned it down. Yippee-ki-yay, motherfucker! The role also went on to be offered to Sylvester Stallone, Harrison Ford, Richard Gere, Clint Eastwood, Robert De Niro, Michael Madsen, Rob Bohr, Richard Dean Anderson, Nick Nolte, Burt Reynolds, Tim Berenger, Bill Cosby. Let the hostages go or I'll roofie your wife. Mel Gibson, Al Pacino, James Caan, Charles Bronson and Don Johnson, all of whom declined.
No, thank you.
This was because the character was originally supposed to be another generic 80s super action star, but the director had grown bored with such characters and wanted John McClane to be more of an average guy who wasn't particularly happy with the person that he had become, just wanting to make a difference, and helps the hostages because he's unfortunate enough to be stuck in a situation he really doesn't want to be in.
That's great, John. Good job.
The studio reluctantly gave the role to Bruce Willis, who at the time only had a TV show and a flopped movie disaster to his name and was generally known as a comedic television actor. There was a time when Bruce Willis was primarily known as a comedic actor.
Son of a bitch.
The role of Hans Gruber, which ended up going to Alan Rickman, had actually been offered to Sam Neill, who rejected it. Don't move! They can't make a shitload of sequels if we don't move.
Thanks for the advice.
Amazingly, Alan Rickman himself almost passed out on the part as well. He had only just arrived in Hollywood and was reluctant to have his first ever role be a villain in an action movie, nearly turning down the part that made him into a star.
Yeah.
His wife Holly, see, even her name is Christmassy,
Merry Christmas!
was considered for Sally Field, Meryl Streep, Goldie Hawn, Diana Keaton and Glenn Close, but Bruce Willis refused all of them because he wanted Bonnie Bedelia, as he was a big fan of her work.
What idiot put you in charge?
Director John McTiernan originally turned down the script, calling it a nasty piece of work, but was eventually persuaded into taking on the project, confident that he could lighten up the film's darker edges.
Trust me.
D'Souza actually admitted that he had originally written the screenplay as if Hans Gruber was the protagonist. If he had planned the robbery and put it together, Bruce Willis would have just gone to the party and reconciled or not with his wife. You should sometimes think about looking at your movie through the point of view of the villain who is really doing the narrative.
Tell me you got that.
Willis was paid $5 million, which was actually an insane amount of money at the time for a pretty unheard of actor, and it turned him into a huge worldwide name as a result of it.
I can live with that.
The movie was released on July the 12th, 1988 in Los Angeles, California, earning a worldwide grand total of $140.7 million.
Holy shit.
It received mostly positive responses from critics like Mark Kermode, who called it an exciting setup of cowboys and Indians in the towering inferno.
He didn't bring me along for my charming personality.
Then it got not so nice reviews, like Roger Ebert giving it 2 stars, stating,
But you can also see there, I think, one of the big weaknesses of the movie, and that's the idiotic behavior of the Los Angeles Police Department. There was one character in this movie, a deputy chief, whose actions are so stupid and so unmotivated and wrong-headed that finally he just brings the movie to a stop every time he opens his mouth. Bad writing. He always says the wrong thing. He understands nothing. And with a movie like this, once you start picking out the loopholes, and there are a lot of them, it doesn't matter how good the stunts or the special effects are, or even how good Bruce Willis is.
But he did admit to enjoying the sequels and soon changed his opinion.
Oh, Christ, he can fuck this whole thing up. What does he think he's doing?
The movie style of a lone hero fighting a shitload of enemies at once, picking them off single-handedly, became a huge trope, even using the title as a description for other action films. In 1992, Under Siege was dubbed Die Hard on a battleship, Passenger 52 was Die Hard on a plane, Speed was Die Hard on a bus, The Rock, not that one, was Die Hard on an island, Olympus Has Fallen, The White House Down was Die Hard in the White House, and even shows like Star Trek The Next Generation had episodes that were called Die Hard in Space.
You gotta believe me, there's nothing I could do.
The movie was always being improvised, the script going through constant changes as production went along. The scene where Willis and Rickman first meet was unrehearsed to maintain spontaneity. Bruce falling off a vent was a stunt that went wrong but stayed in the film. Rickman's fall at the end, that's his real reaction of fear. He was given a countdown but then intentionally let go prematurely, so the look on his face is genuine.
So that's what this is all about?
But you don't care about all that crap. All you really care about is what I think of the film. Who you kidding? It's fucking Die Hard!
Enough jokes.
What's not to love? It goes beyond a generic action film and gives us a likeable character. John is somewhat relatable. I don't mean we've all been hauled up inside an office building against armed thieves trying to fight our way out and save our wives. Not since the summer of '97 anyway.
I had an accident.
But the relatability comes with not liking yourself very much and trying to make a difference to amend your mistakes. It's an exaggeration of reality, but it's there, and Bruce, for the most part, does a great job.
Merry Christmas to you.
Alan Rickman is the highlight of the film for me and steals the show every time he's on screen. He says such amazing lines so casually and with incredible delivery and charisma.
Alas, your Mr. Takagi did not see it that way, so he won't be joining us for the rest of his life.
The action takes a while to get there, but once it does, it feels earned. Admittedly, the movie is over 2 hours long, so it can get quite long-winded at times for such an easy and simple plot, but the third act completely makes up for it. It may drag at times during the middle, but once it gets to the climax, you do not give a flying shit. Who can argue with awesome action and deaths like this?
You know, I'm putting my life on the line for you, pal.
This completely changed action movies entirely, made a start out of both lead actors, and definitely deserves all of its credentials. But I think a lot of people tend to overlook some of its problems. Calm down, okay? I love Die Hard. Die Hard is amazing. But I think we all just tend to forget and don't want to admit that it does have some stupid and bad moments in there too.
Everything here's okay.
I mean, I know it revolutionized the genre, but does that excuse the sheer amount of stereotypes and movie tropes that it has? Some of which, okay, sure, maybe the film was one of the originators, but a lot were done beforehand, and it seems people ignore the fact that it features the Spanish maid stereotype, the token black guy stereotype, the shifty Latino man stereotype, the rich Asian dude stereotype, the generic arsehole with the generic beard stereotype, the silent, strong martial artsy fighty man stereotype, the pussy with the ponytail stereotype, the action movie with the dramatic time limit stereotype. That's a cliche, not a stereotype, but don't ruin the pattern.
Right, let's do it.
The security guard distracted by watching some kind of sports game stereotype, the short Asian kung fu ass-kicking guy stereotype. Although, to its credit, it does reverse the real-life trope by having a black cop shoot someone else for no reason. Please don't unsubscribe.
Hunt that little shit down.
Some of the writing is also rather forced. First of all, they literally foreshadow later events within the first 90 seconds of the movie. The technology hasn't exactly aged very well either. Wow, touchscreen! Soon you'll be telling me that my career is so low I have to star in shitty British commercials for Virgin Media. Although Bruce's acting is quite good for the majority of the picture, there's times when he just looks completely drunk and is just stumbling around on set. Bruce also talks to himself an awful lot. Literally, the only reason is for the audience's benefit for exposition purposes. Don't get me wrong, I talk to myself all the time. But when you're trapped in a building with lives depending on you and you've got armed thieves attacking you that could be anywhere and you're trying to save the life of your wife, I think stealth comes first. I'll let it go though, because his acting here is incredible.
Any of these things ring a bell?
This dude's acting is just so bad. He moves like a fucking robot.
I promise I won't hurt you.
But that reminds me, I just gotta go get a drink real quick. I swear I am thirsty.
So
Something's wrong.
The main issue here is, why doesn't he just kill the hostages? This isn't specific just for Die Hard, it's evident in many action movies, but there is literally no reason for him to not kill these people. They give no ransom to the cops, they have no problem murdering people. Even when he finds out who Bruce's wife is later on, he still doesn't kill her. Is it to lure him out? Oh no, wait, it can't be, because even if he does put a bullet in her ass, Bruce won't know she's dead, so he'll still come looking for her. Okay, they eventually do give a ransom, but he's got no problem wiping out any other hostages in the meantime, so what difference would it make? Just slaughter them all. It's pretty much established that he's a douchebag and doesn't follow rules. John has been making his life miserable all night, so killing his wife would have been the perfect revenge, but he doesn't do it even when he has the chance. It does not make any sense. These are the dumbest criminals ever. So they have an awesome sequence on the rooftop as Bruce calls the police, and they clearly hear gunfire over the receiver. They're cops in LA, no less. They know what gunfire sounds like. Hey, California stereotype.
Why don't you wake up and smell what you shoveling?
So what do? They send one cop to just check it out. Yeah, they literally say, that's odd. Go give it a quick check, dude. Not only that, but they send one fat, useless cop. In fact, they send one fat, useless cop who accidentally shot someone already. And even when it's evident what's going on and the FBI and everyone shows up, they still try to debunk that it's a goddamn hostage situation.
All we know is that somebody shot your car up. It's probably the same silly son of a bitch you've been talking to on that radio.
Excuse me, sir. But what about the body that fell out the window?
Well, who knows? It's probably some stockbroker got depressed.
What more proof do you need, you assholes? Jesus Christ, this is the worst police force ever. Die Hard. I want this to not bother me. No, it doesn't. It's motherfucking Die Hard.
This is crazy. I don't have the authority.
This is acting. I don't have the talent.
They're shooting at him.
Really? Really? Okay, so Rickman and Willis meet, but our hero doesn't realise he's face to face with the antagonist, and the bad guy puts on a phony American accent. This was actually added in last minute because the writers wanted them to have a confrontation before the climax to build suspense, but when they discovered what a great American accent Rickman was capable of, they included it. My problem is, how does Bruce not recognise his voice?
Who the fuck is this?
You could argue that he does because he hands him a gun with no bullets in, but that's not true. If he knew who he was, wouldn't he have shot him right away or threatened him or something? It goes completely against his character if that were the case. The bullet thing was to simply test the trust, but how the fuck does he not recognise his voice? An accent doesn't change the goddamn pitch and tempo of your goddamn voice. How stupid can he be?
You know what, Rob of Cinematic Venom? Quite frankly, I am sick and tired of you making fun of all of my favorite movies. So right now, I'm gonna do everybody a favor. I'm gonna blow you away, Rob of Cinematic Venom.
I'm not Rob. I'm Lucy. I do makeup tutorials.
Oh my god, my mistake. I am so sorry. My apologies.
You gotta be on fucking TV with that accent.
No, he really shouldn't.
You're back in business.
What the hell was that?
You're back in business.
Bit of an intense dramatic turn, isn't it?
Hey Rob, do you want to go to the bar or something?
Figure we take out the terrorists, lose 20-25% of the hostages. Tops. I can live with that.
They really find it acceptable that they lost hostages? I don't care how many they lost and how many they saved. Any loss is a tragedy, you douchebags.
What the hell are you talking about, man?
I also find it weird that he struggles and bitches when he simply walks on glass barefoot, but in just a few movies' time, he gets flung through a fucking window at this velocity and just shrugs it off like he got a paper cut.
This is their idea of Christmas. I gotta be there for New Year's.
Is this guy having an orgasm?
Why not?
Bruce's wife Holly is clearly staring at Alan Rickman's ass here. Not that I can blame her.
I'm really gonna nail his ass now.
So the electricity is cut out at one point, which, one, is pretty pointless since the building has a backup generator that turns it right back on anyway.
It's very kind of you.
Two, they acknowledge they shut off the entire block's electricity and yet the entire block remains on.
Go on.
And three, it's a plot point that this would cut out power to the vault, disallowing it access, but thanks to my Bay IMDb, this would not be the case and it would still remain fully operational.
Attention to every conceivable detail.
So there's an explosion on the rooftop, Michael Bay is fapping somewhere, and Bruce is held on by a water hose. That would not hold on. That the explosion and the fire would have basically exploded the hose and cut it in half, therefore snapping, they would have splat. Who gives a shit? It looked awesome.
Sorry about that.
Furthermore, it starts to slowly pull him out instead of, you know, dragging him out full force with rapid velocity like it would do. But who gives a shit? It looks awesome!
Get together, have a few laughs.
The fire sprinklers also have a delayed reaction and take forever to turn on. Just like my girlfriend.
What, are you embarrassed?
No. This limo driver is not knocking out anyone, especially a dude twice his size. Look at this twerp. He looks about 12 when we see him underage drinking. In fact, what's the point of his character anyway? He drops Bruce off and then kind of just chills out doing random things for the rest of the film. Must have been the easiest paycheck ever.
Come on, I got 50 bucks bet on them assholes.
And one of the bad guys even inexplicably comes back to life just for a really weirdly timed and random revisit to the aforementioned subplot where the cop shoots him dead. For a subplot conclusion that nobody gave a shit about. But who gives a shit because it's Die Hard?
Hit your heart on Channel 5.
Despite its problems, it's harmless fun, it has a lot of heart behind it, the character's likeable, the action's amazing, the comedy works, Alan Rickman and Bruce Willis are fantastic. It's an incredible action movie, and no matter how hard logic tries, Die Hard, it will never sever us.
Steven Spielberg, one of the most iconic, if not the most iconic, filmmakers in the entire world. Thanks to the magic of updates in technology, he went from creating a masterpiece in storytelling and suspense with god-awful special effects that look about as real as baby geniuses, to creating, in my opinion, the greatest special effects I have ever seen in any movie ever, bar none.
No, seriously.
Yeah, I actually go that far. Best CGI, best animatronics, best practical effects. I've not seen a movie since this, or even before it, that comes anywhere close. Which is actually quite astonishing when you really think about it. How come no movie has done better effects than a film in 1993?
This is impossible.
Look, it's insane that this isn't real. In fact, this kind of was. The roof of the car wasn't actually supposed to break, so their reactions are genuine, but my point is, combining CGI with animatronics is clearly the way to go. And with the humans in the same frame like this, it's insane. It's intense. We're in the cars with the characters, so we're really feeling their fear with them, which is a genius move from Spielberg, and there's no music either. It's absolute perfection. The pacing, the suspense, the acting, the editing. This is one of the start to finish, all around greatest scenes I have ever seen in my entire life. This movie is scary as hell with the ways they build the suspense, but I will admit, this shot looks completely fake. That's the only one that looks fake. Oh, and this cow looks faker than the dinosaurs.
That makes the investors very, very anxious.
The T-Rex model would also malfunction a lot in the rain and sometimes move on its own and come to life, scaring the hell out of everyone on set. It weighed 12,000 pounds, and if just its head moved and somebody was nearby, it felt like a bus driving past.
Yes. So that's why we're taking extreme precautions.
John Hammond, played by the late great Richard Attenborough, who ironically previously beat Steven Spielberg for a Best Director Academy Award in 1982,
He sends his apologies.
has created, with the help of his bioengineering company, a theme park called, well, you know the drill.
Welcome to Jurassic Park.
An island in Costa Rica filled with cloned dinosaurs. Just go with it. But unfortunately, some of the staff become Happy Meals on legs, so Hammond seeks out a paleontologist called Alan Grant, played by Sam Neill, another called Ellie Sattler, played by Laura Dern, and a Jeff Goldblum, played by Jeff Goldblum.
Excellent.
To check out the park and make sure that it's safe. Hammond's grandchildren also join the ride, and it's explained that millions of years ago, around the same time Bruce Forsyth just finished college,
That was great.
mosquitoes would bite the dinosaurs and then get stuck in tree sap. Now the humans were capable of rescuing them and using the DNA within to clone the dinosaurs. Just go with it.
I'll tell you the problem with the scientific power that you're using here.
The special effects are then shown off like a Game Boy in middle school in the 90s, as the evil chicken man from Toy Story 2 here is bribed to steal some dinosaur embryos and ends up sabotaging the entire park. This leads to Samuel L. Jackson's death, which is never nice, and a fight for ultimate survival until the lucky ones finally escape the island. Until the sequels, but we'll get onto them later.
I don't blame people for their mistakes.
The writer, Michael Crichton, originally thought up a screenplay about a graduate student who recreated a dinosaur, but after his fascination with the creatures continued, he ended up writing the novel of the same name, published on November the 20th, 1990. Even before it was out in the public, Spielberg learned of the book as early as October 1989 and claimed, "What really fascinated me was that Jurassic Park was a really credible look at how dinosaurs might someday be brought back alongside modern mankind, going beyond a simple monster movie."
Oh, there it is.
Crichton straight away demanded $1.5 million for the film rights, in addition to a decent percentage of the gross success, refusing to negotiate. Richard Donner, Joe Dante, and even Tim Burton bid for the rights. Tim Burton, great! A gothic emo T-Rex. Played by Johnny Depp.
We were saving that!
And even James Cameron wanted to bid but ran out of time. Universal, however, had already acquired the rights in May 1990 specifically for Spielberg, who had just finished work on Hook. After seeing the film, Cameron admitted that he wasn't the right man for the job, as his version would have been much more violent. Cameron even said he would have cast Bill Paxton as Malcolm, Charlton Heston as Hammond, and Arnold Schwarzenegger as Grant. They move in herds. They do move in herds. Spielberg, however, really wanted to make Schindler's List, and he was actually given the green light to do so, but only if he made Jurassic Park first. Spielberg himself claimed, "I was really just trying to make a good sequel to Jaws on land." That's true. There never was a good Jaws sequel.
Clever girl.
Initially, the director tried to get Bob Gurr on board to create the monsters, as he was responsible for the King Kong ride at Universal, but decided they would be too expensive and not convincing at all. Maybe he was brought back to make the fourth one, I don't know.
I remember.
He ended up bringing in Stan Winston, who was responsible for special effects on films such as Aliens, Friday the 13th Part 3, Edward Scissorhands, The Terminator 1, 2, and 3, Batman Returns, among many others. He also brought in Phil Tippett, most notably responsible for the Star Wars franchise, and Michael Lantieri, who would later go on to work on the Pirates of the Caribbean saga. Many effects from the book were dropped, or included, since this little Dilophosaurus bastard couldn't actually spit venom, and even facts about the dinosaurs themselves changed in order to improve the picture, most notably the T-Rex in real life not physically being able to ever run as fast as depicted due to its hollow bones. But who gives a shit? How awesome does this look?
How'd you do this?
It was also billed as the most accurate dinosaur depiction of all time, despite the fact in real life a Triceratops could actually fight a T-Rex, and the Brachiosaurus didn't actually chew its food.
I found a way.
Also, I'm sorry to burst people's childhoods. Nah, I'm not. But velociraptors weren't actually based on the dinosaur in question, the original creature being a lot smaller and even covered in feathers. This is what a real velociraptor looked like. Quite disappointing, isn't it? However, not long after the release of the movie, a similar creature called a Utahraptor was discovered, matching the movie's design but a lot bigger. The film literally created a dinosaur and then a real one was discovered.
Good name, we got it!
Also, just to ruin your childhood further, the sound of the raptors talking to each other is actually the sound of tortoises having sex. You're welcome. And it's called Jurassic Park, but only 2 from that era actually appear, the rest from the Cretaceous period.
Yeah, but I can pronounce Jurassic.
Even more impressive, these raptors for this sequence alone were played by men in suits, and you can't even tell. So all the other crap films that try to pull stuff like this off, but it ended up looking faker than Spawn, shame on you.
I wanted to show them something that wasn't an illusion, something that was real.
The roars or general noises made from the dinosaurs were simply created by using the sounds of many other animals, such as baby elephants, penguins, swans, horses, hawks, rattlesnakes, monkeys, donkeys, tigers, alligators, whales, dogs, dolphins, among others. Despite having a great team working on the animatronics, Spielberg still wasn't happy with the end results until some animators suggested trying out some CGI, which was still relatively new back then. The director wasn't convinced and asked them to prove that it could work, and they quickly showed that it could.
Occasionally.
All these other movies, including the film's own sequels, just tend to rely on CGI alone. Here we have a movie that combines animatronics and CGI, and you have the most realistic looking effects ever created. This is exactly why CGI is necessary, yes, but only to a minimal degree, and practical effects are also essential.
You pick them because they look good.
When adapting the book, a lot was lost in the process. The novel was quite lengthy, so a ton of exposition was dropped, replaced with the cartoon scene to get it done quicker, and the gore was actually toned down a great deal as well. In the book, John Hammond was a ruthless businessman. This was changed to a kind and charming old guy. The kids in the book were originally the other way around in terms of age, and Grant even loved the kids immediately in the original story, which was changed so he can gradually grow to care for them. A concept Hollywood and most fans and critics have feared for a very long time, called character development.
There's fun in that.
One scene in particular from the book that was cut was where I'm not going to try to pronounce that, attacks a young child, but Spielberg found it too horrific. It was, however, used in Jurassic Park 2, because I guess that movie gave less shits.
People are dying.
William Hurt was offered the role of Alan Grant, but turned it down without even reading the script, and Harrison Ford was even given the chance, but turned it down, saying the part wasn't right for him. After seeing the film, he stood by his word, despite, by his own admission, never watching the entire movie all the way through, and Richard Dreyfuss was also considered for the part, as was Kurt Russell, who turned it down, demanding more money, and Dennis Quaid, Kevin Costner, Mel Gibson, Dylan McDermott, Tom Sizemore, and Robin Williams also being considered. Sam Neill was cast just a few weeks before filming even began. He stated, "It all happened real quick. I hadn't read read the book, knew nothing about it, hadn't heard anything about it, and in a matter of weeks, I'm working with Spielberg.
Nobody cares.
Many actresses were considered for the role of Ellie Sattler, including Sandra Bullock, Gwyneth Paltrow, Julianne Moore, Jodie Foster, Sigourney Weaver, Michelle Pfeiffer, Ali Sheedy, Gina Davis, Daryl Hannah, Jennifer Grey, Kelly McGillis, Jamie Lee Curtis, Julia Roberts, Linda Hamilton, Sarah Jessica Parker, Bridget Fonda, Juliette Binoche, Nicole Kidman, Heather Graham, Lisa Rinna, Renee Zellweger, Kim Raver, Mariska Hargitay, Joan Cusack, Deborah Winger, Laura Linney, Helena Hunt, Robin Wright, Terry Hatcher, Elizabeth Hurley, and Sherilyn Fenn.
Think I'll have that on the tour?
Ian Bannon, Clint Eastwood, Marlon Brando, and John Pertwee were considered for the part of John Hammond, and even Sean Connery was offered the role. It was decided that Jeff Goldblum would be perfect for the role of Jeff Goldblum, despite Jim Carrey himself even auditioning. Allegedly, Carrey was terrific too, but I think pretty quickly we all loved the idea of Jeff.
Boy, do I hate being right all the time.
Man, I'm tired of being right.
Other actors considered for the role consisted of Michael Keaton, Johnny Depp, I knew it! Ted Danson, Steve Guttenberg, and Michael J. Fox. This movie had an incredible 25 months of pre-production before filming finally began on August the 24th, 1992 in Hawaii. On September 11th that year, they were swept by Hurricane Iniki, which disrupted a lot of shooting. We were also originally supposed to see Samuel L. Jackson's death, but the set was destroyed by the hurricane and it couldn't be shot. Some of the storm scenes were from the actual hurricane and they were kept in the final film.
It's a gift.
Shooting wrapped up just less than 2 weeks ahead of schedule on November 30th, 1992, and editor Michael Kahn got a rough cut together within just a matter of days, allowing Spielberg to finally start work on his beloved Schindler's List. While he did so, he often had teleconferences whilst on set for his Liam Neeson classic in Poland to monitor the work on the dinosaur flick, and the movie was finally finished on May the 28th, 1993. This was one of my favourite films growing up, and it really does still hold up to this day. Sure, it follows the cliche of the black dude dying first, literally in the first 3 minutes, and Alan does seem to have a fetish for traumatizing the hell out of small children, but I think it just adds on to his character and his disliking of kids, which benefits later on as he bonds with the others. Speaking of which, kids in a horror action film that can actually act? Is that allowed?
Relax. Try and enjoy yourself.
Ironically, the boy, played by Joseph Michello, previously auditioned for the role of Jack in Spielberg's Hook, but was considered too young. The girl, eventually played by Ariana Richards, was also considered for Anna Klumsky and Christina Ricci. When we first see the dinosaurs, it's such an enchanting moment, other than, Grant clearly having an orgasm over it. But you really do get engulfed in the magic that's taking place on your screen.
You did. You crazy son of a bitch, you did.
Sure, but can he turn himself into a fly? The technology also hasn't aged very well, but it does make me nostalgic for the 90s. Remember when you couldn't use your phone and the internet at the same time?
I really hate that, man.
I do find it bizarre that they don't even lock the doors in their tour cars on a dinosaur island.
I told you how many times we needed locking mechanisms on the vehicle doors.
See? He's doing my job for me. It has very touching moments like this when the Triceratops just finished watching Jurassic Park 3 and immediately fell ill. It's really emotional.
Maybe it's the power trying to come back on.
You could argue that the adults are cowards for not going to rescue the kids against the T-Rex here, but come on, let's be honest. There's only one man who could actually do the dinosaur any kind of damage.
And his name is John C.
There's so many memorable scenes that we all still quote and recall to this day, and it's easy to see why it's always viewed as a classic and a masterpiece in filmmaking. Although this apparently inspired the talking whale scene from Finding Nemo, so fuck you, Spielberg. Is it actually possible for somebody to survive 10,000 volts of electricity, let alone a small child?
I happen to be a vegetarian.
And the one that everyone's pointed out. We can always hear the T-Rex coming, but at the end of the film it becomes a goddamn ninja or something and sneaks up to save the day. Just doesn't make much sense, but this shot looks amazing. Look at that! This ending was changed though because Spielberg didn't want to disappoint the fans and thus returned everyone's favourite dinosaur to save the day.
Thank you.
I also adore that the love story is kept subtle, another concept a lot of critics, fans and directors are alien to recently. It leaves it more mysterious and charming. In a clever use of marketing, the dinosaurs were barely shown in the trailers and the film was premiered on June the 9th, 1993 in Washington, D.C. 2 days later, it was released nationally to over 2,000 theatres. The movie was shown on television for the first time ever on May the 7th, 1995, in which over 68 million people tuned in to watch, and it was the highest rated theatrical film broadcast on TV since April 1987 with Trading Places. Jurassic Park was, at the time of release, the highest grossing movie ever made, earning $47 million just in its first weekend alone, crushing Batman Returns' record the year prior. After 1 week, the movie had grossed $81.7 million and to this day remains Spielberg's highest grossing picture of all time. time. The movie was very well received, understatement of the century, for the effects, musical score by John Williams, who I'm pretty sure could fart on a piano and still compose gold, and Spielberg's direction, but many criticised the script and details removed from the novel. Personally speaking, I can see some arguments about the character development. I mean, Hammond's granddaughter has one throw away you blink you miss it line about being a computer hacker and then uses this skill later on. That's lazy just out of nowhere, but as for the lack of story, it works here because no one would realistically go into Jurassic Park caring for the characters. The dinosaurs were clearly the stars of the film, which Spielberg himself even admitted in regards to the T-Rex, so a massive story arc of the humans would have just fell flat. Don't get me wrong, I like these people and I want them to survive, but in a movie so heavy on special effects, it's clear that they were never going to be the vital part of the story, so it works. Jeff Goldblum plays this skeptic, smart-ass I told you so character. Though a trope today, this set the trend for it, and Goldblum nails it perfectly. There's also a scene where he subtly flirts with Laura Dern's character, and after this movie was made, they ended up getting together in real life and even being engaged for 2 years. Power of the Goldblum. The film really set the boundaries for special effects. Filmmakers saw things like this as unfeasible or too expensive. Now because of Spielberg, they seem doable. It was this film that led George Lucas to start work on the Star Wars prequels, although I'm sure a lot of people aren't too thrilled about that. And Stanley Kubrick to work on AI artificial intelligence, and even Peter Jackson to head towards his dream of making the Lord of the Rings trilogy and King Kong. The movie was such a huge impact, the study of paleontology suddenly had a record increase in students. Regardless, if you've not seen these films, just stick to the first two. Butch Cassidy and the Sundance Kid is a 1969 western loosely based on real events. You know, I'm starting to believe that all that means is it's based on a true story, but they're not gonna bother even trying to adapt it accurately, so yeah, we'll make it up as we go along, yeah, you know, loosely based.
What the hell else is there to do?
Butch Cassidy, played by Paul Newman, is the leader of a gang with his sidekick, the Sundance Kid, played by Robert Redford. However, they're soon disbanded, but the two outlaws rob a train before being on the run from, well, the law. They decide to rob some banks, gain a chick, as well as fleeing to Bolivia, because why wouldn't you go to Bolivia?
Bolivia, that's a country, stupid.
But the relocation isn't enough to hide them for too long. The duo eventually face their fate and go out guns blazing in a fit of glory. Red River ended in a shit of glory.
I'm glad you brought that up, kid.
Screenwriter William Goldman, who also wrote The Princess Bride, awesome! And Dreamcatcher, wow, fuck this guy.
This don't concern you.
William Goldman discovered the true story for Butch Cassidy as early as the 1950s, but researched for nearly an entire decade before finally deciding to write a screenplay. However, he wanted it to be somewhat original. The whole reason I wrote the thing, there was that famous line that Scott Fitzgerald wrote, who was one of my heroes. There are no second acts in American lives. Bit of discrimination there. You saying there's second acts in, like, European lives? What?
Nothing?
When I read about Cassidy and Longbow and the Super Posse coming after them, that's phenomenal material. They ran to South America and lived there for 8 years, and that was what thrilled me. They had a second act. They were more legendary in South America than they had ever been in the Old West. It's a great story. However, it was so bizarre at the time for the protagonists in a movie to run away that this story element actually got the script rejected from a studio or two. In fact, only one wanted to buy the rights, but only on the condition that the duo did not flee to South America. Goldman argued that that's exactly what happened in real life, to which the studio actually responded, "I don't give a shit. All I know is John Wayne doesn't run away." Yeah, well, he also doesn't make good movies.
Really think so?
Goldman went back to the drawing board making some rewrites, but claims he barely changed anything, nothing more than just a few pages, and suddenly several studios wanted the rights. Originally Dustin Hoffman was considered for Butch Cassidy, and Jack Lemmon was offered the part of Sundance, but he turned it down because he didn't like riding horses, and he felt like he had already played similar roles before. Warren Beatty was offered the part but turned it down, finding it far too similar to his other movie Bonnie and Clyde. Marlon Brando was considered, but he found it too similar to One-Eyed Jacks, and Steve McQueen read the script and agreed to it. At the same time, Paul Newman was signed to the project as well. At this point, since McQueen was such a big star, the title was actually The Sundance Kid and Butch Cassidy, which sounds awful.
I'm not picky.
But unfortunately, McQueen backed out of the project after constantly disagreeing with Paul Newman and wanting more money, though they would work together later on in 1974's The Towering Inferno. Once Robert Redford was brought on, since Newman was now the bigger star, the title of the film was switched around, but these two would also struggle to agree at times. Redford wanted to do all of his own stunts, including jumping onto the roof of a train and running along the tops of cars as it moved. Newman had to tell him, "I don't want any heroics around here. I don't want to lose a co-star." Newman always insisted on rehearsals beforehand, but Redford found they ruined the spontaneity of the scene, though he did eventually oblige. Despite disagreements, Paul Newman did admit that this was the most fun he ever had making a movie, as he and Redford shared a whole lot of beer in Mexico where it was filmed. But Newman originally wasn't sure of the movie himself. The character had a lot of jokes and he hated his comedic acting, finding himself terrible at it. However, the director told him to not bother going for the jokes, but to just play the movie entirely straight instead. In fact, in the first previews, the audiences would howl with laughter, upsetting the director, who thought he made it way too funny. He went back to the editing room to rework it to make it more serious. But it's impressive that Newman enjoyed it so much, considering he had to get up at 5:30 AM every single morning. But he did then get to spend an hour in the pool and sauna, so it's not all bad, I guess.
You've had worse ideas lately.
Butch Cassidy and the Sundance Kid premiered in September of 1969 in New Haven, Connecticut. Originally, reviews were mixed. They ranged from finding the film mediocre to downright terrible. Directors David Fincher and Chris Columbus also cited this as one of their major influences. But strangely, despite how they allegedly didn't follow the original story that closely, the real-life sister of the real Butch Cassidy, Lula Parker Bettinson, often visited the set. She would tell stories to the cast and crew of her brother's travels, and she was very much impressed at the accuracy of the film's portrayal. The studio found out about her visits and asked her to endorse the movie with a series of advertisements in cinemas across the country. She happily agreed, but only if she saw the film first and gave it the go-ahead. The studio flat out refused, claiming that allowing her to see the movie before its release could damage its reputation. Fortunately, Robert Redford managed to convince her to do the advertisements anyway for a small fee. It's not all wine and roses, however, as Paul Newman's hairdresser, Jay Sebring, was actually one of the victims murdered by Charles Manson in August of 1969, just 1 month before the movie was released. I have no idea how to segue here, guys.
Neither do I.
The best way to describe Butch Cassidy and the Sundance Kid: it's not as amazing as The Good, the Bad and the Ugly, but it's also not as dog shit as Red River. It's alright.
What the hell is that?
First of all, Sundance is a complete badass. He shoots a guy's gun off to disarm him and then continues to knock it away with bullets. That is awesome. And here he just spins around and shoots a damn snake. Why are cowboys always so fast with really sensitive hearing? Honestly, he's the highlight of the entire film.
Can I move?
Move? What the hell you mean move?
I better when I move.
But Butch is the complete opposite. There's this big showdown scene and he has to trick the guy before kicking him in his gonads. And then he acts like he just beat Brock Lesnar in an arm wrestling match. No, you're not hard, mate. But as Butch tries to win over Sundance's girlfriend, he acts really goofy and shows off on a bike. It actually is a really cute and charming little scene. Other than the fact that he's trying to steal his friend's girl, but hey ho.
What are you doing? Stealing your woman?
Well, at least he's honest.
What do you think you're doing with my wife?
He's gonna have it off with her.
Give me that. Get some more. A lot more. Well, that ought to do it.
That was pretty cool, I'm not gonna lie. The filmmaking style is simple, but it works for most of the film. They're on the run from the law and there's hardly any music during it, but it doesn't dent the intensity of their fleeing. It really is great, but unfortunately there are a lot of other scenes that just feel awkward without music, so it's kind of a mixed bag. Here, they're caught against a cliff and have to act quickly, and it's honestly so intense. And they even have robbery and shootout scenes with the happiest music ever playing. It's hilarious.
And your job is to shut up! He'll feel a lot better after he's robbed a couple of banks.
That's great. Here, they're completely outnumbered but take them out and it really is badass. Until we hear the dude roar like Darth Vader. It's shot really well, has some great scenery, and honestly, they constantly argue throughout the entire film and yet still help each other out. It's dysfunctional but really enjoyable, and the film ends with them going out guns a-blazing to a freeze frame that will be mimicked constantly over the years that followed. Weirdly, although we don't see it, this was allegedly when the duo died in Bolivia on November the 7th, 1908, but the location of the grave has since been lost. And because of this, of course, speculation was that their deaths were fake and the two killed weren't really them. Even as far as the 1930s, many witnesses claimed to have encountered both men, but the evidence was always pretty lousy. People still believe that Tupac is alive, so not much has changed.
Crazy!
But just look at how the film starts. Hole. And wow, the movie quality makes Nosferatu look like Inception. Sounds like some people's hate videos on me. Some of what I say is true. Like, the names. The rest are just bollocks twisted out of context.
Well, sorta.
I'm over the hill, but it can't happen to you. That's just what I want to hear. Every day you get older, now that's a law.
Wait, what?
Every day you get older, now that's a law.
It's a law. That's about as dumb as...
It's against the law to commit suicide around here.
Still doesn't make sense to me.
I didn't know you were the Sundance Kid when I said you were cheating. If I draw on you, you'll kill me.
Oh, come on, don't be such a pussy. And why does this guy call Sundance a kid anyway? They look the same age! In fact, he might even be older. And why does the film start in sepia tone and randomly change to colour? When I researched the movie, no explanation was even online. Just trying to be artsy, I suppose. What? There's a scene where they tie up a sheriff and... leave. They bitched about not having any rifles or fresh horses, and yet they don't take any guns and ride off on the same worn-out horses they arrived on.
Hey, Woodcock.
Woodcock.
Butch speaks some Spanish. I can wrestle with the menu, okay? And you speak it good.
You speak it well. Grammar is important.
Buenos días, señores. ¿Les puedo servir en algo? Ordenen para atenderlos, por favor, de inmediatamente. ¿Quieren hacer algún depósito?
Señor comandante, dos hombres acaban de asaltar el banco. ¿Quiénes eran? Dos yanquis y un muchacho se fueron por el puente y por la cañada. Se llevaron mi pistola y todo el dinero. No pude hacer nada. ¡Vámonos!
How the hell does this guy get shot so easily and yet Butch and Sundance are pretty much invisible and avoid all of them?
No es nuestro. No, ya no es de ustedes. Ahora es de nosotros. Claro.
Better try telling him again.
Aquí en la plaza.
¿Cuántos hombres son?
Dos hombres.
¿Dos hombres?
Mi capitán, por favor.
¿Dos?
Bandidos yanquis.
Bandidos yanquis, ¿eh?
Sí, mi capitán. ¡Sargento Rico!
But the film does grow awkward at points, as explained, and it can drag a bit with an unnecessary love story. It's not bad, it's just kind of there. I'd say check it out, but there are still much better westerns out there. 12 Angry Men is the story of 12 jurors in one room for the entire movie. With the exception of an opening in the court and the closing outside, it is entirely set in one location. They have to decide whether or not an 18-year-old man on trial is guilty of murdering his own father via a knife wound or not. But a decision can only be made when all 12 have agreed unanimously. Originally, 11 call him guilty, but one, played by Henry Fonda, is unsure and decides they should discuss the case before throwing away a possible innocent man's life just like that. The whole film is the 12 guys going over the evidence, refuting eyewitness testimonies as Fonda slowly but surely convinces all 11 men that the guy in question is in fact innocent. It sounds really boring. I mean, it's just 12 guys in a room talking for an hour and a half. The screenwriter deserves a medal because not once at any point is it ever boring.
He did an expert job.
Weirdly, the script was originally written to be on television and was even broadcast live in 1954. The recording was unfortunately lost, presumably forever, before finally being rediscovered in 2003. However, the original performance was such a success it led to a film adaptation with Sidney Lumet hired to direct, alongside producer Henry Fonda. Despite this being his producing debut, Fonda claimed after it that he would never produce another movie ever again. One way to go out on top, I guess.
Great idea.
And despite the fact that Fonda never actually got the agreed salary for the film, he still considered it one of the best movies he had ever made, but still somehow refused to watch the entire thing. What?
The nerve.
Fonda absolutely hated watching himself on screen, so he walked out midway and whispered to the director, "Sidney, it's magnificent."
I don't know. It's possible.
But he did have his gripes, as he hated how cheap the backdrops outside the jury room windows looked, complaining to the director instantly. They looked like shit. Hitchcock had great backdrops, you could walk right into them. Look at the ones that we were given. However, Lumet promised him that the director of photography was going to be sure to make them work.
He did an excellent job.
The film was shot and finished in just 3 weeks, which was unheard of at the time. On a small budget of $340,000, though today that would be the equivalent of just shy of $3 million. The cinematographers decided to add to the whole one location aspect by starting the movie using wide angle lenses, having the camera just above eye level to give off greater depth between subjects, which would slowly increase as the film progresses. And by the end of it, the shots are almost entirely close-ups from a lower angle to add to the claustrophobic feel. Furthermore, director Sidney Lumet actually had the actors stay in the same room together for hours on end, constantly repeating their lines over and over without even being recorded, just to give them the sense of frustration of being cooped up with the same people for so long. I would have jumped out the window, I'm not gonna lie.
I never saw so much time spent on nothing.
Impressively, many of the actors were actually shot entirely on their own and then it was all edited together. Credit to them, I mean, you can never actually tell, but this also meant the sound of the rain needed to be recorded separately for each individual actor. That's impressive.
He's right.
The movie was released on April the 13th, 1957 and was instantly a hit among critics. Unfortunately, despite the critics loving it, it flopped at the box office and wouldn't become a huge success until it began airing frequently on television over the years. By the way, these characters genuinely have no names, they're just giving juror numbers. Oh, except for this at the end.
What's your name? Davis. My name's McCardle.
So it's kind of hard to describe the characters, but you don't care because it's awesome.
You're a pretty smart fella, aren't you?
The movie was actually so much of an impact it even influenced many people in society, such as Supreme Court Justice Sonia Sotomayor. I saw 12 Angry Men when I was in college and it really influenced my decision to pursue a career in law. I was particularly inspired by immigrant juror 11's monologue on his reverence for the American justice system. As a lower court judge, I would sometimes instruct jurors to not follow the film's example because most of the jurors' conclusions are based on speculation and not fact.
What's the difference?
However, she did claim that when Ford brings a knife into the proceeding, admitting he researched the case outside beforehand, and many of the jurors making assumptions far beyond their reasonable doubt would not be allowed in a real-life jury situation and would have actually caused a mistrial.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Honestly, I'm a sucker for the one-location genre of filmmaking. I think it allows the movie to be a lot more creative with the script, which is actually the most important part of the film. And considering this is pretty much possibly the first one to do it, it's easily one of my favourite films, and...
Now you go ahead, you
You say anything you like.
It sounds so boring, it really does. It sounds so dull and so uninteresting.
What's interesting about it?
But somehow, some way, I never found myself checking the time or growing bored. This film is about a murder that we don't see. The accused, we never see. The victim, we never see. We never actually see any of the witnesses, any of those involved, and yet we feel like we can piece together the entire scenario inside our heads perfectly. The dialogue is incredibly well put together with 12 amazing acting performances, especially Fonda and the final guy to admit defeat in stubbornness by calling the accused innocent. Those two are the true stars with incredible performances.
He's a common ignorant slob. He don't even speak good English.
He doesn't even speak good English.
Never mind, he's my kind of guy. New favourite character.
I don't see anything funny about it.
There's also another one who's really interestingly written. He constantly mentions that he wants to get out to go to a baseball game and eventually gives in, saying the accused is innocent, but he gets this whole lecture because he's only saying it to get out of there, not because he actually believes in justice. It's a great message. The direction is also impeccable, often utilising long takes for whenever all 12 actors were available at the same time. The music is minimal, but not really needed. The only time besides the opening and ending that we actually leave the jury room is a short stint in the toilets, but that is it.
I got a different technique. Laughs, drinks, jokes, tricks, you know?
Am I the only one who's blown away by how easily he flips the cigarette up and catches it with his fingers, and he makes it look so easy? Seriously, it looks insane! How does he do that?
What are you gonna do about it? If you want to try it, I'm ready.
There's a lot of one-location films that I love and think belong in the book, which we'll discuss at another time, but this is definitely one of them. The script shows exactly how you can make an interesting, exciting film with a limited budget and limited locations. Just some actors and a room and a great script. The 11 guys just go by eyewitness accounts and refuse to accept any definitive evidence or ideas that Ford brings forward. They're completely stubborn and just see everything at face value, being incredibly close-minded, believing for a fact that the guy is guilty. It's very realistic and believable behaviour.
She said she saw the killing through the windows of a moving elevated train. There were 6 cars on the train. She saw the killing through the last 2 cars. She remembered the most insignificant details. I don't see how you can argue with that.
Yeah, well, some people claim that they saw Satan turn into a bear.
He's twisting the facts, I'm telling you.
And they cover both sides of the spectrum. The 11 are all extremely quick to say guilty, but Ford basically says how can they live with themselves if they send an innocent man to be killed? However, later on it gets flipped and Ford gets asked what if they let a guilty man go free? It's a great message, makes you think, and nobody's really in the wrong. It just depends on what you think and what you believe. And it constantly keeps you guessing. About midway, when some of them started to change their minds and think the accused was actually innocent, I guess that they'd all convert, call him innocent, and then it would turn out he was actually guilty. You know, showing never to judge a book by its cover, that sometimes facts and evidence and statistics can actually fail you. But no, in fact, we never even find out if he is innocent or guilty. It constantly keeps you guessing, and I love that. But can I still find flaws with it? Yep.
Boy, oh boy, there's always one.
Now, I love the direction, but around the 33-minute mark, the close-ups begin. But only on the old guy. It's just random and out of place. What the hell's the point of these?
Number 8. Not guilty. Number 9. Not guilty.
No. I think you mean not guilty.
Well, look, maybe this is an idea. Now, I haven't given it much thought, but it seems to me that it's up to the group of us to convince this gentleman that he's wrong and we're right.
Oh, hey, it's Marvel fans in my comment section.
Suppose we go once around the table. I guess you're first.
Well, it's hard to put into words. I just think he's guilty. I thought it was obvious from the word go.
I don't need evidence. I just feel pressured by the other guys. Yeah, this guy just goes back and forth for the entire movie depending on what the popular consensus is. More believe he's guilty, he says he's guilty. More believe he's innocent, he says he's innocent. So basically, he's just your generic film fan who bases his opinion on the box office success.
Now, these are facts. You can't refute facts.
But my haters will sure as hell try. But sometimes the evidence given doesn't always add up or make any sense. Yeah, so the accused has this alibi that he was at the movies at the time of the killing, but these guys don't believe him because he couldn't remember what films he saw or what actors were there. Ford here claims it's easy to believe since the guy just found his father dead and he wouldn't be thinking straight in such a situation. Actually, he was questioned as soon
as the body was discovered. So I know you'd be distressed, but you'd be able to remember the film that you just watched. Like, if I watched Grease and then got mugged, and then they were interviewing me, oh yeah, that was Grease, it was only an hour ago.
What difference does it make?
But then Ford questions this guy about what he did yesterday and the day before and the day before and the day before until he struggles to remember, and he claims he's not even in distress like the accused would have been. And this is supposed to prove his point? Yeah, because remembering what you did 5 days in a row is exactly the same as remembering a movie you just watched, which you need to remember to be able to clear your goddamn name. It's exactly the same thing.
What are you talking to him like that for?
How early on it's explained that the accused had a similar knife to the one found at the crime scene, but he claimed to have lost it, stating that it ripped a hole in his pocket and fell out. And before Ford even provides any evidence, he actually believes it's plausible that the dude lost his knife and whoever picked it up just so happened to then go and kill his father on the same night. I'm gonna say no.
I mean, it's possible.
But then he reveals he bought a near identical one nearby for cheap, and apparently this wouldn't be allowed in the jury, and if the judge found out, they'd be overruled. Now that doesn't really bother me, but what does bother me is...
Listen, you pulled a real bright trick. Now supposing you tell me what it proves. Maybe there are 10 knives like that, so what?
Maybe there are.
Well, what does it mean?
So what? What do you mean, so what? What does this prove? He found a similar knife in the same neighborhood as the one for the killing. Oh yeah, what does this prove? It can't possibly be that someone could find the similar knife so easily and buy one. Now what? So what? So what? So what?
It's against the law to buy or sell switchblade knives.
That's right, I broke the law.
Oh sure, but go on down to your local gun shop. That's fine.
You want to see this boy die because you personally want it, not because of the facts. You're a sadist.
What the hell was that?
You're a sadist.
That's my fighting noise.
I want you to watch this because I don't want to have to do it again. I'll make myself about 6 or 7 inches shorter, okay?
It's about right, maybe a little more.
Okay, a little more.
Why does he say little more and then doesn't even make himself any shorter?
She had marks on her nose. I'm giving you that. From glasses, right? She didn't want to wear them out of the house so people would think she's gorgeous.
Because, as we all know, women can never be gorgeous in glasses. Also, the old guy brags about having 20/20 vision, right?
I've never worn my glasses. 20/20.
Well, there's this whole revelation where they realised the one witness of the crime needed glasses but wasn't wearing them in court. They could tell because of the marks on her nose, and this questions her eyesight during the attack. Oh, you mean like how the old guy has the exact same marks on his nose, even though earlier he bragged about having 20/20 vision and therefore not needing glasses.
Boy, the arrogance of this guy.
And the ending is a bit silly. The stubborn douchebag refuses to admit the truth, and just listen to this.
You can't prove he didn't get to the door. Sure, you can take all the time, hobble around the room, but you can't prove it.
He's literally just said, you can prove he didn't get to the door in time, but you can't prove that he didn't get to the door in time. And when he finally admits the truth, it just seems out of nowhere. He spots a picture of, I'm guessing, his son, and then blurts out that the guy is innocent. I mean, maybe because he can't imagine his son stabbing him? But the story reveals that the kid's dad beat the hell out of him, so retaliation wouldn't be that surprising. This just seems kinda silly and out of nowhere.
I'm entitled to my opinion.
Regardless, 12 Angry Men is phenomenal. Incredible writing and acting, great direction, a lot of heart, really inspiring, and a must-see for every film fan. I promise, you will not be disappointed. You're welcome in advance. Hello and welcome back to Cinematic Venom, and happy Groundhog Day! Hello and welcome to Cinematic Venom, and happy Groundhog Day! Hello and yeah, you get the joke.
That about sums it up for me.
Bill Murray plays a weatherman called Phil Connors, who constantly reports on the holidays events every year, growing sick of it, with his producer Rita played by Andy McDowell and the cameraman Larry played by the star of the iconic masterpiece blockbuster Snow Day, Chris Elliott. That night, the town is hit with an insane snowstorm and Phil wakes up somehow entering a massive time loop, reliving the exact same day's events over and over again. Trying to figure out what the donkey nutsack is going on, he soon wreaks havoc, finding enjoyment in the fact that his actions literally have no repercussions as he wakes up the next day completely unscathed. He learns people's personalities and uses this each day to manipulate them to become the most popular guy in town, but depression soon hits as he fails to escape the loop, trying to come to terms with his undying love for Rita before turning his life around in a Scrooge-like transition before finally escaping the loop with the love of his life. Somehow.
That's an unusual problem.
Screenwriter Danny Rubin had just sold his script for Hear No Evil, not to be confused with this masterpiece and this pile of dog shit, before he came up with the original concept for Groundhog Day, which he conceived while sitting in a cinema. Though he admitted he gained some inspiration after reading Interview with a Vampire, wondering what would happen if someone could live forever. I don't know, ask Maggie Smith.
Oh, let's not spoil it!
He asked himself, if a person could live forever, if a person was immortal, how would they change over time? Having this person be literally immortal and have everything around them change would be too difficult to shoot, so he instead returned to his original concept of the same day being repeated over and over, with the singular character changing over time, finding deeper purpose. With this new combined idea, he was also able to insert a lot more drama and comedy into the mix, including Phil using this power to get laid. He originally wanted to have it set at some point in January, but when he checked his calendar, he noticed Groundhog Day was on February the 2nd. A holiday that was recognised but not nearly as big as Christmas or Halloween. Once he had the basic outline and concept, he wrote the first draft of the script in just 3 to 4 days. Despite this, many producers liked the idea but found it impossible to shoot until Ghostbusters legend, the late great Harold Ramis, was given it to produce and direct. And have a cameo!
Gosh, I should have known! That's great!
In the first draft of the script, the writer actually didn't want it explained how he got in the time loop to begin with. I mean, it's not explained in the final film anyway, but whatever.
Why not?
Instead, the original idea was to have the film start with him already in the loop and being fully aware, as the audience have to figure out what the hell is going on, and Rita was also going to be in her own time loop. Harold Ramis liked this idea, but the studio pressured them to change it to be a lot more standard and easier to follow. In the next draft, Phil actually dumps his girlfriend Stephanie at the start of the film, who then casts a magic spell on him to cause the loop for 10,000 years. That's dumb.
That's true.
I felt like I had taken a very defensive position in writing this new idea. I just felt it would take away everything that was innovative and interesting and turn it into an easily dismissed Hollywood comedy. Even Ramis interceded on my behalf to remove these explanatory scenes, while still keeping the 3-act format. However, the original ending was still going to be Phil waking up, breaking his loop, but finding out that Rita was now in one of her own.
Why are you telling me this?
After working with Bill Murray previously, Ramis easily convinced him to take on the part, but Michael Keaton was originally offered it but turned it down. Ramis also considered Chevy Chase, Steve Martin, John Travolta and Tom Hanks, but decided they were all far too nice for the part. And then he remembered Bill Murray's an asshole! He's perfect!
I think this is getting too personal.
The movie was shot in Woodstock, Illinois, but things were shaky for Bill Murray, who was going through marital issues at the time. Many of the cast and crew noted that he was acting very erratically, and he also clashed with Harold Ramis over the story. Murray wanted the comedy to be toned down to focus more on the psychological drama side of things, but Ramis insisted on it remaining a comedy. The director did, however, compromise to have Rubin work with Bill to make some adjustments to the script to fit his liking. When I got the part, it was still kind of a mediocre Bill Murray movie. You know, Bill Murray with no consequences in comic situations. It wasn't until we got into the shooting that everything turned on its head and it became not only a good movie, not only a great movie, but a classic. Filming didn't go much more smoothly for Bill, however, as he was also bit by the groundhog twice, so severely that he required anti-rabies injections.
I love this film.
However, Murray refused to talk to Ramis due to their differences. The director called him irrationally mean and very difficult to work with. After the film's release, their collaborative partnership and real-life friendship ended with no further explanation, and they didn't speak for around 20 years. Murray did eventually reach out and reconcile, but only towards the end of Harold Ramis' life. Tori Amos was considered for the part of Rita, but Andy McDowell was cast after her role in The Object of Beauty. And hey look, it's Michael Shannon in his feature film debut! No, seriously.
No way!
WrestleMania! No way!
WrestleMania tickets in 1993 really wasn't something to brag about.
But despite its popularity, as usual, controversy arose as some claimed the movie plagiarised their own work. Author Richard Lupoff stated it was a copy of his short story 12:01 PM, while another claimed it stole material from his work Replay. Danny Rubin denied this and claimed his only inspirations were the aforementioned vampire story and the 1892 story Christmas Every Day by William Dean Howells.
What the hell?
Groundhog Day was released on February the 12th. Shouldn't it have been released on Groundhog Day?
No.
1993 to mostly positive reviews, grossing nearly $71 million in North America. Roger Ebert originally wasn't actually a fan, but later put it on his great movies list and admitted that he initially underestimated its many virtues and would only end up truly appreciating it after repeated viewings. The movie is often seen as the cornerstone of self-improvement pictures, an inspiring film to place the needs of others above oneself. And since the movie gives literally no explanation how or why this time loop begins or ends, it's entirely up to the viewer's interpretation. Ramis said he didn't want an explanation, he just intended it to be nothing more than a good, heartfelt, entertaining story. Many have seen the film as a visual representation of purgatory, specifically Buddhism. Connors goes to his own version of hell, but since he's not evil, it turns out to be purgatory, from which he is released by shedding his selfishness and committing to acts of love. Meanwhile, Hindus and Buddhists see version of reincarnations here, and Jews find great significance in the fact that Connors is saved only after he performs mitzvahs, good deeds, and is returned to Earth, not heaven, to perform more.
Oh, please.
Many call it the most spiritual movie ever made, with Phil breaking the curse after he learns to appreciate his life more. The film also never specifies exactly how long he's stuck in this loop for, but Howard Ramis, who is actually a Buddhist, claims that according to his religion, it takes 10,000 years for a soul to evolve to its next level. So the movie actually spans that length of time. Jesus, I thought I've seen some long movies in my time, but this one's 10,000 years long!
It's inspiring in a way.
However, on the DVD commentary, Ramis claimed it was only around 10 years, but pondered that may be too short to really get good at anything, so it would have had to have been at least 30 or 40 years. Ultimately, it became this weird political issue because if you asked the studio how long was the repetition, they'd say 2 weeks, but the point of the movie to me was that you had to feel you were enduring something that was going on for a long time. For me, it had to be, 100 years. A lifetime.
What a waste of time.
However, in a clever move, the end of the loop is actually signalled when they kiss in the snow, paying homage to It's a Wonderful Life when Jimmy Stewart returns to his normal life. The movie is pretty much a classic, but I do think the last act really saves it. It's incredibly difficult to get behind this particular character at first. It is very much a slow transitional piece of film. Right at the start of the film, Phil is a complete prick. Just listen to how he talks to people.
Would you like some coffee?
I don't suppose there's any possibility of getting an espresso or a cappuccino this morning, is there?
Oh, I really don't know.
How to spell espresso cappuccino. This looks fine.
And as the story pans out, he uses this gift for completely selfish reasons. Now at first, sure, they're very human things that anyone would do if given this power. He uses it to learn details of a woman's life, pretends to know her to get her into bed. He uses it to become an insane piano player, an ice sculptor. He uses it to become insanely popular, but then it gets worse. He spends several days learning what Rita's into and manipulates her into thinking he's the perfect guy. I can't really get behind this love story initially when he's tricking her into bed. It's not real love. It's pretty bad when Adam Sandler in 50 First Dates did a better job than this. I mean, his feelings are genuine, but hers aren't.
I could never love someone like you, Phil, because you'll never love anyone but yourself.
That's not true. I don't even like myself.
Stop being a dick then. How? This turns into a rape scene! No, seriously, he starts kissing her, but she turns him down and wants to leave, but he doesn't take no for an answer!
No. Tonight. It's gotta be tonight.
No, Phil, really?
Come on, just stay for a while, and then if you like it, stay for a while longer, and if you like
And afterwards, he's just annoying and creepy, failing over and over, but are we supposed to feel bad for him at this point? Oh no, the poor creep got his heart broken. Who cares? To be fair, by the end of it, he genuinely does stop manipulating reality. He doesn't try to get laid with her, he just spends time with her, and the love feels much more real, and he kind of makes up for it. I'll say kind of, because he still does dickhead things like giving this piano teacher $1,000 and forces her to kick out her child student. Didn't learn much after all, did you asshole?
But the trauma really kicks in when he finds a dying elderly man and rushes him to hospital, but he unfortunately passes away from old age. Phil then spends the days giving him the best final few hours he can and even tries to prevent his death, but he can't and refuses to accept this. He turns his life around and tries his best to make as big a difference as possible, so the character does redeem himself in the end, which breaks the curse. He gives money to the homeless, he stops injuries, he starts showing more of an actual interest in people's personal lives. It's a really well done and smooth transition. To be fair, I do like that there's no explanation. It adds a sense of mystery and you can interpret it however you like. There's one particular day where Rita actually finds out about the loop and naturally finds it impossible to believe. Phil then starts freaking people out, revealing personal stories about them and even predicts the future in the restaurant, and it's easily my favourite scene. He even correctly guesses Larry's exact words to convince her. That evening they spend most of the night just talking and it is really sweet. They actually bond on both sides and there's no manipulation, so when it hits 6 AM and the loop starts over again, it's that more heartbreaking and you finally get to sympathise with the character. The film's comedy is great. It is genius writing, and I can only assume it was just influenced by Harold Ramis.
Do you ever have deja vu, Mrs. Lancaster?
I don't think so, but I could check with the kitchen.
I think we should meet again. How's tomorrow for you?
And also some insanely dark humour.
He might be okay.
He ends up committing suicide and realises that even death doesn't break the damn loop. He proceeds to take a toaster and throw it in a bathtub, throws himself in front of a truck, jumps off a tower. Yeah, this film would have been highly offensive if it was released today. There's a sequence where he's originally depressed about the situation, but then when talking to some friends, they say that if there was no tomorrow, there'd be no consequences for their actions, which lifts his spirits. To the point he decides to wreak havoc and gets arrested, only to wake up and it's all erased. But the writers refuse to go further, as originally they were going to have him murder and torture people without consequence. But what about here? He's being chased by the cops and they follow him onto some railroad tracks. Would cops actually go as far as to follow somebody on railroad tracks? But then... Why are you laughing? You just murdered some cops, you sicko! And some have said since we don't hear anything, they might have survived. But come on, there's no way they got out of the way in time. He murdered those poor guys.
Will you be checking out today, Mr. Connors?
Chance of departure today, 100%.
Do all weathermen talk this way?
I'm just trying to talk like normal people talk. Isn't this how they talk?
I mean, here, when he's with another woman, he moans out Rita's name twice. She doesn't even bat an eye. I mean, she questions it, but then just carries on like nothing happened. Hell, he even says...
Nancy, will you be my wife?
After one day. And she doesn't run away screaming?
Don't you have some kind of a line that you keep open for emergencies or for celebrities?
Yeah, weathermen aren't celebrities. I bet you're one of them people who think that footballers' wives count as celebrities. No. I mean, he acts so arrogant every time he gets recognised. Mate, calm down, you're a weatherman, not a fucking movie star.
He's my student.
Wait, why is she so proud? I mean, there's no way you could teach someone to be that good in one session, right? Did he pretend to be shit? Did she really take credit? Like, he comes in, he plays shit for like 10 minutes, then becomes Beethoven, and she's like, oh yes, that was me. Because surely she would walk in, he would start his lesson, be instantly amazing, and she'd be like, well, I'm wasting my time.
Depends on how you look at it.
His morning routine also sometimes changes. Sometimes he leaves the hotel immediately, other times he waits around, and yet every single time without fail, he still bumps into the exact same people at the exact same time every day. How the hell does that work?
I want to thank you for fixing Felix's back. He can even help around the house again.
And the sex is outrageous. There's an auction where loads of women start bidding on Phil for the night, and I can't help but think if this was an auction for women, the movie would be heavily criticised for being sexist. But it still holds up as a charming little story with great comedy, a few silly moments, but a nice message. Well thought out and well acted, and a classic film to look back on.
To Kill a Mockingbird tells the story of Scout Finch, narrated as an adult voiced by Kim Stanley, and then played as a child by Mary Badham. Set in the 1930s, Scout is the little sister of Jem, played by Philip Alford, and the daughter of Gregory Peck, who strangely gets called by his first name by his own children. It's just weird and gets annoying very quickly.
Atticus. 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 Atticus.
Just say Dad! What are
are you doing?
Wait a minute.
Anyway, Gregory Peck plays Atticus, a single father raising his kids in a small little town as they enjoy their charming childhood. But as a lawyer, he has to defend a black guy in court accused of raping a white woman, leading to a very intense story revolved around the actions of severe racism. The movie was based on the novel of the same name by Harper Lee, published in 1960, which won a Pulitzer Prize. Upon producing the film, it's set in a fictional town of Maycomb, Alabama, but they wanted to use the author's real hometown of Monroeville as the set. Unfortunately, between the 1920s and the 1960s when this film was being made, it looked incredibly different, so they had to build a backlot in Hollywood instead. They were going to use a real courthouse in Monroeville for a really iconic scene in the movie, but the audio was too poor and they had to recreate it. The set still stands to this day and is now a museum dedicated to the story. However, it was so accurate that many locals from Alabama genuinely believed it was the real location.
Yes, sir.
Of course, To Kill a Mockingbird was an insane hit and is often considered one of the greatest in movie history. Walt Disney allegedly had the film screened privately at his home and afterwards praised it and wished that he could someday make a film just like it. Gregory Peck's performance was one of the most iconic in history and still remains to this day. Peck didn't even hesitate when he was approached with the role. He went and read the book in one sitting before instantly agreeing, finding a lot of relatability to the character. Brock Peters, who played the accused rapist Tom Robinson, spoke warmly of Peck and even spoke at his eulogy after he passed away. He called this one of his proudest achievements in his life, and he remained friends with not only Peck but young Mary Badham as well. The author Harper Lee was extremely happy with the casting of Gregory Peck and even broke down crying on set watching the film being made, as he looked just like her father, who the character was moulded after. Strangely, young Philip Alford didn't even want to do the film and only ended up agreeing to play Jem to get out of school. But neither child actor actually pursued it for their future career. Mary Badham retired a few years later, ended up marrying a school teacher and having 2 kids, though she would act again but not until 2005, while Alford went on to become a successful businessman. The two were very much like real siblings behind the scenes too, not getting along at all. Mary would often imitate Philip off screen to distract him, though others claim that she simply memorized the entire script and just had a habit of mouthing along everybody's words with them without realizing. However, there is a scene where Mary had to climb into a tire and Alfred would push her, as the siblings in the movie harmlessly played together. But in one take, Alfred was annoyed that Badham kept messing up scenes, so he deliberately aimed the tire at an equipment truck in order to try to hurt her. Dude!
What in the Sam hell are you doing?
Mary Badham became the youngest girl to ever receive a nomination for an Academy Award at the age of just 9, but lost to 14-year-old Patty Duke. It's definitely a strong piece that really grabs your attention and sticks in your mind for a long while after you've watched it. Although this clearly says 1960, but the film's set in the 1930s. Someone done messed up.
I'm Charles Baker Harris. I can read. I wipe my own ass.
I have to say, I absolutely love the accents of the kids. They stretch out every word.
How old are you? 4 and a half. Going on 7. Well, no wonder then. Scout's been reading since she was born, and she don't start school the next month.
No wonder you're doing that. Yeah, Rabbit. It's a 1928 Delta. But the child actors are so damn charming, they really are a delight to watch. But this little brat looks like Cal Freezy. Look at them teeth, man!
Listen, man, your teeth look like they're angry at me! For Christ's sakes, you're Canadian! Aren't braces for free? Oh no!
And hey, this movie invented the cliche of the nearby neighbor who's so dastardly evil. Yeah, the kids tell a scary story of a reclusive, unseen man called Boo who allegedly chains up his son, and this is so creepy yet weirdly charming with whimsical music. It really captures the childhood well and gave Home Alone something to rip off, and I'm sure the neighbor won't turn out nice later on.
Dale, what are you doing here?
My Lord, Aunt Stephanie, you almost gave me a heart attack.
And then I almost had a convincing emotion. Okay, he's actually pretty good up until that point.
I was standing in my yard one day when his mama come out yelling, "He's killing us all." Turned out that Boo was sitting in the living room cutting up the paper for his scrapbook, and when his daddy come by, he reached over with his scissors, stabbed him in his leg, pulled him out, and went right on cutting the paper.
Okay, I can understand the kids getting caught up in this story, making up these ridiculous claims and everything and exaggerating it, but now the adults are joining in.
How was that when Mama died? 2. How old were you? 6. Old as I am now? Mm-hmm.
are not 6. I mean, the actress was 9, but just look at her. She is clearly not 6. What are you smoking? Regardless, it is really charming to see the characters play around as the actors try to murder each other. But in the story, what the hell did they expect to happen? They aim her directly towards the psycho's house and then push, and then they're like, oh no, she's at the psycho's house. And then he knocks on the door and runs away anyway. Damn it, I miss being a kid. I'm old.
You tell him about this back in Meridian County, Mr. Dill Harris.
This guy is dang ugly. Talking about the tooth fairy, you put her in bankruptcy.
The colored man looks to me like he's crying.
And I see him.
I wonder what he's done to cry about. What's going on? There's a whole lot of men sitting together on one side, and one man keeps pointing at the colored man and yelling. They're taking the colored man away.
You know, this actually perfectly captures the fact that kids aren't born racist. Like, they don't just come out the womb racist. It's based on how they're brought up and what they're taught. The fact that these kids are looking at this racism in such an innocent and ignorant way is actually kind of endearing.
What are you gonna do? Gonna look in a window at the Radley house and see if we can get a look at Boo Radley.
And then I'm gonna explain to you in such an angry way for no reason! There's a scene where they try to sneak into the weird neighbour's place, but the gate is far too squeaky, so they have to spit on it to work as a lubricant. That's actually really clever. No idea if that would actually work, but it's damn clever! But what's with this weird cartoon sound effect, though? It's like a cartoon is sneaking around.
Which way?
But when Jem peeks up through the window, there is so much tension and suspense. It's like a damn horror movie at times. And then a shadow appears behind him. But his sister's reaction really isn't right. She doesn't even look scared. I don't even know what this is. Oh no, my brother's gonna get stabbed. But then I guess the shadow gets scared and runs away. Weird.
I'm going back after my pants. Please, Jim, come on in the house. I keep going without my pants.
I love that line, just for how dramatic it is. The look on his face is hilarious.
I keep going without my pants.
People are gonna see my bum bum. And then he gives Scout 10 seconds before he returns. And as she counts, this is the most intense 10 seconds ever.
9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14.
Jesus Christ!
How old were you when you got your first gun, Atticus?
13 or 14.
Ha, only in America.
That boy is your company. And if he wants to eat up that tablecloth, you let him, you hear?
So if he wanted to pee on the TV and hump a plant, you'd let him? Because he's your company?
For God's sake, Mr. Finch, he's got to be killed right away before he starts running. Look where he is. I can't shoot that well, and you know it.
Well, I haven't shot a gun in years.
Oh, you're American, you'll be fine. I'm sure it's just like riding a bike. See? Why'd you shoot a dog, you son of a... I love how he just casually walks away straight after. And then this creepy old dude starts knocking around outside the car with the kids inside. And it's creepy as hell. It's like the 60s version of Jurassic Park. But why doesn't he do anything to the black kid? I mean, the basic premise is that Atticus agreeing to defend a black guy receives a lot of backlash from the racist townsfolk. So this is why his family is now being targeted. But that doesn't really make much sense when a black kid is nearby and nothing happens to him. He just runs to safety without incident.
You nigger lover.
I mean, you seen Beyonce? I would.
Atticus had promised me he would wear me out if he ever heard of me fighting anymore.
That's your dad! Ew!
Atticus, do you defend niggers?
Is there any right answer to that question?
Don't say nigger, Scout.
Maybe this review wasn't the best idea.
I'm simply defending a Negro.
Oh, just say black! That sounds awful too! Oh my god, the troll from Ernest Scared Stupid is behind this. I knew it! Run for your lives!
These are us.
Jesus Christ! And then the music turns cartoony again. It's like the Addams Family.
Don't you remember me, Mr. Cunningham? I'm Jean Louise Finch.
So, what do they call your scout? It's never explained. What do you call your brother Jem? Why do you both call your father by his first name? Can you all just address each other properly? So we find out that his left arm was injured as a child in a machine, rendering it completely paralysed. Which is impossible. I mean, look at how muscular it is. How do you work out both arms if you can't move one of them? Sorry, sidetracked.
Stop it!
Tom claims that he offered to help the woman with her chores one day and offered no charge, which led to her taking advantage of his work and giving him more and more to do each day. Eventually, she came on to him and he rejected her, leading to the accusation, as it was considered disgusting for a white woman to be romantically involved with a black man. But in a truly tragic moment, there is absolutely no evidence to support the fact that he raped the woman, but the accuser's story all contradict themselves and make no sense. And he couldn't have physically done it without his left arm. But despite this, he is still found guilty, showing the sheer amounts of racism back then. Ah, the good old 30s, where you were considered guilty just for being black. For real though, this scene is actually heartbreaking.
Tom didn't stop. He shot at him to wound him and missed his aim.
A white American cop shooting an innocent black guy? So unrealistic. And it really is heartbreaking to see the locals and families receive the news of his death. But not everyone is happy with Atticus.
I spit in the face of people who don't want to be cool.
And all the black guys kick his ass, right? Right? What the hell happened? They just fade away. Why would they let him get away with that? I do think this last part is unnecessary. I mean, the case is over. The black guy was sentenced but then killed. These final few scenes really do nothing but pad the film. Basically, an unknown man attacks the kids, but it's hard to take it seriously when Scout is dressed as a giant ham struggling to get back up. But luckily, someone saves them.
Scout! Scout!
What happened? What happened?
I swear I don't know. I just don't know.
And I can't stop smiling for some reason. And this is when it's revealed that the man who saved the kids was actually the creepy unseen neighbor man, Boo. And yes, you bet your booty that is Robert Duvall from The Godfather in his first ever movie role. I just don't get why this was needed. It's like it's not even from the same movie. It's just a weird tie-in to the kid's story earlier that affects the film zero. He even tries to have a touching moment with the still unconscious Jem, but we don't know this guy. This is just weird and not needed. The ending is a bit silly, but I guess they couldn't really have the other ending and then finish it on a downer. But the movie is a lot better than I expected it to be. Normally when I'm asked to look at these classics that I've never seen, I'm concerned that the hype would have killed it for me. It's a movie I've always heard about but never really took the time to see for myself. In addition to that, its age may not have come across very well, but thankfully, it does. It still maintains the charm, the racism stuff is still incredibly powerful, the acting is mostly great, and I love the music apart from the cartoony parts. It's over 2 hours long, but it doesn't really drag except the ending a tiny bit, but you're never begging for the credits. It's funny, sweet, charming, powerful, scary, it has it all. It's definitely worth all of its accolades, and I would highly recommend it. Blazing Saddles takes place in a small town called Rock Ridge in the year 1874, full of white people. A gang of higher-ups, one of which played by Harvey Korman, but it's before the Star Wars holiday special, so it's okay to enjoy his work, wants to force everybody to abandon the land so they can make some money, but the governor, played by writer and director Mel Brooks himself, appoints a new sheriff to protect them, played by Cleavon Little. Of course, they're just a little unkind to the man.
Good morning, ma'am. And isn't it a lovely morning? Up yours, nigger.
But he does strike up a friendship with a fast gunslinger called the Wacko Kid, played by Gene Wilder. The gang sends this monster Mongo to take them out, but the sheriff stops them and gains their trust. Then a whole bunch of weird stuff happens to end the film, but we'll save that for later because, trust me, it's just bizarre.
Am I wrong?
Originally, the film was an idea by Andrew Bergman entitled Tex X after Malcolm X. Alan Arkin was to direct, and James Earl Jones was even going to play the sheriff. No one would ever have the balls to call him the N-word.
Are you crazy?
Mel Brooks found the story fascinating and bought the rights from Bergman, hiring more writers to expand the outline. He even asked them to not write a polite script, but the writing process was chaotic to say the least. Blazing Saddles was more or less written in the middle of a drunken fistfight. There were 5 of us yelling loudly for our ideas to be put into the movie. Not only was I the loudest, but luckily I also had the writer's director to decide what was in or out. Allegedly, Brooks actually told his writers, "Write anything you want because we'll never be heard from again. We will all be arrested for this movie."
Have you ever seen such cruelty?
In the beginning, we had 5 people. One guy left after a couple of weeks. Then it was basically me, Mel, Richard Pryor, and Norman Steinberg. Richard left after the first draft, and then normal Mel and I wrote the next 3 or 4. It was a riot. It was a riotous room. The title changed from Tex X to Black Bart to Purple Sage, and then one day Brooks came up with Blazing Saddles whilst he was taking a shower. He then had a vision for the opening song and advertised for a Frankie Lane type singer, but much to his astonishment, Lane himself actually offered to do it.
Oh, what a nice guy.
Frankie sang his heart out and we didn't have the heart to tell him it was a spoof. He never heard the whip raps, we put those in later. We got so lucky with his serious interpretation of the song. Originally, Richard Pryor was to play the sheriff, but due to his history of drug abuse, the studio refused to approve financing of him. John Wayne was offered the part of the Wacko Kid. Oh great. Luckily he turned it down, calling it too dark for his image.
Dang, that was lucky.
Gig Young was then cast but collapsed on set during his first scene from alcohol withdrawal syndrome. And Johnny Carson was asked but turned it down, which is when Wilder took over. Madeline Kahn auditioned but was offended when Brooks asked to see her legs, thinking he was sexually harassing her. The director explained that he was a happily married man and he just needed to see if she could straddle a chair with her legs like Marlene Dietrich. She then obliged but insisted on no touching. Smooth, Mel. Smooth. She totally bought it.
Alright, you caught me.
However, the studio executives constantly conflicted with Mel Brooks because of the amount of times the word is spoken, in addition to several other dark scenes we'll talk about later. Luckily for him, his contract allowed him final content control and he refused to make any changes except one. There's a scene where the sheriff is seduced and the woman turns the lights off and confirms the black penis stereotype to be true, and originally the sheriff was then going to say from the dark, "I hate to disappoint you, ma'am, but you're sucking my arm." Why cut that out? That's hilarious.
I think it's a big mistake.
When pressed about his use of racial slurs so frequently, Brooks stuck to his guns and said both Cleavon Little and Richard Pryor gave him their blessing. If they did a remake of Blazing Saddles today, they would leave out the N-word and then you've got no movie. We received many letters of complaints after the film's release, but of course, most of them were actually from white people. They've smashed racism in the face, but they're doing it while you laugh.
Even when you're laughing, you're not proud of what you're laughing at.
However, the movie was nearly not even released in the first place. It was screened for a few executives and they only laughed a couple of times. The head of distribution actually claimed, "Let's dump it and take a loss," but others decided to give it a go and it would end up becoming their top moneymaker that summer, premiering on February the 7th, 1974. Controversy continued, however, as Hedy Lamarr, whose name is kind of portrayed in the movie, they do change it slightly, sued them for infringing on her right to privacy. The studio paid her a small fee and gave an apology, while Brooks claimed she never got the joke. Well, what was the joke?
We're not sure.
It ended up grossing a worldwide total of $119.5 million at the box office, making it at the time only the 10th film in history to surpass the $100 million mark. In fact, the summer of 1975, Warner Brothers had no big pictures to release, so they released this one again. That's actually pretty amazing.
Of course.
The opening song is actually amazing. I can see why it was nominated for the Oscar, and I think it's funny with how seriously it's sung.
He conquered fear and he conquered hate. He turned dark night into day. He made his blazing saddle.
Oh look, they inspired Saving Private Ryan. That's kind of cool. This is hilarious to take place in church.
Our town is turning into shit.
Gene Wilder is easily the best part of the film. I personally find him the only interesting character, and the friendship he has with the sheriff is well done and feels so natural. The two actors do have some amazing chemistry together.
Since you are my guest and I am your host, what are your pleasures? What do you like to do?
Blackface in Silver Streak, but weirdly that won't get me in nearly as much trouble as this film.
You gotta remember that these are just simple farmers. These are people of the land. The common clay of the New West. You know. Morons.
And what makes that line better is that Cleavon Little genuinely had no idea that Wilder was going to say that, so his reaction is real. He's known as having the fastest hands in the world, and it's delivered hilariously. He somehow takes a king off the chessboard without moving. He shoots a bunch of guns away without budging an inch. Wait, what's going on here?
Hey, you can't park that animal over there. It's illegal.
Okay, that is actually one of the funniest things I've ever seen. I mean, you expect him to punch out the dude and then bam, horse, go bye-bye. It's so unexpected, it's brilliant. I'm a terrible person.
Qualifications.
Rape, murder, arson, and rape.
You said rape twice.
I like rape.
Oh, sure, I make these jokes and everyone has a go at me and types angry comments. Mel Brooks does it and he's a genius. And they even shoot a guy just for chewing gum and then steal KKK uniforms. This is hilarious stuff. They need to slow down the gang from reaching them at one point, so they even put up a toll booth, which the criminals actually abide by and even go through one by one. That is so ridiculous, it is brilliant. The comedy is very hit and miss. Two of the black guys go off and end up in quicksand, which isn't very funny.
Money on the bobtail nag, somebody bet on the bay. But,
What?
am I wrong? Or is the world rising?
I don't know. But whatever it is, I hate it.
But then it's saved because basically the white guys come back and it looks like they're going to rescue them, but then they just pull the car out of the sand instead and just leave them there. There we go. They saved it because that was actually pretty funny.
Send a wire to the main office and tell them that I said, ow!
And wire, main office, tell them I said, ow. Gotcha.
Okay, and that. But what's with this dude rubbing the statue across his crotch?
We'll kill the firstborn male child in every household. I got it! We'll work up a number 6 on him.
We should take Bikini Bottom and push it somewhere else!
A whopping and a whopping. Every living thing that moves within an inch of its life. Except the women folks, of course.
You spare the women?
No, we rape the shit out of them at the number 6 dance later on.
You know, I don't get offended by jokes. As long as I think anything can be made fun of. I really believe that. As long as it's a joke, no problems here. But this isn't really a joke. It just looks like it's just put in to sound edgy. There's no actual joke. It's just, oh, look how dark and daring we are. Now here, this gag actually does start off quite funny.
Hell, I was born here, and I was raised here, and dadgummit, I'm gonna die here. And no sidewinding, bushwhacking, hornswoggling, crocker is gonna roll my biscuit cutter.
Now, who can argue with that?
Okay, that works.
I think we're all indebted to Gabby Johnson for clearly stating what needed to be said.
Yeah, we're good here, dude, thanks.
I'm particularly glad that these lovely children are here today to hear that speech.
And you've ruined the joke by dragging it out for all eternity. Good job, guys, good job. He is so painfully unfunny on camera here.
Sign this, sir, right here.
Oh, okay, give us a hand here.
All right, sir.
Work. Hello, boys. Have a good night's rest. I missed you.
Just one more bill for you to sign, sir.
What the hell is this?
This is the bill that will convert the State Hospital for the Insane into the William J. LePetamine Memorial Gambling Casino for the Insane.
Gentlemen, this bill will be a giant step forward in the treatment of the insane gambler.
Yes, bravo.
It's actually times like this I wonder how he got famous in the first place. And it never ends. It just keeps going forever.
All right.
Okay, is that it? Anything else?
Just this urgent telegram from Rockbridge that arrived last Friday.
Last Friday. Read it. You wild bitch.
Sheriff murdered, church meeting bombed, reign of terror must cease. Send new sheriff immediately.
Holy underwear!
Please stop.
Play with these, boys, in lieu of that other things. This friggin' thing is warped.
Either get funny or get bent. Oh, thank God, fade out. So,
Governor! Yes?
No, I knew I was enjoying myself too much.
I've got to talk to you. Come here. Have you gone berserk? Can't you see that that man is a nit? Wrong person. Forgive me.
Okay, that was funny.
Hey! The sheriff is a nit!
What did he say? The sheriff is near!
Yeah, and so's that. This gag, the woman whispers, they tell her to speak up, and then when she does and starts shouting, everyone jumps. Gags like this, it feels like a 10-year-old wrote them. You can tell they had 5 writers because it's all over the place. And the sheriff is so annoying. Why did he have to be the main focus?
Man, why you do that to yourself? You don't really want to know that.
I do.
Well, if you must pry.
I must.
Shut up, shut up! Oh hey, fart gags, because that's the best way to improve your movie. And guess what? This film holds the record for being the first ever movie to feature a fart gag. But hey, have some more unfunny shtick of the sheriff in a costume tricking Mongo.
Candygram for Mongo. Candygram for Mongo.
Hey, Mongo.
Sign, please. Thank you.
Can you imagine James L. Jones doing that? Because that image alone is funnier than this. But hey, have a random song for no goddamn reason! She even falls asleep during this musical number. It is entirely pointless. They didn't even give her a funny reaction to finding out he's black. Why not? Everyone else did.
I want you to round up every vicious criminal and gunslinger in the West. Take this down. I want rustlers, cutthroats, murderers, bounty hunters, desperados, mugs, pugs, thugs, nitwits, halfwits, dimwits, vipers, snipers, con men, Indian agents, Mexican bandits, muggers, buggerers, bushwhackers, hornswagglers, horse thieves, bull dykes, train robbers, bank robbers, ass kickers, shit kickers, and Methodists!
Is that something you prepared, or did you just rhyme that many times in a row by accident?
Now, before the sun comes up, we're going to build on this site an exact replica of the town of Rock Ridge.
So the Patrick plan was actually real. Wow. And yeah, this is actually done all in one night. It's a comedy, so I guess I can let it slide. I don't care how good a gunman you are, no pistol would be able to reach this far. And here, have a guy dancing for no reason to introduce one of the worst endings in film history.
Throw out your hands, stick out your tush, hands on your hips, give 'em a push.
What in the hell do you think you're doing here? This is a closed set.
Piss on you. I'm working for Mel Brooks.
Not in the face.
They clearly ran out of ideas here, entirely. And no, do not compare this to Monty Python and the Holy Grail. It was short, sweet, had a purpose, had a reason, and was hilarious. This, they had this big setup and then decided, fuck it, and started doing this for no reason. We get a Hitler cameo, the fight continues throughout the studio, and it never ends!
Drive me off this picture.
Drive the credits into this picture, please! And then it goes to the cinema to see Blazing Saddles itself. It's not funny, it just sucks! And just when you think you can see the credits on the horizon, it keeps on going back to Western Land. Jesus, what the hell does it take? It does finally end, but at what cost? On April the 4th, 1975, CBS even aired a television series pilot based on the original outline called Black Bart, but they were under the impression it bombed. It was dumped immediately, but then CBS wanted 6 more episodes, which led to another 6, and then 6 per season. In 1989, CBS and Warner Brothers came to an agreement that the former could air the movie and any sequels that may happen in exchange for co-producing a television series. They wanted to turn the film into an entire franchise with a new one each year like the British Carry On films, but hidden in Mel Brooks' contract was that Warner Brothers had to keep producing the Blazing Saddles stories, whether it be movies or television, or they would lose the rights to any sequels. The TV series was their way of keeping the rights, not to air it, but to keep producing it. So they spent 4 years on a freezing soundstage being paid to be in a show that may never even be released, just so the studio could keep the rights to any sequels. Unfortunately, it was all for nothing, no sequels were greenlit, and the TV series was inevitably canned. Brooks, however, admitted that this was his plan all along. They basically had to make a sequel immediately or do a TV show within 6 months. Well, he knew they couldn't make a sequel in 6 months and that the movie was far too vulgar for a television series. He knew it was doomed from the very beginning. You brilliant bastard!
I love it when you talk dirty.
Much to his surprise though, the studio did come to him at one point saying they were making a sequel, and he said they didn't have the rights. They assured him they did because of the TV show, which he had no idea about. They literally dragged him to the soundstage to show they had produced it, just never aired it, and the show was never even released. Though the pilot can be found on the 30th anniversary DVD. And in 2017, Mel Brooks did claim he wanted to make a stage play version sometime in the future. Look, Mel Brooks can write decent comedy, and there are some great gags in here, but a lot of it is just long, dragged out, unfunny, or trying to be edgy without an actual joke in there. He should have stopped trying to act his own material and maybe got rid of some of the other writers. But then again, he was the director and personally let every gag go in, so he's still to blame. I'm torn on this one. Half sucks, half is great. The movie's okay, but yeah, for historical purposes, it should be seen, and good night. Raising Arizona tells the story of Hi, played by Nicolas Cage. No, his name is actually Hi. It's short for Herbert. Bet that's confusing when he first meets people.
I doubt it.
Hi is a convict, usually robbing convenience stores, meeting a police officer called Ed, played by Holly Hunter, each time he goes inside. Once he's finally on parole and then let out, he and Ed get together and begin a happy life, but something is missing as they long for a child. They try, but discover that Ed is infertile, and due to Hi's past, the adoption agency won't let them go that route either.
It's true that Hi has had a checkered past.
But Ed here's an officer of the law twice decorated. So, we figure it kind of evens out.
Eventually, they feel like they have no other choice but to kidnap one of the 5 newborn babies of the local rich famous guy Nathan, Arizona, and keep the child as their own. But of course.
I'd like to see him try.
They raise Nathan Jr. as their own until Hi's old convict buddies escape prison, played by John Goodman and William Forsythe, and rejoin their lives, practically hiding out of their place and influencing Hi to revert back to his criminal lifestyle. Eventually, Mr. Arizona puts out a $25,000 reward, which actually seems quite low considering he's rich, and it's his baby.
I was only trying to help!
Which leads to this huge bounty hunter played by that massive dude from Ernest Goes to Jail, chasing down the baby for the reward, upping it to 50 grand. Once Goodman and Forsythe discover the truth about the kid, they also want to collect the cash as well as rob a bank. And the douchebag from Friends, who always plays the douchebag in absolutely everything, is the neighbour who bribes Hi with turning them in unless they let him and his broody wife keep the baby for their own. The film's kind of disturbed. But hey, eventually they do get a sign of conscience and, return the kid to the parents, so it's a happy film.
Are you crazy?
You may find this odd based on the plot synopsis that I just gave you, but the Coen brothers wanted to make this film a lot more different to their previous one, Blood Simple, by making it more optimistic and upbeat. With kidnapping.
We sure didn't mean to influence anybody.
They wrote these characters to be more sympathetic and actually wrote the character of Ed specifically for Holly Hunter. Before she landed the part, however, Kate Capshaw turned down an offer which she later regretted. Kevin Costner auditioned for the part of Hi 3 times, and I guess he sucked in every single one because he was never cast. Many believe the bounty hunter, whose name was Leonard Smalls, was a reference to Of Mice and Men, but this has never been confirmed nor denied. John Goodman found his character intriguing, finding it a great feeling to portray an individual who could explode or weep at any given moment. Because of this, he became a frequent collaborator with the Coen brothers afterwards, but the script took 3.5 months just to write. Circle Films, who also distributed their first film, quickly agreed to follow suit and finance this one on a budget of $5 million. Filming took 10 weeks, but Nicolas Cage sometimes had disputes with the Coen brothers. The atmosphere was respectful, but several times he would pitch suggestions their way, but they would completely ignore all of them. Joel and Ethan have a very strong vision, and I've learned how difficult it is to accept other artists' visions. They have an autocratic nature. I understand why Cage would make that statement. It was a lot of fun working with Nick, but some of his improvisation clashed with our vision and had to be edited out. Personally, we would much prefer working with an actor who, like Cage, possessed a fertile image over one whose performance needed to be kickstarted.
That'd be pretty damn cowardly, wouldn't it?
The Coen brothers also clashed with Randall Cobb, who played Leonard Smalls, calling him less of an actor but more of a force of nature, and claimed that they wouldn't rush to work with him again in the future.
I kind of figured that.
Raising Arizona premiered on March the 6th, 1987 in New York City, and the Coen brothers admitted, despite their later films gaining a huge cult following, this was the last movie they made that earned them any significant amount of money. But what side of the fence do I sit on? This movie is absolutely fantastic.
That was beautiful.
I love the humour. Certainly it's dark and a bit disturbed, but it's just so hilarious you don't care.
Have you learned anything, Hi?
Yes, sir, you bet.
You wouldn't lie to us, would you, Hi?
No, ma'am, hope to say.
Freedom for me. They said I hadn't done anything, so I could go free and live on an island somewhere.
And I don't know if this was intentional or part of the joke, but Mr. Arizona is a pretty terrible father. Or at least a very inconsistent one. First of all, when Hy breaks in to steal the kid, it is hilarious that they start crying, so he then needs to console each individual baby one by one to calm them down so the folks don't investigate. And he even falls down at one point, and the parents acknowledge the racket coming from upstairs and still don't check it out. Okay, that's dumb. I mean, it's pretty funny, but it doesn't really make much sense because earlier, the dad immediately knows which baby is crying. Yeah, the baby just starts to stir and instantly he can easily identify each own individual cry out of 5 kids. I'm gonna say no. I can't help but think it'd be hilarious though if they just walked in and saw Nicolas Cage with a poo mustache cuddling their kid. Oh, and I love how their bed has their own individual names on what looks like gravestones for each child, as if they're all going to stay still and sleep perfectly fine. In fact, what parent would expect 5 babies to all sleep in the same bed anyway? Together. At that age. Am I alone here?
It was kind of horrifying, honey. Let me in.
Of course they cried, babies cried.
Well, I know that now. Come on, honey. We better leave.
You go right back up there and get me a toddler. I need a baby, Hi. They got more than they can handle.
Babies and toddlers aren't the same thing, but I can't help but chuckle at the sheer casual nature of them kidnapping a baby.
Which one you get?
I don't know. Nathan Jr., I think.
Give me here.
There's the instructions.
It's so wrong, but who can't help but laugh at this?
But don't you think his mom will be upset? I mean, overly?
Well, of course she'll be upset, sugar, but she'll get over it.
If they're anything like the McCanns, I doubt it.
She's got 4 little babies, almost as good as this one.
Oh, and this baby never once cries throughout the entire movie. Yeah, he has just been taken away from his mother and is fine. He spends like a week or whatever with complete strangers and doesn't fuss once. Sleeps fine, eats fine. In fact, he even shits himself and needs changing at one point and doesn't so much as whinge. Do you know nothing? You've just broke out of jail and your immediate instinct is to start screaming and making loads of noise and loudly celebrate so they can capture you again. In fact, I have to say, I love John Goodman and his performance is fine with what he's given, but my issue is with the way these characters are written. They spend most of the movie just screaming, and I don't even mean screaming dialogue, just random screaming for no reason, and it's not even funny.
Y'all can just forget that part about freezing now.
Better still to get down there.
Yeah, y'all hear that, don't you?
But their other gags fail as well, because it's either screaming as much as they can because apparently that automatically equals comedy, or they're just so predictable it's not funny. I mean, look, watch this.
Hurry up, open the door. He's a real cheerful little critter once he warms up to you.
Gee, I wonder where this is going.
Where's Junior? What do you mean, didn't you put him in? No, I thought...
Oh, what a surprise! Now stop fucking screaming!
This ought to split up real nice 3 ways. God damn it!
How did they even leave the baby behind that time? They clearly had him with them. Oh, brilliant, more screaming. The characters are just annoying, and I don't think they're even needed. Hai could have just as easily fell off the wagon and start breaking the law himself without being influenced. These guys are just unnecessary and just annoying.
But now I was haunted by a vision of... He was horrible.
It was the director of the Ghost Rider movies. The direction is insane. It is really well shot, and here it is so intense when Mrs. Arizona finds her baby missing. Finds her baby missing. Is that sentence oxymoronic?
Mr. Arizona, which tot was abducted?
Nathan Jr., I think.
Oh, sure, he doesn't know which baby's missing, but he immediately knows which one is crying.
What was he wearing? A dinner jacket. What do you think? He's wearing his damn jammies.
Actually, the babies weren't wearing jammies. Like, clearly in the clip, they were just wearing nappies. Or diapers, if you're American. They even take the dad's fingerprints to differentiate them from the culprits, but Cage didn't wear gloves. He touches the windowsill, the bed, the babies, the toys. And he has a criminal record, so shouldn't this movie be over in like 2 minutes flat? And for the record, they never come back to this. The fingerprints are never acknowledged again. This car chase is all over the place, but damn is it awesome. The music plays off like it's supposed to be really eerie and ominous, but then it's really goofy, manic, sometimes hilarious. It's just insane. And of course, we can't go a whole movie without that patented Nicolas Cage face. And hey, during all of this chasing and running for his life, he is still obsessed with getting huggies for his kid. That is some dedicated parenting. Loads of dogs are after him though, for some reason. And random people in the supermarket are shooting at him. I have no idea what's going on, but I love it.
But I fear that if I stay, I would only bring bad trouble on the heads of you.
Is there such thing as good trouble? I will also never understand Goodman and his brother's motivations here. Basically, for the entire film, they are hiding in Cage's home because they, you know, kind of busted out of prison and are now on the run. And here they are, wanted from the police, running from the law, and they expect to just waltz right up to him. Oh, here you go, here's your kid back. Yeah, peace. Yeah, it's fine. What? Cage eventually gets the ever-loving crap kicked out of him, but the way he kills the bounty hunter is so badass, but he also shows some sympathy and redemption. It's a really interesting character change. Furthermore, when they return the baby, they also refuse the reward. It's a great character transformation, and somehow, after all of this madness, the movie still delivers a heartfelt and warm message. Mr. Arizona realizes they took him because they couldn't conceive their own children, but he talks to them, and it's actually a beautifully written message.
You can't have kids, you just gotta keep trying and hope medical science catches up with you. Like Florence and me. Caught up with a vengeance. Then, hell, even if it never does for you, you still got each other.
Just never give up, guys. Never give up. This movie's amazing. Fantastic acting all around. Some writing could have been tweaked a tiny bit, but very well shot. I love the merging of comedy, drama, and action. Raising Arizona will certainly raise a whole lot of fun. Okay, so this is something I've not really done before, but I feel like I need to vlog during the original movie viewing experience. This movie is 7 hours long. Yeah, I feel like I'm gonna need this. Like, this is disc 1 of 3. 1 of 3. And what's that running time right there? That's part 1. Satatango, literally translated as Satan's Tango, is a Hungarian film based in a desolate village. A farm pretty much goes under while Futaki here has an affair with a lady called Mrs. Schmidt. She conspires with someone else to steal money from the villagers and running away together. However, Futaki finds out the plan and instead of being angry, he wants in. Meanwhile, the doctor is also noticing everything and writes it all down in his trusty notebook before he harasses a girl but soon collapses. But the girl abuses a cat anyway, so fuck her. The film is actually based on the Hungarian novel of the same name by Laszlo Krasznahorkai. My god, imagine how long the book must have been! But the film followed the same structure as the novel. It's in 12 parts and it isn't entirely told in chronological order. It does follow the same scheme as the Dance of the Tango though, where it takes 6 moves forward and then 6 back. Okay, that actually is pretty clever. Director Bela Tarr told this film's story in mostly long takes, which people compared to Andrei Tarkovsky. In its 7-hour runtime, there are only around 150 shots, many of them lasting up to 10 or 11 minutes. A lot of the scenes show the characters dancing or drinking, and apparently that was all real. The actors genuinely were drunk. Can't blame them. And the movie did have a screenplay, but most of it was still improvised on set. No, we never used the script. We just write it for the foundations and the producers, and we use it when looking for the money. The pre-production is a very simple thing. It takes always a minimum of 1 year. We spend a year looking all around and we see everything. We have a story, but I think the story is only a little part of the whole movie. The film took 2 years to shoot, and it takes 2 years to watch! And of course, Satan Tango gained universal acclaim, is known as one of the greatest movies ever made. Sight and Sound put it as the 36th greatest movie in history. If you don't like being bored, you're wrong! How the hell do you have that much free time? 7 hours! 7 hours! I mean, I guess they at least give you a taste of what's to come. I mean, the opening credits are entirely silent. They're already giving you a chance to turn back. Satan? And we open with 3 straight minutes of a dark exterior shot where we can't see a goddamn thing, and all we hear is a bunch of cows mooing. Of course, film snobs have overanalyzed this crap and claims that it represents the establishment, the farm's ambience. It represents the outcome of the entire story. No, it's 8 straight minutes of cows mooing! 7 goddamn hours! Do you realise how insane that is? That's nearly a shift at work! It's the length of 7 Royal Rumbles! I can watch The Godfather 3 times, followed by a bunch of episodes of Friends, and then still have time to have a wank! I can watch every motherfucking Lord of the Rings back to back, tap dance with the devil, go to the cinema, and then play chess with Keanu Reeves, and then be back in time for lunch! Just imagine going to the cinema to see this for 7 hours straight! 7 hours! It's madness! This took me 3 days to watch! And that was without pausing. But for real, 8 minutes of just cows! They must be truly proud of their beef! I already realised right off the bat how this running time stacked up so much. But don't worry, because then we get houses! All the excitement is picking up! Yep. I hope you enjoy shots of nothing at all happening. And boy, this incredible long shot of blackness shows pure filmmaking genius.
Mint szétgurultak a konyhába. Egyszer csak éreztem, hogy megmozdul a lábam alatt a föld.
Yeah, can the goddamn plot move? But do you like this table and window? I mean, it's a very nice table and window. So how about we spend some time giving you a slow-ass dramatic zoom on it anyway, you asshole? What the hell is he doing? We are watching an uncut shot of him counting money. Is this necessary to see the whole goddamn process? And we have 6.5 hours left of this shit. I think it's more frustrating because it actually is really well shot. What the hell's the point when there's nothing of genuine significance being shown in the first place?
Sokáig marad a feleséged. Szétverem a pofáját.
Jesus, dude, calm down. There is absolutely no reason for this film to be 7 hours. There's no reason for it to be 5 hours. There's no reason for it to be 3 fucking hours. The story doesn't take up that much time in this garbage. But boy, I do love pointless long shots of people walking. They are sitting in silence, doing nothing! How is this art? It's not slow storytelling. It's intentionally making a film as long as humanly possible for no reason. That's not art, it's fart.
Te hallod ezt?
I hear my fucking patients leaving the building!
1 hour is done, and I don't get the art of just showing nothing. This is really, really, really well shot, but it means nothing when nothing's being shown. I'm an hour in and nothing's happened. I got 6 of these fuckers to go.
Okay, if you want a compliment, it does have some ambient sounds with a slow panning up shot, which does really build an eerie atmosphere.
Mindenkit felrobbantunk. Beletesszük a zakójába, vagy a fülébe. Az orrába dobjuk bele a dinamitot.
Jesus Christ, dude, calm down!
Különben maga meg azt ígérte, hogyha elhíreztelem a telepen, hogy meghaltak, akkor összehoz a Schmidt névvel.
Én az ígéreteimet meg szoktam tartani.
Maga pedig azt ígért, hogy a Kláner név ahhoz össze. Annak is jó nagy csecsei vannak.
That was random and unnecessary. It's not artsy to zoom in on absolutely nothing! Yes, well done. You can do panning shots across trees at night. Create a fucking story! Yeah, hi. I know that you really love lingering on this shot for absolutely no reason, but I'm just hoping if you could, just kind of insert a plot. I know it's great. It's a nice little shot you got here, but films are supposed to have a story. But don't worry, it sure picks up with this old man slowly walking around and then sitting and then going through his notepads. These 7 hours are flying by! And this is a cool shot of him watching people outside. But they do nothing! Not a goddamn thing! They come out, walk around a bit, and then just go back indoors and he carries on like nothing happened! This is the entire fucking movie! But he even writes about the person coming out to do nothing. Oh, the excitement continues! And now we're just watching him take a nap. Are you kidding me? And yet even he's so bored he collapses. This film is extremely dangerous. But have a slow-ass panning shot to show his entire goddamn body. Why did the director need any of these shots? But he just wakes up and injects himself anyway, so that drama was kind of pointless. And then he just stares while the camera backs away. Fuck off and do something, you prick! Like, slowly put on a coat. This is the epitome of tension and suspense. Although from this angle and with his coat, it kind of looks like a headless man walking around. But now you see, now this time he's walking in the rain. So this is completely different and much more entrancing. But just to spice things up, they make a bold move. A really interesting twist, because now he's walking inside. Oh, it just keeps you guessing. At least the set looks nice, I guess.
És egy jót baszni, mint régen. Na, doktor úr, nem drága. Egy ilyen régi ismerősnek.
Meg tudnának kínálni egy cigarettával.
She literally just offered him a shag, he ignores it, and then carries on like nothing happened. Doesn't even mention it again.
Na, ez se húzza már sokáig.
Oh, honey, don't worry. You've got 5 hours left. Plenty of time.
I'll finish disc 1. Disc 1, which is over 2 hours. I don't know how I'm going to put up with it, because I know disc 3 is 3 hours alone. There's nothing happening. There's nothing happening! And we're over 2 hours in.
But that was all far too interesting, so let's have some walking outside in the dark. You know, I just love seeing a black screen with the sound of rain. Truly genius filmmaking. Alright, this does look pretty cool with the lighting and mist. It does look like a classic horror film. But this old guy collapses more times than... I don't know, shut up! Really? Really? The horse carriage heads off. The camera continues to film the empty dirt road. What the hell is this supposed to represent? The fact that the movie is going nowhere?
Ne félj már, fejű.
Wow, Pinhead let himself go in the sequels.
Nem bántalak. Csak nem utogassál.
Will you shut the fuck up about pointing? They spend 3 minutes bitching because this arsehole swore at him. 3 minutes! Stop pointing! I'm sorry, what? How the fuck did this movie get greenlit and then get praised, get 100%, get universally acclaimed when it literally breaks every fucking rule in filmmaking? I don't understand it!
Mert akkor az állandó ázódás egyszer csak átmegy egy hirtelen kiszáradásba. Ami aztán könnyen végzetessé válhat.
Sounds interesting. Sounds like something that would actually be kind of cool for us to, you know, actually see. Too predictable.
A Stengervár gyerekek elmesélték az utcába. És amikor jöttem visszafelé, és letértem a köves útról.
Stop telling stories and tell a story! Wait. You know what I mean. What the hell are they doing? But look, they're being artsy! They're having this huge intense argument, but instead of seeing that, we just watch this guy fuck around with a glass. It's just genius!
Ha nekem 3 óra alatt az út 3 óra volt, akkor nekik 3 óra alatt az út 4 óra.
Yeah, and this film will take 7 hours to tell a 90-minute story.
Kivitt el a baromat.
Kijelentetted.
Hazudsz meg, fejű.
Tényleg kijelentetted.
And now they're arguing over who spilt a goddamn drink. Is this art? Is this tension? Is this drama? Do something! Now see, this one particular shot is incredibly innovative because they're walking, but at a far distance, so it's entirely different. Genius! And then a dog enters the shot. Oh, it's brilliant!
Ízítkedni fognak a többiek?
Hát persze.
For being in this? Doubt it. Now, this long take of the little girl sitting down doing absolutely nothing is particularly clever because it symbolizes not a goddamn thing! Do something! Yes, a wonderful shot of the scenery as this little shit just stares silently. Who the hell cares? She's stroking a fucking cat! How is this art? I don't get how people can sit down, look at the fucking screen, and see nothing taking place and be like, I love this part. I love it. What the fuck? Oh my god, this is my favourite scene. Have you seen that walking?
That is honestly the best walking I've ever seen.
He puts one leg in front of the other.
How do they do that?
And then we get the most famous scene of the movie. So the girl violently rolls around with the cat whilst holding its throat. The animal is clearly in distress, groaning in pain, but it just gets worse. And this serves no purpose. A cat is being abused for a film for no reason. I mean, it's meant to show the child feeling superior or whatever, but it's just thrown into the film randomly, which makes it even more sick. It's horrible. And the director even had the balls to say it was fine. The cat was in no danger because we had a vet on set. Okay, director, I'm gonna hold you down. I'm gonna cut off. I'm gonna fucking saw off every one of your fingers. But it's okay, mate. I've got a doctor back here. And then it just ends as if nothing happened. It's entirely pointless. But it only continues as she puts the poor thing in a net and hangs it up. What the hell is this shit? Clearly they realised, oh shit, we have no story left, or we have no story at all. Let's abuse a cat for no reason. You know, we're already abusing the audience, so fuck it. Oh yeah, this is what you do. Torture a cat and then go about your day as completely normal. Yeah, totally gonna punt a puppy later. I mean, at the start of the film, it seemed like they were introducing a story and would stick to it, but now it's just nothing. There's a vague, weak plot with 6 hours of filler in between. But have a slow-ass dramatic zoom in on some rain because art and story and all that bollocks. But if you missed the cat torture, don't worry. Have its head being violently slammed into a bowl. What the fuck is wrong with you? Followed immediately by a silent, intense stare down because filler. Actually, no, because in order to have filler, you have to have a story to begin with. And they're still fucking staring! Where is the entertainment factor? Can somebody help me out here?
I'm at the 3 hour mark. And I'm still not at the halfway point. I've just got past the cat abuse stuff. I'm not even a fan of cats and I feel sick. That was genuinely so difficult to sit through. At least the chicken one in Pink Flamingos was quick. This drags, man.
Oh, we're back at the plot now, are we? Huh. Only over 3 hours in. And this kid who kind of looks like Charlie from the Wonka remake continues to walk and then carries the dead cat because art. And 3 minutes later, she's still walking. Do something, you bitch! And then she sleeps with the dead cat, which obviously symbolizes not a goddamn thing. The movie's plot is dead and the writer's a pussy.
Minden jó, ami történik, gondolta. Minden egyszerű lett végérvényesen.
Clearly not that simple since it takes you 7 hours just to get it across.
Baktatok és baktatok és baktatok. És hogyan baktatok? Hogyan baktatok? A lőpor, a hóhalmentes, a Steigerwald, a Kistót. Az egész utca erről beszélt, hogy a Steigerwald gyerekek lőport rejtegetnek.
We're talking about gunpowder and I don't give a flying dildo shit. We are 3.5 hours in and you're trying to introduce new plot points now. And then we get two characters talking over each other, desperately trying to get you to care about at least one of them, but they both fail.
De ez még csak hagyjál. Kicsi is elkoszált valamerre.
Hiába.
De ha előkerül, levelem a lábát.
Biztosan előkerül.
You know, I love how casually they just treat everything in this film. Just abused a cat, put dynamite up the nose. Oh, I'm just gonna beat up her if she's late. Yeah, woo. But you know, I really love that one scene where they stand in the rain and do nothing. Yeah, you know the one. So basically the entire fucking movie. And this is where we get this scene. This goddamn scene. Are you bored yet? Are your ears bleeding yet? Wait, what the hell's on this guy's head? A breadstick? A baguette? What the hell's the joke here? But for real, this scene lasts 10 minutes. 10 minutes, completely uncut, and it serves no purpose. Not like any of the movie serves any purpose, but still. They dance drunk, and after a while, the accordion music just becomes like nails on a chalkboard. You sit here, bored out of your goddamn mind, as they dance like morons for 10 uncut minutes. But when it finally ends, it is the sweetest sound you will ever hear.
Szabad egy tangót.
Oh, here you go. But then it continues all over again. Yeah, why not? It was so good the first time. Are you insane? Are you seriously deranged? Are you the second cousin of Satan? I mean, the music's a bit better, but I guess it has dialogue, but it just never ends. And then these two erotically munch some kind of bread together because that's not creepy. No, it's art. And this one lasts 10 minutes as well. That is 20 minutes. That is entirely pointless. People dancing like spazzes, some people being so bored they fall asleep. Where the hell is the enjoyment in this shit? And more awful accordion music. Come on. This is terrible. Accordion to me. Fuck it, it's not even worth it.
What do I say? So I've reached the 4-hour mark. I've had to do this in so many sittings. I'm seeing Ashley later, so I'm not going to watch any more, but 3 hours to go. This is horrendous.
And they needed to explain that because they want to fill up as much time as possible. I mean, I know it's only a few seconds, but you know, it builds up to 7 hours. And then loads of people just stare at this kid who was obviously forced to watch this film. And I am not joking. This shot lasts 1.5 minutes. Literally 1.5 minutes of nothing!
Bár ebben a percben nem tudok más mondani, mint hogy osztozom. Mélyen osztozom egy szerencsétlen anya fájdalmában. Egy anya sosem csillapuló, mindörökre eleven gyászában. Abban a bánatban, hogy elveszítjük a szívünknek legkedvesebbet.
Would have actually been emotional if we, you know, knew and cared about this character, but she abused a cat. I feel nothing. But I hate to say it, the dialogue here is actually really good.
Nem vádolom az anyát, aki már soha többé nem fogja tudni megbocsájtani magának, hogy azon a végzetes napon túl későn ébredt. Nem vádolom az áldozat nagy reményű bátyját sem. Nem vádolom a család többi tagját sem. Nem vádolok tehát senkit. Mégis, hadd tegyen fel maguknak a kérdést. Nem vagyunk mindannyian bűnösök.
Bush. But of course the speech lasts forever. This is what the film is. Either no dialogue or too much dialogue. You know, it'd just be hilarious if the kid wasn't really dead. He just wanted all of their money. And then we get a whole sequence of people getting changed. That's it. Just getting dressed. What is wrong with these people? Cut. 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 No? Just a long shot of them walking away for no reason? Okay. Art.
Menj haza, ne káromoljon itt engem, jó? Ne szekáljon magát, szekálja, jó?
How the hell do you bug yourself? Another long scene where he's just sort of tidying up and putting things away to accordion music. I don't give a shit. Followed by the world's longest shot of them doing whatever and trotting off on horses. I don't even know what to say anymore. There's only so many ways I could say this goes on for too long and serves no purpose. They are dragging stuff! Literally! Do something! But hey, it's quite fitting. A miserable, depressing montage of nothing happening and matches the rest of the damn movie. But is he pissing in the corner or inspiring the Blair Witch Project? Just do something! At this point, when I was watching it, I was actually able to talk and play with my stepdaughter, and I still missed nothing! The owl is the most interesting part of the film.
Okay, guys, it's the next day. I've sat through 5 hours. At this point, I don't know how to review this. I was tempted to make it intentionally the shortest review ever, and I just say there's nothing to it, it's just long and nothing. But I feel like I'd be cheating you guys out of a video. It's just going to be the same criticism. It's just nothing. For so long, and I don't understand how this has spanned 5 fucking hours. It's not even slow storytelling, it's just nothing. It's not slow, it's non-existent.
And this guy, at 5 hours in, suddenly tries to tell us a damn story. Eat your mother's menstrual blood, you bastard! And more walking in the distance where we can't even see them, not like we care. He's staring slightly above the camera. Do something! I am begging you, for the love of whatever's holy, fucking do something or I will reach through the screen and rape your mother with a chainsaw!
Tessék, itt van a pénz. Boldoguljanak egyedül. Sok sikert kívánok.
That's what the studio said to the director.
Azt nem tudom. De az ön számára ez már mellékes.
And you would be right. A long shot of nothing, repeat until insane, and then sitting in a van doing nothing, and the music is so depressing it makes it even more unbearable. It's a man's face. A man's face. Why is it lingering on a fucking man's face? And then back to more walk. Oh, I'm gonna fucking kill myself.
6 hours. 6 hours. I don't get it. Like, people can say I don't understand. Well, or I don't. I think these films are just pretentious, that people are like analysing every little thing. This shot of this man staring at a wall doing nothing represents the dark side of his person. No, it's a man staring at a wall. No film needs this long.
Typing on a typewriter. This is what we've all been waiting for. This was in all the trailers. All the hype for this movie had him typing on a typewriter because this is the definitive action scene for this shit. People ask you, oh yes, Saturn Tango, which is already the most ridiculous name we've ever heard of. What's the best part of that? Is it like the train scene in The French Connection? Is it like the fast chase scenes, the bridge scene in Speed, or Terminator 2, all the action scenes? This is typing on a fucking typewriter. The highest form of entertainment here, folks. And then they're just eating! What am I missing? How is this so loved when it breaks every fucking rule taught in film schools? The film world is filled with fucking hypocritical cunts, that's why!
Odalent a kapu előtt kezet fogtak. Mivel mész? Busszal.
What are you telling us? What happened? Did you run out of money and couldn't film it? What? No, don't close now. I mean, we're only 6 hours and 21 minutes in. We're just getting started. There's so much more walking to show. It's a man sitting and groaning. For the love of Eskimo shit, do something! Oh, they're watching this! Actually, no, because you'd wake up and it would still be playing! Wonderful. Long shots of scenery while the fat guy watches it. Fantastic! And then he walks to a bell sound while this old man yells randomly. Oh my god, shut the fuck up! Closing credits! Closing credits! Shut the fuck up! Even the subtitle guy said fuck it and stopped. Yeah, you get the point. Hey look, it's symbolising the entire movie. Because I'm bored. But seriously, we're watching him put up planks of wood. Come on! Followed by a black screen as the fat guy just whispers, and even the credits are boring.
You know, I don't even feel accomplished. So I've successfully sat through a 7-hour film. What does it even mean? I feel nothing.
But I made it. I made it, guys. Are you proud of me? Because you know what? I don't even feel accomplished. I feel like I've wasted my fucking time. I beat every one of you who thought I couldn't fucking beat this. Fuck you, you sons of bitches. 7 hours isn't even the longest one in the fucking book. Is it the worst movie I've ever seen? No. It's shot really well and the acting is amazing, but it's so unnecessarily long, it is inhumane. Honestly, there is no need for something like this. Come on, 7 hours is sadistic. Stand By Me tells the story of Gordy, played by Richard Dreyfuss, who discovers that his former friend Chris has been tragically murdered, which leads to a flashback of his childhood as he's now played by Will Wheaton. Chris is played by River Phoenix, as they're also joined by Vern, played by Jerry O'Connell, and Teddy, played by Corey Feldman. Who I met, by the way. He was an asshole.
Yeah, you think so?
It turns out that Gordy's older brother Denny, played by John Cusack, has passed away, but he struggles to let go as his parents neglect him and he feels abandoned and completely alone. Chris has a bad reputation as his family are all criminals, Teddy gets beaten by his father, and Vern is fat and annoying. That's his entire character. He's just fat and annoying. But you may think he looks familiar because he actually grew up to become this guy.
What? You lie!
Anyway, they find out that a young boy called Ray Brower went missing and is presumed dead despite no body being found. The four lads decide to try to discover his whereabouts in order to become local heroes. They know the route that he took, so they decide to follow the train tracks, because apparently none of their parents seem to give a shit where they are.
No way, that sucks.
And during their adventure they bond as we really grow to learn more about all of them and sympathise with them. They do eventually discover Ray's corpse, but one thing I forgot to mention is that a badass gang led by Kiefer Sutherland and that arsehole from Storm of the Century also had their eyes on the prize, but soon overpowered because gun. But Gordy realises it's all wrong and they refuse to take credit for finding the body, just reporting it anonymously. As we return to present day, we discover that he and Chris remain friends, but the other two drifted apart over the years.
Oh, don't say that.
Producer Bruce A. Evans actually sent a copy of the Stephen King story The Body to his writing partner's wife on her birthday on August the 29th, 1983, and they both instantly became fans of the book, quickly contacting Stephen King's agent to gain rights for a feature film. The terms were $100,000 and 10% of the gross profits. The money wasn't an issue, but they weren't too keen on the percentage offered as they had no big stars to really sell the film. They decided to bring on director Adrian Lin to hopefully help, but every single studio turned down the offer except Embassy. They spent 4 months negotiating the film rights and eventually agreed on $50,000 and a smaller share of the profits, which led to 8 weeks being spent on the script. The studio did, however, refuse to pay the salary that the director wanted, but the producers gave up half of their share of profits in exchange for it. But this all fell flat as Lin realised he had promised himself a vacation after finishing 9.5 weeks and he wouldn't be available. So why even take on the job in the first place?
Sorry.
At that point, Rob Reiner was sent the script, which he thought had potential but no real focus. He did, however, sign on to direct in 1984, but he wanted to focus the story on Gordy instead, adding emphasis to the older brother angle, which he could really relate to. The writers obliged, and a new script was produced, but just days before shooting was to begin in the summer of 1985, Embassy was bought out by Columbia Pictures, who wanted to cancel the entire movie completely. Luckily, one of the co-owners of Embassy gave $7.5 million of his own money to finish it, truly believing in Reiner and the script. Who just has $7.5 million of their own money lying around?
I don't know.
Rob Reiner found 4 young boys who basically were the characters we played. I was awkward and nerdy and shy and uncomfortable in my own skin and really sensitive. River was cool and really smart and passionate, and even at that age, kind of like a father figure to some of us. Jerry was one of the funniest people I've ever seen in my life, either before or since, and Corey was unbelievably angry and in an incredible amount of pain and had an absolutely terrible relationship with his parents. I wouldn't really brag about that. Hey guys, we needed no acting talent whatsoever, we were just ourselves!
Well, then you're an asshole.
The directors and producers interviewed more than 70 boys for the main characters out of more than 300 who tried out. River Phoenix even originally reading for the part of Gordy, but instead of filming immediately, Reiner got the 4 boys together for 2 weeks to play some improvisation games on stage to build their chemistry, which led to real life friendships between them and several shots being done in one take with each actor nailing their cues perfectly. Filming took place in Brownsville, Oregon for a fictitious town of Castle Rock, which by the way was such a huge thing, Reiner actually named his production company Castle Rock Entertainment, but the town of Brownsville to this day still holds an annual Stand By Me Day each July to celebrate the anniversary. The original title was also called The Body after the book, but the producers found it misleading as it sounded like either a sex film, a bodybuilding movie, or another Stephen King horror. Or the episode of Buffy where a mum croaked.
What are you, crazy?
However, there was still an issue. Embassy were going to distribute it, but they would no longer be there. The Creative Artists Agency, however, promised to help them find a distributor, but Paramount, Universal, and Warner Brothers all refused until Gary McElwain from Columbia gave them the break they needed when he showed the movie at his house when he was feeling sick, and the positive reaction he got from his daughters convinced him to finally help them distribute it. Stand By Me was released on August the 8th, 1986, ending up grossing an insane $52,287,414 against a budget of just $8 million, but fans and critics alike were torn. Stephen King himself was very impressed and loved the film, even claiming that he considers it to be the first successful translation to film of any of his works. Didn't he absolutely adore Carrie, which came out years before?
Oh man, that was the best. Just the best. Yeah.
Allegedly, during his first viewing of the movie, King had to actually excuse himself for 15 minutes to compose himself. When he returned, he claims that's the best film ever made out of anything I've written, which isn't saying much, but they've really captured my story. It is autobiographical.
I was living in a small town in Oregon called Castle Rock.
Wait, it's not in Maine?
Ed, how do you know a Frenchman's been in your backyard?
I'm French, okay?
Your garbage cans are empty and your dog's pregnant. You four-eyed pile of shit.
A pile of shit has 1,000 eyes.
That may be the absolute greatest line I've ever heard, or the worst. I have no idea what it means.
Oh man, wait till you hear this. Wait till you hear this. You won't believe it. It's unbelievable. Let me catch my breath.
After I've learned to act convincingly. You know, I have to say, this is one of the most star-studded and awesome cast lineups I have ever seen. There's so many big stars, it's awesome. Oh yeah, let's just sit down in the middle of a train track while we search for a kid who supposedly got hit by a train. What's the worst that could happen? And then Feldman literally attempts suicide. For no reason. I mean, I know that he's depressed about his parents and everything, but this kind of comes out of nowhere. He claims he wants to play a game where he jumps out of the way at the last minute. I mean, we used to do this when I was a kid with cars, but not this close or this nuts. There's being a stupid kid, and then there's having a death wish. This scene is dumb, and it only exists to foreshadow something that happens later. But the best part is when Feldman has his damn life saved, and he gives this grumpy-ass looking face.
I'm just trying to save your life, man! You want to kill yourself? Is that what you want, goddammit? You're trying to kill yourself!
If you heard my music, you'd want to kill yourself too. And Kiefer Sutherland may play the generic stereotypical bad guy, literally beating up mailboxes, but he really nails it. Every time he's on screen, he steals the show. He's in a race at one point and has a damn truck heading directly for him, but he doesn't budge and just keeps on going.
Shit, man! Shit!
I won. That is so cool. And even the final confrontation, every word is pure charisma.
You're dead.
The best part is definitely the four leads. The kids have so much charm, and that's what sells this film. The charm. The kids bond, and you really do enjoy watching them.
And when I look at you, I throw up. And then your mother goes around the corner and she licks it up. Oh!
Finding new and preferably disgusting ways to degrade a friend's mother was always held in high regard.
Oh, your mum's had everyone on the street, mate. Don't you be talking about mama. I will fight your mum. Don't you be talking about mama. I'm going to mess you up and I'm going to lock you up in the dungeon and whip up the bed. No, screw you.
Screw, I am Chandler Canterbury. She is Mrs. Canterbury. No matter what you say, Mrs. Canterbury will crap all over you.
The dead brother thing is also handled expertly well. Cusack is so likeable that you feel bad that he's no longer there. In the flashback, Gordy is completely ignored by both his parents, and Cusack is the only one who gives him any attention or affection. But sometimes I do think they try too hard. Very often they give a positive message, but it just comes across as way too forced and contrived.
Whatever is between you and your old man, he can't change that.
Who talks like this, let alone kids?
You're just a kid, Gordy. Oh, gee, thanks, Dad. Wish the hell I was your dad. You wouldn't be going around talking about taking these stupid shop courses if I was.
No kids talk this way! Although allegedly during filming, Corey Feldman smoked pot for the first time, and River Phoenix lost his virginity, so I guess they're more mature than I think. Or I just had a sheltered childhood. But some things are just
Weird.
I'll be waiting for you on the other side, relaxing with my thoughts.
You use your left hand or your right hand for that?
You wish.
What? He wishes you'd masturbate?
Does the word retarded mean anything to you?
There's a scene where they have to cross this bridge but are worried a train might show up. But look at how slow they're going! I get being afraid of heights, but even the boys who aren't scared are dawdling. The damn bridge is obviously strong enough. They could have run a marathon and back by the time the train shows up. And I was going to make fun of this green screen for how unconvincing it looks, but apparently it's not a green screen, it's just a different camera lens where the train was much further away than it actually looks. Still a bad effect though. And how is the fat kid outrunning a train anyway?
Well, this kid, he's our age, but he's fat. Real fat. He weighs close to 180.
Okay, there is no way he weighs 180. Sorry.
Are you alright, young man?
Hey, Lardass, how was your trip?
I hear you got a big appetite, Lardass. Don't even think about winning this.
Boy, are you fat.
Is he? Wow, they kept that quiet. We get a long-ass vomiting gag, but it does look pretty bad. You can constantly see the hose mechanism, and it's not matched up to their mouths very well.
The barfing was really good. But there's one thing I didn't understand. Did Lardass have to pay to get in the contest? No, Vern. They just let him in. Oh, great. Great story.
What? Is that supposed to be funny? What was the joke there? I mean, okay, I guess he's annoying and stupid. We've already established that. We're almost an hour in. We didn't really...
All right. Mickey's a mouse. Donald's a duck. Pluto's a dog. What's Goofy?
Actually, that's a good point. What is Goofy? Mind blown.
Goofy's a dog. He's definitely a dog.
Is he? He can't be.
He can't be a dog. He wears a hat and drives a car.
See? I knew he couldn't be a dog.
God, that's weird. What the hell is Goofy?
I need to know!
Shut up!
I also love the fact that they don't just harp on their objective. They're on their way to go and find this body, sure, but they actually bond and build these characters so you care about them more.
I just wish that I could go someplace where nobody knows me.
Oh, I've been there. But you're like 6, mate. What the hell have you been through? Shut up and do your homework.
Oh, it's so funny I forgot to laugh.
And then we get the weirdest scene of the entire movie. So this deer shows up, kinda says hello, and then leaves. I guess Gordy is relating to the deer because it's independent on his own in the middle of the woods, abandoned and wild, I guess.
It was on the tip of my tongue to tell them about the deer, but I didn't. That was the one thing I kept to myself. I've never spoken or written of it until just now.
Why? Why is it such a big deal? Hey guys, I saw a deer, it didn't do anything, and then it left. There is a nasty scene where the boys get covered in leeches, which by the way was actually real. The director didn't want to risk them going into an actual pond, so they built one but didn't film until months later, so obviously leeches were going to be there. Genius! But how the hell does Gordy remove one from his dick and not even scream in any pain? Oh, close enough.
I never met anybody who fainted before.
Maybe he made a bad mistake and looked at your face.
Shut up, Teddy.
What did this kid do to these guys to piss them off so much? Eat their Snickers? But are you telling me that not a single person, police officer or not, has checked this route and or discovered the kid's body, but these 4 rugrats did?
Suck my fat one, you cheap dime store hood.
Well, that was possibly the worst one-liner I've ever heard in my entire life. Overall, the movie is actually wonderful. It's a thrill to sit back and enjoy these kids on their adventure. I don't think it's the best Stephen King movie, but it's probably up there. It's charming, sweet, emotional, just a damn good film. Spirited Away tells the story of Chihiro, a 10-year-old with her parents, travelling to the new home, but they end up getting lost and accidentally ending up in a magical world where the adults stuff their faces at a restaurant and turn into my ex-wife. Don't you hate when that happens? Chihiro meets a young girl named Haku, Wait, that was a dude? Okay. Who helps her in this new world, but being human, she isn't very welcomed, forcing her to take on manual labour to be accepted by my mother here, who renames her Sen. Good, because I keep forgetting if it's Shihiro or Shihiro, so Sen, it's just Sen. It also turns out Haku is a shapeshifter and is also a dragon. Well, of course. And is granted a way back to her world to be reunited with her parents once and for all. It's basically Alice in Wonderland. In Japan. And not shit. Director Hayao Miyazaki got the idea for the movie when he was on holiday at the mountains with his family and their friends, and he wanted to make a film for them. Some present were young girls. He had previously made films for children and teenagers, but not 10-year-old girls before. He read some shoujo manga magazines that the young girls had left at the holiday cabin, but he felt like the romance involved wasn't what the demographic truly held dear in their hearts. He wanted to make a film about a girl heroine who they could actually look up to. His past two movie ideas were actually discarded, leading to the director nearly giving up and retiring completely. But this third idea, Sen and Shihiro Spirited Away, was obviously much more accepted. Production began in 2000 with a budget of 1.9 billion yen, which is the equivalent of 15 million US dollars. The studio didn't want to rely too much on computer animation. They used it carefully so it would only enhance the story and not steal the entire show. Every single character is hand-drawn, and originally the film was 3 hours long. Miyazaki made some cuts and deleted many scenes to try to keep it simple. He also did not want to make the protagonist just a pretty girl, but on the other hand, he did think that she looked too dull at the beginning. By the end though, he was satisfied, feeling like she would grow up to become a charming woman. But amazingly, despite the developed characters and story, the movie did not actually have a script. I never have scripts. I don't have the story finished and ready when we start work on a film. I usually don't have time, so the story develops when I start drawing storyboards. The production starts very soon thereafter while the storyboards are still developing. I genuinely don't know where the plot is going. I just let it happen organically. It's not me who makes the film makes itself, and I have no choice but to follow. Of course, Disney and DreamWorks both bid for the rights to distribute the film in the States, with Disney winning and dubbing it under Pixar's supervision. He also wanted to bring the film over to the American audience with an English adaptation. Spirited Away was released in Japan on July the 20th, 2001, grossing 30.4 billion yen to become the single highest grossing movie in Japanese history. It was also the first movie to ever earn $200 million at the box office before even opening in the States. The American dubbed version was premiered at the Toronto International Film Festival on September the 7th, 2002, and it was loved by absolutely everybody alive, and if anyone says otherwise, they're wrong and they eat poop. It would go on to win a bucket load of awards and actually became the first ever anime to win the Best Animated Feature Academy Award, the longest movie to also win that award, and it's the only foreign film to ever win it as well. This movie is wonderful. Now, I'm not a fan of the Alice in Wonderland stories, but I can see the similarities. I also think this is a great metaphor. Chihiro is about to move house into the unknown, which leads her to quite literally end up in an unknown world, which is really clever. Depending on how you look at it, all of this could be her imagination. It could be her thinking this up out of fear of moving to the new location, or it could have actually happened, but either way, it is quite relatable. Everyone has been afraid of change or moving to a new land at some point, so it's a universal message, a journey of finding acceptance, and it fits really well. Although Alice in Wonderland, I didn't really care for any of the characters and it was just really annoying, whereas this isn't. And you know I'm getting old when I'm sat here thinking, this little brat is lying down in the back of the car, stretched out with no seatbelt. It's just a bad message. Oh, you showed them, you little rebel. And then she leans forward in the car without a seatbelt. This is extremely dangerous. Someone's gonna get hurt, little missy.
Пап, мы проедем.
Еще бы, на нашем-то вездеходе.
Now put your seatbelt on, for the love of God! Oh look, a statue porg. Cool.
Любопытно. Давай пойдем посмотрим.
Не надо, поедем назад.
Да ты трусишка, ты, Хиро, не бойся. Ну что, пошли?
Грузовик с вещами скоро приедет.
Ну и что? Ключ мы им отдали, сами все расставят.
Так-то оно так.
Папа, я не пойду.
Man, this kid's a pussy! When I was her age, it was all about exploring and investigating strange locations. She's too scared to do anything. Yeah, and then both parents completely abandon her instead of one staying behind. Add that onto the whole no seatbelts thing. She has some terrible parents.
Mama! Pop!
Oh, shut Seriously, this girl has spent the first 10 minutes of the movie bitching and whining, and that's even before she's separated from her parents. You're a child! Have fun and explore!
Уже фонари зажглись! Скорей! Беги через реку, я задержу время!
Well, that escalated quickly.
Это же сон, сон.
Okay, I can't be the only one who thinks that that just looks so wrong. Okay, I think she needs to lay off the funky brownies.
Вставай!
Dude, this guy is the Flash! And he has the Force! Yeah, they're stairs! Hurry up and get your ass down them, you coward! Ah, much better. I mean, she's even too scared to throw a rock diamond thing into a fire. The girl's parents raised a pussy. But hey, this weird-looking old guy saves her when she's about to be caught and lies, saying that she's his granddaughter. No idea why he does this, but it's a pretty good message to not judge a book by its cover. You know, I've never actually understood that phrase because a book's cover is literally designed for you to judge it.
Дайте мне работу!
Okay, I think it's supposed to be taken seriously, but come on, I'm not going to look at that with a straight face. It's also bizarre that they all have this much hate for her being human, but most of them look human. And FYI, we never get an insight into what the hell they actually are.
Папа, мама! Это я! Это я, сын!
But that's not your real name. So shouting that out to your parents isn't going to do anything. Idiot. Oh, and how harsh is this? He wakes her up and tells her he'll take her to see her parents, getting her hopes up, but nope, they're still pigs. But the scene that follows is actually really sweet as they bond and he reveals that she needs to remember her real name in order to return home, whereas he's forgotten his and is forever trapped. She knows he's a phantom thing, so one, he should be able to just walk through the door anyway, and two, she should know that. But no, they make this a whole huge deal that she's the one who let him in. He's a phantom thing, surely he can get in anyway. She leaves this bath running for ages. I mean, come on, it would have easily overflowed and tsunami'd Japan by now. Ah, there we go. It just keeps getting funnier. But hey, at least she's finally grown a pair and gives a bath to Muck. Not really. She didn't have a clue what to do. It was you who said to, like, get the rope and tie it around and pull out all the treasure and stuff. She didn't do a damn thing, actually. How many times do they have to explain to you that they don't remember who they are? They're pigs! But no, it was a dream. Still makes no sense, they're pigs.
А что, если я не смогу узнать папу с мамой?
They're pigs! How the hell do you expect to recognize a pig from all the other fucking pigs?
Хаку? Ты ведь Хаку?
No, it's Dragonair. Jesus, for someone who was too pussified to just enter a dark area, she suddenly gained ninja abilities pretty damn quickly. Okay, I'm not taking a bird in shades and a hat seriously. I mean, I know it's my mum in disguise, but it just looks so funny. Okay, so this bird can sense things, right? I mean, earlier she sensed that there was an intruder, and it's evident that she has some kind of psychic-like abilities. So how the hell can she know that her baby is under these cushions but Sen isn't? The animation is truly gorgeous throughout, and it very often gets insanely dark as she encounters some of the monsters, and they just look amazing.
Эй, я с дороги! Гость непрошенный гей!
Jesus Christ, this old bag has Super Saiyan powers! And it's the baby who helps convince the old bag to send Sen back to her own world. Which is weird, because the baby hated her for the entire movie. Oh well, let's summarise. You know, it's 2 hours long, and I'm not a real big fan of anime, but it actually did keep my interest. There's so many twists and turns, I wasn't sure where it was going to go next, and it's actually incredibly exciting to watch. It's a wonderful story with such colourful characters, you can't help but have a smile on your face. The animation and music is fantastic, the story is engaging, it's just all around masterful.
Hello and welcome back to Cinematic Venom, and happy Mother's Day! Now last year I did a review with my wonderful mum, but unfortunately today she couldn't make it. So instead, filling in for her, I'm doing this review with my beautiful aunt, Annie.
We're put on this earth to help people, like I'm trying to help you.
Aw, you're so sweet.
I'm sorry, this is all wrong. It's not worthy of you. Throw it all out. You'll have to do it over again.
Do what?
You and I were meant to be together forever.
Ladybird, I was shocked to find out wasn't about an actual ladybird. We see that she calls herself Ladybird and draws a weird hybrid thing, and then I realised in America they say Ladybug and not Ladybird. Yeah, this is a ladybird, so false advertising.
I know that, Mr. Man!
Alright, calm down.
So what does that mean?
The movie doesn't necessarily have a plot as such. It's a coming-of-age film showing Christine, who demands to be called Ladybird for some reason.
Okay, Christine?
Ladybird.
Is that your given name?
Yeah.
Why is it in quote?
Well, I gave it to myself. It's given to me by me.
Okay.
Have you all got amnesia?
And it shows her struggling with her estranged relationship with her mum that she apparently shares with Sheldon Cooper over the course of her teenage life before moving off to college.
I love Sheldon.
So sweet.
I do everything to try and make you happy. You just better start showing me a little more appreciation around here, Mr. Man.
Aunt Annie, do you think you might have bipolar disorder?
You did it! You did it! You did it!
Or maybe schizophrenia? Director Greta Gerwig spent years on the screenplay, originally under the title Mothers and Daughters, and was initially over 350 pages long. By 2015, she managed to secure some funding from IAC Films as well as Scott Rudin Productions. Noah Baumbach actually offered to direct it for her after she had finished the script. And after consideration, she declined and decided to make this her directorial debut.
Hell yeah.
The movie was often sold as semi-autobiographical, but Gerwig confirmed that nothing in the movie actually happened to her in her own real life, and that it's just a harsh truth of stuff that she knows. She claimed that the lead character is actually the complete opposite of how she was at that age in real life. Though it takes place during the same time Gerwig graduated the same kind of Catholic high school in the exact same city as the movie, and Gerwig did take the cast and crew on tours of her old hometown in Sacramento, California, as well as providing them with her old high school yearbooks, photos and journals. Why would you go through all of that if it wasn't about you?
Now our time in this world must end.
What?
Last night it came so clear.
What did?
I put 2 bullets in my gun. I love you.
I love you too.
What's the matter?
You don't have to do that.
She wanted the film to look and feel more like a memory, and she intended it to be a female version of the 400 Blows, or Boyhood, but not shit. In September that year, she met with Saoirse Ronan at a film festival, and she agreed to read through the script with the director in a hotel room. On just the second page, she already knew that she had found her lead actress. Filming was due to begin in March, but it was delayed as Ronan was performing on stage, before finally beginning shooting on August the 13th, 2016. Ronan had done so much stage work that the heavy makeup underneath the hot lights had caused massive eruptions of acne. However, she refused to wear any makeup to cover it up, as she wanted the movie to show what a teenager's face actually looks like in real life. Ladybird was released on November the 3rd, 2017 and ended up grossing $79 million worldwide. It received a standing ovation at its premiere and was incredibly well received for its lead performance and the direction and storytelling. So much so, Gerwig considered doing sequels, though there would be more standalone films telling other stories in Sacramento.
Anything else I can get while I'm in town?
Why are you going to town? We're filming a review!
Would you like a tiny tape recorder? Or how about a handmade set of riding slippers?
Annie, I think you need help.
I'd go out of my way for you! Don't even think about anybody coming for you. Nobody knows you're here.
I miss my mum.
If I die, you die.
What is wrong with you? The movie also broke a record previously held by Toy Story 2, being the best reviewed movie of all time by Rotten Tomatoes, with 196 positive reviews before finally receiving one stinker.
Soon others will come.
That was you? The main selling point of the film is the relationship between Christine and her mum, and I hate that I relate to a whole lot of it. Literally, their first exchange leads to practically a suicide attempt. And I'm not sure if it's supposed to be funny, but it kind of is, because they have all of this intensity and it builds up to...
And not expect everybody to do everything.
She didn't get out of the cock-a-doodie car!
No, she did.
Who did?
The arguments between them is so common and hits so close to home. They're so emotional, and you can see just how much they affect Christine. Her mum is such a cold bitch who just gaslights and manipulates her for the entire movie.
You think your dad and I don't know how ashamed that you are of us? Your dad knows. Your dad knows why you ask him to drop you off a block away from school every day.
Dad, I didn't mean to.
You made him feel horrible.
Christine, you can't leave your room like this.
I didn't.
None of these things were put away right. They aren't nice,
I put
Christine.
my clothes
now.
away. My name is
Don't
Lady
lie to
Bird.
me. This uniform, this is going to look like trash. I just think it's such a shame that you're spending your last Thanksgiving with a family you've never met instead of us. But I guess you want it that way.
Do you have any idea what it costs to raise you and how much you're just throwing away every day?
These are interesting and very real moments where her mum talks to her like shit, but then instantly misses her when she's not there. You feel like you really go through this journey with Christine throughout the film, and you are so proud of her when she finally stands up for herself.
You give me a number for how much it costs to raise me, and I'm gonna get older and make a lot of money and write you a check for what I owe you so that I never have to speak to you again.
She shows the traits of a typical abuser, mistreats her over and over again, and then is shocked when she goes behind her back. But this performance is incredible.
I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to hurt you. I appreciate everything you've done for me. I'm ungrateful and I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. I wanted more.
And I was so surprised to find out that she's not actually American. Her accent is insane. When she leaves to go to college, her mum refuses to walk her out and say goodbye and then just drives off. No idea why she drove off when she clearly needed to come back to pick up her husband anyway, but alright. And after driving away, she instantly realises her mistake and rushes back, but it's too late. It turns out she also wrote letters to her, but sadly we don't even get to know what they say unless she paused them, I guess, but I can't make out half of this handwriting. It ends with her reaching out to her mum to thank her for everything she's done, which is weird but very human. This also comes right after she's moved out to college. She very quickly goes to a party, gets completely shit-faced, and ends up in hospital. So despite all the shit her mum's actually put her through, she then realises just how coddled she's become. This is a really interesting and very powerful message that she realised just how much she actually does need her mum, and it's beautifully handled. During the film, Christina's acted out and played up, so naturally some angry reactions are expected, so you can kind of see it from both sides. It's a very powerful and real film. They do mention that her grandmother was an abusive drunk, but that's really the only explanation given as to why her mum is also such a cold and cruel bitch queen. Maybe that could have been developed upon a bit more.
Yeah, okay, maybe.
I love the relationship she has with her dad. She trusts him completely and he does his absolute best to help her, even keeping secrets from her mum. He's just a very likeable guy. His son ends up going for the same job as him, and despite suffering from unemployment and depression for months, he eggs him on to get the job anyway. You can see just how neglected the poor girl is, as she's even surprised that her father remembered her birthday. He's just a likeable guy.
Just another lying old dirty birdie.
Are you and Mom gonna get a divorce over this?
No, we can't afford to.
Dad.
I have to say, Christine is just adorable in this film, and her best friend Julie is as well. They're so cute, man. In fact, I really wish we got to know more of Julie's story. It's all very subtle, and we don't get to know much about her struggles, which could have been really interesting. Now, at times, Christine is a little bit of a bad person.
I don't even know how I got cast in my part. Me neither. I was the one who had a dress and prepared a song.
Then she starts to hang out with popular girls and a guy more, ditching Julie, which is one thing, but then she has a go at her for being upset about it. You are so glad when Julie puts her in her place. But then Christine becomes the absolute biggest asshole on the planet.
Listen, if your mother had had the abortion, we wouldn't have to sit through this stupid assembly.
I might put bullets in it.
Yeah, you're not the only one.
I I feed you, I clean you, I dress you, and what thanks do I get?
She doesn't clean me.
Now don't be afraid.
Shut up. The thing is, it doesn't justify it, but when you look at her upbringing, you can see where the anger, frustration, and hormones are coming from. She meets another guy who also claims to have been a virgin and accurately nuts in 2 seconds, but it turns out he wasn't a virgin and he lied because she has the worst taste in men imaginable.
You said you were a virgin.
I didn't. You fucking did, mate.
I haven't had sex yet with another person. Really?
And wait, it wasn't your first time and you still nutted that quickly?
I was on top. Who the fuck is on top their first time?
She has a point. But she still wants to go prom with him.
Are we still going to prom together?
But Christine is worse at talking to people than anyone. Shut up.
You live in the neighborhood?
No, I'm from the wrong side of the tracks.
What?
In fact, none of the teenagers in this film talk like actual teenagers.
You don't have a cell phone?
Nah.
Good girl. Government didn't have to put tracking devices on us. We bought them and put them on ourselves. Just remembered, I had a dream about you.
Really?
Yeah.
What happened?
We were flying to Disneyland on a giant carrot.
If you had boobs, I wouldn't touch them either.
Don't worry, I'm not gonna snitch on you.
Well, I hope not, because I'd fucking kill your family.
Is this just how they talk now? Am I old?
Soon you'll be wanting to leave.
Annie, I don't live with you anymore.
You'll never know the fear of losing someone like you.
I'm 31 years old.
I know that, Mr. Man.
Do you think that Shelley and Miguel have sex on the pull-out couch?
Oh, yeah.
Who laughs about their son having sex on their couch?
You.
No, I don't! My son's 12!
I better go now.
Although completely inaccurate, her son serves her, which isn't allowed in a supermarket. Terrible policy.
I just don't get why I'm not good at math. My dad is really good at math. Even Miguel has a math degree. Maybe it's your mom's fault.
Or maybe you're just dumb as shit!
That's very kind of you.
But the movie does have some funny moments.
If Danny and I get married and then his grandma died, I'd inherit the dream house. Wouldn't his parents get it? Oh yeah, we'd have to kill them. And we'd have to kill his older brothers too.
Christine starts dating a guy, but then walks in on him cheating with a dude. Okay, I gotta admit, I didn't see that coming.
Can't you see it's what God wants?
But the movie just breezes past it. She catches him kissing another guy, and then she gets her cast removed, goes to class, celebrates Christmas, then it's New Year, she finds another fella. It's like nothing even happened. And then eventually, weeks later, he confronts her and begs her not to tell anyone, as he's just not ready to come out, which is actually a really emotional and gut-wrenching scene.
When do you think is a normal time to have sex?
2 o'clock.
College?
Oh, you mean... Okay. There's a scene where Christine and her friend trash a nun's car, but when caught, she doesn't actually get in trouble for it.
Sister Gina and I drove all the way home before we noticed people were honky.
How would they have gone all the way up to the car without realising it immediately? Look at it! Naturally, Christine realises the error of her ways and ditches her friends to go to reconcile with Julie, and they go to prom together, which is really cute. I just love how the nun glares at the evil sinners. Dirty lesbian bitches.
Do you believe in God?
No.
Why not?
It's ridiculous.
People call each other by names that their parents made up for them, but they won't believe in God.
What's the correlation? Don't believe in God? Birth name.
As long as it does exist, your mind won't ever be free.
The best way to describe Lady Bird is boyhood done right. It's short, but there's never a dull moment and not a dull performance. It's a heartbreaking story, and I think some things could have been developed upon more, such as her mother's motivations and more of Julie's backstory. But it's still an incredibly powerful film, and I would highly recommend you check it out.
This is Spinal Tap, tells the story of... well, Spinal Tap, a fictional heavy metal band consisting of David, played by Michael McKean, aka look at him with short hair and it's that dude who's in everything but you never really learn his name, Nigel, played by Christopher Guest, and Derek, played by Mr. Burns himself, Harry Shearer.
Excellent.
And hey, Billy Crystal played a mime in one scene.
Excuse me, is this a joke?
The film is told in the style of a mockumentary being filmed by Marty DeBergi, played by the actual film's director Rob Reiner, as he follows them around on their tour of America, witnessing the good and bad sides to the music industry while spoofing every popular rock band known to man as hilarious hijinks ensue.
This is a fan.
The original idea for the film dates as far back as 1978, when the 4 lead actors wrote and starred in a TV pilot for a comedy sketch show called, quite creatively, The TV Show, which featured a fictional band called Spinal Tap. During production of said pilot, McKean and Guest would often improvise in character, eventually resulting in the characters of David and Nigel, and this is what gave them the idea to produce a film about a fictional band. Reiner managed to get $60,000 from Marble Arch Productions to write a screenplay with McKean, Guest and Shearer based on the Spinal Tap characters. They decided to shoot a short demo that could be shown to studios in the hope they would give them the money they needed to make a film. They sent the demo around to various studios, eventually attracting the attention of producer Norman Lear, who decided to back the project, raising the film's budget to $2 million.
You're welcome.
However, just a few days into production, the filmmakers realised that no script would actually be able to capture the kind of movie they wanted to make, and instead chose to film without one. Every line of dialogue in the movie is completely improvised. Before each scene, the actors would be given outlines indicating where it would begin and end, as well as any character information necessary to avoid contradictions, but the rest was up to them. Outside of these short outlines, there isn't a single scripted line in the entire film.
Christ.
In fact, the improvisation was so extensive that Reiner tried to get the entire cast to be credited on the screenplay. But the Writers Guild of America immediately refused this idea, only allowing Reiner, Shearer, McKean and Guest to be credited. It's estimated that over 100 hours of footage was shot, and it was so difficult to cut down, production ended up hiring 3 editors to slice it down to a sizable length. In addition, the actors were all competent musicians in real life, so it's actually them playing the instruments both in the film and on the soundtrack.
I don't believe it!
So after an endless amount of improvising and editing, This Is Spinal Tap was finally released on March the 2nd, 1984, to nothing short of universal acclaim.
This is the truth.
However, despite the positive reviews, the film wasn't hugely successful at first, only grossing $4.7 million during its theatrical run. It wasn't until the film was released on VHS that it started to become a huge phenomenon. However, many moviegoers at the time found the film so convincing that they believed they were watching a real documentary about real-life musicians. After the movie opened in cinemas, Rob Reiner said that many people would come up to him on the street saying that they loved the film, but he should have picked a more well-known band to make a documentary on.
It's my fault.
The movie was also highly praised throughout the music industry. Led Zeppelin, the Rolling Stones, Pink Floyd, Guns N' Roses and Black Sabbath all called it an accurate representation of the music industry. Legendary grunge band Nirvana called it the only rock movie worth watching. It's one of Paul McCartney's favourite films. Metallica co-founder Lars Ulrich stated that the movie inspired their 5th studio album, and U2 guitarist The Edge, not that one,
We don't have time for that.
stated that he not only thought the movie was great, but actually believed it was depressingly reflective of the state of the music industry. I didn't laugh, I wept. It perfectly summed up what a brainless swamp big label rock music had become. However, Aerosmith frontman Steven Tyler was one of the few musicians who hated the film, as he felt that it was mocking the struggle that musicians go through to make it in the industry. The movie bummed me out because I thought, how dare they? That's all real and they're mocking it.
It's just a problem, you know?
In fact, the film became so influential that the movie's title is now often used as an insult among musicians to describe pretentious bands, often being told that they were funnier than Spinal Tap. The Writers Guild of America ranked it as the 11th funniest screenplay ever written. And the movie has garnered a huge cult following that remains strong to this day. Well, let's just see if this rock classic still holds up.
Hello.
Hi.
My name is Marty DeBerge. I'm a filmmaker.
Okay.
I make a lot of commercials. That little dog that chases the covered wagon underneath the sink, that was mine.
Cool.
But that night, I heard a band that, for me, redefined the word rock and roll.
Wild Stallions!
Okay, so first off, I can easily see why so many people believe this is a real documentary about a real band, because I was one of them. It does look and sound completely genuine and real, and the music is kick-ass!
I understand, Nigel, you and David originally started the band back in, when was it, 1964?
Well, before that, we were in different groups. I was in a group called The Creatures, which was a skiffle group.
I was in Lovely Lads.
Okay, I'm sorry, that is a terrible name for a rock band. Yeah, we're the lovely lads. Rock out, fellas.
Your first drummer was
The Beeper. John Stumpy Pepys.
Oh, yeah.
Great, tall, blonde geek with glasses.
Good drummer.
Great look, good drummer.
Good drummer.
Fine.
What happened to him?
He died.
I'm sorry. Also, I never knew John Carpenter used to be in a band.
I see. Then I'll just have to attack you!
Sam, come over here, everybody.
God, they even got Fran Drescher in this? How does she not rip out her own voice box whenever she's finished filming?
My baby fits me like a flesh tuxedo. I like to sink her with my pink torpedo.
Okay, that is a great lyric. The music in this movie is awesome.
Big bottom, talk about mud flaps. My girl's got 'em.
Why is he bragging that his girl's got mud flaps? That sounds gross. It is endearing how they listen to negative reviews of their work, but just laugh it off and don't let it bother them because they love it so much.
No,
You don't find that sexist?
This is 1982.
That's
Bobby,
right,
come
it's
on.
1982. Get out of the 60s. We don't have this mentality anymore.
Oh, you're still the 80s. You've still got at least 30 years before you have to be a sensitive
I don't understand how
You
it's
could
like.
fold this, though. I mean, you could
Well,
fold
no,
it.
then it's half the
No,
size.
not the bread. No, you could fold the meat.
Yeah, but
This-
then
this
it
gourmet
breaks
bread.
apart
no,
like
you
this.
put it on the bread like this, see?
But then if you
Then
keep folding it, it keeps
Why would
breaking,
you keep
and then
folding it?
everything has to be folded.
A rock star is arguing about how to hold bread. I don't even care how long it goes on for, it's hilarious. And the guitarist gets stuck during his rock out mode. Alright, this is brilliant. And the fact that it's all improvised makes me love it even more. This is the power of rock.
Listen.
How much is
Just
this?
listen for a minute.
I'm
The
not-
sustain, listen to it.
I'm not hearing anything.
You would, though, if it were playing.
What?
Oh, this is special too, see? Look, see? Still got the old tagger on it. See, never even played it. See?
You just bought it?
Don't
and-
touch it.
I
Don't touch
I
it.
wasn't gonna touch it.
No, don't touch it.
I was just pointing at it.
Well, don't point even.
Don't
It
even
can't
point?
Be, no, it can't be played. Never. I mean,
Can I look at it?
No.
Okay, I love the comedy in this.
You see, most blokes, be playing at 10. You're on 10 here, all the way up, all the way up,
Yeah.
all the way up. You're on 10 on your guitar. Where can you go from there? Where?
I don't know.
Nowhere, exactly. What we do is if we need that extra push over the cliff, you know what we do?
Put it up to 11.
11, exactly. One louder.
Why don't you just make 10 louder and make 10 be the top number and make that a little louder?
These go to 11.
The straight-faced humour and the comedic timing is brilliant, and I am so glad they made it a mockumentary, not a proper film. I think it works so much better.
To be quite frank with you, it's come in useful in a couple of situations. Certainly in the topsy-turvy world of heavy rock, having a good solid piece of wood in your hand is quite often useful.
I beg your pardon?
We got to Memphis and there's no gig in Memphis, and we find out this promoter in the Midwest has pulled out St. Louis and Kansas City and Des Moines. I don't know, it's in Indiana or something.
It's in Iowa.
Milwaukee, Wisconsin. I have no idea. You might have to take a plane to New York and then go to Milwaukee from there.
Do you know how far Milwaukee is from New York? I mean, I get the joke. British people are ignorant when it comes to American geography, but isn't it the other way around? They even visit the grave of the overrated Elvis Presley. That's right, I said it. Freddie Mercury was way better. Come at me.
Well, since my baby... The same key, though, I think. Well, since my baby left me...
If I'm going, since my baby
left
me.
No, you can't hit that note.
Calm down, lad. You're only singing to a grave. Reminds me of them people, you know, who you hear in public singing happy birthday, but they actually give it their all. They're like proper belting it out. They're like they're in a recording booth. You're singing happy birthday, Karen. Chill out.
Now, during the Flower People period, who was your drummer?
Stumpy's replacement, Peter James Bond. He also died in mysterious circumstances.
Jesus Christ, are their drummers the Defense Against the Dark Arts teacher at Hogwarts? They seem to be cursed. Well, actually, now that I mention it, J.K. Rowling actually stated that this film influenced her book series and claimed that the band's revolving doors of drummers did inspire the plot point in the Potter series in which the Defense Against the Dark Arts teacher would be replaced each year due to an unfortunate accident. Huh. But J.K. Rowling, no one cares about her.
Not really, no.
Okay, that is a badass way to start a concert. But then one of them gets stuck inside. The music is awesome as they try to frantically bust him out during the song. They even use a blowtorch. And he only gets out right at the end when it's time to leave again.
Given the history of Spinal Tap drummers in the past, do you have any fears for your life?
I would, that. But wow, just look at these video game graphics. This has aged magnificently. Okay, this is funny how he keeps having to go back, and the joke is that his cock is made of metal.
I don't need a woman, I won't take me no wife. I got the rock and roll and that'll be my life.
I mean, it's a cool song, but he's literally the only one there with a girlfriend. He is lying to his audience.
And oh, what's going on here? Hi.
Oh, they're making
Hi guys, Artie Puffkin, Polymer Records, nice to see you. And where is David?
Okay, I can clarify right now from first-hand experience that people are not that accepting when you decide to just randomly film them. Nope.
Judge, up the timing, that's all I up the timing. I got no timing. You know what I want you to do? Will you do something for me? What? Do me a favor. Just kick my ass, okay?
We don't have to! The movie kicks enough ass as it is! I love the film, but a lot of the time I'm just thinking, man, rock stars used to dress ridiculous in the 80s. This is hilarious though. So they're trying to find the stage and ask this maintenance guy for directions. Then they are ready and set. Off they go to the stage.
You must have made a wrong time.
We gotta go another way. Other way.
That is hilarious. And the funniest thing is, it was inspired by a real event. Rock legend Tom Petty once actually got lost at a gig in Germany looking for the stage and ended up in an indoor tennis court. This really happened. Furthermore, David has a girlfriend called Jeanette who keeps interfering with the band, causing problems with the other members. I can only assume this is a reference to Yoko destroying one of the greatest bands in history.
Have you any idea what it will cost to dress up the band as animals?
Oh, don't.
You put them in giant-ass mechanical pods!
Stonehenge. Stonehenge. It's the best production value we've ever had on stage.
But we haven't got the equipment.
But you're able to look like animals? Man, this guitar solo is amazing. But why is he topless?
No one knows who they were or what they were doing. But their legacy remains, hewn into the living rock of Stonehenge.
It's henge! There is an H there! Alright? I promise, not all Brits are incapable of pronouncing their H's.
Stonehenge, where the demons dwell, where the banshees live and they do live well.
Oh yeah! This band!
And you, my love.
Why is he topless?
And oh, how they danced. The little children of Stonehenge.
It's henge! Stonehenge! But they get all the measurements wrong and the world's smallest Stonehenge.
Stonehenge.
Henge! Model comes out. Okay, this is hilarious. And then some midgets show up, which is even funnier.
I do not for one think that the problem was that the band was down. I think that the problem may have been that there was a Stonehenge.
It's henge!
What Dave is trying to say, if you'd let him get a word through, is you could maybe do with some help.
Oh, shut up, Yoko. You weren't part of this band. Off.
You weren't part of this group?
I am offering to help out.
No, you're not offering to help out. You're offering to co-manage the band with me. Is that it?
Yes.
Let's get it
In
straight.
so many words, that is exactly it.
Well, I'm certainly not going to co-manage with some girl just because she's your girlfriend.
Don't call her my
all right, she's not your
girlfriend,
girlfriend. I don't know.
Well, yes! The f*** else are you?
Can I raise a practical question at this point?
Yeah.
Are we going to do Stonehenge tomorrow?
Henge!
No, we're not going to do Stonehenge.
It's f***ing henge! There's a giant
H! What do you think that's for?
You can't concentrate because you're wife. Simple as that, alright? It's your wife.
She's not my wife.
So what the is she? She isn't your girlfriend. She isn't your wife. Why is she a giant mechanical Aunt Barbara?
Listen, I don't even got time to go to the hotel.
Hotel! There's another H! Why are you afraid of H's? Did an H kill your mother?
I would like to get the playing on about 1,900 hours, if that's satisfactory. I make it now, it's about 1,830 hours.
So that's what, 50 hours?
Well,
120 hours?
That's actually about 30 minutes.
What? I mean, I guess the joke is, haha, Brits don't know military time, but... Well, that's another lie. I've been to America, and everywhere I went, nobody used a 24-hour clock. In the UK, everyone uses a 24-hour clock. It's everywhere. Yes, we know that 1700 is 5. We know that 2100 is 9. I went to America, I used it, no one knew what I was on about. Okay? Stop flipping the stereotypes, guys. We know military time. We know geography. It's America. Who doesn't? But oh no, mid-gig, Ian storms out and leaves the band.
Can you play, excuse me, but can you play a bass line like Nigel used to on Big Bottom? Can you double that? You recall the line, it's in fifths.
Oh yeah, I got 2 hands here, I can do it.
Oh, so now the weird dude suddenly becomes a big deal and actually has lines, alright.
At the Luton Palace, we were talking about a rock musical based on the life of Jack the Ripper.
I want to see that. It's a shame to witness the rise and decline of the band over the course of the movie. They get success and are childhood friends, but then Jeanette gets involved and Ian leaves. The band starts to struggle and loses its shine. They're practically on their last legs here. But no, Ian shows up at the last gig of the tour. Somehow getting in backstage. Where the hell is security?
David, do a good show, alright? Yeah, okay.
I was gonna do a one, but since you asked so nicely. Why is he wearing a dress? Also, how the hell do they have a crowd this big? The last gig was to hardly anyone. It was clear their fame was diminishing, but now all of a sudden they've got a sold-out stadium? But it really is an awesome Goosebumps moment as he calls for Ian to come back on stage to perform, much to the chagrin of Janet. What the hell is a chagrin? Before they get another new drummer. Well, he's dead. And they become a huge hit in Japan. Hey, they made it! And then have some random clips over their credits. The movie is fantastic. The comedy is hilarious, but is a very accurate representation of the rock industry. The music is badass, the characters are engaging. It's a really interesting story, and it's a great movie for everyone to watch. Especially rockheads. La Jetée, translated as the jetty or the pier, tells the story of a man who is a prisoner in the aftermath of World War III in Paris being forced to live underground. Some scientists discover time travel, as they do, to send people as lab rats through time to find supplies and save the present. The main character is selected as he has some bizarre obsessive memory of a woman before the war that he met on a jetty at an airport. Some strange event happened there which he was unsure of, but he was positive that he saw a man die. He does manage to go through time to meet this woman and develop a relationship with her, but after he has outlived his usefulness, he is unable to meet the woman again and is due to be executed. The entire movie is completely still images except for one brief shot of the woman waking up. This was done simply because director Chris Marker could only afford to hire a motion picture camera for one afternoon. It's all told by a voiceover narration, though some German and whispering can be heard in some of the scenes. It was actually a huge influence. Terry Gilliam cited it as his inspiration for his 1995 film 12 Monkeys. Science fiction writer William Gibson called it one of his main influences. The 2003 short film Le Poupée pays homage to the film, as did Sieg Sieg Sputnik's 1989 single Dance Rama video. David Bowie's 1993 Jump They Say. Two Door Cinema Club even screened the film at the launch party for the 2016 album Game Show. Time ranked it as one of the top 10 time travel movies in history, and the British Film Institute picked it as the 50th greatest movie ever made. You know, sometimes we do just hear subtle special effects or slight whispers, and it actually works really well. I didn't expect a 28-minute film of still images to be this effective, but it really is. I mean, it's only 28 minutes and it still manages to tell a touching love story, so all of those films that for some reason feel the need to try to spend 4 hours trying to do the same thing, take note! It also has some brilliantly written narration dialogue.
Rien ne distingue les souvenirs des autres moments.
Ce n'est que plus tard qu'ils se font reconnaître à leurs cicatrices.
And despite only being still images, the lighting for those images is absolutely amazing, and so's the music. They managed to showcase absolutely everything they needed in such a short amount of time, and with such limitations, it's fantastic.
D'autres hommes l'attendaient. La rencontre fut brève. Visiblement, il rejetait ses scories d'une autre époque.
A bit rude. But how they make this as intense as they do is beyond me. He's rushing off at the end to try to find the woman, and it really is so exciting. This movie does the impossible. It's short, just has images, and yet it's a damn good watch, and honestly a truly amazing effort with a great story. I think it's definitely worth your 28 minutes. The Breakfast Club tells the story of 5 high school students being forced to attend a Saturday detention by that douchebag cop from Die Hard who's an asshole in everything he ever plays, so he's an asshole here.
He's an asshole.
You're an asshole.
The students consist of the rebellious bad boy hoodlum John Bender. Bender. Sorry, British thing.
It's not funny.
The spoiled little pretty princess Claire, played by Molly Ringwald. The jock wrestler Andrew, played by Emilio Estevez. The nerdy virgin Brian, played by Anthony Michael Hall. And the shy quiet outcast Alison, played by Ali Sheedy. They're given the simple assignment to describe who they think they are, and are pretty much then left alone with the exception of a few check-ins. The rest of the movie is practically then set in one location while Bender
Shouldn't have said that.
harasses everyone and does his best to piss them off or embarrass them. We take the time to learn more about their backstories, why they're there, and they just end up growing as a group and becoming friends over the course of the entire movie, whereas they were complete strangers to one another at the start. Anthony Michael Hall was the first who was actually cast after starring in director and writer John Hughes' previous film 16 Candles, but Molly Ringwald was originally approached to play outcast Alison instead. She was quite upset and wanted the role of Claire, but others who tried out were Jodie Foster, Laura Dern, and of course my old buddy Robin Wright.
Okay, forget I asked.
Ringwald did eventually convince Hughes in the studio to give her the part, and Estevez also tried out for the role of Bender. But Hughes couldn't find anyone else to play Andrew, so he was stuck with that one instead. Upon casting, they actually did consider Nicolas Cage for John Bender. I'm sorry, I just can't keep saying his name.
Do I stutter?
For John, but they couldn't afford him at the time, and even a young Jim Carrey tried out for the part. Judd Nelson and John Cusack were the final two to be considered, and Cusack actually got the part but was switched last minute as Hughes felt like he didn't look threatening enough. He later regretted it though, as Nelson often remained in character and harassed Molly Ringwald so much the other actors had to convince the director not to fire him. Oh hey, Jared Leto actually did have some inspiration after all!
Oh really?
In fact, naturally over the years, people wanted many sequels to this picture where the gang would all reunite, but John Hughes refused to do it because he just refused to work with Judd Nelson ever again. Furthermore, Molly Ringwald also moved on and didn't want to do any more teen roles and severed any connection with Hughes as well. At least he found Macaulay.
Eat shit.
Oh, and John Capellas, who played the janitor, laughed about Martin Sheen's real heart attack right in front of Emilio Estevez, not realising that he was his father. I mean, he did end up forgiving him, but just a smidge awkward.
Holy shit.
And in my opinion, a missed opportunity. Rick Moranes was nearly cast as the janitor, but had to leave due to creative differences when he tried to add too much comedy to the part. But Hughes was doubted from day one due to his lack of filmmaking experience. He eventually managed to convince some investors that since he only needed $1 million, only,
Why don't you just shut up?
and it's only being shot in one location, there wasn't any risk. Filming began on March the 28th, 1984 in Maine North High School in Des Plaines, Illinois, and lasted until May that year. And Hughes would also later recycle this location for his other classic, Ferris Bueller's Day Off. However, the school's library was far too small, so a set needed to be built, and the movie was actually shot in sequence. But to make it even more impressive, Hughes claimed that he shot both this and Ferris Bueller at the same time to save time and money. I struggle just to shoot one video.
That's real intelligent.
Apparently there was actually a director's cut that went 2.5 hours long, but John Hughes' widow has never disclosed it. But even the movie's poster set the standards for teen films of the future with how they were shot and marketed. The Breakfast Club was premiered on February the 7th, 1985 in Los Angeles, California, and was critically acclaimed. In February of 1985, the movie debuted as number 3 at the box office, only behind blockbusters Beverly Hills Cop and Witness, and ended up grossing an insane $51,525,171 on a budget of just $1 million. Just $1 million.
Shut up, Pee-wee.
But not only was it loved by fans, critics, and the box office numbers, but it's very often called one of the greatest movies from the 1980s and even of all time. I mean, who can hate this? It's the most 80s opening title sequence ever put to screen. And this is such a great David Bowie quote. Wise man, that bulge, dude.
Except you got caught, sport.
Your mom already rang me, alright?
You want to miss a match? You want to blow your ride?
You want to not be as successful as your brother Charlie?
I do not mean a single word repeated 1,000 times. Is that clear, Mr. Bender?
I'm really sorry.
I don't care what you think.
But honestly, this movie is actually amazing. And it still holds up to this day.
Hey, homeboy, why don't you go close that door? We'll get the prom queen impregnated.
Okay, maybe not every line.
Oh, and wouldn't that be a bite, huh? Whoa, missing a whole wrestling meet. Well, you wouldn't know anything about it, faggot.
Yeah.
You wear tights? No, I don't wear tights. I wear the required uniform. Tights. Shut up.
Okay, and we're back. You know, arsehole teacher man spends ages trying to prop the door open, but why doesn't he just stay in the room with them? I mean, just seems like wasted effort here. It's not like there's not enough room in there.
It just closed, sir.
Who?
What the hell just happened? But honestly, one of the most iconic teen comedy scenes ever, and it is still hilarious to this day.
You just bought yourself another Saturday, mister.
Crushed.
You just bought one more right there.
Well, I'm free the Saturday after that. Beyond that, I'm gonna have to check my calendar.
Good! Because it's gonna be filled. We'll keep going. You want another one? Say the word. Just say the word. Instead of going to prison, you'll come here. Are you through?
No.
I'm doing society a favor.
So?
That's another one right now. I've got you for the rest of your natural-born life if you don't watch your step. You want another one?
Yes.
You got it. You got another one right there. That's another one, pal.
Cut it out!
And you know what? Despite being hilarious, it also is great because it takes a trip into John's mind. But we're going to come back to this later.
I mean, I don't think either one of them gives a shit about me. It's like they use me just to get back at each other.
Ha! What the hell is the point in that? What's wrong with this lady? Just random noises all the time. What's she on about?
Claire.
Claire?
Claire. It's a family name.
Oh, it's a fat girl's name.
Oh, thank you.
You're welcome.
I'm not fat.
Well, not at present, but I could see you really pushing maximum density.
This guy's an arsehole! An entertaining arsehole, but still an arsehole! For the first half of the film, though, I did think Brian was kind of pointless. He doesn't really do anything, and he's not very interesting. He's just kind of there.
Where's your lunch?
You're wearing it.
You're gonna eat her shirt? Wow, my first boner. Seriously, look at the way he's staring at her. Look at those eyes. And this is just moments after we find out that he's a virgin. Whoop, I found my first. And John then gives an impression of Brian's family, but this is where the comedy lacks. This is just cringy and it goes on for way too long.
Son? Yeah, Dad. How's your day, pal? Great, Dad. How's yours? Super. Say, son, how'd you like to go fishing this weekend? Great, Dad. But I've got homework to do. That's all right, son. You can do it on the boat.
But then he imitates his own parents, and it's dark as hell with even more dark music. This is horrific.
stupid, worthless, no good goddamn freeloading son of a bitch, retarded, big mouth, know-it-all asshole jerk. You forgot ugly, lazy, and disrespectful. Shut up, bitch! Go fix me a turkey pot pie.
We even see that he's being burnt by cigarettes, and even the actor and director argued over whether or not this was real or whether the character actually made it up. But this is what I wanted to come back to. John intentionally getting as much detention as possible could have been just a ploy to avoid going home to his abusive father, and that's why he acts so tough as well. He'd rather be seen as a troublemaker as opposed to a pained abuse victim. And then an 80s montage! God, I wish I was around in the 80s.
We have to go through the cafeteria.
No, the activities hall.
Hey man, you don't know what you're talking about.
No, you don't know what you're talking about. No, we're through listening to you.
What the hell was that?
Hey man, you don't know what you're talking about.
No, you don't know what you're talking about.
I mean, you can't even see anyone make the noise. Did someone on set just mess up the take and they kept it in?
Shit. Great idea, Jagger.
Fuck you.
Fuck you, why don't you listen to John?
We're dead.
Why? Well, because you can't get out. Because if you got out, then the teacher would just come along and then, oh look, they snuck out, they're in so much trouble. Either way, you're screwed! Dumbasses. Why has John got odd shoes on? Because he's just bad.
Being bad feels pretty good.
The messed up thing is, the teacher even threatens to beat up John and claims that nobody will ever believe him if he reports it. So now you feel sorry for the douchebag. Then he locks him in the cupboard. Pretty sure that's illegal.
What was that ruckus?
What ruckus?
I was just in my office and I heard a ruckus.
Could you describe the ruckus, sir?
I love these exchanges. And then a stoned montage! Someone get me a time machine!
What do you need a fake ID for? So I can vote.
You want to see what's in my bag?
No.
Honestly, John Hughes knew how to write teen comedy so well. Actually, he didn't, because that was improvised, and most of the exchanges were improvised by the actors, so... Sorry, John.
What did you want to be when you were young? When I was a kid, I wanted to be John Lennon.
You wanted to be shot in the face?
Oh, bullshit, man.
Honestly, I think the most shocking part of this movie is that every character, except obviously the parents and the janitor, get developed upon. The movie is only just over an hour and a half and it has 5 kids and 1 teacher. And yet we hear all of their backstories, their motivations, they all get enough time. It's amazingly written. When the hell does that happen?
Look, I'm not going to discuss my private life with total strangers.
It's kind of a double-edged sword, isn't it?
A what?
Well, if you say you haven't, you're a prude. If you say you have, you're a slut.
Still valid to this day. This movie was actually way ahead of its time. And when we get to Emilio's backstory, he gives this intense speech about how his parents put so much pressure and responsibility on him to win matches. And the acting is incredible. This is true art.
It's like me, like with my grades.
Oh, no one cares about you, Brian. Shut the hell up.
What do you know about trigonometry? I could care less about trigonometry.
Oh, could you? Could you care less? You could care less? How much could you care less?
What if I came up to you? Same exact thing.
You are a bitch!
I am acting! But this is the big climactic scene where hormones just explode, but it's done so well. The characters start out as basic stereotypes during an era where the stereotypes were at their peak. They're all from different classes that everyone encountered at school. But as the film progresses and they get to know each other, they realise that they're not actually that much different to one another. They all relate to each other's struggles and feel like this group consists of the only ones who truly understands them. Then there's another 80s montage! Then Alison changes. Oh my god, she's wearing pink! I mean, I guess it's a shock that she's in pink, but she doesn't really look any different. And isn't Emilio dating Claire? I mean, earlier this happened.
Are you guys like boyfriend-girlfriend? Steady dates?
So either they're screwing, which isn't true because she said that she's a virgin, or they're dating. Otherwise, what was the point of that awkward silence?
So why now is he walking towards Allison? And where was this initiation? I mean, I guess they walked together in the corridor one time and he was the first one she spoke to, but it just seems random. And even more confusing is Claire kisses John. Where the hell did this come from? He's been a dildo the entire movie. What's he done for her to want him now?
But what we found out is that each one of us is a brain.
And an athlete.
And a basket case.
A princess.
And a criminal. Does that answer your question? Sincerely yours, The Breakfast Club.
And why is it called The Breakfast Club? It takes place on a Saturday at lunchtime. For 8 hours. The Lunch Club! Who cares? This movie's awesome. Think of it this way. The movie is literally an hour and a half of just talking. And not once are you bored. There's no action or anything. It's just getting to know these characters, and yet it's really entertaining. The characters are all interesting and memorable, especially John, who I think steals the show. The performances are great and the script is brilliant, but sometimes it's not even needed as the actors are just fluent with improvisations. But Hughes understood teenagers and how they act and think, and this movie shows that. It breaks down the teenage mind and really hammers home some powerful messages. If you've not seen it, you should definitely change that. Duck Soup tells the story of Mrs. Teasdale, played by Margaret Dumont, who fights to have Rufus,
Oh yes, I've known of that too.
played by Groucho Marx, as the leader of the small country of Fredonia. Of course, it's not always that easy, as spies Chico and Harpo Marx show up and cause all sorts of shenanigans. The iconic Marx brothers had hit the big time with the 1932 movie Horse Feathers, which was the studio's highest grossing movie that year. So much so, they rushed to immediately put out another one. It was originally going to be set in a mythical kingdom, and in just 5 weeks from deciding to make it, production was going to begin. Unfortunately, this was when Paramount Pictures were struggling financially and they weren't even sure they could pay the Marx brothers, so they even threatened to quit and start their own company. They wanted to make a film adaptation of the Broadway musical of Thee I Sing, bringing Norman MacLeod from Paramount along with them. As 1932 ended and 1933 rolled around, the brothers were working on some radio shows while Paramount went ahead with a project called Firecrackers, which was then changed to Cracked Ice. The project was going through many rewrites before they wanted to start shooting on February the 15th. The first draft of the script was overly complex and difficult to follow, while the new one was much more like the final film that we would end up seeing. But the studio then changed the title again to Grasshoppers, and they postponed filming. In May that year, sadly, the Marx brothers' father passed away, and not long after, the contract dispute with Paramount was finally settled. Just days later, they signed on for the project, now called Duck Soup. Director Leo McCarey came up with the title and admitted that he used it for an earlier project that flopped with Laurel and Hardy. It also continued the trend of the Marx brothers using animals in the titles of their films after Animal Crackers, Monkey Business, and Horse Feathers. But what the hell does it even mean? Duck Soup? Why?
Quiet!
Of course it's slang, you know, to duck something means to avoid it. And when they were asked what the title meant, they replied, take 2 turkeys, 1 goose, 4 cabbages, but no duck, and mix them together. After 1 taste, you'll duck soup for the rest of your life. But that doesn't explain. What the hell does it mean?
Come again?
Duck Soup didn't manage to do as well as their previous film, but it was still the 6th highest grossing movie of 1933. But it didn't do as well as the studio had hoped. It's believed that this may have been due to the fact that it came out during the Great Depression. The world was going through an economic and political crisis at the time. Yeah, I know the feeling.
I know it, you idiot.
And comedians making fun of such controversial topics, including war, may have just shocked audiences enough to boycott the picture.
I consider that money lost.
Irving Thalberg said that the trouble with Duck Soup is that you've got funny gags in it, but there's no story and there's nothing to root for. You can't root for the Marx brothers because they're a bunch of zany kooks. Thalberg says you got to put a love story in your movie so there'll be something to root for, and you have to help the lovers get together. Weirdly, even Groucho Marx himself didn't think much of the film at first. He claimed they weren't trying to make any political points like so many people think they did over the years, constantly analysing it. They were just 4 Jews trying to make people laugh. But they did find it hilarious that Benito Mussolini believed it was a personal attack, and he even banned the movie in Italy. Nice.
You win.
However, Zeppo Marx also wasn't happy with the movie. In fact, this was his final film. After the premiere, he quit the Marx brothers and acting altogether, claiming he was always the butt of their jokes and considered the unfunny one out of the Marx brothers.
I'm sorry, I can't relate. I'm the funny one out of all of my brothers. Sorry, you suck.
Oh, gentlemen, I am disappointed.
In fact, even Leo McCarey, the director, didn't want to make the movie. He didn't like the script, and he didn't like how the Marx Brothers handled the contract situation. He was surprised he even managed to do the film without going crazy. He really did not want to work with them.
Oh, I see.
There's also a real-life place called Fredonia in New York, and they protested, worrying that the movie's similar-sounding country would hurt their reputation. The Marx Brothers actually responded by asking them to change the name of their own city to avoid hurting the reputation of the movie. Okay, that's pretty cool.
You swine!
But despite the negative criticism, Duck Soup is often seen as a classic, others holding it in such high regard as The Great Dictator or Dr. Strangelove. It was picked by the American Film Institute as the 85th greatest American movie in history, though they would later move it to 60th, and the 5th funniest. One thing I will say is that Duck Soup has one of the strangest opening credit scenes I have ever witnessed.
I will lend the money to Fredonia only if Firefly is appointed leader.
Well, they needed it. Their series got cancelled, didn't it?
His Excellency makes it a point always to be on time. As long as I've known him, he's never been late for an appointment.
His Excellency is due to take his station, beginning his new administration. He'll make his appearance when the clock on the wall strikes 10.
When the clock on the wall strikes 10, all you loyal ladies and you patriotic men, let's sing the national anthem when the clock on the wall strikes 10.
Oh, Matt, they had a missed opportunity there. Wouldn't it have just been hilarious if they break into this random musical number, you know, they sing the song and then they immediately go back to like nothing had happened. They just go about their day as if it was completely normal. That would have been hilarious. Yeah, there isn't a whole lot going on plot-wise, but this is the rare instance where you do not give a shit. The film is hilarious.
Never mind that stuff. Take a card.
Card? What'll I do with the card?
You can keep it. I've got 51 left. But I asked you to dig up something I can use against Firefly. Did you bring me his record?
I was with him till the very end.
No wonder he passed away.
I held him in my arms and kissed him.
Oh, I see. Then it was murder.
We follow this man down to a roadhouse. And at this roadhouse, he meet a married lady.
A married lady?
Yeah, I think it was his wife.
Firefly has no wife?
No?
No.
Then you know what I think, boss?
What?
I think we followed the wrong man.
I give all my time and energy to my duties, and what do I get?
You get awfully tiresome after a while.
I'll teach you to kick me. You don't have to teach me. I know how.
Oh, for heaven's sake, whatever you do, don't make a sound. If you're found, you're lost.
Oh, you craze. How can I be lost if I'm found?
When were you born?
I don't remember. I was just a little baby.
I'm worried. I can't sleep.
What? You're worried? You can't sleep? That's fine. Now you woke me up. Now I can't sleep.
Your Excellency, I thought you left.
Oh, no, I no leave.
But I saw you with my own eyes.
Well, who are you going to believe, me or your own eyes?
You're charged with high treason, and if found guilty, you'll be shot.
I object.
Oh, you object. On what grounds?
I couldn't think of anything else to say.
Our men are being badly beaten in open warfare. I suggest we dig trenches.
Dig trenches? With our men being killed off like flies? There isn't time to dig trenches. We're buying ready-made. Here, run out and get some trenches.
Yes, sir.
Wait a minute. Get them this high and our soldiers won't need any pants.
Yes, sir.
Wait a minute. Get them this high and we won't need any soldiers.
Yes, sir.
You wouldn't go out there unless I was in one of those big iron things, go up and down like this. What do you call those things?
Tanks.
You're welcome.
Sounds to me like mice.
Mice don't play music.
No? How about the old maestro?
This is literally Dad Jokes, the movie.
Here's one I picked up in a dance hall. Here's another one I picked up in a dance hall.
Okay, he's decided he doesn't want to be funny anymore. That's cool.
This means war. Something must be done. War would mean a prohibitive increase in our taxes.
Hey, I got an uncle lives in Texas.
No, I'm talking about taxes, money, dollars.
Dallas. That's where my uncle lives. Dallas, Texas.
Okay, and then there's jokes like that don't really land very well. Then they do a really unfunny routine with the phone. Alright. The introduction isn't very funny. One is silent and the other does the talking, you know the drill, but it's very much a product of its time. It's clearly the 1930s era, and they do get a lot funnier as the film progresses, so you just need to let yourself settle into the style. Oh, by the way, his eyebrows and moustache are hilarious. Who thought they looked real?
Promise me you'll follow in the footsteps of my husband.
How do you like that? I haven't been on the job 5 minutes and already she's making advances to me.
Oops, I'm breaking the fourth wall.
If it's not asking too much. For our information.
Oh, God, that sounds awful.
So you intend to...
And weirdly, it kind of sounds auto-tuned. In 1933, this movie was advanced.
The last man nearly ruined this place. He didn't know what to do with it. If you think this country's bad off now, just wait till I get through with it.
Wait until you get a load of Trump.
No!
Wow, he just broke a new record.
Department of Labor wishes to report that the workers of Fredonia are demanding shorter hours.
Very well, we'll give them shorter hours. We'll start by cutting their lunch hour to 20 minutes.
Sounds about right in the workplace, yeah? The silent guy is basically just walking around being a dick to everyone, but he's strangely endearing and entertaining. And his sidekick carries him well too. It's a great contrast and they have terrific chemistry together. This is actually my first Marx Brothers film and I can already see why they were just so successful. I mean, right here, they do this gag where they keep getting their hats mixed up and it's like an old silent film routine. But it's hilarious! It is dragged out so much, but it is brilliantly rehearsed and it's just so funny.
Now I ask you another one. What is it? Got a big black mustache, smokes a big black cigar, and he's a big pain in the neck.
Tom Selleck?
Does he wear glasses?
That's right.
Say, who are you anyway? I don't go in much for modern art. Have you got anything by one of the old masters? Not bad. You don't happen to have her telephone number? Say, you could be a big help to me. Where do you live?
Does he have a tattoo to answer any question he might ever be asked? And he even has a dog living inside his chest, apparently.
Well, I know one thing. I bet you haven't got a picture of my grandfather. Not now.
This film is so random, I love it.
I know you're a very busy man, but I must see you at once.
Where are you? Oh.
I mean, she clearly didn't have enough time there to respond and say where she was, and then enough time for him to react before he said that, but whatever.
Here are the plans of war. They're as valuable as your life, and that's putting them pretty cheap. Watch them like a cat watches her kittens. Have you ever had kittens?
No, because she's not evil. And of course they're told to be completely silent, so the silent dude just makes about as much noise as humanly possible. Look at this! There is another missed opportunity. So the sidekick dude dresses as Rufus to trick the woman, and then the silent guy does it. I just think it would have been much funnier if the silent guy did it and then suddenly spoke with a flawless Rufus impression and then never speaks again. That's just me, I think that would have been hilarious. And you know all those spoofs you've seen of two people thinking they're looking into a mirror but it's actually another person and they're just copying all of their actions? Well, this movie didn't start it. No, the marathon in 1919 had it and it was in 7 Years Bad Luck in 1921. But this movie did popularise it and made it a truly iconic moment in film history. It does look great and it must have taken so long to rehearse. Though realistically, how exactly would they both have had the exact same idea of what to do in order to both act the same way? And even weirder, there's not even any music. There's no ambience, no room tone, no dialogue, no sounds, nothing. No! Jesus Christ!
Fredonia's gone to war. Each native son will grab a gun and run away to war.
Oh yeah, I forgot it was a musical. Actually, this is the only song that I think really works. It's this upbeat and happy tune about declaring war. It's so over the top and happy, but they're discussing war. Okay, this is just creepy as hell. This dude was so innocent earlier, but now he's terrifying.
Look at them run. Now they know they've been in a war.
Your Excellency.
They're fleeing like rats.
But, sir, I've got to
Remind me to give myself the Firefly Medal for this.
Your Excellency, you're shooting your own men.
George Bush? And Jesus, these effects look great for 1933 standards. Then a vase gets stuck on his head, and then his face appears on it. Well, what the hell is this?
Torpedo!
Torpedo, eh? Call me an upstart, eh?
I surrender!
And then it just ends. Yeah, they surrender, we win. Bye! This film is amazing. And technically bad with the lack of story. Nah, it's amazing! Sure, it's lacking in plot, but you don't really need characters to root for or a story to be invested in. The humour is hilarious. A couple of jokes didn't really hit home for me, but the ones that do will have you in stitches. You can also see the clear influence that the movie had in comedy films for years to come. It definitely made its impact in the world of cinema. This has made me a fan of the Marx Brothers, and its comedy really needs to be appreciated. One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest tells the story of Randall McMurphy, played by Jack Nicholson. He pleads insanity after statutory rape of a 15-year-old, but he isn't actually mentally ill, he just wants to avoid hard labour. There isn't much plot really. He meets all these other nut jobs including Danny DeVito, Christopher Lloyd, Brad Dourif, that guy from Ghost, the dude from The Hills Have Eyes, and hey, Scatman Crothers! So we have the Joker, the Penguin, Doc Brown, Chucky, a ghost, The Hills Have Eyes, and the black guy from The Shining. Cool.
Isn't that a dandy?
They kind of just have some crazy adventures together, but Nicholson discovers that he may actually be there forever and wants to escape. The film, directed by Amadeus director Miloš Forman, was actually based on the 1952 novel of the same name by Ken Kesey. Originally, Kirk Douglas, who played the lead in the Broadway stage version, had purchased the rights to the story and tried for 10 years to bring it to Hollywood, but he couldn't find a studio that was willing. He eventually called it quits and gave the rights to his son Michael, but his dad was now considered too old for the part at the age of 60. Miloš Forman gained their attention with his 1967 Czechoslovakian movie The Fireman's Ball, and they quickly met with him, going over the script one page at a time to see what he could do compared to other filmmakers. To me, the story was not just literature, but real life. The life I lived in Czechoslovakia from my birth in 1932 until 1968. The Communist Party was my Nurse Ratched, telling me what I could and could not do, what I was or was not allowed to say, where I was and was not allowed to go, even who I was and was not.
I hear what you're saying.
Originally, the author was actually asked to write the script, but it didn't work out and led to financial disagreements. 20th Century Fox showed interest to help distribute and fund the entire project, but only if they changed the ending so that Nicholson's character survives. They refused and went elsewhere.
Is that crazy enough for you?
Marlon Brando, Gene Hackman, James Caan and Steve McQueen were all offered the lead but turned it down, and Burt Reynolds was also considered before they set their sights on the man himself. Production was also put on hold for 6 months as they wanted Nicholson in the lead, but his schedule was all tied up, but this only gave them more time to get everything ready. Michael Douglas's oldest friend was Danny DeVito, who was one of the first to be cast, and Shelley Duvall was even nearly picked as one of the ladies Nicholson sneaks in, just to complete the Shining reunion.
Every damn bit.
The casting director screens 1974's Thieves Like Us to see if she was right for the part, but noticed Louise Fletcher and wanted her as Nurse Ratched instead. Ouch.
Well, it don't hurt him either, does it?
The part was offered to Anne Bancroft, Ellen Burstyn, Faye Dunaway, Colleen Dewhurst, Jane Fonda, Audrey Hepburn, Angela Lansbury, Jean Moreau, Shirley MacLaine and Geraldine Page, but they all turned it down before Fletcher got the part. She wasn't too happy though, as the actors who played the patients were allowed to laugh and have fun, whereas her character was cold and strict and seemingly heartless. Towards the end of the production, she allegedly removed her dress and stood there just in her panties to prove that she wasn't a cold-hearted monster. Video or it didn't happen.
Shut up!
Rehearsals took place in early 1975 where the actors watched real patients go about their daily routines to study them. Some even watching genuine electroconvulsive therapy taking place. Filming began in January in a real mental hospital in Oregon and took 3 months. Some real patients were actually used in the film, but the cast started to lose faith in the entire project. The director refused to let any of them see anything they shot on the day, and Nicholson even began to doubt his own performance. Eventually, Michael Douglas convinced him to show Jack something, and he was able to finally calm his nerves, though it is highly speculated that Nicholson straight up refused to talk to the director. They had a disagreement over his character, so had to speak through the cinematographer thereafter. Jack thought that the medical staff's authority being ignored should only begin after his character joins the fray and causes havoc, whereas the director thought that they should already be an unruly bunch before he joins. Nicholson was so angry at the director that he refused to even contribute to any of the DVD's special features.
I understand.
One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest was released on November the 19th, 1975, becoming the third highest grossing that year, earning $109 million, making it at the time the 7th highest grossing film in history, and was met with universal love. The film went on to pick up 5 Academy Awards for Best Actor for Jack, Best Actress for Louise, Best Direction, Best Picture and Best Adapted Screenplay, making it the second of only 3 films in history to win the Big 5, 6 Golden Globes for Best Drama, Best Director, Best Actor, Best Actress, Best Screenplay and New Star of the Year for Brad Dourif, 6 BAFTAs for Best Film, Best Direction, Best Actor, Best Actress, Best Supporting Actor and Best Editing. The American Film Institute picked it as the 33rd greatest movie ever made, but amazingly, the author of the original book did not like the film. He claimed that he refused to watch it all, and tiny bits he did know about it he wasn't a fan of. In fact, he said that they were completely butchering his story, and he even sued them because the novel is shown from the chief Indian character's perspective and the film wasn't. He claims they had an agreement to not make changes from the source material, and they completely broke it. He wanted 5% of the film's gross and $800,000 for damages. He settled for just 2.5% of its gross, but years later he claims that he was flipping through some channels when he stumbled on a late night movie that seemed somewhat interesting, but after a few minutes he realised it was this and instantly switched over.
You're bullshit.
I'll start off by saying, what's actually with this opening music? Sounds like they're strangling a peacock.
Medication time. Medication time.
We're gonna have a problem here.
Oh, and Nicholson wastes no time auditioning for his role of the Joker. Like, this is literally the first time we see him. And then it kind of goes a bit downhill.
How?
What's the play? Stay.
Well, that's just racist. And the bad thing is that was actually Nicholson's suggestion.
Oh, good.
Jack does steal the show. Not to take away anything from the other actors, they all do amazing, but every time he's on screen, he just embodies this part.
Well, the real reason that you've been sent over here is because they wanted you to be evaluated.
Yeah.
To determine whether or not you're mentally ill. This is the real reason. Why do you think they might think that?
Well, as near as I can figure out, it's because I fight and fuck too much.
In the penitentiary?
No. You mean why?
The comedy is dark, but so funny.
Statutory rape, that's true, is it not, this time?
Absolutely true, but Doc, she was 15 years old, going on 35, Doc, and she told me she was 18, and she was very willing, you know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
I practically had to take to sewing my pants shut.
That's just an awful defense, but the creepiest part is the guy seems to agree with him. Like, yeah, man to man, she was underage, but hey, she was willing and she was hot. Yeah, up top. Probably mates with Machine Gun Kelly.
Yes, that's correct.
The first time we see all of them together, they have the meeting to talk about their issues, and it goes on for a bit too long. I mean, the characters are fun to watch and everything, and it definitely has a great lineup of actors, but they all argue, then it settles down, and then they argue again. It just gets a bit repetitive and a tad too long.
Come on, I'll show you. Old Indian game.
We slaughter all of your people, steal your land, and then celebrate it every November. It's also evident here. Jack tries to teach him to play basketball, and I guess it's quite amusing at first, but then it just drags, and it comes across like they're trying too hard. Now, I actually love the movie. The characters are amazing, it's funny, intense, and everything, but There isn't really a plot. That's not a criticism, it is actually quite impressive. It doesn't have an actual narrative, and yet I still don't get bored. They're just kind of doing random things, but the characters are so fun to watch, you don't care. Then we get this long scene where Jack tries to convince the loonies to vote to watch the baseball game.
Want to watch the World Series? Come on in, pal. This could be a big moment for you. Now, you want to watch a baseball game? You want to watch baseball? Just raise that hand up. Just raise the hand up. What do you say? Sorry. Bancini, old horse. What do you say? You want to watch the ball game on TV? Huh? Want to watch the ball game? Baseball? World Series? What do you say, pal? You tired? Just raise your hand up, Bancini. Watch the ball game, huh?
Do something! Wait, I'm not actually bored. Don't do something! I'm so confused.
You're so fucking dumb, I can't believe it.
Also, Jack is way too obsessed with baseball. He brings it up every day and literally begs for everyone to vote and tries to find a loophole and even goes nuts over it.
The meeting was adjourned and the vote was closed.
But the vote was 10-8.
No, it wasn't.
I only count 9 votes, Mr. McMurphy.
He only counts 9. Only 9. It's a landslide.
There are 18 patients on this ward, Mr. McMurphy.
Jack failed maths. But in a really charming scene, he pretends that the game actually is playing and commentates to what he thinks is going on as all the others join in and use their imaginations, or sheer insanity, to enjoy the game anyway, much to the chagrin of the nurses. Stop having fun!
Miss Ratchet's one of the finest nurses we've got in this institution.
Well, I don't want to break up the meeting or nothing, but she's something of a cunt, ain't she, Doc?
Jack's a savage.
Been observing you here now for the last 4 weeks, and I don't see any evidence of mental illness.
Oh, hey, it's my doctor! Douche?
What do you mean, sir?
So he does eventually escape, but, you know, all the trouble that Andy went through in Shawshank, and Jack just has to get a boost up over a fence. And then he somehow busts the others out and takes them away on a fishing boat.
You better quit on this. They'll throw you in a can again, you know.
No, they won't. We're nuts.
I love these characters. Seriously, all we're doing is watching them put hooks through sardines. And I'm not bored! And it's hilarious to see loads of crazy people mess up sailing a boat this much. And the others don't seem to realise that they've escaped yet. Somehow. But then they go back! Why would they go back? Why didn't they just escape? They had freedom!
I'll be seeing you on the outside, you know what I mean?
You were on the outside! You were done! You were miles away! Just, no, you came back for some reason!
Jesus, I mean, you guys do nothing but complain about how you can't stand it in this place here, and then you haven't got the guts just to walk out?
But you were outside! The whole world is your oyster, and yet you could have walked! What the hell are you on? I also love Miss Ratchet. She's so badass and just handles everything so calmly, no matter how much they try to push her buttons. But on the opposite side of calm...
If you had obeyed the rules in the first place, you wouldn't have lost your money.
I love that reaction. But my God, this Chestwick guy with the glasses is so annoying. He just repeats himself over and over.
And I want something done! Ain't that right? That's right, now will you sit down? No, I won't! I want something done! Sit down! I want something done! I want something done! I want something done!
Shut up! But hey, this movie created the character who only pretends they can't talk.
Not being able to speak is not the same as not speaking.
Oh look, Nicholson is trying to escape. Yeah, if only he had a boat.
My prayers have been answered, Turkle. Come on and see.
Don't trust him, hide the axe!
Everything all right, Mr. Turkle?
Oh, everything just fine, ma'am. Just fine. Just fine.
I dropped a cup.
And I do think the film is too long. Around the 100-minute mark, it begins to get old and dragged with them getting drunk and doing random things. As much as I love watching these characters cause a ruckus with Jack Nicholson, I kinda just want to go home.
We get to Canada.
What, you'll pussy out and just go back to the hospital again?
Did Billy Bibbit leave the grounds of the hospital, gentlemen? I want an answer to my question.
Oh, now she wants to know if somebody's escaped. She didn't give a damn when they all went sailing and fishing. In fact, that's never even mentioned again.
No! 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 No!
Yeah? Well, I'm gonna go and possess a doll, you hear me? Oh look, they're escaping. If only they had a chance to do that earlier. And I love Christopher Lloyd's face when the chief breaks through the window. He invented overacting. This movie is awesome. It's over 2 hours long and I don't think it needed to be, but the characters are still amazingly fun to watch. It has some bizarre charm to it where you can't look away. It has a star-studded cast, though a lot of them wouldn't become big until years later, but it's definitely a film that has something for everyone and a movie that's worth talking about. Old Boy, which sounds like it was named after Arthur. Hey, you son of a bitch! Tells the story of Odesu. While his buddy is on the phone, he suddenly gets kidnapped and held captive in some sealed up hotel room against his will for 15 years. Might want to check the other rooms for Madeleine McCann, I'm just saying. Whilst locked up there, he sees on TV that his wife has been murdered and he's been framed for her death. He spends the decade and a half practicing to fight, planning revenge, whilst also digging a tunnel to escape. Somebody's been watching Shawshank. Right before he's actually about to escape, he's sedated and hypnotised before waking up outside. He beats up some thugs, because apparently practicing hitting the air for 15 years automatically makes you a great fighter. Hey, CM Punk should try that. Before he receives a mysterious call from his captor before setting off to find his daughter, but he finds out that she was adopted by some Swedish couple and he gives up hope. He does eventually find the prison he was held up in before kicking the asses of the guards, but his captor contacts him again and says that if he can find out why he was captured within 5 days, they will kill themselves. Weird deal, but okay. But what a twist! It turns out that Dae-soo and this bird he's met and has been banging this entire time, well, that's actually his daughter. Nice. Okay, so basically, the villain banged his own sister, and Dae-soo told everyone, leading to her committing suicide, and now he wants revenge! So he hypnotized Dae-soo and his daughter to make them fall in love so he can feel the same pain. This is a weird film. And that is the strangest form of revenge I've ever heard of. Our hero does apologise and begs him to not tell his daughter that they share a chromosome, even cutting out his own tongue. The villain agrees but then shoots himself, and Dae-soo even finds the hypnotist to erase his knowledge of her being his daughter so they can stay together and be happy. The fuck is wrong with you? But the hypnotist isn't actually shown, so it's left open to interpretation whether he's imagining it or not. And then he smiles, so we don't even know if the hypnosis worked or not. It's all very vague. And gross. Regardless, Old Boy was released in South Korea on November the 21st, 2003 and was generally well received. Although the film was also very similar to a Bollywood movie, Zinda, and there were copyright issues but nothing ever went further. And hey, Spielberg was going to remake it with Will Smith but later pulled out, though Spike Lee did make one in 2013. Old Boy is pretty good. I don't think it's as amazing as others have said, but nah, it's a pretty decent film.
야, 이쁘지?
봤어요. 가서 앉아.
우리 딸내미가 오늘 생일이거든요. 생일에 대해서 난 선물 사는데 한번 보여줄게. 하늘은 저가 그렇다 있고 그물은 유감선이 떠 있고.
Right here, he's yelling at the guard to let him out, but then he gets all scared whenever he just simply puts his foot near him.
야, 씨발. 개새끼 떨려.
Why? Does his sock smell that much? And what's he bitching about? I mean, this is a pretty nice room. They've hooked him up, the ungrateful douchebag.
텔레비전은 시계이자 달력이고 학교고 집이고 교회며 친구이자 애인이다.
Hey, I am not here to judge, but if you're going to bang your television set, I think you have issues. Although, he does masturbate. Well, it's not really your lover then, is it? I mean, do you masturbate in front of your lover but don't penetrate them?
너무 짧다.
Wait, so what happened? Did he literally bang the TV screen? What? And then he's completely fine again? What the hell is going on?
그 순간은 그저 이런 생각밖에 안 들었다. 아이고, 옆방 아저씨는 젓가락 한 짝으로 밥 먹겠구나.
That bastard! Ah, did you know that's how long it took for them to make Boyhood? After he escapes, he meets this stranger, but why is he so okay with this random bloke just rubbing his hand and dog all over himself?
여자 사람이다.
Oh hey, it's me in high school! When he gets the call from his captor, it actually is really intense. It's like phone booth, but then after all of that suspense...
자, 나왔습니다.
Way to ruin it, lady. And yeah, we better talk about this. Completely real. Yeah, he actually ate a live octopus. Actually 4, because there were 4 takes, and the actor was actually a Buddhist and prayed for forgiveness every single time. Which takes a lot of balls, because apparently the brains and the octopus are actually in the tentacles. You have to make sure you chew them, because otherwise it can literally suck you from the inside. That would be an awkward autopsy, wouldn't it? The director was actually asked if he felt sorry for the actor, but he replied, I felt more sorry for the octopus. Fair point. But is this really the norm? Pass out in a restaurant and a hot waitress gets to take you home, and then he attacks her with kisses!
15년 동안의 상상 훈련, 과연 실전에 쓸모가 있을까? 없다.
Okay, I guess he has an excuse to be creepy. He has waited 15 years. I will admit though, she is just adorable. But I can say that because she's not my daughter! But bear in mind they don't know who each other is. So why does she trust him so much? She just accepts this weird and mysterious guy who tried to pounce on her in 5 seconds.
누구야?
몰라요. 가끔 채팅하는 사람이야. 스시이기도 하고.
Odd subject matter.
어디 가는데?
난 널 못 믿겠다.
Mate, you jumped on her in a heartbeat. I think you're the one who should be mistrusted. But he keeps this going. He keeps questioning her despite him being the dodgy looking one. And this corridor fight is absolutely incredible. It's shot from the side and it looks like a damn video game. It's like something out of Mortal Kombat. All in one take, and this took 17 takes over the course of 3 days to get perfect, and it was definitely worth it. It is pure perfection.
아무 자리나 앉아서 하세요.
주하나.
Although, that was a weird cut. Just says his name and then cuts to a close-up hug. Weird. There's another disturbing scene where they start to torture him, but he just laughs maniacally. It's really messed up, but then the bad guy ruins it by casually answering his phone.
Eh?
Just kind of ruins the tension. I do feel like the first half was really good. Right off the bat, I was invested in the story, but after the hour mark, it just slows down majorly. There's a lot of the backstory thrown in at once, and it's just a bit dull and tedious. Here, his daughter... Sorry, just threw up my mouth a little bit. Says she wants to die, but then begins to enjoy the sex, which is weird considering they don't know that they're related yet. But it does deliver a great message about showing no regrets and accepting every decision in life. But I don't quite understand this. At one point, they realise that they've been bugged, and the bad guy is even right there while they're asleep. And he doesn't just kill them then and there. Why doesn't he just kill them then and there? What, you want him to feel the same pain? Well, then just kill her.
한번 보자. 한번 보자.
Why does every guy in this film turn out to be a rapist? Every single time they meet a hot woman, they throw themselves on her or they beg to see the genitals. And the sad thing is, it works! He gets laid straight after. This is where I was going wrong all those years. Instead of asking for dates, I should have just been like, oi, love, show me your cunt. Oh, and she uses a mirror to watch him suck on her tit. Bitch, you weird.
64층.
I don't know why, I just find it hilarious how dramatically he says pee. It's like he's trying to figure out what he wants to do in the bathroom. Do I need a poo? No. But hey, I can't say I've ever seen anyone use a toothbrush as a weapon in a martial arts scene before, so points for originality.
당신의 혀가 우리 누나를 임신시켰다니까? 이유진의 자지가 아니라 오대수의 혓바닥이.
Damn, he must be good.
네가 개가 되라면 내 개가 된다. 내가 이제부터 이우진의 개야. 나 개새끼야.
Okay. I am not taking this scene seriously. Come on, guys. Until he cuts his tongue out. Okay, never mind. I can't laugh at that. Jesus. The suicide is actually put together way too well. He has a flashback of his sister dying, and then his hand slowly changes to a gun signal when it happens. It is brilliant. But why would the villain agree to not tell her that she's his daughter? Because doesn't he want him to feel the same pain, so surely he'd go and tell her? And then let them have the no? Okay. Oh, and the ending really drags out too. Everything is resolved and it just feels the need to pad out for a tiny bit longer. The movie is decent. The acting, action, cinematography, it's all top notch. The story starts off intriguing and then gets weird, but I do think there's some pacing issues. Some scenes could have been cut to make the film 90 minutes instead of 2 hours, but it's still definitely worth checking out. Harold and Maude tells the story of Harold and Maude.
That's very interesting.
Harold, played by Bud Cort, is a young man who, for some reason, is obsessed with the concept of death. Maybe he's related to Tim Burton, I don't know. He hangs around funerals and he even fakes several suicide attempts to psychologically traumatize his beloved family. It's a happy movie!
I'd say so.
His mother, obviously worried about him, tries to set him up with several young ladies, but he's far too interested in an old 79-year-old woman named Maude, played by Ruth Gordon, who he meets at one of the funerals. Her carefree, rebellious nature gains Harold's attention and they form a strong friendship. Bit creepy.
That would have to be yes, wouldn't it?
Colin Higgins wrote the story as his master's thesis whilst in the UCLA. He originally thought it up as a play, which then became a 20-minute thesis. Later on, he'd become pool boy to producer Edward Lewis, and Higgins showed the script to Lewis's wife. She was so impressed she asked her husband to show it to Paramount Pictures. Originally, Higgins sold his screenplay intending to direct it himself. However, after some tests, it was determined that the studio wasn't happy with it and they didn't think that he was quite ready to direct a movie just yet. Hal Ashby came along to take on the job, but only after he got Colin Higgins' blessing. But Higgins even hung around on set to watch and learn from him, even becoming a co-producer. Originally, they wanted Maude to be a European, considering Peggy Ashcroft, Edith Evans, Gladys Cooper, Celia Johnson, Lottie Lenya, Louise Rayner, Paula Negri, Minta Durfee, Agatha Christie, Edwige Filiere, Elizabeth Bergner, Mildred Natwick, Mildred Dunnock, and Dorothy Stickney. For the part of Harold, Richard Dreyfuss, Bob Balaban, and John Savage were all considered, but were relatively unknown at the time. John Rubinstein and Elton John were also in hopes to do the music, but they backed out, and Cat Stevens would end up doing the job instead.
I suppose you think that's very funny.
Originally, Harold and Maude received mixed reviews, many finding it too dark and not very funny, mocking several sensitive subjects.
No.
Over the years, it began to build a cult following. The Writers Guild of America even picked it as the 86th greatest screenplay ever written. The American Film Institute ranked it as the 45th funniest American movie in history, with The Gross Love Story as the 69th most romantic. Empire picked it as the 65th greatest film ever, while Entertainment Weekly called it the 4th best cult film in history. And Bud Cort and Ruth Gordon both received a Golden Globe nomination, but neither were victorious. But man, the opening sequence is so happy. This is so uplifting and wholesome. It really puts you in a good mood. How can people call this film dark? Dude, Jesus Christ! What a way to start the movie!
I suppose you think that's very funny, Harold. Hello?
Hello?
Faye?
Yes?
Darling, be a dear and cancel my appointment with Renee this afternoon.
Okay, I hate myself for laughing at that, but straight away, this movie has my sense of humour written all over it. Then he fakes slitting his own wrists. Jesus Christ, what the is wrong with this kid? It's another Eric Harris in the making.
What do you do for fun? What activity gives you a different sense of enjoyment from the others? What do you find fulfilling? What gives you that special satisfaction?
Psychologically destroying the people that I love and mentally scarring them for the rest of their lives.
I go to funerals.
Okay, his answer was funnier. But this soundtrack is amazing. It's so upbeat. You can't help but smile and feel in a good mood when listening to it. Yeah, before he fakes his suicide again. I'm so confused and conflicted.
It is time you settled down and stopped flitting away your talents on these little amateur theatrics.
Why are you all acting like this is completely normal? He fakes suicide on a daily basis. Someone get this kid a shrink. Look at this. It's so up. But really funny. I won't lie. I mean, I bet you're laughing too, you sickos. This movie has balls.
How many of these suicides have you performed?
An accurate number would be difficult to gauge.
Well, just give me a rough estimate.
A rough estimate? I'd say 15.
15? And you haven't got him help yet?
You have led a very carefree, idle, happy life up to the present. The life of a child. But it is time now to put away childish things.
He's faking suicide. It's not like he's still playing with Lego.
In short, Harold, I think it is time for you to get married.
So he can mentally destroy another woman as well?
Your judgment go against him whom the loyal prayer of Christian faith commended your mercy. Rather, by the help of your grace, may he escape the sentence.
Call the police?
Who live and reign forever and ever. Amen.
Like some licorice.
Okay, pause, right? If this was the other way around, if this was a 70-year-old man hanging around a young woman, the police would be right on that. And I don't care how sweet it gets later on in the movie. The way this is set up straight away, nah, man, this is so creepy. And they never specify Harold's age. I think he's supposed to be early 20s, but look at him. He has the face of a 10-year-old. This is just wrong.
That woman! She took my car!
Okay, that makes up for it. You really don't see that coming.
Should women run for president of the United States? I don't see why not.
Still waiting. He even points a loaded gun towards his own mother, and she doesn't even react. Can someone lock this loony up?
Do you enjoy... Harold, please. Do you have ups and downs without obvious reason?
This movie is amazing!
Lord, my body.
It's so casual. Oh, look, she's at another funeral cruising for some prepubescent dick. These are two weirdos going to random funerals. It's so disturbing. Doesn't anybody ever question them being there when they don't know anyone there?
Who was that old lady who was waving to you earlier?
Hello, Harold. Can I give you a lift?
She is grooming this poor boy. I don't care if you give him the oldest man's name you can think of. He's still a child.
Nevertheless, I think you're upsetting people. I don't know if that's right.
Coming from you!
Please sit down, Harold. I'll put the kettle on. We have a nice hot cup of tea.
And then you can protect me as the cops burst in. But this is the first date set up for Harold by his mother. But look, he looks 6 and she looks 26. Stop with the paedophiles.
Must have been very funny.
Finally, a normal reaction.
Dan has just been telling us such a funny little story about Walter Cronkite.
not my home, so there was nothing much to...
What are you, a slasher villain leaving an opening for a sequel? Cut! So he returns to see Maud, but she's naked. Ew, stop it, you pedo!
Do you disapprove?
Me? No, of course not.
Ew!
Really? Do you think it's wrong?
You are going to jail! There is a subtle moment where Harold considers faking a suicide in front of Maud, but doesn't actually go through with it. To me, this is the defining moment of their relationship. Maud is the only one there for him who doesn't judge him, so he can't bear to put her through that pain.
Tell me about yourself. What do you do when you aren't visiting funerals?
Going to school, you little pedo!
I like to watch things grow.
Like underage boners.
I feel that much of the world's sorrow comes from people who are this. Yeah. Allow themselves to be treated as that.
Why does it sound like Maud is about to break into song right here? It is hilarious how she just casually steals any car she finds or then crashes and illegally parks them and then just steals another one. She's amazing! Then she skips a stop sign and the cops don't even do anything. But I do have to commend Bud Cort as Harold. He nails this performance as the socially awkward and mentally lost child. He is perfect. And Maud plays the piano and sings to him, which is immediately really cute and sweet.
Oh, that was fun. Let's play something together.
I don't play anything.
Nothing. Dear me. Everybody should be able to make some music.
You'd think, but then there's Rice Gum.
She'll never let me breathe. Posted up on the phone, what you mean?
Why is the cop walking like he just p***ed himself?
Your license, lady?
I don't have one. I don't believe in them.
Fair point.
How long you been driving, lady?
About 45 minutes, wouldn't you say, Harold?
I love her! Not in that way, you little nasty!
Yeah, let me get this straight, lady.
All right, then, we'll be off. Nice chatting with you.
She is a legend! A paedophile, but a legend nonetheless! She even circles the cop to escape him. She's a criminal! I just love how Harold doesn't even react to any of her criminal activities. They're as bad as each other. She even steals a cop's bike! But this is the best scene, and it is beautifully done. Considering how dark and then ridiculous the rest of the movie is, you don't expect such a deep moment. But Harold explains why he fakes his suicide so many times.
My mother was giving a party, so I just went right up the back stairs into my room, turned out the light, and I got this funny feeling. The doorbell rang. I went out to the banister, and these two policemen came in, found my mother, and told her that I was killed in the fire. She put one hand up to her forehead, the other she reached out as if groping for support, and with this long sigh, she collapsed in their arms. Decided then that I enjoyed being dead.
This scene perfectly describes depression, anxiety, self-esteem issues, attention seeking. It's so accurately portrayed, it is brilliant, and it makes you sympathise and relate with the character so much more. No! 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 You stop it! You stop it right now!
Edith, I'd like you to meet my son, Harold. Harold, this is Edith.
Why does everybody in this movie have an old person's name?
Very pleased to make your acquaintance.
I think you should go and wash up, dear, and join us in the drawing room.
The what room? The drawing room. I don't think I've been in there. What, you mean we've got a room just for drawing in?
Although we do a large business. Barley was very big last week. 1,500...
Okay, it's dark, but it's so funny at the same time.
I find you have left me with no recourse but to listen to the solution proposed by your uncle. Consequently, I have instructed him forthwith to induct you into the service.
And also, why am I wearing this ridiculous hat?
How about hand-to-hand combat?
Yes?
To strangle someone, choke him, squeeze out his life in your own bare hands.
I think you're getting carried away, Harold.
How about to slit his throat?
Well, I don't know
I
about
like
that.
You can see the blood squirt out. But how about souvenirs?
Souvenirs?
Of your kill.
Yeah, I think you need to call up the asylum, mate. You got the next Jeffrey Dahmer on your hands. Can you imagine you're just on holiday with your family and then suddenly you look over and see...
Venom! Venom! Damn you! Oh, that's a murder!
Maud? Do you pray?
She doesn't believe in driving licenses, mate. I doubt she believes in God.
This is real nice.
Yeah.
Makes me want to do somersaults.
Well, why don't you?
I feel stupid.
Harold, everyone has the right to make an ass out of themselves. You can't let the world judge you too much.
Okay, that dialogue is actually really well written. And it's nice to see Harold become more and more happy and filled with life. They somehow do make an old lady and a young man cute together. They do the impossible. How do they do that?
You make me feel like a schoolgirl.
Ew, now it's creepy again.
Sunshine, I'd like you to meet Harold. Harold, this is Sunshine Doré.
That's not a name. And she looks 30 and you look 10. Was that planned?
Oh, what a wonderful collection of knives. May I see them?
No, don't touch. They're very old. Do you enjoy knives?
God, he's so creepy! Somebody kill it! So he stabs himself in front of her. This one isn't even funny, it's f***ed up! No, go back to funny!
Oh, that was marvelous.
Never mind, they saved it. She even starts acting around him and he just looks annoyed as f*** as he looks over. Before killing herself. But are you ready for the absolute best reaction ever to seeing your child possibly committing murder?
Harold! That was your last date.
That reaction is amazing! I love this movie, and I don't even care. And then we cut to a fair. This is great.
This is the nicest present that I've received in years.
Oh, hey, Luke Skywalker ripped this off. And yes, they even pork. All right. Isn't Harold's mum questioning all the times he's spending nights away?
A very common neurosis, particularly in this society, whereby the male child subconsciously wishes to sleep with his mother. Of course, what puzzles me, Harold, is that you want to sleep with your grandmother.
Well, I mean, he's got a point. Aw, they are so cute. It's such a happy and sweet ending. Nothing bad's gonna happen.
I couldn't imagine a lovelier farewell.
What?
Farewell.
Yes, it's my 80th birthday.
Well, you're not going anywhere. Are you?
Man, he's so creepy! Is he threatening her?
Yes, dear. I took the tablets an hour ago. I'll be gone by midnight.
What? Why? I do love how she attempted suicide and is dying and they still take the time to ask her, hey, mind signing a few forms for us? But seriously, I try to find out why she did this as the movie never explains it. And the best I could find is she thinks that 80 is the right time to die. But that's it. It's also shown that she's a Holocaust survivor, but no other explanation for the suicide is given. Now, when this first happened, yes, I thought, wow, this is a selfish But looking back, in a way, I kind of like it. And she's actually being selfless. I mean, let's be honest. Let's say this kid is 20. She has just turned 80 years old. The relationship clearly isn't going to work. She has taught Harold to love and to appreciate life and live life to the fullest. But she knows that the relationship isn't going to work. She knows that he needs to find someone closer to his own age. So, as messed up as this is, her suicide is ultimately doing him a favour. She's sacrificing herself for his own happiness. I was actually hoping for a plot twist. Intercut with her dying is Harold driving intensely, and I thought it was going to pan over to show her next to him still alive, but nope! She preaches for the entire movie about how you should live life to the fullest, only to then kill herself. I mean, Harold even told his family that he was marrying her, and then she does this! I do kind of wish they actually included more of a reason, but the fact that she was so overly happy is a great sign of depression. You don't know when someone's depressed, so it works to be ambiguous as well. But the thing is, Harold has constantly faked suicide for attention, and he traumatized his family as a result. And now, as horrible as it sounds, he knows what it feels like. Throughout the film, he's so weird he drives a hearse. His mum replaces it with a Jaguar at one point, and he then exchanges it for another hearse. After Maud dies, we get one more fake out, as we believe he's driven off the cliff to die, but he hasn't. He wrecks the hearse and then plays the song that Maud sang for him. He's gone through this transition and is going on to live his life through her teachings. That side of him is, ironically now, dead. So on the surface, it looks like a miserable, depressing ending, but in a way, it's kind of inspiring and upbeat and happy. Upon analysis, I really like this ending. After the slow rise of the movie's success, the film was turned into a novel, and then Colin Higgins turned it into a play in Paris. He then expressed interest in a sequel and a prequel in 1978, and it would have shown Harold's life after the death of his love. But he also wanted to do a story of Maud's life before Harold. It was actually going to be a crossover of sorts. Maud was going to be shown learning how to steal cars from Grover, Richard Pryor's character from Silver Streak. And they were both even going to reprise their roles, but this never materialised. The movie is masterful. They somehow make a love story between an old lady and a young boy romantic and sweet. They combine death and misery with side-splitting comedy, but it also hits you in the feels when it needs to. And the acting is incredible. I can't recommend this movie enough.
Of course, some believed everything and had just been waiting with bated breath to hear me confess it all.
Well, this is going to be an awkward one. American Beauty tells the story of Lester, played by Kevin Spacey. He's married but isn't getting any, while his wife is busy banging the guy from Mr. Deeds. His daughter is the little sister from Hocus Pocus who hates both of her parents and is best friends with a hottie called Angela. And Lester starts getting a boner for her, which she enjoys, while his daughter gets romantically involved with her stalker neighbour. Pretty much sums it up.
Oh, could you be a little bit more dramatic, please?
The movie began to show life 2 years earlier in 1997 when Alan Ball was only known for writing TV sitcoms, and he wanted to transition into films. He had a few scripts prepared, some were comedies, and one was American Beauty. Although there wasn't a very strong narrative in the story, it was still picked up purely because Ball was the most passionate about this one. He based a lot of it on his own life and admits that sometimes the drama mixes with the comedy, but it was actually completely unintentional. He didn't expect the script to be picked up, but several production companies began to show interest before DreamWorks picked it up for $250,000, wanting to make the film for somewhere between $6 and $8 million. Ball was actually involved throughout the entire development, on set every single day, but he struggled to find a director that he liked, before Mike Nichols and Robert Zemeckis were offered it, but both turned it down. Director Sam Mendes stumbled upon the script and knew immediately that he wanted to do it. He was previously inspired by the 1984 movie Paris, Texas with its deep themes, and felt like American Beauty had a very similar style. He was hired as director not long after, only being paid $38,000 for the job.
Such assholes.
Mendes had Kevin Spacey and Annette Bening in mind as the married couple from the very beginning, but the studio were hesitant, instead trying to push for Bruce Willis, Kevin Costner, John Travolta, Helen Hunt or Holly Hunter. Mendes, however, did not want a massive star to weigh the film down and insisted on Kevin Spacey based on his performance in The Usual Suspects and Seven. Which doesn't make him a massive star, apparently.
Exactly.
Spacey was actually quite shocked as it was very different to his other roles, but he accepted, while Mendes offered Annette Bening the part without the studio's consent. Spacey had to study My Fave The Apartment to watch Jack Lemmon's performance and try to imitate how he acted and moved. Filming began on December the 14th, 1998 and lasted until February the following year in Burbank, California. Steven Spielberg often visited the set and gave Sam Mendes advice suggesting to never focus on costs and to do things even if it was more expensive, which he did. This didn't please the studio, however, often leading to arguments over schedule and budget. But they did stay out of the film's production and did not interfere further. The first 3 days, however, went so poorly that Mendes actually got permission from DreamWorks to completely shoot them all over again from scratch.
It's never too late.
American Beauty premiered on September the 8th, 1999 in Los Angeles, California and was universally adored, often called the greatest movie to come out of 1999. Which we of course know is not true.
I win!
However, after the film's release, the hype soon died down, Premiere later naming it as one of the most overrated movies in history, and Sam Mendes even admitted that it's completely justified and that it was way too overpraised. You made the film. The film is constantly being analysed to see what it means, but even Sam Mendes claims that every time he read the script, he would interpret its meaning as something completely different every single time. Some say it's about loneliness or American suburbia or even imprisonment.
I'm 42 years old. In less than a year, I'll be dead.
Yeah, not very upset about it.
Also, spoilers!
And in a way, I'm dead already.
Well, to the public.
Look at me. Jerking off in the shower.
At the thought of children. Okay, for real though, the film starts with Spacey staring at a woman through a window. This movie is extremely uncomfortable knowing what we know now.
How was school?
It was okay.
My virgin brother woke up 300-year-old dead witch sisters to kill us all. What a prick. So at first, upon first viewing, you don't really sympathise with Spacey's character. He's just a dick.
Well, what makes you so sure she wants us to be there? Did she ask us to come?
Of course not. She doesn't want us to know how important this is to her. But she's been practicing her steps for weeks.
Well, I'll bet money she's gonna resent it. And I'm missing the James Bond marathon on TNT.
Lester!
You kind of encourage his impending death. Because then he starts staring at his daughter's best friend. This is extremely uncomfortable. What's wrong with this sicko?
Well, what do you expect?
But it just looks like a creepy rapist montage. What is this? Then pedals start coming out of her chest like she's some kind of Pokemon. And the weird thing is, he then officially meets her, is incredibly awkward, and his daughter Jane is completely used to it.
Hi, I'm Lester, Janie's dad.
Oh, hi. This is my friend, Angela Hayes.
Okay. Good to meet you. You were also good tonight. Very precise.
Thanks.
Yeah, nice to meet you, Angela.
Could he be any more pathetic?
I think it's sweet.
That is sweet! I swear, it does become redeemable later. I promise.
I feel like I've been in a coma for about 20 years, and I'm just now waking up.
Didn't they steal that line from The Fly?
Saying I'm an insect who dreamt he was a man and loved it.
But then he even calls her up, and Jane's reaction is simply...
Gross.
That's it! Your dad is stalking your mate! Oh, and this weird guy Ricky is filming her the entire time.
He would always say the most random, weird things. And then one day, he was just like, gone. And then, Connie Cardullo told me that his parents had to put him in a mental institution.
Why? What did he do?
What do you mean?
Well, they can't put you away just for saying weird things.
You total slut. You've got a crush on him.
What?
One? How did you even come to that conclusion? All she said was they don't lock you up in a mental asylum for no reason, just for being weird. And two, she probably does have a crush on him. I mean, he's stalking her and filming her without her consent. I'm just learning to accept these warped messages now.
I kind of remember this really creepy incident where you were filming me last night.
I didn't mean to scare you. I just think you're interesting.
Sure, that's sweet and not the least bit terrifying. Then Spacey makes out with his wife in front of people. Because art imitates life. No, wait, she's too old. Then he dreams about banging Angela, and amazingly...
Dad's actually kind of cute.
What? Okay. Meanwhile, in creepy subplot number 2, creepy Ricky lights up Jane's name on the grass, and they still find it charming that he's stalking and filming their every move. And then he films Spacey, who's working out naked for some reason. Oh, and he's only working out because his daughter's friend Angela asked him to. Said he should, work out more, improve his body. He's literally working out so he can pork his daughter's best friend. Then he beats off with his wife right next to him in bed.
You were masturbating.
Dare you accuse me of masturbating?
But he does explain that he's sexually frustrated because she won't put out anymore, so although it's creepy, you can kind of understand his motivations. And weirdly, after Ricky gives him some pot, Spacey acts a bit more like a dick and is far more entertaining now.
I think using illegal psychotropic substances is a very positive example to set for our daughter.
You're one to talk, you bloodless, money-grubbing freak.
Yeah, he's actually alright now. They do focus on Mr. Deeds, man, way too much though. It barely affects anything. He's boring and his eyebrows are unreal.
I love him!
You like getting nailed by the king?
Oh yes, I love it! Fuck me, your majesty!
And the award for the worst and most cringe-inducing sex scene in history goes to... And I have to ask, is this a thing in America? To just walk right down the middle of the damn road? There's a path on either side. They even literally move off of the road to let a car go past. And then return to the middle of the road again. And why is she still talking to Stalker Boy anyway? Okay, as the film progresses, I must admit, there isn't much of a plot, but I think that actually helps the film massively. You spend more time understanding the character's actions instead. Jane strips for Stalker Man, but when you look at it, she hates her parents. They're always arguing and she feels distant from them. Her best friend is completely different, and Stalker Boy here is the only one to actually show her any real affection. Yeah, it does promote the message that, you stalk and you get the girl, but unfortunately that's actually how self-esteem works sometimes. Oh, and then she watches Ricky's dad beat the piss out of him. He doesn't even question his son filming women strip from across the street either. But in an earlier scene he said,
"How come these faggots always have to rub it in your face?"
So I guess as long as he's not gay, it's cool.
So what? It's just a couch.
This is a $4,000 sofa, upholstered in Italian silk. This is not just a couch.
It's just a couch!
He just went full Nicolas Cage on us.
It's just a couch!
I am acting!
That's all you have to do!
But there is a real great scene where she and Ricky both vent how they're feeling about their families and lives. Ricky's got abusive parents as well, so he distracts himself with film, and they both feel isolated and lonely. So although they both acted in wrong and immoral ways, you can actually understand why they've done it. Then they joke about him killing her dad for money, but they act completely serious about it. Jesus!
Someone really should just put him out of his misery.
Want me to kill him for you?
Yeah. Would you?
It'll cost you.
You know I'm not serious, right?
You seem it to me! And then Chris Cooper starts watching Spacey work out naked. God damn it. Oh hey, it's Kevin Spacey's job in a few years after all of this controversy dies down. And then Cooper thinks Spacey is banging his son. Again, too old. But why is he holding his fists like this? Who actually fights that way? So throughout the film, Angela has actually enjoyed Spacey drooling over her, so she's flirted with him in retaliation just to tease him. But now...
Just don't fuck my dad, alright? Please?
Why not?
Now she seems like a bitch. But like before, you actually understand her motivations. Throughout the film, she's portrayed as a slut who sleeps with guys for favors. She doesn't like being ordinary. She knows she's hot, so she uses it to her advantage. Even providing Jane with graphic details about her sexual activities, bragging about them. So after this argument, she seduces Spacey for a shag, but then at the last minute reveals that she's actually a virgin, and Spacey refuses to go through with it. Again, this actually makes perfect sense. As a teenager, there's a lot of pressure to lose your virginity, and she doesn't want to just be an ordinary girl. She wants to feel loved and wanted, so pretending that she gets lots of sex helps her achieve this and keeps up the public image. In addition, this creepy weirdo dad has been the only one to not only think she's gorgeous, but also genuinely care about her as a person. He's the only one to make her feel this way. The same with Jane and Stalker Boy.
We'll always be freaks and we'll never be like other people. And you'll never be a freak because you're just too perfect.
Yeah, well, at least I'm not ugly.
Whoa, you showed them.
Yes, you are.
Inside, you're ugly.
And you're boring.
These insults are terrible! But as the film inches towards the end, you are actually on the edge of your seat as the tensions rise, wondering how he's gonna die. The spoiler at the start works in that aspect. The music builds a sense of dread. You know it's coming, but you're dying to find out how. There's so many suspects that would want him dead, and they all have a motive. But weirdly, Ricky's homophobic dad goes to see him, and I think we're meant to feel sorry for him. He's a homophobic prick! But Spacey uses all the wrong words to explain this. How many double meanings can be possibly used in one conversation?
Our marriage is just for show. We really ought to get you out of these clothes. You just tell me what you need. You got the wrong idea.
Oh, and he kisses him, so he's homophobic to cover up the fact that he's gay. How many subplots are there? You actually expect him to kill Spacey right then and there, but then it cuts to his wife with a gun. What the hell's gonna happen?
I refuse to be a victim.
Stay away from Kevin Spacey then.
How's Jane?
What do you mean?
I mean, how's her life? Is she happy?
And it's quite sad that Spacey knows nothing about his daughter either. They're so distant, they're practically strangers.
How are you?
God, it's been a long time since anybody asked me that.
Somehow, this film actually comes full circle and gets you to like and care about all of these characters. Except for this asshole. But just as he finally admits to being happy, his death comes right the hell out of nowhere. And Ricky doesn't even seem disturbed upon finding the body. He just smiles like a weirdo. You see all the reactions from everybody, which is a really cool touch. And although it's not explicitly clarified, Ricky's dad does return home covered in blood with a gun missing from his collection. So the homophobe shot him. It may not have much of a story and it does have its problems, but there is a whole lot of heart behind this film's message. The characters go from assholes to understandably damaged and deeply troubled. It doesn't drag, it's a bit weird, but it's a great trip through the human mind. I guarantee you'll relate to at least one of these messages. Maybe there's a few too many subplots crammed in, and maybe it was too overhyped for its time, but other than that, it is definitely a movie worth checking out. the greatest foreign movie I have ever seen. My mind is actually blown. Sotsi. However it's said, it's amazing. Sotsi tells the story of, well, Sotsi, who's the leader of a gang. During a normal mugging, a murder is committed which wasn't a part of the plan, leading to Sotsi beating the crap out of one of his mates, shooting a lady and jacking her car, but unbeknownst to him, there's a baby in the back seat. However, he can't bring himself to ditch the little guy and decides to take him and look after him. The film is then him trying to keep this secret from his friends as he hides from the law and sucks at being a parent. He takes a woman hostage to use her for breast milk, but eventually redeems himself and returns the baby in one piece to face his destiny. It's just amazing at everything. It would end up grossing $11.5 million, winning the Academy Award for Best Foreign Film, and was also nominated for the Best Foreign Film Golden Globe, but was unfortunately unsuccessful. How strange, a movie where a bad man becomes better instead of the other way around. Isn't that most movies? Man, this opening is so badass, it immediately grabs your interest. And the mugging is such a strong opening scene. They do it quietly as he sticks a knife in his gut with everyone around being completely oblivious, and it's so creepy and scary. What the hell can you even do in this situation? Oh, and I should probably mention, the soundtrack is incredible. And when we first see him steal the car, the acting is subtle but so good. You can tell from the get-go that he's not your standard criminal. You can already get the impression that he's more like a scared child running away from something, that he doesn't want to be doing these crimes. And he becomes even more interesting when he actually goes to abandon the baby in the car, but he just can't do it. Rude. Wait, he really couldn't figure out how to take a nappy off? He needed to use a knife? But he's still smart enough to make his own out of newspapers? Oh well, it is quite funny watching him put on some music to try to calm the baby. He really doesn't have a clue. We actually get an entire montage of his suckage as a parent.
Yes, sister! Amwanyise mo man. Sokala utomwanyisa kai. Osna deri raton saka.
Such charming friends he has.
Fela le re mona tsena collocation ya kere.
Wa bona gona le batho ba bantsi fale. Go tlhakatlhakane.
Wanneer ons kan nie eers gesteelde karre daarom. Ierland kan tsa mplela gore gona ntwe le ka etsang. Ke batla gore ngwanaka a tholiwe.
Well, if you answered the gate the first 15 times your wife called, maybe you'd still have him. It's all your fault, really.
Hey! O ratile ka license ya wena? Ha? O tloke mmao khanna ke a o bona.
Oh, burn! Oh, and earlier he insulted Sotsi for walking in the way, and it was just a complete dick for no reason. But now all of a sudden Sotsi is threatening him and he's begging for mercy, and we're supposed to feel sorry for him? No. No. Piss off! But it does have an interesting turn when Sotsi suddenly decides to get to know the guy and asks how he manages to go through life with his handicap. It's a nice little scene with Sotsi trying to find motivation or just an answer to his inner demons that we'll get onto later. But yeah, he clearly left the baby for like a day. The dumbass must have forgotten about him as he returns home and the poor fella is covered in flies. I've also noticed he's insanely quiet whenever it's convenient to the plot. When he breaks into breastfeeding lady's house, he's completely silent. Oh, and the baby does it again here. Sotsi talks to his friend with the door wide open. The baby stirs a little bit, but then as soon as it closes, he cries up a storm. And this character just keeps getting better and better. He's kind of like an anti-hero. He's obviously doing wrong things, but you can understand his actions and know that he's just messing up.
David. Come take my hand, walk this road together. Not afraid to take a stand.
And this is where we get a flashback to see that Sotsi's real name was actually David, and he had an abusive dad who also beat up their dog. I'm out. and he caused him to run away. He even names the baby David after himself and asks the woman about the father of hers. It turns out that the dad was killed, and it's an awesome and subtle moment where Sotsi feels guilt for what he does on the daily. The character is kind of reliving his childhood through this baby, not wanting to let go, not wanting to lose that affection, not wanting him to go the route that he did. It's beautiful storytelling.
Hayi, mina ngifuna ibhiya. Zamalek.
I love the look on his face there. He is just not amused. And after Sotsi saves the father's life and kills his own man, the final remaining gang member quits, worried that it's going to be his turn next. The motivation all makes sense, and the acting is incredible on both sides. What the hell is he doing? Dude, now is not the time to be having a shit. You know what? I absolutely adore this character. He's redeeming himself, and this relationship has actually grown quite natural. Again, he's done wrong things, but for the right reasons. Except that. But this woman doesn't really seem to care about her own baby. The entire time she's ignored him and just focused on David instead. The ending is the best part of the film. You know what? I'm not going to spoil it. See it for yourself, but I'll show and describe what I can. Sotsi takes the baby back, buzzes the house, but before they can show up, he starts to fuss and he innocently tries to comfort him. And that's when the cops and parents show up, so he looks even more guilty, and you're begging for them to realise that it's just a misunderstanding. The dad tells the cops to all lower their weapons as he tries to talk Sotsi down, and you are truly on the edge of your seat. There's no dialogue for a good length of time, and it's not even needed. Your nerves are on edge, you have a lump in your throat as you watch it, waiting desperately to see what's going to happen, hoping that the baby gets returned and that Sotsi makes it out okay. Honestly, this is some of the best tension building I have seen in my life. The entire movie is amazing. The character's growth is perfect, the side characters aren't too great except the breastfeeding lady and the father, but the others don't really get a whole lot of breathing room sharing the screen with the main stars. Please watch it for the love of God. Klute is a crime thriller movie. A man called Thomas vanished and the police discover an obscene letter addressed to a prostitute played by Jane Fonda. She is soon contacted by a private investigator played by Donald Sutherland, and they begin to crack the case together whilst falling for one another, and then there's just a whole lot of talking. A whole lot. Oh, and Roy Scheider is in there too, but he doesn't really do anything. Jane Fonda originally thought that she wasn't right for the part, thinking she wasn't desirable enough, and she even begged the director to replace her with a friend Faye Dunaway, but he refused. Barbara Streisand turned down the role. Donald Sutherland claimed that most of the time was spent on lighting. They'd rehearse between 7 and 9 AM and then have to wait until noon just for it to be lit correctly to start filming. And Sutherland and Fonda actually had a real-life affair during shooting.
God damn you!
The movie ended up earning $8 million in North American rentals alone, and Jane Fonda even won an Academy Award for Best Actress for her part as well, though the movie was also nominated for Best Screenplay but didn't win. The movie is just boring.
I don't believe it.
They do build an eerie and uncomfortable atmosphere, often with a woman's creepy-ass voice on a recording, but then there's such long sequences of her sitting in the dark and then singing. Here, she talks to this dude about some guy, and it's just painfully boring and uninteresting. And it lasts over 3 minutes. She's trying her best to make this sound as dramatic as possible, but it's just not working, and it doesn't grab any of your attention.
And then one night, the gambling tables, I saw him. A stranger, he was looking at me. He was standing very still on the other side of the room. His eyes were looking right into me. And I knew that for the first time in my life. Not young, he wasn't young. He had gray sideburns. Actually, he looked rather like you.
Yes?
Whoa. The film's so boring it actually killed me. That's the first one. Whoa.
was a feeling.
Hey, where's Brittany Murphy's ghost? They try to build suspense, but why is there suspense? It's supposed to build creepy tension, but we don't know her or much of what the hell was going on, so it just doesn't work. I mean, here she just spews exposition about characters we don't know. What's the point of this? None of this makes any sense, and it means nothing. The filmmaking techniques with the sound design are quite creative, but other than that, there's nothing to be invested in. Not once in this film, not at any point, do I genuinely give a shit. They just plaster epic sound effects and music over nothing happening. Over and over again. You know I'm just reading a book, right? And then yay, back to them chatting. That's what the entire movie is. Fake suspense and talking bollocks. Fake suspense and talking bollocks. That's the film.
We could have a nice half and half party for 50. We could have a good time for 50.
Half and half for 50. What's half and half? Is that like oral sex? 3 of them? He goes down on her, she goes down on him. Is that half and half? If so, $50 is extremely cheap. Not that I would know.
Oh, my angel. Oh, my angel.
Who the hell says that during sex? I mean, it turns out she's pretending to enjoy it, she's faking and acting. But that's even worse. Why would you say, oh, my angel, when you're faking it? Unless you're banging David Boreanaz, oh my angel, saying that during sex is not acceptable.
I'm just trying to figure you out.
I do think Jane Fonda gives a great performance in this film, but sometimes she just comes across as really annoying and trying too hard to be funny.
Can I ask you some questions, please?
Do you have any identification?
Yeah, shut up and go away.
You're a private detective. And you just want to ask me some questions.
Okay, that was funny. I mean, it's a nice angle that she's merging her abilities as an actress into her prostitution, pretending to enjoy it to lure the men in. And Donald Sutherland is also great. Anything he says seems to be delivered like a true badass. He always remains completely straight-faced and serious. It's awesome.
This guy really freaked out on it.
But you cannot identify this man as Tom Gruneman.
Even when he says mundane things, it's badass.
About 8 months ago.
Would you mind not doing that?
The relationship, though, is a bit off. They argue and then instantly they're fine and want to go out to lunch. Seriously, this is one scene apart from each other. Watch the transition.
Fuck off. Will you buy me a coffee?
Buy you lunch? You want lunch?
And then they start banging. Ah, that's a full one. A full and full for 75 or something.
Are you upset because you didn't make me come? I never come with a John.
What? And Sutherland starts to question witnesses, but none of them are even interesting. No characters are except Fonda. How are we supposed to give a damn?
Kathy? Harlan, it's free.
Kathy, that's you?
It's all right.
Gabby, we got a radio. Give me a description of him, anything at all.
Kathy? Kathy, listen. Don't slip. Kathy!
Kathy, don't run, Kathy! Kathy, don't run! I've got a radio, Kathy!
Wow, he is really proud of that radio. Rob, I told you you cannot borrow my DeLorean for your movie. No, don't run! I've got a vacuum cleaner, Marty! But enough of that, let's pad out some more time with a dance scene in a club. And even more recordings with eerie music with nothing of interest happening. And then finally, 77 minutes in, we only now begin putting clues together, but it's just so unbelievably boring, who cares?
I keep hoping in a way that it's gonna end.
Kinda like me in this movie. It's a cool idea though. She's used to being treated like garbage, having sex for money and not gaining feelings, but now she's gaining some for Sutherland. And she doesn't know how to deal with it. It's a sweet little gem hidden beneath a bore fest of misery. It's like they realised this far in, right, nobody's gonna care about the murder mystery, so sod it, have a love storyline instead. She hears old sexual recordings of herself and is mortified for some reason instead of, oh yeah, I forgot I did these. Wow, how cringy are they? In fact, Sutherland even claims she has no memory of them either, so No, I have no idea. But let's spice up the action with analysing some text.
Different margins, different spacings.
That's mine.
Said check out everybody. Same margins, top and sides. Now, he does best with his middle fingers. You get fainter registration from outside keys. Notice how he invariably does that, the T and the H.
Do something! Oh, more eerie music with nothing happening. Time for a good old-fashioned jigsaw puzzle. Are you kidding me? More exposition. Look, we are nearly over. Can you end the movie now? It never does. They listen to a tape recording. Just close the damn film.
It's so hard for me to say it. God. To say what? I'm going to miss him.
I'm going to miss my sanity. Can you bring the credits in, please? Oh, thank God. Alright, the acting is great, Jane Fonda has the only interesting character, the music is nice and it has some cool filmmaking techniques that I'd recommend checking out, but other than that it's just arse-numbingly boring as piss and you should probably watch it to cure any insomnia you may be struggling with.
You're right, mate.
Dude, what the fuck? I'm in the shower!
What's up?
What do you want now?
Well, I just thought we'd watch another great movie.
You said the last movie was good and it was shit!
It's The Dark Knight.
I'm in.
After Batman Begins brought the franchise roaring back to life, Warner Brothers immediately prioritized the production of a sequel. Despite the ending of Begins teasing the introduction of the Joker, Nolan wasn't sure the movie would do well enough to warrant a follow-up, and he was already committed to making The Prestige. However, during the filming of Begins, he and screenwriter David Goyer discussed ideas for a sequel, and he was particularly interested in utilizing the Joker in the movie's realistic style.
With bending guns, crashing off of buildings, flipping trucks and car crashes and walking away unscathed, and using Bluetooth eyes to see every room inside an entire fucking building like he's Superman!
Well, yeah.
That's more like it. Following the release and success of Begins, Nolan eventually relented and agreed to direct a sequel to the movie, but only if Warner Brothers would finance his next project, to which they agreed. This project ended up being Inception.
Goyer and Nolan collaborated for 3 months to develop the film's core plot points, wanting to explore the theme of escalation and the idea that Batman's efforts to combat crime would lead to an equally strong opposition from the criminals, thereby attracting the attention of the Joker, who would use the resulting chaos to tear the city apart.
Furthermore, despite liking Jack Nicholson's interpretation of the Joker, Goyer and Nolan didn't find him especially scary, and wanted this film's version to be an unknowable, already formed character without any kind of origin story, believing that this would make him more unpredictable and scary.
Well, that's a start.
Goyer and Nolan then took their ideas to Chris's brother Jonathan, who helped the pair develop them into a fully formed screenplay, taking inspiration from The Long Halloween and The Killing Joke, as well as Michael Mann's Heat, in order to make the film more of a grounded crime saga rather than just another action movie. In fact, when Nolan later met Michael Mann, Mann's first question was, how the hell did you get away with a PG-13 rating?
For obvious reasons.
Jonathan Nolan was also responsible for placing Harvey Dent at the centre of the film, wanting him to serve as the central battle between Batman and the Joker, the former seeing Harvey as the hero Gotham needs and his chance to leave his life of vigilantism, and the latter wanting to prove that even the most righteous person can be corrupted.
When casting the role of the Joker, Adrian Brody, Paul Bettany, Steve Carell and Robin Williams all publicly expressed interest in taking on the role. However, Nolan was dead set on casting Heath Ledger, who had previously auditioned for Batman but had impressed Nolan so much that he kept him in mind for a role in a later sequel. However, when the casting was announced to the public, Nolan was slammed by the media for his decision, as they felt Ledger's pretty boy persona meant that he wasn't suited for the part of the Joker.
I mean, to be fair, how the hell is that pretty boy from A Knight's Tale even gonna be remotely scary?
See, this is how crazy Batman's made Gotham. You want order in Gotham. Batman must take off his mask and turn himself in. Oh, and every day he doesn't, people will die. Starting tonight. I'm a man of my word.
Now
has more like it.
Ledger prepared for the role by hiding himself in a motel room for 6 weeks, as he delved into the psychology of the character, perfecting his laugh and facial mannerisms. He described his version of the Joker as a mix of Tom Waits, Sid Vicious, and Alex from A Clockwork Orange.
The role of Harvey Dent was offered to multiple actors including Ryan Phillippe, Mark Ruffalo, Hugh Jackman and Matt Damon. The role was then offered to Aaron Eckhart after Nolan saw his performance in Thank You for Smoking.
However, another casting problem surfaced when Katie Holmes declined to reprise her role as Rachel, choosing instead to star in Mad Money with Diane Keaton and Queen Latifah. How'd that work out for you, Kate?
You gotta be kidding.
Which meant that the role had to be recast. Sarah Michelle Gellar, Emily Blunt, Isla Fisher and Rachel McAdams were all considered before eventually choosing Maggie Gyllenhaal.
You must be Harvey's squeeze.
Didn't I bone your brother?
Filming began in April 2007 in Chicago and concluded in November that same year, but the production was sadly struck by tragedy. On January 22nd, 2008, Heath Ledger suddenly passed away from an accidental overdose of sleeping pills, resulting in the loss of a great movie star and putting the movie's future into question. Luckily for the filmmakers, Ledger's scenes had all been filmed before he passed away, with only some ADR left to be done, thus making the Joker his final completed role. In an interview just before his untimely passing, Heath said that the role of the Joker was his favourite in his career so far.
The Dark Knight was finally released on July the 18th, 2008, and if you thought Batman Begins was a hit, you ain't seen nothing yet. This movie managed to outgross its predecessor in just 6 days and went on to smash $1 billion worldwide. The first comic book movie to ever do so, and was at the time the 4th highest grossing film in history.
That's a lot of money.
On top of the gigantic box office success, the film was met with nothing short of unanimous acclaim, with critics and audiences alike declaring it not only the best comic book movie ever made, but one of the greatest films in cinema history. Ledger's performance was particularly lauded, winning the actor a whopping 32 acting awards, including the Oscar for Best Supporting Actor, the first acting Oscar ever won for a superhero movie.
The movie was nominated for 8 Academy Awards in total, scooping up Best Sound Editing and Ledger's aforementioned Supporting Actor prize. But the film was controversially snubbed for Best Picture and Best Director. In fact, it's often believed that the uproar caused by the Academy snubbing both The Dark Knight and WALL-E in the same year was one of the main reasons why the Best Picture category was expanded from 5 to 10 nominees for all subsequent ceremonies.
I'm sorry! The film's impact was nothing short of legendary. It's often cited as the movie that elevated comic book films to more than just disposable entertainment and legitimized them in the eyes of the movie industry. It spawned a buttload of pale imitators that tried to ape its style and failed miserably. Steven Spielberg listed it as one of his all-time favorites. Marvel chief Kevin Feige said that the movie was instrumental in the success of the Marvel Cinematic Universe, and the film remains the blueprint for modern comic book movies as well as blockbuster filmmaking in general. And it's my favorite movie of all time.
Okay. I guess sometimes, albeit rare times, we can actually agree on something. It does have a strong opening, but are you telling me that none of these characters have actually ever met the Joker?
I heard he wears makeup. Makeup? Yeah, to scare people.
They've all just randomly agreed to this heist without having actually met the guy. There is a lot of suspense though, as they all have masks on and begin turning against one another, so you're constantly wondering on your first watch which one is the real Joker. And a huge credit to Hans Zimmer, the musical score in these films are fucking tremendous. Nolan's direction is undoubtedly insane, but the music subtly builds the tension, and once put together it is flawless. Not sure how a bus clearly drives out of a building into a convenient line of other buses and nobody notices though, but I do love the list of Batman suspects.
A lot of people have actually interpreted the film as an allegory for the fear of terrorism felt in America following the 9/11 attacks, as well as the corruption of the government and police during the Bush administration, and how people will abandon their morals in the name of keeping the peace.
Their morals, their code. It's a bad joke. Dropped at the first sign of trouble. They're only as good as the world allows them to be. I'll show you. When the chips are down, these civilized people, they'll eat each other. See, I'm not a monster. I'm just ahead of the curve.
Nolan and Goya both denied that this was their intention when writing the script, but honestly, I can see where people are coming from. Throughout the movie, there's a definite sense that Batman's presence is actually encouraging crime rather than stopping it, and people are starting to lose faith in him as a result.
You crossed the line first, so you squeezed them, you hammered them to the point of desperation. And in their desperation, they turned to a man they didn't fully understand.
I need 10 minutes with the scene before your men contaminate it.
Us contaminated? It's because of you these guys
Hey,
are dead
detective!
in the
How you gonna let a couple more people get killed while you make up your mind?
Think that he's
Rather
gonna...
protect an outlaw vigilante than the lives of citizens?
You spat in the faces of Gotham's criminals. Didn't you think there might be some casualties?
It's really interesting to see a Batman movie question whether or not Batman is a part of the solution to Gotham's crime, or is just inciting the criminals to take more drastic action, thereby causing more casualties. It's a great conflict.
Heath Ledger is undeniably incredible in this role. He's dark and terrifying, but he does also have some genuinely funny moments in there too.
What happened to the rest of the guys? I'm gonna make this pencil disappear. Excuse me, I want to drive.
Sometimes it's not even the line that's funny. You read the line and you're like, that's not funny at all, but his delivery makes it hilarious. He's both scary and funny at the same time.
You think you could steal from us and just walk away?
Yeah. He embodies this role. His subtle twitching and facial mannerisms show that he truly is a psychopath who isn't all there.
Ledger is exceptional here. It's no wonder every later interpretation of the Joker has been some way influenced by him. It was a genius move on Nolan's part to hold off on introducing him until the second movie in the trilogy. Begins was spent introducing and establishing this new version of Batman, so when it came to the sequel, they could just jump straight into his rivalry with the Joker and spend more time exploring that dynamic. Obviously, everyone remembers the big iconic moments, but there's also some great subtleties in his performance, like when he stops smiling and visibly loses his cool when the mob starts mocking him, or when he realizes that the ferries didn't blow up. And the fact that his first instinct when falling to his death is to start laughing like a maniac is both hilarious and honestly kind of scary. I also really like that in the climax he fights Batman head on rather than running for the hills or calling on his posse to do it for him. It's not often the Joker gets his hands dirty.
Even when he's dressed up like a nurse, he's incredibly threatening and intimidating. How many people could say that?
A lot of mannerisms were actually improvised by Ledger himself and kept in the final film, such as the Joker clapping as Gordon is pronounced commissioner. Seriously, everyone's look of confusion is completely real. Heath Ledger just started randomly clapping, but Nolan kept the cameras rolling.
Joker constantly licking his lips originally started because the prosthetic covering his lip began to peel off, but it worked so well he used it as a facial tic for the character.
When Joker breaks into Bruce's penthouse, Michael Caine's reaction of shock is real. This was the first time he'd seen Ledger in his makeup and he was so frightened he forgot all his lines. Joker's mannerisms whilst blowing up the hospital were also improvised, because there was genuinely a delay in the explosion, but he stayed in character throughout. Joker grabbing random people at the party and having a drink wasn't in the script either, he just made it up on the spot.
And holding onto the hammer of the gun when Harvey threatens to shoot him was all Ledger's idea. I love that he has no backstory, no ID, no history. It is terrifying. It's also interesting that Gambol, played by Michael J. White, wasn't supposed to die originally. The Joker would have cut his face open, scarring him, but leaving him open to return in a future sequel. White himself guessed that this was changed in the wake of Ledger's death so that Nolan could preserve as much of his footage without having to do many re-edits. Although Rachel ends up cheating on Harvey with Bruce, and there are no repercussions for this either. None. She cheats and it's never mentioned again. Mary Jane?
Harvey, tell everyone the truth.
You'll want to talk, you cheating bitch! She even writes him a letter to confess her love for Harvey. Yeah, she's gonna marry him but not tell him the truth. So I really couldn't care less when she goes kablooey. Funnily enough, when the Joker says, "You'll have to choose," he's actually making them pick which one dies and not survives. So when Batman rushes to help Rachel, he actually ends up killing her. Nice way to rip off Batman Forever's giving the hero the choice to save two things at once dilemma though.
Well, at least this one affected the plot. He couldn't save them both.
I do love how when other criminals enter, Joker just seems more annoyed at them for existing because he's so different. That's what I love about this portrayal. He's not your standard criminal, and they do a great job showing that.
Some men aren't looking for anything logical, like money. They can't be bought, bullied, reasoned, or negotiated with. Some men just want to watch the world burn.
Do you want to know why I use a knife? Guns are too quick. You can't savor all the little emotion. Do I really look like a guy with a plan? You know what I am? I'm a dog chasing cars. I wouldn't know what to do with one if I caught it.
And I'm not sure if it's supposed to be funny, but this evil psychopathic murderer has these demands, and they are... What do you want?
I just want my phone call.
He's just a crazy psychopath who really doesn't care what happens to himself in the process. At several points of the movie, he shows absolutely no fear of death whatsoever. He doesn't give a shit if he lives or dies.
The movie also has a great sense of humour, and not just from the Joker. Despite the movie's reputation for being dark and miserable all the time, there are some genuinely funny moments throughout.
What's the difference between you and me?
I'm not wearing hockey pads.
How are you getting back in?
He does that.
I suppose they're gonna lock me up as well. As your accomplice.
Accomplice? I'm gonna tell them the whole thing was your idea.
The movie has so many amazing quotable lines. Some are from the Joker, but then some even aren't.
I believe whatever doesn't kill you simply makes you stranger.
You either die a hero, or you live long enough to see yourself become the villain.
Why so serious? This town deserves a better class of criminal, and I'm gonna give it to him.
But they can't all be winners. You've got this big emotional speech by Harvey about how he wants to make a big change, and then...
No more dead cops!
Was he a 10-year-old who just really wanted to be a part of the scene? There's a scene with a bunch of Batman impersonators, but they realise it's not the real one because they all have guns. Boy, are they in for a surprise when they see Batman v Superman in a few years.
I told you to keep me in the loop. All that was left in the vaults were mock bills. They knew we were coming. As soon as your office got involved... My office!
I'm Batman. But Batman could go to hell. He throws a dog. I don't care if it was attacking him. He also clearly kills all of these dogs. What happened to your rule, you asshole? It also bothers me that they clearly changed the pronunciation of Falcone several times in one scene.
Carmine's Falcone crime family.
And this fella somehow brought a gun into the courtroom undetected. Here's a badass introduction to Harvey Dent's character though.
Funnily enough, there was some backstory about Harvey that was removed from the final movie. Bruce would have investigated his past and found out that his father was a dirty cop who abused his mother, which would have explained his distrust of the police throughout the movie.
Throughout the film, Harvey does start to get obsessed and loopy about justice, to the point Batman has to teach him the same lesson he learned in the last film about how killing is wrong unless it's a dog or an innocent cop in a car. But the dialogue is really well written to calm him down, and Aaron Eckhart gives a really great performance.
Your stand against organized crime is the first legitimate ray of light in Gotham in decades. If anyone saw this, everything would be undone.
But annoyingly, Gordon ends up capturing the Joker, and they still say,
Mr. Dent, how does it feel to be the biggest hero in Gotham?
Fuck you too, Gordon arrested him.
I don't know if I agree with that. He still gives credit to the police for saving him, and it is nice to see Harvey actually putting his trust in the cops after distrusting their judgment for most of the first half.
The makeup once he becomes Two-Face is incredible, but I do feel his turn is quite rushed. I get it, he's fueled by grief and manipulated by the Joker, but he goes from normal fella to serial killer rather quickly. Don't get me wrong, it makes sense at first because he targets those who he feels are responsible for Rachel's death. But then he turns into Ted Bundy randomly and goes after Gordon's wife and kid. What the hell? Where did this come from?
Well, yeah. He blames Gordon for not getting to Rachel on time. Of course he would try to hurt him by attacking his family. I really can't get behind this criticism of the Two-Face arc. The movie spends the majority of the runtime showing that Harvey always had these negative tendencies, but these become worse as the movie goes on, resulting in his descent to madness. He seems like the perfect man at first, smart, hardworking, determined, and most importantly, he genuinely wants to clean up Gotham and make sure its citizens never live in fear of the criminals again. Bruce sees this in him and realizes he may have found the justice he was looking for when he became Batman in the first place, and he thinks that Harvey just might be his escape route from having to be the Dark Knight. But as the movie goes on, we realize that Harvey's black and white view of the world and his unwavering devotion to the law are actually his biggest weaknesses. Batman and Gordon see the world in shades of grey, where bad people can do good and good can do bad. But Harvey doesn't. He chastises Gordon for having officers with mob connections in his unit, and he's even initially against working with Batman. During the scene on the rooftop, he lashes out at Gordon, frustrated that the police keep failing to catch Lau, and it's only when Batman offers to get Lau himself that he calms down and pulls himself back together. When he confronts the Joker goon after Gordon is shot, his anger comes out even more, as he's torn between his loyalty to the law and his desire to break it in order to make things right. And again, it's only when Batman intercedes that he stops. When Batman says to him,
"You're the symbol of hope I could never be. If anyone saw this, everything would be undone."
He's straight up telling him that if he resorts to violent law breaking, he goes against everything he stands for, and that Gordon will have died for nothing. But then, when the Joker is captured and Gordon is revealed to be alive, Harvey's faith in the law seems to have been restored.
I'm no hero. Gotham's finest, they're the heroes.
But then, everything falls apart. His face is burned off, destroying his good looks, his reputation is in tatters, the Joker escapes, meaning that everything he worked so hard to achieve was for nothing, and to top it all off, the love of his life is murdered, in part due to the people who were supposed to protect her, given that some of Gordon's officers handed Rachel and Harvey over to the Joker, thereby destroying his faith and trust in both the law and Gordon. It's at this point that Harvey has nothing left to live for, and the combined toll that these traumatic events take on his psyche not only lead him to go on the rampage out of of a warped sense of revenge misdirected at Gordon, but completely skews his moral compass, exacerbating his worst qualities and completely destroying his best ones. That is why Harvey Dent turned evil. It's not just because his girlfriend died or because his face was burned. It was a domino effect throughout the film that caused him to gradually lose his faith in Gordon, the police, Batman, and the power of the law itself. It's a brilliant character arc as far as I'm concerned.
Yeah, well, you smell. But at least they're consistent with Rachel's character being a bit of a bitch.
I'm fine, by the way.
Come on, Harvey, you're Gotham's DA. You're not getting shot at. You're not doing your job right.
Fuck you, he nearly just died and you're laughing about it.
You want to be able to turn your head.
Yeah, Michael Keaton said it's a real bitch.
Funnily enough, the redesign of the suit wasn't planned at first. Christopher Nolan genuinely didn't like how bulky the suit looked in Batman Begins, so he redesigned it and the reasons why were worked into the script. That's pretty awesome.
And the new suit and gadgets look awesome. I am all down for this.
So let's put a couple tables together.
I'm not sure that they'll let us.
Oh, they should. I own the place.
So Bruce asks for 2 tables to be put together, but then they clearly just go and sit at 1 table.
You'll be alright without me?
You can tell me to rush in for apply your own bloody suntan lotion.
Ah, Alfred's gay. The movie certainly is dark when one of the fake Batmen get hanged.
And for some reason has an Eminem reference on the playing card. Weird.
Alright, that is pretty funny. How does nobody realise Bruce is Batman? At this party, Bruce vanishes, 2 people literally watch him enter a secret room, and then seconds later, Batman shows up. I mean, this fella from That's So Raven, yeah, he went from That's So Raven to The Dark Knight. His agent needs a promotion.
I didn't sign up for this!
He's also an allusion to the Riddler, as his name is Mr. Reese, a pun on the word mysteries, which is nice.
Shut up! But he figures out who Batman is and threatens to expose him and Lucius, but it doesn't quite work, which is quite funny. Morgan Freeman is a gem. I just don't understand how Batman is so above the law. He literally gets allowed to investigate a crime scene before the police. All you need to do is put on a suit and take the law into your own hands.
To be fair, most Batman stories do show him being the one to solve all the police's problems. Imagine if he wasn't there. The GCPD would be the worst police department since the cops from Hot Fuzz.
The interrogation scene is incredible.
This scene is brilliant. It's a masterclass in acting, writing, and directing, and it's one of the greatest scenes ever put to film. My favourite part is when Batman kicks the shit out of the Joker and the bastard just laughs in his face. They really nailed the dynamic between these 2 characters.
When Heath Ledger actually told Christian Bale to really punch him as hard as he could, it really shows the character's declining psyche. Originally, Batman was going to kick him on the way out, but this was scrapped as it made him seem incredibly petty.
I'm counting on it.
There is a very creative scene of Batman fighting some thugs in a nightclub.
Nice to see where Matt Reeves got his influence for the Batman.
But this is where the voice does start to get a bit silly. He is way over the top and trying way too hard now.
You'll be in a better jail forever.
Where is he? I don't know where he is. He found us.
He must have friends.
And the face isn't helping either.
Go make me drool on you.
You've turned every cell phone in Gotham into a microphone.
And a high-frequency generator receiver.
Bruce, you don't need to keep using that voice. I know it's you.
Christian Bale continues to impress and actually somewhat channels Christopher Reeve's Superman by acting like an oblivious dumbass to throw people off the scent.
Well, you weren't protecting the van.
Why? Who's in it? You think I should go to the hospital?
You don't watch a whole lot of news, do you, Mr. Wayne?
The action is kick-ass. Look at it!
The action in this film is incredible, mostly because almost all of it was achieved with practical effects. They really did blow up those cars and drive a truck into a river and blow up a hospital and drive a motorbike through a shopping centre and almost run over Heath Ledger and flip an 18-wheeler truck onto its back. All the action becomes so much more immersive when you realise that it was all really happening in front of the camera, and it's something that a lot of modern blockbusters really should be doing more. There's also no music throughout the entire truck chase, which really adds to the sense of realism and makes you feel as though you're on the road with these characters. So all in all, the movie is flawless and it all makes perfect sense.
How does this truck flip over with Joker inside and he walks out completely unscathed?
How does the Joker know the precise place the helicopter is going to be in order to crash it?
How does Joker know the exact place to stand in order to avoid the explosion?
How does Harvey survive a car crash and somehow walk away without a scratch?
There's a whole dilemma where Joker has put 2 bombs on 2 different ferries, one with criminals and one with innocent civilians. They both have a detonator for the opposing ferry and they both have a time limit to decide to blow the other one up or not. But this is a no-brainer, of course you'd do it, they're criminals! I mean, it's already bullshit that the criminals themselves don't do it, but come on, you or them, I'd push it for sure!
To be fair, Nolan confirmed that the whole thing was rigged, so if any of them did push the detonator, they would have blown themselves up rather than the adjacent boat.
Still, why would you not do it? It's such an easy option! This is releasing dinosaurs to the wild again or not territory!
You'd kill a bunch of other people?
When they're criminals and it's me or them, yes!
But you'd end up blowing yourself up.
But they don't know that!
But that's not the point.
No, they don't. They just give them the bullets. You're going to die or they're going to die. You got your kid. Well, the criminals, they've done their job. They've realised, right, they fucked up. They had their opportunity in society. They're going kablooey, bye! They even take the time to fucking vote. You're on a time limit. Kill the bastards. This should be the quickest scene ever.
Each of you has a remote to blow up the other boat.
And it was all pointless because they still don't do it anyway. When Batman captures the Joker, the direction is great as the camera follows him round to be upside down with him. And then Batman kills another person. Nolan did admit that if he knew he was going to make a third one, he would have kept Harvey alive. But they then decide for Batman to take the blame. Now, many have stated that this makes no sense as they could have just blamed the Joker for all of the deaths. But I mean, I guess they could blame the Joker for the ones that Harvey killed, but what about right now? The police have been called about Gordon's family and Joker is already in police custody, so it can't be him. In fact, wait a minute, why can't they just blame Harvey? He didn't kill everyone he confronted. Some survived because of the coin flip, so there's witnesses. Just say you went crazy. You're right, this doesn't make sense. Why does Batman take the blame? Many people saw Harvey go insane and try to kill them. Why don't they report this in the next film?
But they can't blame it on Harvey. Openly admitting to the public that Harvey was responsible for those deaths effectively means that the Joker won, that even the best of humanity can be corrupted and fall. They even address this in the scene itself.
Harvey's prosecution, everything you fought for, undone. Whatever chance you gave us of fixing our city dies with Harvey's reputation. We bet it all on him. The Joker took the best of us and tore him down. People will lose hope.
That's why Batman takes the blame, so people can still have faith in those who were chosen to lead and protect us, while Batman, the masked vigilante that everyone has been progressively losing faith in, takes the fall. Obviously it's wrong of Gordon to keep these secrets from the public, and he even admits to that in Dark Knight Rises, but in the moment it's the only thing they can do to stop chaos reigning throughout the city. Honestly, it's actually pretty admirable of Nolan to end this big epic summer blockbuster on such a downer. Harvey is dead, Batman is made a fugitive, Gordon has to live with the fact that he's praising the man who tried to murder his own son just to keep the peace. Lucius leaves Wayne Enterprises. Alfred burns Rachel's letter to spare Bruce the pain. It's not a happy ending at all, but damn if it's not a memorable one. This movie's fucking awesome!
I mean, despite the issues I do have with some supposed plot holes, I can't really find it in myself to disagree. The action is insane, but Ledger really carries it, and he's not even in a whole lot of the film really. It makes you treasure him more. Even though some things don't quite add up, it's so well made that you don't really care and it manages to get away with it. That being said, I don't think it's as strong as Begins. Towards the end it dips a bit for me, and the stuff with Gordon and Dent really kind of loses me. So I do edge more towards the first one, but The Dark Knight is still a damn good film.
The Dark Knight is a seminal piece of cinema, and it's not hard to see why it's still so popular and has influenced so much about modern blockbusters. Ledger steals the show, Bale, Oldman and Eckhart give standout performances, the action is exceptional, the music is terrific, the directing and story inspired, it's all you could ever want to see in big budget filmmaking. I'll concede that there are a few inconsistencies in the writing, and I do think the third act runs out of steam a bit. None of those issues are enough to dent the overall experience. It's still the best depiction of Batman we've seen on screen, and it's hard to think that anything else could ever come close.
Indiana Jones is one of the most iconic characters ever put to the big screen, but the road to making his first feature film, Raiders of the Lost Ark, wasn't an easy one. But I'm not surprised. If my parents were the brilliant Steven Spielberg and the worthless George Lucas, I'd be pretty fucking confused too.
It scares me.
The character was originally conceived by my best friend George whilst he was on production of American Graffiti. Lucas had been a huge fan of old B-movie adventure serials from the 1940s since childhood and wanted to make a movie paying homage to them, because Lord knows with his track record he can't have an original idea on his own. That'd be silly.
That does sometimes take place.
Lucas's experience of trying to produce a Flash Gordon adaptation led to the creation of Star Wars, and this inspired him to create his own character for this potential film, at which point he wrote a story with his friend Philip Kaufman under the title The Adventures of Indiana Smith, which is quite possibly the whitest name anyone could have ever come up with.
And you thought I'd given up?
Lucas imagined his character as a college professor and archaeologist adventurer based on his own appreciation for archaeology, but also envisioned him as a womanizer and part-time club owner. However, Kaufman convinced Lucas to drop the latter aspect and also suggested the Ark of the Covenant as the film's central goal and the inclusion of the Nazis as villains, playing off of Hitler's historical fascination with the occult. Lucas wanted Kaufman to direct the film, but he declined as he was already committed to working on the outlaw Josie Wales, at which point Lucas shelved the idea again and resumed working on Star Wars. At least he managed to get R2-D2 and C-3PO a cameo, I guess.
Oh, he's being generous.
Following the opening of Star Wars in 1977, Lucas went on holiday to Hawaii to avoid any negative press from the movie's release, and invited his pal Steven Spielberg to join him. Whilst there, Spielberg expressed his desire to direct a James Bond movie, at which point Lucas said that he had created a character better than Bond, and pitched his story. Spielberg loved the idea and brought in newcomer Lawrence Kasdan to help him and Lucas develop the screenplay. The three men would spend up to 9 hours a day for nearly 2 months ironing out the story, and several ideas emerged from these meetings, including the boulder chase, the monkey eating the poison dates in Cairo, and government agents locking the Ark in a vault at the end. However, both Spielberg and Kasdan hated the name Smith, and eventually persuaded Lucas to change it to Jones instead.
Nothing else has come close.
Several ideas were cut, however. Lucas originally wanted Jones to be a spoiled alcoholic playboy. You know, nothing like Bond, funding his lifestyle with the spoils of his adventures. But Spielberg and Kasdan felt the character would be more compelling portrayed as an underdog, someone who is always just on the verge of being taken down but manages to always come out on top by the skin of his teeth. Lucas also wanted the character of Marion to have formed a romance with the much older Indy at the age of 11, but Spielberg vetoed this, insisting that she be aged up. Although some of this did make it into the film.
I was a child. I was in love. It was wrong and you knew it.
You knew what you were doing.
Why is Indiana Jones a nonce? In fact, why isn't George Lucas investigated? I mean, with this and then Padme clearly grooming Anakin. I'm noticing a pattern, that's all I'm saying.
I did what I did. You don't have to be happy about it.
Once these original ideas were all put into play, Spielberg commissioned Kasdan to come up with a first draft, while he and Lucas pursued other projects. Kasdan stated that the hardest part of writing was figuring out how Indy would fall into dangerous situations and always survive, as well as how he would travel between locations. A draft was finally finished in August of 1978 after approximately 5 months of writing. Spielberg liked the draft but considered it too long, insisting that Lucas and Kasdan collaborate to cut it down. To Kasdan's annoyance, much of the love story between Indy and Marion was condensed, and mutual attraction between Marion and Belloc was removed, as well as a sequence where Indy travelled to Shanghai ending with a climactic minecart chase, though this would later be used in another installment.
I got it all figured out.
Lucas had originally planned to finance the movie himself, but due to a lack of money, he began shopping the screenplay around to several studios in the hope that they would fund the production. However, it was turned away by every studio he asked, mostly because of the deal Lucas demanded from them. No creative input from the producers, a $20 million budget, and full rights to any potential sequels. They were also hesitant about Spielberg as director, as his last movie, 1941, had been a critical and commercial disappointment, but Lucas refused to do the project without his best mate. Eventually, Paramount agreed to finance the picture under 2 conditions. It wouldn't go over budget, and that the studio would retain the rights to any future installments.
I understand.
When casting the iconic Indiana Jones, Lucas was determined to cast a relative unknown who would be willing to commit to a trilogy, considering Bill Murray, Nick Nolte, Steve Martin, Chevy Chase, Tim Matheson, Jack Nicholson, Jeff Bridges, and Sam Elliott, among others. Tom Selleck was eventually cast, but he was then forced to drop out due to his commitment to Magnum P.I. Spielberg then suggested Harrison Ford after seeing his performance in The Empire Strikes Back, but Lucas was hesitant as Ford was already a well-known actor at this point, and he didn't think that he would agree to commit to another trilogy after Star Wars. However, to his surprise, Ford agreed to the deal, who also managed to secure a percentage of the profits and the option to rewrite his dialogue where needed.
Man of many talents.
When casting the role of Marion, Lucas wanted Deborah Winger, but she turned the job down due to lack of interest. And Barbara Hershey, Stephanie Zimbalist, Sean Young, and Barbara Stanwyck were all considered before selecting Karen Allen after seeing her performance in Animal House. For the rest of the major characters, Giancarlo Giannini and Jonathan Pryce were considered for Belloc, before it was given
designer Paul Freeman, and Danny DeVito was Spielberg's first choice for Salah, but he had to turn it down due to scheduling conflicts with Taxi, and the role was given to Gimli, son of Gloin himself, John Rhys Davies. Although in hindsight, casting a Welsh fella to play an Egyptian man, probably not the best choice.
Yes, that's just what the Hebrews thought.
Filming began in June 1980 in France before moving to Tunisia, Hawaii and England, and lasted 3 months, but it wasn't all wine and roses. Spielberg described filming in Tunisia as one of his worst filmmaking experiences. The temperature often reached 54 degrees Celsius, and most of the cast and crew became sick with dysentery from the local food. However, Lucas said that this was the film he had the least on-set problems with, due to the lack of studio interference. Furthermore, the loose nature of the screenplay meant that many of the film's most iconic scenes were improvised, such as Indy's student flashing the love you message, Marion putting on a dress to conceal a weapon, and Marion and Belloc getting drunk together. Although there is another drinking scene in the movie, which just annoys the piss out of me. How slowly do they sip their shots? Just fucking neck it! It's more annoying because in the improvised scene, she drinks this quicker than she took her shot.
I can only say I'm sorry so many times.
When filming concluded in September 1980, the original cut was roughly 3 hours long, before being cut down to just under 2. However, George Lucas's wife Marcia noticed that Marion vanished from the film following the closing of the arc, and this suggestion led to Spielberg shooting the final scene with Indy and Marion together on the steps of San Francisco City Hall.
Because I said so, that's why.
So after an insanely long writing process and a buttload of set problems, Raiders of the Lost Ark was finally released on June the 12th, 1981 to worldwide acclaim. Not only was it a huge box office hit, grossing $389 million, the fourth highest grossing in history at the time, funnily enough only behind 3 movies that were also made by Lucas or Spielberg, but it was nominated for 9 Oscars including Best Picture and won 5 of them, spawned 3 sequels as well as an upcoming 4th one that comes out very soon, you might have heard about it, and it's universally considered to be one of the greatest movies ever made, and is to this day one of the most parodied and imitated films in all of pop culture.
I defy you to find a story problem.
Indiana Jones plays no role in the outcome of the story. If he weren't in the film, it would turn out exactly the same. If he weren't in the movie, the Nazis would have still found the Ark, taken it to the island, opened it up, and all died. Just like they did.
I mean, it is a pretty scary inanimate statue. I've had issues with Harrison Ford's acting in the past, but I can't front. He is brilliant as Indiana Jones, even if he is a paedophile. I mean, he's apparently able to give women multiple orgasms just by speaking. His character is pretty badass, barely reacting to a spider while Dr. Octopus here shits himself. Okay, he is slightly dumb to be tricked by him a few moments later, but luckily for him, they installed the slowest moving doors in history. But I can't get behind the whip. Apparently they wanted to set this character apart from the likes of James Bond, so they gave him a different weapon, but I'm sorry, a whip isn't a cool weapon. It's such a sissy weapon, I can't take it seriously.
Oh, I'm gonna get ya. Oh, be afraid. Don't wanna mess with me. Oh yeah. You bad guys are in for a world of pain.
Wait a minute, no, the Nazis were digging in the wrong place. The only reason they got the Ark was because Indy found it first.
Actually, they were only digging in the wrong place because Indy had the medallion. Without him, they would have had the medallion and dug in the right place.
Hell, at one point, he rushes to save the day with his whip of death, but then just seconds later uses a gun. The fuck does he even need the stupid whip for anyway? It just annoys me because the character is cool enough as it is. This just brings him down. Stop trying to make it cool, it's a whip. He acts like it's a damn Uzi. It's a fucking whip! The famous boulder scene is amazing. You can tell why it's been parodied to death ever since. It is such an awesome sequence. Oh, and Indy stumbling as he runs away wasn't even in the script. Harrison Ford had shot this over 10 times already and was exhausted, so this was a genuine mistake, but Spielberg liked it so much he kept it in. You can see the movie's influence, even outside of parodies. They gave Pirates of the Caribbean a scene to completely rip off in a few decades' time, so that was nice of them. And maybe even Ace Ventura. And absolutely everything ever that has done this.
Shut your eyes, Murray, and don't look at it no matter what happens.
But of course, they have to give the hero an Achilles heel so he can somehow be slowed down or stopped. Turns out he's terrified of snakes, which is fine, I don't blame him, they're horrible little bastards. And it's an awesome intense scene when he's trapped in a pit with them. My issue lies with how random and forced the foreshadowing is to explain it. He literally gets in his friend's plane and...
There's a big snake in the plane, Jack! Oh, that's just my pet snake, Reggie! I hate snakes, Jack!
That's it, he just gets in his mate's plane, oh look, there's a snake, by the way I hate them, and then later on, oh look, there's snakes. It's just so forced. I do like the overall story arc. It's a nice little tie-in as he teaches history but blends it together with religion.
What are you trying to do? Scare me? You sound like my mother. We've known each other for a long time. I don't believe in magic, a lot of superstitious hocus pocus.
He said it, I didn't. But look, have not so subtle Jesus symbolism. I mean, Indiana Jones is about Adolf Hitler trying to get his hands on a magic secret weapon to become immortal. It's kind of amazing when you think of it that way. Adolf Hitler is a Marvel villain. In fact, I'm genuinely surprised they did put Hitler in the film. Imagine how awesome that would have been, watching Hitler's face melt.
I know it.
I love that Indy isn't just this unstoppable badass. He's a very human hero who faces struggles, and it's also great that the Nazis take fucking forever to do anything so that he can always survive. No wonder the cunts lost the war. There's a scene where he goes to rescue Marion, but then he realises that he can't because the Nazis will then immediately know he's there and the entire place will be hunting for them. So he has to leave her behind. He's a very clever hero. I mean, I'm pretty sure he'd be able to save them anyway, but still.
Wait, if it wasn't for Indiana Jones, the Ark would never have ended up at the warehouse. That's true. He collected and delivered the Ark to the proper authorities for filing. Like a hero! Yes!
Although technically, Indy was supposed to take the Ark to a museum to be studied, he couldn't even get that done.
Oh.
There's a scene where he gets cornered by this intimidating fella who looks like he's about to kick ass, but Indy just shoots him, which is fucking hilarious. The funny thing is, it wasn't planned either. The script had him yank the sword out of his hand with his fucking whip! But on the day of shooting, Harrison Ford was sick from food poisoning and he wasn't able to perform the stunt, so he decided to just shoot him instead. So why use a whip if he has a gun? He ends up getting the shit beat out of him, but he manages to win with wit after seriously getting obliterated. It's pretty gruesome, and I love the guy's death. This is pretty cool. It's like he's considering his options at this point. He could pretend to be a Nazi to get by, but then says, fuck it. And it's my husband, Steven Spielberg, so you know I'm just gonna blow his load about how good the direction is. He could direct a McDonald's commercial and I would nominate it for an Oscar. The villain is so creepy. He doesn't even have to speak. He's just so chilling. But then when he does talk, it adds to it. He's terrifying.
We are not thirsty.
He even tries to burn Marion to get information. It's fucked up. What the hell is this guy doing here? He looks high. There are, admittedly, some very funny scenes.
Traitor, you get your hands off of me!
And I'm also not sure if this is supposed to be funny, but this massive guy shows up for a fight and Indy just looks so fed up with today. Oh, for fuck's sake. Go on then. And the Indy theme song is amazing. Though some scenes are pretty weird. I don't know, just a personal pet peeve. When there's a fight scene and there's no dialogue or anything, it's just this weird, awkward attack.
You can't do this to me! I'm an American!
That's exactly why they can do it to you, you silly cunt.
We meet again, Fräulein. You Americans, you're all the same.
She's not fat with a gun.
Indy!
Ah, it's the fans waiting for Beetlejuice 2. The action and chase scenes are a lot of fun, and it's even more enjoyable that you could expect Indy to die. He's not Jason Statham or The Rock. He's shown struggle, so there is a chance he could kick the bucket at any given moment. It's such an awesome sequence on the truck, and so creative. He literally crawls under a moving truck. Although there's a very weird scene where Indy gets Marion to kiss his boo-boos. But I mean, it's actually the opposite. He gets her to kiss where it doesn't hurt, which is odd and just kind of cringe. Is he 12? And even her kisses put him to sleep, the boring bitch. The visuals at the end are amazing. I mean, the villain screaming is pretty funny, but the rest is so intense, so dark, and so disturbing, and I fucking love it. The special effects are insane.
Dr. Jones, we have top men working on it right now. Who? Top men.
It's Steven Spielberg and George Lucas, alright? The movie is great. It's fun with a decent and likeable hero to root for. The story is engaging and the effects, stunt and cinematography are just a whole lot of fun. Which is weird considering it's a movie with Nazis trying to take over the world. The Raiders of the Lost Ark is certainly a great start to this franchise. Hello and welcome back to Cinematic Venom and happy Father's Day! Well, last year I did a review of my wonderful dad, but unfortunately, much like my mum, he's not available to come back today. So I decided to bring in my uncle who's going to help me review this film. Ladies and gentlemen, my Uncle John Cena.
Hey everybody out there, this is John Cena.
How you doing? You good?
Every time you people see me, it should be a freaking pay-per-view!
Manchester by the Sea takes place in Manchester by the Sea, featuring Casey Affleck, who plays a reclusive hermit named Lee. He distanced himself from others, and the film cuts back and forth between present day of him moping around to the past where he hangs out with his nephew before his brother Joe, played by that guy from Game Night, sadly passes away from cardiac arrest. Unbeknownst to Lee, however, Joe has left his son Patrick now in his care. It's kind of a darker version of Big Daddy.
Thought he was funny.
What?
That's totally retarded.
Don't ask me why.
Obviously Lee is hesitant, and we learn that he used to have a drinking problem which caused problems in his marriage to Michelle Williams, before he unintentionally causes a house fire, killing all 3 of his own children.
It's like a mafia movie. I have you cheering the bad guys.
What? And this is why he can't bear to take on Patrick, scared that he's just incapable of parenting. On a sadder and more serious note, however, in April of 2017, a couple in upstate New York called Heather and Ernest Franklin murdered their adopted and disabled son by burning their house to the ground to try to destroy any evidence against them. They had just watched Manchester by the Sea a few hours earlier and were apparently inspired by this movie. Can't we just watch films anymore?
You the poster child for the birth control pill.
What?
I'll beat his ass so sore it's like he did a prison tour.
Dude.
This is thugonomics.
What's wrong with my family?
It's a stupid question.
The movie wanted to portray a sense of grief and guilt, which is sometimes impossible to recover from. So Affleck's character of Lee doesn't really change or ever get over his issues in the film, no matter how hard he tries. Movies usually have things wrapped up and resolved, but the director wanted to show that sometimes it's not always possible to overcome it. I don't like the fact that nowadays it feels like it's not permissible to leave something unresolved. Some people live with their trauma for years. I'm not interested in rubbing people's faces in suffering, but I don't like this lie that everybody gets over things that easily. Some people can't get over something major that's happened to them at all. Why can't they have a movie too? That actually makes a lot of sense. I'm with him.
The only bush he see is by watching George W.
Excuse me?
You just a fat slob with hairy baloney tits. I got more hits on the mic than free porno websites.
Okay.
Thank you.
Originally, Matt Damon and John Krasinski approached the director to develop the story in New England, but Lonergan wanted to include specific details of the area in Manchester by the Sea. Some even said since the main character is from New England, it explains why he hardly ever emotes. So apparently anyone from New England is an emotionless robot.
I'm the real dark side, half machine like Darth Vader.
Good for you.
Just something about you makes me keep in touch with myself.
You're my uncle!
No, I'm not.
But Damon and Krasinski wanted to come up with a film about an emotionally crippled handyman, with the idea of Krasinski starring and Damon directing. But both were occupied with other work, while Lonergan had already been working on the script for 3 years. After reading the screenplay, Matt Damon insisted on Lonergan directing with him as the lead, with pre-production beginning on September the 8th, 2014. But later that year, Casey Affleck replaced Damon in the lead role due to scheduling conflicts. Damon actually admitted he wouldn't have given up the role to anybody but Casey Affleck. And maybe Ben.
What is with that guy?
Manchester by the Sea was premiered on January the 23rd, 2016 at the Sundance Film Festival, leading to Amazon Studios buying the distribution rights for $10 million, making it the second largest disclosed purchase at the Sundance Film Festival, only after The Birth of a Nation. It went on to gross a worldwide total of $79 million on a budget of just $9 million and was loved by most. It went on to become nominated for 6 Academy Awards, only picking up Best Actor for Affleck and Best Original Screenplay, but it did become the first ever film released by a digital streaming service to be nominated for Best Picture, while Affleck also picked up a Golden Globe. Although they spent the first minute listing 700 companies responsible for making the damn thing, it opens with such peaceful and quiet, calm and soothing establishing shots of the scenery. Aw, this is just gorgeous, nothing bad is gonna happen. I must admit, originally I was questioning why the hell Affleck handles everything so nonchalantly. Right here he's fixing a woman's sink and she's on the phone clearly professing a love about him, and he's just like, oh god, another one, oh well.
We never met. No. So what the fuck are you looking at me for?
I mean, Affleck is painted like the bad guy here, and we're meant to be like, oh my god, why is he acting like that? I just can't wait to find out why he's behaving this way. But I mean, why is he the bad guy? He's got a point. Why were they looking at him? But he does deliver everything so casual and calmly, and yet it's quite badass.
I'm sorry, Lee. He passed away about an hour ago.
Oh. Why do I find that reaction so funny? Your brother just died. Oh.
Well, at least I got a ball sack.
I mean, when you're at this point of the movie for the first time, you are wondering why he never shows emotion, but it does make sense later.
The statistics vary widely. You're not a statistic. You're just one person, and we don't know what's going to happen to you yet. But it's not a good disease.
Is there a good disease?
What is a good disease?
Hey, he gets me.
Poison ivy.
No, that's all bad. I got you.
Well, F you, cause I just don't give up.
But the thing is, there's no indication that these are flashbacks. I was so confused for the first half of the movie. There's no way of knowing. There's no transition, there's no caption. I had to rewind once I realised, and that's no good. The flashback dragster. Affleck acts charming with his kids, tries to seduce his wife. She says, no, I'm sick. He strips, seduces her again. Just get on with it. And even Patrick doesn't react to being told his dad has just died. Does anybody in this family react like a normal person? I mean, it makes sense why Affleck doesn't react normally, but is this kid a robot?
No, this is Patrick.
Let's just go.
What the fuck are you doing?
I just said let's go inside.
No, you said let's just go, and then you get out of the car
Okay, I
without
meant
telling
let's
me
just
what
go
the fuck's
inside.
the
Let's
matter
just go
with
look
you?
at. What's your problem?
My problem is I could have ripped your fucking leg off.
Okay, I'm sorry I misused the English language.
What's the point in that?
Do you mind saying she stayed downstairs, like if they call or something?
Okay. I'm supposed to tell you to use a condom?
I just love how he fails to be a dad to a teenage boy. It's just really funny.
You're a baby. I don't know whether to spank you or breastfeed you. I'll whack you more times than a masturbation tournament.
I don't think you're a normal uncle. But is it just me, or is this incredibly douchey? So he heads to this prick, and he's told that Patrick is now in his care.
I'm astonished that Joe didn't run this by you, thorough as he was.
Yeah, because he knew what I would say if he would have asked.
So he left me no choice like a douchebag. What the hell? So now he has to either commute to Boston every day or completely change his life around on this short notice. A little heads up would have been nice. The idea was that despite Affleck's character being completely reclusive and cut off, he was close with his brother. And his bro doing this was his way of trying to get Affleck back out there into the real world. Still, a little warning would have sufficed. In fact, he'd also need his brother's written permission for this to actually go ahead. He can't just say it.
I don't understand.
But this is easily the best part of the film. As he takes in the news of his newfound parenthood, we cut to the flashback of the fire to learn what happened for the first time, and his motivation, being too afraid to let down his brother and too scared to take on a child again. It makes sense, and you really feel his pain. Then he gets interrogated at the police station, and his lack of emotion makes perfect sense at last. His acting here is tremendous, and he definitely deserved that Oscar. You can tell that he's a broken man, he's just lost everything and given up hope, which is why he pushes people away and seems emotionless. You can feel his guilt, it wasn't intentional, and you really do hope he pulls through this ordeal. He even then attempts suicide at the police station. The film was kind of dragging a bit before this for me, as there was no real overall narrative or plot, but this section is absolutely incredible and pulled me right back in. This is some of the best filmmaking in years.
You got anyone to give you a ride back home? Is Joe here? Is your dad here?
I would, but it just burned down, you asshole!
You're so goddamn sure of yourself. There's no one to run it. You're 16
I
years
get my
old.
license this year.
Doesn't matter. You're still a minor. You can't run a commercial vessel by yourself. Meanwhile, it's a big fucking expense, and I'm the one that's gonna manage it, and I'm not gonna be here.
Who gives a fuck where you are?
Patty, I swear to God, I'm gonna knock your fucking block off.
Great parenting.
What? What'd you say?
I said great parenting.
Fuck you. Mind your fucking business.
No, I'm on Lee's side. I hate when people do that. This was actually based on a real event the director went through, where someone walked past and criticised his parenting. Blow me.
We can't do that.
But there are some scenes that do nothing. I went over the whole argument in the car earlier, but here they can't find the car, and I originally thought, oh wow, it got stolen, but no. They walk up and down trying to find it, and then they find it. What was the point in that? I mean, they're talking Bond, but they could have just done that walking to the car. I don't know why, but I just love the look on his face. It's hilarious. I mean, he even turns down a woman who is obviously hitting on him, but you understand his conflict. It's a very human response.
Jesus Christ. How do you unbuckle this? I'm scraping the skin off my knuckles.
That was funny. But bear in mind that these characters are 16 and we're about to watch them have sex. I'm very uncomfortable.
His car bounces up and down because he sits on the stick shift.
And then he finds out his ex-wife is now pregnant. Is there anything else that could go wrong in his life? Weirdly, we then get another flashback. I don't really understand why. We haven't had one for a while and we're now 90 minutes in. It seems odd to put one at this point. It doesn't seem like it fits. And only now does Patrick react to his dad's death. Yeah, I guess his emotions lagged.
She's in Essex.
Are there any original location names in America?
Why do you need me? Why do you want me? Why do you love me?
Otto.
What?
Man.
I'm too slow?
Too fast, man. You're dragging.
You're way too fast, man.
Not quite my tempo.
You were a tremendous help.
I didn't ask to sit down.
You can't make small talk like every other grown-up in the world?
Hey, it's my spirit animal!
You're a fucking asshole.
Dude, the mum clearly said she was sat with him for half an hour.
He won't talk. I've been trying to make conversation for half an hour.
And you didn't even start shagging her by then? You didn't even attempt to start the foreplay? Don't blame him, you had your chance. And just when Affleck's life couldn't possibly get any worse, it's Matthew Broderick.
I want you to be happy.
I didn't even see you walking around here. And I just want to tell you.
I would want to talk to you, Randy. Please,
Please.
I'm
You gotta know what.
You know, I have noticed that so much of the movie is just people talking over each other. The acting here is amazing, but it's just awkward and annoying after a while. As explained, Affleck doesn't really change. We're 2 hours in and he still randomly starts fight with people in bars. There's been no transition, but I agree with the director and I think it works quite well. But it goes on for a bit after that. It's like they're just killing time for the sake of it. What else is there left to do? Although he has a dream of his kids, which is creepy as hell, before he wakes up to a smoke alarm. I'm not even gonna lie, part of me thought it was all a dream and he just woke up in time to stop the fire. And I think I would have been okay with that.
Why can't you stay?
You spent most of the movie arguing and now you want him to stay? No, I guess it's a real relationship. He looks up to him and he's always been there for him despite them not seeing eye to eye. He is a teenager who doesn't like being told what to do, so their love-hate relationship is very real.
I'm gonna get some ice cream.
Go ahead.
I have some money.
Yes.
But look at how he talks to him. I'm not surprised he's leaving. Then again, Affleck's a douche too. I'm so confused. What's going on? The movie is actually pretty good. Affleck's performance in particular sells the picture. It's a very real and human story. Very relatable, very believable, very heartbreaking, and it will really move you. I love the ending and that it's not resolved, and I love the journey we go on with this character. Sometimes it does drag, but not enough to bring the entire film down, and the whole custody thing doesn't make any sense, but it's still an amazing film that's worth checking out.
You know, sometimes a film can have such a confusing plot, or so little plot, that I genuinely struggle to explain it. But usually Wikipedia or IMDb have my back. But with this, Wikipedia literally says, this is what the director claims the plot is. He had to himself explain what the hell's going on. IMDb literally says, oh, I've got nothing, mate. I've got nothing. Heaven and earth magic. When's the actual movie gonna start? Wait. No. No! This is the movie. The entire movie. I sat here genuinely believing that this was the opening animation. But no! This is 66 minutes worth of film! Amazingly, it was actually originally 6 hours long, which was then trimmed down to 3, and then finally this version. But what the hell is this? Well, at least there's some audio, I guess, but it sounds like the audience are trying to figure out what the hell is going on. I just really want to know what kind of drugs you have to be on to even come up with something like this. This is in the 1001. It looks like it was made completely as a joke. It's just weird visuals with an annoying, tedious clock ticking. Do something! And despite having all of this weird crap floating around, it drags so much. It is so boring. How is this entertaining? I don't understand. How is this interesting in any way? This should be used as a case study to investigate the human brain. I'm 20 minutes in and I already feel like I've sat through a Lord of the Rings marathon! Oh, but no, you see, this may look like it's weird just for the sake of being weird, but no, this skeleton actually symbolizes the audience because they've all died waiting for something to happen! It's just weird stuff. The sounds, I guess, are done well, but what's the point in shoddy animation with nothing happening? Somebody walked into the screening of this movie. Hey, look, it kind of looks like the Oscars, the closest this movie will ever get to them. Oh my god, there's dialogue. A man talking is considered an intense action scene. I don't even know what to do with my life anymore. I mean, I just gave up making notes at this point for a while. There's nothing to possibly say to this. Yes, ear-piercing sounds will definitely make the movie viewing experience far more enjoyable. Yeah, Abraham Lincoln is on drugs and does vampire things. Wonderful. Watermelon, I don't get it! And how the hell does this go on for an hour? I would struggle coming up with this crap in the first place, let alone making it last an hour, and this was originally 6?
This movie sucks. Pan's Labyrinth, or El Laberinto del Fauno, as it's known in Spanish, apologies to any Spanish speakers who I may have offended, follows Ophelia, a young girl played by Ivana Banquero, who actually grew up to look like this. Good for her. Who's sent with her heavily pregnant mother to live with her stepfather, a captain in the army during the Spanish Civil War who turns out to have been Satan reincarnated in human form. No, seriously, just wait. He makes Adolf Hitler look like Tinky Winky. Whilst at the house, Ophelia suddenly discovers a maze owned by this fella, a faun who tells her that she is the reincarnation of a magical princess named Moana. Not that one, but she is able to take her place as ruler of her kingdom after completing 3 tasks. At the same time, we have this woman Mercedes, a maid at the captain's house who looks after Ophelia, and they become really close. The idea for Pan's Labyrinth came from writer and director Guillermo del Toro's notebooks, in which he had been keeping ideas and drawings for the film that developed over 20 years. Many of these ideas originated from nightmares that Del Toro had had as a child. He would often dream that every midnight he would wake up and a faun would gradually step out from behind the grandfather's clock. However, the story was originally about a pregnant woman who falls in love with a faun, but as time went on, he must have realised that he was recycling the plotline of King Kong. So these elements began to shift and change, though the elements of the faun and the pregnant woman would remain in the finished film. In fact, Del Toro's original script also included a fairy tale about a dragon that Ophelia would narrate to her unborn brother. The tale would have involved a dragon named Veranium Silex. Sounds like a Harry Potter spell. Veranium Silex! Who guards a mountain surrounded by thorns with a blue rose at its peak that can grant immortality. The dragon and the thorns ward off many men who try to get the rose, who would eventually learn that it is better to avoid pain than to be given immortality. However, the scene ended up being cut for budget reasons. And so I wouldn't have to butcher any more Spanish words. Even though I said them anyway. I'm sorry. Del Toro also said that the film was heavily inspired by his Catholic upbringing. In particular, the priest's dialogue were taken directly from a priest who offered communion to political prisoners during the Spanish Civil War.
A esa gente, Dios ya les ha salvado el alma. Lo que al cuerpo le suceda, bien poco le importa.
Some of the other inspirations for the film include Alice in Wonderland. No, because this isn't dog shit. Arthur Macken's The Great God Pan, Lord Dunsany's The Blessing of Pan, Algernon Blackwood's Pan's Garden, and the work of Francisco Goya. Some of my favourite writers, Borges, Blackwood, Mack and Dunsany, have explored the figure of the god Pan and the symbol of the labyrinth. These are things that I find very compelling, and I'm trying to mix them and play with them. In fact, Del Toro has said the film has strong thematic connections to one of his previous movies, The Devil's Backbone, and even called Pan's Labyrinth an informal sequel to that movie, as they're set in the same time period and deal with similar issues and themes. FYI, Devil's Backbone, awesome! Del Toro initially tried to get the movie made in Hollywood, but they would only finance the film if it was in the English language. However, Del Toro refused to do this and instead chose to forego his entire salary as director in order to get the movie made the way he wanted. He maintains to this day that it was all worth it. He also ended up translating the entire movie's dialogue himself, as he was unhappy with how his previous films had been done and wanted to make sure the movie came across in the way he intended. Sergi Lopez, who played the evil captain, said that Del Toro described the final version of the plot to him a year and a half before filming even started, and he instantly agreed to do the movie. For 2.5 hours, he explained to me all the movie with all the details. It was incredible, and when he finished, I said, "You have a script?" He said, "No. Nothing is written." Lopez received the script a year later and said, "It was exactly the same. It was incredible. In his little head, he had all the history with a lot of little detail, a lot of characters. Like now when you look at the movie, it was exactly what he had in his head." During filming, Del Toro encouraged Lopez to play Vidal as menacingly as possible. In order to achieve this, he lowered his voice by an octave, spoke in a neutral tone, and even put a rock in his shoe every morning in order to achieve the angry feel of the character. Well, it worked, mate! Filming began in the Guadarrama mountain range of central Spain and lasted 8 weeks, wrapping in June of 2005, but there were some difficulties during filming. Doug Jones, who played the Faun and the Pale Man and basically any weird looking fantasy creature in movie history, had to spend 5 hours every morning having makeup put on him, as Del Toro insisted that the effects should be practical rather than CGI. In addition, he was the only actor on set who didn't speak Spanish, and none of the other actors spoke English, so in order to get the dialogue right, he would write it out phonetically phonetically before saying it. Also, during post-production in London, Guillermo del Toro lost his notebook of sketches in a London cab and was incredibly distraught that he had lost his most prized possession. However, just a few days later, the cab driver found the notebook and returned it. From that day on, del Toro wrote a note inside the notebook that said, "Whoever finds this will be given $1,800. Well, I bet the cab driver's a little that he didn't get a reward. Pan's Labyrinth premiered at the 2006 Cannes Film Festival on May the 27th and was so well received it gained a whopping 22-minute standing ovation. I never got that. How do you just stand up and applaud for 22 minutes straight? Wouldn't you get bored? And what happens at the end? You just awkwardly all like sit back down? Like what happens? It was then given a worldwide release on October the 11th and was an incredible success, grossing $83 million on a budget of $19 million and received near unanimous critical acclaim. The movie does open with an eerie humming from Mercedes, a character to be introduced later, which really sets an uneasy tone. We also get some really beautiful yet oddly dark and ominous scenery. But hey, Ophelia's played by Anne Frank! Weirdly, Mercedes actually looks like Anne Frank's mother. Was this intentional?
No entiendo para qué has traído tantos libros, Ofelia. Si vamos al campo, al aire libre.
Well, I wanted to bring my iPad, but you wouldn't let me, you
Ofelia. Ven.
He visto nada.
No, there wasn't. That clearly wasn't a fairy. Dumbass. And that's when we see him, one of the greatest villains in movie history. I mean it. This motherfucker will make your skin crawl. You'll be absolutely begging for him to die as the movie progresses. He makes Miss Trunchbull look like Minnie Mouse.
Es un laberinto.
You have 13 hours in which to solve the labyrinth before your baby brother becomes one of us forever.
It is really sweet though how Ophelia is trying to protect her mother and unborn brother, even telling him a story. It's really sweet and the visuals are amazing.
Y todas las tardes, la rosa se marchitaba sin poder otorgar sus dones a persona alguna. Olvidada y perdida, en la cima de aquella montaña de piedra fría. Sola, hasta el fin de los tiempos.
Well, this is a nice and happy story to read to your unborn brother. Man, what is it with villains and pocket watches? Just give them a pocket watch and it automatically makes them a lot more evil.
Un hijo debe nacer donde quiera que esté su padre. Eso es todo.
Otra cosa, capitán. ¿Quién le ha dicho a usted que la criatura es un varón?
No me joda.
Alright, calm down, Henry VIII. So he suspects these guys aren't innocent hunters like they claim, and he... Jesus Christ! It looks so real! Oh my god! Yeah, don't with this guy!
A ver si aprenden a registrar esta gentuza antes de venir a molestarme.
Sí, mi capitán.
I mean, I completely expected him to just shoot his own soldier there. Incompetent douchebag. Whoa, Mum, did you slip me some of your pills? But she shows the CGI reject what a real fairy is supposed to look like before it mutates. Okay, that is pretty cool. But it is slightly amusing how Ophelia just accepts this as completely normal and just casually follows the damn thing into the labyrinth.
Echo!
I'm an idiot!
But then the fawn shows up and it looks awesome. The makeup is incredible. Ah, I can write my diary here.
I solemnly swear that I am up to no good.
Debajo de sus raíces ha anidado un enorme sapo que no lo deja sanar.
So Link has to go inside and break the curse and save the day.
Habrás de meter las 3 piedras de ámbar mágicas en su boca y recuperar una llave dorada que oculta en su vientre.
Oh, hey, it really is Link! But then... Okay, this giant-ass frog isn't the best CGI. Look at this! Okay, so moving on.
Yo estoy aquí porque quiero que mi hijo nazca en una España limpia y nueva. Porque esta gente parte de una idea equivocada, que somos todos iguales.
He's so evil, just look at him!
Pero hay una gran diferencia, que la guerra terminó y ganamos nosotros. Y si para que nos enteremos todos hay que matar a esos hijos de puta, pues los matamos. Y ya está.
I also slap old ladies, decapitate babies, and punch kittens. I am the bad guy.
¿Y cómo se conocieron usted y el capitán?
El padre de Ofelia le confeccionaba los uniformes.
Ah, vaya.
Y cuando él murió, yo entré a trabajar en una tienda de géneros. Y hace poco más de un año, el capitán y yo...
I love how she's just telling everyone this really touching story of how they met, and he just looks so fed up with her shit. But then the fawn returns. Man, I love the whole design. It looks so cool. This is Navi the Fairy. Press C up to talk to him, or ignore him like every gamer who knows what the f they're doing and they just want him to piss off because we know how to open a f door.
¿Por qué habría de mentiros un pobre fauno como yo?
Yes! Show me who the heir of Slytherin is. Or find a tampon, you nasty. But no, her mum starts bleeding. So is Ophelia psychic?
¿Sabes alguna nana?
But the fawn gives Ophelia a mandrake root that she stole from Professor Sprout at Hogwarts to heal her mother.
Es grave, doctor.
Yes, I'm afraid it's going to have to come off. Whoa, no, dude, I was just joking! And of course, there's no anaesthetic, and they don't even cleanse the sore first. The movie really does have a magical and charming, whimsical feel to it, and I love it. It makes you feel like a kid again. Except for, you know, all the blood and war and murder. And this is when we get the most famous and iconic scene of the whole film. This dining table and this son of a looks terrifying. Jesus Christ, look at the eyeballs. This is horrifying. Stephen King actually attended a screening of the movie and sat next to Guillermo del Toro. And during the scene, he found it so intense that he squirmed in his seat in fright. Del Toro said the experience of seeing Stephen King's reaction was better than winning an Oscar, and he called it one of the happiest moments of his entire career. He also said that the pale man who prefers children rather than the feast in front of him was intended as a metaphorical criticism for the state of the Catholic Church. A fantasy about a maze has a metaphor about paedophile priests. Sure, why not?
Cornish pixies.
But as she slowly uses a key in separate locks, it's so suspenseful as you expect the weird-ass monster to wake up. Then she puts her hand in like she's on I'm a Celebrity, get me out of here. But despite the fawn telling her to not touch the feast, and the fairies clearly trying to prevent her from doing so, of course she doesn't listen and it's alive. Okay, I'm sorry. I know this is the most iconic part of the movie, but it just looks hilarious. Look at it. Oh, I see you. Oh, don't come at me. Oh, look, I'm gonna get you.
Diamond upside down is a pussy.
It even eats the damn fairies. This is brutal. Watch out, guys. I'm gonna get you.
Give me Harry Potter and I will leave Hermione untouched. But it's so intense as it corners her. This is actually really scary. I am the bad guy. I hate everyone.
Capitán, mirad. La fiebre está bajando. No sé cómo, pero así es.
Well, just hear me out here. But what if a big-ass magical fawn showed up and asked your stepdaughter to hide a magical mandrake root under your wife's bed to somehow heal her?
Escúcheme bien. Si tiene que escoger, salve al niño.
Unless it's a girl, then throw that in the trash. Yeah. Look, I have a new jacket and shades on. I am the bad guy. But during an attack, one of his own guys gets injured, but it's no use to him, so despite begging for his life, he's dead. Jesus Christ, he's so evil! I love it. But they manage to capture one of the enemies to question them.
Coño, Garcés. Para uno que cogemos y resulta que está tartamudo.
That was funny. He does have a sense of humour.
Te voy a proponer algo. Si cuentas hasta 3, sin tartamudear, te puedes ir.
This is actually so intense as he tries to do it, and you beg for him to succeed, but you know he's only delaying the inevitable.
¡Habéis roto las reglas!
Eran solo 2 uvas. Yo creí que nadie se daría cuenta.
¡Ah! Nos hemos equivocado.
Equivocado.
¡Habéis fallado! ¡No podéis regresar!
Fue todo un accidente.
¡No!
An accident? How was it an accident? It literally said, don't eat anything. Eat something and something bad's gonna happen. He wasn't exactly cryptic, you dipshit. But my god, he literally splits the dude's hand in half. And then he begs for the doctor to end the pain, and it's so heartbreaking. Meanwhile, the captain is trying to figure out what everyone's doing behind his back, while Ophelia is checking on her mum, and you're just begging for her to get out of there, okay? Just run!
Déjala. Déjala. Por favor.
Mira, mira lo que tenía debajo de tu cama. ¿Eh? ¿Qué te parece?
What's the big deal anyway? Surely it's just, hey, she's hiding weird things under your bed. That's strange.
Una raíz mágica. Me la ha dado el fauno.
Esto es por toda esa mierda que tú le permites leer.
Letting your child read? Absolutely disgusting behavior.
¡No! ¡No!
¡Ofelia! La magia no existe.
There's no such thing as magic.
But the mandrake gets burned, leading to a mother falling ill again. And despite needing the doctor for his wife, Captain Retard shoots him dead anyway for betraying him.
Garcés, llame al jefe de botiquín.
You just shot him, mate! Ophelia's mum does sadly pass away, but at least she has Mercedes, who's a really likeable character and has been a mother figure to her throughout the entire ordeal. Ah, the dark music is kicking in. This is my cue to be evil. I am the bad guy, you know. So Mercedes decides to run away to freedom without Ophelia and come back for her later. And she takes her anyway. Alright, but they get caught before the captain beats the shit out of his own stepdaughter as if we didn't hate him enough already. So Mercedes is tied up but managed to get loose and... just try watching this without celebrating.
No serás el primer cerdo que degüella.
Yes! Yeah, this guy is such a good bad guy. You honestly will be on the edge of your seat and you can't help but cheer to watch him get the stabbed out of him. Do it again! Do it again! And then she just carries about her day. But it does look awesome as his mouth is now in pieces. It is so satisfying to see. It's not long before she gets caught, but she threatens suicide, and you do really root for her character. She's risked everything for Ophelia, and is such a strong-willed person. But she gets saved just in time, because of course she does. And that's when the fawn returns to console Ophelia, but there's one final task. She needs to take her baby brother to the labyrinth. And I shall call myself the Joker. But to be fair, he manages to stitch his own mouth back together. What a badass. Even managing to drink whiskey to clean the wound. Man, that's gotta hurt.
Goblin King! Goblin King! Wherever you may be, take this child of mine far away from me!
But Ophelia manages to drug the douchebag, but it doesn't stop his Superman ass stumbling after her.
¡Entregadme al niño!
No. Mi hermano se queda conmigo.
I must say, he is the quietest damn baby I've ever seen. Dude! Okay, I gotta admit, I didn't see that coming. Even though they clearly show it at the start of the movie. But you know what? At this point, you just kind of forget. Shut up. This poor baby man lost his mum, lost his dad, lost his sister. Welcome to the world, kid! What even took the guy so long? He's hated her since day one. You think he would have killed her as soon as the mother went.
Decidle a mi hijo. Decidle a qué hora murió su padre. Decidle que yo...
No. Ni siquiera sabrá tu nombre.
Yes! Oh, it's so great to see! Yeah, Karma's a bitch, mother. But Ophelia's blood now opens the portal and she finally becomes the princess. Yeah, her father is Zeus now, apparently. But yay, what a happy ending. Almost everyone dies. Woo! Actually, the ending has a lot of different interpretations. Mainly about whether or not the faun and the labyrinth and the fairies and all that are actually real or just made up in Ophelia's mind. It's a popular belief, and something I've always believed, that it was imaginary. Ophelia was struggling with the hardships in her life, so she created this fantasy world as a mental escape, and none of it is actually happening. This is backed up when she's talking to the faun, and the captain shows up, but doesn't see anything.
Sí, lo niego.
Man, I gotta invest in getting her a damn psychiatrist. It's believed that the mandrake root burning wasn't the reason her mother died, but because of all of the stress during the pregnancy. Her health already wasn't the best, and it was clear that the labour would end her anyway. The timing of the root being burned was merely a coincidence made up in Ophelia's mind for her to blame herself. Her vision in the kingdom at the end is her final farewell to end this fantasy on a high note. This was her escape, where she could finally be happy. However, there are also a lot of reasons to believe that it was all real as well. At one point, the captain locks Ophelia in her room. Now, she would have no way of getting out, but she uses magic chalk to escape. And when Mercedes returns to get her, she does see the chalk lines on the ground, and the captain himself interacts with the chalk at one point too. Although, it is worth noting that Ophelia could have physically had chalk, drawn the lines, and pretended in her mind that that was a trapdoor, etc. But that still doesn't explain how she got out. In the chase scene through the labyrinth, Ophelia reaches a dead end at one point, but the walls open up and close again after she's through. But also, during the stories that she narrates throughout the movie, the princess left traces of her existence on Earth, but they are only visible to those who know where to look. And that explains why the captain doesn't see the faun. Del Toro himself stated in an interview that while he believes it is real, he believes it should be left up to interpretation. The ending should tell something different to everyone. It should be a matter of personal discussion. As for me, call me boring, but I'm going to say it's imaginary. I don't know, just a troubled young girl dealing with abusive stepfather during the war just seems more plausible to me than a magical faun and mandrake roots and giant ass animated CGI vomiting frogs. In 2007, just a year after the film's release, Del Toro announced that he was actually working on a sequel, which would focus on Ophelia's younger brother finding the maze for himself, but he later scrapped this concept in favour of making Hellboy 2: The Golden Army. In fact, Paramount even considered doing an English language remake of the film, but Del Toro flat out refused to let them go ahead with the project, and nothing has been said about it since. Pan's Labyrinth is wonderful, and it checks off everything. It's magical, it's charming, it's sad, it's uplifting. The production design is magnificent. You really feel for Ophelia's character, root for Mercedes, and god damn do you boo the captain. That guy is tremendously evil. This is a movie that you definitely need to check out.
The only Marvel film to be in the 1001 movies you must see before you die. Alright. Impress me.
I accept your challenge.
Black Panther tells the story of a panther that is black. Oh, you want more? Alright. King T'Challa, played by the late great Chadwick Boseman, who after the events of Civil War is officially crowned King of Wakanda. He immediately sets his sights on hunting down the country's most wanted fugitive, Ulysses Claw, played by Andy Serkis. But things take a turn for the worst when one of Claw's henchmen, called Killmonger, played by Michael B. Jordan, turns out to be T'Challa's long-lost cousin, who challenges him for the throne and threatens to take away everything he holds dear. So let me understand this. It's a movie about a great kingdom being taken over when a great king's evil relative comes along and eliminates him. The evil king then completely destroys the great kingdom, while the good king goes into hiding and has to prepare to fight back and take back what's rightfully his. I see no comparison.
I don't think so.
Like many of his MCU colleagues, a Black Panther movie had been in the works for quite a long time, but never seemed to get anywhere. Back in 1992, Columbia Pictures began developing an adaptation with Wesley Snipes in the lead role, who felt that the film would be the antithesis of how Africa was typically portrayed in Hollywood movies, with John Singleton directing and even Stan Lee himself co-writing the screenplay. However, the project stalled in developmental hell for years, as Snipes was unhappy with the quality of the scripts. One of the biggest issues being that many writers who turned in the screenplays were unfamiliar with the comics, and believed that they were writing a movie about the Black Panther political party from the civil rights movement in the 60s.
Speak nothing of this.
The production stalls encouraged Snipes to take on other projects, including a tiny little film you might have heard of called Blade, but he was still intent on bringing Black Panther to the big screen, officially signing a deal to star and produce a film adaptation in 2000. The movie was then almost made in 2002, but Snipes chose to make Blade Trinity instead, and my god, I bet he wishes he hadn't now.
Burn it all!
In September 2005, Marvel CEO Avi Arad announced Black Panther as one of 10 films being developed by the new Marvel Studios, with a planned release date of 2007. Snipes once again approached John Singleton to direct, who turned it down. And Tim Story was also asked, but he wanted to cast Djimon Hounsou as T'Challa, but he was turned down by Marvel, who had already promised the role to Snipes. However, Snipes' involvement in the film came to an end in 2010 following his conviction for tax fraud. He was officially booted off of the project and joined Jimmy Carr in the HMRC prison list, and Marvel were now on the hunt for a new actor to play Black Panther. Chadwick Boseman was approached, and he was signed on in 2014 without having to audition, with his first appearance set to be in Captain America's Civil War. And after nearly 25 years of stops and starts, a Black Panther movie was officially greenlit for production.
Yes.
When choosing a director, Ava DuVernay was the first choice, and though she was down to the idea of making a movie about an African superhero, she passed on the job when she and Marvel couldn't agree on a story. F. Gary Gray was then considered, but he chose to make Fast and Furious 8 instead, before heads finally turned to Ryan Coogler. However, the Marvel execs initially rejected Coogler as an option, as he only had one low-budget indie film to his name and they wanted someone more experienced. However, after Coogler successfully brought the Rocky franchise back to life with his film Creed, they became much more open to the idea of him directing Black Panther, officially signing him on in January 2016.
You show off?
Coogler was very excited to work on the film, as he had been a big fan of the Black Panther comics growing up, and relished the idea of getting to make such a big-budget movie with African-American stars, insisting on hiring as many black actors and crew members as possible, which Marvel actively encouraged. In fact, Martin Freeman and Andy Serkis were frequently the only white people on set at any given time, and the cast and crew jokingly referred to them as the Tolkien white guys.
It's too great an opportunity to pass.
Furthermore, several crew members such as cinematographer Rachel Morrison and composer Ludwig Göransson had all worked with Coogler before, and jumped on board simply because they loved working with him despite not being familiar with the comic books.
Okay, calm down.
By mid-2016, the majority of the actors had all been cast, and filming was finally ready to begin, running from January to April of 2017. Filming was very secretive, to the point that no actor was allowed to keep a copy of the script off-set. They all had to turn in their pages at the end of each day. Black Panther was released on February the 16th, 2018, and if you thought the other MCU movies did well, you ain't seen nothing yet. This film grossed $700 million in the US alone. Bear in mind that that means it made more than Titanic, The Dark Knight, Jurassic World, Deadpool, all 3 Lord of the Rings films, every single Harry Potter movie, and every other MCU film up to this point, and even including the later Avengers Infinity War. How the hell did they manage that?
Well?
And went on to gross $1.3 billion worldwide, becoming the 7th highest grossing in history at the time, and to this day the highest grossing film made by a black filmmaker. Critical reception was also insanely positive, praising the film as not only one of the best MCU movies, but one of the best superhero films ever made. It went on to be nominated for 7 Oscars, including Best Picture, becoming the first superhero film to ever do so, which is incredible when you consider the sheer amount of insane superhero films over the years that were all universally loved, and won 3 for Best Costume Design, Best Production Design, and Best Original Score, and it's often credited with boosting African American representation in blockbuster cinema. I mean, it's not the first black superhero movie ever made, but it's definitely the most impactful. It's a great modernized exploration of colonization as the people of Wakanda are simply trying to reclaim what's rightfully theirs.
These items aren't for sale.
How do you think your ancestors got these? You think they paid a fair price?
I'm standing in your house, serving justice to a man who stole your vibranium and murdered your people.
The bad guy, Killmonger, is actually a combination of 3 characters from the comics. Killmonger, a Wakandan exile who seeks to overthrow his country, T'Challa, T'Challa's jealous cousin who wants the throne for himself, and the White Wolf, another relative of Black Panther who becomes a villainous extremist and even wears an outfit similar to the hero. Michael B. Jordan gives a great performance, and many of his sarcastic remarks were actually improvised by the actor himself. It was also his idea that Killmonger should speak in street slang as opposed to the more epic speaking style of the other Wakandans to show the difference in how he and T'Challa had been raised. And of course his parents are dead. Wouldn't be a Marvel character without some dead parents now, would it?
I will avenge you, father!
And even when he's defeated, it actually is kinda sad, which is damn impressive after he's been such an evil bastard for 2 hours. He wanted to take over Wakanda, but once you hear his motivations, you do kinda feel sorry for the dude.
The world took everything away from me. Everything I ever loved. But I'm gonna make sure we're even. I'm gonna track down anyone who would even think about being loyal to you.
It's also really cool that for a good chunk of the runtime, you don't even realize that he's supposed to be the main villain. You just assume that Claw's the big bad, and Killmonger is just one of the lackeys. It's great storytelling. The cinematography of Wakanda looks beautiful, and the world building in this film is really well done. It really feels like an actual place. Chadwick Boseman gives an amazing performance, which is damn impressive as he insisted on doing all of his own stunts, despite being 2 years into a 4-year battle with cancer, which he would unfortunately lose. The guy was a hero.
I am not king of all people. I am king of Wakanda. And it is my responsibility to make sure our people are safe and that vibranium does not fall into the hands of a person like you.
He becomes king and takes on this challenge, which is such a sick scene. The choreography is insane in this film. You know I love the one-shots of action, and it is incredible. You can see just how hard they worked to make sure it was all perfect, and it certainly paid off. Everything action-wise is flawlessly perfected. Don't think this would ever actually work, but who cares? It looks awesome. This whole car chase is nuts. But I don't really understand how the whole ritual works, because he has the powers even before his dad died, but he wasn't king. Why did he get given the powers just because his dad was the king? Isn't that preferential treatment? Oh, you know, shh, don't tell anyone, but have some superpowers.
You could say that.
It would have been hilarious though if after he won the challenge he just fell down the waterfall anyway. But Marvel sure do love their dream sequences where someone visits their dead loved one, don't they? Someone's been watching Harry Potter. The movie thankfully doesn't dive into comedy nearly as much as the other installments, but when it does, it is pretty funny.
And I made them completely sound absorbent.
Interesting.
Guess what I call them? Sneakers.
But other times you can tell the references are going to be really dated in a few years.
And what are these?
The real question is, what are those?
You got a mixtape coming out?
Oh, yeah. Yeah. Actually, there is one. Yeah, I'll send you the SoundCloud link if you like.
Some things do look a bit silly though. The Wakandan characters have this weird barcode on their inner lip that they show as a form of ID, and it's always done so seriously, but it looks so silly I can't help but laugh. Excuse me, where do you think you're going? I accept. On your way, sir.
Yeah, I should think so, dude.
Andy Serkis is a lot of fun in this movie and really plays the complete nut job perfectly. It's also great to actually see the man's real face for once without being coated in CGI. Forrest Whitaker is in this film and you can see that he and T'Challa are close, so when he gets killed by Killmonger, it is so sad, but what's more heartbreaking is Boseman's reaction. He tries to fight but he's too injured and his screams of grief are gut-wrenching. But these guys must be massive Tim Allen fans.
The new king is a US
The new king.
The funny thing is, this is actually improvised. Winston Duke decided to just do this randomly anytime Martin Freeman tried to talk, so his reaction is completely genuine.
Why?
T'Challa gets thrown off a waterfall, and look, he's doing his best Steve Rogers impression. Bullshit that he survives, though. But Martin Freeman's character doesn't really do a whole lot. He just lingers around, really.
So what do I do?
That's exactly what I'm wondering. It's not until the third act where they decide to actually give him something to do.
I made it American style for you.
What's American style? Is there a Bible and an AK-47 in there? Ban all abortions! How did you get back in it? The climax is sick, as both of their powers get deactivated, so it's a throwback to earlier, and it is round 2. That fella from Get Out is in the movie, and he starts out as T'Challa's best friend, but as the movie progresses, he decides to join Killmonger because he'd rather be the hunter than the hunted. Okay, I guess I can accept that, but that's not really my issue. He has a lot of resentment towards T'Challa because he keeps failing to kill Gollum, while Killmonger does it relatively quickly, but again, that's still not the issue. He gets to the finale and Killmonger literally asks him to murder the guy he was best friends with, what, a week ago? And without any hesitation, without any second thought, he's like, death to T'Challa! Anakin Skywalker would tell this guy to calm down. And the movie ends with Bucky in Wakanda, because why wouldn't he be? I want to be in Wakanda, this movie's great! It's honestly a great story of minorities coming together to work as one.
We must find a way to look after one another as if we were one single tribe.
And just remember this story, when you are happily celebrating Thanksgiving, knowing that you wiped out entire tribes of people and stole their land, it's definitely a lot more serious than the other ones, which isn't a bad thing, but it never forgets to be an entertaining ride either. The action is great, the lead performance phenomenal, the villain sympathetic, and the movie has a whole lot of heart. Magnolia tells the story of several characters living in the San Fernando Valley in Los Angeles. There isn't really much of a plot, as it just follows the characters going about their daily lives and struggles as they try to address the traumas of their past. The whole premise is that life can be altered completely by bizarre and strange coincidences. Oh, and it stars Tom Cruise, Melinda Dillon, Alfred Molina, Julianne Moore, Thomas Jane, William H. Macy, Philip Seymour Hoffman, Jason Robards, Patton Oswalt, Clark Gregg, and John C. Reilly. Okay, that is actually a really impressive lineup. The idea for the film began when director Paul Thomas Anderson was editing his previous movie, Boogie Nights, and he started writing down material for his next project. Whilst doing research for the script, Anderson discovered a concept that stated that eating the bark of a magnolia tree helps to cure cancer, and this is where the movie started to begin development. After Boogie Nights was a critical and financial success, New Line Cinema told Anderson that they would be willing to finance his next film, stating that he could do whatever he wanted and granted him Final Cut privileges without even hearing what the film was about. He could have pitched a film about eating dog shit and the studio would have unintentionally greenlit the production.
You don't understand.
Originally, Anderson had wanted to make a film that was small scale and that could be shot in a small amount of time. However, as he continued writing, he realised that he had far too many ideas to fit into a short script, and decided to change it into a longer ensemble piece.
It's universal, man.
Supposedly, he started the writing process by picturing an image of actors Melora Walters and Philip Baker Hall, who would go on to star in the final film, having an intense confrontation and the rest of the story branched off from there. He was also inspired by the music of the Beatles, and Amy Mann, in particular her song Deathly, actually inspired Melora Walters' character Claudia, and many of the song's lyrics were actually incorporated into the dialogue.
Now that I've met you, would you object to never seeing me again?
Anderson also incorporated many of his real-life experiences into the film's story. For example, there's a storyline involving a game show host which was inspired by Anderson's real-life experiences working as an assistant on a television game show called Quiz Kid Challenge, and the character of Earl was inspired by Anderson's real-life father who died from cancer.
Thank you for all that unnecessary knowledge.
In fact, many have speculated the film was at least partially inspired by the real-life child actor Corey Haim. He's mentioned by name twice in the film, and many of the themes reflect Haim's real-life struggles, such as being a child celebrity who suffered at the hands of neglectful parents, being a victim of sexual molestation as a child, and becoming a drug addict to cope with the trauma. However, Anderson has neither confirmed nor denied this theory.
It doesn't matter.
Oh, and if you're wondering what the title means, it not only refers to Magnolia Boulevard in LA, where most of the movie takes place, but it's also a reference to the term Magonia, the name for a hypothetical region where things that fall from the sky come from, hence the weird ending which we'll get onto. Oh, and the weird magnolia tree thing from earlier.
Well, maybe.
When it came to casting, many of the characters were written with the actors in mind, but there were some exceptions. John C. Reilly, who had worked with Anderson before, only agreed to do the film so long as he wasn't playing an idiot. I'm always cast as these heavies or these semi-retarded child men. Can't you give me something I can relate to, like falling in love with a girl? So he accepted a role where he plays an idiot who literally can't do his job.
I lost my gun today when I left you, and I'm the laughingstock of a lot of people.
He's literally a worthless cop who admits to a woman he's completely inept at being a police officer. Did he even read the script?
It's a little more complicated than that, little man.
Originally, Anderson had offered the part of Earl to Jason Robards, but he was forced to turn it down due to a sudden illness. The role was then offered to George C. Scott, but he hated the script so much he reportedly threw it across the room and said, "This is the worst thing I have ever read." Jesus.
Watch the mouth.
Eventually, Robards healed up and was able to do the film, though it ended up being the final performance of his entire career. In addition, the character of Frank was specifically written with Tom Cruise in mind. Tom Cruise playing a manipulative con man masquerading as a charming preacher? Nah!
I find that hard to believe.
He had previously contacted the director whilst on the set of Eyes Wide Shut, asking him to keep him in mind for his next film, as he was a huge fan of Boogie Nights. Once Anderson finished the script, he sent Cruise a copy, and though he was hesitant at first, he was eventually convinced to do the film.
That is confidential information, though, man.
Shooting began in January of 1999 and lasted 90 days, but it wasn't all sunshine and rainbows, as Anderson proved to be a bit of a control freak. He frequently clashed with the studio over how to market the film, as he had been unhappy with how they had previously handled Boogie Nights, and wasn't happy with the initial poster for Magnolia, as he wanted to emphasize the ensemble cast rather than portray Cruise as the film's lead character. He ended up not only redesigning the entire poster from scratch, but he also wrote liner notes for the soundtrack album, and even edited the trailer himself. Alright, calm down, Stanley Kubrick.
Calm down. Take it easy.
However, though he got his way in the end, Anderson later admitted that he had gone too far and regretted abusing his position as director. I had to learn to fight without being a jerk. I was a bit of a baby. At the first moment of conflict, I behaved in a slightly adolescent knee-jerky way. I just screamed.
I'm away on a tangent.
Magnolia was given a limited release on December the 17th, 1999, before getting a wider release on January the 7th, and was a moderate success, grossing $48 million on a budget of $37 million, but it received mostly positive reviews.
Excellent work, ladies and germs.
However, some weren't as keen, stating that the film was overly sentimental and far longer than it needed to be.
What does that mean?
However, over the years, the film became a lot more respected, many even calling it one of the greatest films of the 1990s. Initially, director Paul Thomas Anderson was very pleased with the film, even calling it his favourite of his own. However, he later backtracked, stating that it was far too long, and said that if he had the opportunity to go back and change it, he would chill the f*** out and cut 20 minutes. Well, guess what? The movie's too long, and you can't rip on me for saying it! Because the director said it. Magnolia shouldn't be 3 hours.
I don't give a I don't give a I don't give a
So the whole movie's premise is coincidences, and the first 5 minutes details several fictitious events based on just that. And I won't lie, it's immediately gained my interest.
And when the shotgun accidentally went off,
Sydney just happened to pass.
But I just love how guns are kept and treated so casually in America. Oh yes, we just pull out a gun every now and then during an argument. Of course, only in America! But man, Professor Sprout must have really let herself go after Hogwarts. I mean, the odds of all of these circumstances happening are astronomical. But it is really interesting and fascinating to listen to. So John C. Reilly, the dumbass cop, investigates, but doesn't turn the light on. What are you doing? Flip the damn light switch!
This is bullshit, motherfucker. Don't go down my hallway. Don't go down my motherfucking hallway.
The LAPD! Oh god, shoot her in the head! Just shut up!
What I tell you? Anybody in there? Where the you going, motherfucker? Don't go in my goddamn bedroom. Stay out of my motherfucking closet.
Subtle.
Whoa! Whoa! What the hell is this, Marcy?
That ain't mine!
She would be the worst criminal ever!
Respect the cock. And tame the
Words of wisdom from Tom Cruise. So Tom is basically a sexist spokesman to help women-hating men get laid.
Now you call up your so-called friend, you set a date, let's say make it around 7:30. You call her on the phone.
As opposed to calling her on a cucumber. Meanwhile, John C. Reilly meets this kid who busts out a rap for him. I think it's supposed to be really good, but it's awful!
Presents! With a double ass meaning kiss I bestow. With my riff and my frappuccino hit me though. Think fast, kiss me oh, cause I throw what I know with the resonance. For your trouble ass, feed it in the wind yourself off of the back of the shelf. Jackass, crackers, body stackers, dick two niggas, master pain, yo.
Hold it, homeboy. I don't need to hear that word.
Oh, you're a white cop in America. I'm sure you're used to saying it.
And he's running from the devil, but the debt is always gaining. And if he's worth being hurt, he's worth being painted. When the sunshine don't work, the good Lord be raining. And that will help you solve the case.
What the hell did he even say?
Okay, whatever that meant.
See? I'm intrigued to see how or if all of these stories end up connecting. It is really well structured. Want to see them make Tom Cruise one of the most irresistible men in the world? Completely unappealing and cringy?
I mean, I am Batman. I'm Superman. I'm like a action hero the way I feel. Like I could walk out of this room right now, Guinevere. I could go down the hall, I walk down the street, and I could pick up any sweet little honey that I meet that has even 1 second to stop.
Has there been some screaming and yelling here?
Yes.
The music does a great job on making the scene as uncomfortable as possible. What might seem like filler dialogue, normal day-to-day chit-chat, actually adds tension and suspense without you even realizing. It's so awkward and uncomfortable, it's brilliant.
What's wrong? I'm using death in your bed. In your house. Where's your decency? And then I'm asked questions. What's wrong? Suck my dick!
Can women please stop saying suck my dick? It's so annoying. You'd find it a bit weird if I said eat my pussy. Eat my pussy.
No. You cannot do that.
Basically, Tom Cruise's dad is dying, but Cruise has since changed his name, making it difficult to get a hold of him to inform him of the news.
I know this sounds silly, and I know that I might sound ridiculous, like this is the scene of the movie where the guy's trying to get a hold of the long-lost son, but this is that scene. This is that scene, and I think they have those scenes in movies because they're true.
Well played, movie. Well played.
You're just going to want to keep an eye on the volume level. Maybe memorize what number you see on the dial. If it's the middle of the day, that's what I do. I just set it at 2.5, and then I know that's a good listening level for me. But you like listening to your music loud.
This is literally John C. Reilly talking to Claudia about nothing. And yet, it's still somehow kind of endearing and enjoyable way. I don't know how they do it.
I have about 2 months. I have no time.
Well, you do. You got 2 months. Ungrateful prick. So Cruz gets interviewed on TV but ends up breaking his on-screen confident demeanor. He claims that his father is dead while he's really close with his mother. However, the woman has done her research and reveals that she knows his father is still alive but his mother is dead. Cruz gets subtly defensive and the acting is amazing. But Julianne Moore has problems of her own.
You and Earl are clients. Whatever you want to say won't leave this room. You have something you want to say to me?
I shouldn't have starred in Carrie.
I don't want any money. I couldn't live with myself with this thing that I've done. I've done so many bad things. I f***ed around. I cheated on him. I cheated on him, Alan. There. You're his lawyer, our lawyer. I'm his wife. We are married. I broke the contract of marriage. I f***ed around on him many times. I sucked other men's cocks.
What's with the way she says that?
I sucked other men's cocks.
Is she turning into a Muppet?
I sucked other men's cocks.
Okay, so basically this kid Stanley is a whiz at the game show and they pressure him into always winning. So much so they actually refuse to let him go to pee. It's weird though because the host is dying, but they sidestep that and just focus on the kid that's about to piss himself. Yeah, they treat it so dramatically and emotionally. Calm down, he just needs to pee!
Okay, I'm back.
You know, for not a fresh cup, this is a really good cup of coffee.
Thank you. What do you want to talk about?
For the love of God, turn the light on!
Relax.
No, I didn't. I'm fine.
Stand up.
I said I'm fine.
Stand up.
I'm fine.
Oh, Jesus. Stanley, what the did you do that for?
He warned you! And he just peed himself! Stop making it out like it's the most dramatic thing in the world! Riley ends up asking out Claudia, but is it just me, or does this make him look like a serial killer?
I feel like a bit of a scumbucket doing this since I came here as an officer of the law and the situation and everything, but I feel like I'd be a fool if I didn't do something I really want to do, which is to ask you for a date.
The music's so evil and sinister. What the hell is this?
You want to go tonight?
No, I'm off tonight. Yeah, that'd be what time?
8 o'clock.
Oh, I don't get off until 10.
10 o'clock.
A date at 10 o'clock? What kind of barbarian starts their night out at such a ridiculous hour? The highlight of the movie for me is definitely Tom Cruise's character. His mum passed away from cancer when he was a young boy, and his dad walked out on them, leaving him, a child, to take care of her. He's such an interesting character. He had to literally watch his own mother die, which explains why he's so troubled and acts out to cover it all up. He doesn't even have to say anything, and yet you feel it all. There's so much heartbreak and tragedy in his eyes alone. It's incredible. But man, this dude literally collapsed on a televised game show and then just casually continues like nothing happened. What a trooper. But the Tom Cruise interview isn't going down as well as his last one.
You wanted my time. I gave it to you. You called me a liar. You made accusations.
I mean, he has a point. She's clearly being unprofessional and just manipulating him throughout the entire interview. So Stanley has an outburst where he's had enough of being the game show's golden boy, but it just comes out of nowhere. Sure, he always gets questions right and is always expected to be the very best, but he was absolutely fine earlier. All of a sudden, he pees his pants and now his entire outlook on life has completely changed.
You don't know to get involved in this business of his. My family. This is the family. Right. Me and him. Do you understand? There's no one else. No one else!
I was just...
That man! That beautiful man!
Welcome back from the break! Wait, so that entire interview just took place during intermission? Well, how long is the intermission? And when does he get to rest if he does this seminar and then does interviews in between?
I loved Lily. I cheated on her.
So which one is it? It can't be both.
The biggest regret of my life.
Walking out on your kid?
I let my love go.
Oh. Really? Nothing about your kid? Not even cheating on your love? No? Alright. This entire dying speech does drag on a bit though, and now we're into the third hour. And yeah, it just didn't need to be this long. I can see why the length bothered people. The first 2 hours fly by and is incredibly well paced and exciting. But the third is when it starts to drag and is just needlessly long.
So long.
Then we get this emotional montage showing all of the characters going through their respective struggles. It seems like this should be the end of the movie, but it's not. It's just weird. But hey, you have a kid discover a dead body and it's immediate sympathy, especially if it's suicide. But then he jacks her money. Dude! He does call an ambulance straight after though. That makes up for it. No, it doesn't.
I've cheated on you.
I still love you though. But this is the best scene of the movie. Cruz visits his dying father, but isn't the most sympathetic.
It hurts, doesn't it? Huh? You in a lot of pain? She was in a lot of pain. Right to the end, she's in a lot of pain. I know, because I was there, Earl.
And this speech is amazing. Cruz's acting is absolutely phenomenal. The best I've ever seen from him. Most people have a dying parent and they're like, I'm so sorry, I love you so much, please don't go. But here, Cruz says,
You cocksucker, I know you can hear me. I want you to know that I hate your guts. You can just die, you And I hope it hurts. I hope it hurts.
He's a great character because he's hurt and he's angry at how this guy has treated him and his mother, and rightfully so. But also, he doesn't want to have to see his father die after he watched his mother die, so he's conflicted. It's a great combination. Meanwhile, Claudia gives John C. Reilly a great speech which perfectly sums up self-esteem issues and anxiety.
I'm really nervous that you're going to hate me soon. You're going to find stuff out about me and you're going to hate me.
I think she thinks that I may have molested her.
What? Well, why would she think that if you're innocent?
You deserve to die alone for what you've done.
I don't know what I've done.
How are you so casual? You molested your daughter! So Claudia leaves John C. Reilly in fear of getting too close, which is sadly quite common for abuse victims, while Cruz breaks down in front of his dad and really shows his conflicted feelings. Jesus Christ, what was that? What the hell's going on? Okay, so earlier they had a few lines where people said, oh, it's raining cats and dogs outside. It's literally raining cats and dogs outside. I had taken this seriously. No, actually, it's frogs. Yep. Frogs. And a lot of people had issues with this because it just comes out of nowhere and it doesn't seem to make much sense, but it does actually have a purpose. In the Bible, God sent down a plague of frogs to rain down on Egypt to save the Israelites from enslavement. This is in Exodus 8:2, and the movie has several references to it before the scene even happens. Anderson deliberately uses the numbers 8 and 2 throughout the movie. When John C. Reilly loses his gun, he actually prays and asks for help, believing the Lord had abandoned him. Furthermore, most of the characters are sinners, either misogynistic, adulterers, greedy, or just altogether, so the plague is used to awaken them from their spiritual slumber. Furthermore, the movie does show Stanley, a child, almost being used as a television slave. The frogs are utilized to free him, as he is the only one who doesn't even react to the plague. Everyone else freaks out, but not Stanley. He just sits there casually. Look at him, man. He's so creepy and weird. No wonder Eminem didn't reply to his mail.
This is so funny.
Don't get me wrong, it does come out of nowhere and it is weird to see, but finding the underlying purpose, I do think it's quite clever. My issue is that nobody seems to find it odd. I mean, Tom Cruise, for one, sounds like he's taking a dump. But afterwards, it just gets ignored. You just got the apocalypse and they're like... Anyway, they're literally just scraping the frogs off their cars like nothing happened. That's what I don't get. Apparently it was intentional for Anderson's style, but it's just weird. Furthermore, the whole coincidence angle is present before this. Cruz's mum dies of cancer and then his dad walks out but then gets it himself. But once the frogs rain, a long string of coincidences begin to occur. The child molester attempts suicide, but then the falling reptiles cause him to shoot the TV and sets the house on fire instead. Claudia's mum ends up crashing her car in front of her apartment but manages to get inside and reconcile with her. Cruz's dad wakes up to the noise to see his son beside him before dying. Julianne Moore crashes an ambulance right in front of the ER, and a guy called Donnie smashes his teeth out after previously needing braces before being saved.
Dad, you need to be nicer to me.
No! Piss off! But only in America would a gun randomly fall from the sky. Wait, So did God steal his gun? Before another montage showing all of their hardships to finally end the movie. If you're familiar with this channel, you'll know that I have a 3-hour rule. I just don't think any movie needs to be over 3 hours. I mean, Titanic is 3.5 hours. That's one of my favourite films, and that still didn't need that extra 30 minutes. And this is just over that mark, but I was surprised. The first 2 hours are amazing, but it's the third that brings it down. But it's still not awful. If it was trimmed to 2.5, it'd be almost perfect. It drags a bit, but it's never like I'm begging for the movie to finish. It's never to the point I'm screaming for the credits or anything. The characters are memorable, the coincidences are well thought out, and Tom Cruise steals the show, man. It's a movie that really makes you think about life, and it's a film that really sits with you long after watching it. Singing in the Rain tells the story set in the late 1920s of Don, played by Gene Kelly, a popular silent movie star, and his best friend Cosmo, played by Donald O'Connor. The studio they work for has created a fake romance between Don and a vain leading actress called Lena, played by Jean Hagen, in order to generate public interest in the company's films. However, in reality, he falls for another woman longing for a career in the world of Hollywood called Kathy, played by Debbie Reynolds. But this relationship is kept secret due to the public image of Don and Lena. Though they struggle when they have to learn how to make a movie with dialogue in it, and it's a flop at the advanced screening, so they have to go back to the drawing board and figure out how to save all of their careers at once. How hard can it be?
Hey, what'd you say that for?
Weirdly, the film was conceived without a script. MGM producer Arthur Freed had wanted to make a movie based on a selection of songs written by him and Nasio Herb Brown, and they then brought in Betty Condon and Adolph Green to help them write the script. But because there weren't any outlines for a story, the writers were forced to write around the songs in order to generate a plot that would suit them. Because we all know how well that works out!
No kidding.
Because many of the songs had originally been written during the time when silent films were fading away, and musicals were becoming popular with audiences, the writers came up with the idea to set the story during the transitional period in Hollywood between silent films and talkies. Their words, not mine. I would never say that. When Howard Keel was mentioned as a possible choice for the lead, the writers tried to come up with a story involving a star of Western films who makes a comeback as a singing cowboy. But they kept gravitating to a story about a swashbuckling romantic hero with a vaudeville background who survives the transition by falling back on his abilities as a song and dance man, a story which Gene Kelly was well suited for. However, Kelly wasn't available at the time as he was working on An American in Paris, which he was starring in and co-choreographing with Stanley Donen. Condon and Green continued to work on the script and had at the time 3 possible openings for the film: a silent movie premiere, a magazine interview with a Hollywood star, and a star meets girl, star loses girl sequence. Unable to decide which to use, they had just decided to return their advance to MGM and admit defeat. But when it was suggested to combine all 3 openings into one, the script was rewritten and approved by the studio.
Thanks a lot!
At this point, filming on An American in Paris had completed, and Freed suggested that Kelly be given the script to read, and he and Donen instantly agreed and immediately became involved in rewrites to the script. Filming then began, but it proved to be a lot more stressful than anticipated. During the sequence where Kelly sings the titular song, the actor was sick with a 103-degree fever. It's often rumoured that he managed to complete the song in 1 take, but this was later proven untrue and it actually took around 4 takes to get it right. Another rumour was that the rain was mixed with milk in order to make it show up on camera, but this was actually achieved with background lighting. On top of the technical difficulties, Gene Kelly was a nightmare to work with, to the point that the cast and crew were terrified of messing up in case it would incur his wrath. Additionally, because he knew that Reynolds' crying would hold up filming, whenever Kelly was angry with her, he would hurl abuse at Donald O'Connor instead, knowing that he wouldn't stand up to him, though this wasn't revealed to her until years later. Debbie Reynolds later said that making the movie was even more painful than giving birth.
That's terrible.
Kelly would also force people to do insanely difficult dance moves, to the point they would become hospitalized. For the Make 'Em Laugh number, Gene Kelly asked Donald O'Connor to run up a wall and complete a somersault. This ended up being so physically taxing that O'Connor ended up in a hospital bed for a week after its completion, suffering from exhaustion and painful carpet burns. Unfortunately, an accident ruined all of the initial footage, so O'Connor had to do the difficult number all over again.
That's a good idea.
I was smoking 4 packs of cigarettes cigarettes a day then, and getting up those walls was murder. They had to bank one wall so I could make it up and then through another wall. We filmed that whole sequence in one day. We did it on a concrete floor. My body just had to absorb this tremendous shock. Things were building to such a crescendo that I thought I'd have to commit suicide for the ending. I came back on the set 3 days later. All the grips applauded. Gene Kelly applauded, told me what a great number it was. Then Gene said, "Do you think you could do that number again?" I said, "Sure, anytime." He said, "Well, we're gonna have to do it again tomorrow." No one had checked the aperture of the camera and they fogged out all the film. So the next day I did it again. By the end, my feet and ankles were a mass of bruises.
Sticks and stones may break my bones.
In addition, the Good Morning sequence was so difficult it took around 15 hours to film, and it was so stressful for the actors involved that Debbie Reynolds had to be hospitalized for 3 days because she had burst some blood vessels in her feet. This combined with the up to 19-hour work days and Gene Kelly's dickish behavior caused her to become incredibly depressed. She ended up being reassured when dancing legend Fred Astaire, who was working in an adjacent studio, found her crying under a piano and assured her that all of her hard work would be worth it.
But you don't mean that.
Singing in the Rain had its premiere at the Radio City Music Hall on March the 27th, 1952, before its wide release on April the 11th to much praise. In fact, legendary French director Francois Truffaut was a huge fan of the film, so much so that he admitted he had seen it so many times he knew the movie frame by frame.
If you've seen one, you've seen them all.
Singing in the Rain was nominated for 2 Academy Awards for Best Supporting Actress and Best Original Score, but sadly didn't win either, though Donald O'Connor won a Golden Globe for his performance, and the Writers Guild of America named it the greatest American musical of all time. The movie's popularity led to a comic book adaptation in April 1952, as well as a Broadway musical that ran from July 1985 to May the following year. La La Land director Damien Chazelle cited the film as a major influence of his work, and the movie still remains a classic of the musical genre almost 70 years after its release. Straight off the bat, what the hell is up with this guy? He looks like a real-life cartoon character. I totally expected his eyes to pop out of his head right here.
They sent me to the finest schools, including dancing school. That's where I first met Cosmo. And with him, I used to perform for all of Mum and Dad's society friends.
And that's where I learned to dissolve my face into a flashback. Ah, the 50s, where dance sequences would last a eternity, but you really didn't care because of how well choreographed and how cool they look.
Audiences everywhere adored us.
That was funny. So Don is a popular, beloved actor, and it's clear he can get any woman he wants. Once they figure out who he is.
Hello, Miss Lamont. I'm Don Lockwood, the stuntman. Hot diggity, kids, it's a smash. Hey, Mr. Simpson?
Don, Lena, you were gorgeous.
Yeah, Lena, you look pretty good for a girl.
For heaven's sake, what's the big idea? Can't a girl get a word in edgewise?
Oh, Jesus Christ! No wonder they don't let her talk.
What's wrong with the way I talk? What's the big idea? Am I dumb or something?
Have you heard you? You make Fran Drescher sound like Morgan Freeman. This is Lena, by the way. Yeah, I have no idea why Don doesn't want to be with her either.
Hey, you're playing rough there. Hey, you're tearing like... Hey, Claus, do something. Call me a cab. Okay, you're a cab.
And thus, the dad joke era was born. So he meets Kathy by chance, and they start off on the wrong foot, but even their arguing is quite charming and endearing.
Oh, thank you.
Oh, no offense. Movies are entertaining enough for the masses, but the personalities on the screen just don't impress me. I mean, they don't talk, they don't act, they just make a lot of dumb show.
But then it gets weird.
You're nothing but a shadow on film, a shadow. You're not flesh and blood.
Oh, no.
Stop!
What could I do to you? I'm only a shadow.
You keep away from me.
Well, this is getting dark. But it is funny how they watch a clip of a talkie. God, that sounds so stupid.
Thank you, thank you, thank you.
But it's funny how they're all blown away by the fact that someone can talk on film. It really shows how far movies have come over the years.
Note how my lips and the sounds issuing from them are synchronized together in perfect unison since the earliest days of this.
Howard Stark.
All I do is dream of you the whole night through. With the dawn, I still go on dreaming of you. You're every thought, you're everything, you're every song I ever sing. Summer, winter, autumn, and spring. And were there more than 24 hours a day, they'd be spent in sweet content dreaming away. The skies are gray, the skies are blue.
not a good song. It's not. Okay, the dance numbers are so well choreographed, they are fantastic. It was worth all the hard work, effort, and psychological and physical abuse.
I did not say that.
But what is it with heroes in old films always playing creepy weirdos?
No, don't go. Now that I know where you live, I'd like to see you home.
Stop being so creepy!
Now listen, Mr. Lockwood.
Oh, now it's worse. F off.
Here's one thing I've learned from the movies.
Ah, that's much better. Then Kathy runs away and Don gives chase. Man, he is now full-on stalking this poor woman. The 50s were weird, bro. But it is pretty cool to see them walking through a whole movie set. Everything is so well rehearsed and planned. But mate, Cosmo's a cartoon, I'm telling you. Just watch him.
Short people have long faces. And long people have short faces. Big people have little humor, and little people have no humor at all.
But then, he sings the song of my life.
Make 'em laugh, make 'em laugh. Don't you know everyone wants to laugh? My dad said be an actor, my son, but be a comical one. They'll be standing in lines for those old honky-tonk monkey shines. Or you could study Shakespeare and be quite elite, and you could charm the critics and have nothing to eat. Just slip on a banana peel, the world's at your feet. Make 'em laugh, make 'em laugh, make 'em laugh.
It's so well choreographed as he misses all of the furniture on set. Until he doesn't. And these somersaults look amazing. Credit to him for not using a stunt double. They came out great and were definitely worth the actor nearly dying for.
I did not say that.
Well, here comes our lovely leading lady now.
Gee, this wig weighs a ton. What dope would wear a thing like this?
Oh, God, stop talking! You're silent! Do your job! But, remember when I said the 50s were questionable?
There may be blondes and brunettes that are hard to resist. You surpass them like a queen. You've got those lips that were meant to be kissed, and you're over sweet 16.
What? What the hell does that line mean? Who wrote that? I will say, other than the titular song and one other, the other tracks aren't really memorable. You forget them as soon as they're over, despite how well choreographed the dance numbers are. And now, all of a sudden, Kathy is absolutely fine with Don. Yep. But she hated him like 10 seconds ago. Look at how everything changes in such a short amount of time.
I'm the girl who hit Miss Lamont with a cake. Believe me, it was meant for Mr. Lockwood. Is it all right for you to be seen publicly with me?
You were meant for me.
Calm down, mate. This is only like the third or fourth time you've met the woman. And only the first time she's been nice to you.
And I can't stand them.
Stop making her talk!
And I can't stand them.
Can't.
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 Shut up! My God, just shut up! Man, can you just imagine living in a musical? It'd be so freaky. People just spontaneously breaking out into random dance numbers out of nowhere, perfectly synchronized with one another. But it is hilarious how they're trying to adjust to making a movie with dialogue. Sorry, I am not calling them a talkie again.
It is terrible.
And Lena keeps failing to say her lines into a microphone, leading to the director getting increasingly frustrated and trying out different techniques.
Shouldn't have flirting with Daisy. They will surely find you out.
Just talk into the mic! You have one job!
Everybody's picking on me.
You deserve it. So they put the microphone on her, but it picks up her heartbeat. Then the mic is beside her, but then the wire gets pulled and she gets flipped over. This is great. So we cut to the first advanced screening, but this audience goes nuts for everything. Just listen to their reactions. Why was that funny? He just threw it. What are these people on? So there's technical difficulties and they all laugh at the bad audio. But they act like it's the funniest thing ever. Jesus Christ, how is it this funny? Did someone spike their popcorn?
Hey, Lena, what you hitting him with, a blackjack?
What?
Oh, Pierre.
I love you. I love you. I love you. I love you.
Why is it this funny? I don't understand. what are you laughing at?
Did somebody get paid for writing that dialogue?
Oh, just wait until you see George Lucas.
Wasn't it awful? This is the worst picture ever made.
Only because Pink Flamingos hasn't been made yet. So they go back to the drawing board and decide to somehow turn the movie into a musical in just 6 weeks before it gets released. Until we get to the only other memorable song, and to be fair, this is great.
Good morning.
Good morning to you.
But who doesn't do this at 1:30 in the morning with their girlfriend and best friend, dancing around, singing for no reason? I just call this Tuesday. Kudos to the acting though, fighting through the health issues and blisters and agony. This is amazing, you can't even tell.
She can't act, she can't sing, and she can't dance.
Never stopped One Direction. But Cosmo then comes up with a genius futuristic idea of having Lena lip-sync to Kathy's vocals. Brilliant! Wait until NSYNC find out about this. And then we get the titular song, and yeah, it is incredible. And again, props to Kelly for powering through his illness. This looks great. Even though Keenan and Kel's version was better. I'm drinking orange drink. What, it's illegal to kick puddles now? But they literally decide to dub Lena's voice for the entire movie, spoken word as well as singing, without telling her. Look, I know she's a bitch queen, but come on, this is majorly douchey.
Would you and if the girl were I?
Okay, never mind, she deserves it. Although, not to nitpick here, but as she sings, she's clearly uncomfortable. So even if she was dubbed, her acting would give it away. Although when she acts the scene later, she of course does it completely perfectly, because plot. I just love the energy and visual style of the 50s. Their sets and costume design, they're just so colourful and gorgeous. It looks brilliant. But man, I know I said the dance numbers go on for ages and we don't care, but this one's taking the piss. How long does it go on for?
Now get going, fellas. Don't forget, you've got to have that Selling girl re-record all of Lena's dialogue.
It's all set up.
And remember, don't let Lena know about it.
So we can most definitely get a lawsuit. Seriously, how do they not even consider this a possibility?
I want that girl off the lot at once.
Oh God! Off. No, I'll take it back. She deserves it. Ruin her career. Now, all jokes aside, alright, she is annoying and a bit up her own ass, but they are completely screwing her over, and they're so smug about it.
Sure, she's only doing you a favor helping you in the Dancing Cavalier.
And she's getting full screen credit for it, too.
You mean it's going to say up on the screen that I don't talk and sing for myself?
Of course, what do you think?
So they can't do that.
It's already done.
And there's a whole publicity campaign being planned.
Jesus Christ, they're complete douchebags!
The studio's responsible for every word printed about me. If I don't like it, I can sue.
What?
I can sue.
Why are they so shocked? It's obvious. Of course she's gonna sue. So she points out that her contract says she runs publicity and they aren't allowed to credit Kathy as the voice. Well, now I feel bad for Kathy. I'm so conflicted. But Lena gets too carried away, decides to make a speech to the adoring audience, and the smug let her do it, knowing they're gonna notice the change of voice. But then they demand a song and Kathy sings, and yeah, this is really predictable. But man, it's so good to see her get her comeuppance. Yeah, karma, But again, why are they laughing so hard? It's not even funny. Are you all stoned? But also, right before she's about to get exposed...
Singing in the rain.
Singing in the rain. In what key?
A flat. A flat.
So why do they then go on to do the song in E flat? Then Don reveals Kathy as the real star. I mean, isn't this technically breaking the contract? Or is this fine because it wasn't written word? Oh, who cares? This movie is amazing! The story isn't just some generic musical. You get invested in the movie they're making, and considering this was made in the 50s, it's really ahead of its time. The songs are well done, dance numbers well choreographed. I just wish the other songs were catchier and more memorable. It was a nightmare behind the scenes, but as a result, we got easily one of the greatest musicals in history. Taxi Driver tells the story of... well, a taxi driver. Travis Bickle, played by Robert De Niro, a former Vietnam veteran working as a cabbie in his spare time. He befriends a child prostitute named Iris, played by Jodie Foster, before encountering some bizarre and strange passengers along the way. Oh, and Albert Brooks, Harvey Keitel, Peter Boyle, and Sybil Shepherd are all in there as well, but they don't really do anything.
You're a funny guy.
Writer Paul Schrader was inspired to write the screenplay when he read the diaries of Arthur Bremer, the man who shot presidential candidate George Wallace in 1972, and decided he wanted to write a film about a man who was driven to madness by the society around him. Schrader was also inspired by his experience living in New York City whilst battling chronic insomnia, which led him to visiting pornographic bookstores and theatres frequently as they were open all night, and he even spent a few weeks living in his car. He also drew inspiration from Jean-Paul Sartre's novel Nausea and John Ford's film The Searchers. He ended up writing the screenplay in just 2 weeks during a hospital visit for a stomach ulcer. When I was talking to the nurse, I realised I hadn't spoken to anyone in weeks. That was when the metaphor of the taxi occurred to me. That is what I was, this person in an iron box, a coffin, floating around the city, but seemingly alone.
I think I understand.
Schrader decided to make Bickle a Vietnam vet because the national trauma of the war fit perfectly alongside Travis's paranoid psyche, making his experiences after the war more intense and threatening. Originally, Brian De Palma was the first choice to direct, but he turned the job down as he felt he wasn't ready to take on such an ambitious project. He later called this the biggest mistake of his entire career. No, Brian, that would be Mission to Mars.
That's what you think.
De Palma then showed the script to his good friend Martin Scorsese, who loved it and instantly accepted the job. Some changes were made to the screenplay though. The character of Sport, who would later be played by Harvey Keitel, was supposed to be black, but Scorsese felt that casting a black man as a pimp would have been misconstrued as racist, so Schrader reluctantly changed the character to a white man. But they had absolutely no problem casting a convenience store robber as a black guy. That's not stereotypical at all.
There never has been any choice for me.
In fact, the original script portrayed Travis himself as a racist who only targeted black men. But it was decided that a film ending with a white man getting away with killing multiple black men would be morally irresponsible given the racial tensions of the time, so Travis's racist motivation was cut from the script. So they didn't want to come across as racist, but they had absolutely no problem whatsoever casting a 12-year-old Jodie Foster as a prostitute who has romantic relations with 35-year-old Harvey Keitel and tries to sexually seduce 31-year-old Robert De Niro.
No, don't do that.
However, due to Scorsese's lack of experience as a filmmaker at this point, the producers were hesitant to let him make the film. It wasn't until they saw his previous film Mean Streets and were so impressed with the movie and Robert De Niro's performance in it that they agreed to let him direct, but only if De Niro was cast as the lead, to which Scorsese agreed. But before De Niro was chosen, the role of Travis was offered to a long list of actors. Schrader had written the part with Jeff Bridges in mind to play him, but turned it down due to the dark nature of the story, and because he was too busy shitting on the King Kong franchise.
You're dead.
Dustin Hoffman was then considered, but he refused, telling Scorsese he was crazy, though he later regretted the decision. And Jack Nicholson, Warren Beatty, Burt Reynolds, Ryan O'Neal, Peter Fonda, Al Pacino, Jon Voight, David Carradine, Richard Dreyfuss, Christopher Walken, Elaine Delon, James Caan, Roy Scheider, Paul Newman, Marlon Brando, Martin Sheen, Elliot Gould, and Alan Alda were all considered.
Damn straight.
In order to prepare for the role, De Niro obtained a taxi driver's license and would work as a real cabbie during his breaks in order to get into Bickle's headspace. In fact, one of his fares was a struggling actor who recognised him and said, "Wow, you just won an Oscar. Is it that hard to get work?"
You don't have to answer.
However, De Niro's casting did cause some problems, as he was filming 1900 in Italy at around the same time. He would literally get on the plane to New York on Friday, film for 3 days at a time, and then return to Rome on Monday evening. In addition, because De Niro had just won an Academy Award for The Godfather Part 2, the producers panicked, believing he would ask for more money due to his new status as an Oscar winner. Luckily, De Niro agreed to keep his salary as low as possible in order to get the film made, even turning down a role in Jaws in order to star in the movie. We're gonna need a bigger star.
Thanks a lot.
Carrie Fisher, Mariel Hemingway, Bo Derek, Kim Cattrall, Rosanna Arquette, Christy McNichol, and Michelle Pfeiffer were all considered for the role of Iris before Jodie Foster was cast. Before being given the part, Foster was subjected to psychological testing and attended sessions with a psychiatrist to ensure that she would not be emotionally scarred by her role, in accordance with California Labor Board requirements monitoring children's welfare on film sets. She was a 12-year-old, cast as a 12-year-old prostitute! How did she get away with this? Why did her parents agree to this? And she talks so casually about it too.
My mom thought he was crazy because, you know, I really didn't look like a prostitute, and but he had a lot of faith in that I could transform, and I did it.
You were cast as a shoot when you should have been watching Looney Tunes?
I just think he's silly.
Due to her age, she wasn't permitted to do any of the nude scenes that her character takes part in, so any scenes of her topless were performed by her 19-year-old sister Connie Foster. Jodie later confessed that she often found working on set very uncomfortable, as Scorsese didn't know how to approach different scenes with her, and he mostly relied on De Niro to deliver his directions to the young actress instead. Foster later called De Niro her acting mentor and said that much of her career was influenced by advice he had given her during filming. For the character of Betsy, a woman that De Niro meets and gains a thing for, Glenn Close, Susan Sarandon, Jessica Lange and Jane Seymour were all considered, but the producers wanted Scorsese to cast a Sybil Shepherd type, believing that this would add to the character's sex appeal. When Scorsese heard about this, he simply told them, why not just cast Sybil Shepherd? I like this guy. Other than the fact that he casts children as hookers.
Because I don't want to.
Filming began in June of 1974 in New York, and it took place during an extreme heat wave, meaning that the actors had to constantly drink iced water in order to stay refrigerated. The city was also on the brink of bankruptcy at the time of filming, resulting in a sanitation strike, meaning that there was litter everywhere, which at first seemed like it would ruin the shots. However, Scorsese realised that he could use this to the film's advantage, and incorporated the dirty look of the city into the film's aesthetic. The whole west side was bombed out. There really were row after row of condemned buildings, and that's what we used to build our sets, were condemned buildings. Now it's fashionable real estate, but New York and Times Square was shuddering and disgusting. It's just exciting to see the city bounce back and become the great place it is today from where it was then. We didn't know we were documenting what looked like the dying gasp of New York.
Because you got no choice anyway.
Many scenes were also extremely difficult to film. The famous tracking shot during the final shootout took 3 months of preparation, as the production team had to literally cut a hole in the roof of the apartment in order to get the shot just right. In addition, Sybil Shepherd was a nightmare to work with on set, as the actress often showed up late to work and constantly forgot her lines, much to the annoyance of all the other actors, to the point that Scorsese was forced to feed her lines to an earpiece in order to get a credible performance out of her. In fact, during the famous coffee shop scene, Shepherd forgot her lines so often that the editors called most of the footage unusable, and were forced to edit around her performance in order to make the scene work.
God damn it!
But if that wasn't enough, the film also had issues getting past the censors. The MPAA initially gave the movie an X rating because of the violent nature of the final scene, so Scorsese was forced to desaturate the colour of the shot in order to make the blood look less prominent. The director was initially angry about this, but upon seeing the finished film, he was extremely impressed and even called it an improvement on the movie's original look. However, cinematographer Michael Chapman strongly regretted the decision, as no versions of the film without the desaturation exist due to the deterioration of the original print. However, for many years, a rumour spread that Scorsese was initially so angry about the movie's X rating that he stayed up all night drinking with a loaded gun in his hand, preparing to shoot the executive at Columbia Pictures the next day. Watch out, Uwe Boll!
What the hell's the matter with you?
When it came to the musical score, Scorsese approached Bernard Herrmann, but he refused at first, saying, "I don't write music for car movies." It was only after reading the script that he accepted the job. After the initial scoring session, Scorsese called his composer again, insisting that he needed one more musical cue. Herrmann then called back a studio orchestra who were paid a day's work for that one effect, but he died shortly after this session. But Herrmann sounds like too much of a nice guy. During the recording of the score, Scorsese brought his good friend Steven Spielberg to meet Herrmann, and Spielberg told him that he was a huge admirer of him. Herrmann responded, "Oh yeah? Then why do you always use John Williams for your films? Dick."
You don't remember any of that?
Taxi Driver was finally released on February the 8th, 1976, and was a surprise hit, grossing $28.4 million on a budget of just $2 million, and was instantly hailed as a classic. However, Leonard Maltin was one of few critics who disliked the film, only giving it 2 stars and calling it a gory, cold-blooded story of a sick man's lurid descent into violence. Literally, there's nothing in that sentence that explains why that's bad.
I don't know, that's about the dumbest thing I ever heard.
The American Film Institute picked Taxi Driver as the 52nd greatest film of all time and the 22nd most thrilling, with Travis Bickle as the 30th greatest villain and the famous line,
"You talking to me?"
as the 10th greatest quote. Fun fact for you, that line was actually improvised. Yeah, one of the most iconic lines in history, and it wasn't written. De Niro was just asked to go and talk to himself in the mirror, and he improvised the entire monologue. That's quite impressive. Joker director Todd Phillips stated that the movie was a huge influence on his film, to the point that many critics labeled Joker as a rip-off of Taxi Driver, and Quentin Tarantino picked it as one of his favourite movies of all time. Why am I not surprised?
Because it's so much fun, Chan. Get it?
In 2005, De Niro and Scorsese announced that they were working on a sequel to the film, which would have followed an older Travis Bickle trying to adjust to life in modern-day New York. But as of 2013, they put the project on hold as they didn't think the first draft of the script was good enough to match the original film. In 2010, a remake was even proposed with Lars von Trier as the director, but Schrader forbade him from going ahead with the project, and nothing has been said since.
Physical. Clean.
Age.
26.
Yeah, I'm sorry, he's clearly not 26. Just look at him. It's a nitpick, but am I wrong? But hey, I think we're watching the inspiration for Pornhub's Fake Taxi.
Each night when I return the cab to the garage, I have to clean the cum off the back seat.
Ew. Okay, I'm not judging anyone, but I have to ask. Why the hell does anyone go to a cinema to watch a porn movie? I don't understand. I mean, Pee Wee Herman proved you can't exactly bash one out during the film, so what's the point? Yeah, Travis is a total creep. First, we witness him awkwardly hit on a woman at a store.
Yeah, what's your name? My name is Travis.
That's nice. What can I do for you?
Well, I can know what your name is. What's your name?
And then here, he just sits and stares at this chick in a diner. What the hell is he doing? I expect this from maybe horny teenagers who don't understand dating, but you're supposed to be 26. But amazingly, this woman is called Betsy, and she's not the least bit freaked out by his stalking. She even says yes to going out with it. What? He's just been staring at you this whole time. And he even says, oh yeah, I can tell you're lonely and miserable, but let's go out. What the hell's going on?
Betsy had coffee and a fruit salad dish. She could have had anything she wanted.
Including a restraining order. Also, a fun fact for you. So Travis orders
black coffee and apple pie with a slice of melted yellow cheese.
When infamous serial killer Ed Gein was arrested, he requested a slice of apple pie with melted cheese in exchange for a full confession. This is quite a nice and subtle indication of Travis's character as we slowly learn more and more about him. Sure, he's creepy and troubled, but you can kind of see why. The film is a slow trip into his psyche, and you can understand why he's a bit weird, and he would only get weirder.
And I felt when I walked in that there was something between us. There was an impulse that we were both following.
Oh god, it's another Jacob! Run away, Betsy! Run away! There is some nice soothing jazz music during cinematic shots and transitions. It is quite relaxing. So they go out on a date, but Travis actually takes her to see a porn movie. What the hell is wrong with you? And then he's so dumbfounded when she storms out.
I didn't know that you'd feel that way about this movie. Would you like to have some dinner with me in the next, few days or something?
Where are you going to take her, a brothel? I just find it hilarious how stalking her and watching her like a creepy rapist is fine, but taking her to see a porno movie? No, that's just too far.
I also sent flowers, but with no luck. The smell of the flowers only made me sicker. The headaches got worse. I think I got stomach cancer.
He's being a hypochondriac.
Let's not have any trouble, okay? You're talking about, why won't you talk to me?
Because you're a creepy pervert! And I'm sorry, but what is this? Has Robert De Niro ever been in a fight in his life? Who the hell fights this way? Don't mess with me! I'm gonna get you. I can't praise his performance in this movie enough, though. He really looks like a ruined man. You can feel his heartbreak, paranoia, anxiety, and sadness all combined, even without any dialogue. It's brilliant. And then we enter more American's wet dreams as he goes through all of these guns. Ah, yes, look at all these weapons, totally used for hunting and nothing else, yes. And then he starts to work out so he has a chance at fighting Al Pacino.
Hopper. Yeah. Like a rabbit hip hop.
A hippie to the hip hip hop.
So this dude robs the place, but Travis blasts him away. I mean, I kind of expected it to be a bit more badass, but maybe it's just me, but was this really worth shooting the guy over? I mean, he's a criminal, sure, but he was robbing the place. He didn't kill anyone. Sure, he has a gun, but usually that's just a bluff. He just blasted him away, and then casually leaves while the cashier takes the blame. I don't think that's supposed to be funny, but it kind of is. But man, look at Harvey Keitel. What is he doing? He's playing a pimp and he's supposed to look appealing.
You should be back here every night for some more, man. She's 12 and a half years old. You ain't never had no pussy like that. You can do anything you want with her. You can come on her, f her in the mouth, f her in the ass, come on her face, man. She get your cock so hard, she'll make it explode.
You just said she's 12!
I'll take it.
What? She's 12!
Are you really 12 and a half?
Listen, mister, it's your time. 15 minutes ain't long.
But she clearly is! Why are you even risking it?
Want to make it like this?
Stop her? Why are you just standing there? What is going on? Why did you agree to come back to her place knowing she's 12? And the fact that the actress was actually 12 in real life makes me highly uncomfortable. Seriously, how did they get away with this? I don't understand. But the story is a progressive piece. Travis sees everything as normal. He goes to porn movies and stalks people and sees violence and sexual things as standard. He then tries to reach out and help Jodie Foster turn her life around. It is an interesting transition. He tries to convince her to go back to her family and just enjoy being a child instead of selling herself, and it is quite a sweet little arc.
Who's a killer?
That guy Sport's a killer. That's who's a killer.
Sport never killed nobody.
He killed
He's
someone.
a Libra.
He's a what?
I'm a Libra too. That's why we get along so well.
You participate in the mass cultural delusion that the sun's apparent position relative to arbitrarily defined constellations at the time of your birth somehow affects your personality.
I think that cancers make the best lovers, but...
Oh, shut the f*** up! Star signs mean nothing!
Nah, I don't get along with people like that.
Are you a Scorpion?
Oh, shut the f*** up! Then the 12-year-old dances romantically with Harvey Keitel. How did they get away with any of this? Man, the 70s were messed up. How did her parents allow this?
You know, at times like this, I know I am a lucky man.
She's 12!
Suck on this.
Oh no, the paedophile got shot. It is hilarious though how he gets shot and then he's like, hey, just wait 1 minute. Oh, damn it. Oh yeah, she can suck middle-aged dick, but seeing blood is far too much for her innocent 12-year-old eyes. And then Betsy only turns up to see Travis again once he becomes a hero for killing loads of gangsters and saving Jodie Foster. Gold-digging bitch. Then Travis sees something in the mirror before a very weird ending as we cut to the credits. And to this day, many people still disagree on the significance of this ending. Some say that it was all real, while others have theorized that the events after the shootout were a dream created by Travis's insane mind because he died during the shooting. There has been much discussion about the ending, in which we see newspaper clippings about Travis's heroism of saving Iris, and then Betsy gets into his cab and seems to give him admiration instead of her earlier disgust. Is this a fantasy scene? Did Travis survive the shootout? Are we experiencing his dying thoughts? Can the sequence be accepted as literally true? I'm not sure there can be an answer to these questions. The end sequence plays like music, not drama. It completes the story on an emotional, not a literal level. We end not on carnage, but on redemption, which is the goal of so many of Scorsese's characters. Scorsese and writer Paul Schrader append the perfect conclusion to Taxi Driver. Steeped in irony, the 5-minute epilogue underscores the vagaries of fate. The media builds Bickle into a hero when, had he been a little quicker drawing his gun against Senator Palantine, he would have been reviled as an assassin. As the film closes, the misanthrope has been embraced as the model citizen, someone who takes on pimps, drug dealers and mobsters to save one little girl. Both Scorsese and Schrader have acknowledged both sides of the argument as perfectly legitimate, but neither have given a definitive answer either way. Travis is not cured by the movie's end. Next time, he's not going to be a hero. Even though they were going to make a sequel based on him as an old man. Therefore, acknowledging that he clearly survived and it was all real. But if we're going to ignore that, what do I make of the ending? I'm going to go on a limb and say it isn't real. Sure, it's possible that Betsy is that superficial that she's only back now due to his success, but everything just wraps up so seamlessly that I can't help but feel it's a fantasy. Everything Travis ever wanted happens all at once, and the expression on his face could be perceived as eventual happiness, but I think it's more of a daydreaming stare. Furthermore, Betsy gets into his cab but doesn't even tell him where to go. He just starts aimlessly driving, which makes me believe even more so that it's a fantasy. I can see either side of the fence, but to me, I think it's more likely that it was imaginary and that Travis sadly died during the shootout. And until they do a sequel with him as an old man, I'm saying it was imaginary. The movie is great. I don't think it's Scorsese's best, but it's still a great story of a lost man experiencing some strange encounters and learning the error of his ways. De Niro gives the performance of a lifetime, as does Jodie Foster. The action is great and it's not overused. There's not even a whole lot there, but when it does happen, it's awesome. It's 2 hours long, but I don't really think it drags at any point. If you're looking for some action combined with a great character transformation, Taxi Driver is the film for you. The Crying Game, which sounds like the original title for Monopoly. Seriously, that game is evil, and it never ends well. Especially when my girlfriend always cheats. She's always the banker and then somehow ends up making me bankrupt and U-turn. Follows Fergus, played by Stephen Ray, an IRA terrorist who kidnaps a British soldier named Jody, played by Forrest Whitaker, and holds him prisoner with just 3 days for their demands to be met, otherwise he gets assassinated. And I can't really discuss much more or the behind the scenes production stuff without spoilers, so Fergus can't bring himself to kill him. Well, that's a relief. I'm sure he's fine. Believing his partners in crime are also dead, Fergus moves away, changes his identity to Jimmy, where he hunts down and finds Jodie's girlfriend Dill, played by Jay Davidson. But troubles arise as Jimmy begins to fall in love with her until he realises that she has a penis. Okay, I did not see that coming. Well done, movie, well done. And the rest of the film is Jimmy falling further in love with Dill, accepting her for her preferred gender. Director Neil Jordan wrote the first draft of the screenplay in the mid-80s under the title The Soldier's Wife. The story was partly inspired by Frank O'Connor's 1931 short story Guests of the Nation, in which IRA soldiers develop a bond with their English captives, whom they are ultimately forced to kill. However, his good friend Stanley Kubrick suggested that he change the script's title as it might mislead people into thinking that they would be watching a war movie.
You're walking cliché.
The original draft of the script had the character Dill as a cisgendered woman, but Jordan had the idea to make her a transgender at the premiere of his film The Miracle at the Berlin Film Festival in 1991. The script then found its way to producer Stephen Woolley, who thought that it was brilliant, but found it incredibly difficult to secure financing in the US. The general consensus seemed to be that they believed that the character of Dill would be too difficult to cast and that the film's themes of sex and terrorism would be too controversial for general audiences. Having a transgender character is far too controversial, but casting a 12-year-old Jodie Foster as a cock-craved prostitute, I'm sorry, I'm not letting it go. That was fine, okay? Are you kidding me, Hollywood?
You may be right.
But eventually, Woolley was actually able to secure the budget from British, European and Japanese sources. When it came to casting, by far the most difficult character to cast was Dill, to the point that Jordan was worried he had written an uncastable role. However, while the casting directors were at a wrap party for the film Edward II, they came across Jay Davidson in a bar and thought that he had the perfect look for Dill and offered him the part. And I'm not gonna lie, watching the movie, I had no idea it was a man playing this part. Genuinely, I believed it was a woman, so huge credit to him for this performance.
Of course.
However, Davidson admitted that he was very drunk at the time and wasn't particularly enthusiastic about the idea of being an actor, even thinking that the casting agents were playing a prank on him. However, he eventually accepted the role in order to pay for a pair of leather riding boots he had seen in a copy of a magazine. Weird way to spend your wages, but okay.
Glad.
Unfortunately, despite being nominated for an Oscar and a BAFTA for his performance, making him the first ever black British man to do so, Davidson doesn't seem to have much success as an actor after The Crying Game. He only made one other film appearance in Roland Emmerich's Stargate, but retired not long after, as he hated the amount of attention that acting had brought him. Despite this, he still found great success outside of Hollywood as a model and a photographer. Well, good on you, Jay. I'm happy for you.
I sincerely hope so.
Filming finally began in January of 1992 in Buckinghamshire, England, but the production ended up being a complete nightmare. Shocker!
I'm out.
Despite having worked so hard to get the money to shoot the film, Stephen Woolley's production company, Palace Pictures, suddenly went bankrupt, and most of the financing went with it. Because of this, most scenes of the movie could only be done in 2 or 3 takes at most, which left many of the actors extremely frustrated. The producers were constantly searching for small amounts of money to keep the production going, and the unreliable pay resulted in several angry crew members. Costume designer Sandy Powell had such a small budget to work with that she ended up having to lend Jay Davidson some of her own clothes to wear in the film, as the two happened to be the same size.
Do you think that's wise?
In addition, during filming, Davidson got ill from the flu and a doctor was called in to take a look at him. After examining him, the doctor asked the director, "Have you considered the possibility that she might be pregnant?" To which the director laughed and told him that Davidson was in fact a man. Good, I'm glad it's not just me.
Absolutely.
Thankfully, the movie was saved when Miramax, who had initially rejected the script, saw the finished product and immediately offered to distribute the film in the US, with a clause in the contract that stated they would push the film for Oscar consideration, to which the filmmakers agreed. The Crying Game was released on October the 30th, 1992 and received worldwide critical acclaim.
Is that good or bad?
The filmmakers encouraged critics not to give the movie's twist away, and throughout many reviews the plot was kept as vague as possible, and they didn't even use any pronouns when discussing J. Davidson's performance in order to keep the secret. However, one critic did give away the twist, but not in a way you'd think. In his glowing review of the movie, Richard Corliss very subtly gave away the movie's plot twist. If you take the first letter in each paragraph of his review and put them in order, they spell out the sentence, "She is a he." Okay, that is either genius or an amazing coincidence.
Jesus Christ.
Though the studios believed the film would be a flop because of the plot twist, it ended up being the main reason why people went to see the movie to begin with.
With a film like this, you almost want to tell people, look, just go see it. I don't want to talk to you about it at all.
Right.
Don't ask me what it's about. Just take my word for it. Go see it, because anything I would tell you would diminish your enjoyment of the film.
Word of mouth spread so fast that the film ended up being a surprisingly big hit, grossing $63.5 million on a budget of just $2 million.
Yeah, I heard.
The Crying Game went on to be nominated for 6 Academy Awards, including Best Picture and Best Director, winning Best Original Screenplay. But Jordan was so adamant that he wouldn't win, he wasn't even in his seat when his category was announced. He had to be dragged out of the bathroom and onto the stage in order to accept his award.
You know, I won't be offended. Jody's never offended. What you say your name was?
And I hate it. One of the worst English accents I have ever heard.
Because I was afraid to speak when I was just a lad.
Nah, still worse.
Not here.
Who gives a f***?
Clearly not your accent coach.
What the f***?
I'm acting.
You're being held hostage by the Irish Republican Army.
It's so honest and blunt, I love it.
You want a cup of tea?
Look, you are now held captive. You are mine. This room is surrounded by guard dogs and bouncers. You will be blown away if you even consider trying to escape. Your ass is mine now.
Let me go, you mean, horrid man!
Can I make you a cup of tea?
But right here, I can't see a thing! Light up the scene!
You're the one about 5'10", with the killer smile and that baby face.
Oh, am I?
Yeah.
You do realise you've just given him enough reason to kill you, right? Dumbass.
Never thought fresh air would taste this good.
Alright, Forrest Whitaker deserves an Academy Award just for doing this accent with a straight face. It's almost as bad as Jason Statham's American accent.
Go back to the bank, get the video of the kid.
Almost. The thing is, his acting is incredible and so sympathetic. It's just the accent that is awful. Oh yeah, just casually show photographs of your loved ones to the criminals threatening to kill you. What's the worst that could happen? And also, if he's in a relationship, why was he trying to cheat?
What were you around for then?
You set me up.
You were trying to smash! Don't you be blaming them!
Well then, you're gonna have to take my dick out for me, are you? Come on, man, I'm gonna wet my pants.
And if Magnolia's taught us anything, it's that nothing is worse than peeing your pants. And we literally get like 2 minutes straight of the dude unzipping and helping Forrest Whitaker pee.
What the is this?
Do I hear merriment? Put an end to this happiness right now. Downright disgusting behaviour.
A frog cries out. Why, it just sting me, Mr. Scorpion.
My God, his accent is bleeding to the ears. How did this get past auditioning? How did it get to shooting? How did they not edit it out? Just dub him, do something. It is quite cool to see his captor gain sympathy and remorse for him though, as they spend more time together. And as he begs for help, it really is emotional. You can sense the remorse and sympathy from the guy just based on his face.
Don't catch me first.
Is he 10? To be fair, I didn't expect him to then get hit by a truck. And then the bad guys get blown to pieces. And of course it stars Jim Broadbent. I swear, this man is in everything. But of course Dill has an abusive ex-boyfriend who kinda looks like Chester Bennington. But man, they kiss right in front of him just to him off. How mature.
Now, if you asked me to meet you tomorrow, it would really drive you insane.
She's just a stirring little hussy.
Take your goldfish too!
Jesus Christ, she just murdered his fish! What the hell did they do? So she stops him from fingering her, but then goes to jack him off instead. What's with his face, though? Is he enjoying it or not? But then he starts to fantasize about Forrest Whitaker the whole time. Bit weird. Okay, so it goes to the next stage, and that's when he realizes that she has a wiener, which explains why she wouldn't let him finger her. But this comes right the hell out of nowhere. It's such a curveball. No pun intended.
Well, is that Pat's tart? Does Pat have a tart?
She's not a tart.
No, of course not. She's a lady.
No, she's not that either.
Well, this aged well. Ooh.
Do they know?
Know what, honey?
Know what I didn't know. And don't call me that.
Can't help it. A girl has her feelings.
Thing is, Dill, you're not a girl.
This must be J.K. Rowling's favourite film.
Don't be cruel.
Be a good girl. Go inside.
Only if you kiss me.
Okay, this is actually quite cute. He's reluctant to kiss her as he's still adjusting to the revelation, but he does it anyway, and is starting to accept her as a woman. But then Jimmy's old buddy shows up and begins stalking them. Alright, this is actually really creepy and intense.
Could always make it up to her.
Aye.
When a girl runs out like that, she generally wants to be followed.
She's not a girl, Cole.
Jesus Christ, dude! If she wants to be a girl, let her be a girl! That's what I don't understand! It's hurting no one! Then they just do their thing, and it is sweet how he's accepting her now. But then another argument ensues.
So tell me!
I was trying to get out of something.
No! Tell me everything, Jimmy!
Mate, you're one to talk. You have a cock and didn't tell him anything. But man, I do feel really sorry for Jimmy. He was nice to Forrest Whitaker and gets punished. Now he's nice to Dill and he gets punished. He's always their punching bag just for being nice.
Let me go, Dill. Why? I gotta be somewhere.
It's not, let me go, I don't want to die. It's, let me go, I have a very important meeting that I just cannot miss. But this sequence as they're assassinating someone while Jimmy is trying to fight off Dill, it's edited together perfectly. It is a great job. But this dude's face as he gets shot is hilarious. Was he constipated when he got shot, or did he just really enjoy it? But also, I'm calling bullshit. How do these people have guns in England? Oh, what are the cops gonna do? They don't have guns either.
What would you do for me?
Anything.
Except suck your dick.
You'd never leave me.
Never.
I know you're lying, Jimmy. It's nice to hear it.
That is a really well written line. And this is a really cute and emotional scene. But Dill is awesome as she loses the plot and massacres the but Jimmy protects her, takes the blame, and goes to jail on her behalf.
What am I supposed to call you then, Jimmy?
Fergus.
Fergus. Fergus, my love.
Oh, will you make up your mind whether you love him or not? You go back and forth more than Bill Murray with Ghostbusters 3. The movie is definitely an interesting one. The problem is, I was much more interested in the first half. I wish that was stretched to the entire film, but that's not to say the last half isn't good. The relationship is unique and shows that you love the person for who they are. It's a great message, and although that's been told before to death, this definitely has a unique take on it. It's a pretty good movie. I don't think I enjoyed it as much as others, but it's still a damn good watch. Being John Malkovich follows Craig, played by John Cusack, an unemployed puppeteer trapped in a loveless marriage with his wife Lottie, played by Cameron Diaz. To be fair, if I was married to Cameron Diaz, I'd be pretty miserable too. You who has a thing for his co-worker Maxine, played by Catherine Keener. However, he suddenly discovers a portal in the head of world-famous actor John Malkovich, played by, well, John Malkovich, and bizarre hilarity and tragedy ensues in a way that only Charlie Kaufman can do. He has written 2 of my favourite movies ever, so I'm already keen to see what he does here.
It's an interesting story.
The idea of Being John Malkovich originated when Kaufman came up with a story that was simply about a man who falls in love with someone who is not his wife, and initially it didn't involve the titular actor at all. However, as the script developed, he added in many of the movie's most famous elements, such as the portal in Malkovich's head and the 7.5 floor of the building. He finished the script in 1994 and began showing it to several major studios, all of whom turned it down, calling the premise stupid.
It's very kind of you to lie.
However, after some time, the script eventually found its way to Francis Ford Coppola, who gave the script to his daughter's boyfriend Spike Jonze, who loved it and instantly agreed to direct. This was actually a big risk, as Jonze was mainly known for directing music videos for artists such as R.E.M., the Beastie Boys and Daft Punk, and had never directed a feature film before, but he was willing to take the risk because of how much he loved the script. Jonze then took the screenplay to Propaganda Films, who agreed to produce the movie in partnership with their production company Single Cell Pictures. Producers Michael Stipe and Sandy Stern then pitched the film to numerous studios, including New Line Cinema, but they dropped the project after chairman Robert Shea asked, "Why the f*** can't it be Being Tom Cruise?"
That was a good one.
In fact, the choice of Malkovich as the title star of the movie was a big reason as to why it became so difficult to get it made, and even the director tried to convince Kaufman to change it so they could actually get the film funded. But he fought tooth and nail to keep the script as it was. The screenplay was always Being John Malkovich, even before I had any expectation that John Malkovich would even read the script. Eventually, Kaufman showed the screenplay to Malkovich himself, and though he thought it was great, he was extremely hesitant about starring as himself in a movie and tried to convince the filmmakers to cast someone else. Either the movie's a bomb and it's got not only my name above the title, but my name in the title, so I'm that way, or it does well and I'm just forever associated with this character.
I understand perfectly.
However, he was more than willing to help Kaufman get the film made, even signing on as a producer, but he still didn't want to star in it. Eventually, he was convinced to appear after Kaufman's persistence, and he even encouraged Jonze and Kaufman to heighten the movie's satire. When casting the other actors, John Cusack was offered the role when he told his agent to bring him the craziest, most unpredictable script he could find. Yeah, about sums the movie up, yeah.
Flattery will get you everywhere, my boy.
He read the script and was so impressed that he went through 5 auditions before eventually landing the part. And he even took marionette lessons in order to appear more convincing as a puppeteer. However, the other actors weren't as quick to jump on the film as Cusack was. Cameron Diaz was hesitant to take on the role of Lottie because of the makeup involved. In fact, when she was on set in full makeup, many of the crew members didn't recognize her and thought she was just a random stranger who had wandered onto set. In fact, I'm not gonna lie, I had no idea that this was Cameron Diaz when I watched this movie.
It's a terrible curse.
In addition, Catherine Keener initially disliked her character and felt that she wasn't right for the part. It wasn't who I saw for the part of Maxine. She was sexy and bold, and I didn't really like her. I don't think you're really supposed to like Maxine, but we'll get to that. It didn't matter in the end, she got nominated for an Oscar for Best Supporting Actress anyway. Filming began on July the 28th, 1998 and wrapped in August that same year in Los Angeles, though certain scenes were filmed on the campus of the University of Southern California. And Being John Malkovich was released on October the 29th, 1999 and was a surprise hit, grossing $32.4 million on a budget of just $10 million and was met with universal critic acclaim.
It stilled my heart.
Ebert later named the film as the best movie of 1999 and stated, either Being John Malkovich gets nominated for Best Picture or the members of the Academy need portals into their brains. Well, this is a bit awkward.
We'll see.
It was nominated for 3 Academy Awards for Best Director, Best Supporting Actress and Best Original Screenplay, but won none. And the film's omission in the Best Picture category is still, to this day, considered one of the biggest snubs in the Academy's history. However, many people have theorized that the movie is in fact a prequel to the 2017 horror film Get Out, with Catherine Keener reprising her role 18 years later and Allison Williams playing Malkovich's daughter as an adult. adult. Both films include the theme of a person's consciousness taking over another person's body and being trapped as a passive spectator inside a body. Get Out director Jordan Peele has said that this wasn't his intention when he made the film, but both he and Spike Jonze have said that they like the theory. So let's see how this madness starts. Wait, what? I have no idea what's going on, but I am terrified! These things look creepy as hell! Okay, nitpick, but why the hell is the camera so shaky here? Did they lose their Steadicam or tripod? So John Cusack has a new job and has to find the 7.5th floor. I mean, it is quite funny how this lady in the lift just casually pulls out a crowbar to show him how to get there. And then he enters Willy Wonka Land. Yeah, now it feels like a Charlie Kaufman movie.
Saying the other day about that orientation film being bullshit.
Yes.
I think maybe you're onto something.
And 50 other lines to get into a girl's pants.
Hey ladies, just because a guy talks to you doesn't automatically mean he wants to pork you.
Don't toy with Flores, Schwartz.
Oh, no.
If I was 80 years younger, I'd box your ears.
I wasn't toying with her, sir. I wouldn't.
Just because a guy talks to you doesn't automatically mean he wants to pork you.
If I can guess your name in 3 tries, you have to come have a drink with me tonight.
Oh, god damn it, bro. I had your back and you blew it, you creepy creepo.
Carol, Tab, Cher, Suzanne, Maxine?
Yeah. Who told you?
What the f***? How? So Maxine, for some reason, agrees to go out with the weirdo.
Buy a drink, Maxine? Maxine?
Are you married?
Yeah, but enough about me.
Yeah.
What? She finds out that he's married and she doesn't leave? He's on a date with you!
I don't know. I like you. I don't know what it is about you. I just...
My tits?
No.
Okay, you are not helping this situation.
No, it's your energy, your attitude, the way you carry yourself.
You're not a are you?
Oh. I wonder why this actress didn't like the character.
I am really attracted to you.
I am really attracted to you. Christ, you are a Okay, well, we can share recipes if you like, Darlene.
No, wait, listen. I love your tits. I love
Good.
I want to
Great, now we're getting somewhere.
Why am I even watching?
So tell me about yourself. Huh? I mean, if you can get your mind out of the gutter long enough, dog boy.
Well, I'm a puppeteer, and I've been...
Check.
Bit harsh. Seriously, for the whole film, anyone who finds out that he's a puppeteer treats him like he's the devil. Is this a real thing? Is there really this harsh, negative stigma towards puppeteering that I'm not aware of? And that's when he goes home to his wife! Yeah, do you remember her, you unfaithful bellend? He even has a puppet of his wife giving birth. This dude is so creepy! And when you're watching this for the first time, you're just wondering, where the hell is John Malkovich? What's this got to do with him? He's in the title and yet he hasn't appeared yet.
Interesting, Craig. Would you like to be inside my skin?
I'm extremely uncomfortable.
You're not somebody I could get interested in, Craig. You play with dolls.
Why does everybody hate puppeteers? Was it Jeff Dunham? Did he ruin it for everybody?
I feel something for you, Maxine. I've never felt this way before. About anybody, not even my wife.
How is she not calling him out on this? I mean, sure, she leaves, but she doesn't seem to think it's that big a deal. He's married, goes on a date with her, and she just goes along with it for a while. What the hell? She doesn't even find out that he's unhappy. But hey, then he finds the entrance to Narnia. That's nice. So Cusack is amazed at this experience entering another man's body.
I beg your pardon?
And rushes to tell Maxine, but she isn't too impressed.
You see the world through John Malkovich's eyes, and then after about 15 minutes, you're spit out into a ditch on the side of the New Jersey Turnpike.
Sounds great. Who the is John Malkovich?
Bit harsh. It's John Malkovich!
Oh, he's an actor. He's one of the great American actors of the 20th century.
Oh yeah, what's he been in?
Lots of things.
Yeah, like... Well, there was... No, that wasn't him. How about... No. Well, shit. So Maxine wants to... Con Air! He was in Con Air! Yeah, got one.
I think maybe you're onto something.
So Maxine wants to start charging people to enter the mind of John Malkovich. Yeah, she's been taking tips from Charisma Carpenter and Angel. But weirdly, she hasn't even experienced it yet. It's just so strange to me that Cusack runs in and claims that he has this magical portal where he can become a celebrity for 15 minutes, and she calls him crazy, but then you fart and all of a sudden, hey, I believe you, let's charge people for it like it's an amusement ride. Also, do these people ever sleep? They're working full-time jobs during the day and then this Malkovich business all night. How are they going this long without sleep? Are they me? This is such a bizarre concept. How would you even come up with something like this? It's a portal where you can enter someone's mind for 15 minutes.
I want to be John Malkovich tomorrow. That'd be perfect, because then I can meet your partner. I'd love to meet...
You know what the thing is, as I said before, is Lester Corp's open during the day, so we can't go during the day.
But you did it during the day. And the company doesn't seem like they'd actually care about having visitors, so that doesn't seem to be the problem either. It's just weird because Lottie randomly shows up and now she's a main character all of a sudden. I completely forgot who she was. I was just guessing, oh hey, she must be his wife. So Lottie enters Malkovich and... she seems to enjoy drying a penis a little too much. Are they all cheating douchebags? Although, does this count as cheating? I mean, technically, she's not touching the dick. John Malkovich is. But then she's there watching it and enjoying it. So is this the equivalent of just watching porn? This movie messes with your mind, man. And then Lottie shows up at his work anyway. So what was the problem before? And wait, how the hell did she find out how to get on a floor 7.5? And why is Maxine still so keen on this idea when she hasn't even tried it herself yet?
I've decided that I'm a transsexual.
Oh. Okay, I gotta admit, I didn't see that coming. That's what's great about this movie. It constantly keeps you guessing. You have no idea what's going to happen next.
It's the middle of the day. How am I going to get her past Lester?
Oh, she got in perfectly fine. Which sets off an alarm when they get in, so I'm sure she can get out fine.
Mr. John Malkovich?
Yeah, who's calling?
Oh my goodness, you don't know me, but I know you. I'm a great admirer of yours.
How did you get this number?
No, I'm sorry, but no celebrity would actually stay on the phone that long when talking to a stalker, not buying it. But it seems Lottie is now addicted and uses Malkovich's body to practically spy on him during a dinner date with Maxine. But why would John actually show up to this date? You could tell me Lottie had some influence since she was begging him to do so whilst inside his mind. But it's proven later she isn't strong enough to control him, so that don't fly with me.
Listen, I really don't find this amusing.
But it is quite well written. Lottie obviously feels neglected and unwanted by her husband, and now Maxine looks at her so lovingly, and she loves this feeling and starts to fall for her.
You know what I was thinking? I was thinking that maybe we could, we should invite Maxine over for dinner one night, you know, because you guys are partners and all, and I thought that might be a really nice gesture. I think she'd really like that, you know?
Maxine?
What?
Hey, you may actually be getting that threesome you've always wanted. Congrats, bro! Man, this looks so ominous. Pay us $200 to get inside a man's body, but first, please climb inside this extremely dark crawl space. Nothing bad will happen. So we get to the evening, and Craig and Lottie both just stare at Maxine wanting to f*** her. This is so creepy.
Oh, God. Lottie!
Craig! I don't find you attractive. And Lottie, I'm smitten with you. I am, but only when you're a Malkovich.
This movie's so weird, man. Seriously, Maxine calls John to arrange a date so Lottie can be John. I mean, does this count as cheating? They're having an out-of-body affair. What is going on? Once there, Max kills time waiting for Lottie to enter him. And then, I mean, this is technically girl-on-girl action right now. This is kind of hot. No, it's not, because it's a guy, but it's a girl. I'm so confused.
We love her, Craig.
We?
John and me.
Don't forget about me.
Will you have the Maxine action figure to play with?
This is the worst marriage ever.
You know why? Because I've fallen in love.
And this is what people who fall in love look like.
Well, you pick the unrequited variety.
Dude, Maxine is a bitch. No wonder the actress hated her. She friend-zones John Cusack, then she bangs his wife, and then brags about it and acts so smug about it. What the hell? But I am sorry, this just looks hilarious as the dramatic music hits and he runs through the low-ass hallways.
And I don't know how to use it very well, so don't make any sudden moves. I'm serious! I'm serious!
Can women stop saying this? You don't have a dick to suck! Suck my tits, eat my minge, do you like it? So Cusack loses it and decides to set up a date between Maxine and John, leading her to believe Lottie will be in Malkovich. But Jesus Christ, this got dark in a hurry. But I can't even feel his torment. He's been a completely creepy weirdo from the very beginning. I'm sorry, but I can't take this seriously. That's hilarious. Help! I'm overacting like f***. But to be fair, it is quite a clever metaphor. We're all puppets in life, which ties to Cusack's job as a puppeteer, and now he's even using Malkovich's body as a puppet. Maxine is riding him, believing it's Lottie, but it's actually John Cusack. And he even realises he is now able to control John's movements and speech.
And literally, I feel like I'm going crazy, Charlie.
I'm sure you're not going crazy.
Wait, Charlie Sheen is in this? Originally, it was actually going to be Kevin Bacon. Why couldn't it have been Kevin Bacon?
Charlie, someone was talking through my mouth.
You were stoned.
Well, you would know. But Malkovich discovers the truth and decides to enter his own mind. And this is when everything is Malkovich.
Malkovich. Malkovich, Malkovich. Malkovich, Malkovich. Malkovich, Malkovich, Malkovich.
Did someone spike my drink?
Hey, Malkovich, think fast!
Fun fact, that actually wasn't in the script. Malkovich described how Spike Jonze wanted to cut it out due to running late that night, expecting that no one would actually be able to hit him on the head with a half-full can of beer from a passing car. But about 70 or 80 sets of hands shot up on the crew saying that they would like to try. Eventually, the task fell to John Cusack's writing partner, and he actually nailed it on the first attempt.
That's even better.
But Lottie realises what Cusack has done, and things continue to get heated.
Fell in love with her first, Craig.
Yeah, but I didn't do anything about it out of respect for our marriage.
You didn't do anything about it, Craig. Out of respect for the fact that she wouldn't let you near her with a 10-foot pole.
Ouch. I mean, she's not wrong, but there's no need to say it.
What am I? Some kind of monster?
The only time the word monster will be acceptable in a screenplay. And randomly, he and Lottie have now made amends. What the f*** is even the purpose of their pet chimp? So Maxine discovers that the last time she banged John, it was actually Cusack in his body.
Well, boy, I'm surprised. That's pretty impressive.
What?
Dude, what a she is the most sex-obsessed woman I have ever seen. She doesn't care who it is. Man, woman, John Malkovich, John Cusack, his wife, his aunt, their neighbour Sally, his babysitters, dogs, uncles, roommates, cousins, professor at college. She will have them all. Doesn't matter. Oh, look, there's Maxine. Let's go and ram her. 3 at a time. Form an orderly line. We can all have a go piping the So Maxine goes to see Malkovich and Cusack manages to even control him. I'm sorry, but this just gets ridiculous.
Craig, Schwartzy, are you in there?
How did you know it was me?
Is this being John Malkovich or the Nutty Professor? And yeah, all of a sudden he went from only being able to control some parts of his body and speech to flawlessly controlling every part of him.
No! Shut up, you overrated sack of shit.
This is ridiculous! I'm not taking this seriously while he's arguing with himself. But they plan to bang on his desk and then make him eat off it. No. Seriously, they actually say that.
Let's do it on his dining room table. Then we'll make him eat an omelet off of it.
What is stupid white people? But man, they better hurry up if they've only got 15 minutes. So Lottie goes to see the pervy old guy who always talks about sex. I swear to God, if they're gonna pork next.
But Dr. Lester.
I am not Dr. Lester. What a twist! It was 90 years ago that I discovered a strange portal. And I found that this portal led to a vessel body and that I could live forever.
And it just keeps getting weirder. But Cusack has somehow figured out how to last longer in Malkovich's body so he and Maxine can finally be together. Until she gets bored and wants to f*** someone else. And their wife. And her friend. And their brother. But Maxine has the genius idea of him staying as Malkovich forever. What could possibly go wrong? Am I the only one feeling really sorry for John Malkovich? I mean, what has this guy done to deserve this? He's just this successful actor, and now all of a sudden this douchebag puppeteer comes along, and he's like, no, I'm going to steal your life away. He takes away his entire life, his fortune, and everything. Why? What did he do? Give him it back.
I'm so sorry. That's horrible.
He even decides to use Malkovich's fame to catapult his own puppeteering career. Dude, this is messed up. We then cut to 8 months later where she's pregnant with his baby. This is another man's life. You have robbed an innocent man of his entire life. Oh well, have a Sean Penn cameo.
In Maxine, Malkovich had found his mentor, his muse, his inspiration.
No! Stop having this heartwarming montage of his success! He's stolen an entire man's career and life! This is awful!
And I'd just like to thank God for giving us this opportunity to share our creative vision.
Nothing was impossible for John and Maxine in the early days.
Wait, was that Brad Pitt? On screen for like 0.5 seconds? Was he auditioning for Deadpool 2? But despite moving on, he still has a puppet of Lottie. This is so disturbing! What is going on? But to be honest, this puppet show is legitimately impressive. They all look like real actors. It's really well done. But the old-timers kidnap Maxine and refuse to give her back, unless he gives up the body of Malkovich. What do they want with it now? He's all old. He refuses, but it turns out they're bluffing and aren't gonna kill her anyway. You know, just like every other villain in every movie ever.
Lottie, no!
Jesus Christ, dude! And this is when I think they just ran out of ideas. They all end up running through John Malkovich's subconscious, and it just comes across like they ran dry of material and wanted an excuse for weird imagery. Kaufman would use this concept a lot better in Eternal Sunshine, but here it's just out of place for the rest of the movie. It's like the plot goes on hold, then this takes place, and then it just carries on like nothing happened. It just doesn't fit.
It's ours! I got pregnant when you were in Malkovich! You cannot with me anymore, Maxine! I kept it because I knew you were the father.
Are we sure that's how that works? But the old farts celebrate Cusack leaving Malkovich's body, but it's just so they can all possess him and ruin his existence. Give him his life back! They all go in at once. This is horrible. The poor guy.
Maxine! I did it, Maxine! I left Malkovich for you, sweetie! I feel good being Malkovich without you! It proves I love you! Doesn't it?
He's not with us.
He gave up the body and Maxine still ditches him. Oh, well, he deserved it. And Lottie's a and Maxine's a hoe. Who the hell do I root for? I mean, John Malkovich, but he's pretty much dead. So we skip to 7 years later and what the hell has Charlie Sheen done to his hair? His hairline's worse than mine. But he offers him a chance for immortality before we cut to... Oh, Jesus Christ! What else can they possibly do? I mean, I love the movie, but the ending is so dragged out. Just end! Weirdly, though, it is somehow quite charming to see Lottie and Maxine together with their baby. I have no idea how they managed to pull it off, considering how they got together. It's so warped and disturbing. But awesome! Of course the movie is weird. It's Charlie Kaufman. It's a pretty silly concept, but it's handled relatively well. The acting is incredible across the board, and even though the characters aren't that likeable at points, they're all relatable in some way, and they're all interesting to watch, which is all you really need. If you're looking for an introduction to Charlie Kaufman's work, this is a great way to start. Being John Malkovich will never stop being a complete masterpiece. Rain Man, which would go on to inspire a flawlessly written Eminem track.
And I ain't even gotta make no goddamn sense. I just did a whole song and I didn't say sh**.
Oscar-winning rapper, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you.
Follows Charlie Babbitt, played by Tom Cruise, who discovers that his estranged father has just croaked. Man, Tom Cruise really has bad luck with movie fathers, doesn't he?
Son of a
But he suddenly learns that the inheritance money is being given to his, until now unmentioned brother Ray, played by Dustin Hoffman, who suffers from autism and Savant syndrome while he gets next to nothing. Ouch.
Whoa, look, I'm out of here.
However, Charlie then decides to try to gain custody of Ray in order to gain control of the money, and the two set off on a cross-country road trip as they learn to grow as brothers. Yes, that old chestnut.
This will be interesting.
Production for the film began in 1987 when co-writer Barry Morrow pitched the story to United Artists head Roger Bernbaugh, who loved it and instantly greenlit the production. The director's chair was then offered to Martin Brest.
This is funny, Ray. Don't you think this is funny?
Yeah, this is funny.
But he left due to creative differences with the actors, and Steven Spielberg and Sidney Pollack were also considered before Barry Levinson was eventually selected after he read the script. The role of Raymond was originally written with Bill Murray in mind, but he was forced to back out due to scheduling conflicts with Ghostbusters 2, and the part was then offered to Jack Nicholson, Mel Gibson and Robert De Niro before eventually being given to Dustin Hoffman, and it was actually him who suggested that Ray be autistic. Weirdly, Hoffman was originally cast as Charlie, but he persuaded the director to give him the other role, and even handpicked Tom Cruise to play his brother instead.
That's good, Ray. Yeah. I like that.
Yeah. Filming began in the summer of 1987 in Palm Springs, California, and lasted 9 weeks, but it wasn't free of problems. Is it ever? Uh-oh. During the shooting of some casino scenes, Dustin Hoffman would often wander off to play blackjack, and the crew would spend several hours looking for him. This happened so often that Levinson was forced to assign a member of the crew to watch him at all times to make sure he didn't make a run for it. First he slaps Meryl Streep, and then he wanders off and spends hours gambling. How did he continue getting work?
Stop acting like a f***ing retard.
In fact, Hoffman said that he found the performance incredibly difficult, to the point that he almost tried to convince the director to recast his role with a better actor. Get Richard Dreyfuss, get somebody, Barry, because this is the worst work of my life. Probably just wanted some time off so he can go and gamble some more.
Enough already.
Weirdly, Tom Cruise didn't have much faith in the project either. During filming, he and Hoffman would often jokingly refer to the movie as two schmucks in a car. Then why did you agree to be in it then? It's not like either of you needed the money or the publicity at that point in your careers.
This guy's a fruitcake.
On top of that, most of the filming took place during the 1988 Writers Guild of America strike, which meant that the last few days of production ended up being rushed in order to get the movie released on time. The writer ended up delivering the final draft of the script only hours before the strike started and spent no time on set. When choosing who to compose the musical score, Barry Levinson's wife had seen the film A World Apart and loved the soundtrack and bought the CD for her husband. Levinson loved it so much he tracked down the composer to a small studio in the shady neighbourhoods of London. This composer turned out to be future legend Hans Zimmer. I mean, I'm glad his work finally got recognised, but isn't that a bit creepy? Tracking someone down to their work studio?
Stop it!
Zimmer immediately jumped at the chance to work in Hollywood, but he did find some elements of composing difficult, as Levinson told him to avoid string instruments as he didn't want the soundtrack to come off as too sentimental. Thankfully it worked out, and the film earned Zimmer his first Oscar nomination for Best Original Score.
Consider it foreplay.
Rain Man was released on December the 16th, 1988 and grossed an incredible $354.8 million on a budget of just $25 million, making it the highest grossing film that year and receiving mostly positive reviews. However, as time went on, many people criticised the film as an inaccurate portrayal of autism and for perpetuating the stereotype that people on the autistic spectrum typically have savant skills. However, many others defended the film's portrayal of the disability and praised the movie for bringing attention to the fact that many agencies failed to accommodate those with autism. Michael Caine called Tom Cruise's performance in the film one of the best he had ever seen, and it was nominated for 8 Academy Awards, winning 4 for Best Director, Best Actor for Hoffman, Best Original Screenplay and Best Picture, making it at the time the highest grossing Best Picture winner in history until it was eventually dethroned by Forrest Gump 6 years later. Ironically, also starring a mentally disabled hero.
What's the point? What's the point?
You took the car with no permission.
Yes, we're on.
Why? Why then?
Because I deserved it. You know, nothing I did was good enough for this guy. Don't you understand that? We're on Columbia Parkway, 4 kids. We get pulled over. He called in a report of a stolen car. Not his son took the car without permission. Just stolen. Central Station, the other guy's dad's bail him out in an hour. He left me there 2 days.
He left you in prison for 2 days?
But you stole his car! Why are you at your dad? You stole his car! Don't be a dick. Don't steal.
Rain, what?
You know, one of those imaginary childhood friends.
What happened to him?
Nothing, I just grew up.
Ah, so he used to be a Christian. When he finds out about the will, this is brilliantly acted. I'm really becoming more of a Cruise fan the more of his work I'm introduced to. Just listen to this.
Yeah, I'm sorry, son. I can see that you're disappointed.
Disappointed? Why should I be disappointed? I got rose bushes, didn't I? I got a used car, didn't I? What's his name? What'd you call him? The,
Beneficiary.
Right, beneficiary. He got $3 million, but he didn't get the rose bushes. I got the rose bushes. I definitely got the rose bushes.
Charles.
I definitely got the rose bushes. I mean, those are rose bushes.
There's no need to
To what? To be upset? To be upset? If there is a hell, sir, my father's in it, and he is looking up right now, and he is laughing his ass off.
He really has such a bad history with fathers. No wonder he was such a crap dad in War of the Worlds.
Maybe we're not supposed to be looking around here, no?
My God, his girlfriend is so annoying! She's literally only there to give exposition so we can hear what Cruise is going through. The only reason! But apparently she just lets random guys climb into their car, little dumbass. But I have to say, Hoffman plays the part of an autistic really well. He nails all of the mannerisms perfectly.
Hey, I'm talking to you! Bruner, who is this guy?
Raymond is your brother.
Okay, I do hate how this is revealed. It should be this big dramatic reveal. He's never known that he had a brother. And in this movie, it's just, oh, that's your bro. All right, cool. But the film does a great job showing the heightened intelligence of autistic people, as Hoffman is able to memorize and recite a bunch of statistics and historical facts.
Raymond, Ted Kluzewski.
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 Ted Kluzewski. Big clue, first base.
I've got something called Asperger syndrome, which means I'm a genius.
So Cruise basically bro-naps Hoffman, but then... Oh God, this is worse than if your kid walks in. Wait, why are they moaning that much when they're... Are they spooning? Is that the position they're doing? Just casually busting a nut with your brothers on the bed watching TV. It's disturbing, but funny.
Jesus Christ. Wait, go in there with him. Come on, Charlie, go in there. He's your brother. Why? He's afraid. He doesn't understand this.
God, she's so annoying! All of her dialogue is, stop using your brother, you're being so mean, go and be nice to your brother, we get it, shut up!
You don't listen to me.
Shut up!
You don't listen to me. This is...
What? What are you talking about?
I asked you to go there and apologize.
Huh?
You went there and you insulted him again.
What am I supposed to do, tuck him in? I'm not his mother, for Christ's sake.
Charlie, you're his brother.
I mean, she's right, but she's just so irritating. Off and die. But seriously, Cruise wants to keep his brother with him until he gets his half of the money. This is quite dark when you think about it.
What is my crime here, huh?
Your crime
What
is
is my
that you use
goddamn
people.
crime?
You use people. You're using Raymond. You're using me. You use everybody.
I'm using Raymond. Raymond! Am I using you? Am I using you, Raymond?
Yeah.
Shut up!
Okay, that's hilarious. I mean, even though what Cruise is doing is clearly wrong, you can't help but empathize with the character. It is a lot of money. I'm just saying, your dad leaves you out of his will, you're going to be a little bitter and act irrationally.
Sally Tips Sally. 461-0192.
How did you know my phone number?
How'd you know that?
She said read the telephone book last night. Tips Sally. 461-0192.
That's insane. He's a genius. I mean, a little bit creepy, but he has autism, so it's fine. He's a genius. Seriously, the accuracy for the autism is spot on, and I double-checked with my girlfriend who works with special needs children and is autistic trained. It's completely accurate.
Just bring him back and bring him back now. This is where he belongs.
Well, I'm his brother. It's not like kidnapping here, is it?
Well, it is when you're refusing to give him back unless they give you $1.5 million. A waitress even accidentally knocks some toothpicks on the floor, and Hoffman knows the exact amount there. What the? He's not autistic, he's f***ing Mystic Meg! There are times throughout the movie that makes you question his backstory. Hoffman refuses to fly, stating historical airplane crashes over the years. He freaks out at close contact. He loses it when Cruise just tries to give him a hug. He freaks out at hot water, claiming that a baby was burned. A smoke alarm goes off and he loses it. This all makes you think, what exactly happened to him as a child? The movie never explains what any of these scenes mean, and it does pose the question about their past.
You and I are gonna get on this plane.
Sorry, but that is kind of funny. But then he doesn't want to drive either. And the more and more frustrated Cruise gets, it just becomes increasingly more funny to me. But hey, autism makes you a perfect artist as well. Autistic and artistic, pretty cool.
Of course, I'm an excellent driver.
You know how to drive?
Yeah.
When did you drive?
Of course, I drove the Buick on the driveway when my dad came to Walbrook.
Was Dad in the car? Was Dad in the car, right?
Yeah.
Wow, he'd let his autistic son drive the car, but not him. Must have been a right little
What did I say, Ray?
It's Kmart.
You hear me. I know you hear me.
My boxer shorts
Don't fool me with this for a second.
Yours are too tight.
Ray, did you hear what I said? Shut up!
Again, this is completely accurate and acted so perfectly. The writing and acting from Hoffman is so spot on. It's probably one of the best performances I've ever seen. Not as good as DiCaprio in What's Eating Gilbert Grape though. I mean, it's selective hearing. And considering how old he is with autism as well, he might just be using several different things as a distraction. But can you imagine being a farmer? You're just chilling outside, you look over and all you see is...
What difference does it make? What difference does it make? Where you buy underwear?
So Cruise leaves Hoffman alone to make a call. What, seriously? He expected him to stay put? It is quite funny though as he walks across the street but stops in the middle of the road because it says don't walk. I mean, he's right, it does say don't walk, it's not very clear. So Cruise takes Hoffman to see a doctor, but I love this reaction.
Allowed to tell a story.
He's artistic.
No, he's autistic.
And it was initiated.
I'm not familiar with that. What is the exact nature of the problem?
He lives in a world of his own.
And the purpose
I'm sorry, but what's wrong with him?
She's right, heartless b****.
Out of curiosity, does he have any special abilities?
He's autistic! He's not a member of the X-Men!
Ray, can we try something?
Yeah.
Do you know how much 312 times 123 is?
38376.
He's right. What? He's right.
He's right?
Yeah.
So can a calculator.
But in a cool twist, it turns out that Cruise's childhood imaginary friend Rain Man wasn't imaginary at all. He was his brother Raymond. And as he learns this, it is quite emotional. Even though the story only takes place over the course of a week, it's a well-told story as Cruise grows to love his brother. It's a transformation piece, and it's really well told.
I just want to hear it's not over. I mean, I'm scared it's over.
Mate, if I never had to hear a voice again, I'd be ecstatic.
What are you looking at that for, Ray? I just spent a couple $100 on a little TV and now you're watching the dryer.
Try having kids, mate. But Cruise realizes that Hoffman can count cards, so they head to Las Vegas. I mean, does this count as cheating? I mean, technically Hoffman isn't doing anything wrong. He's just a genius. This should be perfectly fine.
What's your name?
Raymond.
My name is Iris.
Oh, are you a 12-year-old hooker as well? But then Hoffman thinks he has a date with Iris and has to prepare, so his brother teaches him to dance. This is a really sweet scene.
It's not right what you're doing to Raymond.
Oh God, do you ever say anything else? We get the point, you have no purpose. What the f*** are you even doing here, lady? We don't need you. But somehow the casino think the duo cheated. I mean, they have no evidence. So the most they can do is...
You should take your winnings and leave the state.
So Hoffman gets stood up, but the annoying cow tries to cheer him up with a nice dance in the lift. It is really sweet and innocent, but damn John Malkovich for making me have a dirty mind and think she's trying to f*** him.
Have you ever kissed a girl?
I don't know.
Oh my God, it's not my dirty mind! This cow actually wants to have sex with two brothers! What is going on? But to go back to the mention of their father letting Hoffman drive but not Cruise, Tom now lets his brother drive his car. It's a nice little tie-in and it is really charming. Just imagine if this ended in a horrific car crash.
I'm happy that you came to Vegas.
I know.
Oh, you're not as good a kisser as your brother. But this is when Cruz's transformation comes full circle. This is a really interesting change and quite human and relatable.
It's funny, I just realized I'm not pissed off anymore. My father cut me out of his will. You were his friend. You probably knew he tried to contact me a few times over the years. I never called him back. I was a prick. Hey, if he was my son, didn't return my calls, I'd have written him out. F*** him.
Probably my favourite scene in the entire movie. The two actors are really good together as they're now close and good pals. It's really sweet, but they still have to go to court to determine custody of him. Man, Cruz has issues with terrible fathers and Hoffman has issues with court battles. And it's so emotional as Cruz gets defensive about how he's handled the week with his brother.
You stole Raymond out of the institution and you're willing to trade him for $1.5 million, is that correct?
My father died. I was upset. Okay? That was wrong.
So last week you were upset, and then this week you suddenly found some devotion to your brother and you want to take care of him for the rest of your life.
Wow, when you put it like that.
Raymond, do you want to stay with your brother Charlie? Raymond, do you want to stay with your brother Charlie?
Yeah.
You do?
Yeah.
You want to stay with your brother?
Yeah. Yeah, stay with my brother Charlie Babbitt.
That's what you want?
Yeah.
You want to stay with your brother?
Yeah.
So what you're saying is, you want to stay with your brother. While they make the decision outside of the room, it's super emotional as Cruz prepares to say goodbye and they finally connected. And unfortunately, it leads to him not having custody, but getting to visit him frequently. And the goodbye scene? I'm not crying, you're crying! Shut up, this movie's amazing! It is. It's a beautiful story of a douchebag turning good, which is done to death, sure, but for a week he grows frustrated with his brother, but their closeness grows and he learns to love him despite his problems. At one point, Cruz is actually offered $250,000 to walk away and leave the case, but he turns it down. It shows his growth as a character, and the acting on both sides is spectacular. An incredible movie that everyone should check out. Good Morning Vietnam tells the story of...
No, he's got a girl's name. That one. What do you think about when the...
Not that one!
That's a joke, right?
Played by the late great Robin Williams, a DJ who's taken to Saigon during the Vietnam War to run the local radio station in order to keep up the soldiers' morale. However, the guys in charge find Adrian's humour rather offensive and downright dastardly, despite his buddies loving it, one of which is played by Forrest Whitaker. The movie then centres around Adrian brightening people's lives before censorship issues and all sorts of beloved war drama and antics. See?
That's a joke, right? I get it.
In 1979, writer Adrian Cronauer pitched a sitcom based on his experience as a DJ in the US Air Force, even naming the lead character after himself. However, most networks weren't interested in the project as it was considered far too similar to the popular TV series MASH, and because they didn't see the Vietnam War as an appropriate setting for a comedy. Sensitive b****.
That's censorship, Edward. That's not what America's all about.
Wait, yes it is.
What, sir?
Cronauer then rewrote the script into a TV movie rather than a pilot episode for a sitcom, which eventually got the attention of Robin Williams, who loved it, and brought in Mitch Markowitz to do some rewrites, even getting the Walt Disney Company to finance the film. However, in the end, very little of Cronauer's original draft was left in the final screenplay, and he was only credited for the overall story. Despite this, he was still very pleased with the film once he saw it, though he did point out that it was actually not an accurate representation of what really happened. I'm very happy with it. Of course, it was never intended to be an accurate point-by-point biography. It was intended as a piece of entertainment, and Robin was playing a character named Adrian Cronauer who shared a lot of my experiences. But actually, he was playing Robin Williams. Anybody who has been in the military will tell you that if I did half the things in that movie, I'd still be in Leavenworth right now. A lot of Hollywood imagination went into the movie. I was a disc jockey in Vietnam, and I did teach English in my spare time. I was not thrown out of Vietnam. I stayed for my full one-year tour and was honourably discharged.
This is not over yet.
None of the characters in the film are based on actual people Cronauer met, although he stated that he based them on common stereotypes of military personnel at the time. The scenes where Adrian teaches his class to swear and use street slang, his pursuit of a Vietnamese woman, and his jeep being blown up in the jungle were all made up for the film and never happened in real life. The only part of the movie that he described as 100% accurate was the fact that he was across the street at the time a nearby restaurant was bombed.
It's impossible.
Jeff Canoe and Robert Benton were both considered to direct the film before Barry Levinson came on board, and he insisted that Williams was not allowed to meet the real Cronauer, as he didn't want him to copy his mannerisms and turn his performance into an imitation of the real person, though the two would eventually meet at the film's premiere.
Real intelligent solution.
Production began in June of 1986 in Thailand, and many of the country's local military were actually hired as background extras for the film. As a reward for their work, Robin Williams performed a stand-up routine on set as a way of saying thank you. That man was just amazing.
My thoughts exactly.
Good Morning Vietnam was given a limited release on December the 23rd, 1987, before a wide release on January the 15th, and was surprisingly a big hit, grossing $123.9 million in the US alone, making it the fourth highest grossing movie that year, and received mostly positive reviews. But some people just had to be different. It wasn't me this time. It's beyond compulsory and condescending. The film is merely a Robin Williams concert movie welded clumsily onto the plot from an old and Danny Kaye picture. It hardly delivers on the promise of giving us the pure, undiluted Williams. Williams at his best. What's more, it's not even close to being his best movie. It's not even close to being good.
Jesus, that guy's as boring as whale.
And the film remains to this day one of his most iconic performances. But when Robin goes on the air, these scenes are just magical. And they are all completely improvised, and you can tell. It's like he was auditioning for his role as the genie. They just let him go in there and do his thing, and he was so good at it. He's having the time of his life. But bear in mind, not only did Robin have to go in there and just make up things on the spot and be funny and entertaining, but he also had to remember where he was in time. This is set in the 60s. He couldn't make any jokes about anything that happened after this. He couldn't make jokes about any recent events. He had to keep in his mind where he was in time, and he still nails it.
Oh, I'll get you, my pretty! Oh my God, it's the Wicked Witch of the North, it's Hanoi Hannah! Now, little G.I., you and your little Tudu, too! Ah!
Wicked Witch of the West, and it's Toto. God damn it, Adrian! The first radio show does go on for quite some time, but it was ad-libbed, and it just proved how good he was. He could do this for days, and the material was just too good to cut short.
And don't say that the weather is the same all the time here, because it's not. In fact, it's 2 degrees cooler today than yesterday.
2 degrees cooler? Me without my muff.
I'm trying to...
Alright, they do tend to exaggerate just how funny he is sometimes. I mean, that was like a filler line at best. Calm down, mate. But this is literally like YouTube, yelling at Adrian for his humour, which wasn't even remotely crude. Jesus Christ, imagine if they saw his stand-up routine.
With porn movies, when you're watching them, it's basically, they're an hour and a half long. And who watches an entire porn movie? Even with fast forwarding, you're like, ah!
But get this. Adrian spots a woman he finds hot, but she blows him off and leaves. So him and Forrest literally steal bikes to chase her down the street. Will you stop making heroes creepy-ass stalkers? So they track the girl down to her English class and hang around outside, peeking it. What the hell is this? These guys are total creeps. He does gain the courage to go inside, but he lies to the teacher and claims that he only has 2 months to live and bribes him into letting him teach the class. What a stand-up guy. So he makes the students write down their names, addresses, and phone numbers. Are you kidding me? This is beyond disturbing. What was wrong with the 80s? No wonder girls reject guys so much. No wonder they paint guys as douchebags who only want one thing when movies depict them like this. And then we just enter a Robin Williams stand-up routine. How is this guy making this so charming? No, it's creepy and weird.
Okay, Sherlock, yeah. I bribed my way to meet the girl. You got me, bang. But hey, I like the class, so I'm gonna stay.
Yep. That's all you have to do, apparently. Just bribe a teacher and finders keepers. The class is yours now. Yeah, he continues teaching the class for the rest of the movie.
Come on.
You like me because of my sister.
Oh.
Well, yes. You didn't care about him at all until he said that. Adrian's a complete douchebag. But it's Robin Williams, so he's so perfect. I'm so confused.
I know we can't use the word dyke. You can't even say lesbian. It's women in comfortable shoes.
You can't even say that anymore, mate. And is it just me, or does this weasel guy sound like he swallowed Joe Pesci?
Antics, damn it. Comedy of errors, like the Keystone Cops falling down. General wackiness like that.
If someone is not telling the truth, you say that they are full of...
Oh, that's pretty good.
Okay, if someone is making you angrier and angrier, therefore you have...
This is actually so charming. I love it. We miss you, Robin.
She comes up, she spills soup all over you. Looks at you like, I'm sorry, what are you gonna do about it, ass? What do you say to her? What would you say? They spilled something on your parents, what would they do? What would you do?
I do nothing.
I love this guy. And admittedly, at least now when the girl starts to take an interest in him, it feels smooth and natural. I mean, the way they meet is disturbing as hell, but now it's actually quite sweet. But hey, it turns out that Robin Williams actually invented the YouTube poop genre. Yeah, he edits the audio of President Nixon and this is hilarious.
Mr. Nixon, thank you for that concise political commentary, but I think I'd like to delve into something slightly more personal for the men in the field. How would you describe your testicles?
That they're soft, that they're shallow, that they have no purpose.
He did a very off-color parody of former VP Nixon.
I thought it was hilarious.
Shh! It's offensive! And if it's offensive, it automatically means it can't be funny as well.
I can't. I gotta be back on the air again at 4.
You have to meet her today. Otherwise you meet the big chance.
I don't want to miss my big chance.
Yes, come, to go.
Sound like you learned English from Tonto. Come on.
Come on.
Stop being racist! It's just devastating to watch all of the destruction and seeing all the carnage and victims bleeding. Just got real. And Robin should be counting his lucky stars. He was only inside there like 10 seconds earlier. And I know this feeling all too well. He's told that he can't report the explosion, so he becomes depressed at being censored. You can tell he's upset, but he has to put on a brave face. Well, voice for the show with his usual energy and comedy. I never do that. And then he decides to report it anyway.
In Saigon today, according to official sources, nothing actually happened. One thing that didn't officially happen was a bomb didn't officially explode at 14:30 hours, unofficially destroying Jimmy Waugh's cafe.
Get him out of there.
3 men were unofficially wounded.
I think it's a huge testament to Williams' talent. He was a total creep earlier, and now he's so likeable and easy to root for. How'd he do that? But Adrian refuses to go back on the air despite the fan uproar.
I can't believe you! What? That's it? You leave the whole thing behind. You leave everything hanging. People are depending on you.
Calm down, mate. It's just a radio show. But in a really sweet scene, Forrest reveals his whereabouts to the soldiers despite him being uncomfortable. Naturally, they want proof that he's the famous radio host, and it gets Williams in the mood to do more of his routine, just to make them happy. He goes from miserable to happy within seconds, pretty much just like how he sadly would act in real life. He talks to everyone, gets to know them, and it's really charming and sweet as he's trying to take their minds off the war and brighten their day, even if it's just for a moment, regardless of his own hardships and problems. As soon as they leave again, he becomes sad. So in a way, yeah, he kind of was playing Robin Williams, but that doesn't mean it's a bad performance, far from it. The experience even convinces him to return to the radio and shouts out the soldiers that he's met.
PC the VC. Tell me something I don't know, okay?
Popeye was an underrated gem?
Not in Kansas anymore, though.
No, don't you mean?
Doo-doo.
But he does end up finding out that his girl's brother is actually a terrorist, and he was the one responsible for blowing up the restaurant earlier, which is why he lured Williams to safety moments later. This is an awesome twist, and I really didn't see it coming. But due to Williams' association with the terrorist, he is now forced to leave and finally go home.
You know, you're in more dire need of a blowjob than any white man in history.
Dick, I've covered for you a lot of times because I thought you was a little crazy. But you're not crazy. You're mean.
Okay, that line's terrible. Who the hell wrote that?
Why is it so mean?
Nah, for real, it does get really intense as they confront one another. The acting is insane from both guys, and the story builds up to it so well.
And now they tell me that my best friend is the goddamn enemy.
Enemy? What is enemy? You killing my own people so many miles from your home. We're not the enemy. You the enemy.
But it is really sad and emotional to see him leave after all of this, after brightening so many people's lives, just like in real life. The movie is great. It may be a bit slow at points, but it's worth it when it kicks right back into gear. It's funny, it's sweet, it's heartwarming, and it's a brilliant movie that is certainly worth your time.
I gotta say, of literally every YouTuber I have ever seen in the decade plus that I've been using this website, I have never seen anyone worse than Cinema Virgin. I would consider the worst. the worst. He didn't get a single fucking thing right in that entire hour and a half of worthless garbage-ass video. He literally stretched so far that he couldn't even manage to pluck a point that made any level of sense. The fact that you act like a little bitch when people insult you, when you insulted people in like every 5 minutes of your video, goes to show what a spineless loser you are, a complete tool. Don't tell people you have manic depression as a get-out-of-jail-free card, aside from it being just pathetic on a level that not even a child would go to. It's just really sad that you would use that after insulting people consistently. You can stop your pissy little snipes on Twitter acting like a 5-year-old, pretending like you have any say with your audience of 4 people who actually give a shit about your god-awful content. You make it a little difficult to sympathize with you.
How badly can you miss the point, my dude? Yeah, no, he's just been a prick now. He's just been a prick now. It's not just that he doesn't like the movies, it's the reason he says he doesn't like the movies, therefore they're bad. Or they're bad because he doesn't like them, and then he gives really terrible reasons.
Hey, this is an emergency. I need to see you. Now. Look, I need your help. If you really are who you say you are, and if you can really do what you say you can do, you're my only hope.
The fuck do you want?
You said that you control time.
Yes.
Then I need your help.
How?
Send me back.
Back where? To the hair salon?
Back in time.
Whoa, 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 Rob, that's
big. I know.
Dude, this is bigger than anything we've ever dealt with before.
Please. I just need to check something.
Rob, going through time is dangerous business. The slightest change could alter the entire world's future.
I wouldn't be asking if it wasn't an emergency, okay? Just send me back to March the 6th, 2017.
That's an oddly specific date, but okay. But listen very carefully. If I do this, you cannot, under any circumstances, interact with anything. Even the slightest movement would trigger an irreparable break in the space-time continuum that could throw everything out of whack.
Okay, I promise.
Rob, I mean it. Don't touch anything.
President Vladimir Putin authorized a special military operation in Ukraine's Donbass region.
Don't sneeze.
Donald Trump wins the presidency.
Don't sit down.
Buckingham Palace announced the death of Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth II.
Don't go to the toilet.
So it's Italy's European Championship, and once more tears after a penalty shootout for England.
Don't step on a bug.
The coronavirus is the biggest threat this country has faced for decades.
And finally, most importantly, do not, I repeat, do not interact with your past self.
Completely understand. So all in all, it is such an overrated trilogy. They're clearly gay, none of it makes sense, they do shit for no reason. Hi, Rob. You gay?
What?
I mean, is it just me, or the way you're just standing there clearly looks like you want to fuck me in the ass? What? No, I'm you, but from the future. What? I'm from the year 2023. Are there flying cars? No, are you high? Whatever you do not post this review, man. Seriously, dude, you're gonna post this review and it's gonna go viral. Really? Not in the way you're thinking. You're gonna be humiliated and it's gonna destroy your entire YouTube channel. Virgins. People are gonna make memes about you. Your entire YouTube channel is gonna be completely destroyed. What, just because I don't like some films? Well, no, maybe it's because you got everything wrong. What? Look, you don't want to do this. And besides, Lord of the Rings is really good. Yeah, you're definitely gay. What? No, I just rewatched it. Look, how about we just forget about the review for now, okay? Let's just go home and we can watch the films together. What? No, why would I do that? I'll give you next week's lottery numbers. Sure, fine. The Lord of the Rings was a worldwide phenomenon and remains so, which is incredibly impressive considering they were published as books nearly 70 years ago. Author J.R.R. Tolkien started out with a fantasy tale, The Hobbit, in 1937, but went on to write a trilogy of sequels adapting to the lore during World War II, though they wouldn't be published until 10 years after the fact. In 1969, Tolkien sold the rights to these stories to United Artists for around £100,000, supposedly to pay off a tax bill that he owed, though it's unclear whether that's entirely true or not. But this sum would be the equivalent of nearly £3 million today, as well as gaining 7.5% royalty from any future adaptations, which would continue to go to his estate once he'd pass away. In 1976, United Artists sold the majority of these rights to Solzant's company, though they did retain the world distribution rights to any further movie adaptations. Rankin and Bass managed to license the rights, and an animated TV special adapting The Hobbit was produced in 1977, followed by an adaptation of the third book, Return of the King, in 1980. However, in 1978, just a year after the first TV special was aired, an animated feature film adaptation of The Lord of the Rings was made. Although it earned decent money, fan and critical reception was mixed, and it didn't make nearly enough at the box office to warrant a sequel. A young Peter Jackson saw this film and liked the beginning, but found the rest far too confusing, and only went out to read the books to find out what the hell was going on. It wasn't until technology in Hollywood became so advanced with the likes of Jurassic Park and Star Wars that filmmaker Peter Jackson was actually given the means to adapt the books to live action in his homeland of New Zealand. Naturally, he wanted to produce one movie based on The Hobbit, but only two on Lord of the Rings, making a trilogy which would be shot simultaneously. However, the rights for The Hobbit was split between two studios, and Jackson wasn't able to adapt it, meaning that he would have to do The Lord of the Rings first, which led to the trilogy that revived the fantasy genre as we know it. 3 movies shot back to back that shattered records, brought nerds together, and completely took the world by storm. The story of Sauron, who uses the fire of Mordor to forge an evil ring that rules all the other rings, destroying all peace on the fantasy world of Middle-earth, and in turn bringing on the apocalypse. It ends up in the hands of a man named Smeagol, played by Andy Serkis, who gets corrupted by the ring's evil powers for many centuries, turning him into an insane CGI creature named Gollum. However, Gollum then loses the ring when a small hobbit named Bilbo Baggins, played by Ian Holm, finds it. The ring starts to also corrupt Bilbo, but his wizard friend Gandalf, played by Sir Ian McKellen, talks him into letting it go, before discovering the ring's origin and its true powers. It is then up to Bilbo's nephew Frodo, played by Elijah Wood, and his best friend Sam, played by Sean Astin, to travel to Mordor and destroy the ring the only way possible, where it was created in the fires of Mount Doom. When adapting from the novels, Peter Jackson naturally had to make some changes. He wanted Middle-earth to all look as accurate to the book's descriptions as possible, almost treating it like a real historical place, but he also needed to cut things out. The first book is 423 pages long, the second 352, and the third 416. But all 3 movies are 3 hours long or over, and also were given an extended cut nearing 4 hours apiece. Jackson didn't only cut things out of the book, but he added things in to help with pacing, character development, and to just add to the overall viewing experience. But this didn't sit well with everyone, mainly J.R.R. Tolkien's own son Christopher, who was 77 years old by the time the first movie was released. He felt like the films just didn't do the books justice, describing them by saying they gutted the books, making action films for 15 to 25-year-olds. He would even later sue the studio New Line Cinema for the Tolkien estate receiving no money from the movies whatsoever, though it was later settled out of court and he pursued no further action towards the Hobbit films. Honestly, although I've only read Fellowship and wasn't too keen on it, I think the movies do a great job bringing this world to the big screen. You can tell the sheer amount of effort and research Jackson put into this. The film opens on the Shire, home of the Hobbits, and he has brought this world to life flawlessly. It looks great and captures the fantasy feel so perfectly, you almost wish you could just walk around the Shire and meet all the hobbits. Jackson also uses perspective really well, having actors simply sitting behind each other to give off the illusion that one is bigger than the other. I'm a sucker for practical effects over CGI, and this just looks fantastic.
Before you came along, we Bagginses were very well thought of. Indeed. Never had any adventures or did anything unexpected.
Except that one time I got into numerous fights in the streets of London because West Ham might lose a football game. That was a weird time. You even like football now? Yeah, I do actually. We nearly won the Euro. Don't care. I also have to credit these movies for their casting. They have some of the most perfectly casted characters I have ever seen. Ah, somebody ordered a death scene. Ian Holm just comes across as such a friendly figure who you could almost imagine being your own fun uncle, who I actually find myself relating to quite a bit.
More visitors, well-wishers, or distant relations. I've got to get away from these confounded relatives hanging on the bell all day, never giving me a moment's peace.
Am I Bilbo Baggins? Oh, so we're still socially inept in the future? Yeah, that never changes. Cool.
Old Toby, the finest weed in the South Valley.
Damn, Bilbo Baggins is a pothead. Gives these movies a whole new edge, really, doesn't it?
But due to how friendly and kind-natured Bilbo comes across in the beginning, it makes his sudden change that more shocking and effective.
Meine Arbeit für richtig hältst. Ob du glaubst, dass ich fleißig gewesen bin, dass ich gearbeitet habe, dass ich mich in diesen Jahren für dich eingesetzt habe, dann tritt für mich ein, so wie ich für dich eingetreten bin.
But when the ring starts to take over and Bilbo becomes more and more psychotic over it... Sorry, just the effects of working with Ridley Scott. It's such a change from his previous demeanour. It really sells just how dangerous this ring actually is, but it doesn't really sit well with his buddy Gandalf.
Do not take me for some conjurer of cheap tricks.
I am not Dumbledore!
Gandalf is another character who goes through a similar change. At the beginning, he's this welcoming, warm, kind-hearted and friendly character. You can sense that him and Frodo are close, but then once he researches the origins of the ring, he becomes a dishevelled and neurotic mess. Again, selling the severity of the ring and its capabilities. People do mention the close-ups of this film, but this is really the only shot I think it just doesn't work in. I mean, I get it, you're supposed to feel uncomfortable because the danger is nearing, but it just seems out of place for the rest of the scene.
I just wanted to come in and try and get a bit of a close-up. I mean, you had one and Frodo had one and I've been in nothing but group shots so far.
No.
But I can't help but notice just how long Frodo takes to check out his uncle's house. So Bilbo vanishes from the party, he then goes home, Gandalf is already there somehow, they have a whole conversation about the ring, he hands it over, they say their goodbyes, then Gandalf sits around for a while contemplating why Richard Harris hated him so much, and then Frodo decides to check out the house. I mean, was he just walking around the woods aimlessly thinking, where could my Uncle Bilbo be? Well, he's not here. Well, he's not here. Maybe I should check out his house.
He was probably busy bumming Sam. What is your problem with gay people? I mean, you realise in a few years that you like cock too.
Weirdly, in the book, Gandalf gives Frodo the ring to hide and then goes off to research where it came from, and he's gone for 17 years. In the movie, it's cut down and no passage of time is actually given, but it is paced really well, and you can sense the impending danger as Gandalf begins to panic.
Cannot stay in the Shire.
No, it can't.
I never been to Earth, Dad. I never even slept over some other dude's house.
Frodo's cousins Merry and Pippin are hilarious, and I actually quote them far too often.
What about second breakfast?
And Gandalf acts like their disappointed father, always being made to clean up their mess, forcing them to do chores. In the book, Pippin throws a pebble down a well, which gives away their whereabouts, but in the movie he accidentally knocks down an entire damn skeleton. But I think it's so much funnier this way. I'll never get tired of Pippin being a screw-up, and at least here it was actually accidental.
I do not mention Frodo or the ring. And say nothing of Aragorn either. In fact, it's better if you don't speak at all about him too.
You can't even help but take a look at the evil crystal ball, which leads Sauron to believe he has the ring. He can't do anything right. All he had to do was not touch the damn ball. Not that one. But despite starting out as the comic relief, Merry and Pippin go through a huge transformation. They risk their lives to distract some orcs so Frodo can get away with the ring. Pippin literally sacrifices himself to save his friend Faramir from being burned alive. Despite his concerns, Gandalf challenges Pippin and gives him these tasks, and he does have heroic moments to prove himself. They show that anybody can become a hero in this franchise, even the most unlikely of hobbits. After Pippin is suspected of having the ring, he has to be relocated for his own safety, and it's a decent little side quest, and it is really emotional to see him and Merry being separated after all this time. And when they do reunite, it is equally as emotional. It's awesome to see Gandalf kick ass, and Pippin is even in there to get his own kill as well. It's a great transition from useless comic relief to underdog hero. Saruman, played by Christopher Lee, starts out as Gandalf's friend, but this doesn't last particularly long, which is quite interesting. Saruman is hardly in the first book, and even then he was only mentioned during Gandalf's backstory. But he's fleshed out here, and it's a unique touch as he suddenly switches and becomes evil, believing that the fight against Sauron is meaningless as they can't possibly win, so he decides to just join the dark side instead. It's unusual for a character change to happen as soon as they're introduced, especially when it's only 45 minutes into the movie, but I'm all for it. There's a lot of story to cover, and it doesn't dent the pacing one bit.
Yeah, villain who turned evil for no reason. Did you have the film on mute? Maybe.
Him and Gandalf then come to blows, and it's actually pretty cool, though it reminds me of the ending of Sword in the Stone. Though the spinning scene has always looked silly to me, and I just struggle to take this seriously. Honestly, these characters are all so strong and well written. Frodo is focused on the journey and doesn't want to let anyone down. He's the only one actually taking this journey seriously. Hell, the idiots actually light a damn campfire. You're supposed to be discreet. May as well write "We are here" in fireworks above the mountain.
I'm surrounded by idiots.
Sam is just hell-bent on protecting Frodo and making sure he succeeds, stopping him whenever he's about to put the ring on. Merry and Pippin tag along on the journey, but they don't know about the ring yet, so them chowing on magic mushrooms instead actually makes sense. But as the films progress, you really do sense their hearts of gold and true loyalty. They find out about the ring and agree to help without question. The tension is great in this, and since we're quite early into this adventure, so we know that Frodo is unlikely to die due to his connection with Bilbo in the ring, but the other three haven't been shown that much. It's really good suspense, as any of the others could possibly be killed off.
That fellow's done nothing but stare at you since we arrived.
Calm down, Sam. You can't even see the dude's eyes, you paranoid schizo. The first time Frodo wears the ring is such an iconic moment. It introduces the character of Aragorn, played by Viggo Mortensen, and is such a powerful moment anyway. We see the powers of the ring, we see how dangerous it can be if it's worn, and the reaction of those around him. Although they don't react when he reappears, which is a bit weird. The Nazgul look terrifying and have a really intimidating presence, but they seem to have no patience and are just incredibly lazy. So we get the fake out where they're about to kill the hobbits, but they've switched beds. Aragorn then tells their story to the others whilst watching them from a window, and because they spent 20 seconds looking for them, they just give up and go on home. Well, we tried. Who's on for a Netflix marathon? The musical score is fantastic. Howard Shore did a terrific job, and he builds the suspense and drama really well. The cinematography is astounding. You can easily see the influence this film had on cinema for the years that followed. This entire design of Isengard is spectacular, and clearly influenced Buffy the Vampire Slayer's Hellmouth just a few years later. Oh, look at me, I've got crane shots. Oh, look at the pretty images. Oh, Peter, should we maybe write a script? No, pretty images. What's the fucking movie? The character of Arwen is so badass. She gets introduced quite quickly, but her and Aragorn have been a couple for a while, so there's no need to waste any time initiating the relationship. Frodo is also dying at this point, so time is a major factor. But man, she takes out the entire Nazgul like Quentin Tarantino takes out anyone who dislikes his movies. It is a very sad scene as she believes that Frodo is dead and his destiny is over. Sauron wins. It means everything. The friendship between Sam and Frodo is built really well in the first film, and you can sense their closeness. In The Two Towers, Sam's loyalty to Frodo is evident from the very beginning. After travelling for so long, he's just past caring about anything else and turns into a savage. It is quite funny.
Let's just tie him up and leave him.
The second movie consists of Sam, Frodo and Gollum travelling together as friction continues to rise. Sam isn't sure they can trust him, which challenges his friendship with Frodo, but shows his loyalty towards him as he's constantly trying to protect him. Sam and Frodo are clearly gay lovers. Look at how they look at each other. They're not gay, they're just really good friends. Have you ever had a close male friend before? Yeah, we're gay. You're clearly hiding something. You see sex in almost every scene. Gollum himself is also such an interesting character, and the effects look great, but I think what makes these three in the movie work so well is that overall, they're hardly in it. So when they do appear, you appreciate their scenes a whole lot more. It makes sense why Frodo was somewhat sympathetic towards Smeagol, because he knew what the ring was doing to his own uncle, and he feels like he now has a second chance to save someone else from its power. Sam even gives this great speech about how nothing will ever be the same again after all of this. These are tiny hobbits from such a small area, and they had no idea what they were getting involved in. And they go on to have a journey to save the world. It's incredible. Sam even gives Frodo his last bit of food. He is such a loyal friend, and they even acknowledge that there probably won't be a return trip. They're just there to save the world and possibly die doing it. Sam tries to convince Frodo that Gollum is evil, but he just doesn't listen. And this conflict wasn't actually in the book. It was added to cause a breakdown of their friendship, and it works really well. You feel so sorry for Sam and root for him to keep fighting. Now, as great as these films are, there are some really bad lines, and I get it to a degree. It's how people spoke back in the day. But sometimes they just don't sound genuine or natural at all, and no one else speaks like it. It's just randomly in the middle of a scene, and it doesn't quite work.
You don't see it, do you? He's a villain.
Very nasty place. Full of enemies.
There's so much suspense as Smeagol constantly messes with Sam. It looks like he's about to attack Frodo, but then he doesn't and just acts like a child trying to pin his parents against each other.
This looks like the most dangerous and comfiest cliff to sleep on. Gollum is actually so evil. He sabotages their final bits of food and frames Sam, and it's heartbreaking to see Frodo send his friend away. It's so sad and truly tests Sam's loyalty. And again, none of this was in the book. In the first movie, there's a flashback to Agent Smith in Mount Doom, but this has always annoyed me.
Destroy it!
You're not gonna stop him? He's kind of holding the ring that could cause the apocalypse. Tackle him and throw his ass into the volcano with it. Who cares? The fate of the world is at stake. He just lets him walk away. The motivations of the characters are all well paced. Boromir, played by Sean Bean, wants to attempt to use the ring for good, while the others believe that it's impossible, causing a debate. The main premise is about these races all coming together as one. Bit hypocritical though, the movie clearly portrays hobbits as the superior race. When do they ever show that the hobbits are Did you watch the film? Boromir is another character with a great arc. He's constantly tempted by the ring, and it always keeps you guessing on what side he's actually on. I mean, at first he wants the ring to use it for good, so all of his scenes where he tries to take it from Frodo, you don't know if it's him genuinely wanting it for good, or if the ring is manipulating his mind to steal it for evil. It's actually very cleverly written. In the extended cut, however, Boromir's father Denethor actually convinces him to try to steal the ring, which I'm really not a fan of. It just takes away what I found to be the most interesting part of his whole character. But to fulfill Boromir's arc completely, he shows up to fight and redeem himself, but nobody is surprised that Sean Bean dies. But man, talk about taking death like a champion. How many times does he need to be shot to die? I love the character of Frodo. He's just this little hobbit with no prospects or anything, but thanks to his uncle being a nosy little bastard, he has to clean up his mess and is now on a life-endangering journey that he really isn't prepared for. He's just thrown into this, not really being comfortable with it at all. And here, Gimli wants to head through some mines, but Gandalf really doesn't want to. We assume beforehand that Gandalf is in charge, but he actually lets Frodo make the decision, solidifying him as the hero and the chosen one. It's an interesting change from the book. In the novel, Gandalf actually suggests they go through the mines, but the others don't like the idea. But they are then chased by wolves, so they have no choice but to go there. It's a solid change to make Frodo a lot more integral to the story. It's his decision that leads to the most heartbreaking moment of the entire film. Gandalf's death is truly devastating. If you hadn't read the books or had no knowledge of him returning, it's such a tragic moment. Gandalf was Frodo's only guidance, his only authority figure, and now he's gone, and it's because of the direction Frodo told him to go, so he's going to blame himself. But because of their journey, they can't even stop to mourn and take in what just happened. They have no choice but to suck it up, get over it, and keep moving, making the heartbreak that much more tragic. Frodo struggles to come to terms with it, but is told that someone as small as him can effectively change the world. He's given a vision of what will happen if he fails, so it's a good thing there's no pressure. When Boromir persists and demands the ring from Frodo, he even becomes vulnerable straight after he fails. But because of this, Frodo no longer knows who he can trust, which adds to his destroyed confidence and psyche even more. I'm really not a fan of Legolas, played by Orlando Bloom. I'm not particularly keen on the actor anyways, he seems to only have one face, but the character is an elf and he is absolutely perfect at everything. I watched all three films as carefully as I could, and not once does he ever get hit with anything. He never slips, he never falls, he never gets knocked down. He hits every single arrow and overcomes absolutely everything with no worry at all. I mean, he even takes on an entire troll by himself. Okay, it takes all of them to kill it, but still. He gets a perfect shot in hell from a mile away. Even Superman would have been a little off with that shot.
Got knuckles for eight.
I mean, they might as well just send Legolas, that's all they need. I mean, Aragorn takes on loads of orcs on his own, but at least it looks like he's struggling. Legolas would do all of this blindfolded with one arm tied behind his back without breaking a sweat, whilst drunk. I just find it so difficult to buy the tension and suspense anytime Legolas is in danger. They're fine. Let's be honest, they're fine. He's the Middle-earth Jesus. I mean, I guess Jesus was far from fine, but shut up. Still an atheist. Cool. He hits every single arrow. Just miss one. That's all I ask. Just one. Or slip over. Have a bird poop on your head. I don't know. Any kind of misfortune. He even steals Gimli's kill, for crying out loud. Legolas even skateboards and still hits every single target. Just miss one. He takes down an entire elephant on his own and still has time to pose. I mean, don't get me wrong. It looks cool as hell, but what good is a character who never has any struggles or conflicts? I mean, I guess he briefly struggles whilst holding onto the elephant. That's the best I got. Frodo nearly dies 3 times in the first movie, and this kind of character is much more human and interesting, as opposed to one who just overcomes everything without a care in the world. What about the racist orcs? Lord of the Rings isn't racist! What are you even on? Well, they're clearly portraying black people as ugly, disgusting orcs. I mean, in the books, they refer to them as Mongol types. Well, I mean, that just means the book might have been a little bit racist, not the movie. I mean, I'm just saying. The only one racist in the film is Gimli.
I will be dead before I see the ring in the hands of an elf.
Gimli has such a strong arc throughout the 3 films, and I love it. Gimli starts out not liking elves. The others don't take the hobbits too seriously at first, but this all changes throughout the trilogy as they all learn that it doesn't matter where you come from. We're all the same. It's a terrific message and well ahead of its time for a book series written during the Second World War. Gimli even risks his life to save Aragorn. It shows his growth as a character throughout the film, starting out by hating other races and now risking his life for them.
Toss me. What? I cannot jump the distance, you'll have to toss me.
That means something very different in the UK. I wouldn't really use that word, dude. There's this uber orc called Lurtz who is quite badass, even pulling himself further onto a sword after being stabbed, but then is decapitated for his troubles. He doesn't get much screen time, but it's to be expected for a generic big bad troll man. And credit to this film, they kill off 2 main characters in the first movie, and both are super emotional. I mean Boromir and Gandalf, not Lurtz. You really feel that Frodo is a broken man at the end of the first movie. He's already gone through hell and we're only 1 film in. His uncle has gone away, he's lost Gandalf who was like a grandfather to him and he feels like he caused his death. Boromir wanted to use the ring for good and he dies and it's all down to him. Frodo is protecting the ring so he naturally feels accountable for any deaths that come from this adventure. He isn't even sure he can trust Sam but reluctantly agrees to let him continue with them anyway. Because the original plan was for the Two Towers to actually be the 3rd and final film of the trilogy, it proved the hardest to write, as some of it was wrapping up the Fellowship of the Ring and they didn't know how to begin or end the movie, as there wasn't a clear focus. Boromir's death was actually in the beginning of the Two Towers book, but was moved to the end of the Fellowship movie instead. The book also ended with the group going to Isengard and Frodo meeting the giant spider, but this was all saved for the 3rd movie. Why does the giant spider want to fuck Frodo? Why do you see sex with everything? I mean, it's just there. Don't you think it clearly looks like Gandalf is butt-fucking Pippin? No! No! In the Two Towers film, the King of Rohan, Theoden, played by Bernard Hill, is possessed by Saruman. But in the book, he was just depressed and emotionally manipulated by Wormtongue. One thing I really don't like about this movie is that it opens by showing what happened to Gandalf after he fell down into the abyss. Now, I'm all for a recap, but this just ruins the illusion for me and kind of spoils the surprise return later in the film. They constantly refer to a white wizard and a group of Ents, giant living trees, take in Merry and Pippin and seemingly are surrendering them to this wizard. They and the audience initially assume it's Saruman, but surprise, it's actually Gandalf who is now back from the dead. I just think this shock was ruined by showing that scene at the beginning of the film. The fight with the Balrog looks cool and everything, but I would have just cut this out, or at least saved it for later when Gandalf explained what happened to him.
Gandalf! What is it, Mr. Frodo?
Gandalf! Idiot. The fact that this is a fantasy story could entice people to watch it with their children, which I'd encourage, but only if they aren't a damn pussy. The imagery is so dark, the orcs are so grotesque and vicious looking. And later on we see disembodied heads under some water. Frodo falls in and the imagery is quite scary and really captures your attention. Some of the voice acting is also kind of off.
We ain't had nothing but maggoty bread for 3 stinking days. Why can't we have some meat?
But man, Aragorn recaps all of Merry and Pippin's movements just from tracks in the dirt. He's a better detective than Batman.
There are dead things. Dead faces in the water.
Oh hey, you're right!
This forest is old. Very old. Full of memory. And anger.
Star Wars fans? I thought it was cool to like Star Wars. Does it change? But I really think Saruman needs to hire better work. No wonder Middle-earth is in such a state when minimum wage is going towards guards like this. They are right there when Frodo throws his cloak over them to hide as a rock and suddenly they become John Cena.
No parent should have to bury their child.
Well, the McCanns did. I knew it! This is the film where Aragorn begins to foreshadow his future acts as king. Even before he gets crowned, he realises that Theoden is being an idiot and tries to convince him to do what's right. Gollum's split personalities is done perfectly. He's evil and creepy, and yet also manages to come across as quite sympathetic as well.
And the dwarfs just spring out of holes in the ground.
Okay, that was such a fake laugh to his joke. That was such an obvious pity laugh, and trust me, I know a pity laugh when I hear one. So Aragorn falls off a cliff in one scene and is presumed dead, but this wasn't actually in the book, and it's a change I don't really get. Peter Jackson claimed he put it in to create tension, but not a lot of time goes by before he returns anyway. And this trilogy already has a bunch of fake out deaths, so just a personal preference, this one didn't really seem needed. In the extended cuts there are more scenes where he's presumed dead. They do show how big a deal it is and show that he's needed as king, so it's not entirely pointless, but I feel like this could have been achieved by having him be mortally wounded instead. And also, how the hell did he even survive this drop to begin with? Wouldn't he have died on impact once hitting the water? But Aragorn shows how strong a hero he is by taking charge as a battle begins at Helm's Deep. The third act of The Two Towers is tremendous. They are so close to Mordor, but then the battle at Helm's Deep happens and you can tell that this means everything. It is all or nothing now. The build-up is spectacular and absolutely nothing can ruin it.
You could have picked a better spot.
Okay, that was funny. To be fair, I wasn't really a big fan of Gimli at first, but he does grow on me.
Thunder coming! Come on! Certainty of death? Small chance of success. What are we waiting for?
And he really gets you psyched for the big third act there. He's just short and annoying. And probably gay. The battle scene is incredible. It is flawless. I can't find a single problem with it. It looks perfect. The battle is such an incredible spectacle. Look at it. The sheer production design is fantastic. You know what? These movies are amazing.
Is this it? Is this all you can conjure, Saruman?
I am so going to die. Ha ha ha.
We must weather such things as we have always done.
How can that be your decision?
That's such a weird take. It doesn't even match the rest of the scene. The angle looks off, the delivery is weird. It's just a very weird take to go with. Even when side characters are in peril and could be dying, it still means everything. This is a trilogy with so many characters, and yet if any of them are close to death, you care so much. That says a lot about Peter Jackson's directing and writing, as well as the cast's amazing acting performances. In the book, the Ents actually agreed to joining the war without any need for convincing, but in the movie they refuse to help until Merry and Pippin show them what Saruman did to all of the trees. Yep, damaging the ecosystem is exactly what brings on a war in Middle-earth. But I do like this addition. This was done to show that Merry and Pippin weren't just an inconvenience. They weren't just being babysat during the second film, and they were actually contributing to the fight against evil, even if it wasn't physically yet. Sam and Frodo get taken hostage by Boromir's brother Faramir, who understandably doesn't trust them after his brother's death, which is decent enough motivation, but it was quite different in the book. In the novel, Faramir did this, but he sensed the ring's power pretty early on and let them go, whereas here, it takes him quite a while. Here, he wants the ring to go to his father. A subplot is that Boromir was the child prodigy, and Faramir wanted to grant him the ring for approval. And you root for this, you root for Faramir to gain his approval, you get so much sympathy for the guy.
What can men do against such reckless hate?
Make a 9-hour live stream about it. 9 hours? Like anyone would watch that. But man, I get goosebumps when the cavalry shows up. This is phenomenal. The Ents get involved and this whole thing is extraordinary.
What are you doing?
Auditioning for my role in Sin City. And the film ends with Gollum, who for most of the movie has remained more sympathetic and calm, turning far more sinister at the end for an excellent cliffhanger leading into the next film. Despite being the third and final installment to the trilogy, Peter Jackson actually considered Return of the King to be the easiest one to make, as it was the climax for the whole story. Despite being the longest of the 3 films, it actually cut out the most from the source material. Some events depicted in the film were actually in the second book, continuing Jackson's storytelling style of altering the timeline. We get a decent origin story of Smeagol, which is a solid opener and works as a cool continuation of the last film's cliffhanger. Let go? Man, he really wants that fish. It shows that Smeagol was manipulated into killing his own cousin for the ring. It helps us dive into his psyche even more, but also connects back to Sam and Frodo, as we now know that Gollum has killed a hobbit before, and they may even remind him of his own cousin, which is why he's so psychotic around them. In a weird way, it actually makes Gollum's character even more sympathetic. Sure, he killed his cousin, but it was due to the ring. But what makes it more interesting is we don't really know if it was his own greediness or if it was genuinely the ring's power corrupting him. The most controversial change is that in the theatrical cut, we don't actually see Saruman's death. Yeah, he's the villain being built up for over 6 hours, and in this cut they just say,
"There's a wizard to manage here, locked in his tower."
And we never see him again. In the extended cut, he's attacked and brutally impaled, and it makes no sense to have cut that scene out completely. Christopher Lee was infuriated by this decision and held it against Peter Jackson for years, and I feel like it's completely warranted. It's such a dumb move.
Something stirs in the east. A sleepless malice.
An obvious green screen. I think the pacing is done really well. The previous films had Aragorn be smitten with Arwen, but suddenly she vanishes and he seems to be interested in another woman. On first viewing, you wonder what the hell happened to Arwen, but now we get a flashback to explain it. Things like this were helped by the fact that the trilogy was all filmed simultaneously, preventing plot holes or inconsistencies. The Arwen thing isn't really explained very well in the theatrical cut, and this was down to scenes being cut out. But basically, she chose to become human to be with Aragorn and had to leave, and due to this decision, she is now dying. In the theatrical cut, it's just very vague. But she urges her father to reforge the mighty sword for the big battle, which is truly an epic moment. But hey, credit to Lord of the Rings for inspiring every single superhero movie in existence with a damn laser in the sky. To be fair, a battle starts quite early on in the film, which is an awesome way to kickstart the beginning of the end. It really is a heartwarming moment when Gandalf and Pippin find out that Sam and Frodo are still alive. The group spends so much of this trilogy separated, so you want them so desperately to reunite. And it adds to their isolation. Sam and Frodo have no idea where the others are. Gandalf is dead, and so could Merry and Pippin be for all they know. So literally, they have nothing to live for. They are here to save the world, and that's it. They don't care what happens to them. There's a really emotional moment as Pippin sings a song as everyone prepares for battle. It's a nice little interlude to separate the scenes from the big action we're about to see.
Have you learned nothing of the stubbornness of dwarves?
You might as well accept it. We're going with you, laddie.
We're all gonna leave all these innocent people to struggle without us. You really feel for Merry. He wants to fight and just do his bit, but nobody takes him seriously and wants to ride with him until Eowyn obliges. The battle is hyped up so well as Aragorn asks all these dead fellas to help them out.
My line has ended!
I mean, it hasn't. You could still go out and have another kid. I'm just saying.
It's sticky. What is it?
Hobbits is come! There's a scene that definitely should have been cut. After Frodo sends Sam away, he goes back down the stairs and finds the food that Gollum discarded. This scene is entirely pointless. The audience clearly see Gollum getting rid of the food earlier, and Sam knows it wasn't him, so there's no need for this big reveal. Furthermore, it goes against Sam's entire character to just give up when Frodo sends him away. He would have stuck around and followed him no matter what. He wouldn't have gone back down the stairs. But thirdly, he shows up later to save Frodo anyway, so this scene ruins that surprise as we know he's coming back. It's just stupid. You can tell visually how much impact this ring has had on Frodo's mental state. He's a complete mess. But then Gollum shows up. How did he survive that fall? What is it with characters in these films surviving the impossible? There is a nice moment where Frodo is actually about to give up, but gets a vision morale boost. But then the spider shows up anyway. It's so tragic because of just how close he is to Mount Doom at this point. But oh, what a surprise, Sam is back. As explained, this conflict wasn't actually in the book. So in the novel, Sam and Frodo entered the spider's lair together. Frodo was also beaten a lot more by the orcs, but this conflict works a lot better in the film, and benefits Frodo's heroism and friendship with Sam perfectly. The thing is, Sam believes Frodo is dead, and honestly, you kind of believe it at this point. Frodo's been close to dead so many times before this, but after this huge epic journey, you actually kind of believe he could die and that maybe Sam will take the ring the rest of the way for him. It's such an emotional moment.
Right now! Right now!
We can't. You're in the way, mate. This is what's great about the trilogy. Everything has come full circle. The journey, the characters, the battles, they all mean so much, and it's fantastic. Okay, this shot is really bad. It's so out of place with the rest of the scene. It looks like it was accidentally put in. Just a randomly, poorly focused slow-mo shot. For a trilogy that is otherwise really well produced and directed, it's weird that this made it in there. But when the ghosts join the battle, it looks awesome.
You fool. No man can kill me.
I am no man.
A great line in 2003, a genuine clarification in 2023. What? What's going on in the future? Wish he didn't scream straight after though, kinda kills the moment.
They've taken it. Sam, they took the ring.
Don't know why, I told them the Japanese version is better, but they wouldn't listen. But Sam had the ring the whole time. In the book, this was actually told to the reader early on, so there was no big reveal. So I'm starting to believe that Tolkien just didn't understand suspenseful tension. Frodo collapses just outside of Mount Doom, and you can tell the impact it's had on him. Sam even carries him up there, and it's such an emotional moment and really solidifies the strength of their friendship. In the book, when Sam had the ring, it also took its toll on him, but that was cut out of the film to focus on his determination to protect Frodo instead. His well-being is all that's on his mind, and I think it works a lot better. This is also intercut with Gimli finally letting go of his racism and accepting Legolas as a friend. It's a great message about friendship. We should make another trilogy about Bilbo.
For Frodo.
Okay, I must admit, that does give me goosebumps. But this Mount Doom scene is incredible. It is so worth the 9-hour wait, man.
What are you waiting for?
The Goonies 2! In the book, Gollum accidentally slips into the volcano, but it was changed, and they were going to have Frodo shove him in. But that made him look more like a psycho murderer, so instead they had it become somewhat accidental. Which is a cliche, but it does fit the story better. It's such an epic moment, but how the hell does Frodo still have the strength to hold onto the edge of the cliff? There is a subtle moment where he even looks down, and after everything he's been through, he possibly considers suicide. It's quite a dark moment for such a fun trilogy, but Sam even acknowledges it.
Don't you let go.
This is a lot deeper than I remembered. They succeed, the towers collapse, and you can see the true pride and emotion in Gandalf's eyes. At certain points throughout the trilogy, he doubts that Sam and Frodo can actually put it off, but he's seen that they've done it, and even outdone his expectations. It's beautifully handled. It's cool to see them all become reunited again, but maybe it's just me. Frodo doesn't seem that surprised to see Gandalf alive again. I mean, bear in mind that he died in Fellowship and Frodo has had no knowledge of him being back until now. I don't know, I just expected a bigger reaction. This is when the fake out endings begin that everyone's made fun of, but I checked and they last 15 minutes, so honestly, it's not that big of an issue. The movie just never seems to end. They just pad it out and walk around for no reason. The pacing is so bad. I swear to God, if you say no reason one more time. How many endings do they need? Just fade to black over and over again. It takes forever. It's not Peter Jackson's fault you got the attention span of a fucking fish. They had a lot to wrap up, and the book had even more. Yeah, this film actually cuts down on the endings, funnily enough. It's cool to see Aragorn become king, but he doesn't change who he is. He remains humble, tells his friends they don't need to bow to him, and he and everyone else actually bows to them. It's a great message, but you can see that Frodo is really uncomfortable with all of this. It continues in a bar where everyone around them is just having drinks like nothing happened, but their lives will never be the same again. Then Sam meets a random woman, chats her up, and marries her. Where the hell did this come from? The point was that Frodo can't just go back and live his life, whereas Sam could, but I feel like this could have been achieved in other ways. Sam goes back and just hangs out with Merry and Pippin like normal, or even have the movie end with him flirting with someone, getting over his previous anxiety. There's no need to rush out an entire marriage and children in 5 minutes. It's such an epic journey, so you get where Frodo is coming from. He's a ruined man and feels completely lost. The farewells on the ship would have been the perfect ending. None of it dragged, it wrapped everything up perfectly. This was great. But no, we gotta have Sam and his stupid wife and his stupid kids. This should have been cut.
I'm back.
Sam, your kids are like 5, mate. You've been back for a while. This line makes no sense. One other thing these films get flack for is being too long, which is weird considering some of the most beloved movies in history were way longer. With credits, the first 2 movies' theatrical cuts clock in at just under the 3-hour mark. and I don't think they even drag. There's never a moment where they linger on a sequence for a bit too long or they outstay their welcome, but Return of the King crosses that mark. Without credits, it's just over 3 hours. If you're familiar with this channel, you'll know that I have a 3-hour rule. I have never seen a movie that is over 3 hours and is warranted to be over 3 hours. Even Titanic, which is one of my favourite movies of all time, shouldn't be the length it is. So, is Return of the King worthy of being over 3 hours? Let's make some edits that I would want to make and see how we go. All the stuff with Sam's wife can go, it's unneeded. The bar scene, the wedding, the ending, cut all of that crap out. Sam discovering the bread and ruining the surprise, that's all gone too. And... yeah, it's under 3 hours, didn't need to be. Although we should put Saruman's death back in, because that kind of needs to be in there, so if we do that then... Oh! No! Well, there you have it. Return of the King is the first movie I've seen that warrants being over 3 hours. The trilogy is a masterpiece. Definitely one of the greatest ever made. The fact that they were all made at the same time as one another really helped the pacing and story majorly. It's a phenomenal trilogy and I would recommend it to any fan of fantasy.